I am the only terrestrial immortal who has achieved sanctification in the flesh in the world, but I was schemed by thieves and slept for 100,000 years. When I woke up, the big black dog I used to raise had become a demon emperor, and my former confidant had various extraordinary identities. Even the maidservant by my side turned out to be the reigning empress. Because of my lifelong pursuit of immortality, although I have endless longevity, I cannot cultivate. Even though I later refined my body into an invincible state, I still felt regret in my heart. Therefore, in pursuit of perfection, I sought the protection of 8 holy men and made up my mind to break through the restrictions and seclusion. Who would have thought that despite the careful arrangements, accidents still occurred in the end? I, who should have awakened every 1,000 years, slept for a full 100,000 years, only to wake up and find myself in the midst of a great array of body snatching. Thinking of this, my eyes couldn't help but chill slightly, and I began to ponder who didn't want me to wake up. Fortunately, after waking up, I finally qualified to cultivate the primordial spirit, so I immediately went down the mountain to find an inn, intending to quickly restore my body while figuring out the current situation of the world. After some investigation, my eyes widened in surprise. How could the little girl from before now be the empress ruling over the world? What's even more curious is that many of the forbidden army in the capital of the Great Qian dynasty have hurriedly left the imperial city in recent days. Concerning the matter of the forbidden army, the innkeeper's shop assistant nervously glanced around before leaning in closer and lowering his voice to explain. It seems that the emperor himself has ordered to find someone. Speaking of which, what does the young man think of the current empress? I was not surprised by this answer. The commotion caused by my awakening must have already been known by those around me at the time. It seems that these forbidden army soldiers are looking for me. As for whether this little girl has any other intentions, it's hard to say for now. After all, it has been nearly 100,000 years. Who can say for sure if a person's heart will change? Keep your voice down, for heaven's sake. Upon hearing my question, the shop assistant who was originally planning to leave stumbled and knelt down directly, facing the direction of the imperial court outside the window. He first respectfully nodded his head, then carefully said, "Mr. Chen, there are imperial guards' ears everywhere here. You must be careful when speaking. If someone overhears you, there will definitely be trouble." After saying this, the shop assistant left as if fleeing. How could a mere shop assistant dare to discuss Her Majesty the Empress? In the Grand Palace on the other side, the current Empress Lu Qinghan is sitting on the imperial throne, looking down at the experts of the Great Qian dynasty. It has been 7 days. Not finding the person is one thing, but not even a clue has been discovered? The cold voice entered the ears of many experts of the Great Qian dynasty present, frightening everyone to lower their heads even more. "Reporting to Your Majesty, please give your subordinates some more time. Even if we have to search the entire Great Qian, we will definitely bring this person to meet Your Majesty." A middle-aged man with the appearance of a mighty warrior knelt on one knee. "How dare you?" However, the Empress was furious upon hearing this, and with a wave of her sleeve, she sent an invisible force that knocked him back. "If you find him, immediately inform me without offending him in any way. Even if he orders you to die, you must obey. Do you understand?" The Empress's words stunned everyone present. The man outside the door, despite being submissive in front of the Empress, held a terrifyingly high position as the general in charge of the Great Qian Imperial Army. Who is this person that the Empress treats in such a manner? Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous study room in the Imperial Palace, I was casually writing at the desk. This little girl has inherited the fortune of the previous dynasty, which is quite impressive. The reason I chose the Great Qian dynasty as my first stop is because I trust this girl. Muttering to myself, I put down the brush in my hand, and on the large piece of paper, there was only one handsome character. I was very satisfied with my own handwriting. Despite countless years of life, I cannot cultivate the path of the primordial spirit, but I also possess invincible strength. Why bother trying so hard to cultivate the primordial spirit? Isn't it because the various magical techniques of the primordial spirit cultivators are quite handsome? Just thinking that I can now cultivate the path of the primordial spirit normally, I slightly raised the corners of my mouth, casually took a small seal from my waist, gently pressed it on the paper, leaving behind the character's longevity. This seemingly simple small seal was refined by me with most of my accumulated knowledge back then. Countless immortal emperors died under this longevity seal, not to mention the number of saints. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During this period, including the Empress herself and the Imperial City Forbidden Army she sent out, they never stopped searching for my whereabouts. Not only that, even the 10,000 mountains to the south of the Great Qian were restless, sending wave after wave of great demons to search within the Great Qian territory. Some even saw the traces of the current worldly sword immortals, as if they were also searching for something. It's a pity that although I have just awakened, I have plenty of means to avoid being found. I have almost fully recovered. It just so happened that the little girl returned to the palace yesterday, so I should go and see her. Walking on the street, people hurriedly passed by, and there were some vendors with stalls selling goods on the side of the road. After all, it was the capital city. Even though it was already winter, it was still very lively. Suddenly, a little beggar blocked my way. Looking dirty. Young master, buy an umbrella. It's not expensive. Only 81. The little beggar's little face was frozen a little red, and there was a gust of mist between his breath when he spoke. Chen Chongsheng looked down at the thin figure in front of him, always wearing a kind and light smile on his face, and that's exactly why this little guy thought he'd be good to talk to, so he sought it out. No need. You'd better find someone else. After saying that, he was going to directly bypass this little bitty man and continue walking towards the palace. For this kind of thing, if he helped out casually, he would find it unjustifiable. Unfortunately, he only had spirit stones on him. How could he have the silver used by ordinary people to trade, let alone the coins minted by this Grand Xian dynasty itself? As for giving this little girl spirit stones, that would be the equivalent of taking this little guy's life. And it's not like he's going to be around this little guy all the time or bring a little guy around himself for no reason. Having lived for endless years, he was not a saintly mother's heart, although he still kept his original heart. Everyone has their own destiny. With this thought, Chen Chongsheng had just taken a few steps out when he saw that little guy trotting up to him once again. Sir, it's freezing cold. Just buy an umbrella. Is 51 okay? The little one's voice was a little prayerful. I'm sorry, Chen didn't bring any money with him when he went out. Chen Chongsheng still shook his head and was just about to step away when he saw the little girl directly hand her umbrella towards him. Is this a forced purchase? Then, this umbrella will be given to the gentleman first. Is it okay if the gentleman pays me later? The little girl is also helpless. She has already tried for 2 hours. No one wants her umbrella is just. Those who see her callow status will be disgusted to drive her away. The only one who was kind to her was this male. Do you need money a lot? Chen Chongsheng didn't expect this little guy to say that, so he couldn't help but be curious for a few moments. Well, the little girl nodded and didn't say much, placing the umbrella at the other party's feet and hurriedly running away, seemingly in some kind of hurry or afraid that Chen Chongsheng wouldn't agree. Looking at her back, Chen Chongsheng shook his head helplessly and simply picked up his umbrella as well, continuing to walk towards the imperial city. But the little girl was also silently noted by him. Although he had internalized all of his strength and was all the appearance of an ordinary man, the journey towards the imperial city still drew the attention of many women. After all, in addition to his looks, the aura of his every move was etched into his bones, not like mortals. Soon, Chen Chongsheng, who was holding a broken umbrella, had arrived outside the imperial city, but was stopped by the guarding forbidden soldiers. Stop! In what capacity? May I be summoned? The forbidden guard stepped forward and raised his hand to stop him from moving on, asking in a deep voice. A military man, and not summoned, has come here to meet the empress. Chen Chongsheng held up his broken umbrella and whispered back to the guards. No summons? Go go go, don't make a mess. The guards sniffed and frowned. Looking at this guy did not emit any cultivation aura on his body, presumably just a countryside village boy practicing some boxing kung fu, and also dared to come to meet the empress. They, the forbidden guards, were at least cultivators with a minimum of sky realm, enough to be able to step into the air. The guards were about to swing their hands to drive the other away as they spoke, but when they put their hands on the other's shoulders they realized that the other was not moving at all. Something. Deliver this writing to the empress, and she will come to me herself. Chen Chongsheng casually brushed aside the palm on his shoulder, smiling lightly as he took out the word he had casually written at the end from his sleeve and handed it towards the guard. Although the guard's actions were a bit bold, but with his temperament he would not bother with these people. They were just doing their duty. It's not easy, old man, but you'd better get going. Words can't come out of your mouth, and His Majesty hasn't been in the best of moods lately. That guard did not push him the slightest bit, and also realized that he had looked away, but could not help but re-look up and down, but did not take the calligraphy and painting, but instead opened his mouth to persuade. Just present the calligraphy and painting. Chen Chongsheng shook his head slightly, not appreciating it. Seeing this the other party recoiled with some suspicion. Only then did he receive the calligraphy and painting, and in order to prevent it from being something bad, he tentatively glanced at Chen Chongsheng, and only after seeing the other party nodding with a light smile did he first unfold the calligraphy and painting himself. Handsome? No, old man. Are you kidding us? If this is sent up, not to mention you're screwed. Our brothers are screwed too. Seeing that there was only one word for handsome on the calligraphy and painting, the guard in charge directly laughed in anger. I thought it was some kind of countryside master, but it's a madman, isn't it? Before Chen Chongsheng could say anything, he saw the few guards suddenly stand in awe and hurriedly greet Chen Changsheng behind him. Great General! The person who came was none other than the Forbidden Army's ruling general, Li Ziqing, who had been sent by the Empress to search for Chen Changsheng. At this time, Li Ziqing, face is not good. This time out search still no results. This time back to be sure to be Her Majesty chastised. He was planning to enter the palace directly, but when he saw the youth he frowned and stopped and asked, "What for?" "Come to your majesties." He said that he would present the calligraphy and painting to His Majesty, and that His Majesty would come to see him. "I'll get rid of this man later." The guard in the lead gave a truthful account, but did not have the intention of making things difficult for Chen Changsheng, still intending to treat him as a troublemaker and wanting to drive him away. Hearing his reply, Li Ziqing took the calligraphy and painting from the guards as soon as he looked at it and frowned as well. "Handsome? Kid, are you sure you're not here to die?" Chen Changsheng smiled faintly. "This general, why don't you present the calligraphy and painting? It might save you a lot of trouble." At the words Li Ziqing was all happy. This kid is really bold. He even found his way to the palace? But on second thought, he was originally back to be punished. There is nothing to worry about. So he brought this painting and calligraphy in. Maybe he can watch a play. The thought of this, Li Ziqing raised his eyebrows. Will be the calligraphy and painting put away directly stride into the palace. Although he is also a party of the strength of the mighty, but there is no urgent matter in the palace cannot be airborne. Inevitably cause Her Majesty's resentment. "Gotta. You're good, old buddy. That's good. You don't have to go. Just wait here." The guards respectfully sent the great general away before looking at Chen Changsheng with a strange expression on his face. Now he couldn't drive the person away. If the Empress blames them and the person is let go, they will have to suffer. However, looking at this guy's appearance, he didn't seem to be afraid at all. Instead, he was still standing there with a cloudy face and a light smile on his face. Is he really waiting for Her Majesty the Empress to come and see him in person? The guards couldn't help but laugh and shake their heads at the thought. They were so sick of it. He wasn't an immortal descending to earth, and even if he was, I'm afraid he'd have to come to pay homage to Her Majesty the Empress, not Her Majesty the Empress to receive him. Outside the palace where the Empress resided, Li Ziqing's face was a bit bitter, but his footsteps quickened by a few points. Now that His Majesty's orders have not been fulfilled, the punishment is bound to be unavoidable. Soon, he came close to the palace. There were no guards in front of the palace where the Empress resided, and no one was allowed to approach on weekdays if there was nothing going on. After all, with the strength of Her Majesty's current Empress, there was no need for guards to protect her at all. So much so that no one has ever had the honor of entering the palace until today. Guilty Minister Li Ziqing, greetings to Your Majesty. Li Ziqing stopped 10 feet away from the palace and bowed on his knees. After waiting for a few moments, there was no sound coming from the palace, but it made him a little more nervous. On the way, he had already learned that His Majesty had returned to the palace, and was also in the palace at that moment. Even chiding him a few times would put him at ease quite a bit. The quieter he was, the more dangerous it was in turn. Not being able to think much, Li Ziqing began to elaborate on everything about his trip. The guilty minister has searched the 10,000 miles around the Forbidden Land and has not found the person Your Majesty is looking for. The only discovery is that the aura is more than 10 times thinner than usual in the square area of that Forbidden Land. The guilty minister did not do his job well, so I ask Your Majesty to drop the blame, Li Ziqing said, and then put his head against the ground, quietly waiting to be sentenced. Even though his current strength ranked high in the entire Grand Xian, he still didn't dare to be the slightest bit arrogant or pretentious when facing His Majesty. Keep going for it. If you can't find it in 10,000 miles, you can find it in 100,000 miles. And if you can't find it in 100,000 miles, you can find it in 1,000,000 miles. If we don't see any trace for 1,000,000 miles, we'll turn over the entire Xian. A few moments later, the door of the palace slowly opened, and the figure that made people lose their minds but didn't dare to look at it more slowly walked out. Lu Qinghan was dressed in imperial robes with his brows slightly knitted, and although his voice was somewhat dissatisfied, he did not mean to chastise Li Ziqing. After all, she could not only send out Li Ziqing and the Forbidden Army, even she herself also personally went to the Forbidden Land. If the Lord does not want to be found, the world is only afraid that no one can do it. Yes, sinful minister, kowtow to His Majesty's great favor. Li Ziqing froze for a moment, some surprise in his heart. This time he has been prepared to be punished. This result is really some let him unexpected. Get on with it quickly. Lu Qinghan looked up at the sky, not wanting to say anything more to Li Ziqing. However, the other party did not leave the first time, but instead froze for a moment, not knowing what he was struggling with. What else? Lu Qinghan asked, looking down at him with an expressionless face. My subordinate just met a man outside the palace gate seeking to see His Majesty. The man took Li Ziqing hadn't finished speaking, but was interrupted by the empress raising her hand. Do what I commanded. Don't mention anything else. Seeing this, he also hurriedly closed his voice, ready to bow and then retreat to leave. But as he hung his head and bowed, the calligraphy and painting, which he had casually placed in his sleeve, accidentally slipped out. Li Ziqing instinctively wanted to collect the calligraphy and painting and hurry to leave, lest he cause Her Majesty the Empress to be displeased. But before he could react, the word painting turned into a stream of light and fell directly into the hands of the Empress. Lu Qinghan's eyes widened. His pale golden pupils all contracted violently as he looked at the painting and calligraphy in his hands and trembled slightly. Although 100,000 years had passed, she could still distinguish that this was the Lord's handwriting, not to mention the seal of immortality in the corner. It must be the Lord without a doubt. Your Majesty, this calligraphy and painting is the person outside the palace gate. Seeing the Empress reveal such an abnormal behavior, Li Ziqing was startled, but still rushed to open his mouth to explain. Without waiting for him to finish his words, the Empress had already transformed into a dragon-shaped algorithm and disappeared in front of his eyes, and reappeared already at the northern gate of the imperial court. With just one glance, she saw the familiar figure. The other party, too, sensed her appearance and turned his head to look over with a light smile on his face. Lord, you. Lu Qinghan's mouth was open, and when he froze and mumbled, he was about to involuntarily bow down. It's been a long time. Chen Shangxing nodded slightly without thinking, his eyes signaling. Even though it was just a tiny expression paired with simple words, Lu Qinghan instantly understood and stopped his worshipping movements. Won't you invite me in for a seat? It's a bit cold out here. Really? Chen Shangxing was also quite satisfied to see that this little maid of his was still able to read minds from a single glance of his. As he spoke, he was already holding the broken umbrella and striding towards the palace. The guards kneeling on the ground, one by one, their hearts set off monstrous waves, and at this time, they did not dare to block half a point. Although they didn't know exactly what this guy's identity was, but to be able to attract Her Majesty the Empress herself to the city gates, it was not an existence that they could guess at. Considering that they had spoken so boldly just now, a few people's hearts were half-cooled, and they could only hope that this kind of big person would not hold a grudge against them. But this point they are obviously overly concerned. Chen Shangxing is not because they are loyal and responsible, and dissatisfaction has long been living endless years of him, the nature of the spontaneity to the extreme. As long as not actively provoked to his head, he will not be put in the heart, and never hold a grudge. If it is the initiative to provoke him, the same day will also report. The Empress Lu Qinghan silently followed 2 steps behind her lord's position despite having a million questions in her mind that she wanted to speak. After walking out for some distance, Chen Shangxing but stopped his pace and helplessly turned his head. What's the point of following me? Go ahead and lead the way. Oh. Only then did Lu Qinghan react and hurriedly walked ahead, but gave way to allow her lord to walk in the middle of the road, while she accompanied and flanked him. Along the way, he also encountered many officials of the Grand Xian dynasty, regardless of the realm of high or low status. All bowed down to pay respect. Although he was curious as to who the person beside Her Majesty the Empress was, no one dared to ask. Within a short time, the 2 of them had arrived outside of Lu Qinghan's chambers. Li Ziqing saw the Empress and the young man with a light smile walking slowly from afar, and his heart was even more horrified. This guy, what kind of person is he? He really knows Her Majesty the Empress, but he didn't seem to have the aura of a cultivator on him. At best, he was just a martial artist with full chi and blood. It can't be a gigolo that His Majesty keeps outside. It can't be, but His Majesty has existed in the world for an unknown number of years. A true surviving true immortal. Bastard. Just as Li Ziqing was thinking this, the 2 had already come close. Your Majesty. Li Ziqing hurriedly bowed. Li Ziqing, I'm here at. What are you still doing here? Why don't you go and find someone? I'll get on with it. Lu Qinghan didn't want to give away his lord's whereabouts, so he didn't take back the forbidden army that was looking for him at the first moment, but instead, he let Li Ziqing increase his searching efforts. At the very least, it would be a distraction for others. As for the rest, it is up to the Lord to decide. However, this time Li Ziqing is also considered to have made a great achievement. After the matter is not rewarded, Li Ziqing far away at the same time, also noticed that His Majesty even let that youth together into the bedchamber. It's a groundbreaking first. However, he didn't dare to think too much, and also had the good sense to order the forbidden troops in the imperial city to guard the square circle of the palace, so that no one could disturb Her Majesty without a summons in urgent matters. Inside the female emperor's chambers, there were no more outsiders, and looking at this familiar face in front of her, Lu Qinghan did not hesitate to respectfully salute. Qinger, see the Lord. Chen Shangshang laughed softly without saying, a slight nod signaling him to get up. Lord, what has happened to you all these years? Wasn't it said at first that it would succeed in 1,000 years at the most? This has. 100,000 years have passed. And your strength? Lu Qinghan had more doubts than he could count in his heart for so many years. And in just a few moments there was a series of questions. You little girl asking so many questions at once. It makes me wonder what to say. Chen Changsheng helplessly shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seemed like trying to get an answer from Lu Qinghan was impossible. I'm sorry, Lord. Qinger was in a hurry. Only then did Lu Qinghan realize that he had lost his temper and hurriedly bowed again, then guided his lord to the table while he himself brewed a pot of tea for his lord. At the same time is also careful to feel up in front of the lord's strength, just outside the palace. See, the lord in the snow actually also played a broken umbrella, so that the meticulous mind of her unconsciously take the lord's strength out of the question. Otherwise, even if the weather was even colder, how would the lord need an umbrella? He was the true pinnacle of physical cultivation between heaven and earth. If he exploded his chi and blood power to its fullest, even the blazing sun above the 9 heavens might not be as terrifying as he was. Let me ask you a few questions first. Please speak, Lord. Lu Qinghan poured the tea, and when she heard her lord's words she hurriedly stood to the side and bent over slightly. Whether or not the lord's strength was still there, she had no second thought since, nowadays, the aura between heaven and earth is so thin. Why would the cultivation world be separated? Chen Changxing gently sipped his tea and casually asked, back to my lord, when you fell into a deep sleep, everything would have been as it was, but until the day of the 3rd millennium when you still had not awakened, we felt that something was not right, and then later, for 10,000 years you remained in slumber. In order to ensure your safety, 5 saints who were friends with you in the beginning will separate the cultivation world from heaven and earth, and anyone whose realm reaches that of an immortal will be sent through the heavenly gate and ascend to the immortal world. In this way, no one in the entire cultivation world will be able to threaten your safety. And even more so, no one will be able to open the restriction where you are sleeping. Originally, in addition to Qinger, there are dozens of people who suppressed their cultivation to stay in this realm. Only we all did not expect that this time you slumbered. You slept for 100,000 years. That's why over the years, most of those who stayed behind have also dispersed their own restraints and ascended, leaving behind not many people. Lu Qinghan very seriously and earnestly told the cause of the matter in detail. Even Chen Changxing was stunned when he heard it. I didn't realize it was because of himself. He thought that something great had happened in this heaven and earth, that there would be a separation of heaven and earth, and that the cultivation world had been divided into the upper and lower realms. Who else remains in this realm? Chen Changsheng asked meaningfully. Apart from Qinger, there is also the young master as well as the big black dog. Everyone else has either ascended or is out of the news, but it's not certain that all have ascended. Lu Qinghan said and couldn't help but be curious to follow up. What exactly happened to you? Why did you sleep for so long? Have you succeeded? It's done. Chen Changsheng drained the tea in one gulp and hooked up the corner of his mouth to smile. He had joined forces with the saints to set up the formation in the first place so that he could cultivate the way of the Yuanshen. At least, he had succeeded in this, and was now able to start cultivating the Yuanshen. Placing the teacup on the table, Chen Changsheng got up and stretched before walking towards the dragon collapse on his own. Behind her, Lu Qinghan watched her lord walk towards the dragon collapse and couldn't help but think of some of her lord's problems. Immediately, he blushed and followed a few steps closely. Qinger will serve. Someone is trying to take over this body of mine. It was only then that Chen Changsheng, who had his back to Lu Qinghan, spoke out a sentence without slowing down. Taking over. Before that point of redness on Lu Qinghan's face could dissipate, her entire body froze in place, her pupils shrinking violently, first angry to the extreme, and then suddenly realizing something, hastily kneeling on the ground. Even though she was now Her Majesty the Empress wearing imperial garb with her hands in the hands of the cultivation world's beings, in front of her lord, she was always just that personal maid. Lu Qinghan to the great Tao, to the heart of the Tao, to the Lord swore, on the matter of seizing the body without half a bit of participation, without half a bit of knowledge. If there is a half a lie, 9 purple thunder heaven and earth, the body and the Tao to destroy the gods and souls all perished. If the Lord has any concerns, Lu Qinghan can disperse his cultivation to prove his innocence. At this moment, Lu Qinghan prostrated himself on the ground, his gaze filled with anger. No wonder it took 100,000 years for the Lord to awaken. There was actually someone who dared to count. There is no need for that, since I have come to you, I will not suspect you. Hearing these words, Lu Qinghan's heart warmed, and immediately asked, should we summon the young master to come and see you? There's no rush on this matter. So go ahead and prepare some things, Chen Changsheng said and then took out a list that had already been made from his bosom and handed it over. Lu Qinghan respectfully accepted the list with both hands and casually looked at it for a few moments. It was not something very rare, and could even be said to be a very common material. It was a material used to step into the qi condensation realm and to aid in the initiation of the Yuan Shen path. Lord, rest for a moment. Qinger will go prepare. Without too much nonsense, Lu Qinghan saluted and retreated to leave the palace, personally going to the treasury to select the materials at the first opportunity. Although the materials are not rare, there are also advantages and disadvantages. Since it is what the Lord wants, naturally they all have to be the most superb under the sky. After she left, Chen Changsheng also unceremoniously lay down on top of the dragon couch that still had a unique residual fragrance to take a nap. On the contrary, Lu Qinghan, who had left the palace, frowned slightly, a little uneasy inside, although the Lord did not say, but she judged from various clues and the Lord's strength is afraid to lose extremely serious. Just who is it that dares to presume to take over the Lord? Although that big black dog had made her look bad over the years, this kind of thing was obviously not done by the big black dog. As for the little young master, it was naturally impossible for him to do such a thing as defecting from his division, those who still remained in this realm in the first place. There should be some others who had hidden themselves, but she did not know that either. Who on earth could it be? Whoever it is, I'll make sure he dies. Lu Qinghan indifferently murmured a sentence in a low voice, and then he had already arrived in the treasure trove, picking up the materials he needed for the Lord. At least, this time, the result of the Lord's slumber was still good, and he was already able to cultivate his Yuan Shen. As for physical strength, even if it was temporarily missing, it wouldn't take long for the Lord to fully recover. Just a shame. This is all just her own speculation. Or, it was a situation that Chen Changsheng had deliberately revealed. If he could draw out the person behind the calculation, then it would be best. Even if he couldn't, with his steady character, he also liked to keep his cards lest he be pinned down. It wasn't long before it was getting late. Lu Qinghan went to the treasury at the first opportunity to retrieve the heavenly materials and treasures that the Lord needed, each of which was the most extreme in today's cultivation world. However, after returning to her chambers and seeing her lord who was still taking a nap, she did not disturb her. Instead, he quietly squatted on the edge of the bed, holding his pretty face in both hands, and quietly looking at the long-lost face in front of him. When she thought of her lord's special physique, her cheeks flushed slightly pink. As a personal maid, she knew quite a bit about her lord. Every time the Lord's cultivation breaks through, due to the strength of his physique, he will need some special ways to vent. Nowadays, in this cultivation world, there is no confidant of the Lord, and the Lord will immediately cultivate the way of the Yuan Shen, and I do not know whether it will be as after the breakthrough of the way of body refining, which requires that. She would have looked forward to it if she could. With this thought, her eyes couldn't help but turn up a spring water. Is it nice? A voice suddenly rang out, and Lu Qinghan instinctively responded. Good looking. Lord, you're awake. As soon as the words left her mouth, she instantly reacted and stood up like a frightened rabbit, not daring to meet those eyes, her cheeks burning as she lowered her head. Is everything ready? Chen Changsheng was not concerned. He had known about the small mind of this personal maid of his for a long time. Very naturally sitting up, Lu Qinghan skillfully served him to change his clothes. It was still a very plain-looking basalt-colored tunic. Lu Qinghan also knew his preference. Two gorgeous clothes he didn't like. In other people's words, it's called going back to basics, and in Chen Changsheng's own words, it is because every time he slightly moves some strength, it is easy to burst clothes. Gorgeous clothes, too wasteful. The main one is thrifty. The things are all here, as the Lord commanded. Snow lotus, spiritual ginseng, spirit gathering herb, the years are all over 10,000 years old. It's just that I don't know if the Lord needs to refine them into pills. Qinger doesn't dare to take the liberty. As soon as he heard the main business of his lord, Lu Qinghan also instantly put away his other thoughts, and with a wave of his hand, he took out the materials that had already been prepared in the spatial ring and suspended them in front of his body. No need to bother. Prepare a retreat. Chen Changsheng just casually glanced at those heavenly materials and said casually, although these heavenly treasures could make countless people fight for their lives in the cultivation world, they were almost worthless in his eyes. After all, even back in the day, he wouldn't have used this kind of low-ranking material for a meal on a regular basis. Speaking of refining pills, he couldn't help but think of his eldest disciple. Menger's talent on top of the Dan Dao was terrifying, and if she refined it, she could even achieve the effect of 1+1, but nowadays it was still convenient for him to absorb it directly. Now his 4 disciples learned from Lu Qinghan here. Only the youngest disciple to stay in this cultivation world has never lifted the seal of its own realm, will suppress its own realm in the perfect transition realm. For many years only cultivate the sword intention. Even so, even if the unusually mortal, I am afraid it is also difficult to block its transition realm of the power of the sword. The other 3 disciples, with their natural talent, Now even if they already have the immortal emperor realm, he will not be surprised. As for refining it into an elixir, it is not necessary. With his peak strength and the Tao of body refining, even if he didn't go through alchemy to get rid of impurities and harmonize the medicinal properties, he could completely do it on his own to perfectly absorb the useful parts and discard the useless impurities. Not long after, Lu Qinghan had brought the Lord to the large hall that he usually used for his own closed-door training. It contained a spirit-gathering formation, and the concentration of spirit chi inside the hall was nearly 10,000 times stronger than the outside world. That should barely be enough. Feeling the rich aura, Chen Shanxing nodded slightly. After he had awakened, he could already do so at any time to absorb aura and step into the most basic chi condensation realm. However, he never did so because he had a premonition that it might not be very unusual for him to embark on the path of Yuanshan cultivation. If one were to cultivate directly in the outside world, one could not say that there would be any accidents. Although this place was still not as good as the previous concentration of aura, it was always too much better than the unusual place in the outside world. The only thing in the center of the entire hall was a futon. This place was usually accessible to no one other than Empress Lu Qinghan. It was thought, without being overly polite, Chen Changsheng sat on top of the futon, and had no intention of holding back Lu Qinghan. With a wave of his hand, the many heavenly treasures in front of him were drawn to his palm by an invisible force and suspended in the air. With a thought, the scorching power of chi and blood will instantly turn those precious and incomparable heavenly materials into liquid, and the impurities within them are rapidly melting away. And a moment later, the spirit liquid that the heavenly materials have been turned into even began to boil. The mist rose from the spiritual liquid, and when Chen Changsheng saw this, he just gently sucked it in and incorporated the spiritual mist into his body. With his fleshly body becoming a saint, if he were to take heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he would not need to refine them into pills at all to bring out the most perfect effect. On the side, Lu Qinghan looked at the scene in front of her and was slightly relieved. It seemed that the Lord's physical cultivation strength, despite being damaged, was not all lost. With this casual performance, at least lifting his hand and sending the immortals flying to ashes was certainly not a problem. Just that counting on the Lord wants to take over the Lord's body of the treacherous person. If the worst intentions to see, then I am afraid that it is one of the saints who teamed up to set up the array back then, before finding out, or to be careful to be on guard. Just as Lu Qinghan was pondering this, he suddenly had a shuddering feeling. It was important to know that her strength nowadays, although she had sealed her realm to the perfection of the transition realm by a special means in order to avoid ascension, like the young master, even with her transition realm cultivation she was still strong enough to decimate an ordinary immortal. This feeling of extreme danger was something she had never felt before in her 100,000 years. Under her horrified gaze, Chen Changsheng, who was quietly seated on top of the futon, was frantically absorbing the aura within this retreat room. No, to be precise, it is not that he is absorbing the aura, but that the aura is actively trying to converge into his body, competing for the first and the last, just like that cultivation people are grabbing the heavenly treasures. In just a few moments, an aura vortex formed around him. Countless amounts of aura were madly surging towards its body. What really alarmed Lu Qinghan was that the aura within her own body was actually going to leave her body uncontrollably and be absorbed by the Lord as well. Seeing this, the first moment she reacted, she took the initiative to start dispersing her aura outside of her body, allowing her Lord to ingest it. Stand down, Chen Changsheng's voice suddenly rang out. For the fact that he would need so much spiritual chi to step into the basic realm of the chi condensation realm, he hadn't exactly thought about it. However, he was also certain that he wouldn't draw on Lu Qinghan's aura in order to cultivate, lest he hurt his foundation. Even if Lu Qinghan's aura was dispersed, it might not be able to fulfill his needs for this cultivation. Naturally, Lu Qinghan would not disobey his lord's orders and drew away on the spot. But when he came outside the great hall, he looked up. At this moment, there was actually an even bigger aura vortex in the sky above the Grand Xian imperial capital. Almost the entire aura of Dexian had been triggered, and was constantly converging towards the sky above the Dexian imperial capital, before passing through the spirit-gathering formation to enter the great hall where the Lord was staying. Bad. Lu Qinghan's pupils shrunk. In this case, it would be difficult to cover up the Lord's trail. Without much time to think, she dashed to the sky above, using her own strength to forcefully cover up this terrifying aura, making it impossible for all the outside great powers to detect what was actually happening in the Grand Xian imperial capital. At the same time, with a wave of the emperor's robe, countless extremely high-grade spirit stones slid down like shooting stars in the sky, and were filled into the spirit-gathering formation by her, providing the Lord with more spirit chi. After doing this, before Lu Qinghan could breathe a little sigh of relief, a burst of thunder actually resounded in the sky. For a time, Dark clouds pressed down over the Grand Xian imperial capital. That oppressive to suffocating aura caused all the living beings within the entire Grand Xian imperial capital to feel somewhat breathless, as if they would die at any moment. The heavenly calamity. How? The Lord is clearly only just about to step into the Qi condensation realm. Not good. Lu Qinghan, who realized the seriousness of the problem, waved his emperor's robe at the very first moment, scattering countless golden dragon-patterned Tao rhythms, transferring all the living beings within the entire Grand Xian imperial palace outside of the palace. And the means she herself had used to isolate others from probing the Grand Xian imperial capital also slowly dissipated as the heavenly tribulation descended. At this moment, the movement of the Grand Xian imperial capital could no longer be concealed. Lu Qinghan didn't dare to delay, and the first thing he did was to go back inside the Great Hall to see how the Lord was doing. However, without waiting for her to make a move, Chen Changsheng had already gotten up and slowly walked out within the Great Hall. Heavenly tribulation? Raising his head to look at the apocalypse cloud, Chen Changsheng also raised his eyebrows slightly. Even he himself hadn't expected that just by stepping into the Qi condensation realm, the introductory realm of the Tao of the Yuan Shen, he had actually triggered a heavenly tribulation. And you back away for a moment. By the way, if anyone wants to come to Grand Xian to look for me, hold the person back and do not see anyone until summoned. Seeing that he obviously couldn't hide it anymore, Chen Changsheng simply took out the everlasting seal from his bosom and casually stamped 3 small everlasting seals on a piece of rice paper, and then flung the piece of rice paper to Lu Qinghan. He himself, on the other hand, made a gentle leap and rose up into the air to meet directly towards the robbing clouds. With his fleshly body that had become a saint, the heavenly tribulation had long since been unable to do him any harm. Instead, now that he had stepped onto the path of Yuan Shen, he was quite interested in the heavenly tribulation. If he could master the Tao rhythms and rules of the heavenly tribulation, even for him, it could be considered a great tool. Anyone else would have shied away from the heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid that only Chen Changsheng in the world would have such dangerous thoughts. Qihur obeys the Lord's orders. Lu Qinghan didn't delay when he saw this, knowing that the heavenly tribulation couldn't help his lord in the slightest. Immediately, he put away the rice paper stamped with 3 everlasting seals and transformed into a dragon-shaped Tao rhythm to exit the confines of the Grand Xian Imperial Palace. At the same time, the heavenly tribulation coalescing above the Grand Xian Imperial capital naturally drew the attention of countless great powers. Could it be that your majesty is going to cross the threshold and ascend? It shouldn't be like this. Your majesty is an ancient great power. Your true realm is by no means the apparent transitional succession realm. Even ascension shouldn't experience the matter of heavenly tribulation, right? No, the person who crossed the threshold is not His Majesty. The first reaction of the great powers within the Great Xian imperial capital was to think that it was the female emperor's tribulation, but they quickly reacted and broke this guess. But since it wasn't Her Majesty the Empress, who else could it be that would be transiting within the Grand Xian imperial palace? In addition to the Grand Xian royal capital, many other great powers were also the first to use all their methods to find out if it was the heavenly tribulation induced by the imminent ascension of the Grand Xian female emperor, and if it was, without the suppression of this female emperor, they would be able to carve up the entire Grand Xian. There were, however, a handful of people who reacted after just a moment of stupefaction. The person who had crossed the threshold was definitely not Empress Lu Qinghan. She was the personal maid beside that terrifying existence back then. How could she have ascended without waiting for that person's return? I've waited even 100,000 years. How can I ascend today? And those who knew a few more bits of news, such as the head of the demon emperor of the 100,000 mountains, had known that Chen Changsheng had ended his slumber and broken out some days earlier. The heavenly calamity must have something to do with the master. In the 100,000 mountains, a small mountain rumbled up, actually revealing a pair of eyes. It was a true ancient beast with the bloodline of an ancient Qilin. At the same time there was another name it didn't like in the mouths of those around Chen Changsheng. Big Black Dog. Without any hint of delay, the small mountain-like appalling ink and jade Qilin rose up into the air, and its terrifying aura caused all the demonic beasts in the entire 100,000 mountains to unconsciously prostrate themselves on the ground, mimicking the kowtowing gesture of the human race. What's going on with Lord Demon Emperor? Looking at the direction, it's headed to Dixian? Could it be that we really want to go to war with Grand Xian? As the ink-shade Qilin went towards the direction of the Grand Xian at the first opportunity, countless great demons in the 100,000 great mountains watched it leave with awe, but in their hearts, they were excitedly guessing the intentions of the Demon Emperor. Not long ago, Lord Demon Emperor had dispatched quite a few great demons to Great Xian. Now that he's traveling in person, he must be making a big move. At the same moment, above the main peak of the ancient inheritance Kunlun Void, 2 immortal, crane-haired old men wearing Taoist robes were sitting opposite each other in the pavilion playing a game. The young girl was dressed in a white long shirt, leaning on top of the columns of the gazebo, holding an exquisite wine gourd in her hand and taking a sip from time to time, chattering under her breath. "Old man, I want you to be stingy with some wine. Would this sword immortal drink your wine for nothing? When I find my master, I'll pay you back 100-fold. Have you elders of this Kunlun void been seriously looking for someone or not? How many days have passed and you still haven't found a single clue?" Hearing that young girl like sword immortal speak, both old men smiled bitterly and arched their hands. "What kind of character is your master? Even before heaven and earth were separated, our Kunlun void ancestor had to be treated as an ancestor. Can we not find the trace of that one just because we want to? In addition, this gourd in your hand really is all 10,000 spirit brew. These years I two people but a mouthful did not drink it, all for you to keep. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself in the treasury." Before the old man could finish his words, the three of them all turned their heads violently in unison to look in the direction where the heavenly tribulation appeared in Grand Xian. "That great Xian empress is going to cross the threshold and ascend." The old man let out an unexpected cry of surprise. However, a figure instantly picked up the flying sword that was leaning against the column, stepped on the chessboard with one foot, and transformed into streams of light before heading straight for Xian. Only two Kunlun void old gods were left staring blankly at the chessboard that had been played for 100 years being instantly stepped on and cracked. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly, and the words he almost shouted and cursed out of his mouth were hardened and swallowed back. "It's not that you can't afford to mess with them, but it's more cost-effective to stay alive." The heavenly tribulation that suddenly appeared in the Grand Xian imperial capital caused great concern in all the 4 continents and 9 domains. Nowadays, the cultivation world has been 100 years no one has crossed the threshold of ascension, and many of the old monsters in the realm of crossing the threshold are only one line away, or the chance of victory is not enough to dare to challenge the heavenly authority. Nowadays, if one is able to observe the heavenly calamity, for these old monsters, it is not too much to say that it is a great opportunity, regardless of the purpose. At this moment, there were at least dozens of figures running extremely fast towards the Grand Xian country realm, and at this time, on top of the high wall outside the Grand Xian imperial city, Empress Lu Qinghan naturally understood that her lord's invocation of the heavenly tribulation would receive the attention of many forces. On the spur of the moment, he gave the only 4 remaining tribulation realms in the Grand Xian imperial capital an oracle, each going to one of the 4 directions of Grand Xian, and not permitting anyone outside of the tribulation realm to enter Grand Xian's borders before the end of the apocalypse. Even she herself was not idle. She does not care about those ordinary fairy realms, and if they really dare to trespass on Xian's territory, she will kill them on the spot as a warning to others. But, the great black dog of the 100,000 great mountains, as well as the little young lord, who hadn't been seen in these recent years, would surely move to come as well after sensing the situation of the great Xian. There might even be more than just the big black dog and the little young master, but no matter who it was, at this point, since the lord was out of sight, she would have to stop the person. In the midst of the above calamity clouds, Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged, allowing the calamity lightning that was like a small snake to wrap around his body. This heavenly tribulation that was enough to make all living beings fearful of it could only bring him a comfortable tingling sensation. Not even a hint of tingling could be achieved. Even without waiting for the heavenly tribulation to coalesce, he directly sucked that converging tribulation cloud towards his own body on his own accord. It was a crazy move that no one had ever done before, but he wasn't the least bit worried. Just now when I stepped into the chi condensation realm, I always felt that the aura absorption was not quite enough. At most it reached 10% of what I normally need for this body's chi condensation realm. The apocalypse has come at the right time. The spiritual chi contained in the heavenly tribulation could be far too rich compared to the one in that great hall just now. Without any hesitation, with a single movement of his mind, the lightning cloud that was condensing the thunder tribulation began to surge wildly. The power of the heavenly calamity instinctively struggled, trying to escape, but in front of Chen Changsheng, who had become a saint in flesh, everything was futile. As the power of the heavenly tribulation converged into his body, it flowed continuously in his meridians. Chen Changsheng looked within himself and was surprised to find that the aura within his body, in addition to being replenished, was undergoing some sort of special change, vaguely containing the characteristics of a heavenly calamity and exuding a Tao rhythm that seemed to be able to destroy everything in heaven and earth. This discovery also caused him to absorb the power of the heavenly tribulation even more vigorously, and the tribulation cloud that had originally shrouded the Grand Xian imperial city was shrinking in scope at an extremely fast speed. Only a few moments had passed, and there were already quite a few ferrying realm powerhouses arriving outside of the Grand Xian country. Some people ride flying swords across the void, and some people ride the treasure gourd with their juniors wanting to sense the tribulation together and pursue the opportunity. But they were all stopped. "This is the border of my great Xian country. Please stop, fellow Taoists." The 4 transition realm powerhouses sent out by the empress were each guarding one side, wearing extremely high-grade magic armor, and imposingly stopping all those who attempted to head to the imperial capital. The many transition realm powerhouses that were stopped also frowned slightly when they saw this situation. Many people were even more upset. Historically, no matter which power someone was about to ascend through the tribulation, it would attract countless tribulation realm experts to observe. Although it will maintain a more or less the same distance, but hundreds of miles is already enough. Deshien this time even the national border is not even permitted to enter the crowd. It is not too much. Observing a tribulation was a very important piece of opportunity for those of them who were also great powers of the tribulation realm. Fellow Daoist, we will not set foot in the imperial capital. We only wish to realize the heavenly tribulation 100 miles away from the imperial capital, and make it easy. An old Taoist seated in a precious gourd took the lead in performing a Taoist repertoire and spoke in a peaceful manner. Old me, Heavenly Sword Mountain Supreme Elder, juniors still don't quickly make way. At the same time, there were even more people who regarded themselves as very high, the same as the transition realm, but they were already just one step away from transitional ascension, and there was still a huge gap between them and these ordinary transition realm powerhouses of Deshien. For the Grand Xian transitional hiatus expert who blocked the way, he was even less polite and directly opened his mouth to rebuke him. By the word of the Empress, those who trespass on the borders of the Grand Xian Kingdom today will not rest until they die. If Heavenly Sword Mountain thinks it can withstand the consequences of this, it might as well break into one and try. The one who guarded the north was none other than Li Ziqing, who was in charge of the Forbidden Army, and now already had a cultivation level of the 6th heaven of the transition realm, and in the face of the rebuke from the Heavenly Sword Mountain Supreme Elder, he didn't shy away from coldly snorting, and directly offered up his own life magic treasure. It was rather a one-liner. As expected, upon hearing these words, the faces of all the transitional succession realm great powers present changed. Great Xian female emperor's strength is indisputable. Rumor has it that the real realm of this female emperor has long been above the immortal, just because of some hidden secrets deliberately suppressed realm to stay in this world. Even some of the forces with ancient inheritance are aware of some slightly more detailed information, and even know what kind of terrifying existence this female emperor is waiting for. Moreover, this great Xian empress was even inextricably linked to the present-day earthly sword immortal, as well as that great evil of the demon race. It is in existence from the ancient years. For so many years, he has always sealed his realm and stayed in this realm, refusing to ascend, just to wait for that existence to recover. If you want to observe, you can also see some of it here. Li Ziqing saw that the many great powers had calmed down, and only then did he say in a calm voice, with their strength at the transitional succession realm, even from here, they could similarly see the scene under the heavenly sundering. It's just that you can't feel it up close and personal. With this in mind, the many experts of the transition realm also stopped speaking and each used their own means to start observing the heavenly tribulation. In addition to guarding the north of Li Ziqing, the other direction of the encounter is also roughly the same. In the move out of the Empress of the Oracle, then no one dares to make a move, and no one dares to break in. The only one who was guarding the south was the general, and at this time, cold sweat was pouring out above his forehead. Roll. Dare to take one step after me, and I'll take you in the teeth. The Kirin Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor who is now regarded by the great demons in the 100,000 great mountains as a supreme veneration of faith, was somewhat annoyed by the great Xian transitional realm that was guarding the town, just by slightly spreading out his pressure. The terrifying aura pressed down on the Grand Xian expert who was also at the transitional apparition realm, unable to move. It was as if it would be devoured in one bite at any moment. By the Lady Emperor's word of mouth, no one is allowed to step into the country's borders today. Gritting his teeth, that transition realm general still didn't retreat. Instead, he once again dodged to block in front of the Demon Emperor. Take this Emperor's words as a joke to you? Seeing this, the Kirin Demon Emperor was instantly enraged. Lu Qinghan, that bitch, usually took the master to pressure herself even if this guy is just a small fairy realm 4th heaven. Also dare to block their own? Moreover, now that the master was clearly in the capital of the Grand Xian Kingdom, although he didn't know what exactly had happened, no one could stop it. Like a small mountain, it violently opened its mouth and swallowed towards that great Xian transition realm, and the endless suction force came from it, making it unable to move and escape at all. Just when that great Xian great general thought that he would surely die, but a lazy voice rang out. If you do this, the master will be unhappy. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the Qilin Demon Emperor instantly stiffened and turned his head slightly to look. Even more so, he hastily stopped his original means and released the restraints on that great Xian general. Little young master, the 100,000 great mountains, the lord of hundreds of millions of demonic beasts, the faith of countless great demons, were at this moment as well behaved as a kitten. No, to be precise, it should be with dogs in general. Even its small mountain-like terrifying figure is slowly shrinking at this moment, until it becomes a mini unicorn. At first glance it looked like a big black dog. That's right, Big Black. Don't be so high profile, in case you upset Master. This sword fairy is quite happy to use you as a downer. Dog meat hot pot. Oh no! Unicorn hot pot. Forget it all. The young girl sat perched on top of the flying sword. Her wide white robe casually rolled up her sleeves to her small arms. Her left hand propped up on her small face. Her right arm hanging down casually. However, the Qilin Demon Emperor was still sharp-eyed enough to notice that his right hand was vaguely a sword trick gesture. If your own party did not stop, I'm afraid it will be a little painful. Oh, the young master is right to teach me a lesson. Despite being teased a bit, it didn't dare to have the slightest dissatisfaction. Instead it very much licked the dog and came a few points closer. Obviously, he was in the shape of his body rather than in human form, but his eyes and demeanor seemed very attentive. Earthly Sword Immortal, Shangguan Shallow Autumn. On the side, Dexian's great general of the transition realm, who was responsible for guarding the south, was glad that he had escaped from death, and only then did he pay attention to the identity of the arrivals. No wonder it could make even this demon emperor behave instantly. This is a real sword fairy. Rumor has it that thousands of years ago, there were several immortals who used special means to conceal the heavenly chance to descend to the realm, but they were all easily killed by him. Since then, no one in the cultivation world dared to call themselves a sword immortal except her. Originally, he was still skeptical of the truth of this rumor, but the terrifying sense of oppression brought to him by the Qilin Demon Emperor just now was far from being comparable to that of an ordinary transitional successful realm powerhouse. Only then did he realize how terrifying these existences from the ancient years were. Even though they had sealed their realms at the perfection of the transition realm, the battle power they could truly erupt was definitely more than that. Even so, in front of the earthly sword immortal Shangguan Shallow Autumn, it was well behaved like a dog, and the strength of the earthly sword immortal could be imagined how terrifying it was. Grand Xian left primogenitor General Wan Liang, thanks to Shangguan Sword Immortal for saving me. Reacting, he was also the first to make a bow and salute to say thank you. Come on, it's all a little misunderstanding. Shangguan Shallow Autumn waved her hand casually. At this moment, the only thought she had was to see her master quickly, but just as she was planning to head directly to the great Xian imperial capital, Wan Liang, however, flashed again with an apologetic face and came to tangle in front of her and hey, I have been instructed by Her Majesty the Empress that no transition realm shall enter the territory of Dexian Kingdom today, so I would like to ask Shangguan Sword Immortal to stay behind. Little young master, look. People don't appreciate it either. Big Black couldn't help but open his mouth. There's no harm in it. When Sister Qing blames it then, you can just say that you couldn't stop this sword immortal. She won't do anything to you. Shangguan Shallow Autumn didn't take it seriously and was directly about to urge her flying sword to leave. Suddenly, a dragon-shaped Dao Yun came from the direction of the royal capital, wrapping a piece of ordinary to no longer ordinary rice paper. With just one glance, both Shangguan Shallow Autumn and Big Black recognized the owner of this Dao rhyme. With a casual move of her hand, Shangguan Shallow Autumn took the Dao rhythm-wrapped rice paper into her hands, frowning at the mere sight of it. That's just it. Since that's the case, we won't go to Dexian today. The moment she saw the seal of eternal life, she knew that this was the meaning of her master. Although she didn't know why her master didn't see her, she didn't dare to disobey. If she made her master unhappy, but it was hard to coax, troublesome. However, she had no intention of leaving, and instead found a random mountain peak to land on, so that the master can call on him at any time. Big Black naturally also followed the example, followed the little young master landed on the mountain peak, but also took the initiative to take out from the space treasure all kinds of treasures that have been treasured over the years to curry favor. To Ben, if you ask me, it would be better to head directly to the capital of the Great Xian Kingdom and meet the master first. Big Black muttered indignantly. Here, if you want to go, go ahead. Shangguan Xiaoqiu casually threw the party's piece of rice paper in front of its eyes. Hiss. Master's seal of immortality. Heh, oh, it's not really that urgent. Knowing that this was its master's intention, it also instantly lost any petty thoughts. Solely, just like the little young master, he looked far away at the piece of roving cloud above the Grand Xian Imperial Palace. With its strength, even though it was hundreds of thousands of miles apart, it could see it very clearly, as if it was right in front of its eyes. During this period, there were several other transition realm powers who wanted to come to this mountain peak in an attempt to make friends, or at least get acquainted. However, they were all directly warned by Big Black with a terrifying pressure, and could only stop miles away from the mountain peak. Strange, this robbery cloud, how come it's getting smaller and smaller? Can't Taoist brother realize that it's been a long time, but the heavenly tribulation has never fallen? It seems true. Strange. Never heard of a heavenly tribulation having such a strange occurrence. Those transition realm powers who were always paying attention to the heavenly tribulation, wanting to gain some useful insights from it, but the more they looked, the more puzzled they became. The heavenly thunder was slow to fall, and the robbery clouds were still getting smaller and smaller. As the robbery cloud gradually shrunk, it gradually had been less than half of its original size. Is there a silhouette in the middle of that robbery cloud? Fellow Taoist really knows how to joke. Who in the world would dare to be in the middle of a heavenly calamity? Wouldn't that be seeking death? No. Tao brother, look closely. There is really a figure sitting in the middle of the heavenly calamity. As the robbing clouds were continuously absorbed and refined by Qin Changsheng, his figure was already faintly visible. This scene fell into the eyes of many great powers, and if they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would dare to believe it at all. If the poor Taoist is not mistaken, he is refining the heavenly tribulation, isn't he? Even if an immortal had descended to earth, he would not dare to do so. A moment later, the figure was clearly visible. The entire person was wrapped in the power of the heavenly tribulation, making it impossible to see his face. However, his actions made everyone wonder if they were dreaming or if their cultivation had gone off the rails. A heavenly calamity that can still be refined? One strand of that stuff is enough to kill you. Otherwise, they wouldn't have hesitated to cross the tribulation for fear of dying under the heavenly tribulation. But now, when he wanted to observe the tribulation, he saw such an appalling scene. Che, what a fuss! The Qilin demon emperor couldn't help but skim his mouth and mutter disdainfully when he heard the crowd's comments. However, his face unconsciously revealed a look of pride, as if the one that was absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation was not the master, Chen Changsheng, but itself. Soon, under the gaze of countless great powers who were shocked to the point of near brain downtime, the last strand of the robbery cloud was also completely absorbed by that figure. As the last strand of the power of the heavenly tribulation was also absorbed by Qin Changsheng, the heavenly tribulation that had originally loomed above the Grand Xian imperial city, causing everyone to feel intimidated and suppressed, completely disappeared. From the beginning to the end, without even being able to actively rain down a single heavenly thunderbolt, it had already been absorbed by Qin Changsheng as a tonic. This appalling result naturally made all those who saw the scene feel like they had lived in vain for so many years. It simply overturned their perceptions. However, there were a few people, such as Lu Qinghan and Shangguan Shallow Autumn, who knew Chen Changsheng's background and were not surprised. One must know that if his strength was at its full strength, even a saint wouldn't dare to resist one of his punches. Although he couldn't cultivate the way of the Yuan Shen before, with his endless lifespan, he could completely rank in the top 3 amongst the saints of the heavens in terms of battle power just by virtue of his physical body. And now that he was able to cultivate the way of the Yuan Shen, how far he could go in the future, everyone's didn't dare to imagine. Worthy of being the power of the rules of heaven and earth. Just absorbing these heavenly tribulation forces has already energized the aura in my body. Chen Changsheng sat in the air, feeling the changes in his body, was also quite astonished. He also had a sudden thought. Since the power of the heavenly tribulation was also a type of energy, could it also be devoured? A test was a confirmation of what he had in mind. Only yet there are surprises. After absorbing the power of this heavenly calamity, not only did he reach the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm directly after stepping into it, he could break through to the next realm at any time. The most crucial thing was that he could feel that the aura in his body had changed, tainted with the Tao rhythm of the heavenly tribulation rules, and as the aura was running around the body, the power of the heavenly tribulation in the aura would continue to augment the physical body. Even though the enhancement to his fleshly body was minimal, he had completely stopped progressing after his fleshly body had become a saint 100,000 years ago, and now that he finally saw a way forward once again, it was enough to make him pleasantly surprised. Feeling the changes in his body, Chen Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, a purple aura faintly flowing in his pupils, which quickly became hidden again. TCH, the commotion seems to have gotten a bit loud. Just now, when he was concentrating on his breakthrough, he didn't think too much about it, but now that everything had returned to peace, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. After awakening, he didn't want to be too high profile. It would be best if he could hide and investigate in detail first. But no one could have imagined that just stepping into the Qi condensation realm would also lead to the descent of the heavenly tribulation, and that it would not be possible to hide it even if one wanted to. Just as well, let it go. Chen Changsheng shook his head helplessly, and then he slowly dropped his form and returned to the Grand Xian Imperial Palace. As for the sensation caused by this, he didn't care. According to Lu Qinghan's words, nowadays in this entire cultivation world, immortals don't exist. Even if there are immortals who come down to the realm with means to cover up the heavenly opportunities, they are just ants with poor strength. It's not dangerous. Not much longer. Lu Qinghan first dealt with the sensation caused by the heavenly tribulation and pacified the people in the middle of the great Xian capital. Only then did she rush back into the middle of the palace, and she was relieved to see that her lord was leisurely sitting at the stone table outside the chambers, sipping tea. Lord, what's going on with this heavenly calamity? Have you directly reached the immortal realm with this first cultivation? Lu Qinghan saluted and then took the initiative to renew the cup of tea for the lord, moved behind him and skillfully pinched the lord's shoulders, finally asking the doubts in his heart. Becoming an immortal in one day, you really dare to think about it? It's just a normal step into the qi condensation realm. Chen Changsheng lightly laughed and shook his head. It's still more palatable to become immortal in one day. Stepping into the qi condensation realm and invoking a heavenly tribulation. Unheard of. Lu Qinghan's expression stiffened for a moment, the corners of his eyes throbbing slightly. Normal? Who's good person just stepping into the qi condensation realm? The introductory realm would attract a heavenly tribulation. How many people have been attracted to this crossing? Chen Changsheng put down the tea in his hand and casually asked. Returning to my lord's words, the people who showed up were the young master, and the big black dog. But, Xinger also vaguely sensed a few breaths, all of which were not normal fairy realm consummation. As we are generally self-sealing the realm, it's not certain who exactly. What is the lord's next plan? Should we meet the young lord? Answering the lord's question, Lu Qinghan couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. That said, there is one thing. Fetch me some silver. Chen Changsheng did not directly respond to her question. 100,000 years was not a very long time for himself, but for others, it was not short. Inevitably, it would make some changes, and he was trying to get a first look at it. Silver? Lu Qinghan froze for a moment. If the lord needed spirit stones, she would have quite a few with her, but she really didn't have any silver. At her level, where did she need mortal silver? But the lord's words were all she needed to follow. No need to ask too many questions. Moments later, Chen Changsheng received a spatial ring from Lu Qinghan, and within it was a pile of silver tails like a small mountain. TSK, is this what a space ring feels like to use? After trying a few times with considerable interest, Chen Changsheng lost interest. In the past, due to his complete inability to contain aura, he was unable to use even spatial magic treasures. On the contrary, it was his everlasting seal, which could be catalyzed by blood qi, and which also contained an extremely large space specifically within it, enough to be used as a space magic treasure. Unfortunately, he who only cultivated his body couldn't use any magic treasures or anything like that, and only kept some clothes inside, as well as some of the special magic treasures that he used while he was handy. I'm going to run some errands. Also, you prepare the materials on this top. Chen Changsheng put away his spatial ring and left with his own hands, only leaving a list filled with heavenly materials on the table. His breakthrough was unusual. There was no such thing as stabilizing the realm. As long as he reached the bottleneck, he could immediately proceed to break through to the next realm. Now it was unknown who was behind the scheme and wanted to take over his body. It's better to raise the strength as soon as possible. It's naturally better to have more cards if you can have more chances to win. Looking at the list on the table, Lu Qinghan started to prepare it at the first opportunity. However, this time, there were still two heavenly treasures on the list that were missing from the Grand Xian treasure vault: Earth Void Ginseng, Xian Bingji, and Underworld Yang Grass. I also don't know what method the Lord is practicing. Just the early realm requires such heavenly materials and treasures. Lu Qinghan looked at the list and murmured softly, compared to those unusual materials needed for the introductory qi condensation realm, what the Lord needed this time around were heavenly materials that even the ferrying realm powerhouses might not be able to use. But since it was the Lord's command, she was bound to do it right. After Chen Changsheng exited the bedchamber compound, he just took a few seemingly simple and ordinary steps, and his figure had already arrived not far outside the palace, not attracting anyone's attention. Although he couldn't cultivate the way of the Yuan Shen before, resulting in a lack of divine sense power, he could also do the same on weekdays if he was searching for someone without the need for divine sense at all. With his Sate realm's physical cultivation realm, all sense could not escape his perception. Slightly closing his eyes, he immediately felt countless auras. In just a flash, he found where the person he was looking for was located. Having slept for too long, he was in no hurry and took steps through the bustling imperial capital. At this time, above the streets, the topic that everyone was talking about was the matter of today's imperial city sky robbery. Even mortals who have not been cultivated, today in the imperial capital is also a clear view. Many people are kowtowing to the direction of the palace and burning incense, praying for the blessing of the immortals. As the instigator of all of this, Chen Changsheng only smiled faintly, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, in front of the Hall of Benevolence, this money, is it enough? If it's short, I'll pay it back later. Save my mother. Please, please. A thin figure wearing thin clothes full of patches, with frozen red hands, all the silver money toward the hands of the boy in front of him, afraid of the other side, refused. Where did you little guy get the money from? But your mother is too greasy to do anything about it. I think it's more important for you to get some thicker clothes first. The boy looked at the little beggar in front of him and shook his head somewhat helplessly. The other day, out of pity for the little one, the pharmacist of the hall went to take a look at her mother's condition. It's hopeless. Even if it is maintained with medicinal soup, it is only to live for a moment longer, which is meaningless at all. It's not cold. Yaya's not cold. Big brother, is this enough money? Mother has been waking up less and less these past 2 days. Yaya have to hurry back quickly. The little guy simply couldn't listen to the words of that little guy, just stuffed those silver money into his hands, his face full of supplication, even about to resist kneeling down. Hey, forget it. Why don't you come in first? It's cold outside. I'll go get your medicine. That boy sighed helplessly at the sight, and felt quite sympathetic towards this poor little guy. No, don't bother. Yaya is not afraid of the cold. The little girl was clearly freezing her hands and feet, but she still shook her head and refused to enter the hall of compassion. It was hard to look at the well-dressed people within it with eyes that were a little inferior. Seeing her like this, the boy knew that she only wanted to get the medicine quickly, so he didn't say any more. Turning his head, he went back to the Hall of Benevolence, and a few moments later, he let the pharmacist help prepare the medicine, and after some agonizing, he didn't use the little guy's silver money. Instead, he directly said that from his own wages, and wrapped the little one's silver money along with the tonic. As with the previous tonic, take it in water until it is half a bowl, and you don't need to be instructed on how much more. The boy handed out the packaged mention of the soup and medicine. The little one took the soup and medicine and said thank you, and then trotted away without looking back. Hey, the twine picks out the thin places to break, and the bad luck finds the bitter ones. With a sigh of relief, he was just about to go back to the house when he was shouted at by a voice. Little brother knows that little guy from the party? Meet this gentleman. Back to the words of the prince. It's not really a matter of knowing each other, but mainly in these 2 years this girl has come more often, so she's familiar with her eyes. The boy turned around and found that at some point, behind him there was a handsome gentleman wearing a basalt-colored tunic with a kind smile. After a slight blink, he answered his question casually as well. So it is, but since we don't even know each other, much less have much of a relationship, why would little brother pay his own silver to buy medicine for her? Chen Shanxing nodded slightly, still smiling lightly as he asked. Just helping out as much as I can, the boy replied without thinking. It's just a pity that there is no end to suffering in this world, and there is no end to helping. Chen Shanxing slightly shook his head as he took a step and then continued to head in the direction of that little guy. Looking at the figure that was about to leave, the boy but with clear eyes murmured in a low voice, seemingly to himself, I can't help enough. There will be a next one for me too. At the sound of the voice, Chen Shanxing's footsteps lurched. Is that so? It's rare. What's your name? Since he had become stronger and stronger, his status had become higher and higher. Instead, it was no longer difficult to meet someone as simple and kind as this. Villain Legion, Gonzi in the future if you need soup, can come to Rinshin Hall, even if you need to refine pills. My Rinshin Hall also have alchemist adults. Although the boy felt a bit puzzled, he still replied with an arch. Just before he could finish his sentence, the man had already left. Scratching his head, Legion then returned to the house and continued to busy himself, still oblivious to his fate that was about to undergo a heavenly change. The border of the great Xian kingdom. Shangwan Shallow Autumn tilted her head and held up the wine gourd suspended against her mouth, shaking it a few times but not seeing any wine. The old men of Kunlun Void are really stingy. Just this bit of 10,000 spirit brew is enough for anyone to drink. Between spits he casually dropped the wine gourd at his feet and stood up to stretch. Goo, my little young master, this gourd is at least a lower grade Xian ranked magic treasure. It's worth a lot of money. If you want it, I'll keep it. The Kirin, who had remained in a state of miniaturization at the side, saw this and painfully stepped forward to put that gourd away. This ant is really unaware that it is difficult to make money now, unlike it is now in the 100,000 mountains and has to raise so many great demons under it. Shangwan Shallow Autumn didn't take care of it, but instead, she took care of herself and directly rose up with her sword, heading towards the territory of the Grand Xian. Wan Liang, who was guarding the south, hurriedly tried to stop him when he saw this. If this day's calamity is also dispersed, this sword immortal is just heading to Dashuan to find Sister Qinghan to ask for some wine. It wouldn't make sense to stop again, would it? As her voice fell, she had already transformed into a stream of light and left, not giving the Guardian General Wan Liang a chance to refuse. Frozen slightly, Wan Liang felt that this seemed fine, I have long heard that this earthly sword immortal has a personal friendship with Her Majesty the Empress, and he blocked it before because he was ordered to do so, and now even though he has not yet received orders from His Majesty to release the blockade, but it really wasn't good to stop any further, lest he upset this earthly sword immortal. Please stay back, Demon Emperor. Although the human sword immortal could make an exception, he was not half as polite as he would be to that lord of the 100,000 mountain demon beasts, the Qilin Demon Emperor. Seeing that it also wanted to enter the Grand Shen, he immediately dashed to its body. Why do you have a one-track mind, man? Do you realize that if this emperor wanted to kill you, it would be easier than killing an ant? Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. The big deal is that you'll go to your family's empress to complain. As a demon emperor, it was very upset when it was repeatedly stopped, but remembering the words of the little young master, it also resisted the urge to crush it to death and directly shattered the void and disappeared in front of its eyes. Only Wang Liang, a top-level powerhouse at the 4th level of the transition realm, was left behind to fall into self-doubt. It is said that the ferrying realm is already the real peak of the cultivation world, but today, he felt like that unarmed mortal, encountered one by one is the existence that he can't afford to mess with. After leaving the Hall of Benevolence, Chen Qianxing followed that little beggar all the way until he stopped with a broken temple. TSK. It's true that it's easy to get into trouble when you're too high profile. While looking at the broken temple in front of him, Chen Qianxing could sense that there were several not-so-weak auras hiding in this broken temple. These people, naturally, are not gathered here for a beggar little girl. However, he didn't care about this. As if he didn't perceive all this at all, he took a step and walked directly into the temple. The entry was not as shabby or dirty as one might expect. Obviously, from the outside, the temple even looked like the doors would fall off at any moment in general, and the earthen walls were pitted. But the temple is not even a weed, although there is nothing, but it is also very clean. I think the little beggar cleaned daily and made this place his home. You're awake, mother? Are you still having a hard time? Yaya will go and decoct medicine for you. The little beggar's somewhat surprised voice rang out. Picking up a slightly broken iron pot will come to the temple courtyard to get water. As soon as he came out, he saw a handsome young man who seemed somewhat familiar. Once she looked again at the young male with a broken umbrella still in his hand behind his back, she was instantly reminded of what had happened earlier. Thankfully, wasn't here to kick her out. The little girl who had just breathed a sigh of relief went forward and wanted to say hello, but Chen Qianxing casually shook his hand and some extra silver money appeared in his hand. Here, the umbrella money I owed you earlier. The little beggar was first happy, then shook his head decisively. Big brother, this umbrella can't use so much money. Just take it. Is it convenient for me to come in and take a look? Chen Qianxing lowered his head and smiled faintly at the little guy, and without a second thought, he put that silver money into the broken iron pot that the little beggar was carrying. Well, then you wait for me a little bit, big brother. The little girl looked at the kind Chen Qianxing in front of her, and somehow instinctively felt very trusting in her heart, and without much hesitation, she answered. He himself trotted quickly to the large water tank in the courtyard, received the silver money carefully in his arms, and trotted back with half a pot of water. Mother hasn't seen a stranger in a long time. If big brother doesn't mind, can you stay with mother and talk? The little girl led Chen Qianxing inside while requesting in a small voice. Chen Qianxing did not say anything, and as he stepped into the room, his eyes turned slightly cold as he looked towards the woman lying on top of the thatch with a weak face. Feeling his gaze, the woman shivered for no reason. Mother, this big brother is a great benefactor like those benefactors before him, and gave Yaha a lot of money. Yaya will go ahead and decoct the medicine for you. The little beggar saw his mother's somewhat flustered eyes, and thought that she was afraid of seeing a stranger, hurriedly explained, and then he wanted to start the fire to decoct the medicine. Many thanks to this gentleman. Gentleman mercy. The woman didn't dare to look directly at Chen Qianxing's gaze and said weakly, does it need to be done so? Chen Qianxing took 2 steps forward with his hands in the air and asked in a flat tone. Hearing this, the woman's breath stopped for a moment. What does the gentleman mean by that? The woman asked knowingly. Chen Qianxing took 2 more steps closer and said indifferently, a Mahayana realm cultivator, lying here pretending to be half dead. If you want to see Chen, why do you need to lay hands on ordinary people? Do you realize that what was originally just the karma of a broken umbrella now requires Chen to pay back a lot more because of you? Although the woman in front of her had taken a special elixir that hid her cultivation without any flaws, but who was he? An existence of fleshly body becoming a saint, just by sensing the power of qi and blood. He was able to distinguish that the one in front of him was by no means an ordinary person without cultivation. And, in this small broken temple, he could smell fresh blood. The little beggar's mother has been killed. How do you see it? The woman heard that the other party even directly told her cultivation level of the Mahayana realm. Knowing that she was seen through, She was silent for a moment and sighed as she got up to ask a rhetorical question. There was no trace of the breathlessness of the party. Big brother. Mother, what are you talking about? Mother, how do you? The little girl was frying medicine at the side, but she was also secretly listening to the conversation between the two, fearing that her mother would be aggravated by any irritation. But the more she listened, the more confused she was. The last sight of her mother getting up as freely as a normal person was more than enough to make her freeze for a few moments. But there was no surprise and some confusion. She was aware of her mother's condition, and as the boy from Rinshin Hall had said, she was already about to die, and she just wanted to be able to spend as much time as possible with her mother. But now, what is this? Before Chen Changsheng had a chance to speak, 3 figures appeared from behind the Buddha statue, each in a direction with the woman, blocking his surroundings. One of the goatee-bearded old men even clapped his hands and said, "No wonder your head is worth 100,000 extreme spirit stones. You do have some skills, but having encountered the 4 of us today, your excellency's end is already predetermined." Seeing her companion show up, the woman stopped pretending, and after a blur of her face, she changed into a completely different appearance. The little girl pointed at the men and said in shock, "You are the benefactors who gave me silver money today. Mother, where is mother?" By this time, she already had an ominous feeling in her heart. "There's no hurry. Good boy, I'll send you to mother later. When we get there will be no need for healing, and you and mother will be together forever." The woman narrowed her eyes and smiled. Hearing these words, the little girl's eyes instantly turned red, and bean-sized teardrops slid down uncontrollably, leaving clear traces on her face that was a bit grimy from the fire just now. 3 Mahayana realms. 1 Heaven's Gate realm. Chen Changsheng rubbed his forehead, his tone a bit annoyed. This kind of stray fish was obviously just cannon fodder to test him on purpose, but yet he is going to be in a lot more trouble because of what these cannon fodder are doing. It's just, in the midst of his annoyance, he raised his hand and casually flicked it through the air towards the woman in the Mahayana realm. Boom! Under the horrified and unbelievable gaze of the crowd, that expert of the Mahayana realm even directly exploded into a mist of blood. Immediately after that, the blood mist transformed into a red thread and was absorbed and refined by the everlasting seal at his waist. Even her divine soul, along with the blood mist, only had time to let out a terrified scream, and without even having time to beg for forgiveness, it was already included in the seal. "What the hell are you? The only Heavenly Gate realm goatee old man." Heart immediately rose infinite fear. Received this single business. The other party only said that the strength of this person at most Mahayana, just some special identity, need to lead to the imperial city outside the hands only. But right now, the strength that the other party was casually displaying, where did it look like half of the Mahayana realm should be? They had already fallen one of their companions without even seeing exactly what the other party had done. Those remaining 3 hadn't even had time to react from their shock. Chen Changsheng then once again pointed at 2 of them through the air. Boom! Boom! Almost simultaneously, 2 sounds rang out, and the original 4 directions that surrounded him had been left with only the goatee-bearded old man. The 2 companions once again turned into blood mist, and it also completely made that Heavenly Gate realm old man's psyche collapse. Escape! Can you escape? With this unimaginable means and strength, he believed that if he wanted to make a move to wipe his feet and bolt, the first time he would be turned into a blood mist just like his companions. Those 2 masses of blood mist transformed into threads of blood and were absorbed by the everlasting seal, while the old man also made his own choice decisively at the same time. With a pounce, without any hesitation, he prostrated and knelt down towards Chen Changsheng. "Elders, spare your life." The villain was also pitted. "And that's why I didn't know how to count on Senior. I beg Senior to let me live as an adult, and to compensate Senior by working as a cow or a dog for him in the future." In response to the old man's plea for mercy, Chen Changsheng casually said with an expressionless face, "The Heavenly Gate realm is also worthy of being a dog?" Turning his head back to the little beggar, he asked softly, "You decide how he dies." When he said that, he stopped talking and waited quietly. As for that old man's pleas for mercy, they were directly ignored. "You call that compensation for working for him? Wouldn't the people who know he exists hear about it and die of laughter? To be able to follow a saint, or Chen Changsheng, who had become a saint in flesh and was strong enough to be ranked in the top 3, what a heavenly chance that was. Even if an immortal emperor wanted to be a watchdog for him, it would have to depend on whether or not he was willing to give that qualification. "Little girl, old man also gave you silver today to buy medicine." The Heavenly Gate realm old man felt that this little beggar was not very old, so he immediately tried to coax it with a pleading face. He didn't have any doubts about Chen Changsheng's words. Even if this little beggar said that he would be thwarted and turned into powder, one bone at a time, this senior in front of him who didn't know what realm he was in would definitely do it. At this point in his life, it was no longer up to him to make his own decisions. "Where's mother? What have you done with my mother?" The little girl's body was trembling a little. Just now 3 big living people exploded into blood mist in front of her. For her it was also really a little appalling. But at this time, what she wanted to know most in her heart was still the whereabouts of her mother. Since the woman in the party was a fake, where was his mother? It was all done by the 3 of them. Your mother was killed by that damned woman. She deserved to die. Yes, she has been killed by the seniors. Let the old man go. Let this senior let the old man go. Whatever you want. No problem. Do you want to cultivate and become an immortal, so that you won't get sick in the future, and have a chance to live for 10,000 years, never having to undergo suffering again? The old man can teach you all that he has learned in his life, as long as you let the senior let the old man go. The goatee-bearded old man hurriedly brushed off the relationship and stated that he still had a use for it. But the little girl who heard this directly sat on her but with a black eye. Mother has been killed by that woman. Open your mouth hard, but you can't shout a sound. Seeing this, Chen Qiansheng sighed and pressed his hand on the top of his head, smoothly degreeing in a trace of weak spiritual qi to calm his mind. Otherwise, if it went on like this little girl was afraid that she would grieve too much and would possibly go crazy. Slightly raising his hand, his index finger was directed towards the prostrate old man. This action frightened the old man into kowtowing repeatedly, and even intentionally dispersed his aura to protect his body in order to gain sympathy, knocking blood out of his brain. Senior, this is just a misunderstanding. Whatever you want to know, I'll know everything. I'll tell you everything. Doesn't Senior want to know which treacherous person is trying to scheme against you? As long as you spare my life, I'll tell you whatever you want. The old man kept kowtowing, but Chen Qiansheng was unmoved, slightly tapping with his index finger in the air. Boom! With the bursting sound, the old man had ended up like his companion. As its divine soul wailed, it was sucked into the thumb-sized everlasting seal hanging from Chen Qiansheng's waist, a mere mole in the heavenly gate realm. Not even cannon fodder. What useful clues could he know? It was just being used as a gun to test his strength. Even Chen Qiansheng could be certain that the employer of the 4 of them had long since ceased to exist in the world at this point. The person who was behind the calculation was obviously very knowledgeable about him. After awakening, he only had a one-sided relationship with this little girl. Got a broken umbrella? Then the other party guessed that he would seek this little girl again to return the karma. Perhaps, the other party couldn't be sure that he would come, but no matter how he looked at it, the other party was someone who was familiar with him. This little girl and her mother had kind of suffered an undeserved death because of herself. After resolving that last person, at this time, the little girl had already slept peacefully because of the trace of aura he had ferried in, only that teardrops were still hanging from the corners of her eyes. Even in his sleep, he kept frowning, a look of pain showing on his face from time to time. Slightly shaking his head and sighing, he removed the everlasting seal at his waist and activated it with the power of his qi and blood. In a few moments, a faint soul surfaced in the temple, and it was the little girl's mother. Your soul was already broken, and I can only help you coalesce for a short period of time with the immortal seal of eternal life. If you stay in the world for a long time, you will completely dissipate in less than a day, and I will help you enter the wheel of reincarnation later. Take another look at it, and I'll pass on any words for you. The spirit was very fearful when it looked at Chen Qiansheng, and when it heard his words, it looked at its daughter on the ground with some heartache. Immortal, can you take care of Yaha for me? It won't take long. I'm afraid she can't take it and do something stupid. The woman's soul's voice was a little weak and choked, but she could not shed a single tear when she no longer had a physical body. After looking at her daughter for a while, she then turned around and directly kneeled down to Chen Qiansheng and begged, "Could be, I will take her first to the palace. If she is willing, she can enjoy glory and wealth for the rest of her life, and I will also order people to keep her free from illness and disaster." Chen Qiansheng nodded his head slightly, and straight away, he answered the woman's request. At his level, he didn't want to get involved in too much karma, but this matter was because of him, and he would not throw his hands up and ignore it, or at least settle this little girl down. "Thank you, immortal, for your great favor." The woman bowed respectfully once again. Chen Qiansheng did not say much, striding off to the courtyard with his arms folded, leaving her space to be alone. It was a long time before the woman came into the courtyard. "This little girl won't have any more accidents, and you go to your reincarnation in peace." Hearing his words, the woman had no more worries. Instead, a sense of celebration was born in her heart. Her days were already numbered, but now she was still able to exchange her daughter's life without any worries. In her own opinion, this was already a blessing from heaven. Immediately, he once again knelt down and saluted. "Many thanks for the immortal's mercy." Seeing this, Chen Qiansheng activated the everlasting immortal seal, and a force of rules emanated around him, and with a casual wave of his hand, he sent the woman's soul between the rules of heaven and earth, and put one of his own aura into the soul. which could be considered as some small compensation he made to the woman. After helping the woman re-enter the wheel of reincarnation, he didn't stay long and returned to the temple to carry that little girl on his back and left the place. Not long after, Chen Changsheng had returned to the Grand Xian Imperial Palace. With the empress curiously following, the little girl who had not yet woken up was brought to the bedchamber and placed directly on top of the dragon couch. Lord, this child is? Lu Qinghan was a bit puzzled. How could the Lord go out for a trip and bring back a child? Chen Changsheng did not say much, just gently waving his hand to signal that he should not wake her up. So the two of them went out of the bedchamber to the courtyard one after the other. He didn't hide anything about the matter of the party, and simply said it. Hearing that the Lord was even being counted on, the Empress was instantly enraged, and immediately wanted to thoroughly investigate all the transition realms within the entire Grand Xian territory to see if there were any more people with ill intentions. No harm done, just some jumped-up clowns. It's just a flat-out disaster for the mother and daughter. From now on, this little girl will be allowed to stay in the middle of the Grand Xian Imperial Palace. You see to the arrangements. Chen Changsheng shook his head slightly, then gently clicked the seal of eternal life immortal at his waist, and 4 tortured divine souls that were on the verge of being dispersed were instantly released. It was the same 4 people who had counted on besieging him in the broken temple earlier. Elder, please be merciful, senior. Let us have a dog's life. We, too, have been hoodwinked by traitors. If we had known that you, senior, had this kind of heavenly strength, even if we were given 10 guts, we wouldn't have dared to ambush you. I begged the seniors to raise their hand. The 4 people who were suddenly released froze for just an instant before they hurriedly fell to their knees. Since the divine soul was sucked into that immortal seal, their divine soul power was absorbed and worn down all the time, as if there was an infinite millstone constantly crushing from above their divine souls, and every time their divine soul shattered it was equivalent to a death-like feeling, but the divine souls would be recoalesced again immediately afterward, only to have a part of their divine soul power sucked away. But this, in turn, is even more torturous, even begging for death, and one wonders how many times one has to go through the pain of being crushed to death before one can truly be relieved. It had only been less than an hour that had passed, and several people had already completely collapsed. This was still only because they were too weak, and Chen Changsheng hadn't deliberately tortured them at all, but the strength of the everlasting immortal seal was something that they simply couldn't afford. If he activated the immortal seal, even an immortal emperor's divine soul wouldn't be able to last more than a split second before being completely refined. Even for saints, as long as the divine soul was included in the immortal seal, it was only a matter of time before it was completely refined. Are these the same mole crickets that ambushed the Lord? Empress Lu Qinghan coldly swept her gaze over the 4 people who were prostrate on the ground. Follow the old rules. Chen Changsheng pressed on, not listening to their pleas for mercy, and simply waved his hand and said, "Understood. Within 3 days, there will be no trace of their existence in the world." Lu Qinghan saluted and responded, daring to strike at the Lord. These people really don't know how to write the word death. Everything in the world related to them would have no need to exist. Great Xian Empress. This is Grand Xian Imperial Palace. You, what the hell are you? It was only at this moment that the 4 of them finally reacted to the fact that there was actually another person present, and the goatee-bearded old man felt as if his head was going to explode just by looking at it. Finding it difficult to accept this fact, even he had once only had the chance to glance at this Grand Xian Empress from afar on the occasion of the opening of a secret realm, but he wouldn't recognize the wrong person. With the terrifying strength of a perfect fairy realm, coupled with this highly recognizable emperor's robe, who else in the world would there be besides the great Xian female emperor? But it wasn't the sight of this empress that alarmed him the most. Rather, it is this great Xian female emperor, who is enough to make all the cultivators in the world prostrate and kowtow, who has just addressed that youth. My lord. At this moment, he only felt that the heavens were spinning. What kind of existence had they provoked this time? Could it be that he was an immortal emperor descending to earth? Even the Grand Xian female emperor recognized him as her master. At this moment, he finally understood why the other party was able to say that. The heavenly sect realm was also worthy of being a dog. Even the great Xian female emperor, an ancient existence, recognizes him as his master. The heavenly gate realm is indeed not qualified to give him a dog. Chen Changsheng obviously wouldn't have the intention of explaining who he was to a mole. Lu Qinghan was even more so, and with a casual wave of his hand for the 4 people without any care, he imprisoned the 4 divine souls and put them into a special magic treasure. Within 3 days, she would find out all the connections of these 4 people on earth and erase them. The moment they struck out at the Lord, this ending was doomed. The only way to seek immortality and ask for help is to make others afraid of you, because if you are soft-hearted, there will only be a constant stream of trouble. How are the materials ready? Chen Changsheng didn't care about what had happened before. This small matter was simply not enough to leave any memories in the midst of his experiences. Back to the Lord. All the heavenly materials and treasures other than the earth void ginseng have been prepared. The last flavor of earth void ginseng. Chinger has also arranged for someone to fetch it, and it will be handed over to the Lord tomorrow at the latest. Now that heaven and earth are separated, the aura of the cultivation world is not as good as it used to be, and many heavenly materials and treasures have become rare. After Lu Qinghan answered his Lord's words, he hurriedly opened his mouth again to try to explain. The Lord needed some heavenly material and she failed to deliver it in the first place. In her opinion, this was already suspected of dereliction of duty. No harm done. Without waiting for her to finish, Chen Changsheng slightly raised his hand to stop her explanation. By the way, there is one more thing that Chinger needs to report. Shortly before the party master returned to the palace, Little Young Lord and Big Black Dog had already arrived at the Grand Xian Imperial capital. They didn't hide their breath, and are currently in and outside the Imperial City. Should the young lord be summoned here? If there is a little young master to follow the Lord, and then encountered those curmudgeonly generation. Also lest you personally, Lord, after all, your status out to deal with these. Lu Qinghan knew that the Lord wouldn't mind, but it was still necessary to explain. Then she remembered something else and opened her mouth to inquire about her Lord's intentions. Don't bother. A couple more days. You go ahead and take care of the trash. Chen Changsheng casually refused, and then with a thought, he took out several thick stacks of merit laws from within the storage space of the everlasting immortal seal. These were the dharmas he had prepared for himself before he fell asleep, suitable for cultivating the Tao of the Yuan Shen. Lord, these feats, but they all involve consuming your lifespan to rapidly raise your realm. If you need feats. Forgot about your specials for a moment, Lord. Sorry. Chinger excuses herself. The moment the Empress Lu Qinghan saw the gongfu, she first exclaimed in shock, and wanted to open her mouth to dissuade her. But in an instant, she remembered that the Lord's special physique of endless lifespan. Then it's fine. The Lord was still suitable for these feats that consumed longevity to enhance, and there was simply no need to worry about side effects at all. I got out for my birthday today and only wrote one chapter. I've left a password for the treasures, valid for 24 hours. Chen Changsheng, a martial artist. After the Empress retired, Chen Changsheng began to casually flip through the forbidden art techniques on the table one by one. Among these several stacks of feats, the lowest was of the immortal rank. Nearly half of them were divine rank techniques, or divine abilities. However, without exception, every single one of these techniques or divine abilities had the same side effect of drastically depleting longevity in order to gain gains in other areas, either in the speed of cultivation breakthroughs or the power of divine abilities. Originally, most of the techniques at this level were recorded in jade slips and read with divine sense. However, he specifically had it made into paper. For one thing, because before, his divine sense wasn't strong and he wasn't used to using jade slips. Secondly, he did not intend to choose one of these parts to cultivate. With his insight, even divine rank techniques and divine abilities would not be able to catch his eye. Collecting these techniques was nothing more than taking the best of them and recreating the techniques and divine abilities that best suited them. Longevity is consumed at 100 times the rate. It can enhance the strength of the aura in the body by 10 times. It's cost effective. Consuming 100 years of longevity for a short period of time can cause the divine ability to explode with 8 times its power. This is not bad either. But all these forbidden arts are a little too conservative. By fusing these several depletion methods together a bit, you can keep your lifespan burning at 1,000 times the rate at all times, while also allowing the speed of cultivation to increase dozens of times. Both of these can also be utilized in some way. Looking over that one forbidden art technique that even evil cultivators did not dare to easily cultivate, Chen Changsheng, however, did not feel satisfied. Why were all these people so conservative when they created their feats? With the speed at which he flipped through them, he had completely gone through those feats in just about an hour. After reading the entire thing, Chen Changsheng slowly closed his eyes, breathing steadily and calmly. In his mind, he was rapidly making deductions, breaking up and reassembling countless combinations of feats, and constantly adding his own alterations to start creating the one that best suited him. Without realizing it, his aura began to run with his thoughts. The moment he began to operate the gongfu, Chen Changsheng could clearly feel his longevity burning at an accelerated rate. If everyone's lifespan is compared to an incense burner that is constantly burning and consuming, every time a person who cultivates immortality makes a breakthrough, he or she will extend the length of the incense, and to a certain realm, to achieve the so-called endless life. In fact, is the control of the power of the rules has reached a certain level, can stop their own life this incense burning, or will be the life of the host in the rules of heaven and earth. But Chen Changsheng was a completely special exception. His incense, which represented longevity, had never been extinguished from the beginning, except that no matter how it was burned, It would not reduce the length by even a fraction of a millimeter, as the gong method was now in operation. His incense, which represented longevity, seemed to be ablaze with fire, but it still didn't reduce it by half. At the same time, he could feel even more clearly that the purity of the aura in his body was growing exponentially. If he didn't have enough materials on hand to break through the realm nowadays, and a hasty breakthrough wouldn't have achieved the perfect Tao foundation he wanted, he would have been able to break through to the next realm a long time ago. And as the aura operated, a crimson line emerged above his body, emanating a terrifying power of qi and blood. Even the heavens were affected. The entire Grand Xian Imperial Palace was covered in dark clouds, as if there was an absolute great evil present. Countless great powers looked in the direction of the Grand Xian Imperial Palace in shock. Someone from the Grand Xian Imperial Palace has triggered another heavenly calamity. No, there's no aura of a heavenly calamity. Instead, it's like a feeling of an overwhelming evil coming out of the world. But if there is an absolute great evil, how could it appear in the Great Xian Imperial City? Luckily, after only a few moments, the dark cloud dissipated and disappeared. In response, the many great powers only thought that it was related to the Grand Xian Empress, so they did not dare to probe too much. Right now, since it was not suitable to break through the realm, Chen Changsheng also stopped the operation of his gongfu and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Those crimson lines on his body were also slowly hidden from view. This gong method can already be fully described as a Dao rank. The only way belongs to me, Chen Changsheng, alone. But this feat should always have a name. He who stopped his gongfu operation was very satisfied with the feelings of the party. The side effect brought about by this gong method was that longevity was burned at a rate of thousands of times, but the rewards were likewise hundreds of times that of normal cultivation. If other people cultivated this technique, it would be a dead end, but he didn't need to take into account the side effects of burning longevity at all. It will be called the secret of eternal life. Without dwelling on it too much, Chen Changsheng then directly took his own name. It was clearly a technique that burned longevity to sever the path to longevity, yet it was named like this. At the same time as he identified the name he had created this gongfu with, the original clutter of gongfu in his mind was swept away. In the end, only a book of feats was left in the void above the spiritual platform. With the words everlasting skill on it, the gongfu he had created had already reached the standard of a true Dao rank, and could already manage to contain his divine soul at all times, and could even condense the foundation of the Dao, making his Yuan Shen path even more perfect. Before he could study it in detail, there was a somewhat nervous sound of obeisance from outside the bedchamber compound. I, Li Ziqing, beg to see your majesty. Is your majesty in any trouble? The empress's bedchamber compound had a forbidden spell formation, and it would be difficult for an ordinary transitional realm to use their divine sense to view the situation within it. Li Ziqing only just returned to the imperial city, then felt the party that the horror in seems to be very evil breath. Must not be any righteous cultivators. His Majesty the Empress aura was not felt in the imperial capital either, so he guessed that His Majesty was in this bedchamber, which was why he could not sense it. In desperation, he could only rush outside the compound at the first opportunity to seek an audience and inquire, especially, the sudden appearance of the heavenly calamity in the imperial city. At that time, although the first time in accordance with His Majesty's decree to go to suppress the border of the country, but now he still do not know exactly who attracted the heavenly calamity. This time the return also want to find His Majesty to ask about it. After waiting a moment, just as he was about to speak again, the gate of the courtyard slowly opened. Only the person who opened the door was not the Empress Lu Qinghan, but a handsome young male. Li Ziqing remembered. Wasn't this the gentleman who had been left in the bedchamber by the Empress before? With his intelligence, it wasn't even hard to guess that the one the Empress had been looking for in a big way before was the one in front of her. Can't afford to be offended. Li Ziqing has met your excellency. I wonder if His Majesty is in the palace at this time. Li Ziqing did not hold himself back, but instead took the initiative to clasp his fists and salute. Not in, but I should be back tomorrow as well. If there is anything, you might as well tell me the same thing. Chen Changsheng's impression of the man in front of him was quite okay. At least he had helped himself a little before, so he also returned with a smile on his face. Looking at the youth in front of him who exuded the ninth heavenly realm of the Qi condensation realm, the corner of Li Ziqing's mouth twitched. Can it be the same with you? But His Majesty is also really willing to give up. This guy has only been in the palace for a few days, and he has already reached the Qi condensation realm perfection from originally having no cultivation breath at all, and seems to be able to break through to the next realm at any time. I think His Majesty didn't slam heavenly treasures on him. Can you really do whatever you want if you're handsome? Just as Li Ziqing's mind is full of thoughts, a small girl timidly from the Empress of the bedchamber to explore the head. Just look at a glance and then rushed to shrink back. Hiss. He who saw the scene immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. This guy, with His Majesty even has a child. No wonder, no wonder. Looking at the appearance of that little doll in the party, it was only 7 or 8 years old. Thinking back a little, it seemed like Her Majesty the Empress was really not in the imperial city during that time period, and as for where she had gone, no one knew. When connecting all the clues together, Li Ziqing got an answer in his mind that he couldn't believe and only had this one possibility. The handsome young man in front of me was the one who had met Her Majesty the Empress at that time and had even given birth to an heir. It was just left outside the imperial city for some reason. Thinking about the fact that many great demons from the 100,000 Great Mountains came to the territory of Grand Xian some time ago in search of something, it is not difficult to guess that they were looking for these two people and wanted to use this to threaten Her Majesty. Li Ziqing is the more he thinks about it, the more scared he is, and cold sweat is surfacing on his forehead. Now he is also more than 3,000 years old, although not concerned, but also heard many folk tales, what the Empress accidentally injured to hide in a mountain village, and the mountain village husband fell in love at first sight, accidentally gave birth to an heir. Right now, isn't that exactly what is happening? It's a dead giveaway that something so outrageous actually exists. Now that he's crashed through all this, His Majesty won't silence him. I don't think so, right? So what? I have an unfavorable request. If His Majesty returns, would it be possible for Your Excellency not to mention that I came here today? Consider. Let's pretend that you and I haven't seen each other today. Here are some pills. Consider this as some small meet and greet gift from me to Your Excellency. Li Ziqing, who thought he had thought of everything clearly, immediately took out from his spatial ring several bottles of cultivation elixirs suitable for cultivators who were not at a high realm, as well as a bottle of very precious earth-rank middle-grade healing elixir. At this moment, he couldn't care less about that heavenly calamity in the aura that appeared just now. Just wish I could remove myself from this. Chen Shangsheng received the elixir in confusion, looking at Li Ziqing who left as if he had fled, and fell into deep thought. This guy shouldn't be quite right in the head. Unable to figure out what this guy was thinking, he simply closed the gate of the compound again with a shrug. Taking a step into the middle of the bedchamber, he looked at the dragon couch. The little one was lying on his back, but his eyelashes were fluttering slightly and he was obviously pretending to be asleep. He didn't break it down when he saw it, and waited in that silence, panicked as Li Ziqing until out of the imperial city, to a place where no one else is around, only finally patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. That guy is really the man His Majesty raised, and he even has a child. Before the Empress announces the world, this mouth of mine can't leak, or your head will surely move. But, now that we know, it might be an opportunity. Calmly, his eyes suddenly lit up. Now with this news, I'm afraid that other than Her Majesty the Empress, he was the only one in the entire Dexian who knew about it. So why not take the lead and find a way to make friends? Judging from the fact that His Majesty had said that even if the other party told him to die, he would have to do it. This person had a very high position in His Majesty's heart. Thinking about it, His Majesty is an ancient being, and now that he finally has an heir, how could he not care? Ninth sky of Qi condensation realm. There are quite a few suitable ones if you want to give a gift. I think he just stepped into cultivation and hasn't had time to practice any divine abilities yet either. It would be great if I could choose a few suitable divine abilities. It's just that, if I make personal contact, I will inevitably arouse His Majesty's suspicion, and it might backfire. There, let that kid at home find a chance to make some contact. They can't be too far apart in age. They should be able to talk as well. That way, it won't be crashed by His Majesty. Li Ziqing clapped his hands together, and immediately thought of everything in his mind. He was not accessible himself, but he had a personal grandchild, now in his mid-20s in age. Some time ago, he also yelled that he wanted to let himself arrange for him to be in the Forbidden Army. He felt that the kid was unreliable and only wanted him to honestly cultivate at home, so he gave a refusal. Now it would be a good time for that kid to show off. Thinking of this, Li Ziqing returned home at the first time and started to arrange the matter of that boy. However, the identity of that gentleman, he did not dare to tell his own grandson explicitly, and only begged him to be a bit more resourceful. As long as he could make friends would be enough. Li Ziqing had just left as a stream of light, but two figures slowly emerged. Sister Qinghan already has a child. It shouldn't be. Other than Master. Which man could be in Sister Qinghan's eyes? Could it be with the Master? No, 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 and no, Master has only recently awakened. It can't be Master's child. Shangwan Shallow Autumn's face was shocked, although the voice of that Li Ziqing muttering just now was minuscule. She heard it clearly. What do you think about this? Playing dumb? Blackie talk. Puzzled, she could only turn her gaze to the miniature unicorn that was eating melon as if it were a pendant on the side. What else is there to see? I told you earlier that that bitch is unreliable. All these years she disregarded the friendship and went out to kill how many demon clans in my 100,000 mountains, not giving me the slightest bit of face. If you don't give me face, then you don't give face to your master. I'm afraid she doesn't have a master in her eyes anymore. The griffin sat down there very humanely, both front paws wrapped around his chest, and bristled. Get out of the way. Since when do you still represent the master's face? Your broken face. Master's insoul is more like it. No, you go back to the inn first. This sword immortal is going to make a trip into the palace to find out what's going on. Shangwan Shallow Autumn instantly skimmed her lips when she heard its words and made a gesture to lift her foot to kick it away. Frightened Kirin hurriedly smiled and took a few steps backward before stopping. When the words fell, he directly concealed his breath and headed straight for the palace. Inside the female emperor's chambers, Chen Changsheng wasn't in a hurry, and just stood there quietly by the bedside looking at the little girl pretending to be asleep. Goo goo. The little girl's stomach let out a growl, causing her, who was pretending to be asleep, to unconsciously bury her head a few inches lower. Hungry? Chen Changsheng asked softly, hearing the familiar voice. The little girl then timidly opened her eyes. Fang had woken up and looked at the environment she was in. This was by far the most luxurious residence she had ever seen, and in her mind even a palace would be like that, right? Don't worry, there's no danger here. I have promised your mother that you will stay in this palace from now on. There is no need to suffer hunger and cold. Have some snacks first, and I'll have someone arrange everything else for you in the next couple of days. Chen Shangsheng said and pointed to the exquisite pastries on the bedchamber table. The little guy was silent for a moment, got up and came to the table, and no longer cried. Just picked up the pastry and sent it to his mouth, piece after piece. She'd never had such delicious pastries. It's just a shame my mother never got to taste it. Cough, cough. As he ate too quickly, the little one burst into a coughing fit, suffocating his little face and banging his chest with his hand in a fist. Fortunately, Chen Changsheng had already handed over a cup of tea to the side. With a gulp of his tea, the little one sighed in relief. What's your name? Big brother? The little guy filled his stomach and looked at the big brother in front of him, who had helped his mother get revenge, with a serious face and asked, Chen Changsheng, I'm afraid that the title of Big Brother is not appropriate, so you can call me sir from now on. Chen Changsheng sat across from it and casually said, Oh, can Yaha go back for a visit? Mother is gone, and Yaha wants to go and take the temple with her. The little one nodded, even though she felt that the title of Big Brother was still quite appropriate, and judging by the age the other person should be around 20 years old. She didn't argue back though, just agreed good-naturedly. If there is anything you wish to retrieve, I'll order someone to go ahead and get it for you in the next couple of days. But what ideas do you have for the future? You little one? As long as it's a reasonable wish, I'll give you a hand. Chen Changsheng saw that this little guy was actually so calm. It was a bit unexpected. Originally wanted to arrange her in the palace, but now he casually asked a question. Yaya wants to study medicine. The little guy has been begging for a living for so many years. He's still a good judge of character. This one in front of her was clearly an immortal, and since she had thrown out the opportunity, she was going to catch it. It was not true that her mother's death had saddened her, but she had known about her mother's condition and had been somewhat prepared for it in her mind. It was just that the sudden unexpectedness of the situation was a little too much for her to take in. Yes, and you can stay here for now and let me know if you need anything. In a few days, I will arrange a master for you. Chen Changsheng didn't ask more questions. He also didn't want to get involved in too many more karmic consequences. He just agreed and got up to go to the courtyard. Right now, he had just created a gong method that suited him, so it was better to run it a few times first to skill it up. When the materials are complete, you can make a perfect breakthrough to the next realm. The little girl was not very old after all, and had never seen such a luxurious residence before. Her curiosity made her look around in the empress's chambers. It's just that there doesn't seem to be much in this bedchamber, and she knows better than to touch it. It didn't take long to turn the chambers around, her little head poking out curiously to look around the compound, only to see that Mr. Chen was sitting on the ground. Not, looking closely, his body was still a little gap from the ground, and was slightly suspended in the air. Even though Yaya was only a flesh-eyed mortal, she could see that the foggy aura was lingering around him. Is this an immortal? Yaya's eyes looked at the figure with some longing, and in her heart, she couldn't help but think about whether she would have been taken under Mr. Chen's door if she had been bolder and directly requested to worship the master. But just for a moment, she dismissed the idea. Despite not having much contact, she could tell that Mr. Chen's character, who would help with casual favors, was a person who was afraid of trouble, and she herself, nowadays, is a bit of a pain in the ass. If one were to propose worshipping a teacher, it would only draw the displeasure of Mr. Chen, the immortal. It was also more or less as she had guessed. As Chen Changsheng had reached his current strength and realm, Would he not take on a disciple so easily? Just his current 4 disciples nowadays, which one was already in an extraordinary realm. In particular, other than Shangguan Shallowautumn who stayed in this realm, the other 3 were now feared to have the lowest immortal emperor realm cultivation. In the meantime, Shangguan Shallowautumn was walking through the palace with a lazy face, after hiding her breath with a secret method. Even if it was an ordinary transition realm, it would be difficult to discover her existence in front of her. It seems to be this way? This one looks like it too. Hey, how come the roads of this palace are built like a maze? Shangguan Shallowautumn walked for half a day, turning back and forth a few times without finding where the Empress chambers were. After casting the secret method to conceal her breath, she could not use her aura, or else the secret method would be ineffective, which resulted in her not being able to ascend into the air to check it out as well. Can only with a headless fly general in the palace to find around. Finally, after half an hour, Shangguan Shallowautumn finally stopped and carefully determined a few times that what was in front of her should be Sister Changhan's chambers. Glancing around, no one was around. With the strength of the Grand Xian Empress, her chambers didn't need any guards. Instead, no one was allowed to approach on weekdays. The master should be inside, right? Shangguan Shallowautumn tiptoed a few points closer, first lying on the doorway to try to take a look. Unfortunately, I couldn't see any semblance of what was going on inside, so I cocked my head to try and hear it again. When she was just about to put her ear to the door, it opened from the inside. AI. Shangguan Shallowautumn stumbled, and then fell straight inward. The expected fall to the ground didn't happen, though, and instead she crashed into a warm, fake embrace. The corner of Chun Chongqing's mouth twitched as he looked down at Shangguan Xiaoqiu, who was preparing to meet her downfall. How many years has it been? And why is it still so out of tune? Not feeling half as mature? Ha! Why are you here, master? What a coincidence! For eyes opposite each other, Shangguan Shallowautumn froze for a moment, extremely vain and forced to smile. Does master look like a fool? Or do you think that after sleeping for 100,000 years, master's brain is still awake at this moment? Chen Changsheng was even more helpless when he heard this. Ahem! Shangguan Shallowautumn cleared her throat awkwardly, still trying to figure out how to change her excuse. Chen Changsheng, however, spoke up first. Can you get up and talk first? Upon hearing this from her master, Shangguan Shallowautumn realized that she was still lying on top of her master, and at that moment, her entire body popped up. Very skillfully, she saluted. Asahi pays her respects to master. Inside the compound, Shangguan Shallowautumn poured tea for her master and chattered about her own affairs over the years. Only her gaze would look in the direction of the bedchamber from time to time. She could sense that there was someone inside, but didn't dare to be too indulgent in probing out her divine senses to check if it was Sister Qinghan or her master's bloodline. Master, it's been about 100,000 years. Do you want to think about Shallow? It must be very tempting. Shallow but every day is worried about master teacher. Obviously in the beginning said that only 1,000 years of time. Shangguan Shallow curtly helped her master to pinch her shoulders and pound her legs. Today she came rashly without the consent of her master. She was still a little weak in her heart, in case the master teacher got angry, but it was very hard to coax, especially now that the 3 senior sisters were not around. No one could help her out. Want the truth? Not at all. Chen Chongsheng put down his teacup and skimmed his mouth. For others it was the passage of 100,000 years, but for him it was merely a deep sleep. When Shangguan Shallowautumn heard her master's words, her entire body was as petrified as if she was petrified, covering her chest to make a pained expression. Okay, stop acting. The acting is still as bad as it was back then. How is the cultivation of the sword Dao nowadays? Don't tell my master that above the sword path is the same as your acting skills. There hasn't been any growth in 100,000 years. Chen Chongsheng unceremoniously and directly demolished the pompous acting skills of this young disciple of his. At the same time, she asked about her realm with concern. What the hell? Shallow is obviously really sad. Hey, he, but you still care about Asama. Master, as for the sword Dao realm, you guess? Shangguan Shallowautumn puffed out her mouth. This earthly sword immortal who made the world's sword cultivators look up to her was like a lively young girl in front of Chen Chongsheng. Under the heavens, I'm afraid it's only in front of master and sister that she has this side. Hearing her words, Chen Chongsheng had no intention of guessing. Instead, he very skillfully raised his hand and then used his knuckles to knock her on the side of her head. Ouch! Do not guess then do not guess well. Hands on is not play cannot afford. Shangguan Shallowautumn rubbed her head and had just spat out a sentence when she felt that there was some danger, and her master raised his hand again. No more pretending. This sword immortal is showing his cards. Now this sword immortal has cultivated to the realm of the sword domain. How's that? Master, you have no reason to make another move this time. Humph. If it wasn't for waiting for your awakening, Master, this sword immortal would have directly ascended to the upper realm and casually broken through an immortal monarch for fun. And immortal emperors wouldn't be out of the question. After saying that, the guy looked at the sky with his eyes closed with a proud face and his arms wrapped around his chest. It's quite a sight. Chen Changsheng put down his raised hand. Sipping his tea and nodding his head also counted as acknowledging her cultivation over the years. Look past that? Master, you'll easily lose your friends if you chat like that. Shangwon's shallow autumn stared, intent on retorting, but when the words reached her mouth, she realized that there was no way to refute her master's words. After all, Master is an existence that has even beaten up a sword Dao Saint Ah. Among the cultivation worlds, cultivating sword chi could be called a sword cultivator, and was the first sword Dao realm. Moving forward there is the sword power, sword intent, and sword heart, and when they reached the sword domain, they already had an extremely high level of understanding of the Dao of the sword, and in the sword domain, they could utilize the power of the rules. It was just that these realms really didn't seem to count for much in the eyes of the master. It wasn't like he hadn't punched even a sword Dao saint. When that rash young man challenged saints one by one in order to hone his sword Dao, the sword cultivator was already strong, and many of the saints who had fought had declared their seclusion to the outside world and went into hiding. Finally ran into his iron plate. To this day, the chaotic sword realm still circulates the words of the sword saint. My sword saint has never been defeated in his life, but until I met that monster, 3 punches shattered my dream of invincibility. Having not seen each other for 100,000 years, Shangwon Shallow Autumn was considered to have completely opened her words, she said, and Chen Changsheng didn't interrupt, just sipping his tea and listening to the various interesting stories of his little disciple over the years. The master and disciple were happy, making him miss his other 3 disciples a bit. I don't know how they've been doing all these years. Has anyone bullied them without them? Guess not. Even if someone had tried to scheme to take over himself, he hadn't succeeded after all. As long as he still exists in the world for one day, the person behind him will not dare to be unscrupulous, or at least he will have to be concerned about the retaliation after he awakens. By the way, why did you take so long to wake up, Master? But seeing that you have successfully started cultivating, the result is quite good. Lu Shangwon Shallow Autumn spoke for what must have been half an hour before finally winding down. There were so many things she wanted to say to her master over the years, and it was good to know that although he didn't say much, he was happy to listen to her. Under the dry mouth. See, the master teacher picks up the cup of tea. She is more nonchalant directly from the hands of the master. A mouthful of irrigation, and greatly grinning with the sleeve wiped the corners of the mouth. There was indeed a little accident. Chen Changsheng had long since gotten used to his young disciple's actions, and didn't even bother to reprimand her. Accident? It can't be. In the beginning it was you who teamed up with the other 8 saints and prepared for thousands of years. How can anything go wrong? Shangwon Shallow Autumn questioned with a quizzical raised eyebrow. It's not so much the array that's wrong. Rather, it's a problem with people, and of those people in the first place. Some of them have taken a liking to this body of your master's. Me, Chen Changsheng said in a flat tone. Ha, weren't the 8 saints all men in the beginning? Master, you're not only the women craving for this body, but even them. Ha, so gross. Shangwon Shallow Autumn froze. Although the master has been a lot of confidants, after all, body repair, body good, well, master and good looking, strength and not bad, by the woman's heart since it is inevitable. But the fact that the man also craved her master's body made it a little hard for her to accept. Take the house, take the body. What, just crave for master's body? What the hell is going on in your head every day? The corners of Chen Changsheng's mouth twitched twice, nearly breaking his defenses with anger. What kind of things are in this guy's mind all day long? Oh, taking over. Ha, taking over. Ha. Hearing her master's words, she was first relieved that she had thought wrongly, but after reacting, she was so scared that she directly stood up, her mouth wide open in disbelief. Those 8 saints were all close friends of Master Teacher, and they would actually do such a thing? Who is it? Master, this you shall not directly kill to its mountain gate. Smash him to pieces, burn him to ashes with a fire, and then soak the ashes in water and feed them to the pigs to eat. Can't even relieve the anger. Shangwon Shaoqiu waved his fist, not like Lu Qinghan that angry, but some are not afraid of things. Inexplicable excitement hit on the doorstep of the saints. It's exciting to think about. Hey, do you really think that saints are cabbages that master can get rid of with his hands? In addition, after so many years have passed, since it has already failed to take over the body, it must have made sufficient preparations a long time ago. It's hard to say who will win and who will lose if they rush to the other side. The bottom line is, it's not easy for master to judge which saint actually did it in the first place. When Chen Changsheng heard the disciple's words, he couldn't help but glare at him. This guy even dares to disregard saints now. However, if he really let him find out who moved the hand, It is not impossible to come up with a set according to this statement of the young apprentice. Wasn't the reason why that guy coveted this body of his own because his path had come to an end and he couldn't move an inch further? But he himself still had a long way to go, and now he had just stepped onto the path of Yuanshan. At that time, as long as the way of the original spirit is accomplished, it is not impossible to try the illusory realm above the saints, but before having an absolute chance of winning, he didn't want to completely lift the table with the sage who had counted on him. He himself had become a saint in the flesh and was immortal, but the disciples around him hadn't reached this level. Defeating a saint wasn't a difficult task for him. Which saint wouldn't be hammered senseless by him after 3 punches? But it's more than 10,000 times harder to kill a saint. Master, what the hell is that little guy in there? After chatting with her master for a long time, Shangwan's shallow autumn also finally couldn't help but raise the doubts in her heart. Chance encounters, mother and daughter involved in trouble because of their division. Chen Changsheng casually explained. Oh, so that's how it is. Hearing her master's words, she was finally relieved. At the same time, the heart silently put the account of misunderstanding on the head of a certain transition realm general. By the way, where's Sister Qinghan? Why isn't she by Master's side? You have to know that Sister Qinghan is Master's personal maid, and she used to not move an inch, went to take care of some minor trouble earlier and thought it was about time to come back. Chen Changsheng lightly sipped a mouthful of tea and stopped talking. 9,000 miles outside of the Great Xian country's borders, in the middle of an unnamed mountain range. At this time, Lu Qinghan's condition was not too optimistic. Spirit rank extreme grade formation, 9 heavenly life and death diagram. To actually use an entire spirit vein as the eye of the formation. What a great deal. Lu Qinghan was trapped in the formation, his brows furrowed, and despite having tried many means, he was never able to leave this place. In the dark, there was even a constant stream of transition realm experts sneaking up on her with divine abilities and magic treasures. She had only come here based on the traces left behind by those 4 divine souls, wanting to eradicate the scourge once and for all. I didn't expect to be counted. This formation was originally supposed to be prepared for the Lord. The other party can be said to have made blood money. Formation is the same with the gong method in general, divided into heaven and earth Xian Huang. In the upper is the spirit level, and this 9 sky life and death figure, is the spirit level of the very best formation, and then up is the real immortal level formation. Nowadays, I am afraid that no one in the world of cultivation has been able to lay down. Little ones, don't you even have the courage to show up and fight with me face to face? Lu Qinghan raised his hand and then used his dragon-shaped pressure to send the several incoming magic treasures flying backwards, and angrily shouted. Being a Grand Xian Empress for 100,000 years, she had a special kind of majesty between her hands and feet. Even when he was counted and fell into the formation, his surface was never half flustered. Ha! The Great Xian Empress is truly powerful. However, there's no need for you to pretend to be relaxed. Nowadays you don't have much aura in your body, do you? Even if your base is strong. After all, you are still staying in this realm with the perfect realm of the ferrying realm. In this grand formation, you won't get any replenishment of aura, and you won't even be able to escape even if you want to invoke a heavenly calamity to soar. A misty voice rang out from all directions, sounding somewhat expectant and excited. This was the Great Xian Empress, and now she was about to fall into their hands. It was also that Lord who had helped them set up the formation. Otherwise how could they have the ability to call out the Grand Xian Empress? At the beginning, the big man only said to wait here at ease. Come to kill the person. Will give them a big chance, can ensure that they transcend the ascension, and in the immortal world can also join a big power. Unexpectedly, the person who came was actually the Grand Xian Empress. It doesn't matter. No matter who the visitor was, it couldn't stop their chance to cross the threshold and ascend. Damn. Lu Qinghan gritted her teeth slightly, and they were indeed half right. Now she had less than half of her aura left. However, if she wanted to, she could still lift her own restrictions and break the formation at any time, but then she would be rejected by this heaven and earth, and if she used the power belonging to the immortal realm, she would invoke the rules of heaven and earth and degree her into the immortal realm. Now that it's so hard to wait until the Lord awakens, it's possible to stay by his side again and help him share his worries. She would not have ascended. You are really going to disgrace me this time. Lu Qinghan took a deep breath and his gaze became very cold. If she didn't have scruples, wouldn't she have been surrounded by just a few transition realms? Right now there is no way. If she dragged on any longer, she would have to use her true power, although she could also manage to kill people before ascending. But it was not the result she wanted. After making up his mind, he slightly raised his right hand, and between his long, white index finger and middle finger, he held a jade slip. Ha! Want to ask for help? This grand formation obscures the heavens, so there's no need for the Great Xian Empress to bother with it. The person hidden in the dark did not panic when he saw this, but instead spoke out to sneer. However, Lu Qinghan did not pay any attention to them, but only exerted 2 fingers slightly, and the jade slip was transformed into a starry light with a crunching sound. After the jade slip shattered, the few drops of blood stored within it instantly evaporated. These fairy realm cultivators had underestimated her methods, but it was no wonder that they were a bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well. When the heavens and earth were separated, the people who stayed in this realm left a drop of their own blood for each other to give to the others, and once they were in trouble and couldn't solve it, they just needed to activate the jade slip. The moment the blood evaporates, there is a sense of blood connection and the exact location is obtained. She didn't expect that in these 100,000 years, she had become the only person to move this jade brief. As the Lord's personal maid, this was a disgrace to her. What is this? What the hell did you do? Since she had already asked for help, there was no need for her to continue preserving her aura. The other party's shocked voice had just sounded, and she struck out a divine ability in one direction at the first opportunity. The formation also appeared slightly broken for a moment because of this divine ability of hers, not enough for her to leave, but enough for her to finish off the guy hiding in the back, the figure of a flower, and then appeared to have come to the outbreak of the avatar. The Taoist rhyme dispersed. Lu Qinghan a finger point such as in the void, in the array repair the moment. Hidden in the array eye of the person has been cut off by her heir, along with the soul are churned out under this finger. In the Grand Xian Palace, Shangwan Shallow Autumn, who was lying on her back in front of the table, both hands propped up on her small face as she watched her master cultivate, suddenly had a change of color. Senior, I'm afraid Sister Qinghan is in trouble. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng also stopped running his gungfu and said with a flat expression, it seems that the person behind it is not dead in his thieving heart. Master, you wait here at ease. Disciple will go help the field. Shangwan Shallow Autumn immediately grabbed the flying sword leaning against the stone table and turned around to turn into a stream of light. My master will also go and see which fly is so constantly annoying. However, Chen Changsheng shook his head slightly and stood up, and in the Grand Xian Palace suddenly darkened, shrouded by a huge shadow. The experts within the entire Grand Xian imperial capital felt a terrifying aura at this moment. It's that demon emperor from the 100,000 mountains. Looking up, no matter in which direction of the Grand Xian imperial capital, one could see an ancient great evil that looked like a small mountain. Alert! It's that demon emperor from the 100,000 mountains. The experts of the Grand Xian imperial palace were even sweating coldly on their backs. When did this demon emperor even sneak into the Grand Xian imperial city? If it were to strike here, the Grand Xian imperial capital would surely suffer heavy losses. But it's just that, nowadays, His Majesty is nowhere to be seen. This guy came prepared to raid the Grand Xian imperial capital. Go! Chen Changsheng did not care about the sensation in the Grand Xian imperial capital, and with just a single step, his figure had already arrived at the back of the Qilin that had caused the Grand Xian experts to become nervous. Master! The Qilin was just about to open his mouth to pay his respects, but was interrupted by Chen Changsheng. Move! Yes! Kirin didn't dare to have half a minute's delay. Although he and Lu Qinghan didn't see eye to eye with each other too much over the years, we all served by the master's side. There was no harm in one's own people even arguing or cutting up, but if others wanted to bully, it was a different story, and the person looking for death had to be taken out first. Under the nervous gaze of many experts of the Grand Xian, the figure of the Great Fierce emanated a terrifying aura and directly stepped on the clouds to leave, while at the same time there was also a sword aura that followed closely behind. That's the aura of the human sword immortal. Luckily, it's fortunate that the earthly sword immortal is here, or else my Dashwan would be in danger today. Worthy of being the Shangwan sword immortal, to have scared that ancient great evil into fleeing and chasing after it in just one look. Just now, the old Tao seems to have seen a figure behind that ancient great murderer. Fellow Taoist must have misread it. That's the demon emperor of the 100,000 mountains, a great evil from the ancient times. According to fellow Taoist, can it still be given as a mount? Also, estimated to be blurred eyes. The first 2 days of the heavenly tribulation really shocked the old road. Recently are a little distracted. It wasn't until they were certain that the demon emperor had left that the many great powers of Dexian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even though there were 4 or 5 transition realms in the Grand Xian imperial city today, they were nothing in front of that demon emperor. However, until Her Majesty the Empress returns, the Grand Xian imperial city will remain on first level alert, wary of whether any other great demons from the demon race of the 100,000 mountains have also infiltrated the imperial capital. Master, you don't know how much Blackie has missed these years. Kirin took advantage of the rush and tried to chat about loyalty. However, Chen Changsheng directly gently stepped on his back, rushed the road and talked less. Perhaps it was because he hadn't used his strength for so many years, or perhaps he had learned from the mouth of the Empress Lu Qinghan that the guy Blackie had done something he didn't like. This gentle stomp caused its cloud-treading form to sink more than 100 meters downward. Master's good footwork. Good stomping. It feels like I'm almost going to break through the realm when I'm stomped by Master. The unicorn felt that his internal organs were nearly shifted. Master, this is really no lightweight. Any more force and it's going to spit blood. What strength of their own is not clear. Flesh into a saint, my living father. That can just step on it. But even if its heart was stifled, it didn't dare to whine even half a bit. And instead, it hastened to start licking. The heart is inexplicably excited. When it was like this to support the master to kill through all kinds of gods. Unfortunately, nowadays, suppressing strength, can only fly so slow. The corner of Chun Changqing's mouth twitched slightly. This guy didn't seem to have changed much in 100,000 years. Still the same big black dog from back in the day. It's not so much that it looks like a dog. It's mostly that it licks dogs too much. Lu Qinghan was in the middle of the nameless mountain range. At this moment, after her sudden outburst of resolving a transition realm perfection powerhouse, the aura she had left was less than 20%. She wasn't half as flustered, though. Even the big black dog that looked at each other with disdain was bound to be the first to arrive. All she had to do was casually dodge an attack before that happened. Due to the fact that she didn't have much aura, she also stopped being intentionally strong and began to constantly dodge and evade. Although her realm was suppressed to the perfection of the transition realm, her battle experience was not something that could be compared to the transition realm. That one divine ability was broken in her eyes and could be easily dodged. It can't wait. Old me feels that two terrifying auras are on their way. One way or the other. Catalyze the entire spirit vein and kill it in one blow. You're crazy. If you want to utilize an entire spirit vein, I'm afraid that a few of us will suffer a backlash and will not be able to recover for 1,000 years. If we fail this time, will that lord spare us? As long as we blast it to death. With that lord's status, would he go back on his word? And will definitely give us countless heavenly materials and treasures to help us cross the threshold and ascend. Whatever. Do what Lao Si says, before it's too late. Seeing that their means of attack were ineffective, the several transition realm perfection powers in the shadows could not sit still after all. In particular, they could feel two terrifying auras hurrying from the direction of the Grand Xian, and would arrive in a few breaths at most. The only way to kill this great Xian female emperor was to blast her to death at the first opportunity. Buzz. As they pushed the formation with all their might, they even surpassed the limits of what they could withstand at the perfection of the transition realm. The entire spirit vein was rapidly melting away, turning into a massive amount of spiritual chi to replenish into the nine heavens life and death diagram. A spirit grade extreme grand formation. For a time, heaven and earth changed color. The entire mountain range was obscured by dark clouds, and bursts of thunder resounded from the large formation. The 9 terrifying purple thunderbolts coalesced in a matter of moments as the aura was frantically replenished. These 9 purple thunderbolts, regardless of any one of them falling, were enough to blast a transitional succession realm cultivator to death, and their power was simply comparable to a thunderbolt. With the added power of an entire spirit vein, the power of these 9 attacks had already reached the level of an immortal strike. If Lu Qinghan didn't break her own seal, she couldn't block it at all, and she wasn't. The main body was the way of body refining, sealing the strength of the Yuan Shen. The physical body would be very fragile. Boom! In an instant, the entire mountain range was illuminated by the violet thunderbolts. The 9 violet thunderbolts fell almost at the same moment, not leaving any chance for Lu Qinghan to dodge at all. Facing the 9 purple thunderbolts that had already reached the power of an immortal strike, Lu Qinghan instinctively raised his palm to cover his eyes, only just waiting for the Lord to awaken. Is it about to leave this realm? If this blow was resisted, she would also be bound to die of heavy injuries, and the only way to resolve it would be to lift the seal on her Yuanshan. But likewise she would be extradited by the rules of heaven and earth to ascend to the upper realm. She's waiting. Since the jade slip asking for help had been used, as long as the people around the Lord who remained in this realm would come to help at the first opportunity. But she could only wait for one more breath of time. Any slower and it would be impossible to wait. Being in the 9 heavens life and death diagram, she was also unable to sense the outside world with her divine sense. But since the other side has been impatient, it's clear, help has come. The 9 heavenly purple thunder fell, only 1,000 feet away from her. In a flash, the distance was already only 100 feet, 50 feet, can't wait any longer. With a clench of his teeth, Lu Qinghan was about to lift his own seal and kill those present with a single blow before ascending. Instead, a familiar voice rang out. I am, Lord. The instant the voice rang out, Lu Qinghan instantly looked delighted, directly ignoring the presence of that 9 heavenly purple thunder. Since the Lord had already come, she was sure that she would not be half surprised today. Immediately afterward, everyone heard a scream, don't! Boom! A small mountain with a speed so fast that the space could barely withstand the distortion. directly rushed toward the big formation, and that 9 heavens purple thunder, which was also close to Lu Qinghan's head at a distance of 10 feet, was directly swept away by that small mountain, resisting all of it. Moreover, that small mountain still couldn't stop at all, and after rushing across the formation and pushing across the 9 heavenly purple thunder, it still flew toward the front, like a meteor. Finally, it was only after crashing through dozens of large mountains that it was finally set in a mountainside. Lord, can you do it differently next time? But, put it away, it can't go to waste. Maybe the Lord can use it for cultivation. That small mountain was none other than the Qilin Dehezi's main body, which had also shrunk by a few points even after stopping at this time, and purple electric arcs of light still flashed across its entire body from time to time, causing it to instinctively shiver for a few moments. Just halfway through his bitter words, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. Only just after spitting out a mouthful of blood, this fellow hastily took out a small jade bottle and recollected that blood. This is its ancient Qilin blood, a rare heavenly treasure under the sky. Wouldn't dare waste. Save it for when the Lord breaks through his cultivation. The reason for spitting blood, in fact, is not due to those 9 purple thunderbolts, but was kicked by the Lord. The ancient ferocious beast of it had thick skin and flesh, and it had even survived several heavenly tribulations, so it had an extremely high resistance to this unusual lightning method. It wasn't so difficult to be cleaved into a serious injury. That is, Lu Qinghan, being a human, cultivated the Yuan Shen and not the body, collected the unicorn blood. This guy then hurriedly fought back. It also wanted to see what kind of demons and devils actually dared to lay hands on the people around its master. How many sacred heart Dao ancestors had it eaten? On the other side, as the formation shattered, the few people who had been overloaded with manipulating the formation were instantly subjected to a tremendous backlash. A mouthful of blood gushed out in unison, looking in the direction where the meteor had disappeared with a face full of shock and disbelief. What kind of magic weapon is this? Just now, I seem to have heard the artifact spirit speak. What terrifying might! Right now is not the time to dwell on this. Did not see that one? Human sword immortal Shangguan Shallow Autumn. Fellow Taoists, right now we can only put up a fight. The great Xian Empress cannot recover too much aura in a short period of time. Come together and finish off the Shangguan sword immortal. Okay, together. 8 figures with somewhat shriveled breaths could no longer hide as the formation shattered, revealing themselves before the eyes of Chen Changsheng and the others. Listening to their brief shock and conversation, Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow with interest. That is, Lu Qinghan had nothing special to add and was trapped by them with the formation. But if they were to replace Xiao Heizi's thick skin and flesh, or Shangguan Shallow Autumn, the young apprentice who had mastered the sword domain, they would not really have a chance. After all, Lu Qinghan usually didn't need to fight. They were just following his side to take care of his ups and downs. Ha, master, did you hear that? They're saying they're going to come together and finish off this sword immortal? Shangguan Shallow Autumn's eyes were wide with disbelief as she pointed at her face and asked her master, do you really think that she, Shangguan Xiaoqiu, is a cabbage? Seeing that her master ignored her, she also simply wrapped her hands around her chest and didn't even draw her sword, just that quietly watching what tactics those 8 people could use to finish her off. Anyway, with master teacher by his side, it didn't matter even if there were really any calculations and dangerous undercurrents. Fellow Taoists, do it together. With a furious shout, Shangguan Shallow Autumn then ran her aura in preparation for a response, but immediately afterward, she watched as those 8 people transformed into 8 streams of light, fleeing for their lives in different directions without looking back. A question mark slowly popped up on Shangguan Shallow Autumn's head. Lu Qinghan saw the situation. The corner of the mouth is also pumped twice. These people, as soon as they see the little young master, to escape, so that they have even more no face. Ah, damn it, dare to trick the sword immortal. Disciple will go and bring them all back. Master, do you say to die or not to live? Shangguan Shallow Autumn slightly froze, reacted, then suddenly stomped her feet, to catch up with those 8 people to decapitate. Even if they split up and fled, she was confident that one of them would not be able to escape, not to mention the fact that the master is here. Who can run away? If the master is really full strength to come on a punch, I'm afraid that this cultivation world can be exploded. It's not necessary. However, Chen Changsheng slightly raised his hand to stop it and waited quietly. He squared off and felt another familiar chi and blood force. Those 8 people, they can't run away. Soon, the Qilin returned with a dead dog like old Taoist with only one breath left in his paw at the perfection of the transition realm. Cursing, you want to run away after pretending to be a pussy? How can it be that good? Master, this fellow happened to be brought back to you by my happenstance. What do you think of it? Hey, is he alone? It shouldn't be. That big formation must have at least 9 people to control it. Just as the Qilin tossed the transition realm aside and spoke, it suddenly sensed something that gave it the creeps. snapping his eyes wide open. He looked back. Crap, why are you guys there too? Hearing Kirin's words, the crowd looked behind him. There was a fat monk wearing 100 diamond garments with a kind smile. Only this monk was unusual. In his hand, he was holding up a sinister 10,000 soul streamer, and what emanated from his body was not a Buddhist aura, but rather lingered with a faint black karmic barrier. As for the 7 fleeing transition realm perfection great powers, they were at that moment being dragged along like kites being threaded up by a yin chi from the 10,000 soul streamer that passed through their eyebrows. He didn't care about the crowd's reaction, and at the first opportunity, he bowed respectfully to Chen Changsheng. Fu Lu, pay respects to the Lord. Get up. Chen Changsheng also didn't expect that this fellow, Fu Lu, had actually stayed in the cultivation realm as well to wait for his awakening. This is a real fighter under his own hand. Can enter his 10,000 soul streamer? At least must be a mortal emperor realm soul, otherwise he cannot see. Monk Fu Lu, why have you stayed in the cultivation world all these years and never showed your face? With a flash, Shangwan Shallow Autumn arrived in front of the fat monk and puckered her mouth in question. Ha! Greetings, young master. All these years, poor monks have been secretly investigating why the Lord has been sleeping. As for this matter of the cultivation world, as you know, the poor monk has no interest in it. Monk Fu Lu slightly salute, talking as the whole person is smiling, as a Maitreya Buddha in general, but it is a pity that the body of karmic obstacles really does not look like a normal Buddhist children. The results of the investigation will then be told to the Lord by the poor monk. Right now, I'd like to ask the Lord to decide what to do with these few sure masters. The poor monk's suggestion is that the poor monk should be directly superseded, so as not to dirty the Lord's hands. After saying that, the monk turned his head to look at the 7 transitional sinking realm perfection cultivators, narrowing his eyes slightly, already thinking of how he should torture and listen to their pleas for mercy and screams. It's just a pity that these people's realm is too low, and their begging and screaming can't make themselves feel satisfied. Find out and follow the trail to clean up the trouble, lest there be another such accident. Chen Changsheng stepped into the air with his hands in the air, and in a few steps, he had arrived in front of Monk Fu Lu. Monk Fu Lu slightly saluted again. Don't worry, my lord, you know the means of the poor monk. Whichever ant they stepped on when they were 3 years old is guaranteed to make them remember. Hearing this, Kirin shivered for no reason. This evil monk was one of the few guys it feared from the bottom of its heart. It has seen it with its own eyes. This guy reciting the great compassion mantra in his mouth while removing the enemy's flesh and blood, but still retaining the organs and bowels to maintain with the aura so that it will not die. Simply a sick executioner. Not one bit of this guy's karma is wronged. It's all the karma he deserves. However, if you meet one who is not afraid of death, and moves against the master or the people around the master who should not have the heart to actively seek death, it is also usually this evil monk who volunteers to come to the door to cut down the roots. The tactics are bottomless. Vaguely remember, when this evil monk said, he will destroy the people after the mountain gate, will also stay there to supernatural chanting for 3 years. During this period, if someone comes to mourning, it will be together with the supernatural. In this way, it will avoid any leakage. At that time it realized that this monk should not be messed with. A few lives are not enough for him to play off. This, Chen Changsheng also naturally knew. He did not have much of an opinion on this. The evil monk was only cruel to his enemies, and never took the initiative to provoke others, so he naturally would not be bothered. It was just that the evil monk's maneuvers were something he really didn't like to see either. Come to the Grand Xian Imperial Palace later to resume your duties. After Chen Changsheng spoke to Monk Fu Lu, he glanced at Lu Qinghan, who had been staring blearily at him ever since he showed up, and seeing that her aura had not yet recovered, he simply reached out and wrapped his hand around her waist, and with a single leap, he came onto the back of the Qilin. Back! Hearing his master's words, the Qilin immediately stepped on the clouds and returned towards the direction of the Grand Xian Imperial Palace. In his heart, he felt that this bitch is really good at pretending. Obviously he still has aura, which is so weak that he can't go back to the palace. The master can't be horny. Lord, Saiken has embarrassed you, please also chastise me. My lord. Lu Qinghan somewhat greedily inhaled 2 mouthfuls of his lord's breath, his face slightly burning, finally not willing to part from his lord's arms, kneeling on one knee to confess. If anyone else saw this side of the Grand Xian Empress, they would be afraid that their jaws would directly hit the ground in shock. This is not even a little bit of majesty. This is obviously gentle and easy to push down. But as long as Chen Changsheng casually said, Lu Qinghan couldn't wait to be able to immediately warm the nest for the Lord. Told you. You should have some means of your own. That's just it. Since I've awakened now, find a chance to help you seek some breakthroughs in the way of qi. Chen Changsheng shook his head slightly and did not chastise. Yes. Lu Qinghan buried her head even lower. It was about to be buried in her own 2 groups of white flowers. Get up. Chen Changsheng had wanted to reach down and let her up, but he was shaken in the eyes. Lu Qinghan raised his eyes to meet his lord's eyes, and his face burned a few points hotter when he felt his lord's gaze. However, she was not that youthful young girl. Not only did she not have the intention to cover up, instead she took the initiative to ask, if the lord needs to serve the bed, Qinghan can do it at any time. Ahem. Back to business first. Chen Changsheng moved his gaze away and pressed the topic for the time being. Shangguan Xiaoqiu, who had been following along, narrowed her eyes slightly as she watched the two's every move. The end of. Now in this lower realm, Sister Qinghan is afraid that she will get it. Master seems to have slept for 100,000 years and grown a little better looking. Ha! What are you thinking about? Shangguan Xiaoqiu? Kai is your master. Calm down some. After Monk Fulu had respectfully escorted his lord away, he turned his kind gaze towards the 8 transition realm perfection experts, including the one lying on the ground in the transition realm. A thought brought them all to their senses. The Yin-Chi in the 10,000 soul streamer transformed into countless threads, controlling them beyond their ability to move. Blessed are you all the givers. Seeing their familiar fearful eyes, Monk Fulu smilingly saluted with folded hands. Not long after, birds and beasts for miles around fled in terror. The horrible screams did not stop for a moment. No one begged for mercy. Only a constant plea for death came out. Half an hour later, as everything returned to peace, Monk Fu wiped his hands on his 100 diamond clothes and recited the supererogatory scriptures to the 8 skeletons on the ground again. Only then did he head in the direction of the Grand Xian Imperial City. Everything he wants to know, already know. Only a pity that the small cultivator of the fairy realm, when it is really cannot withstand the toss only half an hour, already cannot withstand the torture. God's soul epileptic. Soon, Chen Changsheng and the others had returned to the Grand Xian Imperial Palace first. The Qilin even shrunk into a miniature version to avoid unnecessary trouble and causing the tension of the Grand Xian masters, and followed his master in a bumbling manner, even though there had been quite a few minor conflicts between it and Lu Qinghan over the years. But now that the master has returned, none of that matters, and we will still serve the master together in the future. As for the petty conflicts, it's even more impossible for the master to judge them. It seems too unintelligent. The 3 of them, a unicorn, had just landed in the middle of the female emperor's bedchamber compound. When she heard the commotion, Yaya ran out of her room barefoot. Her little shoes were placed outside the door, as if she thought the palace was too luxurious and was worried about stepping on it. Surveying the area, the little guy suddenly lit up. What a cute puppy! Mr. Chen, can I touch it? The little Qilin that followed Mr. Chen around in a lurch made this little guy very fond of him, and he couldn't help but ask in a timid voice. What did you call my lord? You little imp? Puppies! The unicorn was instantly anxious when he heard the little one's words. The little guy was also not expecting the thing to talk. First, he was startled, then he reacted. Since Mr. Chen was an immortal, it made sense that the pets by his side must be extraordinary as well. All the more reason for her to want to touch it. Go ahead and play with that little guy for a while. Chen Changsheng casually grabbed the mini Qilin and directly threw it at the little guy's feet. So to speak, without any care. The unicorn could only hold his breath when he saw this and was ravished by the little guy in his arms. The hearts secretly think of their own demon emperor of this world fame. Today is ruined. Fortunately there is number 100,000 mountains of the great demon to see, or else if this demon emperor can really not go on. A demon emperor? Actually being ravaged as a pet by a fart-sized child. Shame on you. But as soon as it looked at its master who was sitting aside drinking tea, it lost its temper. On the side, Shangguan Shallow Autumn made tea for her master. Then she obediently came behind her master and skillfully pinched her shoulders. Lu Qinghan, on the other hand, reported on the trip itself. Lord, Qinger followed those 4 divine souls you gave me to track down the people they were related to. All 4 of these people are just casual cultivators, and they appeared in that temple before because of a commission. Based on some traces, Qinger then tracked down where that mountain range was, but I just didn't realize that the other party had already set up an ambush formation. As for the person behind that commission, whether or not it's one of those 9, we'll have to wait for Master Fu to return to find out. By the way, this is the Earth Void Ginseng you need, and Qinger brought it back along with it. The Grand Xian female emperor who was wearing a majestic imperial robe, but at this moment, she lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake, and told the story of her trip one by one. After saying that, she remembered something and hurriedly took out a jade box from her bosom, which contained the last heavenly treasure required on the master's list of materials. Earth Void Ginseng. Although this thing grew in the Forbidden Land, it was still not difficult to obtain with her strength. Well, you adjust first. The rest will come when Fru returns, Chen Changsheng said and took the jade box, which was still a bit warm in his hands. For this breakthrough, he was in no hurry. For this breakthrough, he did not intend to break through only one major realm. If it was according to his speculation, this time, he could at least break through 2 or 3 major realms in a row without any problem. After all, he wasn't originally an initiated person who cultivated from scratch, but rather a martial arts sage who truly stood at the pinnacle of the immortal cultivation world. Even from the most basic cultivation of the Yuanshan realm, the speed was by no means comparable to any so-called heaven's pride. Even more, there is no need to worry about leaving any defects to create a perfect Dao base. For a while, the courtyard was slightly quieter. The only person who was giggling from time to time was Yaya, who was amused by the mini Qilin. Seeing this, Chen Changshan was also a bit relieved. About half an hour later, Lu Qinghan had also adjusted almost. It was nothing more than recovering some aura. If he did not take the initiative to adjust, a few days could also be a natural recovery. With a Buddha's cry, Monk Fulu also rushed back at the first opportunity. The smile hanging on his face was a few points bigger. Obviously those guys in the party couldn't satisfy him, but they still made his mood a bit better. My lord, Monk Fulu clasped his hands together and came to the table and bowed slightly. Tell me what you found out. Chen Chongqing nodded slightly to signal his exemption and casually asked. Back to my lord. Those people were merely used as guns. Someone promised to give them a large amount of heavenly materials and treasures to help them cross the threshold and ascend as long as they can fight and kill those who are coming. And, after ascension, they will be allowed to join a major power. According to them, this power is backed by an immortal emperor. Although that person has not shown his face to them, the poor monk has still detected a hint of breath from their divine souls. Hearing this, Shangwan Shallowadam, who was standing behind her master, raised her eyebrows and said, Immortal emperor forces? The person behind the calculations is just a small immortal emperor? Speaking of which, it's still an acquaintance. Monk Fulu nodded with a kind smile on his face. Don't sell out. Chen Chongsheng raised his hand to interrupt. Seeing this, Monk Fulu bowed slightly in apology and continued. Actually, it wasn't an immortal emperor either, but the person who was behind that instruction was indeed a descendant of an immortal emperor. The lineage of the Ling Tian immortal emperor. This person didn't know what means he used to suppress his cultivation and conceal his breath, dodging the rules of heaven and earth to come to this realm. But don't worry, my lord. The poor monk has already used the 10,000 soul streamer to find out where he is, and it won't take long to deliver the person. Hearing the Ling Tian immortal emperor, Chen Chongqing faintly thought back. There does seem to be such a person. At first kneeling and begging to be followed by his side. Even as an errand boy or something, can this guy have that much guts to count himself behind his back? Rather, it is not like, as an immortal emperor, it is not really a fool. If it is a calculation also will not let his own son personally. But all this will be investigated when the people arrive. Since someone was counting on him behind his back, he needed to bear the corresponding price. Monk Fulu, this sword immortal is always curious about one thing. Seeing that his master closed his eyes and stopped asking more questions, Shangwan Shallow Autumn blinked and said, Young lord, please speak. Monk Fulu narrowed his eyes and smiled as he listened with his head slightly bowed. Why do you have to brutalize people every time? Well, tortured beyond recognition, then result them, and help them to transcend? Shangwan Shallow Autumn was not polite and asked directly. The Buddha said that the suffering in this world is counted. It is for this reason that the ascetics of the world choose to suffer more themselves, so that the world may suffer less. In fact, the poor monk is also a kind of ascetic monk. Just one person suffered ultimately too little. So let those monks, on behalf of the world's living beings, and then do something to contribute more suffering. This is also accumulating virtue for them. What the poor monk has done is a great merit. Monk Fulu said with a serious face, and even joined his hands together to chant the Buddha's name. What a great merit. Shangwan Shallow Autumn's eyes twitched at the corner of her eyes after hearing this guy's words, especially seeing that this evil monk exuded a clear aura of karma. Where was the semblance of merit? He's really bold, too. She couldn't really think of any reason to counter that. Though, if, according to him, the suffering in the world is limited, those who deserve to die and suffer more before they die, are they not reducing the suffering for the world? Makes perfect sense. Can't say what's wrong with it though. Wait. Then, according to you, you helped them accumulate merit. So why did you end up using the 10,000 soul streamer to erase their divine souls or incorporate them into the 10,000 soul streamer? Shouldn't they be allowed to reincarnate? Shangwan Shallow Autumn suddenly looked at the 10,000 soul streamer in the evil monk's hand and finally realized what the problem was. So she couldn't help but question it. The young lord's pattern is a bit small. My Buddha is merciful. If I don't go to hell, who will? Since they were originally the ones who deserved to die, how could the poor monk let them reincarnate for fear of karmic obstacles? It is only natural that they should be made to suffer, and then their souls should be put into the 10,000 soul streamer for eternity. as a means of making them endure more suffering on behalf of the world. Young lord looks at the poor monk as being covered in karma. But in truth, this is truly great merit. This is the way of the poor monk. When you, young lord, reach a higher realm someday, you will understand. Hero patiently explained what he had done to the young lord. It's weird to believe you. Shangwan Shallow Autumn rolled her eyes and muttered with a skittish mouth. Unexpectedly, this evil monk is also a more serious master. Seeing his disbelief, he also opened his mouth to give an example. Young master, you look at the Lord today. Do you think it's very powerful? In fact, what you can see, but it's just like a frog sitting in a well lifting its head to look at the sun and the moon. What? Then, Monk Fulu, do you mean that master is not powerful enough? Hearing his words, Shangwan Shallow Autumn raised her eyebrows and asked rhetorically. No. Fulu shook his head in a panic. He didn't dare to say this, and hurriedly continued to add, what you can see is because you are limited in your realm, and what the Lord sees in the eyes of a poor monk, and what you see, are two completely different concepts. Poor monks watching the Lord only feel, as if floating to watch the blue sky, and even dare not go to fantasize that they will one day be able to reach that kind of realm. Hearing this, Shangwan Shallow Autumn opened her mouth wide and couldn't help but want to applaud him. This monk is so good at kissing ass. Even the Qilin who was playing with little Yaya on the side, silently memorized the words of this evil monk in his heart. Look at them, then look at yourself. No wonder they call themselves dogs. That's what people call ass kissing. A set of little sentences. Unlike yourself who only licks hard. Learned. Just as the crowd was surprised by this evil monk's ass-kissing skills, Monk Fulu suddenly spoke up. Lord, the person has been found. Hearing these words, Chen Chongsheng, who had his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes to look at him. It's right in the middle of the neighboring capital of the Great Zhou dynasty and the Grand Xian dynasty. However, in the lower realms, the ones driven by the poor monk are also all transitional realm souls, and they are still all temporary finds. I'm afraid it's not very good to bring it back by force. That guy still seems to have quite a few fairy realm supporters in Great Zhou. I'm afraid that making a direct move will scare the snakes. Why don't I go myself, old monk, and bring the person before the Lord? Fulu's expression was always that Mithraea Buddha-like smile, even though that Great Zhou dynasty also had quite a few transition realm experts, and there was even an old man who had lived for tens of thousands of years, but in his eyes, it was nothing. Of the few people present, other than the Lord, his strength was deservedly the strongest. After all, his true realm had long since surpassed the immortal emperor realm. Even if he suppressed his realm, the 10,000 means were enough for him to be proud of himself. Lu Qinghan was only because she wasn't good at fighting and had suffered a reckoning. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, 9 transition realms really couldn't help her. No, it just so happens that I slept a little too long. Take a walk up the road yourself, just for a break. Chen Chongsheng raised his hand to reject it, got up and stretched and said. He was still very relieved about Monk Flo's strength, but he had other plans. The last breakthrough had attracted a heavenly tribulation, and this breakthrough might be even more powerful. It would be somewhat inappropriate to break through in the Grand Xian Emperor capital again. It was just the right time to go out and find a good place to break through the realm, and even if it attracted a stronger heavenly tribulation, it would not make the Great Xian dynasty panic. No matter what, this was the Grand Xian imperial dynasty that Lu Qinghan had single-handedly established. It is also considered to be his own forces under his command, except that this point of force is not meaningful to him at all. It just doesn't hurt to take care of it a little bit during this time in the lower world. Hearing the Lord say this, Monk Fulu naturally had no opinion. He just felt that that immortal emperor's heir was really blessed, actually being able to see the Lord in person. His father didn't even have this kind of blessing and treatment. Karen, who had been ravaged to the point of being somewhat self-absorbed on the side, was also suddenly energized upon hearing this. Hurriedly, he wanted to give his master as a mount, but was cut off by his master's opening. Little Blackie will stay here and play with this little guy first. Lead the way and go see who that so-called immortal emperor's heir is being used as a gunman. Chen Chongsheng said as he looked towards Fulu. Yes. Fulu bowed and answered, then took the lead in turning into streams of light towards the direction of Great Zhou. Chen Chongsheng was just about to step out, but was stopped by Lu Qinghan on the side. Lord, take Qinger's Phoenix Luan Palace. With a wave of her hand, the Empress summoned a magnificent palace, resplendent in gold and splendor, and in front of the traveling palace, there was even a 9-headed phoenix spirit body pulling it. It was a pity that nowadays in this lower realm, there were no real phoenixes, and these 9 phoenixes were merely transformed by her with her spiritual power. Although she wasn't good at fighting, she was still a professional in the area of taking care of her lord's rising. Her whole mind went into it as well, to the point where she wasn't strong enough to fight. What's more, as the master of this martial arts saint side of the maid of honor, before, There is no opportunity for her to fight. Anyone who sees her also have to respectfully salute. Saints are not an exception. Although they salute are given to the master of the line. Chen Changsheng didn't dwell on it too much, and with a single step, he took the lead up to the traveling palace. The road isn't close, so the little young lord should come up together as well. Lu Qinghan followed closely behind his lord and extended another invitation to the little young lord. Shangwan Shallow Autumn, who had already nodded her head and intended to ride with her, suddenly thought of something and said with a twinkle in her eye, "No, go for it, Sister Qinghan." After saying that, he directly sent the sword to break through the air and go. Only Lu Qinghan was left behind to recall what the young master's words meant, and after freezing for a moment and reacting, her pretty face was a little hot. Seeing the little young master turn into a sword mane and go far away, Lu Qinghan also quickly calmed himself down and entered the palace. As the sound of phoenix chirping spread throughout the Grand Xian Imperial City, the Phoenix Luan Palace rushed up into the sky under the respectful gaze of all the sights of the entire Grand Xian Imperial City, leaving behind a trail of flames that disappeared into the sky. As the Grand Xian Empress, she would rarely use the Phoenix Luan Palace on weekdays. After all, it was still more convenient to just transform into Tao Rhythm and go alone. But now that the Lord was there, it was naturally most important to make the Lord comfortable and satisfied. We can't let the Lord personally rush to meet the heir of that little immortal emperor. Can we? Does he deserve it? Even his father, Ling Tian Immortal Emperor, is not qualified to meet the Lord. Even if there is an opportunity to worship by chance, Ling Tian Immortal Emperor kneeling so far away, if you do not use the pupil technique, it is even difficult to see the Lord's appearance. Back inside the palace, he saw that the Lord was staring at him. I don't know if it was because of the little young master's words just now, but she who felt the line of sight from her Lord was instantly a bit constrained. The majesty that had been cultivated by being an empress for so many years was gone in front of the Lord. She was even worried that she might leave behind some bad habits that would cause the Lord to be dissatisfied. "Lord?" Seeing that the Lord's gaze did not move away for half a day, Lu Qinghan called out somewhat nervously, "Ahem, you these things, put them away." Finally, Chen Changsheng spoke. At the same time it was pulling a pair of silky, translucent white stockings from behind her, under her own ass. This is, not, I, Xinger, just when I saw you give those fairies this thing, quite good looking, these years idle, just find someone to make a few pieces with ice silkworm silk, this will be put away. Lu Qinghan's face stiffened and his speech was a bit incoherent. In a panic, he went up and directly grabbed the white silk stockings in his lord's hands and hurriedly put them into his own space ring. It was something that she had first seen back when the Lord had given it to her confidant. Although he had always liked it, he didn't dare to ask for it from the Lord, so he could only secretly make a few sets for himself while the Lord was asleep. I did not expect, put in this palace in the middle of forgot to put away, actually found by the Lord. Well, it can't hurt. If you like it, I'll make you a few sets of it with heavenly silkworm silk when I have the chance. This white one, it doesn't suit you, it's better to have black silk. Chen Shansha has lived for so many years, and has long since become more than the thin-skinned, youthful teenager he was at the time. Seeing this flustered look of Lu Qinghan, he instead looked up and down and rubbed his chin in serious comment. With her imperial style, the white silk was more or less a mismatch. It still had to be matched with black silk. Think about it, is also his own negligence. Weekdays follow his side, really should be matched with a good-looking uniform. Many thanks, Lord. Whatever the Lord likes, Xinger will, just wear what kind. Lu Qinghan felt remorseful in his heart, but his eyes suddenly snapped shut as he spoke. Speech even stumbled a bit. All this, only because, she realized that underneath that futon of the Lord's, her shorts were still pressed. It's already embarrassing. If the Lord sees this again, it will be a real disaster. My Lord, you have slumbered for so many years. Why don't we go outside the palace and take in some of the scenery? In desperation, she could only ask tentatively. Well, that's a good point. It's nice to blow off some steam. Chen Changsheng agreed without half a hesitation and directly got up and went outside the palace, as if he was truly enjoying the beauty of the mountains and rivers. Seeing this, Lu Qinghan was also in a panic to put away the things that must not be found under that futon. By the time she intended to follow her lord out, she realized that he had already returned. Ha, there's not much to see, so why don't you sit inside and have some tea? Chen Changsheng's face was as usual as he returned to his own futon and sat down. Even if Lu Qinghan was stupid, he understood at this moment. The Lord where is not found, is clearly afraid of her face cannot hang. Having figured everything out, at this moment, she only wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in, and she couldn't wait to jump straight down to the traveling palace. Shame on you. This is too embarrassing, but this is just shy for a moment. She is again a flash. That's not true. What are you so ashamed of? So much for watching. There's nothing the Lord can't look at, even if it's his whole self. Especially when she thought about the words of the little young master just now. It gave her even more courage. Why don't we just do it? What are you waiting for? Make tea. Chen Changsheng seems to see through everything, vaguely feeling that this guy wants to eat himself. So spoke up and interrupted her dangerous thoughts. Oh, when she heard her lord's voice, she also instantly came back to her senses and hurriedly rebrewed tea for her lord. In front of the Phoenix Luan Palace, Shangguan Shallow Autumn was getting not far from Monk Fulu and said thievishly, Monk Fulu, how long do you guess Sister Qinghan will be able to take down the master? You know, young master, the old monk does not understand this. And even more so, he does not dare to presume to talk about the Lord. Monk Fulu watched with his eyes and nose, and hurried on at ease. How about, make a bet? I guess at most half a year. If you can't take master within half a year, those treasures in the upper realm of this sword immortal's existence can be picked by you one by one. How? Shangguan Shallow Autumn blinked her eyes and said unforgivingly, then the old monk will guess that half a year is not enough. But what does the young master plan to win from the old monk again? Monk Fulu was silent for a moment and surprisingly agreed. The young master really has a magic treasure in his hand that he wants. When it was given by the Lord, he did not dare to open his mouth to ask for it, so as not to make the Lord displeased. Haven't thought about it yet. We'll tell you what you want when we figure it out. This sword immortal always wins every bet. Wait to lose you just. Seeing this, Shangguan Shallow Autumn immediately revealed a triumphant smile, and with a flash went to the other side, no longer talking more to this evil monk. With her knowledge of her master and how flirtatious he was in the first place, would she lose the bet? There are no accidents along the way. After all, in the front of the road is Shangguan Shallow Autumn, the earthly sword fairy. All feel her breath of the invariably retreat. Following closely behind was the Grand Xian Empress Palace, and even more so, no one dared to stop it. The road is unimpeded. Even if it is a lot of no-fly cities, they are not the slightest bit concerned when passing through. Those city lords do not dare to have the slightest opinion, and even have to be far away from the departure of their respectful salute. Soon, the capital of that great Zhou dynasty had appeared in their vision. Only before they arrived at the national capital, 5 experts of the transition realm turned into streams of light and stopped them. The capital of our dynasty is ahead. Please stay. Although the 5 people could see that the visitors were the earthly sword immortal and the Grand Xian Empress, they had to stop them because of their duties. Among all the imperial dynasties, Grand Xian was a very special existence. Aside from the Grand Xian, every imperial dynasty had at least 20 to 30 transitional succession realm cultivators, although most of them were just offerings that they had promised exorbitant returns in exchange for. But the overall strength is still strong. As for Dexian, it was because the Dexian Empress Lu Qinghan did not look at those so-called transition realm cultivators at all. In her eyes, that was just a bunch of scraps with no hope of crossing the threshold. Why would she need to spend heavenly materials and treasures to pull them together? This also led to the fact that there were less than 10 transition realm cultivators in Grand Xian today. But, with her, the Great Xian Empress, there was no other imperial dynasty that dared to covet the Great Xian land. Make way. Shangguan Shallow Autumn was too lazy to talk nonsense with these transition realms, and crooked her head with a lethargic voice. I'm sorry, but please wait for permission from my great Zhou Majesty first. Such are the rules, and we have been ordered to sit in the national capital. The old man at the head of the transition realm perfection said with a face like normal. The world had blown this earthly sword immortal up so high, but being in the same transition realm perfection, he didn't believe that the other party could be strong enough to ignore the entire Great Zhou. It was important to know that at this time in the imperial city, there were more than 10 transition realm cultivators, and there were a handful of transition realm perfections. His bottom line is still very much in place. Ha! This monk, rules are dead, people are alive. We have no intention of making things difficult for Great Zhou, so please make it easier. Monk Fulu stepped forward and clasped his hands together with a kind and incomparable smile on his face and said, being stared at by this monk, those 5 transitional succession realm cultivators only felt some chills on their backs. In particular, this monk is holding not a Buddhist magic weapon, but a 10,000 soul streamer, which makes them a little impervious. Rules are rules, please wait. Without His Majesty's decree, no one in the transition realm may enter the imperial capital at will. Although the old man at the head couldn't see through the monk's bottom line, his attitude remained strong. At the same time as will be their own a fairy realm perfect breath emanate out, quite a dare to break in on the posture of hands. When the other 4 saw this, they also displayed their breath. Giver, rules are dead, people, can also be dead. Be a man and listen to advice. Monk Fulu's smile grew a few points wider. With his realm, when did he need to talk nonsense with these mole crickets? But it was just that the Lord was behind him and he didn't want to cause more trouble. But where it is placed in the upper world, whoever dares to block the way, It is directly the 9 clans of elimination arrangement. As he spoke, Monk Fulu's originally internalized karmic barrier slowly emerged, and his entire body was haunted by a black karmic barrier. Just by glancing at that thick karmic barrier, the 5 felt chills all over their bodies. How many living beings must this kill to have such deep karma? Even if the city is slaughtered. Not, even if one were to slaughter the entire Great Zhou dynasty, I am afraid that it would not be possible to have 1/10 of this monk's karma. Ah, this guy, where is it a monk? It is clearly Yama in the world. Ah, the aura they originally exuded was also consciously withdrawn at this moment without agreement. The old man at the head of the transition realm perfection was silent. The other 4 looked at me and I looked at you, finally landing their gazes on the old man at the head. Elder Zhang, how about, forget it? We don't need to offend the earthly sword immortal for those offerings. Plus well, Buddhist high priest. What do you think? One of them even opened his mouth to advise. Although the 4 words of Buddhist masters are a little difficult to say, he really did not dare to say that the monk was an evil demon. Hey, it's just that I'm not ashamed to accept this Great Zhou salary anymore. Farewell. The leader of the transition realm perfection great power, at this moment also no longer entangled, shook his head inside then directly left the Great Zhou. He just wanted to earn some heavenly materials and treasures in order to maximize his chances of crossing over and ascending in the future. An attempt to cross over before his lifespan ran out. If you are tough today, I'm afraid I can't wait for that day. The man in charge had already left, and the other 4 had dispersed. Monk Fulu shook his head slightly inside. It's a pity. The 4 transition realms that hadn't gone far yet, hearing his words, couldn't help but speed up a few points and directly turned into streams of light. This monk, it's so evil. Even though they had lived for thousands of years, they had never seen such a horrible karma. Just how big of a sin has it been? And this guy, it seems like he's disappointed that he didn't resist to the end. Let's go. Let's pull out the guy who's a deadbeat. Shanghuan Shallow Autumn saw that the people who blocked the road dispersed and waved her hand indifferently to signal the old monk to continue leading the way. A group of people were in the middle of this Great Zhou imperial capital, and they did not care about the rules of their no-fly rule here. Especially the 9 phoenixes pulling the traveling palace are very eye-catching. The entire imperial capital of the Great Zhou, whether it was the common people or those who practiced cultivation, all unconsciously looked at the sky above their heads. After all, those 9 phoenixes look truly somewhat divine. Many people even feel that this is a heavenly blessing. Have to bow to the palace, praying for the immortal's blessing. The people are right there, but by the looks of it, it's in the imperial city of this Great Zhou. Does the Lord think it's appropriate to break in, or to call the man out? The old monk came to the front of the palace and asked flatly under the gaze of countless eyes. After all, it's someone else's royal capital. There's always some face to give. The Lord said to just hand the man over. Lu Qinghan's voice was heard from within the palace. Got it. Monk Fulu bowed slightly to the palace. Then he came directly to the sky above the Great Zhou palace, shaking the 10,000 soul streamer in his hand. And in an instant, dark clouds filled the sky, as if a great demon had descended. By the Lord's word, we are traveling for one person only. The Emperor of Great Zhou, quickly bring the people here. Don't make things difficult for the poor monk. Monk Fulu's voice resounded through the Great Zhou imperial palace, not giving the so-called Great Zhou Emperor the slightest bit of face. The countless experts belonging to the Great Zhou, hearing this each looked at each of them angrily. This was simply hitting His Majesty in the face. At the first moment there were several figures that turned into streams of light and rushed up into the sky, opening their mouths to scold the monk for not knowing the rules. So what if it's a perfection of the transition realm? This is Great Zhou, but for the many voices of reprimand, the blessed monk just with a kind smile, said the Buddha's name, and then waved the 10,000 soul streamer. Instantly countless yin chi into silk threads, will be those who practiced confinement, unable to move the slightest bit, and even the gods and souls are all frozen together in general. And at this time, inside the Great Zhou palace, Zhou Tianzi is standing aside, to a youth very respectfully asked, Shangren, outside those people are not simple, to my Great Zhou experts are difficult to resist, but also need to Shangren personally hand. Hearing his words, the richly dressed young man who exuded a unique aura of Taoism laughed disdainfully. Little problem, everything in this lower realm will all go up in smoke with the snap of this emperor's son's fingers. That's natural. That's natural. With such an honorable status as the superior, I'm sure those people will bow their heads whenever they see you. Don't even have the guts to do it. They also really have the guts to hold up the sky. How dare they come to seek trouble from you? Elder, if it weren't for the fact that my strength is not good, I would have suppressed them all and listened to the superior's judgment. So why do you need the superior to personally take action? Hearing the confident tone of this one, Zhou Tianzi was also relieved in his heart and hurriedly patted his ass. When this superior suddenly arrived, he casually struck out and suppressed him. and didn't ask for anything else, only saying that he would temporarily reside in the imperial capital of Great Zhou. In addition, he was told to contact some transition realm experts who met his conditions, and as for what exactly they were doing, he didn't dare to ask much, but now that the Grand Xian Empress and the others had come to the door, it was clearly related to that matter. When he thought that if the Grand Xian Empress was suppressed by this superior, he would be able to annex Grand Xian along the way at that time. Heavenly Prince Zhou became a little excited, especially after hugging this thigh this time. In the future, even if he transmigrated and ascended, he would still be considered to have a background. Ha! You're very good. If you ascend to the upper realms in the future, come directly to my Ling Tian Immortal Palace and follow this Emperor's son. That Emperor's son was complimented all over the body, although since childhood this kind of horse's ass hurt a lot, but every time to listen, or still the same cool. Many thanks for the cultivation of the superior. Also, Lord may not know that Great Xian Empress is a true earthly beauty. The OP will be able to tell by looking at it later. Wouldn't it be a beautiful thing to keep her around to serve her superior? Hearing that he could join the Ling Tian Immortal Palace, Zhou Tianzi hurriedly came to its front and deeply bowed. Then with a twinkle in his eye he hit upon an idea. If that Lu Qinghan were to be killed, it would still take a lot of trouble to fully subdue the Great Xian land, but if she could be made a plaything by the superior's side, it would be much easier to take in Dashuan. In addition, these days, the preferences of this emperor's son were sort of clear to him. The women he was allowed to seek from Great Zhou alone, not hundreds but 80, could be described as night and day. He hated himself for not having more daughters in order to be able to hug this thigh. Oh, there's such a thing? Very good. Very good. Let's go. You accompany this emperor's son and go see how they should beg for mercy, and how to watch this emperor's son hold a beauty with his own eyes. Ha 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 ha. That emperor's son's eyes immediately lit up when he heard that the Grand Xian Empress was actually still a beauty. After slightly straightening his collar, he shook his own folding fan of a lower-ranked immortal artifact and walked out of the palace with a swing. Behind him, Zhou Tianzi rushed to follow, and kept patting his ass. Above the sky of the Great Zhou Palace, Monk Fulu waited for a moment and somewhat impatiently spoke again. Within 3 breaths, if the person is not sent out, the poor monk will only be able to grudgingly supersede the entire palace. His words had just fallen. 2 figures then walked out of the palace one after the other. The crowd of Great Zhou experts were relieved to see that His Majesty had finally stepped forward. Just watching His Majesty groveling behind a male child left them greatly puzzled. Recently, I have heard that Your Majesty has an honored guest here, but it's not so bad that His Majesty would treat them like this, is it? Totally following behind like a servant, not even daring to straighten his back? You griffins have a big mouth. Ha! Seeing that your strength should also be suppressed to the perfection of the transition realm, let this emperor's son make a guess. Did you offend some immortal duke or immortal monarch in the upper realm, and that's why you had no choice but to hide in the lower realm to live a miserable life? It's also your chance to see this emperor's son today, so why don't we give you a chance today? As long as you bow 3 times to this emperor's son, your troubles in the upper realm will be smoothed out for you by this emperor's son, and in the future, you will follow this emperor's son as a dog. How? As soon as that emperor's son came out, he felt the monk's unusual sense of oppression, but he did not panic. After all, he was not strong enough to see the depths of this monk. Just think of it as a true immortal, nothing more. When Monk Fulu heard his words, his entire body couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Has this immortal emperor's heir always been so brave? But for his dog barking, Monk Fortune pressed no attention. Completely do not care. The gap in strength is too disparate. Lord, people are coming. Do you think you should ask first, or let me interrogate the old monk? Flo came to the front of the palace and bowed and asked. Soon after, Chen Changsheng, who was wearing a plain basalt-colored tunic, walked out. Following behind him was Grand Xian Empress Lu Qinghan. That emperor's son's eyes lit up the moment he saw Lu Qinghan appear. That guy Zhou Tianzi was really right. The word human being is a good word to live up to. However, in addition to that female emperor, his gaze also inadvertently skimmed to the Line Palace not far away holding a flying sword in a loose Taoist rogue girl like Shangguan Shallow Autumn. These two, both good. This emperor's son knows why you have come. But since you guys escaped, it's also your luck. As long as you leave these 2 women behind to accompany this emperor's son today, the other 2, this emperor's son may allow you to leave. There's only one chance, so think about it. The emperor's figure slowly rose into the air. He didn't like to raise his head to talk to people, until he slightly pressed ahead above the height of the crowd. Then he looked down and said. The tone of his voice was full of confidence, as if everything in this lower world was nothing more than a joke in his eyes. Chen Changsheng was silent for a moment and asked Lu Qinghan to the side for no reason. This kid's aura is a bit familiar to me. It seems like that Ling Tian Immortal Emperor brought him to bow to me. If you have bowed to him, how can you not know he exists and speak so bravely? At that time, he was kneeling far away. And even more so, he didn't dare to look up at you, so it should be normal that he couldn't recognize you. Lu Qinghan thought about it and returned with an arch of his hand and a bow of his head. Hearing this reply, Chen Chongqing nodded slightly, as if that was the case. The conversation between the two did not suppress their voices, and it had since fallen into that emperor's ears. Instead of being scared, these words made him a little irritated. What do you mean? This emperor's son has bowed to him. It was still his father, immortal Emperor Ling Tian, who brought himself to bow down to him. In his anger, he ignored the key point of how the other party knew that he was the heir of the Ling Tian immortal emperor. Immediately, he blackened his face and used the immortal folding fan in his hand to wave his hand towards Chen Chongsheng, and instantly 2 aura dragon scrolls blasted towards Chen Chongsheng with a terrifying might. Kid looking for death? Do you consider yourself a saint? And also this emperor's son has bowed to you. The many experts of the Great Zhou imperial capital, seeing that the youth casually waved 2 terrifyingly powerful aura dragon scrolls with a single wave of his hand, immediately understood why His Majesty would grovel so much to him. This attack had vaguely surpassed the power of a perfect transition realm, reaching a strike of half-step immortal power. Even those old men who have reached the perfection of the Great Zhou fairy realm, at this time, they all thought that if they resisted, they would surely die of serious injuries and hammers. Seeing this, Zhou Tianzi even lowered his waist a few points and became even more respectful to this emperor's son. Chen Chongqing stood on the Phoenix Luan Palace with his arms crossed, his face expressionless. It seemed to be unresponsive and dumbfounded. Suddenly a voice rang out. Wait! The person who opened his mouth was Shangguan Shallow Autumn. That emperor's son couldn't help but freeze when he heard the shout. Figured it out? As long as the two of you are willing to stay by this emperor's side. Ah! Emperor Sun's darkly delighted words were just halfway out of his mouth when there was a sudden cry of misery. His arm that was holding the folding fan was directly chopped off as a sword light flashed by. The arm, along with the lower grade immortal weapon folding fan, fell straight down towards the ground. Without the manipulation, the power of those 2 aura tornadoes was also reduced instantly, and was blocked by Lu Qinghan casually waving his hand and flinging out the Dao rhyme. From the beginning to the end, Chen Chongsheng had not opened his mouth, and all of this was very unusual for the crowd. Vile, shameless, this emperor's son wants you to die. Not, this emperor's son will make you beg for death. That emperor's son's eyes were red with blood, covering the place where his broken arm was, his voice indignant. That sword was so fast, but if he hadn't been distracted, he wouldn't have been chopped off an arm so easily. Sick, right? This flying sword of this sword immortal, named and slow, who's mean and shameless? You're overthinking yourself. Don't talk nonsense. When Shangguan Shallow Autumn raised her hand, the flying sword had already returned to her hand within the scabbard. In response to that emperor's son's wailing and questioning, she just spread her hands with an innocent face. Put, seemingly exasperated, or the aftermath of the sword, the emperor actually glared and spewed out a mouthful of blood. Who in their right mind would give a flying sword such a name? You're about to make a move, and you yell wait. Zhou Tianzi reacted, also opened his mouth, originally wanted to help the emperor's son of the Lord to open his mouth to discuss the other party. But after hearing this explanation from her, he actually didn't know how to retort. It seems like, flying swords are called and slow, not impossible, reasonable, but what a shame. Looking at the arm that was slowly falling, Zhou Tianzi then leapt up ready to catch it. Don't move. This is the trophy of this sword immortal. Shangguan Shallow Autumn, however, narrowed her eyes and smiled as she opened her mouth, although that inferior immortal weapon could not enter her eyes. But taking it to Kunlun Void and giving it to those old guys would be enough to offset her wine money for these years. Feeling that the sword aura she emitted had locked onto him, Zhou Tianzi instantly did not dare to act rashly, and the heart is vaguely uneasy. It was only a mere glance, and Lord Emperor's son had suffered such a great loss. Can we really finish each other off if we go on like this? Why do you have the feeling that you are going to be solved by the other side? Do you know what this Emperor's son is? Making a move against this Emperor's son. Is this a price you can afford? Between gritted teeth, the Emperor's son took out a jade slip from within his own long sleeves. The aura of an immortal emperor faintly emanated from it. This is his father left him the bottom card to save his life. Usually in the upper world no one dares to touch him. I did not expect that actually today will be in the lower world was forced to such a point. The rules of heaven and earth in this lower realm made it impossible for him to use more than an immortal's power as well. Otherwise, wouldn't they have been bullied by these few mole crickets like this? In fact, this kind of thought, not only is he, blessed monk this beyond the immortal emperor realm of the strong, is the most annoying, but where he can play his 1/1,000,000th of the strength, which can listen to this kid barking. His father that immortal emperor to come also cannot Several people saw him take out his immortal emperor jade slip, ready to call on his old immortal emperor father to strike a blow across the border. Instead, They had revealed playful expressions and pressed on with no intention of stopping them. This tiny emperor's son had no idea what kind of existence he had offended. Ka-ching. Without noticing the strange emperor's son, he directly activated the jade slip, and in an instant, a crack appeared in the sky. The rules of heaven and earth were all torn apart, and the rules of heaven and earth in this lower realm could still be suppressed for a short period of time for immortal emperors. It is just that the realm is high, but it is not too easy to cross the border. Just a short period of time to suppress the power of the rules of heaven and earth. And the difficulty of being in the lower realm is still a huge gap. Now, kneel down and claim your death. My father is immortal Emperor Ling Tian. It would be your honor to die under an immortal emperor. The emperor's son looked at the spatial rift that tore open in the sky and laughed wildly. Later on, when his father kills the person, it is also possible to bring him back to the upper realm and use heavenly treasures to renew his arm and heal his injuries. As long as the time interval is not too long, it does not affect his cultivation in the future. Thanks to you. Then the Ling Tian immortal emperor will have a chance to speak to his master. This sword immortal is only curious about one thing right now. Are you on good terms with your father? If the relationship is average, it is estimated. Shangwan Shallow Autumn winked playfully, looking at the spatial crack with some anticipation. As if that was not the bottom card used by the emperor's son. It was more like the means she used. As for those many great Zhou experts, including Zhou Tianzi, just the terrifying aura emanating through the spatial rift made them want to kneel and bow down. At this moment, the original uneasiness in the heart of Zhou Tianzi dispersed. That's the immortal emperor. It is a top-level existence that honors one side even in the upper realm. It's an existence he can't even imagine. With such an existence making a move. Today, even if this Grand Xian female emperor and the others were even more heaven-defying, they would definitely die. As powerful as these guys are, can they still be more powerful than immortal emperors? That's just a big joke. In the space crack, slowly a long sword made of golden aura emerged. Said it was a long sword, but the sword was like the size of a mountain. Only half of it was exposed, but it already covered the sky and the light was about to overwhelm the sun. Seeing this, the many great Zhou experts could no longer hold back and fell to their knees. On the contrary, Shangwan Shallow Autumn scoffed disdainfully. This Ling Tian immortal emperor is also sick in the head, making such a big battle. Not only will the power not increase by much, but it won't be of much use. She would like to see how this Ling Tian immortal emperor would end up with such a big battle later on. In a matter of moments, that golden-mantled longsword had fallen in the direction of Chen Changqing and the others. Only halfway through the fall, the longsword suddenly stilled. It wasn't that Chen Changqing and the others had used any means, but that the Ling Tian immortal emperor could see a few familiar faces. Chen Changqing he could not recognize, when he knelt just as far away and did not dare to raise his head. But, blessed master he still recognizes. What kind of existence is that? That is a great terror that kills the gods and Buddhas in the heavens and is feared. And that Shangwan Xiaoqiu. And, although the breath is weak, but is definitely that existence around the maid's palace. When this palace in the upper world but wherever passing through, the immortal emperor also need to kowtow respectfully. Who has his stupid son? Who has he gotten himself into? Is this a call to come out and die together? The original fervent gazes of the many great Zhou experts who bent their heads down were also puzzled after the golden mangled giant sword came to a stop. How? Happened? Why the sudden stop? Could it be? Right. This must be it. The immortal emperor is letting these mole crickets feel despair. Letting them know what kind of terrifying existence they've incurred before they die. It's too scary. Even if it was done casually across the border. If the target was the great Zhou palace, I'm afraid no one would survive today. This is the great terror of the immortal emperor realm. Your majesty is truly far-sighted to be able to follow the emperor's son. My great Zhou's fortune. After a few moments of puzzlement, the crowd of great Zhou experts speculated on the immortal emperor's thoughts. Even that emperor's son froze for a split second. But after hearing those excited discussions, he also understood at once. So it is. And please father, leave those two women behind. My son will make them pay. The emperor's son called out loudly to the spatial rift. With the way his father doted on him, he would certainly not refuse such a small thing. After saying that he even looked down at that group of damned mole crickets, wanting to see their desperate and helpless expressions clearly. But this look made him even more puzzled. Why were these people still teasing? Do you really think you're a saint and the immortal emperor doesn't even care about you? At this time, in the upper realms Ling Tian immortal palace, a middle-aged man of incomparable majesty was looking at the familiar faces through the spatial crack in front of him that was like a water mirror. In his heart, he was still praying that his great filial son must not be the one who had offended these people. These people, long after that martial saint had suddenly disappeared, had gone into hiding. I didn't expect to see them in the lower world. No matter which one here, Ling Tian immortal palace didn't dare to offend, and wasn't even qualified to do so. He could even imagine that the news of his Ling Tian Immortal Palace offending any of these people today would only have to be spread. In less than a month, the Ling Tian Immortal Palace would cease to exist, and even the eggs belonging to the Immortal Palace would have to be shaken apart. And even all this without these people making a move. Their power in the upper realm was far greater than the Ling Tian Immortal Palace. Not to mention, the most mysterious martial saint behind them. As early as 100,000 years ago, when he had just become an immortal emperor, he was already an invincible existence known to all the heavens. And I don't know how many saints had been beaten into submission by him. Now I heard the great filial son say that he would leave those two women behind. The only trace of hope left in the heart of the Ling Tian Immortal Emperor was also completely shattered. Through the water mirror, he could feel the gaze. It's over. It's all over. Shut up. A slightly terrified voice emanated from the spatial rift, rumbling and reverberating above the Great Zhou Imperial Palace. At the same time, he even made a decision that everyone would never expect. That huge sword with golden awns actually slightly reversed its direction, aiming at the Emperor's son who was thinking that he was winning. Father? At this moment the Emperor's son was confused. The entire Great Zhou's experts, too, were confused. Isn't this your immortal Emperor father? Kneel down and kowtow to beg the lords to spare the Ling Tian Immortal Palace. This is all your own sin. It has nothing to do with the Ling Tian Immortal Palace. Immortal Emperor Ling Tian's voice came again, causing everyone to not believe their ears. They had thought that the Immortal Emperor would suppress a few people in an invincible manner. It was also thought that the Immortal Emperor would be like a cat playing with a mouse, toying with a few people. But the only thing I haven't thought about is, the Immortal Emperor would actually have his own heir bow down and submit to a crime. Father, you're crazy. The Emperor's son stared in disbelief. But what answered him was not the words of the Ling Tian Immortal Emperor, but rather the golden on giant sword emitting a terrifying pressure. It directly pressed it down to the ground with a thud. Kowtow. The Ling Tian Immortal Emperor's shocked voice sounded once again. At this point, the Emperor's son had a blank head and empty eyes. Hearing his father's words, he could only silently bow obediently in the direction of Chen Chongqing's few people. I, Ling Tian Immortal Palace, have no knowledge of today's matter. I beg Master Fu to consider the old friendship from before. Can you kill only one person? The rebellious son? The Ling Tian Immortal Palace is willing to pay whatever it takes, only to beg for Master's forgiveness. Ling Tian Immortal Emperor's supplicating voice came out. Facing among these people, the one he feared the most was that monk Fulu. If he is not forgiven, what the entire Ling Tian Immortal Palace will face, he can already guess. But the words of monk Fulu, but let the Ling Tian Immortal Emperor, the whole person is paralyzed leaning on top of the emperor seat, as if being drained of all essence. The old monk can't make the call. It's the Lord you should be begging. Monk Fulu said and bowed slightly to the Lord with folded hands. These words were simply like a thunderbolt exploding in Immortal Emperor Ling Tian's mind. Who is his Lord? That was a true martial saint, and amongst the saints, it was an existence that could be ranked in the top 3. This great filial son. How on earth did he do it? A martial saint who had disappeared from the world for 100,000 years could be encountered by him and still be offended with precision. This is really over. It's all over. One must know that martial saint's 3 disciples today had all broken through the immortal emperor's bottleneck. He had stepped into the realm that he had been seeking for 100,000 years. If they were to know that they had offended the martial saint, there was no need for the martial saint to personally take action, and the Ling Tian Immortal Palace would have to wait for extinction. The thought of this, Ling Tian Immortal Emperor miserable smile. Even directly will that golden giant sword down. To the entire Ling Tian Immortal Palace to invite the killing of the rebellious son killed on the spot. As to whether or not this move could quell that martial saint's anger, it would depend on whether or not the Ling Tian Immortal Palace's fate was undeserved. Bold. Lu Qinghan suddenly chortled. This son intends to scheme against the Lord. Is Immortal Emperor Ling Tian trying to eliminate the evidence for fear that it will be traced back to him? Her words traveled through the spatial rift into the ears of Immortal Emperor Ling Tian. As an immortal emperor, he was frozen in place at this moment, and his entire body could not stop shaking. Calculated martial saints. Well. What a good son. What a good son for himself. He himself was not even qualified to kneel and beg to be an errand boy for the martial saint in the first place. He actually wanted to count on the martial saint. At this moment, the Ling Tian Immortal Emperor felt that the sky had collapsed. Ling Tian brat. Chen Chongqing slightly waved his hand to stop Lu Qinghan beside him from continuing to say more. Hearing the martial saint call out to himself, Ling Tian Immortal Emperor's entire person shivered. Even though the person is in the upper world, through the spatial crack the other party may not be able to see himself. However, he still hurriedly stood up from above the emperor's seat and respectfully knelt in front of the water mirror and bowed. Ling Tian bows to the martial saint. I, Ling Tian Immortal Palace, really didn't know anything about this matter. Everything was done by this rebellious son. Even though he had already certified as an immortal emperor for 100,000 years, he was also considered the head of a major power in the upper realm, the Ling Tian Immortal Palace. But in front of Chen Changsheng, he thought to himself that he was no better than a mole cricket, and even if the other party wanted to pinch himself to death, it might be much more convenient than pinching an ant, for the other party to be able to call him Ling Tian Kid. For Immortal Emperor Ling Tian, not only would he not feel that there was anything wrong, instead, this was a great honor for him. To be remembered by the martial saint's name was something that other immortal emperors could only dream of. However, at this moment, all of the great Zhou experts present were completely confused. A look of skepticism and disbelief. Did the old man hear right? That immortal emperor lord from the party was begging for forgiveness? What the hell is going on here? Why would an immortal emperor have his own heir bow down to the other side and beg for forgiveness? This world is too crazy. Old man must be in an illusion. And that junior who seems to only emanate an aura of the chi condensation realm actually calls the immortal emperor a brat? The crowd of great Zhou experts were still maintaining their posture of bowing to the immortal emperor at this moment, but their shocked gazes had fallen on Chen Changsheng, the youth they hadn't paid much attention to from the start. Chen Changsheng's group, whether it was the Grand Xian Empress, the earthly sword immortal Shangguan Xiaoqiu, and the evil monk, who looked like he was not to be messed with, all looked much more dangerous than Chen Changsheng, the young man emitting an aura of the chi condensation realm. But on the contrary, even immortal emperors had to beg for mercy with that youth. At this moment, Zhou Tianzi, even more so, looked in the direction of Chen Changsheng with empty eyes, his eyelids fluttering madly. The whole thing was in danger of going into a seizure. I had thought that by hugging the emperor's son's thigh, I would be able to level the playing field in the future and ascend to join the immortal emperor's forces. But now, even the immortal emperors have shriveled up. What kind of existence had he offended? A martial arts saint? He wasn't sure exactly what realm this martial saint title was, and what realm a saint was. These were far beyond his insight. However, at this moment, the one who was most shocked was the emperor's son who was kneeling and bowing to Chen Changsheng. Martial saints. Martial saints. I'm counting. Martial saint. He kept muttering and repeating under his breath, his gaze going from horror to despair. How is this possible? The martial saint had long since disappeared for 100,000 years. How could it be in this poor and remote place in the lower realm and still happen to be encountered by him? At this moment, he finally understood why Chen Changsheng and his party looked at him with that sneering look. It hadn't even stopped him from using the immortal emperor's jade symbol to invite out his father's hand, especially recalling the words of the other party. He and his father were kneeling far away and didn't dare to look up, so it was normal that they couldn't recognize him. The other guy wasn't joking, much less trying to deliberately humiliate him. It is true, back then, his own father had indeed brought himself on a pilgrimage to the martial saint from afar. Finished, done, it's all over. The emperor's eyes were godless, his arms drooped down powerlessly, and he even directly slumped to the ground in a paralyzed state. These lower realm ants might not know what kind of existence a martial saint was, but he was very clear. Even though the martial saint had disappeared for 100,000 years, the legend of the martial saint had always existed. That person was the true pinnacle of the martial Tao, an existence that had suppressed the sword saint with 3 punches, a great terror that had crushed countless saints of the same era. Even if they were in the same saint realm, no saint would be willing to offend a martial saint. Even those 3 disciples of his nowadays, they each possessed a major power, and although they were far from the scene of the martial saint back then, they were all far too powerful than the Ling Tian Immortal Palace. On the opposite side of the spatial rift, Immortal Emperor Ling Tian was still kneeling respectfully before the water mirror. Silently, he waited for the martial saint's latter words. His heart was also tense, but where the other party bluntly said that they wanted Ling Tian Immortal Palace to pay any price, he had no doubt that it could be realized within a month without the other party's hand. Finally, Chen Changsheng continued to speak. Those 3 disciples of mine, are they all right now? He did not ask Immortal Emperor Ling Tian anything about counting himself out. Just as the Ling Tian Immortal Emperor had said, even if the Ling Tian Immortal Palace was given the guts of the heavens and even greater benefits, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Today's matter had been seen through before he came to Great Zhou. The Ling Tian Immortal Emperor's heir was merely being used as a gun. The 3 disciples of the martial saint have now all broken through the Immortal Emperor vastness and are each in charge of a major power in the Sea of Chaos. What is the specific realm? Ling Tian does not dare to speculate. Immortal Emperor Ling Tian's respectful voice came out from the spatial rift. That's good. Go in peace. I will not blame Ling Tian Immortal Palace for this matter. When Chen Changsheng heard the other party's reply, he nodded slightly with great satisfaction. The district Ling Tian Immortal Palace, whether it was dead or alive didn't matter to him. and it was enough to get the news from him that his 3 disciples were still very much at peace. But upon hearing his words, the Ling Tian immortal emperor who was kneeling in front of the water mirror shivered throughout. Go in peace. It is, having offended the martial saint, would it be possible for one of his own children to quell his anger? However, the martial saint was able to spare the Ling Tian immortal palace, which was considered compassionate, and the Ling Tian immortal emperor was already content. Ling Tian, kowtow to the martial saint for pardoning the Ling Tian immortal palace. Ling Tian has one last request. Can the martial saint give Ling Tian 3 days to account for some aftermath? The immortal emperor's somewhat bitter voice came from the spatial rift. The immortal emperor was considered a hegemon in the upper realm, but just because of Chen Changqing's sentence of going in peace, he gave up any resistance. Fighting for his life? He's not worthy. At this moment, the many experts of Great Zhou were already numb, especially Zhou Tianzi. At this point, his entire body had gone as limp as the emperor's son. Today, he would definitely not end up any better than the emperor's son. After all, he was involved in the ambush. Even immortal emperors were willing to cut themselves to thank for their sins. Not to mention that he, a tiny heavenly prince of Great Zhou, was afraid that in the eyes of the other party, he might not even be as good as a grain of sand. Also, ever since the other party had descended upon the Great Zhou palace, he had never looked at him squarely from start to finish. The difference is just too great. You're overthinking it. To live in pieces. As for you, the great filial son who counted on this martial saint, it's time to forget it. Chen Changqing shook his head helplessly. How did these people like to overinterpret their words? A short silence. A figure was vaguely visible in the middle of the spatial crack. Immortal Emperor Ling Tian forcibly suppressed the rules of heaven and earth and projected his own silhouette into the crack. Respectfully, he knelt and bowed in Chen Changqing's direction. Kid Ling Tian, bowing to thank the martial saint for his great kindness. This son will no longer have anything to do with the Ling Tian immortal palace from this moment onwards. If the martial saint needs it, Ling Tian can personally dispose of it and leave his soul to be interrogated by the martial saint. In the Ling Tian immortal emperor's opinion, the air could still be regenerated. But if the Ling Tian immortal palace was gone, it would be truly gone. Were the lives of countless people in the Ling Tian immortal palace still not as good as a great filial son who had invited a martial saint to him? He was even willing to clean up the mess himself in order to show that he would never do anything stupid like revenge for this great dutiful son. These words, falling into the ears of that emperor's son, he was still paralyzed on the ground with his eyes lifeless and both arms hanging down. He even just gave up begging for mercy. There's no use begging for forgiveness after what happened today. There's no need. It's better for the old monk to take over this interrogation. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Monks are compassionate and really can't bear to see your father and son fighting each other. Hearing that immortal Emperor Ling Tian wanted to execute the emperor's son, Monk Fulu opened his mouth with a compassionate look on his face and stopped him. Upon hearing this, the figure of the Ling Tian immortal emperor in the spatial rift once again bowed respectfully before slowly dissipating. At the same time, the suppression of the power of heaven and earth was withdrawn, and the spatial cracks quickly healed, and the sky fluctuated like water for a few moments to regain its calmness. That emperor's son had also known the identity of this Monk Fulu by now. It is the fortune master who has made the entire upper realm terrified. He would have been willing to die by his own father's sword. At least it wouldn't have been too painful. In the hands of this Monk Fru, where's the good in that? The word compassion doesn't have anything to do with him either. As the immortal emperor bowed and left, the many great Zhou experts present had yet to recover from their shock. How could they not have imagined that the immortal emperor, who only existed in legends, actually didn't even have the courage to make a move, and even gave up his heir after showing up to kowtow to that youth? Zhou Tianzi at this time is also all thoughts. After today, regardless of whether the great Zhou can still exist, at least his end has been doomed. Run. There's no need for that. What's the point of even running to the ends of the earth for an existence that even the immortal emperor needs to kowtow to? Even if he escaped from this cultivation world ascension to the upper world, I'm afraid that the first time to find him is the party that Ling Tian immortal emperor, carrying his head to find this unheard of martial arts saint to ask for forgiveness. Martial sage. What kind of realm was it that even immortal emperors needed to be treated like this? This kind of existence. Why would it stay in the cultivation world? Why? Zhou Tianzi could not figure out. Slowly got up and looked around with some despair. His own palace. His own great Zhou. Can it continue to exist? Regarding their thoughts, Chen Changqing and the others did not care. With a few steps, Chen Changqing's figure had arrived in front of the collapsed emperor's son. A few others followed him. Emperor's son kept his head up and gradually saw the figure in front of his eyes. So, is this the martial saint? Bitter mumbled under his breath. At this moment, all that was left in his heart was boundless remorse. But it didn't help. Tell me everything you know. Chen Changsheng looked down at the emperor's son who had been unstoppable just moments ago, but was now like a bereaved dog, and said in a tone that was neither happy nor sad, "The name of the latecomer is." Emperor's son was no longer able to think, and just instinctively then answered the martial saint's question. But just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Chen Changsheng raising his hand. "Save the irrelevant words. What you call yourself is meaningless to me. Who sent you to the lower realms? And who made you count with me?" Hearing this, the emperor's son couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, thinking back to his proud first life. Even in the upper realm, as long as he reported his name, the other party, no matter who it was, would have to give him a few points of face, or give the Ling Tian immortal palace behind him a few points of face. But today, when confronted with an existence like a saint, the other party simply didn't want to know his name, nor did they need to know it. Also, even if it was the entire Ling Tian immortal palace, what was it in front of him? All of them are just trash that he can crush with his hands. It's a woman, an impeccable woman. She said that she had a miserable life and was exterminated, and now her enemy is hiding in the cultivation world. As long as this emperor, I can help her take revenge. She will become a Dao couple with me. I really didn't know her enemy was you. The emperor's originally dead eyes couldn't help but brighten a few points when he spoke of that woman. Hearing this, Shangguan Xiaoqiu on the side directly laughed in anger. Is this emperor's son a spermatozoa? You haven't reacted by now? What woman would be an enemy of master? Before the master's slumber, the world simply does not exist in the master's enemies, after all. But where there is a grudge, or in the heart of the master's hatred, even if the master himself does not care, Monk Fulu will also have a hand to clean up the clean. My lord, it's better to have the old monk try the trial. Monk Fulu folded his hands and said the Buddha's name, already seeing that this emperor's son does not understand that he is just a pawn now. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly and did not say anything more, just turning his head to look at the heavenly prince of Zhou who was not far away. He casually said, effective immediately, Great Zhou reverts to Great Xian, and all those present can be considered Great Xian subjects. For these insignificant people, he didn't care if they were dead or alive. Also, including me? When Zhou Tianzi heard this, a few more hopes rose in his heart. However, he saw Chen Changsheng slowly raise his right hand, his index finger facing him. If you can suffer one of the divine powers of this chi condensation realm, I will not pursue today's matter. After saying that, an aura coalesced at Chen Changsheng's fingertips and lightly shot towards that Zhou Tianzi. Although that aura far exceeded the intensity that a normal chi condensation realm should have, at least several large realms higher. However, it was certainly not enough to injure Zhou Tianzi, who was at the consummate level of the transition realm. All the great Zhou experts present thought that this great terror had truly spared the Zhou heavenly prince when they saw this. Even Zhou Tianzi himself was as if he had been pardoned, wanting to kowtow directly to thank him for his kindness. And even if that aura struck his body, it definitely couldn't cause any harm. But Lu Qinghan shook his head slightly. The Lord's casual strike. Even if he hadn't used any of his body refining strength, he had only used the chi condensation realm he had just broken through to make a divine ability. Nor is it something that can be blocked by these ordinary fairy realms. If he could not die under a casual blow from the Lord, he would indeed be qualified to live. It's just a shame. It's obviously unlikely. As expected, it was just as Lu Qinghan thought. Although that aura looked ordinary, just a few points stronger than the other chi condensation realms. But as he approached Zhou Tianzi, there were hidden flashes of thunder snakes in the aura. Originally with the immortal emperor left has been restored to the clear sky, but also in an instant dark clouds spread. An aura that made everyone feel intimidated appeared. Heavenly tribulation. It's impossible. This can't be possible. How could there suddenly be an apocalypse cloud surfacing? The moment the apocalypse cloud appeared, everyone except Chen Changsheng looked up incredulously. Many experts of the Great Zhou wanted to escape from here at the first moment, but after seeing that youth, they didn't dare to move a single bit, and could only kneel down on the ground, bearing the feeling of fear in their hearts underneath the robbing clouds. Since that youth didn't even hide, they didn't dare to escape at this time, in case it aroused his displeasure. I'm afraid that the consequences would be much more serious than facing the heavenly tribulation directly. Even Lu Qinghan looked up in surprise as she guessed that the Lord's casual strike was bound to be extraordinary. However, it was not expected that the Lord would still have the ability to induce a heavenly tribulation. Hiss. Master, you're getting a bit off the mark. A chi condensation realm's Yuanshan cultivation can manipulate heavenly robberies. If the Yuanshan cultivation reaches the immortal realm, wouldn't it be possible to mobilize even heavenly robberies in the upper realms? Shangguan Xiaoautum, who had originally felt that this trip was a bit boring, could not help but have her eyes contract slightly at this moment. Looking towards the apocalypse cloud, she could sense that it was not any of the people present that the apocalypse had locked onto. Rather, It was the weak aura that the master had casually pointed out. Where was that an ordinary aura? It was clearly a lightning rod. Wherever it falls, the heavenly tribulation will strike. This, Zhou Tianzi still maintained his posture of intending to bow down and give thanks. But he looked at the suddenly coalescing robbery cloud and the aura that was constantly approaching towards him. That's when he realized. Even this one used a divine ability with a casual strike from the chi condensation realm. It was also not something that one's own transition realm griffin could resist. Is this the power of a saint? No wonder even immortal emperors need to kowtow. Without waiting for him to think too much more, the aura had already landed on his body. With his original guess in general, there is not much damage. The only thing that is a little crispy feeling. But immediately afterward, there was a bucket-thick heavenly thunder that fell uninterruptedly. The originally gloomy Great Zhou Palace was brightly illuminated by the countless heavenly thunderbolts. Zhou Tianzi's figure was also completely buried by the countless heavenly thunderbolts, and only a faint shadow could be seen. Screams? Can't hear. All that can be heard is the thunder ringing in my ears. That Great Zhou's experts. Each one of them looked dazedly in the direction of Zhou Tianzi. They don't even dare to imagine how miserable it would be if they were among those killed by the heavenly thunderbolt. How many thunderbolts of heaven have been counted? This even exceeded the amount of heavenly thunder that a normal transitional ascension could attract. It was only after reaching at least a few hundred heavenly thunderbolts that the skyjacking clouds above his head finally ran out of skyjacking essence and slowly disappeared into thin air. Disappeared along with the heavenly tribulation, and the figure of that Zhou Tianzi. Under hundreds of heavenly thunderbolts, Zhou Tianzi had already lost his soul, leaving behind only a scorched blackness that was hundreds of meters in circumference. There were still thunder snakes churning above the ground from time to time, all of which were remnants of the power of the heavenly tribulation. Fortunately, the heavenly tribulation did not produce the slightest proliferation because of Chen Changxing's guidance of that one aura, and everyone else except Zhou Tianzi could only feel the terrifying might of the heavenly thunder, but did not suffer the slightest harm. Sure enough, it's still the way of the genii that's good. A casual divine ability from the chi condensation realm is this good. Chen Changxing looked at his masterpiece and murmured softly with a slight nod of satisfaction. The corner of Shanghuan Shallow Autumn's mouth twitched when she heard this. Master, this isn't a problem with the Tao of Yuanshan at all. The chi condensation realm casually a divine ability, and also certainly not a, like you. In response to the young master's words, both Lu Qinghan and Monk Fulu nodded their heads in agreement. Other than the Lord, even if Monk Fulu was in the chi condensation realm, it would be impossible for him to be so perverted, crossing one or two great realms to suppress his enemies. He still thought he could do it, but the chi condensation realm, a realm that has just stepped into cultivation, casually kills the perfection of the fairy realm with a single blow, and also triggers a heavenly calamity. I've never even heard of it. Even those saints today, absolutely none of them could do it. What is the name of this divine power? Lord? Dang, that's some strong overkill. Monk Fulu raised his hand and collected that Emperor's son's divine soul into the 10,000 soul streamer. It was a pity that Emperor's son had no chance to see this martial saint's casual strike of the chi condensation realm. Otherwise he would have understood more about why his father was so in awe of the martial saint as a god. What's the name? But it was just a casual creation. Let's call it Heaven's Punishment. Chen Changxing was slightly stunned. This divine ability was merely something he had created in passing at the time when he created the everlasting skill. Haven't really thought about a name. Divine Punishment. What a dominant name. Those Great Zhou experts buried their heads a few points lower at the sound. They didn't want to experience the power of this avatar heavenly punishment like Zhou Tianzi. Just feeling it from afar already made them sweat. The piece of naming you, Master, is really the only shortcoming left. Heaven's Punishment. That's too much pull. What are you? So much higher than the sky. Even the heavenly rules of the upper realms are like nothing to you. Shanghuan Shallow Autumn, however, bristled, very disapproving of this piece of the master's name. Chen Changxing silently turned his head to look at the little disciple who was chattering and spitting. Ha, just kidding with you. Master, you have a good name. Shanghuan Shallow Autumn felt her master's gaze and instantly reacted, hastily changing her words. Oh, what's so good about it? What a name? Chen Changxing asked rhetorically, following her tone from the party. Good is good. Just as good as, cool. Yes, what a handsome name. Shanghuan Shallow Autumn's mind instantly flashed through 1,000 thoughts, but she still knew her master's temper very well, and in a flash, she thought of an excuse to put it off. Counts as a reason. Hearing this, Chen Changxing nodded in genuine satisfaction and stopped pursuing the matter. Wasn't the initial reason he wanted to cultivate the way of the Yuanshan because the avatar looked more handsome than his serious three fists? Seeing that her master was coaxed by herself, Shanghuan Shallow Autumn then patted her chest and sighed in relief. Chen Changxing scanned the surroundings. This Great Zhou Imperial Palace was considered to be rich in spiritual qi. It's a good place to break out. So he said to Lu Qinghan, dismiss all the people. Those who can be taken in and merged into the Grand Xian you see to the arrangements. Those who can't you also make your own decisions. Yes, Lord. When Lu Qinghan saw that her lord had taken out those heavenly treasures that she had been told to prepare from the everlasting seal, she knew that her lord was preparing to break through the realm once again. At that moment will be those still prostrate on the ground of the great Zhou masters retreated outside the palace to listen to the sentencing. She herself and the little young master and the blessing of the monk. 3 people each stand on the side of the great Zhou palace. The Lord on the protection of the law, although no one can also hurt the Lord, but should do can not save. Seeing that there were no more idlers, Chen Chongsheng was not polite, and immediately sat in the air, floating the long-prepared heavenly materials and treasures in front of him. I also don't know how many great realms I can break through this time. The last breakthrough was only to step into the way of the Yuan Shun, but it brought him some small surprises, namely the power of the heavenly tribulation, and this time, he also wanted to know what kind of surprises awaited him as he made another breakthrough. As Chen Chongsheng plopped down on his knees, he slowly began to operate the everlasting life technique. The dozens of heavenly treasures that were suspended in front of him also directly turned into liquid under the effect of his qi and blood power. The impurities within it were burned away by the power of qi and blood, leaving only the purest part. Even though he hadn't yet begun to break through, just by starting to maneuver up the eternal life technique, a whirlpool of aura had already appeared around him. The aura of the entire Great Zhou Palace was frantically converging towards him. However, these auras were obviously a drop in the bucket for Chen Chongsheng. In just a few moments, the aura of the entire Great Zhou imperial capital, and even the 100 miles outside the imperial capital, all converged towards him like waves. Those experts of the Great Zhou, at this moment, looked at the figure hovering above the palace with wide eyes. Is this still human? Anymore? His Yuanshan realm today was only the Qi condensation realm perfection. Just a minimum realm that had just stepped onto the Tao of Yuanshan. However, when this running Gongfu cultivation, the terrifying degree of absorption of spiritual qi, even if all the transitional succession realm experts present were to run their Gongfu together, they would definitely not be able to get to this extent. Lu Qinghan had already seen the Lord's breakthrough in Dexian before and was not too surprised by it. On the contrary, Shangwuan Shallow Autumn, her small mouth slightly opened and muttered, Master has just broken through to the qi condensation realm. And cultivation requires such a horrifying amount of spiritual qi. If he wants to break through to the immortal realm, he must not suck the entire cultivation world empty. Monk Fulu, this is only I and knows, the Lord's strongest cognizance of him. These small movements, for the Lord is just a sprinkle of water. Who dash? After running the Gongfu for a week, Chen Chongsheng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Then, he cast his gaze above the dozens of heavenly material spirit liquids that were suspended in front of him, with his lips and teeth slightly open. The spiritual liquid was directly transformed into a stream of water, which was directly inhaled into his mouth. These heavenly materials, if taken by an ordinary qi condensation realm, would have to explode and die on the spot, but to him who had become a saint in flesh, it was nothing. When those spiritual liquids entered his body, he slowly operated his gongfu to guide the spiritual liquids to the place of his qi. It was only that at the qi condensation realm, his sea of qi had yet to open up, broken. Compared to the difficulties of others when they broke through great realms, Chen Chongsheng merely chanted softly. A sound like breaking glass rang out in his head. Changes began to occur at the place of his qi. The spiritual liquids of dozens of heavenly materials and earthly treasures began to slowly converge and fuse at the place of his qi. And all the spiritual qi from heaven and earth that kept entering the body converged towards the sea of qi. Generally speaking, the process of forming a sea of qi would take a few breaths of time and would be sufficient. Like gifted people with larger qi seas, it would take longer. As in the case of ordinary cultivators, the sea of qi might be like a water basin, and those with superior talent like a water tank. Another example is his disciple Shangguan Shallow Autumn. The sea of qi is like a small pond, but this is in addition to her own talent. More importantly, when he looked for Shangguan Shallow Autumn for the heavens can find all the heavenly materials suitable for the opening of the sea of qi, only to pile up out of the hard. Even Monk Fulu, due to the fact that he was already late in following him, his qi was actually less than half the size of Shangguan Shallow Autumn's. It can still be improved later in the season, but it won't increase much more. But as time passed, everyone was dumbfounded. Back when this sword immortal condensed the sea of qi, it only took less than 30 breaths of time, but now that an incense stick has immediately passed, why hasn't Senior stopped? Shangguan Shallow Autumn watched as her master was right in the center of the aura vortex, never stopping in the slightest, and couldn't help but exclaim in dumbfounded amazement, Amat Ba Buddha. The Lord's qi is bound to be unprecedented. Monk Fulu uttered the Buddha's name and folded his hands together despite his flat voice. His gaze was also somewhat expectant. Although the Sea of Chi has little effect when it reaches the realm above the immortals, but the gap was there after all, and in the future, if little young Master Shangguan Shallowautumn was in the same realm as him, she could also use that slight gap to outshine him. Those who cultivate should achieve the ultimate in every realm, so that they can be invincible in the same realm in the future, or even across realms. It's just a shame that everyone's extreme upper limit is different. Just like the current Chen Changsheng, he himself was a bit surprised as he felt the continuous expansion of the Qi Si within his body. Each of her disciples had used up heavenly materials and treasures to expand their Qi Si to the size of a small pond. But nowadays, he himself, the heavenly materials and treasures he used were actually not that good. Just some things from the cultivation world. But his Qi Hai, it has been turned into an infinite ocean. Truly a sea of them. But it didn't stop there. Far from having reached the limits of this body of his, at the same time, he also found a problem. Nowadays, the aura of the Great Zhou imperial capital, which was hundreds of miles around, was already very scarce after his frantic absorption of this incense burner. It was simply not enough for him to continue expanding his Qi Si further. This situation was naturally felt by the others present. Even the naked eye could see that the originally terrifying aura vortex was rapidly becoming smaller. Lord, have no haste. Monk Fulu suddenly remembered something and shook the 10,000 soul streamer in his hand. The Emperor's son, who had just been included in it, was then directly shattered by him, leaving only a divine soul to be included in it again. No matter how unpleasant that Emperor's son was, he still came from the upper realms and had a notable cultivation of the true immortal realm. His body of immortal yuan could be much denser than the aura of these hundreds of miles around. All the cultivators present couldn't help but want to absorb the immortal yuan the moment they felt it. As long as they absorbed it they would have great benefits, but none dared to move. That immortal element is a great chance, but if you touch it, it will be a great disaster. The moment immortal yuan appeared, it was also instantly captured by Chen Changsheng, and directly with the aura vortex, it was then sucked into his body and refined. The expansion speed of the original Qi Si, which had already slowed down, also instantly skyrocketed. In an instant, the Sea of Qi, which was like an ocean, once again expanded dozens of times. Not enough. Chen Changsheng himself was a bit shocked. He was only breaking through an ordinary Qi Hai realm. How could he not even absorb 1,000 miles of spiritual Qi in a square radius plus the immortal energy of a true immortal? Monk Folo and the others were also confused when they saw this. That's not even enough. In a moment of desperation, Monk Fulu then planned to lift his own seal, and on the occasion of his ascension, he would divide some of the divine essence in his own body for his lord to absorb, and help his lord to form the Sea of Qi. There is no need for that. Chen Changsheng sensed Monk Fulu's intentions and immediately spoke to stop it. If someone else was in this situation, I'm afraid there would be no way out. But in favor of, it wasn't that hard for him. Monk Fulu, who was already planning to unseal himself, also hurriedly stopped when he heard his lord's words. If there were any other way, he would naturally want to stay by the lord's side. Sweep away all the trouble for the lord. They can't encounter any cats or dogs and let the lord personally take action. They don't have that qualification yet. Chen Changsheng saw that the aura was no longer enough. Immediately began to catalyze their own longevity skill, representing the longevity of that invisible thread incense. Originally only slightly lit up the fire, but now it has become a firelight bright piece, burning up a monstrous fire. The cost of this burning of longevity, if it were a cultivator of the perfection of the transition realm, in a few breaths at most, his longevity would have to be depleted. Even a true immortal couldn't withstand being burned like this. At most half an incense stick time, he would have to scatter. But on the contrary, Chen Changsheng was an exception. The thread of incense that he represented longevity, no matter how much it was burned, would not be reduced by the slightest bit at all. At the cost of longevity, through the transformation of the longevity technique, an endless aura immediately surfaced within his body. All of those long, basil-colored shirts were grinning from the aura bulging violently. Even the aura in his body was so much that the ones that were too late to be fully absorbed would spill out of his body. So that originally had been a spiritual Qi almost depleted Great Zhou Royal Capital Square Circle or once again spiritual Qi become abundant a lot. This, worthy of being the Lord, to think of such a heaven-defying method, using your lifespan to turn into aura. According to the Lord's characteristics, there's no need to worry about the lack of aura at all. Seeing this, Monk Fulu immediately dropped his heart and folded his hands in marvel. When Shangguan Shallowautumn saw this operation of her master, she even stared at both eyes. Is this okay? Playing like this is too rogue. As for those Great Zhou experts, they were all completely numb at this point. It was just a hollow-eyed, open-mouthed look at the figure hovering above the palace. They no longer knew what words to use to express the shock in their hearts. It has been exactly like a dream. How can such a heaven-defying existence appear in the world? Originally, he was terrifying enough, and if he needed enough aura, he could barely still be considered a short piece. But nowadays, looking at his appearance, he didn't need to worry about the lack of aura at all. Ah, what kind of filth is this? Regarding the shock of the crowd, Chen Chongsheng did not care. He felt the expanding sea of qi within his body, but had some doubts in his heart. If one is a person with outstanding talent, a vision will be born in the sea of qi. Monk Fulu had a big Sun Buddha statue right in his qi sea, while Lu Qinghan's qi sea had a giant tree of Xian ice. As for his youngest disciple Shangguan Shallow Autumn's qi sea, there was also the momentum of 10,000 swords. However, up to now, there were no visions surfacing in his qi sea at all. Could it be that his natural talent is too mediocre? Doesn't make sense. As he continued to burn his longevity in exchange for endless spiritual qi, the expansion of the qi sea finally reached its limit after half an hour. At this time, his divine sense looked inward, as if he were in the sea of qi. This can no longer be described as a limitless sea. Even, it is not too much to describe it as a chaotic sea. He even had the illusion that this sea of qi in his body could even carry a small world. But, what about visions? Chen Chongqing's divine sense stepped on top of a star that was devoid of any life and fell into deep thought. Wait, star? Where did the stars come from in the sea of qi? Suddenly, Chen Chongsheng was in a daze, and only then did he realize what the problem was. In his sea of qi, there were even rivers of stars shining brightly, and when he looked up, there were even sun-like stars crossing over. This, his sea of qi vision, it seems, to be an entire world. In order to verify his suspicions, he simply moved his mind, wanting to try to manifest the sea of qi vision around his body. In the first moment, Monk Fru's face changed and he jerked his head up to look at the sky. Immediately after that, Shangguan Shallow Autumn and Lu Qinghan also blushed and looked up, and those who have long been numb to as puppets of the great Zhou experts, which only after the realization of the feeling is not right. The sky, which was originally clear, suddenly darkened at this moment. The whole sky seems to been replaced. The stars were so bright that even the starry river was visible, as if it were close to them. Even scarier, the sun. There are 10 suns. What the hell is this? 10 days in the sky. The crowd was in this moment as if they were in another world. Obviously, he was still standing on the land of the Great Zhou Palace, but he couldn't feel the presence of any aura, and even Monk Fulu's perception of the rules was cut off. It's as if everything is dominated here. The only one who was in control of everything was Chen Chongsheng, who slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stood up, although only breaking through a large realm is a bit unexpected. But, it turned out to be quite satisfying. Chen Chongsheng had a feeling of mastering everything at this moment, and within his qi sea vision, he was the true master. Monk Fulu's face changed, and his qi sea vision manifested uncontrollably, wanting to instinctively resist. In an instant, a 10,000-foot statue of the great Sun Buddha appeared, emanating endless karmic fire. But just for a split second, the Buddha statue even slowly made a bowing motion and bowed towards Chen Chongsheng. Immediately after that, the qi sea visions of Shangguan Shallow Autumn and Lu Qinghan naturally surfaced. Although their visions were not in human form, they all made a move to affinity with Chen Chongsheng in a matter of moments. It's amazing that a vision can submit. Among the great Zhou experts, there were a few who possessed qi sea visions, but their visions were so ordinary that they didn't even have a chance to reveal themselves. At the same time, a rotting cloud above Chen Chongsheng's head was rapidly gathering. Sure enough, another heavenly calamity has descended. In this regard, Chen Chongsheng was not surprised. Every time he made a breakthrough, he seemed a bit too strong, and it was normal for heaven and earth to be incompatible. It was a pity that an existence like the heavenly tribulation was not yet a threat to him. He, who had originally planned to directly absorb the heavenly tribulation, suddenly made a move. Collect. Then the word was whispered. As his words fell, just as if his words followed the law, the robbery cloud that had already begun to emit loud thunder rolls, even violently began to contract. It eventually transformed into a ball of heavenly tribulation origin force, which was directly incorporated by Chen Chongsheng into the corner of the sea of qi vision. It could be absorbed or invoked by him at any time. After lightly resolving that heavenly tribulation that countless cultivators were in awe of, Chen Chongsheng then put away his qi sea vision. The sky instantly regained its clearness, and the sight of 10 suns over the sky and a sky full of stars dissipated. The many experts of the Great Zhou did not even react to the question of whether or not a heavenly calamity had appeared just now. They had clearly felt the terrifying oppression of the heavenly tribulation, but with that person's one word of collection, the heavenly tribulation was gone? This, Lu Qinghan couldn't say anything even after opening his mouth. Is the Yuanshan path that master and we cultivate really one? Shangguan Shallow Autumn was even more in deep thought. Amitabha Buddha. The Lord's ability is truly beyond our speculation. Monk Fulu also marveled and could only utter a Buddha's name. After slightly feeling the realm he had just broken through, Chen Changsheng was also quite satisfied. Although this breakthrough did not directly reach the Qi Sea realm consummation, but also only need to continue to burn life, to fill the sea of Qi with spiritual Qi to reach the consummation realm. But it is harmless. At this time, the purity of the aura in the Qi Sea within his body was even approaching immortal Yuan. If you counted the power of the heavenly tribulation origin that was interspersed with his special spiritual energy, even immortal Yuan couldn't compare to his special aura. Chen Changsheng did not even glance at those experts of Great Zhou. With a flutter of his sleeves and a few steps with his hands, he returned to the Phoenix Luan Palace. Seeing this, Lu Qinghan also made a gentle leap and slowly landed behind his lord. "You're not going to settle down in this Great Zhou first?" Chen Changsheng casually asked when he saw this. Lu Qinghan slightly saluted. "When this matter goes back, Xinger will send someone to do it." Although this Great Zhou was not weak, it was only in this cultivation world, and it had not yet entered her eyes. She had only guarded Dexian all these years, but only because the place where the Lord was in seclusion was Dexian's land. As for moving outward, she did not have any thoughts in that regard. After all, this cultivation world was not a place for the Lord to stay for long. Hearing her explanation, Chen Changsheng did not say anything more and walked inside the palace. Lu Qinghan casually pinched his hand, pulling the 9 phoenix spirit bodies of the Phoenix Luan Palace. Then with a phoenix cry, they shot up into the sky, leaving behind a fiery light, heading straight in the direction of Dashuan. Shangguan Shallow Autumn didn't delay when she saw this and shrugged her shoulders as she followed closely behind with her imperial sword. Amitba, pity, pity. Monk Fulu scanned the many Great Zhou experts present with some regret. That compassionate gaze somehow caused all the experts of Great Zhou to feel a chill on their backs. "I also don't know what this evil. What on earth is the monk pitying?" Fortunately, the monk did not linger, but also the first time will backhand the 10,000 soul streamer to the back. Feet born of the golden lotus, a few steps will be no trace. It was only then that many of the Great Zhou experts reacted and bowed to the traces of fire in the sky. Greetings to the martial saint. Although he didn't know what realm a saint was in, nor did he know what the title of martial saint actually stood for, but whether it was from the performance of that emperor's son, or that immortal emperor, the 2 words martial saint would be enough to make immortal emperors bow down and worship. After a long time, it was not until the traces of flames in the sky disappeared that the many Great Zhou experts dared to get up. "You look at me, I look at you, wide-eyed. We want to run? There will be no more big weeks. Before long, this place will be the territory of Grand Xian." Thinking that immediately this Great Zhou will be returned to Great Xian, these people may not be able to retain their treatment, and even have to face the cynicism of the people of Great Xian's court. Many of the people present were tempted to leave. With their strength, even if they left the Great Zhou, they could still join other forces, and at the very least, they would be able to mix up as deacons or elders. However, when they thought of that mysterious martial saint from the party, everyone couldn't help but shiver. That was an existence that even immortal emperors had to kowtow to, and even immortal emperors had to personally settle their own heirs in order to prove themselves. Great Xian had such an existence at its back. If they ran away, would it cause displeasure on the other side? At that time, even if the sky was the limit, no power could protect them. Just go with the flow and let it happen. Perhaps, becoming a Dexian subject isn't as bad as we thought. At least, becoming a person of the Great Xian will not give you any other worries, nor will it ever again suffer such an unmitigated disaster as it did today. A Great Zhou's transition realm expert shook his head inside as he said. Hearing his words, the crowd also nodded in silence. Indeed, if one joined the Grand Xian, where would one need to worry about being beaten at the door in the future? As long as that martial saint. No, there wasn't even a need for that martial saint to make a move. Even Shangguan Shallow Autumn, the earthly sword immortal, would be enough to make all the forces fearful. Not to mention, that creepy high priest who reeks of karma. They cannot understand until now. Why that fat monk? Mouth left sentence Amitba Buddha. Right sentence compassion. But all karmic obstacles. Magic treasure is a 10,000 soul streamer. It's simply too unreasonable. Dexian Palace. In the courtyard in front of the Empress's chambers, Yaya had an expectant look on her face, and even though the Kirin hadn't taken human form, a torn look could be seen all over his face. Just a few screams, Yaha put her face right up to Kirin's. Say yes to, this emperor will let you listen to 3 barks, and then you will obediently go to bed and stop bothering this emperor. And it must never be told to anyone else. Understand? The unicorn tangled half a ring. Also do not know how long the master this trip to come back. It was this little guy annoyed by the head is going to crack, so just agree to her request. Yes, Yaya must never tell anyone. As soon as Yaya heard that this little black finally agreed, she cheered and danced around. Who dash? I didn't expect that this emperor, returned as the lord of the 100,000 great mountains, and even more so as the most trusted and most well-liked honorable Qilin sacred beast of Master Wu Shang, would have to learn how to bark in order to coax a little brat today. It's just a matter of, long pain is better than short pain. After a mental struggle, Karen cleared her throat. Ahem. Woof. Good yeah. Yaya was a little happier when she heard the little black dog finally bark. Seeing this, the unicorn grew a bit proud and immediately continued. Woof. Yaya was even happier, and the Qilin couldn't help but hold his head high as he watched, thinking that he was worthy of being the demon emperor, and that he could coax this little brat into submission with a couple of casual barks. But it's kinda up there. For a moment, it didn't care that the original promise was only 3 voices. Straight away, he rasped, woof 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 woof. A series of barks that amused Yaya was joyful. Meanwhile, a voice rang out over the yard. Little Blackie, and you say you're not a dog? Shangwan Shallow Autumn looked at the mini Qilin that was screaming with a playful face. Even Monkfulu's kind and benevolent smile couldn't help but look like it had changed a few flavors, his gaze looking towards the Qilin with interest. What made the Qilin break his defenses even more was the fact that Lu Qinghan slowly walked out of the palace. Calling you a big black dog. Originally just thought you looked like one. Now that doesn't seem like the wrong call. Lu Qinghan said with his face as usual looking down at the already petrified Qilin below. And at this moment, Chen Changsheng slowly walked out of the palace and stretched his back. As if he hadn't heard the party's barking, he landed in the yard with a gentle leap. But as he passed by Kirin, he casually said, well, learning is indeed good. At this moment, the unicorn completely broke the defense. It's over. It's all over. All the majesty of the holy beasts that had been established for so many years was gone. Roar! After a brief moment of petrification, accompanied by his master's final flirtation, the unicorn completely broke his defense. Immediately, he wanted to raise the sky and let out a long whistle, trying to ease the embarrassment. What nonsense! Chen Changsheng, who had just walked past it, was disturbed by the sudden roar, and immediately raised his hand and gently knocked on the Qilin's head with his knuckles. Woof dash! The original roar that could frighten all beasts into submission changed its tone at the master's kowtow. That's right, that's what we'll call it from now on. Chen Changsheng clapped his hands in satisfaction and came to sit down in front of the stone table. Only Kirin was left to fall lifelessly to the ground, a large bag slowly bulging on his head. 2 lines of tears slipped from the corner of my eyes. It's over. A lifetime of fame is over. How can it face the great demon henchman in the 100,000 mountains? When it wants to lie quietly on the ground and digest its inner wounds. Lu Qinghan stepped over its tail. Hiss! You stinking woman! Without waiting for it to start cursing, the tail that had just moved its position landed right at Shangwan Shallow Autumn's feet. Hiss! You, clever little young master. Not daring to dislike the little young master, it moved the position of its tail again between the pane. What a coincidence! This time, it fell at the feet of Monk Flo. Hiss! How about, Master Flo, you get me killed? What kind of person bullies a unicorn like that? The Qilin raised its head to meet the eyes of Monk Fulu with a kind smile on its face, and the words that came out of its mouth were swallowed back in an instant. Ba, death is not a relief, but if you have the heart to suffer for the world, the old monk is willing to fulfill your great merit. 10,000 karmic obstacles are mediated by my body. Monk Fulu folded his hands and said very seriously. Kirin opened his mouth and eventually chose to hold his tongue. This old monk, it feels like it really wants to overtake itself. He's not one to joke around now. At this time it is how nostalgic when in the Chaos Sea. Follow the master around to do good. The days of chivalry At that time, there weren't so many people bullying it, and most people had to respectfully call out Lord Holy Beast when they saw it. With this in mind, the Qilin couldn't be bothered to grieve alone anymore, and stood up with a very funny-looking carp roll. The fart came to his master's side and said, Master, now that you have awakened, this separation of heaven and earth is no longer necessary. Why don't you contact the other saints and remove this separation between heaven and earth? Isn't it better for us to return to the chaotic sea than to stay here in the cultivation realm and get away with it? Its words kind of speak for themselves. Shangwan Shallow Autumn also spoke up from the side. Dahei has a bit of a point on this point. Now that Master has awakened, why not return to the chaotic sea? It's been 100,000 years. I don't know what realm the 3 senior sisters have reached. As for Lu Qinghan, he kept his mouth shut and just helped the Lord make tea. Monk Fulu stood with his hands folded, not saying a word. He didn't care about where he was. As long as he could help his lord it was enough, regardless of whether it was the cultivation realm, the upper realm, or the chaotic sea. As long as they were the enemies of the Lord, it was his responsibility to overpower them all. Transcending immortal emperors is transcending, and transcending mole crickets is likewise transcending. and needs to be treated equally. How were the living beings in the cultivation realm before heaven and earth were separated? Chen Chongqing didn't answer this question directly, but asked in return. The aura of heaven and earth is dozens nearly 100 times more abundant than today. It is more suitable for the cultivation of all living things, much better than today. Karen replied without thinking. Speak your mind. Chen Chongqing did not answer, instead looking towards Lu Qinghan who had been waiting by his side. Hearing the Lord's question, Lu Qinghan said with a serious face, before the separation of heaven and earth, with cultivation was easier, but it was equally necessary to face more dangers. In contrast to ordinary beings or mortals, they are nothing more than a tonic for cultivators. You have to know that not every 10,000 soul streamer is like Master Fulu, who only takes in the souls of great powers. Those who are not in the right mindset, when they move, they will slaughter an entire mortal imperial dynasty and collect hundreds of millions of mortal souls to be used to sacrifice the 10,000 soul streamer. In the cultivation world nowadays, the human race has many imperial dynasties in force, and the demon race also cultivates peacefully with the 100,000 great mountains on weekdays. Even if disputes arise, they are within control, or are decided by the two parties on their own initiative, rather than, inexplicably, having his life suddenly collected by an immortal who could not resist. Over the years, she had governed the Grand Xian dynasty and was most aware of the current form of this cultivation world. Compared to the demon race of the 100,000 mountains, the mortal dynasty was much more complicated. Hearing some of her analysis, Shangguan Xiaoqiu was slightly stunned. Even Karen opened her mouth, but couldn't think of anything to say in retort. If we judge from this perspective, the cultivation world is indeed better today, since heaven and earth are already separated. Let's keep it like this. It's just as well. In this realm I can also raise the way of the Yuanshan a bit first. During this time, you can also take care of your various affairs in this cultivation world. When the time comes, it's just a matter of ascending away without breaking the rules of separating heaven and earth. After Chen Chongqing heard Lu Qinghan's analysis, he also spoke out his decision. Since the Lord had already given the word, the many people present naturally did not have any opinions. Chen Chongqing then glanced at Yaya who had been staring with curious eyes but had not opened her mouth to interrupt. Turning to Lu Qinghan, he instructed, find her a suitable teacher to teach her the way of healing. In addition, within this Grand Xian imperial capital, there is a benevolent heart hall with a boy named Li Jin. This person is also considered to have made good karma with me, so arrange it with this little guy. Recalling the boy he had met on his way to the broken temple that day, Chen Chongqing simply mentioned it in passing. By the Lord's command, among my Grand Xian's transition realm, there happens to be one who specializes in the Tao of healing. In a matter of days, we can arrange for this little fellow and that Li Jin to cultivate under its side. Lu Qinghan bowed slightly in response. Arrange it as soon as possible. It's a little inconvenient to have this little guy around. Hearing the Lord say that, Lu Qinghan immediately used a jade talisman to summon the transition realm into the palace. At the same time, he sent someone to go to Rinxin Hall to look for the boy called Li Jin. Can Yaya really learn medicine? The little guy couldn't help but have his eyes light up a few times when he heard the conversation between the two. If she could learn the art of healing, she would not let others experience the pain of their loved one's illnesses as she did. Naturally, if you cultivate diligently, perhaps, in the coming days, you will also be able to achieve the qualifications of an immortal. Chen Chongqing said with a faint smile. Immortals? Is it an immortal like you, sir? When Yaya heard that she could actually still cultivate and had a chance to become an immortal, she became a few points more excited. Probably, is not quite the same immortal as me. Chen Chongqing froze, then spread his hands and said, spare a thought. But it was enough to surprise the little one, who was very intelligent and knew that Mr. would surely leave one day. But she also wants to return the favor. Now that he had the opportunity to cultivate, he might not be unable to become an immortal himself in the future, and then he would have the opportunity to repay Mr. At the command of the Lord, Empress Lu Qinghan naturally had to do it at the first opportunity. That evening, things were set in order. By herself, she personally sent Yaha to that Grand Xian transition realm Dan Dao expert's residence. Frightened, the transition realm named Dan Yuanzi kowtowed and greeted him, thinking that he hadn't committed something to make the Empress personally descend. Good thing it only sent him 2 disciples. That Dan Yuanzi immediately stated that he would not accept any more disciples in the future and would focus on training these 2 shut-in disciples. The boy from the benevolent heart hall was a little older, so he became a senior brother. As for Yaya, she was a senior sister. For Yaya, there wasn't much to feel except surprise. On the contrary, the boy named Li Jin was like a dream. When he was taken away by the Forbidden Army that day, he thought that he had offended some prince, and that this was a way to take himself to prison. Unexpectedly, he has now worshipped under a transition realm powerhouse to become a great disciple. He wasn't like Yaya who didn't know anything. In the entire Grand Xian nowadays, other than Her Majesty the Empress, there were less than a handful of transition realms. Even if one looked at the world, wherever the transitional succession realm went, it was the guest of honor and was too expensive to mention. Those were all divine beings capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. Thinking about it, I don't know exactly why I had this great luck. It wasn't until I saw Yaya and learned what had happened from Yaya. At Dan Yuanzi's mansion, Li Jin respectfully bowed 3 times in the direction of the palace. Li Jin, kowtow to the grace of rebirth. If there is an opportunity, I will definitely repay. Chen Chongsheng, who was seated far away in the palace, suddenly felt something in his heart, and the image of Li Jin bowing down appeared in his mind. At this he only smiled bashfully and did not take it to heart. This person has a good nature, and if he can practice Dan Dao, it would be a great merit for this world. These merits, too, will be returned to him. But really, it's not for merit. At his current level, a little bit of merit is no longer of much use. The main thing is to figure out a smooth eye. At that time, I think this Li Jin is good, so I will help him out. By the way, Master, evil cultivators aren't as evil as you are. Seeing that his master finally woke up from his cultivation, Shangwan Shallow Autumn, who was leaning against the stone pillar by the side and was bored, finally couldn't help but open her mouth and spit out her words. Ever since Master returned to this Grand Xian Palace, after sending off that little guy Yaya, he began to cultivate. The aura that emanated when he was running his gongfu was truly a bit shocking. At their level, they could already see through longevity. In her perception, her master's lifespan was burning with a blazing fire at all times, and with the operation of the gong method the fire was on the verge of forming a fiery dragon rising up to the sky. Coupled with the fact that Master Teacher also supplemented it with the power of qi and blood, there was a crimson pattern surfacing on his body when he was running his gong methods. It's so alive and well that it looks like an evil cultivation villain. But, it looks kinda bossy. This is called making the best use of things for the master. It's just a pity that can't be used up. This lifespan is truly inexhaustible. Chen Chongqing shook his head inside, seemingly very helpless about it as well. This appearance angry Shangwan Shallow Autumn teeth itchy. Master Teacher, this person is also too able to Versailles. At that time, I only felt that this sea of qi was vast and boundless. Quite good. Now it seems to be a bit of a problem. It takes quite a bit of time just to fill it up once. I'm afraid it will take at least half a month to completely fill the qi sea and reach qi sea realm perfection. Chen Changsheng felt the situation within his qi sea and muttered even more helplessly. Why do you look so disgusted outside of your words? If you don't want the sea of qi, if you really can't, find a way to transfer it to a disciple. What Master said is simply not human. It took half a month to fill it up, and it was still using a method as terrifying as Master's, which represented how terrifying this qi sea's reserves were. What? You also want to take over this body of the Master? Chen Changsheng smiled slightly and opened his mouth to tease. Shangwan Shallow Autumn drummed her mouth when she heard this, and stopped talking when her little face was crooked. As it happened, at that moment, Monk Fukuro came to the outside of the courtyard and gently knocked on the door. Only after receiving the Lord's permission did he push his way in. Tell me, what have you found out from that emperor's son? Chen Chongqing simply didn't rush to cultivate and sat down in front of the stone table. Seeing that the young apprentice was twisting his face to not look at himself, he could only make his own tea. Monk Fulu bowed with his hands together and said the Buddha's name again before he slowly said, that guy was originally a lustful person who met a woman by chance in the upper world. This matter of counting on the Lord was proposed by that woman, but she said that it was one of her enemies, and that emperor didn't know that it was the Lord who was counting on her. The poor monk has already learned the woman's appearance from his divine soul, so please look, Lord. As he spoke, Monk Fulu took out a scroll of portraits from his sleeve, slowly unfolded for the Lord to view. Chen Changsheng looked at the portrait for a moment, his eyebrows slightly raised. Master knows? On the side, Shangwan Shallow Autumn had already come over at some point, and couldn't help but ask when she saw her master staring at the woman's portrait and raising an eyebrow. Chen Changsheng shook his head slightly and said, I don't recognize it, but it does have a few good looks. No wonder he was able to trick that Ling Tian immortal emperor's stupid son as a dog. The corners of Shangwan Shallow Autumn's mouth twitched twice, once again skimming her head. Does Master think this woman is good looking? Stealing another glance at the portrait, she felt some resentment in her heart. This growth is at best 3 points of his own. The Master is really hungry. Hey, after all, after sleeping for 100,000 years, it is also difficult for the Master. When he heard the Lord say that he did not recognize the woman in the painting, Monk Fulu placed the painting on the stone table and continued. As for the person who sent that guy to this realm, it was his mother who did it. After the son was compelled by that woman, he begged his mother to help him cross the limitations of the rules of heaven and earth, sealing his realm to this realm. and its mother, in the upper realm, is just the head of a second-rate clan, immortal dignitary Kaiyun. It seems that he doesn't have close dealings with that Ling Tian immortal emperor on weekdays. After all, that Ling Tian immortal emperor also has several confidants, and this fellow isn't his only heir. Lord, that's all the clues we have today. If you want to investigate more carefully, the old monk can lift his own seal and personally walk up to the Lord to investigate everything clearly and catch the person behind the scenes, Monk Fulu said, and with his hands clasped together, he saluted again. Interesting. I've only been awakened for a few days, and I've already been implicated from the transition realm to the immortal emperor's heir, and now the immortal exalt realm. As for the realm of that mysterious woman, it is still unknown. It seems that, even this lower realm is under the watchful eye of that person behind the curtain. Chen Chongqing's fingers gently tapped on top of the stone table with regularity, the corners of his mouth hooking into a few smiles. Even Lu Qinghan and the others had not been able to find the slightest trace of him before he took the initiative to show himself, but the man behind the curtain knew it like the back of his hand. However, regarding this, Chen Chongqing did not feel too surprised. Since the other party dared to plot to take over this body of his, they must have made sufficient preparations, and the realm of the other party was definitely already a saint. It wasn't difficult to gain insight into every move in this lower realm. After all, those saints other than him, one by one, were all practicing the way of the primordial spirit, so if he wanted to spy on the lower realms, it would not be easy for him to find out. As long as the other party wasn't looking directly at him, it would be difficult for him to detect the saint's gaze as well. But the other party was clearly, now, not daring to act rashly. He's waiting for, under observation. Lord, is it necessary for the old monk to make a trip? Seeing that his lord was silent for a moment, Monk Fukuro could not help but ask again. No need. What is involved behind this is a saint. With your strength, the moment you find out who's behind this, that's when you'll fall. There's no point in taking that risk. The other party is just trying to muddy the water now. Even if he can't perform the body snatching again, he at least wants to disrupt the line of sight and prevent me from investigating his true colors. Since that's the case, we also feel at ease to slowly develop a wave in this lower realm. Also let the person behind that relief. One can't push a saint. The consequences are still very serious. Chen Chongsheng raised his hand to stop Monk Fulu's intention to continue. Although Monk Blessed Flow's strength was extraordinary, even an immortal emperor in front of him could merely be crushed to death with his hands. But he was still a little too small in the face of a saint. If nothing can be found out, it's fine. But at most the stragglers will be taken care of and made to pay accordingly. However, if he found out any useful clues, the saint behind it would definitely make him disappear in this world along with the clues. Amitabha Buddha. It was the old monk who thought shallowly. Hearing this, Monk Fulu also reacted instantly and said the Buddha's name without further words. But Shangguan Shallow Autumn on the side was not happy. Jumping to his feet, he crossed his arms and said, "So you don't care? That damned fellow is trying to take over you. Master, he must be taken out and burned to ashes and fed to the pigs. It's fine to feed the dog, just to replenish Big Black's body." The Qilin on the side heard this, just about to open its mouth to retort, but after thinking about it seems that the ashes of a saint are quite complimentary, so if it is really given to it, it is not unacceptable. Best, can leave a bone for him to grind his teeth on. Naturally, I wouldn't care, but now I'm in the light and the enemy is in the dark. It's no exaggeration to say that even if one encounters any saint nowadays, Master is certain to do away with them. But, Master is equally certain that he can turn everyone around Master into Tao dust before he completely falls. The matter, there is no hurry, one step at a time. When Master cultivates the way of Yuanshan a little deeper, or prepares a billion more hands, he will be able to ensure that you are unharmed. The saint behind that one, it's about time to hit the road. Chen Shangqing shook his head and laughed. He wasn't afraid of that shadowy sage. Although the rumors all said that he was in the top 3 of the saints in terms of battle power, but the other 2, he was sure to defeat. Even if the other 2 saints in the top 3 joined forces, he would be able to touch them. It was just that it was very troublesome to try to kill saints. The only thing he needed to worry about was the need to make sufficient preparations. He couldn't fold all his sidekicks in just because of solving a saint. That result would be unacceptable to him. Hearing her master's father say this, Shangguan Shallow Autumn also obediently shut up. With 2 people and a dog, under the protection of a Qilin, Chen Chongqing once again began to run the longevity technique on his knees, frantically burning his longevity into aura to fill his Qi. Upper Realm, Ling Tian Immortal Palace. After almost half a day, Immortal Emperor Ling Xiao was able to slow down from his fear. Even though he had been in the upper realm since the beginning, at most he had only projected himself into the spatial rift to bow and salute the figure. But today he had a sense of having come back from the dead. This great filial son, This immortal emperor was only slightly inattentive and he slipped into the lower realms. And also this immortal emperor has invoked that existence. The Ling Tian immortal palace almost turned into ashes because of this rebellious son. But how did he get to the lower world? That's right. It must be her. I told her a long time ago that pampering would ultimately harm Jinner, always disobeying. The Ling Tian immortal emperor leaned on top of the imperial throne with a gloomy face. Although the martial saint's side had no intention of pursuing this matter, but he couldn't take it lightly. Who was actually using Jinner? He didn't believe that his great filial son could really be so unlucky that he just happened to go down to the realm to meet the martial saint who had disappeared for 100,000 years, and even counted on the martial saint. As an immortal emperor, he was no fool. There must be someone behind this. Although he didn't know who was trying to harm his Ling Tian immortal palace for the time being, at least he would have to make a trip to the immortal cloud sect first. That woman is likely to do something stupid. He didn't care if the immortal cloud sect was exterminated, even if that woman was decapitated. But don't involve him in the Ling Yun immortal palace. As soon as he thought of this, immortal Emperor Ling Tian's figure disappeared into a cloud of Tao rhythms above the emperor's throne. And quite a few immortals from the Ling Yun immortal palace today were a bit curious. Strange. I always feel a cold chill behind my back today. It's like grandma is talking in her ear. It's cloudy. Oddly scary. In the middle of the conversation, many of the immortals of the Ling Yun immortal palace realized that this was not an illusion that only they were experiencing. At their level, they already had a sense of danger in the underworld. Unbeknownst to them, they escaped an extinction. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Changxing didn't have any extinction intentions for the Ling Yun immortal palace, they could have all had to meet their own two milk. Meanwhile, Immortal Cloud Sect. At this moment, above the main peak where the Immortal Cloud Sect's patriarch was in seclusion, a figure appeared. If the few people from the Grand Xian Imperial Palace saw it, they would definitely be able to recognize that this was exactly the woman in the portrait. The woman's aura was introverted, and the specific realm could not be seen, but with just one casual step, he directly passed through the Immortal Cloud Sect's formation without the slightest obstruction, not to mention attracting anyone's attention. When he reappeared, he had already arrived inside the main peak retreat room. What a guy! The Kaiyun Immortal Exaltant Cultivation woke up with a jolt, and instinctively blasted a divine ability towards his body. Take it easy, slave just came to give you a little gift. Here, take a look for yourself. My slave has business to attend to, so I will leave first. By the way, I'll give you one more gift, whether you use it or not. It's up to you. The woman's eyes were charming as she spoke, and her tone was even more coquettish. The divine ability of the Immortal Exaltation realm disappeared with a light touch of her slender, white fingers. The strength was also far above that of an Immortal Exalt, leaving behind only a few words, as well as 2 items. The woman's figure disappeared into the retreat room. Only Immortal Kaiyun was left with a wary face as she looked at the item hovering in front of her. When the mysterious woman left, she only left 2 things behind, a shadow retaining bead, and a jade talisman of unknown function. After waiting for a few moments, Immortal Emperor Kaiyun made sure that the woman was no longer within the clan's boundaries before he gently took those 2 items into his hands, transmitting a trace of Immortal Yuan into the shadow retention bead. A picture instantly appeared in the retreat cave. Above the image, it was the Emperor's son kneeling on the ground with despair in his eyes, his arms hanging down helplessly. A huge golden sword was falling right at the Emperor's head, as well as the Ling Tian Immortal Emperor's line about beheading his own son to prove that he had nothing to do with the matter. The image came to an abrupt end, and Immortal Emperor Xianyun's face had changed and changed. In a panic, she took out a jade talisman from her bosom, which she had left for her son to call for help. It was a pity that Jenner didn't use this jade talisman to contact her until his death, instead choosing to contact his inhumane father, the Ling Tian Immortal Emperor. Not long ago when she was in seclusion, she vaguely felt a hint of palpitations, but she only thought it was the effects of cultivation. Now that I think about it, at that point, the sword was gone. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, the jade talisman she had left in her hand for Jenner to call for help was crushed into powder in her anger. The remaining shadow bead, which had already finished playing, once again emitted the woman's delicate voice. Your son died at the hands of a saint, so revenge is impossible. But if you're willing, you can use the jade talisman to take care of the disciples beside him, so that he can suffer the same pain. Although it's no longer good to move across borders with your realm, my lord has left a spatial passage for you that will allow you to enter the lower realms for a short period of time. As for how to decide, it's up to you to make your own decision. That jade talisman is a divine power of the venerable realm. If you don't want to avenge your son's death, this object will be taken as a gift from my slave to Immortal Emperor Kaiyun. After all, he just died his son it. By the way, the time left for you is limited. After a month at most, that spatial passage will disappear. As the voice ended, the shadow-retaining bead naturally shattered, turning into stars and disappearing in front of immortal Emperor Kaiyun. Aside from that jade talisman, and the location of the space passage left behind that appeared in his mind at the end, there was simply no trace of that delicate woman left behind. Saints! Just by muttering those two words, immortal Emperor Kaiyun felt a wave of despair. Even if the other party was an immortal emperor, she would be able to force Ling Tian's hand and kill the other party to make him pay. But a saint, how could she provoke it? Even if there was a divine power of the venerable realm, it would at most be as that delicate woman had said, decapitating that sage's side disciple. But then, the entire immortal cloud sect would need to be buried with her. Saints were not to be insulted, and she was not even that qualified to even look directly at a saint. Just as her heart was shaken, the stars that the Fangzhuang retaining shadow bead had transformed into were inadvertently inhaled by her. The pupils of immortal colored cloud's pupils flashed with a strange sheen for no reason. So what if they are saints? Even if they are buried with them, I'm going to make you suffer the same pain, so that you too can experience the despair of those around you turning into Tao dust. At this moment, immortal colored cloud no longer had any hint of hesitation, much less notice the strange changes that had suddenly appeared in him. At the same time, the appearance of an aura made her gaze a few degrees colder. With a single step, his figure appeared above the immortal cloud sect's 10,000 feet of sky. The figure of the Ling Tian immortal emperor, who was currently standing opposite her, saw her appearance and his gaze was somewhat complicated. Jian'er is dead. Immortal Emperor Kaiyun was the first to speak. Immortal Emperor Ling Tian nodded slightly inside. Yes, but he is to blame for all of this. Do you know which one he has offended? Martial Saint. Martial Saint. This immortal emperor is here today, but only to remind you that this has been irrevocably changed. Do not pursue this matter any further, or else the immortal cloud sect will cease to exist, and the Ling Tian immortal palace will also be implicated and suffer extinction. If you persist, this immortal emperor will personally take action and seal you for 10,000 years. As he spoke, immortal colored cloud always had a flat face and a cold gaze. If before that mysterious star point entered her body, she wouldn't even need to be reminded by immortal emperor Ling Tian. She wouldn't have made the crazy move of seeking revenge on a saint. That's no different than looking for death. But right now, she couldn't hear any of that. There was also a desire to activate the jade talisman in his sleeve that contained one of the divine abilities of the Zunsha realm and directly blast the Ling Tian immortal emperor in front of him to death. In front of Jian'er, he didn't even help to beg for mercy by half, and directly wanted to personally behead Jian'er. But when one thought about it, there was only one of that jade talisman. If it was used on the Ling Tian immortal emperor, she would no longer be able to make that saint feel pain. This madness was then suppressed by her. You and I are long gone after that day. Did immortal Emperor Ling Tian come to my immortal cloud sect today just to threaten me? A bitter woman who just lost her son. If that's the case, please ask immortal Emperor Ling Tian to leave. Immortal Emperor Kaiyun was about to send off his guests without any ceremony, and even had quite the gesture of invoking the immortal cloud sect's great formation. This 5 spirit bead counts as compensation for you. Be good and close your eyes to cultivate. With the 5 spirit pearls, in 10,000 years at the most you can also take a step further and break through to the immortal monarch realm. However, this immortal emperor's words still count. If you are found to have restless intentions, you will be sealed for 10,000 years until you break through. Remembering the love of that year, immortal Emperor Ling Tian let out a sigh and sent the 5 spirit beads in front of him with a lift of his hand. After leaving a reminder, his figure disappeared. He was ashamed of the woman and the son of the two after all. It was good that he had come this time to see that immortal dignity Kaiyun was still emotionally stable, or else he would have sealed her directly in the immortal cloud sect even if he had been mindful of his old feelings. It's just that then, more or less, it's going to raise some eyebrows. If people know he Ling Tian immortal palace's young master has offended the saint, then the future days can be bad. Until immortal Emperor Ling Tian left, immortal Emperor Kaiyun remained indifferent. Touching the jade talisman from his own sleeve, he had already made up his mind. 1 month. Enough. Remembering the woman's words that the space passage would exist for a month, it would allow her to prepare first. With a jade talisman alone, there might not be a chance to use it. Still need to plan well. The Empress bedchamber. A few days passed by in a hurry, and Chen Changxing's realm reached the 5th level of the Qi-Si realm. Almost every day, he breaks through a small realm. During this period of time, he realized that his Qi-Si was also different in terms of storing his aura. It wasn't to fill the entire boundless sea of Qi. It was only necessary to fill those stars with spiritual Qi. Whenever a star within the Qi-Si lit up, it meant that that star was full of aura and could be invoked at any time. If all the stars were lit up, his aura would be infinitely close to being inexhaustible. The only good thing about having a bigger sea of Qi is that it saves time. Rather, you don't need to replenish your aura often. Chen Changsheng murmured softly, and the Shangguan Shallow Autumn and the others on the side stumbled when they heard this. His chi-si was more than just the benefit of being only a little bit bigger. Just that terrifying chi-si vision made it unheard of. The effect was even more terrifying than the sword domain that Shangguan Shallow Autumn cultivated, and it could almost be called a beginner-like speech. "How's the little guy doing these past few days?" Chen Changsheng picked up his tea and took a light sip, casually asking. The waiting Empress Lu Qinghan slightly lowered her body and replied, "It's not bad. Those two both still have some talent. These days Dan Yuanzi is quenching the body for the two. When everything is ready then they can draw chi into the body. But that little guy, he thinks about the big black dog every day and wants to play with it." Hearing this, the Qilin that was taking a nap on the side instantly jumped up and retorted, "This holy beast is a Qilin, and it's the honorable and incomparable Ink Jade Qilin, not a big black dog." In response, Lu Qinghan simply ignored it. "It just so happens that practicing for a few days is a bit tiring. Go around and check on the little guy. The little black one is coming with me." Chen Changsheng smiled slightly upon hearing this, although he would not be staying in this realm for too long, but if he could take care of that little guy a little bit by the way, he would do so. After all, it's a bitter child. Although he had no intention of keeping it with him, that would be too much of a hassle, but a request like wanting to play with a big black dog could still be fulfilled. When the words fell, he got up and stretched, taking a step towards the outside of the courtyard. Although the Qilin behind him had a reluctant face and didn't want to play as a dog for that little guy, but since his master had already given his word, he didn't dare to disobey. You can only follow your master obediently. After exiting the Empress chambers, Chen Changsheng slightly sensed and found the direction where the little guy was. A man and a dog, just strutting around the palace, just a short distance out of the Empress compound. He was stopped by a Forbidden Army youth. "Hey, no dog walking in the palace. You fellow, don't you know that this is near Her Majesty's chambers? Don't impinge on His Majesty. When the time comes, 10 heads won't be enough to chop off." The young forbidden soldier was followed by a few others, apparently a squad leader as well. Moreover, Chen Changsheng felt that his chi and blood power was somewhat familiar. It seemed to be the bloodline of the forbidden general called Li Ziqing. He didn't say anything, silently watching the other man recall the power of his bloodline for a moment. That young forbidden army, however, lifted his face up and said with great pride, "Ha, you brat, don't envy this Gonzi for becoming a small captain of the forbidden army at a young age. This eunuch observes that you're only at the Chi-Si realm now, but as long as you're willing to work hard, you'll have a chance to enter the forbidden army in the future. But for now, you are far from it, so don't fantasize. My lord sees that although your appearance is not as good as my lord's, you're not bad looking. You can't have come here specifically to take your chances. Listen to my lord's advice. Her Majesty the Empress is not close to men. Hurry up and leave. Even if you bring a small pet, you won't be able to win Her Majesty the Empress's heart." Listening to this fellow's words, the Kirin following behind his master couldn't help but skim his lips. "You don't go near men? That stinking woman can't wait to eat her master." Although it was shouted at as a pet, the owner didn't even say anything before, so it was too lazy to bother with this junior, especially since the master had instructed it to keep a low profile in Dexian and not to cause panic. Ha! Indeed, this gentleman is truly a dragon and phoenix among men, already at the Tongxian realm at such a young age. The future is unlimited. Mr. Chen has something else to do, so I'll take my leave. Chen Changxing didn't have the heart to bother with this kind of junior, and casually said so before continuing to step away. However, I heard the voice of that eunuch coming from behind. "We'll talk. This eunuch is very right with you. Remember, the dish will be practiced more, as long as you can break through the realm of the imperial air. At that time, this eunuch can specially recruit you to join the forbidden army." Chen Changxing's footsteps slightly lurched, then he shook his head and smiled as he left. Kirin, who was following him, huffed and looked back at the male. "Bull, not many people are alive who talk to their masters like that. Life is big enough." That is, he was so small that his master didn't care. However, it could make a good mockery of that smelly woman, letting her know how brave her Dexian's junior was, actually daring to talk to its master like that. It wasn't until Chen Changxing and Qilin had left for a long time, that male boy stroked his chin and muttered, "Grandpa arranged for me to enter the forbidden army," guarding the vicinity of Her Majesty's bedchamber, saying that he was waiting for a handsome male boy to find a chance to befriend him, and it couldn't be that guy just now, could it? It shouldn't be. He's only at the Chi-Si realm. How could he make Grandpa so concerned? But that guy is very much in tune with my son's temperament. He speaks strangely well, and he's not bad looking either. It's feasible to promote some in the future when there's a chance. He. At a glance, you can tell that my son is a dragon and phoenix among men. A wise I can recognize a pearl. Nah, I don't know. Soon he will know what it means to practice more with real vegetables. Chen Changsheng chatted slightly with Yaya after making a trip to Dan Yuanzi's mansion. The boy who was recommended by him was even more grateful after seeing him. At this he just laughed it off. It wasn't worth mentioning. While watching the Qilin playing with Yaya, he curiously entered Dan Yuanzi's alchemy room. The other party did not close the door, so he went straight in. Seeing that someone had come to the Dan room, Dan Yuanzi spoke. "Your guest has come to the door." The old man was unable to get up and salute in the middle of refining pills, "So please forgive me." As one of De Xian's transition realms, Dan Yuanzi was curious to investigate after Her Majesty the Empress had finished arranging for the two to become disciples. Eventually, from Li Ziqing's mouth, he learned that there were nobles in the palace who usually resided in the bedchamber of the Empress. Originally, he didn't believe it, but from the mouths of the two disciples, both of them learned about the existence of that noble person. Today this man came, obviously as His Majesty's little white boy. In fact, he had also sensed the other party's arrival long ago, but he just didn't want to salute the little white boy, which is why he deliberately opened the furnace to refine the pills. "There is no hindrance." Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, not minding this. After just a few brief glances at his alchemy techniques, he lost interest and shook his head to turn around to leave. "Your Excellency also knows how to make pills? Could it be that this old man's technique is wrong?" Unexpectedly, his actions caused Dan Yuanzi to break his defenses somewhat. As the Grand Xian First Dan Master, even though his realm was not as high as the other three Grand Xian transition realms, his status was not low at all. But today, he was underestimated by a junior from the Qihai realm? This guy, even if he's a gigolo raised by Her Majesty the Empress, he can't punch him in the old face like this. Although Dan Yuanzi's tone remained polite as he spoke, he was clearly a bit offended. There is indeed no small flaw, but in the transition realm, it's considered superior. Chen Changsheng also did not shy away from turning his head and said with a light smile, although he had never practiced pills himself, his eldest disciple was a genius of the Dan Dao, and he had sought out quite a few Dan Dao secret methods in ancient books for the sake of his eldest disciple. It's natural to see some more. Although some of this might not be enough to put in teaching the eldest disciple, it was still not a problem to mention the juniors of this transition realm. "Oh, then what is your advice? And I wonder if you could enlighten me?" When Dan Yuanzi heard that the other party actually really dared to say that his alchemy techniques were not working, he couldn't help but blow his beard and glare as he asked in a conspiratorial manner. "Could be." Chen Changsheng's reply even made him feel like he had misheard. What did he mean by can? "You're a junior in the Qihai realm. Do you really want to mention that I'm in the ferrying realm?" For a while, Dan Yuanzi was infuriated and laughed. This guy was too shameless. Chen Changsheng didn't seem to even realize that the other party was shading himself in general. The body that had already turned around and was ready to leave, turned its head again and walked inside the den. Casually, he swept a few glances at the several types of alchemy materials in front of that Dan Yuanzi. Although he didn't know what the name of this elixir should be called, just from the materials he could also tell that it was just a simple aura replenishing elixir. This chi gathering pill is not a special pill though, but nowadays, under the heavens, there are no more than 10 people, including Lao Fu, who can refine in Xian rank chi gathering pill. Today's nobleman came. Later you can also bring a bottle. All as a meeting gift from the old man to the nobleman. Dan Yuanzi saw that he still really intends to instruct himself, but could not help but hold up his beard and tilt his head and laugh, rather proudly said, even though he felt that this son was a bit arrogant and presumptuous. Due to the face of the Empress, Dan Yuanzi still had no miserly intentions of sending out a bottle of pills. However, Chen Changsheng did not care about his words. After looking at the materials, he returned his gaze to the Dan furnace, slightly feeling the changes in operations within the Dan furnace. The fire was off, and the technique was a little too rough. This furnace of Dan has been ruined. Chen Changsheng shook his head slightly. Hearing this, Dan Yuanzi's beard was almost out of breath. Why doesn't this man know what's good for him? He gave himself face, even lowered himself, and he repeatedly tried to embarrass himself? Wasted? Just in time. This furnace of Dan will be opened in less than half an incense stick of time. And then if the potion is good, what will your honor do? Dan Yuanzi toned serious. In the Dan Dao, he is still very serious. The other party cannot give him face, but cannot be in his most proud of the alchemy of the road to demean themselves. In response, Chen Changsheng did not say much, only quietly sitting on top of a futon with a smile on his face. The Qilin in the courtyard also seemed to have heard the conversation between the two, and after blinking, it directly leapt to the entrance of the Dan room, its gaze somewhat strangely glancing at that Dan Yuanzi. It seems that is waiting for a joke. When Yaya saw the unicorn running away, she also chased after him in a frenzy. However, for Dan Yuanzi the master, she is still a little afraid. Came to the Dan room before the obvious rules a lot, just holding the Qilin quietly watching, do not dare to speak. Half an incense burner passes quickly. As Dan Yuanzi pinched his hand and used his aura to open the Dan furnace, the 9 Xian rank upper grade spirit gathering pills within it had been perfectly presented. Ha! Your people don't know the Tao of Dan, so I'll pretend I didn't hear what I said before. This furnace of Dan will be given to your people, and it will be considered a good karma. Dan Yuanzi wore a satisfied smile on his face as he proudly looked at Chen Changsheng and said magnanimously. Chen Changsheng, however, waved his hand without answering, instead inexplicably coming up with, start another furnace. Alright, since your honor has asked, I'll refine one more furnace. It's nothing. In response, Dan Yuanzi thought that it was because this guy had lost face and wanted to find a step down to show off his status. Although he was slightly dissatisfied in his heart, he still shook his head and laughed, putting that furnace of spirit gathering pills into the bottle, intending to open the furnace again. With a pinch of his hand, a flavorful material floated in front of him, and a spiritual fire was ignited to begin refining the impurities in the material, as well as adjusting the proportion of each material left behind. As he did so, Dan Yuanzi even slightly side-eyed him to see Chen Changsheng's reaction. Unfortunately, this dazzling skill of his to refine multiple materials at the same time counts for nothing in Chen Changsheng's eyes. When Dan Yuanzi was ready to put the materials into the Dan furnace in order after a few more moments, Chen Changsheng's voice, however, sounded again. The first flavor on the left-hand side, burn it for another 5 breaths. The second and third flavor ingredients, burn for 3 more breaths, except for the first flavor in the right hand. Into the oven. Hearing this methodical command, Dan Yuanzi froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, they followed his instructions and threw into the furnace those materials that still had some impurities that hadn't been burned clean. Noble, if you do this, I'm afraid that it will really come out as a spent Dan. The impurities of those few ingredients have not all been removed and will produce Dan poison. Dan Yuanzi explained patiently even though he had followed his instructions. Second, the third flavor of ingredients into the furnace. The last ingredient is refined until 60% of the spirit liquid remains. Chen Changsheng casually continued to open his mouth in command. In response, Dan Yuanzi did not say any more. Shaking his head slightly he did as he was told. Later on, if he refines a furnace of waste pills, he will not lose his own face. Since this person wants to play, then let him go. Soon, when the last ingredient was burnt to 60% spirit liquid, under Chen Changsheng's slight nod of his head, he also put it into the Dan furnace. Add another 70% to the fire. More, less. It's ready. Wait for an incense stick and return the fire to normal. The furnace can be opened when the fragrance of the Dan emerges. Once everything was said and done, Chen Changsheng got up from the futon, patted his butt and turned to leave. Kirin saw some regret. The master did not wait to open the furnace to see how this old boy was shocked, but it still rushed to follow the master. After smiling and bidding farewell to Yaya, Chen Changsheng, one person and one dog left this place directly. Hey, rather a waste of a furnace of material. This nobleman is also really, have to show off for what? Old man is not enough to give face? That's just it. Can't afford to mess with it. Can't afford to mess with it. Seeing that the other party hurriedly left without waiting for the furnace to open, Dan Yuanzi couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. This guy, it seems, knows the outcome as well. On this furnace of pills, where there is still the possibility of the Dan Xiang appeared, refined out for fear that it is not a furnace of poisonous pills. The impurities of the materials hadn't even been refined cleanly, so how could this become a Dan? Originally, he had already planned to stop and directly discard this furnace of ruined Dan, but as he glanced at it without thinking, his whole body froze, open-mouthed and somewhat incredulous. He felt the changes within the Dan furnace. How did these Dan poisons merge with each other? This bizarre change caused him to instantly set his mind and maintain his spirit fire, staring intently without even turning his eyes. Half an hour later, the rich fragrance of the Dan overflowed out of the Dan furnace. Even Yaya and Li in the courtyard felt a burst of physical and mental relief, and the whole person's mind was unclogged. A terrified voice even came out from the Dan room. Heavenly rank pills. A heavenly rank lower grade spirit gathering pill. The old man has refined a heavenly ranked elixir. No, no, no. No, no. This isn't right. How is it possible for the spirit gathering pill to appear at the heavenly rank? No, no, no. This is a dream. It's all a lie. The two people in the courtyard heard the sound and rushed to the front of the Dan room. However, he saw that his master, Dan Yuanzi, was staring blankly, kneeling in front of the Dan furnace, stretching out his hand but not daring to touch the pills inside the furnace. The pill in the furnace was a light golden color, and there were even hidden Dan lines floating on it. Gue! Where is Gue? Dan Yuanzi couldn't think of anything else and violently turned his head to look at Yaya and asked, scared the little girl into a frenzy. She hurriedly pointed in the direction where Mr. Chen had left just now. Dan Yuanzi couldn't think of anything else, carefully took out a jade bottle, put away that furnace of pills, and then turned into a recluse light to directly chase after them. Gathering chi pills are supposedly in the palace, and without major events, even people like Dan Yuanzi of the transitional realm are not allowed to fly at will. But at this time, Dan Yuanzi could not care about anything else at all. Turning into a recluse, he headed directly towards the direction that Yaya had pointed out. In his hand, he tightly clutched the jade bottle containing the heavenly grade spirit gathering pill. Along the way, many forbidden soldiers were shocked at the sight, and thought that something big had happened. And even more so, no one dared to stop, until not far from the Empress chambers. Li Ziqing happened to come to the palace to report to Her Majesty the Empress on the matter of conquering the Great Zhou, and by the way inquired about whether there had been any progress in the matters arranged by the good Great Sun himself. Seeing Dan Yuanzi, who had hurriedly turned into a recluse, he hurriedly stopped him. "What are you doing? Beware of punching His Majesty," Li Ziqing lowly scolded. This Dan Yuanzi, why today so flustered? Dan Yuanzi, who had been stopped, realized that without realizing it he had already come to the vicinity of the female emperor's chambers. I have important things to delay. Has General Li seen that nobleman? Dan Yuanzi calmed down a little and bowed slightly to Li Ziqing, but his words were very anxious. Nobleman? You mean the one next to His Majesty? Li Ziqing froze for a moment, and his gaze looked Dan Yuanzi up and down with some misgivings, especially when he saw the jade bottle of pills in his hand. He couldn't help but feel clear in his heart. This guy, shameless enough. You're actually planning to chase me here to deliver the elixir to that person? Do you really have no shame at all? Do you need to be so flattering? And, in doing so, what if it causes His Majesty's displeasure? Did you lose your brain in the alchemy? Yes. Dan Yuanzi did not notice anything wrong and nodded repeatedly. So the nobleman is out of the palace? Dason, did a handsome young man pass by today? Li Ziqing raised his eyebrows slightly and looked towards Dason, who had been placed here by himself. It was a guy who came through here, but it's just a Qihai realm. It shouldn't be the person you're looking for. Grandpa, right? Li Shangyang was vaguely uneasy in his heart at this time, and his voice was not too sure. Qihai realm now? It's also true that with His Majesty around, it's normal for various heavenly materials and treasures to be smashed down to the Qihai realm. Where are your people now? Li Ziqing also didn't expect that in just a few days, that youth had already reached the Qihai realm from uncultivated. But it's understandable. It's really him, isn't it? Go back already. Li Shangyang corner of the eye twitching. He seems to have done a bad job of the things explained by his grandfather. The voices are starting to sound unsure of themselves. This weirdness of his naturally could not escape Li Ziqing's eyes. You didn't do or say anything stupid, did you? Li Ziqing, a serious face, stared at the big sun, questioned. No. Before Li Ziqing just breathed a sigh of relief, he added unconfidently, shouldn't have. This should. So that Li Ziqing suddenly took a breath and almost didn't come up. Bad. Do not care about the other. Directly grabbed a handful of this kid's collar, to go back to the house to interrogate in detail, leaving Dan Yuanzi to watch them leave in streams of light. He paced in place for a few moments, very torn. In the end, he clenched his teeth and headed directly towards the courtyard of the Empress's chambers. Those forbidden soldiers naturally did not dare to stop him. A few moments later, Dan Yuanzi arrived in front of the female emperor's chambers and bowed respectfully. Dan Yuanzi seeks to see Your Majesty. What is it? Empress Lu Qinghan's voice rang out. At the same time, the courtyard door was opened by the aura, and Dan Yuanzi maintained his kneeling position, but slightly raised his head to look into the courtyard, trying to find the figure. Your Majesty. Dan Yuanzi came to find that person. He soon noticed Chen Changsheng, who was sitting at the stone table drinking tea, and somewhat timidly said to His Majesty. Hearing this, Empress Lu Qinghan frowned slightly. However, the Lord's voice came from behind him. What? Something went wrong with that furnace of pills? As he spoke, Chen Changsheng had already walked to the doorway with his hands in the air, looking at the kneeling Dan Yuanzi with a puzzled look on his face as he asked. Yes, not right, not a problem, but a big one. Heavenly rank. That furnace of pills is the lower grade of the heavenly rank. Dan Yuanzi's eyes were clumsy before, so I beg your pardon. Dan Yuanzi's speech was a bit misplaced as he excitedly held up the jade bottle containing the heavenly grade pill. Lower heavenly rank? It should be that your timing for adjusting the fire was a bit poor. Otherwise, even if it doesn't reach the top grade of the heavenly rank, it should still be a middle grade. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng nodded his head flatly. Dan Yuanzi's mouth was wide open. He had already felt that it would be a miracle for the chi-gathering pill to have a heavenly rank. Anything else? Chen Changsheng didn't care too much about this matter and just waved his hand and asked. After a short silence, Dan Yuanzi got up and solemnly bowed 3 times and performed the disciple salute to the youth in front of him, even though he only had a Qihai realm breath. Thank you for your guidance, Enchanter. As the last knock fell, Dan Yuanzi seriously and incomparably said, no need to be polite, master and disciple, then forget it. Just teach those two little ones well in the future. Chen Shangxing shook his head slightly, and after saying so, he turned around and returned to the courtyard. I honor the teachings of my benefactor. Dan Yuanzi kowtowed again. Then he kowtowed to Her Majesty the Empress and said, Dan Yuanzi has been abrupt today. Please chastise Her Majesty. Stand down. Lu Qinghan frowned and flung his long sleeve of imperial robes, and the courtyard door closed with a rumble. Only the kneeling Dan Yuanzi outside the courtyard was left behind, holding the bottle of elixir as if it were a treasure. A moment later, he put the pills away and bowed solemnly before leaving. On the way back, Dan Yuanzi let out a bitter laugh. Li Ziqing, I've been victimized by you. This isn't a little white boy raised by His Majesty. This is an immortal coming down from the sky. Luckily for the old man, I'm polite enough to talk. That one not only didn't bother with the old man me, but instead bestowed such a great opportunity. At this moment, Dan Yuanzi simply wouldn't believe that Chen Changsheng was an ordinary Qi high realm. He could indeed refine a heaven rank elixir, but, however, he definitely couldn't refine a heavenly rank Qi gathering pill. Now that I think about it, with His Majesty's character, how could he really look at a man just because he was good looking? Estimated. There was also that nobleman's figure in the matter of the Great Week's conquest the other day. In the meantime, the residence of the Forbidden General. Li Ziqing's face turned green after listening to the good old son's account. Are you sure? Word for word. That's all there is? Li Ziqing lowered his head and asked. Sure. Literally word for word. That's all. Li Xiangyang nodded heavily, kneeling on the ground and not daring to look directly at his grandfather. Well. You are truly a good son of my Li family. Vegetables, just practice more. Come, Grandpa will practice with you today. On that day, the screams in the Li residence were continuous, and no one dared to dissuade. A few days passed in a flash. During this time, Chen Changxing's Qi also finally filled up. Even due to the fact that he was constantly burning his lifespan to transform his aura, many of the auras that he had not been able to absorb in time made the courtyard of the Empress's chambers all fill up with aura more than 10 times. Coupled with the fact that the Empress's chambers had spirit-gathering formations and isolation barriers, the aura would not leak out. At this time in the compound, it was like a fairyland, and just breathing could drive the aura into the body. On this day, the crowd was in the middle of cultivation as usual, but they suddenly felt a sense of panic. It was as if there was a heavenly calamity looming over them, but this feeling had disappeared without a trace in just an instant, as if it was an illusion. Shangguan Shallow Autumn looked at her master and found that her master was slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air and stopped running her gong. Senior, you've broken through to the Sky Realm? Well, it's just a pity that this Skywatch realm doesn't have any special effects. Chen Changsheng did not hide it and nodded slightly. There was indeed a heavenly tribulation coalescing just now, but the moment it appeared, he directly took it into his Qi. The heavenly tribulation origin with the previous income was stored in the corner of the Qi in a place that could be used for refining at any time. The Sentinel realm wasn't supposed to be anything special. It's nothing more than the aura in the sea of Qi reaching a certain amount that's enough to support a cultivator's prolonged flight through the air. Besides, Master, even if you don't break through the Sky Realm, you'll still be able to step into the air. Shangguan Shallow Autumn spread her hands and said. Lu Qinghan also ended his cultivation at this time and came to the courtyard, bowing slightly to the Lord. Congratulations to the Lord on his realm breakthrough. As for the Qilin, at this moment, it had an expression of lifelessness on its face as it listened to Monk Fukuro, who was sitting across from it, talking about those profound doctrines. Now that he finally waited for the opportunity, he ran to his master's side in a puff of smoke and kissed his ass. Worthy of being the master. It's only been less than a month, and he's already broken through 3 great realms one after the other. If this were to take 3 or 5 years, it wouldn't be possible for the Yuan Shin to become a saint directly. TSK, a saint with dual cultivation of the body and Yuan Shin. How strong must that be? At that time, even when other saints see this holy beast, they will have to bow obediently and call out Holy Beast Lord. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng lightly laughed and shook his head. This is just the early realm. If you really want to cultivate to the point where the Yuanshin becomes a saint, 3 to 5 years won't do. But next, it will be necessary for you to walk up. Monk Fulu sniffed and stepped forward with his hands clasped together and said, Lord, but the next breakthrough requires some materials? Nice. To break through the Tongshan realm, it's best to have the core of extreme cold, the core of extreme inferno, and the Qi of life and death. It's just that I don't know if this cultivation world today still has enough of these 4 heavenly spirit ground materials. Chen Changsheng looked at Lu Qinghan and asked, if he couldn't find all of them in the cultivation world, then he would have to get them from the upper world. If he could, He would like to stabilize another billion hands in the cultivation world. Although he had a certainty of victory against the saint, tearing his face off too early would not be beneficial to him. The core of extreme cold and the core of extreme inferno are not hard to find nowadays. The two extinct places in the cultivation world, the land of extreme cold and the boundless inflammable sea, should then be there. As for the chi of life and death, the chi of death is hard to find, but the chi of life can be searched for in the secret realm of the peach forest in the east. Lu Qinghan pondered for a moment and then named the locations of 3 of the heavenly spirit earthly materials. Just as Chen Changsheng sighed, thinking that he would need to put in some effort, Monk Fulu spoke up. The chi of death. The old monk has also seen it in the cultivation world. In order to sacrifice the 10,000 soul streamer, the old monk once felt the presence of the chi of death in the middle of an ancient battlefield. In this way, the 4 heavenly spirit ground materials for creating the perfect Tao foundation of the Tongxian realm had come together. Due to the 4 materials, which are located in different directions, after some deliberation, Monk Fulu went to that ancient battlefield to look for the chi of death. Lu Qinghan was in charge of seeking the chi of life since he was not good at fighting. As for the Qilin and Shangguan Shallow Autumn, they split up and headed to the land of extreme cold, the boundless inferno sea. Take care along the way. Chen Shanxing nodded slightly to the crowd with a faint smile on his face, casually admonishing them. Hi, you're looking down on people a bit, master. In today's cultivation world, what else can hurt this sword immortal? Let's go. This sword immortal will definitely be the first to come back. Shangguan Shallow Autumn waved her hand indifferently and offered her flying sword and directly turned into a long rainbow. The other 2 men and a dog also saluted and excused themselves, and the first time they turned into a recluse to go to the Lord to look for the materials needed for the breakthrough. In an instant, the normally lively courtyard was left with only Chen Changxing sitting quietly at the stone table. Who would it be against? It's unlikely that Monk Blessing will be able to handle it unless the saint behind it personally strikes. Koro, Asaki, or Kiahen. Chen Changxing's fingers gently made a rhythmic tapping sound on the desktop as he muttered to himself under his breath. After the last incident, he knew that the other party was bound to not let up. At the very least, it would be a good idea to try to find out if his strength is still there today. But trying to actively search for the other party was undoubtedly a needle in a haystack. A little too much trouble. In that case, Chen Changxing simply gave his opponent the opportunity to strike. Just as the 3 men and a dog were leaving, he had inadvertently split his chi and blood power into a single unit and left it in their bodies. No matter who was in danger, he would be able to sense it in the first place. The other party wanted to probe him, and likewise, he wanted to catch the other party by the tail. Have you figured out which piece to discard? Chen Changxing slightly raised his head to look at the sky, as if he was hundreds of millions of miles away from that saint, and heaven and earth were all chessboards. Meanwhile, the upper world Immortal Cloud sect, Immortal Colored Cloud had already made what he thought was a foolproof preparation. Without informing anyone, he coldly looked at the Immortal Cloud sect one last time. Sorry about that. With an inexplicable apology under her breath, she didn't have any hesitation and directly headed towards a direction to hide. Regardless of whether or not she could succeed in killing that sage's disciple on this trip to avenge Jenner, the outcome of the Immortal Cloud sect is all but doomed. She, herself, must not be alive. But she didn't care. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind, and that was to defy all odds and let that martial saint experience her pain as well. Soon, the figure of Immortal Colored Cloud had arrived in a hidden valley, also saw that spatial teleportation channel, and the mysterious dainty woman. Cluck cluck cluck. It seems like Immortal Colored Cloud has figured it out. In that case, take this ring with you. It can cover up the heavenly chances for you, but once you use power beyond that of an immortal, the ring will shatter. At that time, the power of heaven and earth will repel you. How to do the rest is up to the immortal's discretion. That delicate woman expected that Immortal Emperor Kaiyun would come and had been waiting in the teleportation channel for a long time. As he spoke, he threw an ancient and simple-looking ring over, and himself disappeared with a burst of laughter. After leaving the Grand Xian Imperial Palace, the 3 people and the dog each headed in one direction. That is, what the Lord needs, and there should be no delay. In less than half a day's time, Monk Fulu had arrived at the ancient battlefield that he had used to harbor the 10,000 soul streamer in the first place. Amit Ba. Monk Fulu felt the countless auras of the dead in the ancient battlefield, and with a saddened face, he uttered the Buddha's name. With that, he began to look for the presence of the chi of death here. At the same time, wherever he went, his mouth was chanting transcendental verses. Wherever Monk Blessing passes by, there will be hidden shadows of the undead bowing and saluting deeply towards him, and then transforming into stars to re-enter the wheel of reincarnation. Unfortunately, most of the wronged souls here simply cannot be awakened, and their consciousness has long since been worn away with time. For a moment, faint pale golden merit surfaced on Monk Fru. Just a shame. Before these merits fall on him, they are cancelled out by karma. To this, Monk Blessing was unconcerned. As he says, it is not karma that he carries, but great merit. This is bearing karmic obstacles on behalf of all living things in heaven and earth, which is truly meritorious. In the dark there are many unsuspecting gazes, and some fierce souls that have become climates, but after sensing that the monk was full of karma, they shivered and cowered. This monk, more evil than them, can't be messed with. The Qilin also took less than a day to arrive at the land of extreme cold. Thousands of miles in all directions were under ice, and even the mountain ranges were covered in frost. The demonic beasts in this place were all very wrong, their gazes red. When they sensed the arrival of a living being, a pair of eyes in the mountain range revealed greedy gazes. In response, Kirin sneered, "What kind of beasts are they that dare to covet this sacred beast?" Simply by radiating his bloodline power, the mountain range, which was originally noisy due to the arrival of a living being, instantly quieted down. Even though those demonic beasts had lost their sanity and almost went crazy, the suppression of their bloodline caused them to only prostrate themselves on the ground. In the midst of the snow and wind, the Qilin towed the line and then began to search around for the extreme cold core that the Lord needed. Just as quickly, he realized that he had searched thousands of miles without the slightest trace of whereabouts. One could only set their eyes on the iceberg, but there are at least thousands of icebergs here. Can't dig them all one by one. That's too slow. After thinking about it, the Qilin simply dispersed his divine sense directly to look for where the strongest demonic beasts in this extremely cold land were located. Catch a tongue. If it doesn't know either, then let the demonic beasts of this entire extreme cold land dig together and dig through the extreme cold land to find it for the master. Lu Qinghan did not invite Phoenix Luan Palace to make a big fuss this time because he was not going out with the Lord. Compared to harnessing the Phoenix Luan Palace, it was still more convenient to directly use the transportation method in this lower realm. It's more or less dangerous compared to other places. The breath of life she sought was much safer. It was in the middle of a secret peach forest, and here, due to the exuberant vitality, many of the trees and flowers had become spiritual and had become elves. However, it was not very likely to actively attack the cultivator. Even a lot of cultivators if you need some materials, just pay a certain amount of spirit stones as compensation. Those trees will also take the initiative to break their own branches, to provide cultivators. At the time of her arrival, she could sense the aura of a number of cultivators in the Peach Forest mystic realm, but her target was not these ordinary elves in the periphery. Without attracting anyone's attention, Lu Qinghan directly disappeared towards the deepest part of the Peach Forest mystic realm, until she came to a shaded peach tree, the Great Xian Empress. Before Lu Qinghan opened his mouth, the five senses appeared on top of the peach tree that covered the sky, and opened his mouth in a somewhat puzzled manner. Although it was a peach tree that had become a spirit, its realm was not low, and now it was also in the perfect transition realm. It is the true owner of this peach forest secret realm, or, this entire peach forest secret realm appeared because of it. I've come to take an object. Lu Qinghan opened his mouth in his imperial robes with his face as usual. Although it is what the Great Xian Empress needs, she also needs to give something of equal value in exchange. The peach tree's voice was like that of an old man, devoid of any emotions. What things do you need? I want the chi of life of this peach forest mystic realm. Lu Qinghan nonchalantly stated his intentions. This deal, it can't be done. Empress de Xian, please return. The peach tree was silent for a moment, rejecting her deal, and with it the five senses above the tree were hidden from view. Asking for the breath of life is no different than asking for its life. What if I grant you permission to cross over and transform and ascend? Lu Qinghan, however, spoke again without haste. You can't do it, unless, Peachtree's five senses reappeared, and just as he was about to continue his refusal, his words suddenly stopped in mid-sentence. Understood, but without the chi of life, I can still survive for 10 years at most by absorbing the anger of the entire peach forest. I want you to promise to do it in 10 years. Peach trees exist in the world of years is not short, due to its special, and even for 100,000 years ago also vaguely have some memory. It could be said to be, among the aborigines of this cultivation world, the oldest existence. During the 100,000 years, relying on this peach forest secret realm of his, he made deals with cultivators to obtain spirit stones, and cultivated step by step to the perfection of the transition realm. However, it was a creature like it that wanted to cross the tribulation, but it was even more difficult than the demon race. I am not bargaining with you. Rather, it's a handout. Lu Qinghan at this time was dressed in imperial robes, speaking with all the majesty that an empress should have, and staying by the side of the Lord on weekdays were two completely different faces. The pale peach tree was silent for a moment before saying no more. Countless green stars emanating vitality emanated from its tree, pooling together and transforming into a vibrant green sphere. I wish to meet him. As the empress received the breath of life, Peachtree couldn't help but speak. I can't make the call, but will tell the Lord what you wish. When Lu Qinghan put away the chi of life, he stopped talking and directly left this place, returning towards the Grand Xian Imperial Palace at the first opportunity. Only the pale sky giant tree was left behind to go out of its mind, recalling the time 100,000 years ago when it had only just gained its spirituality. What a presence that is! He's back. If that kind of existence was willing, its transformation and ascension would be a breeze. As for whether it could trust the other to help it had no choice. Fighting against that kind of existence? No kidding. This is the boundless inferno sea? Shangwan Shallow Autumn raised her eyebrows slightly, looking down at everything below. It was clearly a sea, but there was a blazing fire above the sea, rising and falling with the waves. Even though she was thousands of feet above in the air, she could feel the searing heat coming over her, but that wasn't much of a problem for her. Protecting herself with her aura, the heat wave was not enough to hurt her, and at most made her feel a little hot. As her divine sense swept through, she even discovered that there were even a few more auras of the transition realm in this boundless sea of inflammation. It's probably here to look for fire-based heavenly treasures. Under the isolation of the aura, Shangwan Shallow Autumn slowly lowered her figure and had gradually landed on top of the Inferno Sea. Just as she was pondering how to find the extreme flame core, a hand actually emerged from the sea of inflammation and grabbed towards her neck from behind her. Shangwan Shallow Autumn didn't even look back, still casually strolling through the sea of inflammation, but behind her, a sword light flashed, and the arm poking out of the flames was instantly chopped off, turning into a ball of flames that reintegrated into the sea of inflammation. Although there were fire-type heavenly treasures floating across the sea from time to time, she had no intention of collecting any of them. This time, her goal was merely the extreme flame core, and the other heavenly treasures had nothing to do with her. Could it be that it is not above the sea? You have to go under the sea of fire to find it? About half an hour later, Shangwan Shallow Autumn frowned slightly and muttered as she touched her chin. Now that she had the idea, she didn't hesitate. Casually, he drew his sword and swung it out, instantly cutting a gap in that sea of inflammation. Before the Inferno Sea recovered, a flash had shifted from the surface of the sea to underneath the Inferno Sea. What the hell was that? Ooh, it took a lot of effort to get here. Shangwan Shallow Autumn used her aura to avoid the water, and her movement underwater was slightly affected, but it wasn't a problem. With a slight scan, she found a bead that emitted a scorching aura set in the middle of a hill on the bottom of the sea. It's not right to say that it's a bead, just because it's set in the hill. After all, the bead was as big as a face basin, more like a fireball. Now that she had found her target, she didn't delay any longer. When he came to that small mountain, after determining that there was no danger, he took out his flying sword and slowed down, preparing to warp that extreme Inferno's core directly out of the small mountain. Ka-ching! Rumble! The flying sword was tucked inside the crevice, and she had just launched herself, but the ground suddenly shook, and the seawater rushed her, so she could only rush to stabilize her figure with her spiritual power. This sword immortal has not exerted himself yet. This hill isn't going to collapse. When Shangwan Shallow Autumn was puzzled, she intended to quickly strike again to take out that extreme flame core, but before she could insert her flying sword into the gap again, she felt herself plummeting. Nope, she was still parked in place. It was the hill that was rising higher and higher. At the same time, the boundless sea of inflammation on the surface of the sea actually appeared as a bizarre scene of water and fire melting together, with the flames frantically converging towards the bottom of the sea. It was actually all attached to that small mountain. Shangwan Shallow Autumn's figure slightly retreated 100 feet. When he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. There was not one core of extreme inferno, but two. Or, it's that little mountain of eyes. At this time, that small mountain had already transformed into a giant, slowly standing up from the bottom of the sea, and the two faceplate-sized extreme inferno cores were looking at her. What the hell? A lava beast? Shangwan Shallow Autumn frowned. The hundreds of feet of the monster in front of him, a crack appeared on his body. There was magma flowing out from within, and the flames were wrapped all over his body without any fear of seawater. At the same time, there was even a ball of blazing fire on the surface of the sea that transformed into a humanoid fire spirit and pounced towards her. Big man, can you talk? Shangwan Shallow Autumn felt quite amused by the situation, but did not have panic. Casually swinging and slashing a few swords, she disposed of all those lunging fire spirits, but she soon realized that the fire spirits would not disappear because they were dispersed, but would instead coalesce again. Guess the only place to start is with the big guy in front of me. Roar! The lava monster didn't seem to have too high a spirituality, and with a roar, it swung its fist and smashed towards Shangwan Xiaoqiu. Its every move carried spirit fire and magma. Even if one was in the transition realm, they would have to retreat when they saw the scene. But sadly, it met Shangguan Shallow Autumn, an earthly sword immortal. Well, can't talk. Then this sword immortal will have to take it himself. Shangguan Xiaoqiu skimmed her lips, and her gaze suddenly changed. Everything in front of her eyes seemed to stand still, and there seemed to be tens of thousands of flying swords surrounding her. In just a split second, countless sword chi directly blasted that swinging fist into pieces. Sections were broken until the whole arm fell with the sea. And slow down. Go. Bringing his hand together as a sword finger, he casually swung it at one of the creature's eyes. The flying sword at his waist then instantly turned into a stream of light. And even the monster didn't react. The flying sword had already returned to its scabbard, and in Shangguan Shallow Autumn's hand, she was holding an extreme flame core. One should be enough. It's rare for this thing to be born with some spirit. It's a pity to kill it. Well, keep it for now. Maybe Master will be interested. Shangguan Shallow Autumn had originally planned to sacrifice her flying sword again to take the other one as well, but on second thought, she decided to leave this one behind. Although that lava monster didn't have a high level of spiritual intelligence, it knew that it couldn't be defeated just by this means of instantly taking one of its extreme flame cores. The figure began to slowly get shorter. Finally, like a child, he curled up and crouched at the bottom of the sea, burying his head in his lap again and resting it on his head with his one remaining arm, protecting that last extreme flame core within it. Ooh, still know that you can't beat them and admit defeat? Then this sword immortal will also leave you alive. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Shallow Autumn felt quite amused as she hooked up the corners of her mouth and smiled. Getting up to leave this shitty place. It's fire and sea again. And even though it's insulated by aura, it's still not very comfortable yet. Anyway, the heavenly materials and treasures needed by the master had already arrived, so it was time to go back earlier. At this time, the boundless inflammatory sea, the fire has been small about half. She still casually a sword to make the sea of fire separation, directly drilled out. But just as he was about to return as a recluse, he realized that there was a richly dressed woman standing right in front of him. Was it the transition realm that was just searching for fire-based heavenly treasures in the boundless inferno sea? Nope. Shangguan Shallow Autumn suddenly took a step back and cautiously looked at the woman in front of her. She couldn't even see through the other party's realm. Something's not right with this guy. Very much 12% off. Shangguan Shallow Autumn's face was as usual, and she had no intention of making a sound. With a crooked figure, he intended to go around the side of that beautiful woman. But unfortunately, the beautiful woman had no intention of letting her leave. A flash had already blocked in front of her again. Gee, what's this for? What is the matter with seeking this sword immortal? Shangguan Shallow Autumn had no choice but to stop and inquired about the purpose of her searching for herself. The beautiful woman was expressionless and her gaze was a bit grim. Opening his mouth, he slowly said, "Seek the sun. Looking for your son? Looking for a son? Why are you looking for this sword immortal? Can this sword immortal still be your son? You go over there and look. Just now this sword immortal saw a few people over there. Ask who wants to be your son." Shangguan Xiaoqiu skimmed her lips. Despite not being able to see through the other party's bottom line, she was not afraid. She just didn't want to cause trouble. At least it is also the personal disciple of the martial saint. There is really no person in this world who can make her afraid. Big deal. If you need anything, just call your master. When the sky collapses, there's a taller person to hold it, and the master is the tallest. My son is dead. You should feel bad about this. All of you should feel bad about this. As immortal Emperor Kaiyun listened to the other party's tone-deaf words, his gaze grew a few points colder. These evil people who caused the death of her sword actually didn't take her sword seriously at all. If you die, then you die. It's not like your son died or this sword immortal's son died. Besides, this sword immortal doesn't have a son, so there's no way to empathize with you. Okay, Auntie, if you don't have anything else to do, go look for your son somewhere else. This sword immortal has things to do. We'll talk next time. Shangguan Shallow Autumn listened to the clouds. Today how to also meet a crazy person. Only a pity that the strength of this crazy person is a bit unable to feel the depth. As she spoke, she intended to vanish again. Unexpectedly, the other party raised his hand and threw out a set of jade talismans from his sleeve, and a spirit grade extreme formation directly trapped the two people in it. How can you still not understand human language? That lava monster just now was more humane than you. Shangguan Shallow Autumn was completely helpless and turned her head with the intention of having a good discussion with the other party. Although the spirit grade extreme formation could trap her for a moment, it was not enough to trap her to death. If you die, that master of yours will be able to feel the pain of this immortal. Do you think that's fair? It's not fair, because this immortal can't watch him suffer with his own eyes. Kaiyun immortal dignity was in a very wrong state at this time, seemingly unable to listen to Shangguan Shallow Autumn's words at all, and was only immersed in the world of her own mind. However, these words fell into Shangguan Shallow Autumn's ears. but caused her to instantly narrow her eyes and take 2 steps back. Immortal? And knowing that she has a master, prepared and on target. That's her. She is. You're that Ling Tian immortal emperor's Dao couple? Shangwan Shallow Autumn analyzed the current situation in a flash. Dawn Guard? No. He deserves to die too. You all deserve to die. All of you should be buried with my sword child. Fear? Scared? Want to ask for help? Beg that master of yours to save you? That's how fearful my sword was at the time. Isn't it? Insanely. Immortal Colored Cloud took out from her sleeve the jade talisman containing a strike from the Zunshi realm that the mysterious woman had given to her. Expectantly, he looked at Shangwan Xiaoqiu, wanting to see her desperate expression. She remembers so clearly how desperate Jian'er was before she died in the retained shadow bead. That expression is engraved in her mind. She can't forget it. Unfortunately, the sword cultivator woman across from her had never shown that kind of expression since the beginning. Hey! Shangwan Xiaoqiu was not only not afraid, but instead gave the other party a very compassionate look and shook her head inside. When she struck out at herself today, her end was already predetermined. Even the forces behind her will cease to exist. You think your master can save you? Do you know that in this cultivation world where you can't use power above the immortal rank, it's impossible for him to come over? So, why aren't you afraid? The crazy expression of immortal Emperor Kaiyun suddenly became a bit puzzled. She couldn't figure out why the other party wasn't afraid in the slightest. Listen to the sword immortal's advice. Now remove the formation and you can leave. That jade talisman is your bottom card, right? Use it and there's no turning back. Your end will not be death. To strike out at a saint's personal disciple. Do you understand what the consequences are? Shangwan Shallow Autumn still looked at the other party with pity and said in a calm tone. Striking out at a saint's personal disciple was not a matter of offending a saint at all. Rather, it offends all the saints. Even if the master was kind enough to kill only her and put it to rest, the other saints would make all her related forces disappear into the heavens and earth, and it would never be as easy as outright death. Because this precedent must not be set. Once all the disciples of saints could be beaten and killed without paying a heavy price, it was a danger to the disciples of other saints as well. The word saint is too heavy. Heavy to the point that everything related to saints was not something that any being under a saint could mess with at will. Only between the saints. Only dare to calculate each other, but also never willing to completely tear their faces. All is just an exchange of interests. Yeah, then I'll get to meet my sword child. Now, you will accompany this immortal, and go find Jian'er together. Go to the middle of that 9 ghostly chakras, to find my sword child. Immortal Emperor Kaiyun could no longer listen to any dissuasion. His eyes flashed with the last hint of madness, and his fingers exerted a slight force. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, the jade talisman that contained the divine abilities of the Zunshi realm shattered. The divine abilities contained within it were also released at this moment. In an instant, the sky of the boundless inferno sea darkened. Countless silk threads appeared in the earth and sky. Not silk threads, but the power of rules. It was a variety of rules that were hidden but not visible in heaven and earth. The several transition realms in the boundless inferno sea that were searching for heavenly materials and treasures had looked up in shock at the same time. Above his head, an eyeball formed entirely from the power of rules was gazing down. As far as the eye could see, the power of rules turned into nothingness. In just the instant the eyes opened, a third of the boundless sea of inflammation evaporated. One of them even happened to be at the place where the gaze reached, and without even uttering a single miserable scream, he turned into dust and disappeared into the sky and earth. What the hell is this? What the hell? The few remaining transition realm members wanted to escape at the first opportunity, but realized that the rules of heaven and earth had them under deadly control, unable to move a single bit. As for the Shangwan Shallow Autumn at this moment, she realized that she was restricted from moving, but she closed her eyes silently without panic. Within a breath at most, that eyeball would gaze upon her and that colorful cloud immortal dignitary, and the two of them would be reduced to Dao dust. But she knew that wasn't going to happen. Master! Shangwan Shallow Autumn closed her eyes and calmly called out. As expected, a familiar voice rang in his ears. On it! On it! With an incomparably calm voice, a faint chi and blood power emerged behind Shangwan Shallow Autumn. A figure dressed in a long basalt-colored shirt emerged in that chi and blood. However, none of this caused any fluctuations in the laws. Not even a hint of aura. It was as if he was already here, and as if he had just arrived in one step across 100,000 miles. The moment he appeared, the power of the laws that had originally surfaced in the heavens and earth also instantly disappeared from view, and the heavens and earth returned to calm. Only the incomparably huge pupil in the sky, as well as the Yenhai that had disappeared by nearly a third, and the transition realm expert that had been turned into Dao ash, proved that everything just now was not an illusion. This sudden change even caused those several transitional succession realms that were originally about to flee at the first opportunity to stop in their tracks, their faces showing a tangled expression. Right now, they were afraid that what they had encountered was a true person from the upper realm. If you run away, I'm afraid you'll never get a chance to see it again. Anyway, nowadays there was no one among them who could succeed in crossing the threshold, so it would be better to stay and maybe have a chance. Opportunity and danger, always together. That person, isn't the earthly sword fairy, Shangwon Shallow Autumn? It seems like, it's still true. It seems that in the face of a true immortal, this earthly sword immortal isn't something that can be easily resolved. But, who was that man who appeared again? Can it be that it's that Shangwon Sword Immortal's Taoist couple? Those transitional succession realms looked at the three people in the formation from afar, tensing their bodies at all times, ready to escape from here at any time. Just now, due to Shangwon Xiaoqiu's voice being too small, coupled with the fact that they were so focused on escaping, they didn't hear the word master that she shouted out. You? Why? Immortal Emperor Kaiyun looked at the youth in front of him. It was clear that he was expressionless and didn't even actively exude any aura, yet she felt like she was facing a chaotic beast. The other party seemed to be ready to swallow himself in one gulp at any moment, leaving no crumbs behind. However, she couldn't figure out why the other party was clearly in the lower realm, but could manage to cross 100,000 miles and come directly to the Shangwon Shallow Autumn side. Why? It's probably because the rules of this heaven and earth are not enough to restrict saints, but all of that is moot. Chen Shangxing shook his head slightly to look at the eyeball above the sky. At this moment, that eyeball was rapidly disappearing. Originally this kind of power should not have appeared in the lower realm, and it wouldn't take long for the rules of heaven and earth to completely dissolve it. Master, Shangwon Shallow Autumn put away her flysword, arched her hand and bowed. Got the stuff? Chen Shangxing asked. Shangwon Shallow Autumn nodded, and with a hefty smile, he took out the aura-covered extreme flame core from his own bosom and handed it towards his master. Go ahead and take it. Chen Shangxing did not take it, but instead took 2 steps forward. Is this a saint? How can I succeed by ignoring the rules? The crazy eyes of Immortal Emperor Kaiyun slightly regained some clarity after seeing Chen Shangxing. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Even this rule separating heaven and earth was laid down by several saints, so how could this rule stop a saint? When they really reached their realm, I'm afraid that the rules of heaven and earth might not even be able to impose much of a restriction on them. She was actually only half right. The only one who could truly ignore the rules of heaven and earth was Chen Shangxing. Other saints cultivated Yuan Shun, and could not yet do so with complete disregard for the rules of heaven and earth. But on the contrary, Chen Shangxing cultivated himself, and even with the Yuan Shun way he cultivated today, he could be completely called a small heaven and earth of his own, and he could even burn his own lifespan to generate aura, and there was no dependence on heaven and earth at all. I want to ask, seeing the other party walking towards him, Immortal Colored Cloud opened his mouth just to say something. However, he saw Chen Shangxing put his finger in front of his mouth. Shoo, it's time to hit the road. With his voice, Immortal Emperor Kaiyun only felt that heaven and earth had changed. Even if she wanted to take off that ring nowadays and exude her immortal exaltation realm cultivation, so that the rules of heaven and earth would repel her and force her to ascend, she simply couldn't do it. At this point it was as if she was separated from the world. Look up at this time, the sky above had long since lost the eyeball, and instead there was a sea of stars in the sky. More, with 10 days in the sky, no wonder it feels a few degrees hotter. At this moment, all of her immortal energy uncontrollably left her body of its own accord, converging on top of that roiling star. It was absorbed in a moment without even a trace of immortal energy existing. A look of horror had just appeared on her face, but she suddenly realized that something was wrong. The ring on her hand that had helped her hide her breath actually erupted with light at this moment, and under this burst of light, Immortal Kaiyun actually began to collapse like dust. That woman is going to kill me. She gets it. Regardless of whether or not he succeeded on this trip, she wouldn't even be able to die under the saint, but would be taken care of by the woman. Otherwise, clues are left behind. Interesting. Someone actually tried to kill someone in front of me? Chen Shangxing saw the situation but smiled, things gradually interesting it. For a tiny immortal dignitary, he never put it in his eyes, and there was no need to even ask questions. Such mongrels can only be cannon fodder sent to them. The person behind her, however, is somewhat interesting. Make your final contribution. As Chen Shangxing's voice fell, the Kaiyun immortal dignitary that was collapsing even directly turned into a cloud of blood mist. The everlasting immortal seal on his waist lit up with a faint glow, absorbing all of that blood mist. Although an immortal exalt was nothing, it was rare to have this kind of tonic in this lower realm that could be used to replenish the power of chi and blood within the immortal seal of eternal life. As the blood mist disappeared, Chen Changsheng also dispersed his Qi vision. The heavens and earth returned to normal once again, and an ancient ring appeared in his hand. At the same time, Chen Changsheng slowly looked up. The originally normal pupils were now tinted with a faint purple-gold color. Looking somewhere far away in the sky, it appears to be at, talking to people? Upper world. The mountain range where the teleportation channel is located. A delicate woman was looking at the water mirror in front of her, on which was revealed the scene of the boundless inferno sea. She didn't wait for a word of regret, but suddenly her whole body froze. She looked into the water mirror, and Chen Changsheng was also looking at her through the water mirror. See it, across the world barrier. He can also detect that I'm looking at him? The coquettish woman suddenly thought of something at this moment, and a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. More frighteningly, she saw the youth open his mouth slightly, making no sound, but saying something with his lips. Find, go to, you, got. When she mimicked his lips and read what he had to say, the petite woman's scalp instantly tingled. Without being able to think too much, he raised his hand to collapse the teleportation channel on the side. Rumble. As she pressed down with her palm, the teleportation channel completely collapsed, and the delicate woman was finally relieved. Amit Ba. Amidst the rubble and dust and smoke, however, came a Buddhist chant. Amit Ba. Hearing this Buddha's name, the delicate woman only felt her blood run cold. What's he doing here? Damn. Exactly when and why he found the passage. Escape? No way. Escape can't keep up. What to do? Just as a cold sweat ran down her forehead, her entire body tensed in place. Monkfro had stepped out of the smoke, coming straight to her. He folded his hands. Female cultivator, please make way. The coquettish woman instinctively turned her body sideways, and Monk Fulu smiled and nodded his thanks, taking 2 more steps forward to the water mirror. Lord. Turning to the water mirror, Monk Flo bowed respectfully with his hands together, and Chen Changsheng, who was in the water mirror, nodded slightly. Understood. The old monk will see to it himself. This female monk. The poor monk would like to borrow something from you. Seeing his lord's nod, Monk Fulu turned to look at the delicate woman with a terrified face and said kindly, You, what does elder want to borrow? The delicate woman fixed her mind, knowing that she could not escape in the hands of this evil monk. She could only try to calmly reply, This time it has been planted. When exactly did he arrange for this old monk to travel to the space passage? And how did he discover it? On behalf of all living things in the world, I'll lend you a few lives. Amit Ba Buddha. The old monk has thanked the female cultivator on behalf of all beings. Monk Fulu had a kind smile on his face, but his words were appalling. As the words fell, he waved his hand behind him, and immediately the 10,000 soul streamer appeared, and countless in chi transformed into silk threads, covering the sky and the sun to completely conceal this place. After leaving the cultivation world, he was also finally able to use some of his own means, that roiling in chi. In addition to the silk threads, there was also a ferocious soul that emitted a terrifying aura. The lowest realm among them was the immortal monarch realm. There were hundreds of fierce souls in the immortal emperor realm alone. There were even dozens of ferocious souls above the immortal emperor realm. There was no lack of fierce souls that were in the same realm as the delicate woman. Even if Monk Fulu didn't make a move, just the fierce souls in this 10,000 soul streamer would be enough to make her die 10,000 times. I wonder if Senior wants to borrow a few lives? The delicate woman looked at the head with a bitter smile. Is this the evil monk under the seat of the saint of martial arts? His strength was indeed even more terrifying than the rumors, and I'm afraid that there were very few people under the saints who could defeat him. At this moment, both heaven and earth were blocked, and she couldn't even sense the power of the rules in the slightest, and even her own aura was no longer under control, unable to make any resistance. That depends on how many lives the female cultivator has. Blessed are the living beings. Monk Fulu grinned. Then control the countless in chi into silk threads. Toward the woman convergence and go. In his hands want to die, but it is very difficult. At least, there should be enough pain for the living beings in this world. However, this woman's strength was good, so she was qualified to become a member of his 10,000 soul streamer, and bear the pain of the world's living beings for all eternity. Today, another day of meritocracy na. 1 hour later, within the heaven and earth blocked by Monk Fulu, there had long since been no more dainty women. Only a skeleton without skin and flesh remained. And it was not right to say that it was a skeleton, because she still retained her organs. Another half hour later, the organs were also gone, and all that remained, in the end, was a heart. When the heart was turned into a piece by the countless threads of in chi, it was turned into crumbs again. The woman was then dead, but her spirit was still alive. Buzz. With a weird fluctuation of Tao rhythms, the skeleton disappeared, and all that remained on the ground was a broken fox tail. TSK. Female monks, this can't be done. In doing so, How will the old monk explain to the beings? Monk Fulu raised his hand and waved it, and the Inchi that separated heaven and earth and the roaming ferocious souls were then taken back into the 10,000 soul streamer by him. He had memorized the scent of that spirit fox just now, and even if she fled the upper realm and hid in the chaotic sea, he would be able to locate her. Taking a few steps to the water mirror, he looked at the picture within it, and there was no longer the figure of the Lord and the little young master. It must have already returned to the Grand Xian Palace, and he, too, has his own mission today. Running pretty fast. This is almost to the Chaos Sea. Monk Fulu slightly sensed, laughed, holding up the 10,000 soul streamer a step out. The figure will be directly into a mass of black Dao rhyme broken, and then appeared, has come to a 10,000 feet high in the air. Little fox, now for the second life. On behalf of the creatures of heaven and earth, the old monk thanks you again. As he spoke, without waiting for the delicate woman to open her mouth to beg for forgiveness and speak, he had already waved the 10,000 soul streamer once again, and the sky was filled with Inchi and ferocious souls to isolate heaven and earth. A short hour and a half later, once again, he put away a severed fox tail and laughed as he chased after it. Dashuan Palace. Wait until Chen Changsheng returns. Lu Qinghan and Qilin had already been waiting in the compound. Strange, hasn't Master Flo returned yet? Why have you returned with the young master? Lord? Seeing that the Lord had returned with the little young master, Lu Qinghan couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. I'll leave it to Flo to sort something out. That chi of death. He has left it in one place, just in time to break through the Tongshan realm when he goes to fetch it. After Chen Changsheng dropped his form, he took it upon himself to come and sit down in front of the stone table. Lu Qinghan also rushed to pour the brewed tea for the Lord. Master, you knew this already? Shangwan Shallow Autumn came back to her senses and suddenly glared and asked. I don't know. It's just one of all the possibilities, and there are other things that Flo needs to go over. Chen Changsheng silently sipped a mouthful of tea and said in a flat and incomparable manner. Ha? Are you saying that the attack on the disciples is just a possibility? And how many possibilities have you postulated? At this moment, Shangwan Shallow Autumn suddenly remembered when the Sword Saint had asked himself a sentence. What is the strongest thing your master is? Is it the fist? No, it's the reckoning. The young master was attacked. Who is so bold? When Lu Qinghan heard this, he couldn't help but violently change his breath. It's not like he's not taking the Lord seriously. Even the Lord's own disciple dares to move. Looking for death. Lighten up. That's a concession from the other side. Oh, he's scared. Or maybe, he wants me to change my focus. Chen Changsheng's fingers gently tapped on the desktop without the slightest bit of anger. It's close. The opponent was dumber or smarter than he thought. But it didn't matter. It was close after this move, and what he needed to do was simply to make all the preparations before coming face to face to avoid the people around him from being endangered. Master Teacher, the disciples don't understand what you're saying. So, just how many possibilities have you thought of? Shangwan Shallow Autumn listened to her master's words a bit cloudy, so she continued to pursue the question. Chen Changsheng just silently stretched out 3 fingers. 3 kinds? That's right. If the other side is going to do it, they'll only pick us besides Monk Flo. As Shangwan Shallow Autumn's voice fell, Lu Qinghan and Qilin nodded slightly as they thought about what seemed to be the case. 3,000 possibilities. Chen Changsheng smiled and shook his head. If the person who was calculating was a saint, the other party would not care about Monk Fulu's realm and cultivation. There was simply too much that could be done. Just, today's move. Is the other side making a risky move? Or is it really stupid? Finally 100,000 words. Thanks to the support of the treasure. And then give the treasure a mysterious password, all the masters blessed. Upper Sky Edge. At this moment, Monk Fulu was already holding 6 foxtails in his hands, while the delicate woman in front of him already had a somewhat shriveled breath, even if she had a special talent to break her tail for her life. But ultimately, there is a limit to the number of times you can do it. With these 6 broken tails alone, even if she could escape today, if she wanted to cultivate back, she would need at least thousands or even tens of thousands of years. This time, big loss. The problem is, this evil monk has no intention of letting her go, only to be afraid that the rest of this life, also to be nothing. In favor of this evil monk, she didn't have any way out. You can't fight. You can't even fight back. Within this evil monk's domain, she couldn't even mobilize half of her aura, much less sense the power of rules. If she had met another man, she would have been able to try her hand at charming, but this evil monk simply did not have the slightest interest in the female sex. Instead, they are interested in torturing people. Quite interested. Observing your cultivation. Nowadays you are only a 7-tailed spirit fox at most. This life, too, is your last. Pity. Since you are not willing to say anything, then for the next few days, You will suffer for all beings in this 10,000 soul streamer of the old monk. Monk Fulu looked at the delicate woman in front of him who was already desperate, and folded his hands together with a look of pity. As he spoke, he was about to strike again, using up this last remaining life of hers as well, suffering more pain on behalf of all beings, etc. Wait, when did the slave say she wouldn't give an account? What do you want to know, elder? The delicate woman was in despair, but she suddenly froze for a moment. She had just thought that the other party was completely fond of killing, and that was why she didn't give herself the chance to open her mouth at all. But now listen to him. What do you mean you won't say anything? I'm willing to do it myself. I'm really willing to do it. Female cultivator, why didn't you say so just now? Monk Fulu clasped his hands together and asked in a puzzled manner. Have you asked, elder? You didn't ask. What exactly do you want to know? As long as the slave knows, it's all fine. The delicate woman opened her mouth, aggravated to the core. She had been inhumanly killed 6 times, and the other party had never asked her any questions from the beginning to the end, only saying that she should bear the sins for all beings. Hey, didn't the poor monk ask? In that case, can the female cultivator tell the poor monk which saint you are plotting behind? Which one is it? Monk Fulu had a look of sudden realization and patted his bald head, before smilingly asking a question. This is not forgetting to ask. Is clearly afraid of this woman to explain too quickly. Cannot let him bear the sins for the world's living beings. Otherwise wouldn't she have waited until her last life to suddenly speak? The delicate woman had also figured this out at this time, knowing that she had not been placed in the eyes of this monk since the beginning. Behind my slave, there is no presence of a saintly old man, a weak woman. My slave is just following orders. The delicate woman lowered her head and wiped the extra teardrops that had appeared at some point, and curled up in front of Monk Fulu in a soft posture, saying in a resigned manner, since there are no saints, then the poor monk will have no worries if he beats and kills you here. Female monks, poor monks once again on behalf of the world's living beings. Thank you, Lu. Monk Fulu shook his head, and immediately, he once again shook the 10,000 soul streamer, blocking off heaven and earth in an instant, in a gesture of making a move. Elder, have mercy, keep the slave. It will still be of use to you. The delicate woman instantly panicked. She guessed that the other party might have other plans, but all the same she knew that the other party would not be soft if she had no value. Monk Fulu moved with a slight lurch, and with a kind smile on his face, he asked, then tell me, female cultivator, what else do you have to use? Kill the slave and the trail will be broken. The coquettish woman was momentarily in trouble. If she were to reveal the person behind her today, her fate might not be any better than it is now. But if you don't show enough sincerity, you won't even survive today. Oh, like this? Why don't you do the old monk a small favor for me in exchange for this last life of yours? Monk Fulu actually surprisingly did not pursue the matter, but instead smiled and stopped moving. Elder, please speak. As long as my slave can do so, I will definitely do my best. The delicate woman felt a little surprised, but it was always good to be alive. Monk Fulu once again blocked off heaven and earth to make sure that no one could hear him before he spoke briefly to the delicate woman. He then withdrew the heaven and earth blockade of that 10,000 soul streamer and nodded with a slight smile as he folded his hands, not waiting for the delicate woman to return to her senses. He had already broken his figure and disappeared into a black karmic-like Tao rhythm. According to the Lord's arrangement, this step of the dainty woman has been completed, but he had other things to do. Until Monk Flo left, the delicate woman still had a confused look on her face. What? Mean? Monk Fulu did not leave her with any instructions, merely blocking off the heavens and earth before saying to her, female cultivator, I hope to have the fate to see you again. As her afterglow swept by, she was even more surprised to find that the other party had not taken her 6 broken tails. In this way, she would even be able to renew the broken tail in 10 years at most. Available at. And why is this? Her severed tail can also be counted as a rare heavenly treasure, and even every refinement of a line can be worth hundreds of years of closed-door cultivation. Why did the other party leave the broken tail behind? And why would he let himself go so easily? It was all too much for her to figure out. However, at this time, she did not dare to stay here, determined that Monk Fulu will not come back. Then the first time to take their own broken tail disappeared into the chaos sea. Want to find a place to shut down to recover from the injury. Just by meeting, she almost died at the hands of Monk Fru. Is this the evil monk under the seat of the saint of martial arts? 100,000 years had passed, and it was unknown if he had touched the realm of a half-saint. Think, it's also coming soon. Apart from saints, not many people under the sky could afford to offend that Master Fru. Daehoon Empress's bedchamber. As the sky grew late, Chen Shansheng did not cultivate in the courtyard today, but only waited silently. Finally, a heartbeat. It looks like Fru is a done deal. The corner of his mouth slightly hooked into a smile. thinking that it wouldn't take long for him to meet the person behind the curtain. Hero had left some of his chakra power on top of his opponent's tail, with that fox naturally not seeing anything fishy. Even other saints would not be able to sense it at all if they were not in close proximity. However, if he was close enough, he would be the first to detect the identity of the other party. At the same time, once that spirit fox Venerable One renewed the broken tail, her mind would be affected by her own. From the beginning, the task he had given Monk Fulu was not to behead the person behind the scenes, but to leave a fishhook and wait for the sage to take the bait. Everything. It's all under control. It's getting late, just in time for a nap. After we go to that ancient battlefield tomorrow and fetch the Chi of Death, we will also be able to break through the Tongxian realm. Seeing that everything had developed according to his expectations, Chen Changqing finally completely let go of his heart. Getting up and stretching, he headed inside the chambers. In the courtyard, Shangwon Shallow Autumn merely glanced at her master before turning back once again to tease the Qilin. Jump, good dog, good dog. Hey too, do a spiral backflip, good dog, good dog. At the little young master's bellow of praise, the unicorn sold out. As for Lu Qinghan, after smiling and nodding at the young master, he himself followed his lord into the bedchamber and gently brought the door to the room with him. As a personal maid, she should always be by her side, even when the lord is sleeping, to share the lord's worries at all times. Chen Changsheng came to the dragon couch and frowned slightly, casually rubbing his temples. Since awakening, he had maintained intense projections, deducing all possibilities altogether. Nowadays, though, it is only necessary to follow his ideas to find the final precise target. But in the end, it took a lot of effort. Lord, this pillow is a bit hard, but you're not used to sleeping? Seeing this, Lu Qinghan on the side hurriedly opened his mouth to express his concern. I've been thinking about things a bit too much lately. It doesn't matter. Chen Changsheng turned his head with a faint smile and waved his hand. Qinger helped the lord relax. When Lu Qinghan heard this, she immediately volunteered to come up. Was it the relaxation he wanted? I don't think so. That's obviously more tired. Moments later. Yeah, right here. A little deeper. Well, just about. Chen Changsheng's satisfied voice came out, making Lu Qinghan satisfied and more focused on pressing and rubbing the lord's temples. At this moment, Chen Changsheng was lying on top of a pair of well-proportioned white and tender thighs, which were indeed much warmer and softer than a pillow. Slightly open your eyes and you can see two soft masses swaying in front of you. Lu Qinghan gently rubbed his temples for him, which in turn made him feel relaxed. After a few moments, they were breathing steadily and fell asleep. Lu Qinghan's hand movements did not stop, and it was only after half an hour had passed and he was sure that the lord was asleep that he finally stopped. Looked down at, a little too big to see the lord's face. Bending back a little, it was only then that he saw the sleeping face. Lu Qinghan could feel the breath of her lord's even breathing across her legs, which made her ears burn a little. Being an empress for so many years, no man had ever been able to come 3 steps closer to her, not to mention this chambers of hers, even this small courtyard of hers. Except for the lord and the recently departed Master Fulu, no man has ever had the honor of setting foot in it. It is rumored in the cultivation world that the great Xian Empress is dedicated to the Tao and has no feelings for male sex. But on the contrary, she knows herself very well. You don't go near men? Big mistake. She can't help it as long as she feels her lord's scent. If only the lord could have Qinghan serve him every time he sleeps. Lu Qinghan wrapped her arms around her chest and looked out of her mind at the man lying on her lap. Thinking back to when I first met this man, it was also as cold as it is now, with snow covering the ground. Back then, the snow was even heavier than it is now. She hadn't practiced yet, just a teenage girl about to die in the extreme cold. Mother froze to death and so did father. She had every intention of burying her parents, but it was freezing cold and she couldn't dig a grave pit large enough to bury anyone with just a small stick. Cold? A figure appeared and draped his tunic over himself. It gave her a glimmer of warmth in the midst of her despair. The talent is not bad. Follow me from now on. Assuming you're willing. Of course. From that moment on, Lu Qinghan followed the lord's side. She didn't even know, at the time, what saint stood for. She hadn't asked the lord why she had taken herself in, either. But none of that matters. The lord buried her parents for her and asked the monk who followed her to recite the reincarnation scriptures for her parents. That monk is Master Fortune. Her cultivation level was not ranked among the people around the lord, even today. However, she was willing to stay in the cultivation world, and had not wavered from her decision to wait for the lord to awaken during the 100,000 years. Even if it's 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, as long as the lord is here, she'll wait. If the lord falls in the cultivation realm, she will guard the cultivation realm for eternity. In Lu Qinghan's recollection, the night passed in a flash. Rather, It's been a long time since I've slept so soundly. Chen Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, but found that Lu Qinghan was looking down at himself in a daze. This girl wouldn't have looked at herself all night, right? A flower on your own face? Hey, being good looking is really a disturbing thing. You're awake, Lord? Only then did Lu Qinghan react, rushing back to her senses and blushing slightly. I don't know where the party actually came up with it. Well, a little preparation. Later on, I'll make a trip to where the ancient battlefield is located, and I'll be able to break through the Tongxian realm today, Chen Changsheng said as he sat up and moved his neck slightly. Xinger will go and inform the young master, and by the way, help you prepare the Phoenix Luan Palace. Her lord left her legs, making her a little reluctant, but she stood up at the first opportunity, looking down on her lord as he changed into a new tunic and retreated out of the chambers. Coming to the courtyard, he explained to the little young master that the lord was going to head to the ancient battlefield today to make a breakthrough. The unicorn on the side, however, said strangely, "Stinky woman, what's wrong with your legs?" Hearing these words, Shangwan Shallow Autumn slightly shifted her gaze and looked down. Lu Qinghan was also puzzled as she looked at her legs. Nothing, the party ran into it. At this point she had some red marks on her legs from being pressed by the Lord's sleep all night. This caused her to hurriedly wave her hand, and a set of imperial robes was taken out of her spatial ring and put over her body. Cover up those long legs. A moment later, Chen Changsheng walked out of the room. The Phoenix Luan Palace has also been prepared for a long time. Go. Chen Changsheng glanced at Lu Qinghan, whose face was a little red because she was being teased by Shangwan Shallow Autumn, shook his head and smiled softly as he took a single step and arrived on top of the palace. Let's go. Shangwan Shallow Autumn hemmed and hawed, directly grabbing the back of the Qilin's collar, harnessing the flying sword and directly rushing out as a stream of light. Lu Qinghan lightly tapped the ground and rose up into the air, landing steadily on top of the palace, urging the 9 phoenix spirit bodies to also head in the direction of the ancient battlefield, leaving only a trail of flames in the sky for a long time. Urge more can break 1,000 words. Every day a password. Today to the treasures of the password, Go Shang Chen Changsheng Lingshu caught the road. Not in the wrong place. Is this still that eerie ancient battlefield? It's all about to light up with Buddha's light here. Hey. When the group arrived at that ancient battlefield that Monk Fulu had stated, they realized that there was no presence of any fierce souls here at all. Even between heaven and earth, there was a faint aura of merit. It makes it even much warmer to be in this place. In this regard, Chen Changsheng was very calm. Although that guy, Monk Fulu, was full of karmic obstacles, there was indeed merit in overcoming them. It is nothing but, his karmic obstacles are so much more numerous than his merits, that every time a merit descends, it is cancelled out by a karmic obstacle. After feeling it slightly, he sensed the presence of the Chi of Death at a location 100 feet below the ground. Remove what is here. Chen Changsheng pointed to the direction. On the side of the Shangwan Shallow Autumn will be directly sacrificed flying sword and slow, a sword light crossed, the earth will appear above a crack. The position of the control is just right, revealing that the existence of the gas of death, a ball of black light, which was filled with the aura of death. This was what Monk Fulu had prepared in advance. Only with the Lord's mission at hand, he had no time to send it back to the Grand Xian Palace. Now that the last required Chi of Death was in hand, Chen Changsheng did not delay any longer. Immediately afterward, he sat on his knees in the air, and when he beckoned, the 4 heavenly spirit ground materials for creating the perfect Tongxian realm Dao foundation were suspended in front of him. Shangwan Shallow Autumn's 2 men and a dog on the side then hit a barrier to isolate their breath so as not to attract attention. They just watched in silence and didn't dare to make a sound to disturb them. Chen Changsheng slightly raised his hand and pointed out with a single finger, and the ball of light from the Chi of Death and Chi of Life directly shattered apart. The 2 distinct breaths slowly attempted to merge. Nay, it was simply like water and fire, and could not be melted at all. Immediately afterward, Chen Changsheng casually snapped his fingers again and threw that extreme inflammation core and extreme cold core into that mass of life and death Chi respectively. With the equalization of these 2 things, those 2 masses of breath were slowly transforming into a Taiji shape. Eventually, a complete Taiji diagram appeared in front of him. The 4 different attributes were also perfectly balanced at this moment. Master's realm today is only the first sky realm. If we want a breakthrough, wouldn't we still have to break through 8 minor realms first? Shangwan Shallow Autumn just revealed her doubts when she saw this. However, he suddenly felt that a majestic aura was emanating from his master's body. The aura was so dense that it even emitted a burst of spiritual pressure. And if it was a cultivator with a low realm, he would even be rushed to the point of bursting to death by this aura. As for Chen Changsheng's realm, it was also rising crazily. The 2nd heaven of the sky realm, the sky realm triple sky, the 4th heaven of the sky realm. In just the blink of an eye, it was a rise of 3 minor realms, and the breakthrough hasn't slowed down a bit. In just 2 short breaths of time, The Yuanshan realm aura he emanated had already reached the 8th sky of the Imperial Air realm. As his eyes slowly closed, his entire aura had reached the perfection of the sky realm. As for this Taiji disc he had prepared, it was used to create his own Tao foundation for the Tongshan realm and did not need to be absorbed and refined. All that was needed was to let go of the divine sense and use the Yuanshan to incorporate the Taiji disc on top of the spiritual platform in the Sea of Consciousness. However, as Chen Changsheng let go of his Sea of Consciousness and probed his Yuanshan out, the Shangguan Shallow Autumn and the others present instantly changed their faces. What is this thing? Genjutsu. No, no, no. How can this be a Yuanshan? Not to mention that nowadays, Master Teacher is only just about to break through the Tongshan realm. Even the Yuanshan of those saints can't be so terrifying. Shangguan Shallow Autumn opened her mouth wide and looked at the Yuanshan that suddenly appeared. Even though it looked exactly the same as her master, but it exudes. It's too terrifying. She had never felt this kind of terrifying Yuanshan aura before, as if that Yuanshan came from the ancient times and was a true deity. The expressionless Yuanshan stretched out his palm towards the Taiji disc and instantly took it within his palm. At this moment, when Chen Changsheng was controlling his Yuanshan, heaven and earth changed before his eyes. Looking at everything in this world through the eyes of the Yuanshan, it was as if one could see through to the origin. It was a million times clearer than even when he used his chi and blood power on his eyes to see. Lu Qinghan felt the aura emanating from his lord's Yuanshan and was also shocked. As for the Qilin, as a member of the demonic beast clan, it felt this aura even more distinctly. The moment its master's Yuanshan stepped out of the Sea of Consciousness, the Qilin instinctively prostrated itself on the ground. It was as if they were worshipping a true deity, an ancient deity from the beginning of heaven and earth. Sure enough, that's the right way to go. It was also the first time that Chen Changsheng felt the specialness of his Yuanshan, and after merely sweeping this world, he returned within the Sea of Consciousness with the Taiji disc in his palm. When the Taiji disc came to the Sea of Consciousness, the Yuanshan also returned to sit on top of the Tao foundation, and what he was sitting on was that Taiji disc, which had been padded like a futon on top of the Tao foundation. Tongshan realm, it's done. When Chen Changsheng opened his eyes again, a purple golden luster flashed by. As an arcane and mysterious Tao rhythm surfaced around him, the aura emanating from him had reached the Tongshan realm. Unsurprisingly, heavenly tribulation ensued. However, after a single tribulation, he was no longer interested in the heavenly tribulation, and he directly exuded a Chi-Si vision, taking that heavenly tribulation origin into his Chi-Si as well. Placed together with the previous ones, it could be refined and absorbed at any time. Master, this Yuanshan of yours isn't quite right. Seeing the end of his master's breakthrough, Shangguan Shallow Autumn finally couldn't help but open her mouth. It seems to be slightly peculiar. I guess it doesn't matter. Chen Changsheng thought about it and nodded slightly. That's more than a little special. The aura emanating from that Yuanshan of yours, master, is more special than even a saint. It's an ancient aura that disciples have never felt before. It's as if it's a deity from the beginning of heaven and earth, and it's as if it's an even more incredible existence. Shangguan Shallow Autumn recalled the aura emanating from that Yuanshan of her master and said with some uncertainty, Master, just how long have you been alive? Suddenly she opened her mouth to add another sentence. Don't remember. As you all know, Master's memories are only stuck in 300,000 years ago, but Master was already in the state of fleshly sainthood as long as he had memories. As for further on, no memory. Chen Changsheng shook his head, frowning slightly as he tried to recall, but as with every result, he simply couldn't find any memories from 300,000 years ago. Are there realms above saints? Lu Qinghan also suddenly opened his mouth to raise his doubts. Yes, Chen Changsheng instinctively replied, but as the words left his mouth, he frowned once again. Truly speaking, he couldn't say what to call the realm above the saints, but he was pretty sure that there was one. Upper realm, Immortal Cloud Sect. Dang! With an alarm bell, the entire Xian Yun sect, no matter what they were doing, even the immortals in seclusion, all ended their cultivation and came out at the same time. On top of the main peak, across the sect protector formation, the 6 elders of the Immortal Cloud sect were nervously looking at the evil monk holding the 10,000 soul streamer emanating a strong karmic barrier. What kind of evil cultivator dares to come to my Immortal Cloud sect? If you don't retreat quickly, you will be attacked by the group. The great elder of the colorful cloud sect was a great power of the 5th heaven of the immortal exaltation realm, and was considered quite powerful in this upper realm. However, when he looked at the evil monk, he didn't have an ounce of confidence. He could only secretly keep sending letters to the immortal sects he was friends with to ask for help. Evil cultivator? Where? The poor monk can't watch evil cultivators cause trouble. Monk Fulu clasped his hands together with a kind and incomparable smile on his face and looked around suspiciously. Coming to the upper realm, He had already lifted the seal of his own cultivation, and at this time, that karma was incredibly thick. Behind him, it was as if there was a devil's palm that wanted to tear one within the karmic barrier. From time to time, a figure would also materialize within the karmic barrier, twisting and turning silently. Ever since he came to the Immortal Cloud sect, even the sky had darkened and dark clouds rolled in. Simply standing there was appalling. Even for evil cultivators, they had never seen a person with such a horrible karma. What exactly is your excellency doing here in my Immortal Cloud sect? Do you know that my Immortal Cloud sect has been friends with the Ling Tian Immortal Palace for 10,000 years? If your excellency wishes to work against my Immortal Cloud sect, Immortal Emperor Ling Tian will definitely intervene. The Grand Elder was also slightly relieved when he saw that the other party did not make the first move. As for this monk, definitely not a good guy. One could only rely on the sect protector formation to withstand it, and wait for reinforcements to arrive before making plans. Ha! The poor monk is nothing more than a mediocre ascetic. Don't be nervous either. The poor monks are here with no ill intent. I have come today only to seek blessings for all beings in heaven and earth. It can also be said that is to come to your precious place to melt the fruits. Is that better to understand? Monk Fulu's smile grew a few shades wider as he spoke. The other party is shaking people, so he waited for a while. Such a good giver. There are not many under the sky. Chemistry, transfiguration? If your excellency is really just fossilizing, you might as well say what you need. If my Immortal Cloud sect can take it, there's no harm in giving it to your excellency. The first elder froze for a moment and exchanged glances with a few other elders. It would be best if they could keep their hands off. The other party's details could not be seen through, but that karma alone was enough to be appalling. It is only a pity that these people from the Immortal Cloud sect are not qualified enough to have seen monk blessing, and during the 100,000 years, except for the Immortal Emperor forces, it is estimated that there are not many people who can know the identity of monk blessing. Well, the poor monk needs the lives of all the monks. It shouldn't be too difficult, should it? Monk Fulu slightly sensed that some immortal emperors and even immortal emperors were getting closer, so he didn't delay any longer, and raised his hand to directly offer up the 10,000 soul streamer. Without waiting for the other party to be surprised, the entire Immortal Cloud sect was blocked off from heaven and earth by his 10,000 soul streamer. Tens of thousands of ferocious souls hissed and surfaced from the 10,000 soul streamer. In addition to their terrifying strength, each ferocious soul also carried an extremely deep grudge, and they suffered endlessly in the 10,000 soul streamer. According to that monk, it was suffering for all beings in heaven and earth, a great merit. Whenever they were released from the 10,000 soul streamer, these ferocious souls would kill every living being they saw and drag them back inside the 10,000 soul streamer, subjecting them to the same torture and pain. Quickly opened the clan protector formation. The several elders were instantly shocked at the sight, and at the first opportunity, they turned on the immortal rank upper grade sect protector formation. But in just a split second, the large formation shattered under the fiendish chi, and the fierce souls didn't even manage to resist for a single breath. The entire Immortal Cloud sect was more terrifying than hell at this moment. It's not too much to call it a purgatory on earth. Monk Fulu, with a compassionate expression on his face, held the 10,000 soul streamer and recited the transcendental scriptures as he walked through the Immortal Cloud sect. From time to time, helpers who had arrived at the Immortal Cloud sect would be dragged by the fierce souls into this blocked-off heaven and earth as they sensed something strange. Beings, blessed are they. Feeling everything around him, Monk Fulu muttered a sentence, surpassing one of the immortals of the Immortal Cloud sect, and from time to time, merits and virtues descended. But more, still karma is caused by his means. Then every immortal who died in his hands carried endless grievances, turning into threads of black karma to be incorporated into himself by monk blessing. His way is to bear karmic obstacles for all beings, so that they can reduce their suffering. It's just a pity. Every time his enemies, they are miserable. 1 hour later, there is no longer an Immortal Cloud sect in the world. Monk Fulu stood on top of the main peak of the Immortal Cloud sect, sat down, and began to concentrate on reciting scriptures to transcend. The poor monk will recite sutras for you for 3 years, and if it is destined that you can meet your deceased family members, the poor monk will also help you to be reunited. In less than a day, the news of the Immortal Cloud sect's destruction spread throughout the upper realm, especially the Ling Tian Immortal Palace. Several immortal monarchs looked at the figure above the emperor's seat and opened their mouths to propose. Should we make a move for the Immortal Cloud sect? After all, the world knows that Immortal Cloud sect has a connection with my Immortal Palace. If you don't make a move. Before that immortal monarch's words were finished, his entire body was suddenly struck in the chest by a wave of Tao rhythm, and he flew backwards between spitting out blood. Shut up! I, Ling Tian Immortal Palace, have nothing to do with the Immortal Cloud sect. If anyone dares to speak nonsense again, he shall be executed on the spot. After immortal Emperor Ling Tian blasted his opponent away, his chest rose and fell violently, and his fingers imperceptibly kept trembling. These people didn't know the monk, but he did. Make a move? If the other party could not find the Ling Tian Immortal Palace, it would be a blessing he had cultivated for many thousands of years. Who is that? That's a ruthless man under the seat of the martial saint. They never leave anyone alive. They kill everyone. It was reasonable to say that he couldn't hide from the Immortal Cloud sect. Why the one didn't come looking for him? By the way, everything was because he had met that martial saint last time. The martial saint did not pursue him for his problems, and now he was able to sit comfortably on top of the emperor's throne, with this life to spare. With that thought in mind, Immortal Emperor Ling Tian made a deep bow in one direction under the uncomprehending gazes of a group of Immortal Palace great powers. At the same time, a powerful aura opened its eyes in the sea of chaos. Flow, it's been 100,000 years, and he's actually back. Then, has the martial saint returned as well? Every figure that detected Frizz's aura was in existence that was enough to cause countless worlds to tremble when they stomped their feet in the sea of chaos. Not a few of these saints were also awakened, but it was not the blessed monk that the saint was concerned about, but the one behind him, martial saint. At the same time, there were even forces that originally belonged to the martial saint's command that turned into a recluse from the sea of chaos the first time they received the news. They were to seek out monk blessing to determine if the martial sage had returned. Soul to soul and earth to earth. All beings will remember what you have given. Monk Fulu sat in the sky above the Immortal Cloud sect, slowly stopping his scripture recitation. Remove a piece of paper from your own bosom. A list, to be exact. I don't know. How many people can come? Will the saints show up too? That's just it. The Lord has his own arrangements. Monk Fulu put away the list and looked up to the chaotic sea beyond the sky. Since he had already shown himself, it wouldn't take long to know who would be coming. It was just that according to the Lord, not only would the old ministry come, but there would even be a saint who would show up. And as for which one, the Lord didn't give a clear name. It would take some time for the chaotic sea to arrive, but he was in no hurry. 3 years of overcoming the Immortal Cloud sect here is enough time to wait for the one who should come. Lower world, ancient battlefield. Chen Chongsheng, who had just broken through the Tongshan realm, similarly raised his head slightly to look out into the sky, estimating that Monk Fulu should have attracted quite a bit of attention by now. Lord, Qinger has one more thing to report. Oh, speak. That old peach tree in the peach forest mystic realm would like to meet you. When taking this born Qi, Qinger promised it the matter of crossing over and transforming into a form. As for whether or not you will see it, Qinger has not promised either. Lu Qinghan slightly bowed her head. This matter she slightly some trespassing, but also did not give that peach tree promise too much. The matter of transitioning to form, do not need to master out of her can also be completed. Old peach tree. Interesting. It's rare for a peach tree to cultivate to the perfection of the transition realm, and to meet the sage of Wushu by name, then go and meet the last one. Chen Chongsheng smiled faintly and immediately agreed. He had a vague feeling. There will be some interesting takeaways from this trip. For a peach tree to cultivate to the perfection of the transition realm, without the help of some special divine artifacts, it would not be able to do so at all. He also wanted to see just how the peach tree had cultivated itself to this point. With the Lord's nod, the group simply didn't rush back to the palace, but instead headed directly towards the peach forest mystic realm. On the way, Shangwan Shallow Autumn also remembered something and colorfully told her master about the lava monsters within that boundless hot sea. It was a pity that master was not too interested in that monster. In contrast, it was the old peach tree that intrigued him a bit more. About 2 hours later, the figures of the crowd had appeared above the peach forest mystic realm. Lu Qinghan casually swept a glance and realized that at this time, there were no more cultivators here to find treasures. It had only been a short period of a day or two, and the vitality of the entire peach forest mystic realm had already begun to collapse, or, it was absorbed into the vitality of that old peach tree, lacking the breath of life. It needs an entire peach forest to make up for its loss. Chen Chongqing took a step outside of the palace, and when he looked down he saw a giant tree in the sky. Soon, the Phoenix Lawn Palace stopped in front of the pale peach tree. The old peach tree also sensed the arrival of the crowd, and 5 senses slowly emerged above the tree. Sweeping over the crowd, his eyes eventually landed on Chen Chongqing's body. I pay my respects to the saintly old man. It is only a pity that I have not yet transformed into a form, so I cannot bow down to the sage lord. Please forgive me. Its voice trembled slightly, unsure if it was excited or scared. This is a saint, in the entire lower realm. I'm afraid that apart from a few ancient legacies, there was no way to know what kind of existence a saint was. On the contrary, it had lived long enough, and even gave birth to its spirit when it was still 100,000 years ago before the heavens and earth were separated. Though he could not take form and kneel, The peach tree symbolically lowered all its branches. Tell me what it is that you want from me. If you only want to transform and ascend, you won't need to seek me out. Chen Changsheng stepped down from the traveling palace and approached the old peach tree step by step, his gaze casually surveying it. I'd like to make a deal with the sage lord. Make a deal. The old peach tree's voice became even more tense. With its status, it was reasonable to say that it would never have the chance to see an existence like a saint. But on the contrary, Chen Changsheng had just awakened in the lower realm now and had temporarily left the realm, which gave it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But it's not sure, either, what the outcome will be, regardless of what it possessed. If a sage wanted it, he could simply take it, and there was no need to trade with it. It needs to gamble. Gamble that this saintly old man will not just burn it as firewood and then remove the stuff. Yes, you are eligible to make a wish. Tell me what you want. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly with a light smile on his face. He already knew what this peach tree was going to trade. A trade could not be talked about, but it was willing to pay for this item, and one could fulfill its wish. This thing, it's great. The upper realm is even more dangerous than today's cultivation realm, especially when grass and wood beings like me cultivate something. If I were to transcend and ascend, I would be treated as a heavenly treasure by those immortals. I do not dare to ask for too much. I only ask that the saintly old man can give shelter, or find a power. Seeing that he spoke very calmly, the old peach tree finally revealed his difficulties and purpose. In fact, it could have crossed over and ascended on its own, although it did not have 10% certainty, but with its heritage, 70% certainty is still there. Even if they failed to cross the threshold, they could preserve themselves and cultivate for another 10,000 years to cross the threshold again. Seen the cruelty of the upper world. It knows that they are grass and trees into the essence. In the upper world is a hot potato and meat and potatoes. If there was no shelter, it wouldn't be long before they would be harvested by powerful immortals as heavenly treasures. Could be. Any other wishes? The price you've given. It's quite sufficient. Chen Changsheng directly nodded his head and agreed without thinking, and very generously stated. At his level and state of mind, he naturally wouldn't bully a mole in the transitional realm for the sake of seizing a treasure. With just one word, he can fulfill all the wishes of this peach tree. Of course, provided it understands itself and doesn't make outrageous wishes. I have nothing else to ask for. As long as Sage Master can keep me safe after my ascension. The old peach tree thought about it and did not ask for anything else. Seeing the situation caused Chen Changsheng to frown slightly. One has no intention of taking advantage of it, so turned his head to look at Lu Qinghan asked, here in the upper world I remember is a suitable for its forces. Right. Seems to be the leader is a strain of Tongtian bamboo. Also has the immortal monarch realm. And now maybe, already immortal emperor realm. Indeed. It seems to be called Immortal Bamboo Palace. Lu Qinghan nodded his head in response after a little recollection. Well, then here it is. I can give you a legal decree to let the Tongtian bamboo take you in as a registered disciple. And as for what your chances will be in the future, it's up to you. Chen Changsheng said with a light smile as he looked towards the old peach tree. This, kowtow to the sage lords, sage master's favor. I will certainly never forget it in my life. The old peach tree also didn't expect that he merely wanted an asylum. But he was directly placed in the position of an immortal monarch's registered disciple, or perhaps even an immortal emperor. Payback is not necessary. Since your wish is fulfilled, the stuff then comes out. Chen Changsheng shook his head slightly. He didn't need a transition realm to miss his favor. He did nothing more than because the other man had something in his hands that interested him greatly. Hearing this, even Shangwan Shallow Autumn and the others present all looked at the old peach tree with curiosity. It was also unknown what exactly was in this old peach tree that would actually arouse the master's interest. One must know that at a realm such as master's, even imperial soldiers were like roadside trash in his eyes, crushing them with his hands. Yes, old peach tree wasn't worried about whether the other party would back out. After all, the gap between the two was too great, and if the other party really intended to take it by force, there was no need to talk nonsense with it. Without any hesitation, it was about to take out that divine object. The soil on the ground was turned over, and before long a tree root removed a twisted seed from the soil and carefully delivered it to Chen Changsheng. Can't think of the enlightenment tea tree that made it impossible for the saints of the heavens to find it would actually appear here. It's just a pity that it's still just a seed nowadays. It's strange. Is the original tea tree no longer there? Chen Changsheng looked at the seed in front of him, emitting aura and a special kind of Tao rhythm surrounding it, and couldn't help but murmur as his eyes lit up. What? Gnosis tea tree seed. This time, Lu Qinghan and the others were not calm anymore. No wonder the Lord agreed to this peach tree's request and even gave it a better place to go. If it's the Gnosis tea tree, it's really worth it. No, it can't be described as worth it anymore. The enlightenment tea tree was coveted even by that heavenly saint. Even There is a saint who is the realization of the enlightenment tea tree. It's just a shame that it has since disappeared for whatever reason. Hiss. Master has picked up a treasure this time. If this is cultivated with care, won't it still be possible to cultivate a sage-level enlightenment tea tree in the future? Shangwon Shallow Autumn also couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. On the contrary, it was the Qilin, with a puzzled look on his face, who muttered, "It can't be a fake, right? Or else how could it have remained undiscovered by other saints for so many years? No, it won't." Hearing the Qilin's question, the old peach tree hurriedly and nervously explained. In fact, it didn't even know what an enlightened tea tree was. All it knew was that it had opened its spirit by absorbing the aura and Tao rhythm emanating from this seed. Until now, to be able to break through to the perfection of the transition realm, this seed had a heavenly role to play. But as for what this thing was, it didn't know, and the enlightenment tea tree it had never heard of. Just know that it's something extraordinary, and that it might be able to get yourself a shelter in return. Not false, but it's just a seed. Even a saint wouldn't notice it. Coupled with the fact that during these 100,000 years, heaven and earth have been separated, and saints have never come to this lower realm again. Naturally there was no chance to detect this enlightenment tea tree seed. There's nothing wrong with the stuff, and you can't run away from what you were promised. Chen Xianxing took that seed with a wave of his raised hand, and due to the special nature of the enlightenment tea tree seed, he did not include it in the everlasting immortal seal, but placed it directly within his sleeve. Then he glanced at Lu Qinghan again. Lu Qinghan instantly understood his lord's mind and took out a pen and paper from within the palace. What was the name of that Tongtian bamboo again? Picking up a pen and paper, Chen Xianxing suddenly turned his head to look behind him. It's like, what's it called, bamboo? Oh yes, Immortal Emperor Tsueju. Shangwon Shallow Autumn put her hand against her head, thinking for a moment before her eyes lit up and said. Hearing this, Chen Xianxing nodded slightly. Immediately, he used that most ordinary of pens and paper to write down a simple sentence, giving Tsueju Immortal Monarch a named disciple. This scene watched the old peach tree on the side get a little worried. Does it really work with this most common pen and paper written down? But soon, it dropped its heart again. Chen Xianxing removed his own everlasting immortal seal from his waist, stamped casually on the corner of that paper, leaving two small words, everlasting life. Keep this object, and when the time comes for you to ascend and transform into a form, you can go directly forward to find someone. Oh yeah, if you're in danger after ascension, you can yell out for Fru to save your life. It will keep you safe all the way. As for the matter of transmigration and ascension, Qinghan will see to it. After casually tossing the paper towards the old peach tree, Chen Xianxing stepped back onto the Phoenix Luan Palace without looking back. Help you soar within a month. Lu Qinghan spoke with a slight nod to the old peach tree. Then they also rushed to follow the Lord and came to the top of the palace to activate the Phoenix spiritual body. It always feels as if the name is misremembered. Is it called Trisha? It doesn't seem to be that name. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Shangwon Shallow Autumn muttered under her breath as she turned her head to leave. The old peach tree had originally lowered its branches to respectfully send the crowd away, but hearing this made it almost clam up. No, it's not going to happen. Is it? Is it really okay? What if the name is misspelled and doesn't work? But it did not dare to open its mouth now to stop the crowd and ask the sage lord to write a new one for itself. That would be a bit of a death wish. It's just, one can only trust the saintly old man. It was only until the crowd left that the old peach tree carefully poked out a branch and parted itself a bit more, placing the paper inside itself to make sure it wouldn't be damaged. Gautama tea tree. So that's what that seed is called? Can let the saint lord are interested in things really divine. But unfortunately I keep then is bound to die. The old peach tree murmured for a while, and its five senses slowly disappeared, quietly waiting for its chance to ascend and cross the threshold to arrive. Since it was a saint's assurance, even though it was only verbal, it was enough for it to be completely at ease. Above the palace, Lu Qinghan saw that the Lord had been observing that enlightenment tea tree seed. Unable to resist opening his mouth, he asked, Lord, this enlightenment tea tree seed is an extreme spiritual root, and I'm afraid that it can't be planted in this lower realm nowadays. Even if it's the Chaos Sea, it takes some effort to find a perfect place to plant. Do you already have an idea? Chen Xianxing smiled faintly. The best place to plant? It doesn't have to be such a big deal. It can be planted today. Lu Qinghan was puzzled. But if it is planted in the lower realm, I'm afraid it won't grow even in 100,000 years, right? Who said anything about planting in this lower world? I'm going to plant it in a whole world. Chen Xianxing had already had his own plans as early as the moment he saw the enlightenment tea tree seed. Planted in a whole world in the middle of it. Hearing the Lord's words, Lu Qinghan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. She did believe that the Lord had the ability to easily sweep away an entire small world to be used to specifically cultivate the enlightenment tea tree. But wouldn't that be a bit too much effort? And with the Lord's character, he wouldn't exterminate the living beings of an entire small world just to cultivate a single enlightenment tea tree. Even if the enlightenment tea tree was even more precious, the Lord would not go that far. Seeing that the Lord was just continuously surveying that seed, thinking that he already had a clear intention, Lu Qinghan also stopped interfering and just silently made tea for the Lord. It won't be long before I can taste what enlightenment tea is like. Sipping the tea that Lu Qinghan had just brewed, Chen Xiangxing could not help but show a few smiles. Even if the extermination of the entire living beings of the small world was used to cultivate the enlightenment tea tree, as Lu Qinghan thought, it would still take at least 10,000 years for it to enter the initial stage of maturity. But he had better plans. It doesn't take 10,000 years at all, or even just 100 years if things go well. No, 10 years will be enough. Soon, the group returned to the Grand Xian Imperial Palace once again. Many Grand Xian experts, seeing this scene, had calmed down a lot. In these recent days, Her Majesty the Empress has been going out quite frequently now, but those restless great demons from the other days have retreated. But it seems that the middle of the 100,000 Great Mountains is not too peaceful. Could it be that demon emperor of the 100,000 mountains is plotting something? That's just it. Her Majesty the Empress must have already made preparations. So we'd better feel at ease and deal with the matter of the remaining members of the Great Zhou. Ever since Her Majesty the Empress returned last time and brought the news that Great Zhou had been conquered, the entire Grand Xian's experts had been busy. Even though Great Zhou had already submitted even to the transition realm, there were always some rash youngsters who couldn't see the situation clearly. There was also an attempt to restore Great Zhou. However, there is no need to report such a small problem to Her Majesty. They can handle it by themselves, and they can report to Her Majesty when it is resolved. Under the worship of countless Grand Xian experts, the Phoenix Luan Palace landed in front of the small courtyard of the female emperor's chambers. When Chen Xiangsheng and the others had just entered the small courtyard, Empress Lu Qinghan took out a summoning jade talisman and frowned slightly at its contents, putting the Phoenix Luan Palace away with a wave of his hand. He then followed his lord to the courtyard. Please look, Lord. Lu Qinghan came to the lord and presented that summoning jade talisman. After taking a slight glance at its contents, Chen Xiangxing turned his gaze back to the Qilin that had been bumblingly following behind him. Why is master looking at me like that? It makes me shy. The unicorn contorted itself in a very comical manner. Ha! It's disgusting. Shangguan Shallow Autumn muttered a sentence from the sidelines without holding back a shiver. The great demon under your hand doesn't seem to be too peaceful. Chen Xiangsheng tossed the jade talisman directly to the Qilin and casually said, Ha! Hiss! Bad bad bad. At that time, I was so focused on coming to find my master that I didn't bother to place the 100,000 mountains properly. Kirin was stunned at first, and then he sucked in a breath of cold air. At that time, when it sensed the aura of its master's breakthrough, it rushed to Grand Xian at the first opportunity, and there was no time to say anything more to those great demons. Now without it to control, the 100,000 mountains in the group of demons may want to do what the demon. Gross. Let's go back and put the 100,000 mountains in order first. It just so happens that there's nothing else I can use you for these days. Chen Xiangxing turned to the table and sat down after saying this, taking out the enlightenment tea tree seed and examining it, pondering how it should be most perfect. That hurts the unicorn. What do you mean you can't use it? This holy beast can even resist a beating besides. It even resists punching. How can you not use it? The griffin bristled. But with the young lord here, it seemed like the only thing it could do was resist a punch. After saying that, he bowed to his master and was about to ask back to the 100,000 great mountains to straighten out those disobedient demon cubs. But before it could leave the small courtyard, he heard his master call out, Wait a minute. Rather forgetting that you have an important role to play. Hey, this holy beast will say that he is useful. The unicorn had just finished speaking when he felt his master's gaze on him. Somewhat unkind. It doesn't look like he's got something good in store for him. As expected, Chen Xiangsheng spoke. Shallow Autumn, take the flying sword and bleed this guy. It'll be useful. Got it. Shangguan Shallow Autumn heard her master's words, and immediately pulled out her and slow without saying a word, and slashed towards the Qilin. Oi oi. Even if auntie is bleeding, you don't cut at the neck. Is that still bloodletting? That's killing me. This holy beast does it all by itself. All by itself. When the Qilin saw that the young master raised his sword and came straight for his neck, he exploded and retreated to the edge of the courtyard with a flash of his figure and a roll. Without any further ado, he directly bit through his cap and took out a jade bottle to include the Qilin blood in it. While bleeding, he also looked at his master, thinking how it's not enough. Leave it a while longer and it won't even make up for it. Come on, what's the point of putting so much in? Chen Xiangsheng moved his gaze away from the enlightenment tea tree seed and looked at the Qilin fellow with a puzzled expression. If you don't say enough, master, I wouldn't dare stop. Quickly, This sacred beast has to hurry back to the 100,000 mountains. The Qilin condescendingly handed the jade bottle to the little young master, made another bow to his master, and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Back in the 100,000 mountains, it's going to get a good tonic. Nah, what do you need this guy's unicorn blood for, master? Replenish your blood. Ha! After the Qilin left, Shangguan Shallow Autumn put the jade bottle on the stone table in front of her master and asked in doubt. Sort of, but it's for this kind of sub. After 100,000 years of being absorbed by that peach tree's aura, this seed's vitality is more or less damaged. But patch it up with unicorn blood and it should be just about right. Chen Changsheng nodded his head slightly. Then he directly threw the seed emitting a strange Tao rhythm into the jade bottle, allowing it to absorb the precious Qilin blood. The two men on the sidelines also cast curious glances. It was discovered that after that seed fell into the jade bottle, the Qilin blood actually began to decline at a speed visible to the naked eye. It can really absorb unicorn blood. Ha! How this sub seems like a living thing. Shangguan Shallow Autumn secretly smacked her lips. However, once he thought about the fact that this was an enlightenment tea tree seed, he also felt that it was very reasonable. If properly cultivated, in the future, this object could even give birth to spirituality, with the qualifications of a saint. It's also fortunate that it was for that peach tree to discover it. If this kind of child had fallen into the 100,000 mountains, I'm afraid that it has long been devoured and refined by those demonic beasts. Chen Changsheng looked at the situation within the jade bottle and was somewhat secretly glad. If the enlightenment tea tree seed was swallowed and refined, it would naturally be of great benefit. But compared to cultivating an enlightenment tea tree, it would be far worse. It was a pity that the enlightenment tea tree was too powerful, and unless it was in the hands of a saint, other people simply couldn't keep it. The only thing it does is swallow and refine. Even if they could secretly cultivate it, they might not be able to afford to raise an extremely high-grade spirit root like the enlightenment tea tree. In favor of Chen Changsheng, who had both the strength to hold on to it and the means to cultivate it, this seed falling into his hands was simply perfect. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the three of them, the Qilin blood in the jade bottle had been absorbed by that seed. It seems that, not enough? Seeing this, Chen Changsheng could not help but raise an eyebrow. On the side of the Shangguan Shallow Autumn even opened his mouth. Sure enough, just now should cut the neck. This seed obviously hasn't absorbed enough. Lu Qinghan looked at the seeds in the jade bottle and then looked at the Lord and said, should Qinger go chase the big black dog back and bleed some more? It shouldn't be far away at this moment. Hearing this, Shangguan Shallow Autumn immediately grabbed her flying sword in a posture that said she would chase after her. Already far away and 10,000 miles away from the Qilin, for no reason in the heart of a shock, rushed to speed up a few more points of recluse speed. There's no need. That guy's not going to be able to make it up if he bleeds out again. Nowadays in this lower realm, there are not many heavenly treasures or powerful demonic beasts for it to devour. Chen Changsheng raised his hand to rebuff the two's offer. Hearing this, the two men nodded their heads in dismissal. Only the issue of this Gnosis tea tree seed still needed to be resolved. Thinking about it, Shangguan Shallow Autumn had a flash of light and spoke. Master, why don't you let a drop of blood out? A drop of saint's blood, or the blood of a body refining martial saint. The effect can be billions of times better than Qilin blood, right? Chen Changsheng sighed. It is precisely because of this that Master doesn't dare to try it directly. This enlightenment tea tree seed may not be able to withstand a drop of blood from a body refining martial saint, but if you dilute it 10,000 times, you might be able to. Thinking about it, that's not a bad idea. Sweeping around, his eyes landed on his junior apprentice's flying sword. Oi, master, don't do anything rash. Disciple is still counting on practicing this and slowing down into an emperor's weapon. If you want to bleed with this flying sword of my disciple, you shall not disintegrate this flying sword into pieces. Shangguan Shallow Autumn hurriedly clutched her flying sword in her arms and looked at her master with vigilance. Body refinement martial saint, one's flying sword can't break the skin of the master. Even if it was an emperor's soldier, the master teacher would not be able to injure him at all if he did not move at all. You can't bleed it out slowly. Hearing her tense words, Chen Changsheng smiled helplessly, placing his finger in his mouth and biting down hard. A small opening was broken, but before he could squeeze a drop of blood out, it had healed itself. Difficult. It's really hard to put a drop of blood. Thinking back to the time when that sword Dao Saint had 3 swords at full strength, he had fought back even with just his bare hands without even breaking his skin. He had no choice but to put his index finger in his mouth again, this time a little harder. At the moment of breaking the skin, the power of qi and blood surged, squeezing a drop of blood out of the fingertip again and wrapping the drop of blood with aura at the first opportunity. Even so, Shangguan Shallow Autumn and Lu Qinghan's faces changed. Just that single drop of blood made the two of them feel the terrifying power of qi and blood. The pressure was so intense that it was as if the two of them were in an infinite sea of blood. and the images in front of her eyes became a little blurry and reddish. Luckily, after being wrapped in the master's aura, the feeling disappeared for the most part. Just the most ordinary drop of blood on the master's body has such a terrifying power of chi and blood. Shangwon Shallow cannot help but think, if it is a drop of the master's essence blood, how terrifying. Will be able to crush a whole small world? Even if it fell on an immortal emperor, it would be enough to smash him to death, right? Chen Changxing divided the drop of blood, using his divine sense, into about 1/10,000th of a millionth of a tiny, imperceptible red dot suspended in the air. Finally, it landed steadily on top of the enlightenment tea tree seed inside that jade bottle. Buzz. In an instant, that seed was like a hungry wolf that had been starving for 100,000 years and suddenly saw food, directly absorbing the imperceptible holy blood. Immediately afterward, it exuded a rich Taoist flavor, and even had an omen that it was about to germinate. Oh, interesting. Rather, I have underestimated an innate extreme spiritual root like the enlightenment tea tree. Chen Changxing raised his eyebrows slightly at the sight. Since this kind of seed had already regained its Tao rhythm and aura, he didn't hesitate any longer, and with a casual wave of his hand, he incorporated that seed into his Qi-Si world. The world he prepared for such a son was his own Qi-Hai. Ever since he had broken through the Qi-Si realm, he had noticed that his Qi-Si vision seemed to be slowly evolving, and that it might even give birth to a special rule power one day. But it needs an opportunity. The enlightenment tea tree seed is enough to act as an opportunity for this. The divine sense converged inward. Checking out the situation within his Qi-Si, one could only see that the enlightenment tea tree seed, after falling into the boundless sea of Qi, began to actively fall towards a lifeless but spiritually rich star above it. When it landed on top of the star, it again seemed to hesitate, turning to fly above another larger star. The aura was also more abundant. Picking and choosing, it was only after several changes of location that the seed finally found a satisfactory place to land. Without the need for Chen Changxing's help, it burrowed into the star and began to take root at an extremely fast rate. In terms of aura concentration, Chen Changxing's Qi-Si was denser than any Holy Land in the chaotic sea, especially since he could also obtain endless aura by burning his lifespan. And no place in the world could possibly have more aura than his Sea of Qi. It's simply inexhaustible. Next, it is the more important world. When Chen Changxing saw that the seed had already taken root, he instantly included the drop of blood from the party within the Qi-Si world as well. It landed on top of the star, but retained its own aura of isolation, mobilizing 1/10,000th of it at any given time to provide sustenance to the seed according to his control. Still, the most important thing for the enlightenment tea tree is that the world of growth is too long, but this was something that his Qi-Hai was partial to being able to solve. With a thought, all the scenes within the Qi-Si began to speed up. The stars, which had originally remained almost motionless, began to move quickly at this point, not because the speed had changed, but because the time had changed. So much so that it made the stars, which were just so slow as to be almost imperceptible in their operation, become seemingly like meteors passing by. In his Sea of Qi vision, he was the true god who dominated everything. Can you only adjust the time flow up to 10,000 times currently? Chen Changxing pushed the flow of time within his Qi-Hai to the extreme and found that it was about 10,000 times as much. In this way, the enlightenment tea tree, which might have originally taken 100,000 years to reach the initial stage of maturity, could be reached in a maximum of 10 years within his Qi-Si. If you count the endless aura of his Qi-Si, plus a drop of his holy blood to nourish, I am afraid that this time will be shortened to less than 5 years. Shangwon Shallow was as out of his mind when he saw his master put that seed away. After waiting for a moment, he couldn't help but raise his hand and wave it up and down in front of his master's eyes. But he found his master's gaze moving up and down with his hand and looking back at himself. Hey, you're not asleep, master. Shangwon Shallow smiled awkwardly, withdrew her hand and said, what about the enlightenment tea tree seed? Where do you plan to plant it? Master, it's been planted. It's right here. Chen Changxing pointed to the location of his Qi-Hai and said very plainly, eat, hiss, kind of a sea of Qi. Can this stuff be planted indiscriminately? Are you sure about this, master? Shangwon Shallow was first stunned and thought that her master meant to directly eat that enlightenment tea tree seed, but on second thought it was impossible. After reacting, he immediately sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at his master as if he was looking at a monster. The Lord must have his reasons for doing this. The little young Lord wouldn't have to worry. Lu Qinghan wore a light smile on her face. She wouldn't doubt anything the Lord did. Shangwon Xiaoqiu nodded slightly in agreement. That's true. But next, does the Lord have any arrangements? Can we need any more materials for the next breakthrough? Qiahan can prepare earlier. Lu Qinghan refilled the tea for the Lord again and asked in a serious opening. There's no rush. Wait first. The materials needed for the next breakthrough will be delivered. It's just as well that you can help that peach tree to cross the threshold and transform into a form these days, and put an end to the karma. Chen Changsheng lightly sipped a mouthful of tea, and in his mind, he was thinking that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to drink that enlightenment tea, which was hard for saints to find. Someone will send it? Who? Could it be that there are still people of their own in this lower realm who haven't shown up? Shangguan Shallow Autumn blinked a pair of bright eyes, curious beyond measure. Well, that's not true, but it won't be long before a saint shows up, and when the time comes, the two of you shouldn't say much. As for which of them will all come, the master is not entirely certain at this time. Chen Shangsheng shook his head slightly and looked up in the direction of the heavens, as if spanning hundreds of millions of miles, directly toward the 8 saints who had set up the great formation for him in the first place. Hiss. Saints? Master, you already know who is behind it in the first place. You're not planning to do it directly here in the lower realms, are you? Shangguan Shallow Autumn listening to another breath of cold air. If it is in this lower world to do it, this small world is afraid to hold up. Oh, don't be ridiculous. Master is merely trying to meet a few old friends. How can you do it? Chen Shangsheng wore a kind and light smile on his face as he gave a painless chortle. Master, you're smiling like this. Why do you look a bit like old Monk Fulu? Shangguan Shallow Autumn looked at her master's smile, but skimmed her mouth feeling very untrustworthy. Yes? Chen Changsheng asked, looking at Lu Qinghan. Lu Qinghan nodded decisively. It is indeed the same smile as when Master Fulu wanted to exterminate people's entire family. But Master, I once heard the Sword Saint say that you have killed at least a palmful of saints under your hand. Why are you so careful this time? Could it be that this slumber has really affected your strength? Shangguan Shallow Autumn suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask with a serious and grave face. The words of the Sword Dao Sage would naturally not be false. Since he said that his master had killed at least a palmful of saints, there would only be more, not less. Master's strength, amongst the saints, should be very terrifying. At least the Sword Dao Saint, a saint who could be ranked in the top 10, also bluntly stated that he had lost under 3 punches, because in the beginning the master was barefoot. Chen Shangsheng thought about it. When he hadn't confiscated his disciples yet, the only one who followed him around was Monk Fulu. He is responsible for fighting and killing. Monk Fulu is in charge of overcoming the dead. Although saints were difficult to kill, they were not truly immortal, and if killing them once didn't work, they would blast them 100 times, 10,000 times. But nowadays, he was no longer alone, and if he were to lay his hands on a saint, he would have to be prepared for the other party to go mad at the point of death, and make sure that those around him would not be affected under a saint who was fighting for his life. This makes it 1,000 times more difficult. It's also the reason he's become solid these days. Oh, Shangguan Shallow Autumn instantly understood what her master meant. Unable to keep his head down, he pursed his lips lightly. If she can also become a Sword Dao Saint, master would not need to have such concerns. Lu Qinghan, who was on the side, also had a somewhat complicated expression. Both felt that they had become a drag on the Lord and blamed themselves for it. And feeling grateful that I still have some place in the Lord's heart. What's the look on each one's face? Don't worry, my master thinks that although this matter is a bit troublesome, it is not considered difficult. If it goes well, it will even be easy. It's just that master is not willing to take any hint of risk. Chen Changsheng raised his hand and then gently knocked on each of their heads. He has an endless lifespan. If because of his own negligence, leading to the fall of his disciples, I am afraid that in the future, this matter will have to make him regret countless times. There couldn't be an ounce of risk. After all, it wasn't like he couldn't do a 10% chance of winning. It's just a matter of having that tiny billion layers of insurance slightly in place. Then, when you burst hammer the saint, Master, can you let my disciple observe and watch as well? This sword immortal has never seen those high and mighty saints reveal their wretched appearance. Shangguan Shallow Autumn is also a big heart, was knocked by the master, covered his head and then returned to the joyful appearance. Well, the fall of a saint is likewise a great opportunity. If master is prepared enough, he will let you all split the chance together. Chen Changsheng nodded his head slightly, and after saying so, he indicated that he was a bit tired and finished his cup of tea, getting up and walking towards the inner chambers. Seeing this, Lu Qinghan wanted to clean up the table before following his master into the room. Hey, let this sword immortal do this kind of thing. Sister Qinghan, you just go and sleep with master. Shangguan Shallow Autumn directly snatched a step ahead to the table, put away the tea set on the table, and winked at Lu Qinghan. Then, I am obliged to the little young master. Lu Qinghan always felt that there was something wrong with the young master's words, but he was unable to refute them. The Lord is sleeping in the house. Isn't she there to keep him company? But, it's just a matter of serving the Lord in bed. Without any more nonsense, Lu Qinghan took a step towards the bedchamber. When she too had gone inside the bedchamber, she gently brought the door with her. Only then did Shangguan Shallowadam make a cheering gesture. Sister Qinghan, you have to work hard. If you can take down Master, this sword immortal will win. She and Monk Fulu had made a bet. If she lost, Monk Fulu could choose an item from her treasury, while if she won, she could make Monk Fulu do an errand for her unconditionally. Whether it's a treasure or a promise doesn't really matter to her. What matters is, she liked the feeling of winning a bet. The following few days Chen Changxing did not leave the Grand Xian Imperial Palace again. Every day as usual, cultivate, sip tea, sleep, as well as observing the changes of the seeds in the Sea of Qi. Although only a few days had passed, the Enlightenment tea tree had already taken root in his Qi Sea. I can see a small tea sapling now. If this were to be planted in the outside world, it would take at least hundreds of years to grow to this stage. For an innate extreme spirit root, the growth cycle was incomparably long. After all, once an innate extreme spiritual root grew, it would be terrifying. On this day, Lu Qinghan also moved to the Peach Forest secret realm, making preparations to help that peach tree cross the threshold and ascend. Meanwhile, Monk Fulu, who was guarding the Immortal Cloud sect in the upper realm and reciting the overcoming scriptures, also waited for his first acquaintance. Master Flo, it really is you. A woman who exuded an aura far beyond the Immortal Emperor realm walked out of the spatial rift and arrived directly 10,000 feet above the Immortal Cloud sect. The woman wore a white Taoist robe, and even her hair was a silver-white color, hanging down to her waist like a waterfall. Her aura was not hidden, and in an instant, the faces of all the powerhouses above the Immortal Dignity realm and the entire upper realm suddenly changed. An existence above the Immortal Emperor, Immortal Cloud sect. Sure enough, a true god has struck here. It's fortunate that we have not traveled to the Immortal Cloud sect to explore. Ever since the Immortal Cloud sect was destroyed in one day, many forces were originally eager to take advantage of the opportunity to get a piece of the pie. But soon, they realized a bizarre situation. All the forces that possessed immortal emperors began to close their mountain gates on that day, as if they were hiding from something. The other immortal sects weren't fools, and immediately guessed that the Immortal Cloud sect was afraid that things weren't simple, and that even immortal emperors would be afraid. So those forces chose to wait and see for 2 days. During these 2 days, there were some great powers that were originally asked for assistance by the Immortal Cloud sect. Not a few immortal dignitaries, but after traveling to the Immortal Cloud sect there was no more movement. The entire mountain of the Immortal Cloud sect was blocked off by the terrifying Inferi Qi, and even the divine sense of an immortal emperor was unable to probe what was going on within it. However, there was no doubt that the Immortal Cloud sect, at this time, could not go. Now that another great terror above the Immortal Emperor had appeared and was still targeting the Immortal Cloud sect, it further proved their suspicions. I really don't know how the Immortal Cloud sect, a power whose strongest person is only an immortal Zune, managed to provoke a true god-level existence. Countless great powers of the upper realm had withdrawn their divine sense after merely detecting that aura, not daring to probe. If he caused the other party's displeasure, he was afraid that the next Immortal Cloud sect would be his own immortal sect. After all, that aura had already surpassed the vastness of the Immortal Emperor realm, and at the very least, it was a venerable realm in the chaotic sea. Even higher. It's just a pity that their cultivation level is too low to see through it. The woman came before the ferocious aura that blocked off heaven and earth, and bowed respectfully with an arch. Rabbit, pay respects to Senior Fortune. As her voice fell, a gap appeared in front of her. Not daring to delay, the rabbit true god hurriedly stepped into it. Ba. Monk Fulu stopped chanting the sutra and raised his eyelids to look at the true god of the rabbit in front of him. Elder, these years you in the end. The rabbit true god respectfully came to its front and bowed once again, pressing his waist down to a low level. In front of Monk Fru, she wouldn't dare to be half as proud. Don't ask what you shouldn't. You wait. Monk Fulu casually took out the list the Lord had given him in his arms. It does have the names of the 12 true gods on it. Also there are questions for him to ask these people. Which realm has the second young lord broken through to now? Monk Fulu thought briefly that this dabbit should be one of the second young lord's protectors. In the beginning, there were 12 immortal emperors who were the protectors of the 4 young lords, and each young lord had 3 people following them. This dabbit is following the second young master. More than 100,000 years had passed, but he had already broken through 2 great realms, crossing over from the original immortal emperor to the exalted realm and reaching the current true god realm. Back to Senior. The second young master has now broken through to the exalted realm. The second young master also broke through the honorable realm 1,000 years ago. As for the eldest young master, exactly what realm, the dabbler rabbit doesn't know. Hearing Monk Fulu's question, the rabbit immediately told him everything he knew. One by one, this one was a close friend of the Lord's side, and now that so many years had passed, he might have reached half-saint. The Drabbit's reverence for Monk Flo was second only to that of the Lord and several of the young lords. Oh, It's okay for you to stay here. It's okay for you to do what you need to do. Monk Fulu nodded and glanced at the list, which had no particular problem with the 12 zodiac-named protectors. She was immediately told to make herself at home. Uzumaki maintained his arching stance, and for a moment, although he had a million questions he wanted to ask, he could only swallow them back. Ashitori, can you pass the message to the second young lord? Now that the second young master is in seclusion. Before confirming it, Dabbler doesn't dare to disturb, and can only come first to confirm if it's really you. The second young lord has been very concerned about news of the lord over the years, and has lined up people to travel to the lower realms to check where the lord is sleeping, but the results have all been that the lord has not awakened. The Uzumaki true god carefully opened his mouth and asked. In response, Monk Bokoro didn't care and just waved his hand to signal her to make herself at home. The lord can make his own decisions as long as he has no special orders, and none of that matters. It wasn't the rabbit he had to wait for either. Rather, it is the second young lord. The lord's command still seems to be a bit special. Many thanks, senior. Duo Rabbit will inform the second young lord. Seeing that he agreed, the rabbit closed his eyes slightly and directly used his divine sense to try to transmit sound with the second young lord who was in seclusion. Soon the two of them had a mutual sensing of their divine senses, and Duo Rabbit excitedly transmitted. Young lord, Master Fulu has left the lower realm. Now that I'm already here at Master Fulu's place, do you want to make a trip? There was a short silence, followed by a more excited voice. Send the location coordinates. As expected, the second young lord couldn't sit still when he heard the news about Elder Flow. The drowned rabbit also knew that what the young lord wanted to see was actually the martial sage lord. But now that Elder Flow has appeared, the lord has more than likely awakened as well, and her identity, naturally, does not deserve to know too much. This Dabbler all understand. It can only be done by the second youngest master coming to personally ask questions, without any delay. After the rabbit transmitted the location to the young lord, that side directly disconnected the sensing of divine sense, and I'm afraid that the first time would have already rushed towards this place. The young lord has already moved on, so Duo Rabbit will be bothering senior here for now. Usagi bowed once more to Monk Fulu, who gestured with a slight nod. Just find a place to wait. There's no need to be too formal. This huge immortal cloud clan now, although the people all smoke, but the building is still there. The rabbit also no longer say more. Randomly find a building to temporarily live in, which waiting for the young master to come. Lord, has it really awakened? To this question, the Usagi true god was equally expectant. 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Changxing's Yuanshan realm had very smoothly broken through to the 8th heaven of the Tongshan realm during this period. Only the last minor realm was missing, which was the Tongshan realm consummation. During this period of time, the biggest change was not his cultivation. Instead, it was his chi-high world. At this time that enlightenment tea tree already had a finger-high seedling, while constantly and frantically absorbing the aura within the sea of chi to grow itself. It was also emitting a special Tao rhythm at all times, feeding back to the world of the sea of chi. Compared to aura, Chen Changsheng did not care. He only needed to burn his lifespan in exchange for endless aura. Instead, it was the Taoist rhythm emanating from that enlightenment tea tree that caused his chi-sea world to slowly become perfected. Maybe, one day the sea of chi of mine will be able to give birth to 3,000 great avenues. If this is the case, does it not mean that all the world's great roads are for me and under me? Feeling the strange changes within his chi-sea, Chen Changshan was also quite satisfied. Generally speaking, when one reaches the realm of a saint, they have already comprehended a complete Tao, so they can be immortal. Like some powerful saints, they even comprehended several Tao paths. But so far, I have not heard of any saint that has mastered more than 10 great Tao paths. It would take 10,000 or even tens of thousands of years to realize each great Tao. But now he doesn't seem to need to have this concern. Only need to cultivate the enlightenment tea tree in the sea of chi to mature. The 3,000 avenues naturally appear in his sea of chi. Is not it directly can master the 3,000 avenues? It was even different from the comprehension of a sage, who resided and survived under the great Tao, while he was above the 3,000 great Tao. I'm afraid, at that level, he would no longer be a saint, but truly above a saint, the realm above the saints. What? Exactly? Chen Changxing couldn't help but frown whenever he thought of this problem. There was a fault in his memory, and so far he hadn't identified the cause, but he had a premonition that as long as his Yuanshan was strong to a certain extent, there was a great possibility that he could recover the memories that were initially faulted. This memory, it seems, there is something about saints above. Why would you erase or block this memory? Is it for self-preservation? Or for what? That's just it. Everything will be known in time. Since he couldn't figure it out, he didn't continue to embarrass himself, counting the days. That old peach tree is probably about to cross the threshold and ascend. Just as he was thinking this, He was vaguely aware of it, and at the same time, with Shangwon's shallow autumn in the courtyard, he turned his head to look in the direction of the peach forest mystic realm. The power of chi and blood was attached to the eyes, and the pupils took on a faint purple-gold color surrounding them. Across millions of miles, he also took in that sight, peach forest secret. At this moment, the sky above the secret realm was already covered by the sky with robes, and Lu Qinghan, who was dressed in imperial robes, stood outside the locked range of the heavenly tribulation and quietly watched, also at the same time making sure that the tribulation would not be interfered with by anyone. Since I have promised this old peach tree to ascend to the sky in the form of the apocalypse, naturally I can't make a mistake, but it is a loss of the face of the Lord. With these cards, there is a 99% certainty that this time, we will be able to cross the tribulation. The old peach tree felt the sky's calamity clouds, and although its instincts made it very fearful, with the bottom card sent by the Grand Xian Empress, it wasn't considered to be particularly nervous. Being a grass and tree creature, it was already much more difficult to cross the tribulation than the human race. After all, they are such beings, simply cannot refine magic treasure pills and the like. All rely on their own heritage. Once it transmigrated into form, it would be like a fish leaping over the dragon gate, and would be able to enjoy the benefits of all sorts of magic treasures and elixirs, just like the human race. In particular, the martial sage also promised that it could join the sect of an immortal monarch and become a named disciple. Even that Cui Zhu immortal monarch might have broken through to the immortal emperor realm by now, and an immortal emperor's named disciple was a great opportunity that it had never thought of. At least in the entire upper realm, all of its original dangers will no longer need to be worried about, and although the grass transformation will be coveted, it will have to think about whether or not it can withstand the immortal emperor's wrath when it strikes. The old peach tree's transits naturally drew the attention of countless transition realm powerhouses. A figure rushed towards the peach forest mystic realm at the first opportunity. The other day I heard that the peach forest mystic realm's vitality had collapsed, and I thought it was because this old thing's lifespan was coming to an end. Now it seems that it was actually the one that absorbed the vitality of the entire peach forest in an attempt to cross over and ascend. It's just a pity that it's several times harder for grass and tree spirits to cross the threshold than it is for the human race. This time it's more than likely to fail. It's probably because this old thing wants to take advantage of the fact that it wants to take a chance before its lifespan runs out. Even if a transition realm grass or tree creature falls under the heavenly calamity, it's still a treasure that's hard to find in this world. I hope the old road can snag some. By the time the heavenly tribulation of the peach forest mystic realm had completely converged, there were already more than a dozen experts of the transitional tribulation realm beyond a 100-mile radius who were ready to move. In addition to wanting to observe the heavenly tribulation, they came here to take advantage of the peach tree's failure to cross the tribulation to scramble for its remains. Thunderstruck wood, or the thunder of the heavenly tribulation, the wood of the peach tree in the realm of transmigration. When used to refine a magic treasure, it was even completely possible to create a spirit-ranked upper grade or even an extreme grade. In the entire lower realm, it was already considered to be the top without one. For this reason, there were even experts of the transitional realm, who had their hearts set on making a move when they thought of it on their way here, to first drain some of the peach tree's underpinnings. By then, it will be able to make it fail to cross the threshold. It was a pity that Grand Xian Empress Lu Qinghan was here, so naturally their thoughts were going to fall flat. Those who intervene today are considered immortal with Grand Xian, whether in this cultivation world or in the upper world after ascension. I swear by my Taoist heart that I will thwart it. Lu Qinghan noticed that some people had bad eyes, even making the old peach tree a little more nervous, fearing that it would affect the state of mind at the time of the tribulation. Solely and directly flinging the long sleeves of his emperor's robe, his cold eyes swept over each and every one of the transitional succession realms present from hundreds of miles away. Threats, blatant threats, without the slightest hint of concealment. But it works. After hearing the words of the Grand Xian Empress, all of the ferrying realms present arched their hands and saluted in the direction of the Grand Xian Empress. Don't worry, Empress. I and my fellow Taoists only wish to observe the heavenly tribulation, and have no intention of making a move. Only with their assurance did that old peach tree's mind finally stabilize completely. Seeing this, Lu Qinghan didn't say anything more and just silently watched the heavenly tribulation rumble. With the sound of explosive thunder, a rubber thunder as thick as an arm fell and directly struck the old peach tree. In an instant, the power of the robbing lightning ran through the entire peach tree from top to bottom, causing some scorched lightning lines to appear on top of its body. For the first strike, the old peach tree directly chose to resist it with its body. Rumble. As the second thunderbolt fell, the old peach tree then sacrificed a light green aura to repair itself from the damage brought about by the previous heavenly thunderbolt while weakening to resist the power of the new one. Finally, as the second fell, the lightning lines on the old peach tree grew a few points deeper, and it was already emitting a faint charred smoke. It seems that, this time the tribulation is hanging by a thread. The many transition realm experts watching from the sidelines had inferences in their hearts when they saw this. Now that only 2 robberies had fallen, the old peach tree's aura had at least shriveled by 30%. But each of the subsequent robberies and thunderbolts would only get stronger. How can it resist? Although the Grand Xian Empress prevented them from intervening to consume the old peach tree's aura by striking early. But later on, as long as this old peach tree fell under the heavenly tribulation normally, they could still make a move to snatch its remnants. And even the great Xian Empress had no reason to stop them. Thinking of this, the hearts of the many experts of the transitional realm instead looked forward to the heavenly tribulation coming more violently and blasting this old peach tree to death. The cruelty of the cultivation world has always been like this. For the sake of their own chances, they wouldn't care about the deaths of other beings, and it would be better if they died. Rumble. As the third lightning bolt fell, it was already as thick as a thigh. The bombardment on the peach tree caused its body to tremble unceasingly, as if it was suffering great pain. The power of the heavenly tribulation was transferred to the ground soil through its roots, but unlike ordinary lightning, the power of the heavenly tribulation bizarrely returned to its body. But this brief disappearance also gave it a chance to catch its breath. The light green aura mixed with anger hurriedly repaired its own damage. The entire peach forest, which had already shriveled up, also lost its vitality at this moment and was absorbed by it all. On the third course it would have been almost at its limit. It is estimated that without waiting for all 9 heavenly thunderbolts to fall, this peach tree will definitely die. The many transition realm great powers who were watching had already started to adjust their own breath at this moment, just waiting for that peach tree to fall under the thunderbolt, and then they would take action to snatch its remains at the first opportunity. Empress Lu Qinghan raised her head to look at the robbery cloud, but she didn't care. With the base card she gave, this old peach tree would definitely be able to survive the heavenly tribulation. If it failed to cross the tribulation, it would prove that this old peach tree was too poorly endowed to die. But it had been growing for 100,000 years, so would it be insufficiently endowed? Not to mention the fact that it had absorbed the Tao rhythm of the enlightenment tea tree seed over the years, making it much stronger than other grass and tree beings. This heavenly calamity then counted as proof that while the first heavenly thunder of a normal heavenly calamity was at most finger thin, it's reached the thickness of an arm. But think about when the Lord first stepped into the chi condensation realm, the most elementary realm. It seems that the heavenly thunder that was invoked, the first one would be as thick as a water bucket. To the back. I do not know how horrible it will be, but it is a pity that the Lord simply did not wait for the heavenly tribulation to fall all the way down. It has already taken the initiative to enter the tribulation cloud to start absorbing the heavenly tribulation crazily. There are simply no words to describe the difference. I'm afraid that by the time the Lord breaks through the transition realm, the heavenly tribulation that is attracted will have transformed into the form of heavenly soldiers, and the birth of a spirit may not be impossible. Rumble. The fourth calamity lightning fell, and the peach tree still used its aura to resist it, but after this strike, its aura had completely withered, just when the onlooker great powers thought that the next heavenly tribulation was the opportunity. However, I saw that the peach tree actually erupted from the inside of the rich vitality. Dark green Taoist rhythm surrounded itself, and in a few moments the injuries recovered 90%. Good tactics. It's just a pity that this tactic can only be used once. If it's a fight with the transition realm, this recovery is enough to reverse the victory or defeat. But under the heavenly tribulation, it's not enough. There are still 5 more robberies in the back. Its downfall is already doomed. Although the peach tree had used its own cards, the many great powers still understood that the peach tree would not be able to succeed in crossing the threshold. As expected, as the 5th tribulation thunder fell, the even more terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation caused it to once again fall into a dangerous situation of withering away. Each of the 4 that followed was enough to kill it. When those experts one by one were ready to make a move to snatch the remnants of the body after the 6th heavenly calamity, however, the old peach tree suddenly poked out its roots from the underground soil, and a magic treasure was wrapped around it. Immortal weapon. At this moment, all the experts of the transition realm were shocked. How could they not expect that this old peach tree even had an immortal weapon as a base card? If the transition realm could refine an immortal weapon, the chances of winning the transition would be 99%. Unfortunately, upon closer inspection, they realized that the immortal artifact was not the property of the old peach tree at all, but was a masterless immortal artifact, so much so that their eyes were red. I don't know where this old peach tree even got this kind of treasure, but when it dies under the heavenly calamity, this immortal weapon will have a chance to fight for itself. The old peach tree pooled its spiritual energy into the immortal artifact and suspended it above its head. The 6th lightning bolt fell and blasted the immortal weapon backwards. The remaining power landed on the old peach tree, and even though it was weakened by 80%, it still made it feel a little bad. Since it was a masterless immortal artifact, After being tainted by the power of the heavenly tribulation, it was no longer able to channel its spiritual power in to ward off the heavenly tribulation. It's the equivalent of a disposable item at the time of the transition. But as the ground churned again, there was an immortal artifact that it had taken out with its rhizome, pooling in its own aura to hang with the top of its head. What? How does it have a second immortal weapon? Are immortal weapons big cabbages? The old man has been cultivating for 5,000 years, and so far, he has only even seen an immortal weapon in the hands of that senior from Kunlun Void. But this old peach tree would actually have two immortal artifacts in his possession? But why doesn't it refine the immortal weapon? Suddenly numerous fairy realm looked to the distant always face as usual Dacian female emperor. Is it? The immortal weapon belongs to Empress Dacian? So the old peach tree wasn't qualified to be refined at all. It was just borrowed for use in crossing over. None of the transition realms present were fools either, and they figured everything out in a flash. The Grand Xian Empress had a special origin, and many forces with long enough legacies knew that this Grand Xian Empress was backed by a terrifying existence. Specifically which one? They know not many forces, but guess that it is likely to be the layout of the immortal emperor in the mortal world. The only old man in Kunlun Void knows the most clearly that it is a saint, but they do not dare to leak outwardly at will. The seventh robbing thunder, unsurprisingly, still sent the immortal weapon flying, and the residual power landed on top of the old peach tree. Even the eighth lightning bolt was successfully resisted by the old peach tree with the third immortal artifact hidden in the soil. But even so, its state was likewise very dangerous. The power of the ninth robbing thunder was even more terrifying. Even with an immortal weapon it might not be able to successfully block it. As the soil tumbled, under the puzzled gaze of the crowd, the old peach tree took out a piece of white paper that was ordinary to the point of being ordinary, without even a trace of aura. A closer look, the white paper seems to have no special words. Only a small seal on which there are only two words, everlasting life. What is it? Does it want to rely on a piece of white paper to withstand the ninth heavenly thunder? This item being used by it in the end, could it be even more terrifying than an immortal weapon? But what exactly does it do? Under the puzzled gaze of the crowd of transition realms, they saw the old peach tree using its own spiritual power to send the white paper directly towards the robbing clouds. Light white paper with a breeze directly toward the interior of the robbery cloud will be drilled into the P.S. This book worldview carried out more quickly, so fill in the realm. Compared to the last book to avoid hydrology, so the realm has been cut. Upper realm, celestial immortal, true immortal, Xian immortal, immortal king, immortal emperor, immortal monarch, immortal venerable, immortal emperor, chaos C, exalted one, true god, divine king, divine monarch, divine venerable, semi-saint, sage, etc. The white paper with the word, eternal life, printed on it was sent to the robbing clouds along with a weak aura. The crowd of great powers were all tense in spirit at this time as well. If this peach tree succeeded in its tribulation, they would have lost a great opportunity. Could it be that this guy has run out of other means? Old man one, that's just a blank sheet of paper. Not even the slightest bit of aura exists. And how is it possible to withstand the heavenly calamity? A grey-robed old man standing in the air couldn't help but open his mouth and mutter. That's right. After all, that immortal weapon isn't a cabbage. Even if it's the Grand Xian Empress who has an extraordinary status, being able to have 3 pieces is already the limit. This peach tree has no other cards left. The bystanders heard his words and agreed. Immortal weapons were not even something that many of them in the cultivation realm's transition realm had ever had the chance to see. Now the 3 pieces of immortal weapons were all split by the heavenly tribulation not far from the old peach tree around. That is, this immortal weapon is the great Xian female emperor's belongings. They do not dare to fight for it. Otherwise this can be more tempting than the old peach tree wreckage that died under the heavenly tribulation. Ignorance. The old peach tree had completely relaxed after offering up that paper. It couldn't help but sneer in its heart at the crowd's speculation. Items given by saints, even if they were no more than ordinary things, were still saintly products after all. If it wasn't for the fact that it really couldn't resist this last calamity thunder, this white paper it would have preferred to leave behind, as its own bottom card to save its life in the future. After all, the last piece of white paper stamped with the seal of eternal life, but it could directly make it a disciple of an immortal monarch or even an immortal emperor. Preciousness speaks for itself. Even if there were more immortal weapons, they couldn't be exchanged for this piece of white paper. Soon, under the watchful eyes of a group of transition realm powerhouses, the piece of white paper had already penetrated deep into the calamity clouds. Originally as cohesion is about to fall the last of the lightning. Long time did not fall. Very strange. Something's not right. Why did this last lightning strike never fall? And, that the robocloud looks like it's getting smaller? It's really shrinking. The grey-robed transition realm old man who had spoken earlier frowned, his face full of incomprehension. It's unheard of. The clouds can shrink? Nope, it's not like it never comes up. Just a short while ago, above the Grand Xian Imperial Palace, a mysterious great power crossed the threshold. At that time, many people had seen that person didn't wait for the heavenly tribulation to fall all the way down, so he directly entered the tribulation cloud and began to actively absorb and refine the power of the heavenly tribulation. That time, due to the blockage of the Grand Xian Empress, no one had seen it up close, and coupled with the effects of the calamity clouds, it was not known exactly what that being looked like. This white paper, too, is from that man. In a few breaths, the robbery cloud overhead was already a third smaller. After about 10 more breaths of time, the robbing cloud had been reduced to a tiny ball. Only then were the people able to see that the power of the heavenly tribulation origin contained in the tribulation clouds was being sucked into the paper like ink. On the contrary, that paper was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much heavenly tribulation origin entered, it could take it all in. Not long ago, the origin of the heavenly calamity had been sucked away 99%, leaving only a fist-sized cloud of calamity. Seeing this, the Xian Empress, who had been at the side without making any movement, slightly beckoned to the white paper. The white paper then floated towards her as if it had a spirit. Could it be the tactics of the great Xian Empress? If we have this means, wouldn't we be able to ensure that any transitional realm can safely pass through the heavenly tribulation? It seems that we need to find an opportunity to pay a visit to Xian. It's a pity that Great Xian has never sought out transitional realm offerings. Otherwise, with this kind of means, all the transitional realms in the whole world would have tried their best to squeeze their heads to join Great Xian to sell their lives. Seeing the paper fall towards the Grand Xian Empress, all the transition realm powerhouses were startled in their hearts. This tactic is also too heavenly, especially for them, old things with a low success rate in crossing the threshold. It was enough to make them pay any price. However, immediately afterward, they saw the Grand Xian Empress extend her hands and slightly bow her head as the paper fell. It was as if he was receiving a decree of the law, and he was very respectful. This looks like, there's someone else behind this paper. Most likely, it was the predecessor who crossed the threshold of the Grand Xian Imperial Palace that day. At this time, the crowd also knew that the old peach tree was on the verge of crossing the threshold, and had no intention of grabbing the remnants of the body. Instead, he put all his attention on the person behind the paper. If he could seek such a treasure, he himself could also successfully pass the heavenly tribulation like the old peach tree, ascending to the upper realm, and accomplishing the qualification of an immortal. Boom! With the last not-so-big thunder, the fist-sized robbery cloud dropped a robbery thunder that was only slightly thicker than a hairline. This weak robbing thunder, which fell on the body of the old peach tree, was naturally endured with ease. 9 robberies of lightning fell, and the old peach tree's aura began to change. An endless light green Tao rhythm emanated from above the tree's body, and the perfected realm of the transition realm broke through the shackles at this moment, emanating the unique aura of an immortal. The tree's body was as if it had turned translucent, slowly transforming into a green-robed old man. Is this the incarnation? Finally, it's done! Old me, it's done! The green-robed old man could not hide the excitement on his face, laughed a few times up to the sky, and the first time he came back to his senses, he arched his hand in the direction of the Grand Xian Empress and deeply bowed, and then he looked towards the white paper and knelt down to kowtow. Greetings to the Grand Xian Empress, and kowtow to the sage of Wushu. Master. Seeing that everything had settled, Lu Qinghan nodded slightly. With a casual move of his hand, he retrieved the 3 falling immortal weapons in front of him, and with a lift of his hand, he put them into his spatial ring. Now that the transmigration has been completed, let's leave early, Lu Qinghan said, and was about to turn around and leave. She also wanted to return to serve the Lord earlier. As for those here, besides the old peach tree, left behind a lot of lightning-striking wood, to a group of cultivators can be considered refining materials, but for her to see, not yet. Your Majesty, the Empress, wait, I have nothing else to give, but this is a token of my appreciation. As the green-robed old man spoke, he transformed one of his arms into a peach tree branch proper, and then directly used his other hand to chop it down. Immortal realm peach tree beings, or just cross the tribulation on its residual heavenly thunder breath of lightning wood, even in the upper realm, is a rare good material, and he is a peach tree incarnation. A trunk is nothing. After chopping off the trunk, he will re-emerge a new arm, only slightly weaker vitality, a few points. Cultivate a few years, will be able to fully recover. In addition to this, he took out 9 immortal peaches between his backhands, and together he wanted to present them to the Grand Xian Empress. Even though he had just broken through, doing so would do little good for himself. He couldn't really come up with anything else to show his gratitude. I'll take the things. See you around. Lu Qinghan looked at this old peach tree rather unexpectedly. It should be called the immortal peach tree now. Casually beckoning the section of lightning strike immortal peach wood and the 9 immortal peaches to collect them, He no longer lingered to transform into a dragon-shaped Tao rhythm and directly disappeared in front of the eyes of the many transition realm great powers. The old peach tree swept its eyes at the many transition realms that were still expecting it to fall. And those people were also very sensible. And all of them made a deep bow at this moment. Congratulations to Senior for successfully crossing the tribulation and ascending to the Tao. At this moment, some of their hearts regret incomparably. If they can just a little bit say some words of the scene, at this moment may be able to get a peach of immortality. Which for them, but the real immortal material the immortal peach tree did not take them to heart. A heavenly immortal realm aura radiated out completely, pressurizing them to lift their heads, and he who released an aura that surpassed the transition realm was also sensed by the rules of heaven and earth, and a crack surfaced above the sky. It seems that the saints who customized the rules did so specifically. As the immortal peach tree was slowly being guided to soar, there was actually immortal sound lingering, and there was a faint golden merit sprinkled on his body to repair his injuries. Under the envious gazes of the crowd of transition realms, the figure of the immortal peach tree also completely disappeared and left this cultivation realm. Just what kind of existence can actually hold the power of the heavenly tribulation in a single piece of paper? Everlasting life. The only thing on top of that paper are these two small words, which seem to be a seal. It seems it's still necessary to go to Dexian and take a chance. Without the Grand Xian Empress and that immortal peach tree, the group of transition realm powerhouses glanced at each other, and then set their eyes on those thunderstruck woods in the Peach Forest Mystic Realm again. Although this entire Peach Forest Mystic Realm of Lightning Strike Wood was not even 1/10,000th of the immortal peach tree's cut that the immortal peach tree had given to the Grand Xian Empress just now, it was after all considered to be some kind of harvest. Everyone had made a move to collect the lightning strike wood that they had their eyes on, leaving behind the remnants that no one wanted, and the many transitional plateau realm powers then left in droves. This Peach Forest secret realm left those varying realm cannot see the remnants. To the hands of low-ranking cultivators, will still be the treasure of the fight? I'm sure that in a few days, this place will be bustling again, especially since there has just been an example of a successful transition, and this place will be classified as a blessed place. Dexian Palace. All done? Chen Chongsheng, who was pondering over the enlightenment tea tree within his qi, sensed Lu Qinghan's return and casually asked. At this time, his realm was already at the Tongshan realm perfection, and he could break through to the next great realm at any time. Everything went well. That peach tree has already crossed the threshold and transformed into a form, and should have ascended to the upper realm by now. By the way, Lord, this is the power of the heavenly tribulation you asked for. In addition, there is the heavenly thunder immortal wood and these 9 immortal peaches offered by that peach tree. Lu Qinghan's silhouette landed in the courtyard, striding his long legs toward the Lord sitting in front of the stone table. A few steps out between, the body of the Emperor's robe has been faded into the spatial ring, to be walked to the Lord's heel, has only been left with the light clothing that is usually worn. First, he gently placed the paper that had absorbed the power of the heavenly tribulation on the stone table, and then he took out the things left behind by that immortal peach tree and set them aside. This heavenly thunder wood, you look at just beating something out of it, or put it away and keep it for now. As for this fairy peach, here, share and eat. Chen Chongsheng casually raised his eyes and swept them down, not really interested in the heavenly thunder wood. This kind of thing, nowadays he could even make it himself at any time. As long as he finds a suitable carrier, he will be able to drive the power of heavenly thunder and mass-produce heavenly thunder wood. The peach wood that was at the beginning of the immortal stage could not yet enter his eyes. As for the immortal peach, for the fairy realm cultivator is able to desperately scramble for the thing. In his place is just a taste of fresh, casually picking up one and throwing it to Lu Qinghan. He took another and threw it towards Shangwan Shenyukyu, who was leaning against a pillar and sleeping on the side. Touch dash the peach hit Shangwan Shaoqiu's head with precision. Who dares to attack this sword immortal? Ooh, what a big peach. Shangwan Shallow Autumn covered her head and rolled over, then stood up and prepared to draw her sword. But when she saw the falling peaches, she used the sword in her hand to catch it firmly on top of her sword. Not a bit of vigilance yet. Chen Chongsheng shook his head helplessly. Hey, isn't this with the master around? With you here? Where would a disciple need to maintain any vigilance? Who would dare to strike in front of you? Master? Shangwan Shallow Autumn heard her master's words and casually shook her long sword. The peaches flew up to be caught in her hands, and when the long sword was sheathed, she cheerfully came to her master's front to pat herself on the back. Chen Chongsheng still wanted to say something more, but thought about this. It's been hard on you all these years. Shaking his head and sighing once again, without himself by his side. I'm afraid this little disciple of his hasn't slept so peacefully. It's not bitter. Disciple just sleep there in Kunlun Void practicing sword every day. It's quite clean. Speaking of which, that Kunlun Void's few old men seem to be quite eager to kowtow to you. I wonder if Master Beat is going to give them the honor. Shangwan Xiaoqiu nonchalantly bit down on the fairy peaches in one bite, full of aroma, and then wiped the corners of her mouth with her sleeve with a big grin to ease the embarrassment of almost speaking out of turn. Kunlun Hollow, rather an interesting place. It wouldn't hurt to walk up there sometime in his day. It just so happens that the master was there and left something behind. It has to be retrieved before leaving the lower world. Chen Changqing nodded slightly and agreed with a light smile. But master, your realm is now Tongxian realm perfection, right? When are you going to break through to the next realm? And you said that a saint would send you breakthrough materials. It's been several days and I haven't seen any. Why don't disciples go and search for materials for you first? It can't be that you won't break through if they don't send it to you. Disciple was still thinking that you would break through the immortal realm at the Yuanshan realm earlier so that you could go find the three senior sisters. Shangwan Shallow Autumn finished the peach in her hand, casually threw the peach kernel to the soil aside, and nonchalantly picked up another one from the table. When this stuff was in the upper world, she naturally ate as much as she wanted. But in this cultivation world, it hasn't really been eaten in 100,000 years. There's no rush. It will come. Half a month fast, a month slow. Chen Changsheng waved his hand and said with great certainty, Why? Why is master so sure? Shangwan Shallow Autumn blinked in confusion. Because they are coming to see the master to prove their innocence. Chen Changsheng said with his face as usual, only that it was a bit strange. All are saints, and still need to prove their innocence to your humble self. Master? Are you sure you'll come? Master? Those saints one by one take face very seriously. Shangwan Shallow Autumn skimmed her mouth, feeling less reliable. From what she knew of those saints, each one of them had a face and a lot of rules. Face? Upon hearing this, Chen Changxing but smiled. Face? The faces of those saints weren't as hard as his fists. Xian Yun sect. After a few days, at this moment, the Immortal Cloud sect had already had more than a dozen people living in it one after another. All of these people were the old troops under the Martial Saint's command in the beginning, although some of them might not be qualified to meet the Martial Saint, being the forces under several young lords. On this day, 3 more true gods with the Chinese zodiac as their names came to the Immortal Cloud sect. My subordinates Su Ji, Su Dog, and O Pig. Greetings to Elder Fortune. The 3 true god realm women slowly landed in front of the fierce fury barrier outside of the Immortal Cloud sect and respectfully bowed. As their voices fell, the fierce fury barrier opened a gap, allowing them to enter it. Coming in front of Monk Blessing, all 3 of them wore a rudimentary mask that symbolized their zodiac sign, but that mask could block one's divine sense from probing to see their true faces. Elder Fulu. The 3 came to the front and once again bowed respectfully. Monk Fra nodded slightly to signal to rise. Find yourself a suitable place to stay. When he had said this, he stopped speaking. The Lord had not asked him to question these 3 about any words. Dare I ask Elder Fulu, how is the 4th young lord nowadays? The 3 of us were ordered not to follow the young lord's side back then, to collect 10,000 flying swords for the young lord, and now we've collected almost as many. I wonder when I can meet the young lord so that I can present the flying sword. The 100th dog true god hesitated for a moment and boldly asked. Compared to the other 9 Dao protectors who were all able to follow the young lord, the 3 of them were the exception. When the young lord chose to stay in the lower realm to seal his own cultivation, in order to make sure that the 3 of them wouldn't have their realm stagnate, that's why they were allowed to stay in the upper realm and were told to try to collect as many flying swords as they could. Over the years, even though they had the identity of the Martial Saint's personal disciples as Dao protectors, walking in the Chaos Sea and being worshipped everywhere, their duty was ultimately to protect the Dao for the young lord. All is well. Monk Fulu raised his eyes slightly and folded his hands together. Does Senior know how much longer it will take for the young lord to leave the lower realm? The 100 Dogs true god once again pursued the question. Monk Fulu shook his head slightly. Everything will be decided by the Lord. It is not for you or I to worry about. Hearing this, the 3 of them instantly dared not say anything more. Even if they were overly loyal and wanted to see their young master earlier, they didn't dare to forget who gave them their current status, and the only one who was their true master was the Martial Saint. Since Elder Fulu was able to come here from the lower realm, is it possible to use the teleportation channel to send the 3 of us to the lower realm? Duty calls. The 3 of us should still accompany the little young master before. It's just that we haven't waited for news all these years, and we don't dare to go down to the realm without authorization. The Ohio Pig true god wore a somewhat adorable piggy mask that clearly looked like it was drawn by a child. But this mask was not comparable to an ordinary immortal artifact. Seeing that she couldn't ask for any useful information, she boldly continued with Elder Flo. Do you mean that you 3 are more useful than the old monk me? Now that the Lord has awakened and even the old monk has been driven up, you 3 still want to go down? Put your heart in your stomach and find a suitable place to wait. The little young lord is by the Lord's side, and there is no safer place in heaven and earth. Monk Fulu looked at the true god of the Ohi Pig and said no more words. closing his eyes and reciting the scriptures silently under his breath. My subordinate made a slip of the tongue. Don't be offended, senior. The Ohio Pig True God hurriedly bowed his head and curtsied, leaving a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. When the three of them had found a large hall to stay in, the other two true gods had gasped for breath several times and said, "Are you stupid from 100,000 years of cultivation? Don't ever make such a dangerous move again." The true god of the Ohio Pig also removed his mask in hindsight and laughed a few times at the two. When they arrived here, heaven and earth were blocked off, but there were no outsiders. They were all forces under the command of the martial Saint Lord, and there was no need for them to wear masks anymore. When the other two also removed their masks, underneath them were three rather pretty faces. Speaking of which, the 12 zodiac protectors are all tops in terms of looks, and the masks of each protector were painted by the hand of the young master they followed. When the little young master was still not very old, the mask painted looked like it belonged to a very simple and a few cute, and after the hand of the Lord, it had the special effect of today. A closer look reveals that inside each mask, an everlasting seal is stamped. Possessing the mark of eternal life would be enough to prove one's identity and not be mistakenly injured by the forces under the martial saint's command. I also don't know what realm the young lord is in today. The other three young lords have but broken through the immortal emperor's bottleneck. The young lord reckons he's going to have some catching up to do. I don't think so. The young master follows the lord and has waited for the lord for 100,000 years without leaving the lower realm. According to my understanding of the lord, I will definitely give the young lord a great opportunity to not be left too far behind by the other young lords. While the 100-dog true god and the high pig true god were speaking, the UG true god's face changed and he hurriedly opened his mouth to rebuke. Shut up, do not talk about the lord. The two of them also reacted at once, and they looked somewhat fearfully in the direction of Monk Fulu outside the main hall. They were relieved to see that there was nothing out of the ordinary, but they were careful with their words. Saints are not to be trifled with. Their status, presuming to talk about martial saints. Even if Monk Fulu got serious and refined the three of them into the 10,000 soul streamer on the spot, they wouldn't be guilty of anything. The upper realm was very strange these past few days, and all the major powers had chosen to close their mountain gates. If there were no important matters, almost no disciples would be allowed to go out. It's horrible. Another 3 existences above the immortal emperors. Just which great Buddha has this immortal cloud sect messed with? In just a few days, a dozen existences far beyond immortal emperors have appeared. It's a good thing I didn't go to the immortal cloud sect the other day. The forces that possessed immortal monarchs were fine at the moment, but those that possessed immortal emperors were the most alarmed. Among the immortal emperors, there was no shortage of those who could recognize the visitor. As Ling Tian, immortal emperor, once was bowing to the martial saint. Although the distance is very far, but can't see the martial saint, he still can't see those zodiac protectors? Martial saints. The martial saint who disappeared for 100,000 years is really coming back. The several immortal emperors in the upper realm had understood the reason at this moment, but no matter to whom they dared not mention it. The name of the saints will not be allowed to spread as they please. The many forces at this time only dared to silently focus on the situation near the immortal cloud sect, not even daring to touch their divine sense near the fierce fury barrier that blocked off heaven and earth. Jing! Suddenly, a high dragon roar rang out, resounding throughout the entire upper realm. All gazes looked towards the direction of the heavenly chaos sea in horror. One could only see that 3 true dragons were traveling from the sea of chaos with monstrous might, and the true dragons were pulling a glorious palace behind them. True dragon. That's a real dragon. How dare someone use a real dragon as a mount? It's not even a mount. It's still just used to pull a traveling palace. Even though the aura of those 3 true dragons seemed to be higher than the mysterious powerhouses that had arrived in the past few days. But that's a real dragon. What a noble race. An almost invincible existence in the same realm. Moreover, if the dragons knew that someone was using their juniors as mounts, would they let that person go? The shock that this true dragon brought to the many forces in the upper realm was even greater than the true gods that had arrived one after another before. Unsurprisingly, the owner of that true dragon was also heading to the immortal cloud sect. When the 3 true dragons pulled the traveling palace and landed at the immortal cloud sect's mountain gate, before the master in that traveling palace could say anything, the fierce fury chi had already opened up a large passageway, large enough for the traveling palace and the true dragons to pass through. The passageway closed again when the true dragon pulled the traveling palace into it. Monk Fulu, who had been reciting scriptures in the immortal cloud sect without getting up, also stood up at this moment and slightly straightened his cassock. Old Monk Fulu, meet the second young lord. Those old martial saints who had come before had a huge difference in status for Monk Blessed, and if it were before, they wouldn't even have much of a chance of being able to see themselves. But this time the people who came were different. That was the Lord's personal second disciple. Even Monk Fulu didn't dare to hold himself up. Immediately, He bowed slightly with folded hands and a kind smile on his face to the traveling palace. "You're welcome, Master Fru. Where's Master? When to return?" A figure in the middle of the palace walked out, wearing a light smile that made people feel like spring breeze, his gaze somewhat expectant. Her voice was also very soft, making people feel very close to her when they heard it. "The Lord is not expected back for a while, but the Lord did ask the old monk to give you a message." Monk Fulu wasn't sure when his lord was ready to leave the lower realm, and as he spoke, he raised his hand to lay down an isolation formation, isolating the second young lord from it, and even the 3 true dragons were isolated from the rest of the world. Does one need to be so cautious? Rushu's face was puzzled. With Master Fulu's character, he actually had to lay down an isolation formation before he could tell her? Wanted. The stakes are high. Monk Fulu nodded heavily, his face a little more grave. Seeing this, Rushu also looked quite serious and raised her hand to signal for him to please speak. And Monk Fulu then informed the second young lord Rushu of all the events in the lower realms one by one. Moments later. "What? Taking over? So it is. No wonder Master hasn't returned in 100,000 years. It's actually because someone is calculating behind the scenes. Well. Good. Now do we have an idea of who did this?" Listening to Monk Fulu's words, Rushu's face changed again and again. The original expression that was as gentle as jade was now also furrowed in anger, and his tone was also a bit cold. She also finally realized why Monk Fulu had all cautiously laid down an isolation formation. Not sure, but the Lord speculated that the person behind it was one of the 8 saints who set up the formation in the first place. Second young lord, take it easy. Do not be impulsive. Monk Fulu sighed and shook his head. Seeing that the second young master was showing signs of losing control, he hurriedly opened his mouth to pacify him. Don't look at the second young master's usual air of warmth and softness, but she is the real acute in the 4 young masters, especially if it was a matter of the Lord. She was afraid that she wouldn't care too much at all. As expected, after hearing Monk Fulu's words, Rushu calmly asked, "Monk Fulu, can you dare to accompany this young lord to the mountain gates of those 8 saints? This young lord has orders that should have been obeyed, but with the Lord's word of command at hand, the old monk really can't leave. All of this has long been decided by the Lord." The second young master, do not be at ease. Monk Fulu was a little embarrassed and put his hands together with a bitter smile to comfort him. "Well, since master's orders are in place, this young lord won't make things difficult for you. Some days ago, third senior sister went to a secret realm in the Chaos Sea to seek opportunities, so she shouldn't be able to come for the time being. If master can see eldest sister, please also bring a message. Just say, all of this young lord's forces, please ask eldest sister to help take care of the management first." After Rushu finished speaking in a cold voice, she directly left the range of Monk Fulu's isolation barrier. Immediately, he was going to return to the palace and seek out those 8 saints for an explanation. The 3 true dragons let out a dragon roar and were about to leave, but they were slightly pressed down by Monk Fulu's slightly raised hand, and a terrifying pressure caused the 3 true dragons to instantly prostrate themselves on the ground. The second young lord is not in a hurry. The Lord has also said, if you decide to seek out the 8 saints, then seek out the sword Dao Sage first, he can keep you safe. Monk Fulu sighed, thinking that the Lord had indeed projected everything. Even the second young lord's actions after meeting were not at all bad. It even arranged a back way for the second young lord as well. Got it. Rushu's voice came from the palace, just in time to feel the second young lord's aura. That Ushitori, who had long been guarding this place, had already come outside. Usagi, you should also join the second young master. Don't let the second young master be too impulsive. No matter what, one must not strike out against a saint. Everything is in the Lord's plan. Monk Fulu looked to Usagi and casually admonished him. Understood. With a salute to Monk Fulu, the rabbit leapt up to the outside of the palace. Seeing this, Monk Fulu no longer said anything more. Raising his hand, a crack appeared, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. The second young master Rushu, who had just arrived, left in a hurry. It is truly as the Lord said it would be. It's just that the third young lord doesn't seem to be able to come. It shouldn't matter. Fulu, who had watched the second young lord leave, couldn't help but feel a few more points of reverence for his lord in his heart. It had obviously been asleep for 100,000 years, yet he was still able to deduce everything accurately. For the second young lord, the Lord had given 3 possibilities, and the biggest possibility was that she would seek out the 8 saints for an explanation. The Lord has also given a back way to this, so as not to put the second young lord in danger. The first thing Rushu did after leaving the Immortal Cloud sect was to head towards the depths of the Chaos Sea, straight to that Sword Dao Saint's Chaos Sea Sage Dojo. Young lord, you must not be too impulsive. Didn't the Lord say to make your nature as smooth as possible? Rabbit followed along and couldn't help but whisper a reminder. Master did say that my nature should be smoother, but Master also said that in this heaven and earth, if someone bullies their way to the head, then don't have any qualms about it, just hit the door, don't make trouble, but you don't need to be afraid of anyone either. Everything, backed up by Master. When Rushu furrowed her brows, how could she not expect that after 100,000 years of receiving news from her master, it was actually someone who dared to count on her master? Have those saints really forgotten how different they are from their masters? The 2 3rd and 4th senior sisters hadn't seen it since they were introduced late, but she and her eldest sister had seen their master facing a saint. Simply not like the same realm. The saint's attack on the master is difficult to break the defense, but if the master's fist falls on the saint, basically is half dead. Even if you can use the power of heaven and earth to repair themselves, but also will be the first time to admit defeat. The so-called top 10 ranking of saints was really nothing more than a ranking of those who could withstand a few punches from their master. Master was called the top 3 battle power of saints because of his low profile. In fact, far from being comparable to those saints, this young lord should still play it safe. Now that 100,000 years have passed, will they still give face to the Lord? Besides, if it's true that someone among those 8 saints has made a move, isn't the young lord's going there this time? The rabbit true god wanted to say that he was throwing himself into the net, but after looking at the young lord's face, he stopped. When Rusha shook her head slightly, looking flatly into the eyes of the true god of the rabbit and said, "When you say that, do you think that master is a fool?" No. Subordinate definitely wouldn't dare to have the slightest hint of such a meaning. The rabbit true god was so frightened that he hurriedly got up and paid deep obeisance again and again in the direction of the small world where the martial saint was located. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. That's not a good thing to say. So, the master is in the knowledge of my character and practices. Still letting Master Flow make this matter known, and also naming the 8 saints from the beginning. Doesn't Master know that I'll be seeking these 8 saints? When Rusha's face resumed its usual blandness, her fingers tapping on the table in front of her as she spoke, seemingly following her master's example when she was thinking. Hiss, what do you mean? Second young lord, you already know how the Lord has arranged it? Seeing the second young lord in this thoughtful posture, the Usagi true god couldn't help but feel that he had seen the Lord in general. No, I can't guess what the master thinks. So, I just have to go to the saints' dojo one by one, as I thought, and ask for a statement. It doesn't matter if they give back the face of the master. What matters is if they remember the fist of the master. When Rushu maintained that stance for a moment, then she rubbed her temples with a bitter smile. It's true that she's still not fit to use her brain. This kind of brainstorming is too much of a hassle, so you might as well just hit the door. The Usagi true god opened her mouth, and sure enough, she was the one who thought too much. How could the second young lord think so deeply? The 2 within the palace stopped talking, and the 3 venerable realm true dragons pulled the palace to roam in the sea of chaos, heading straight for the Sword Dao Sage's dojo. In this chaotic sea, although the exalted realm was not considered to be a strong person, no matter where the strongest person was, after sensing the true dragon's aura, they all chose to avoid it and would not take the risk of blocking it. The true dragon clan, in the chaotic sea, was originally of supreme status, not to mention using the true dragon clan as a mount to pull a traveling palace. In the entire chaotic sea, I'm afraid that only a saint's personal heirloom would dare to do so. The chaotic sea was vast and boundless. Even if the 3 true dragons of the exalted realm were to rush at full speed, it would still take at least a few days to reach the Sword Saint Dojo. This was still because the Sword Saint Dojo was closer to this place and not in the depths of the Chaos Sea. Otherwise, with the 3 Zunsha realm true dragons, it would be months of time and they might not be able to arrive. Is this the immortal world? The aura seems to be even greater than before the heavens and earth were separated in the first place. The old body has been practicing for 120,000 years, and has finally attained the Tao by transforming into a form. A green-robed old man, feeling the surroundings obviously thicker than under the world of heaven and earth aura, cannot help but feel 1,000 emotions in his heart. Looking at the plain white paper in his hand, just 1 sentence was left on it, but it was enough to make him a named disciple of an immortal monarch. Just, how to find that immortal door? The green-robed old man suddenly thought of a problem, not to mention that he didn't understand the distribution of the various forces in this upper realm at all. Even in the lower realm, he had only stayed in that Peach Forest mystery realm and had never left. Now how can we find where that Sueju immortal monarch's immortal gate is located? With this in mind, he simply restrained his breath and probed out his divine sense to find a city. Within a short time, he had arrived in that city. He was curious and interested in everything here. When he was in the lower realm with many cultivators with the help of the Peach Forest mystery realm to make transactions, he had also saved a lot of spirit stones, which was also regarded as the preparation he had made in advance for his ascension in the first place. Although immortal crystals still existed in the upper realm, Spirit stones were likewise available for trading. After casually buying some items he had his eye on, and after a few inquiries, he also knew where the location of the Immortal Bamboo Palace was. Without much delay, he left the city intending to run to the Immortal Bamboo Palace, and after he left the city, but a few people have quietly trailed with him behind. Half an hour later, I didn't expect to actually meet a peach tree spirit monster that had just descended. Truly the heavens have helped me. Killing you in exchange for immortal crystals is enough for the three of us to shoot the realm breaking pill to break through our bottlenecks. Three middle-aged men who emanated the aura of the true immortal realm surrounded the immortal peach tree that had just soared. At this moment, after a simple exchange of hands, the peach tree that had just transformed into a form was naturally not a match for the three true immortal realms, although he had a great advantage within the same realm. But in the face of the three existences that were a large realm higher than his own, he was still unable to resist for a single moment. Three seniors, I am willing to leave all the spirit stones on my body. Can you let me live? Moreover, the old body is about to worship the Immortal Bamboo Palace's Tsueju Immortal Monarch's disciple. There is no need for the three of you to rush to the end of the world. The days ahead are still long. The old peach tree was already badly injured and could only give in, while at the same time hinting with his words. Ha ha ha, you old tree spirit, are you trying to laugh us three to death? I don't know where you guys heard the name Immortal Bamboo Palace from, but you still want to pull a big skin? Upon hearing the old peach tree's words, the three of them, however, looked at each other and laughed out loud. It was true that they couldn't afford to mess with the Immortal Bamboo Palace, but this old peach tree was clearly talking nonsense. They have never heard of the Tsueju Immortal Monarch. They have only heard of the Bijou Immortal Monarch. Besides, that was already tens of thousands of years ago, and nowadays it is already the Bijou Immortal Emperor. Don't bother talking to you. Go to your death honestly. The person in the lead was unwilling to delay any longer, fearing that he would attract the attention of other immortals who would also come to fight over the remains of this immortal peach tree. Raising his hand is a divine ability to blast away years of precipitation of the true immortal. Under one strike this old peach tree will die. And as he faced that completely unblockable divine ability, the old peach tree sighed. Then he yelled at the top of his lungs, please, follow, help me, Fro help, help. This shout, which he catalyzed with his aura, directly resounded for more than 100 miles. At the same time, the old peach tree was a little worried in his heart, wondering if someone could really come to his rescue, but a saint wouldn't lie to him, would he? Seeing that the divine ability was already getting closer and closer to him. 30 feet, 20 feet. 10 feet, clang, a voice rang out, and the old peach tree only felt a blur before its eyes, and then a figure stood in front of it, looking at itself with a kind smile. Instead, the divine power landed directly on his back and was blocked by a 10,000 soul streamer. Blessed are you all. As old peach tree watched in shock, the three true immortal realm experts had been transformed into three skeletons in just a few moments, and by the blessed monk casually a spiritual fire point into the ash, and then slightly beckon a breeze over the ashes with the wind fluttering away. Looking at the monk in front of him with a compassionate face emanating a body full of karma, the old peach tree only felt a little panicked. I don't think this senior will go along and supercharge himself too, right? Look at his technique, but also too skillful. I'll look to know that this set of processes at least done more than 10,000 times. This monk, did the Lord ask you to bring words or anything? After Monk Fukuro did everything, he folded his hands and looked at the old peach tree and asked, no. The sage lord gave the latecomer this piece of paper and told the latecomer to go to the Immortal Bamboo Palace to pay homage to the master. Old peach tree came back to his senses and hurriedly took out of his arms the white piece of paper with a sentence written on it as well as the everlasting seal stamped on it. So, just as well, since it's something the Lord promised, the old monk will then help others to the end and send you to the Immortal Bamboo Palace, lest there be any more accidents on the road. Your identity can be too easily coveted here. Monk Fulu casually surveyed the paper, and when he saw the seal of eternal life, he said with his hands clasped together in a slight salute, Many thanks, senior. Many thanks, senior. Old peach tree sidestepped Monk Fulu's salute, while he himself bowed to him with a series of arches. After informing Monk Fortune of the location of the Immortal Bamboo Palace, the old peach tree only felt that his feet were empty, as if he had fallen into a spatial rift, and then his eyes blinked. When he saw the scene in front of him again, he had already arrived with that master on top of an immortal palace. The Immortal Palace is filled with immortal bamboo everywhere, and you can smell a faint bamboo fragrance when you breathe. And the aura here is more than several times greater than the outside world. Monk Fulu just stood there silently on top of the Immortal Palace and didn't open his mouth to speak. But at this time, the Immortal Bamboo Palace's great powers, all the immortal Zune realm and above have the first time to notice. After feeling that incoming aura, all of them had their scalps numb. This is definitely an existence above the Immortal Emperor. It seems, The aura was one person with that immortal cloud sect's fierce fury isolation barrier. Motherfucker. It's not over. What's this ancestor doing at the door? The last immortal cloud sect that had been approached was now not even alive. As if it had become the base of many great powers of the Chaos Sea, and from time to time, there were strong people above the immortal emperor realm that landed in the immortal cloud sect. In the first hour, a group of immortal bamboo palace's immortal elders and immortal monarchs had already arrived in the main hall, wanting to find immortal Emperor Bijou, the main backbone. But by the time they saw immortal Emperor Bijou, he was already anxiously milling about in the great hall. What to do? What's to be done? This immortal emperor sees that great power is accompanied by a junior. It can't be that someone from our immortal bamboo palace has messed with his juniors, can it? That would be the end of. It's over. Immortal Emperor Bijou spun around, causing the hearts of the crowd of immortal elders and immortal monarchs to panic a few more points as well. What is it with these days? Obviously in the past, their immortal bamboo palace was also an immortal emperor power, and they were considered one of the top powers in this realm. But it was just that during these days, an existence far beyond immortal emperors had appeared one after another. And what were they doing in this small place if they weren't searching for the Tao and seeking destiny in the chaotic sea? Should the immortal emperor step in? If we let that senior wait for a long time, I'm afraid it will be even more unfavorable for my immortal bamboo palace. And the other party didn't make a direct strike, so maybe it's not a danger, but a chance? Seeing that the immortal emperors were completely flustered, the person on the side couldn't help but open his mouth to remind them. It was only then that immortal Emperor Bijou reacted and hurriedly slapped his head, beckoning him to bring a group of immortal elders and immortal monarchs to welcome him out. Elders, great presence. Bijou has missed the opportunity to welcome you. Please forgive me, senior. The big old Bijou immortal emperor began to loudly confess his sins. Monk Fulu wore a kind smile on his face and folded his hands together to claim goodness. This made them feel a lot more at ease as well. It really didn't seem like they were here to destroy their immortal bamboo palace. It's just that senior's body is also a little too dense with karmic obstacles. It's simply appalling. When he came close, immortal Emperor Bijou respectfully bowed and saluted. I don't know if seniors have any commands that need to be done by my immortal bamboo palace today? Could it be that you think that immortal cloud sect is a small place? As long as you, senior, open your mouth, senior will take all the people of the immortal bamboo palace to leave. And if you, senior, need it, you can still keep some manpower to serve you. Thinking about it, Bamboo immortal emperor felt that the other party must not see the strength of their own people. The only thing that may be needed is the mountain of this immortal bamboo palace. Don't think about it. The old monk has come today just to give you a disciple. You must be Trisha? Monk Fulu gave a color to the old peach tree on the side, and the old peach tree hurriedly took out the piece of white paper and presented it to the immortal emperor in front of him, who was about to become his master. I thought it was an immortal monarch, but now it seems that I really picked up a great deal. Looking at the seal of eternal life on that paper, and the simple words, granting Tsueju immortal monarch a named disciple, after a split second of thought, immortal Emperor Bijou blurted out, "Thank you, senior, for giving me the name Tsueju. From now on, my junior will be Tsueju." Well, understand. In that case, I'll leave this one to you. The old monk has business to attend to, so he will not intrude. Monk Fulu nodded with satisfaction. Since the old peach tree had already been delivered, he had no intention of staying. Turning around, he took one step and his figure disappeared. Even immortal Emperor Bijou failed to detect the slightest spatial fluctuation. Is this the difference? Immortal Emperor Bijou looked at the position of Monk Fulu in the square with some fascination. Just this hand without causing spatial fluctuations is not something he can do. Why did immortal Emperor Fong respond? Is it possible that he was looking for the wrong one? After all, that's what's written on there. But it's Tsueju Xianjun. An immortal monarch of the immortal bamboo palace couldn't help but open his mouth to remind him. Without the presence of that old monk, they were finally relaxed. Shut up, there can be no mistake. It's just that this immortal emperor's name is wrongly named. Wouldn't senior be looking in the wrong place? And wouldn't that saintly old man write the wrong name? From today onwards, there is no bamboo immortal emperor, only Tsueju. Immortal Emperor Tsueju immediately chided the man, then turned his gaze towards the old peach tree. The more you look at it, the better it looks. This guy, he's a disciple sent by the Sage Lord. What is this? This is the life preserver for his immortal bamboo palace in the future. Even he can later say to the outside world that his own name of Tsueju was all bestowed by the saintly old man. What a great honor it is. You're very good. According to the Sage Master, this immortal emperor will first accept you as a registered disciple, and after some days this immortal emperor will consider accepting you as a personal disciple. Will you? Immortal Emperor Tsueju actually wanted to take him in as a personal disciple right now. But after all, it was the Sage Lord's account. and he didn't dare to directly change it at will. Yes, yes, I pay my respects to the master. Old Peachtree hurriedly performed the ritual of paying homage to the master. 3 times in 9 kowtows. This splash of riches. It's finally his turn. The immortal emperor's personal disciple. As expected. One word from a sage lord. Even an immortal emperor has to weigh it respectfully and even overshoot it. Happy New Year's Eve. Poses. De Xian Palace. Chen Changxing couldn't help but fall into deep thought as he looked at the scene in front of him. He had been observing the changes within his Qi for the past few days, and today, the enlightenment tea tree in his boundless Qi had finally passed through the first stage and entered the seedling stage. At the same time, a burst of mysterious Taoist rhythm slowly spread from above the seedling. That light green Tao rhythm caused a faint rule power to be vaguely born in his sea of Qi. According to what he had initially thought, in the future, 3,000 great Tao paths would even be born in his Qi. Now it was just as he had speculated. There was already a prototype showing up, but the strangest thing was not the change in his Qi. Rather, that Tao rhyme surrounded his body, and Shangguan Shallow Autumn and Lu Qinghan, who were on the side, had strangely entered the state of epiphany. This is the enlightenment tea tree? Just the growth stage alone can bring one to a state of epiphany? Why is it that I, as a carrier, didn't have an epiphany, but instead the person who stayed close by had an epiphany? Chen Changxing couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he looked at the 2 people before him who were sitting cross-legged on the ground caught in an epiphany. In the past, he did not cultivate the Yuan Shun, and naturally, he had never experienced an epiphany. However, he also knew that the matter of epiphany was a great chance, and many cultivators might not be able to have it once in a lifetime. After about an hour, the Tao rhythm emanating from his body slowly hid itself from view. The duo in their epiphany also slowly awoke. Hiss. What is going on with this sword immortal party? It's like a sudden epiphany. Did you use some means, master? Shangguan Shallow Autumn woke up with a puzzled face. An epiphany wasn't really the first time for her. She had even had 2 epiphanies before. But whichever time it is only when the timing is right and the people are lacking that one can fall into a state of epiphany. Or perhaps the mind can be open to the opportunity to fall into an epiphany. But just now obviously she was only next to the master and Qinghan's sister chatting. Empress Lu Qinghan was even more confused at the moment. Compared to the youngest young master, she hadn't even experienced an epiphany before. This is an epiphany? Many of the minutiae that I couldn't figure out in cultivation before were all solved in just 1 hour. The foundation of the Tao is also more solid and close to flawless, Lu Qinghan murmured in a low voice, still reminiscing on the feelings of the party. It's not so much master's means, but the enlightenment tea tree has grown to the seedling stage. As the enlightenment tea tree is an innate extreme spiritual root, every stage of growth should have a mysterious effect produced. Normally, though, one needs to stay near the enlightenment tea tree at times like these to have a chance at an epiphany. Now that the enlightenment tea tree is within master's Qi, it doesn't seem to affect this effect either. When Chen Changxing heard the young disciple's words, he slightly shook his head to explain for her. Then if, according to this, master, you have an existence like the enlightenment tea tree in your Qi, wouldn't you be able to have an epiphany at any time in the future? Shangguan Shallow Autumn opened her mouth in envy. How much smoother and easier would the journey of cultivation be if one could enter the state of epiphany at any time? No longer will you encounter any difficulties or bottlenecks. Everything can be solved with an epiphany. That's something that's a little strange for the master. 2. The 2 of you fell into an epiphany just now, but master did not feel it. Chen Changxing shook his head again and sighed helplessly. When Qinger had her epiphany just now, it felt like many of the things she couldn't figure out were clearing up. Could it be? It's because you simply don't have any flaws above cultivation. Lord, so you can't fall into an epiphany. To put it another way, is that you, Lord, are actually at all times as in the epiphanic state of our cultivators? After all, you shouldn't be confused on the path of cultivation either, right? Lu Qinghan recalled the feelings of his own epiphany and weakly opened his mouth. After she said that, Shangguan Xiaoqiu froze. Even Chen Changxing himself was stunned. Yes, do you have a need for an epiphany on your own journey of cultivation? Even each of his realm breakthroughs nowadays was already a perfect extreme that could no longer be found in this world. He was certain that even the saints of the heavens were far from being on the same level compared to his Tao foundation. This was both from his countless years of experience, and more importantly, he also had the foundation of becoming a saint in the flesh. Other people cultivate. The difference may be a bowl of water and a basin of water, and even to the extreme to the point of a tank of water. But what about him? His fleshly body becoming a saint was completely capable of opening up an unprecedented degree in every realm, just like his current sea of Qi, which was practically boundless and existed like a small world. How can we talk about an epiphany when there are no flaws whatsoever? I'm afraid, it's really something like that. Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment and nodded slightly in agreement with Lu Qinghan. That's not right. Master, how did your realm break through to the divine separation realm? Just now, while the two of us were having an epiphany, a saint came to give you breakthrough materials? Shangguan Shallow Autumn suddenly looked at her master and exclaimed. The master had not asked them to prepare the perfect breakthrough materials during this period of time, only waiting for a saint to deliver them to their door. But now the realm has jumped to the divine separation realm from the Tongxian realm perfection just now? That's not true. Just now, the enlightenment tea tree grew, and that emanation of the Tao rhythm naturally led to a breakthrough for master. The heavenly tribulation has also been incorporated into the sea of qi for master, lest it awaken the two of you from your epiphany. Chen Changsheng lightly smiled as he sipped the tea in front of him and explained for him. Everything about his breakthrough was natural, although the speed of the breakthrough was simply appalling. In just about a month's time, he had already passed through the qi condensation realm, the sea of qi realm, the royal air realm, the Tongxian realm, and now the divine separation realm. At this rate, even if the Yuanshan breaks through to the immortal realm, I'm afraid that 1 year will be enough. However, his foundation was the most perfect under the heavens, without any flaws, and it was even impossible for an existence to appear in the world that could be even 1 iota stronger than his foundation. Breaking through too quickly and causing an unstable foundation did not exist at all with him. I see. This breakthrough speed of yours, master, is simply a bit unreasonable? Even if those saints see this breakthrough speed of yours, they mustn't feel inferior and find a block of tofu to hit their heads on. Shangguan Shallow Autumn skimmed her mouth in envy. What the young lord said is very true. It is an honor and a sorrow for them to be saints with the Lord. Lu Qinghan had a light smile on his face as he looked at his lord who was sipping tea and opened his mouth to concur. Sister Qinghan, when you look at master, your eyes are turning into little hearts. Shangguan Shallow Autumn saw that Lu Qinghan's eyes were filled with his master, and couldn't help but open her mouth to snicker. Which is, Lu Qinghan hurriedly turned her gaze away, calculating the time. If Rushu has already met Monk Fru, this moment, I guess it's almost time to arrive at the Sword Saint Kid's dojo. Regarding the playfulness of the two, Chen Changsheng just laughed without saying anything, his gaze looking towards the heavens as he silently deduced in his heart. Chaos C. The 3 exalted realm true dragons had been traveling at full speed for a few days. Now he had also finally arrived at the edge of the Sword Saint dojo. There were also more cultivators coming and going, and the most numerous of them were Sword Dao cultivators. As long as one practiced the way of the sword, this place was the holy land in their hearts. Many sword cultivators were not even under the banner of the Sword Dao sage, but they still wanted to come here to make a pilgrimage for a chance. In addition, there are many great swordsmen here, so it is good to find friends to exchange sword cultivation experience. And temperament up can also be cut some. A real dragon? How can this person be so unscrupulous in the Saint's dojo? Fellow Taoist, be careful what you say. That's a personal disciple under the seat of the martial saint. Hiss. Fellow Taoist is talking about the only martial saint who became a saint in the flesh 100,000 years ago? Nonsense. Who else in the world dares to call themselves a martial saint? I see. No wonder it dares to act like this. Many Sword Dao powerhouses cast their gazes when they saw the traveling palace pulled by the true dragon. Normally, even if one is a saint's personal disciple, when one arrives at other saints' dojo, one should behave in a disciplined manner, lest one is caught by other saints. After all, although saints seldom have life and death enmity with each other, they also count each other constantly. The only exception is that disciple of the martial saint. In the chaotic sea, although the martial saint had not reappeared in the past 100,000 years, the martial saint's personal disciples were mixing it up. They each have their own forces, and they don't give a damn about other saints' personal disciples. And even on the occasion of the distribution of some chances, even if the other party brings out the saints behind them, they don't give in at all. On the contrary, over the past 100,000 years, no saint had made a move against them, instead avoiding them if they could. Anyone who has lived for more than 100,000 years and has seen the mighty power of a martial saint can understand why this is the case. After all, the martial saint in the beginning was too dazzling. Among all the saints, it is simply exceptional. The 3 true dragons also didn't stop at all after arriving at the sage dojo and rushed straight towards the center area of the dojo. Not long after, a long sword could be seen erected between the heavens and earth, emitting a terrifying aura of Tao and Sword Tao. This is the opportunity that the Sword Saint left for the world to realize the way of the sword. And after arriving here, several figures stopped in front of the true dragon palace, a few of Sword Saint's undisputed personal disciples. Are you sure you want to stop me from traveling the palace? When Rushu's voice was the first to be heard from the palace. Fellow Daoist 1, please also head to the Sage Dao Palace on your own, otherwise it will be difficult for us as well. The realm aura emanating from those few people, The highest one had clearly already had the God King realm, but they really didn't dare to mess around with Wenrushu. However, according to the rules, this place was already close to the Sage Dao Palace, and could no longer be approached by mounts or airborne magic treasures. TSK. Hard to do, is it? In that case, farewell. Wenrushu's voice, which was neither happy nor angry, came from within the palace, and immediately those three true dragons were about to turn around and leave. The few disciples of that sword saint were also relieved to see this, but before the lineage left, a figure appeared in front of the crowd. Rushu girl, after so many years, why are you still so impatient? And you guys, apologize to Rushu girl. The sword Dao saint was dressed in a white shirt, and by the looks of it, he was actually just a young man in his 20s, but as in their realm, looks were no longer important. He just stood there, just like a world-class sword, revealing sharpness all over his body, and once he unsheathed it, he could cut down the sky and destroy the earth. Some of the sword cultivators who were comprehending the longsword left behind by that sword saint were all awakened at this moment, and with a reverent face, they bowed to the sword Dao saint. Mastermind. Those few disciples of the sword saint had a somewhat aggravated look on their faces. Rushu girl, you see there's really nothing to it. Why don't you just? The sword saint knows that this matter is not to blame for his own disciples, so he looks at the walking palace in a soft tone and wants to trivialize the matter. Oh, then the sword saint little master. Wenrushu trailed off in a somewhat strange voice. Apologize. Do you take the words of my teacher as fart? If you can't satisfy Rushu girl, you few will kneel at the entrance of Sword City for 10 years and 100 years. When the sword saint heard Wenrushu's words, his face immediately changed, and he directly hated to kowtow to all those disciples on the ground. This was in front of the chaotic seas, many people who had come to worship the sword cultivators. Wenrushu only needed to finish his words, and his sword saint's face would be directly shattered, the kind that breaks down completely. Hearing that their master was so furious, several people didn't dare to hesitate any longer and bowed respectfully to the lineage and apologized. Oh, Rushu girl, now they've apologized too. You've come to seek this seat, I believe. Come on, come in and talk. It just so happens that this seat got some top-grade spirit roots some days ago, and today you've come by coincidence, so you're blessed with a mouthful. The sword saint took the lead and disappeared after saying that, and the door to the Dao Palace naturally opened. Remember, in the future, not everyone needs to be stopped. You can stop the saints, but you can't stop my lineage of martial saints either. Wenrushu's voice once again came from the palace, and then the three true dragons directly entered the door of the Dao Palace with a dragon roar. Her words were very wild, comparing herself to even the saints who were inferior to her, but the few disciples of that sword saint didn't dare to say anything more. Is the martial saint lineage a little too arrogant? Even saints can be stopped, but not them? Caution. Is this called arrogance? Then you've never seen a martial saint from 100,000 years ago. The arrogance of the martial saint lineage is not even a millionth of the martial saint himself. Have you ever seen a saint as a janitor and sweeper? The martial saint then beat a certain sage into sweeping the floor and watching the door for him for 100 years. That's still just one of his most insignificant battle achievements too. It was only after Wenrushu left that the sword cultivators who had come to pay their respects finally dared to open their mouths and discuss. Inside the Dao Palace, Wenrushu stepped down from the traveling palace. The sword saint rubbed his hands together with an embarrassed look on his face. There are many people outside the party, and this seat wants to save face. Don't be offended, Rushu girl. This side of the sword saint, even his disciples have not seen. If the outside of those who worship the sword cultivator to see, I am afraid that they will be directly broken heart, suspect that their own heart demon into the body. The hallowed sword Dao saint would actually communicate equally with a saint disciple who was only in the venerable realm. Not even feel a bit scared. Why don't you call out to the second senior sister? The sword saint's promise doesn't seem to be worth much now. Wenrushu wore a smile on her face. What she wanted to say outside just now was, junior brother. Ahem. So what? What is the reason for coming to seek this seat today? Is it possible that the martial sage has news? Monk Fulu's aura is also felt by this seat. Only that I haven't had the time to go forward yet. Sword saint coughed his throat awkwardly and hurriedly changed the topic. It was not that he had worshipped the martial sage, but when he had challenged the martial sage, he had let slip that if he could not make the martial sage break his defense with 3 swords, he could be the martial sage's named disciple in the future. The results: his strongest 3 swords, against the serious 3 punches of the martial saint. The swords all crumbled. It almost gave him his Dao heart, and the 3 punches broke his dream of invincibility. Although Wu Sheng didn't care about his words in the first place, but Wenrushu, this girl, likes to threaten him with this every time, and if he calls him a little senior brother in public, his face will be really shattered. P.S. Happy New Year, poses. Rushu also doesn't intend to dwell too much on the issue in the first place. After all, even if this sword saint really wants to be the master's named disciple, the master may not be willing to do so. Speaking of which, there was one of you among the 8 saints who set up the array for master teacher in the first place, wasn't there? Rushu's face didn't change. As she spoke, she had already found a seat, and casually picked up spirit fruits from the table and ate them. When master was still in the Chaos Sea, after the sword saint failed his challenge, he often invited master to come to discuss the Tao and taste tea and eat spiritual fruits. At that time, there was no third senior sister, but she and eldest senior sister had often followed their master to the sword saint Tao Palace as guests. And nowadays, they were also very skillful, and were not half polite at all. Oh, that's natural. It's not like you little girl doesn't know that this seat rarely gets along with other saints. Only with the martial saint. That's a real no-fighting, sympathetic, brotherly love. When the formation was first set up, how could this seat not contribute? Seeing that the other party no longer dwelled on the issue of the youngest master, the sword saint was also finally relieved, smilingly sitting on top of another wooden chair beside the table. A beating is a beating. What do you mean you don't get a beating? To put it humanly, it's just letting the master beat him into submission. The corner of Rushu's mouth twitched, tearing it down without mercy. Ahem. Words can't be said like that. This seat has always been very obedient to the martial saint, but after the fight, this is a complete acquaintance well. Furthermore, you Rushu girl know that this seat is a saint worshipped by 10,000 spirits, so your speech is a bit uncalled for. The sword saint coughed his throat in some embarrassment, and his face was again pretending to be serious. Okay, so ask, Kendo Sage Senior, my sword saint senior, you are also one of those attempting to plot to take over my master? Rushu nodded, then looked straight into the sword saint's eyes, his tone one sentence at a time, seriously and incomparably questioning. At first, the sword saint heard this little girl actually really called him a saint master. Just feel a little strange. According to reason, are saints personal disciples? For other saints can completely call a sword saint uncle to appear close, or call a senior can also be. It was a pity that he hadn't even waited for him to react and properly appreciate this Rushu girl's sudden respectful address. Then he heard the questioning that made him rise up in horror. Taking over? What takeover? You Rushu girl words don't dare to talk nonsense. If your words were to be sat upon, the martial saint wouldn't waste this seat. There has to be a degree of joking. Rushu girl, you're going a bit overboard here. The sword saint's entire body bounced up from his seat, staring and raising his eyebrows and waving his hands back and forth. But no matter what he said, Rushu just looked at him with a calm face, and without the slightest word, the sword saint froze in place, the corners of his eyes throbbing a few times. Look at this as the first girl. Doesn't look fake. Phew, play so big. There's only just been a tiny bit of news, and I'm afraid it's about to stir up the entire Chaos Sea. Sure enough, he hasn't changed a bit. The sword saint moved his neck as he spoke, and immediately afterward, a sword case fell into his hands as he beckoned. Don't get me wrong. My master didn't intend to stir up the Chaos Sea, but rather someone wanted to take over my master's body. It can't be, letting my martial saint lineage be a shrunken head turtle, right? Seeing this, Rushu threw the remaining piece of spirit fruit in her hand into her mouth, clapped her hands together and similarly stood up, taking the lead to walk outside. There was no need for more words. The sword saint already understood his master's meaning and knew her character. Since something like this had happened, it was impossible for the entire chaotic sea to live in peace. Any saint can be a shrinking violet, but the martial saint is really capable of killing a saint. Let's go. This seat will be your Tao protector for once today. First, just seek the door and I'll protect you from yourself. The sword saint held the sword case, shook his head inside as he similarly headed out. When he came to the entrance of the Tao Palace, he saw that Rushu was still planning to ride the True Dragon Palace, but he raised his hand to stop him. Too slow. This seat will take you forward. That remaining 7 saints. The dojo was quite far away. If one were to use this True Dragon Palace to catch up, not even 2 or 3 years would be enough to turn around the 7 saints dojo once. Rushu didn't object either, and only slightly arched his hand at the sword saint. As the sword saint raised his hand and casually crossed in front of his eyes, a spatial passageway appeared directly in front of the two of them. As a saint, the power of rules could already be invoked and operated at will, and there was still no difficulty in wanting to cross space. When the sword saint signaled with his eyes, Rushu took the first step into the spatial crack. As the sword saint also stepped into the passageway, the spatial rift disappeared. When the figures of the two once again appeared from another spatial crack, has come to the dojo of another sage, the Chaos Sea, the sea-covering saint's dojo, and the location where the two appeared was directly in front of the Tao Palace. Unlike the sword saint's Tao Palace, this sea-covering saint's Tao Palace was on top of an ocean. and its entire body was made of blue special meteorite iron. His root is also not human, but the sea tribe essence of sainthood. On weekdays there are few human cultivators to worship. After all, his dojo, this ocean CC in the sea tribe, is a lot of great evil. As soon as he appeared, the door to the Tao Palace naturally opened. It was as if they had been waiting for the two to arrive. When Rushu and the Sword Saint exchanged glances, and the Sword Saint nodded slightly to indicate that everything was at ease. Seeing this, she no longer had any concerns and took a step towards the interior of the Tao Palace. Although the Sword Saint couldn't pass 3 punches under the hand of his master, he was likewise among the many saints whose strength was at the top of the list. Moreover, nowadays, she walked among the 8 saints, but instead, she was the safest. There wouldn't be anyone who would dare to make a move against her in such a situation. That would simply be telling Wu Shang that he himself was the one who had taken over the body. It's a death wish. As the two walked into the turquoise blue Tao Palace one after the other, the sea-covering sage was already sitting at the front of the main hall, and seeing the two of them came as no surprise at all. Sit. With one finger on the chair in front of him, he spoke flatly to the two men. Enough of politeness. I have come today for one thing only. Dare I ask Senior Overwhelming see if he knows about the matter of seizing the body? When Rushu did not take a seat, but walked to the center of the hall, slightly arched his hand and performed a Taoist repertoire to the sea-covering sage in front of him, and asked a straightforward question. The Sword Saint followed this girl's side and didn't say anything. He just acted as a protector. At the same time, he was curious if this sea-covering sage knew anything, or if he would be as shocked as he was. No. The sea-covering sage nodded his head with his face as normal and simply spat out 2 words. When Rushu immediately raised her eyebrows and quietly looked at him, waiting for the following. Sword Saint, as even the corner of the eye jumped a few times, ready to offer the sword box. This guy, how can he play such a big game right off the bat? Does he still know? Seeing when Rushu, the martial saint's own second disciple, looking at himself, he also stopped speaking. Only then did the sea-covering saint continue. But you've come to the wrong place. This matter has nothing to do with this seat. If you don't believe me, this seat can also find the martial saint to prove his innocence. But you too, you're not qualified enough to question this seat. If there is nothing else, you too may leave. As a saint, he was also the most honored existence in this chaotic sea, with a supreme status. When have you ever been approached and questioned? It was only because it was about the matter of the martial saint seizing his body that he gave face and allowed the two to enter the Tao Palace. He was still not afraid of the Sword Saint. And which one who could participate in the deployment of the formation in the first place was not the best among the saints? Fellow Overwhelming Sea Fellow, if you know anything, you might as well say it. What do you call that? Farting in half is ugly and diabolical. Seeing that the other party was going to drive people away without giving the slightest bit of face, Sword Saint couldn't help but take 2 steps forward and said as he pulled out his ears. When Rushu also had the sense not to say anything more, just waiting quietly. She also knows that not every saint will be just like the Sword Saint. Really say why the Sword Saint will treat the martial arts saint lineage in such a way. She thinks the Sword Saint was simply the master's little fanboy in general. Ever since that battle, the master was simply a godlike existence in the Sword Saint's heart. That's why she was very polite and easygoing to her martial saint lineage. If another person were to act in the Sword Saint Tao Palace as she did just now, I'm afraid that the Sword Saint would have to be directly hacked into a human stick. Looking at the dangling Sword Saint and the vulgar words he uttered, the sea-covering saint frowned slightly. Laughing coldly, he immediately mocked. If you go to any of the saints from back then right now, their answer will be the same as this seat's. Do you know why? You don't know because you're stupid. A full 100,000 years, even this throne, the king of the oceans, can think things through, and you don't even know it? When the overwhelming sea saint's words fell, buzz, a burst of Tao rhythm filled the entire hall, and the sword box in the Sword Saint's hand opened at this moment, with a flying sword within it buzzing and vibrating, ready to shoot out at any moment. Reckless, the sea-covering sage was equally unwilling to show weakness. His eyes were cold, and then there were turquoise blue Tao rhythms like ocean waves lapping down in the hall, and the two men's breaths collided together. And where could one Rushu, who was only at the Zunsha realm, stand up to the collision of the two saints' breaths? Immediately, he took a few steps backward, nearly being crushed to his knees. Seeing this, both of them withdrew their breath at the same time. It was nothing for them to fight. However, if one were to injure a personal disciple of the martial saint, things would be a big deal. With the martial saint's temperament, he was afraid that he would return the favor 100-fold. Elder Overcast Sea, is this an attempt to silence him? When Rushu slightly operated his gong method and restored the disordered breath in his body to calmness, before he coldly looked at the sea-covering sage and questioned, "This matter does not need to be spread out of this Tao Palace. This seat can answer another question for you." The sea-covering sage sighed somewhat helplessly and glanced at the Sword Saint again. noticing that his gaze was somewhat sarcastic. Looks like this guy did it on purpose. You've fallen into a trap yourself. Although there was no major problem. If this girl were to find the martial saint and sue herself, it would still be unfavorable to him in this tense situation today. So he had to back off just as much. I only want to know how Senior Overwhelming C learned about the matter of Masters seizing the body. Is there any guess in your mind as to who did this? When Rushu didn't pursue the matter, since her purpose was achieved, she directly opened her mouth and asked the question she was concerned about. A full 100,000 years. At first that great formation would have accomplished the idea of a martial saint in about 1,000 years at most. Then the martial saint did not awaken as expected, and we have long known that something had gone wrong, but it has not been considered above the taking of a house. Until today. It was only at the same time that Monk Fu informed with you that this seat learned of the emergence of the taking of the body. His isolation formation can't isolate a saint. As for which saint actually did this, how would this seat know? Today is the day when I will wait for you to come, and this seat will travel to the lower realms and personally go to the martial saint, so that we can all have some peace of mind. The sea covering sage stood up and slowly walked down the steps while talking about what he knew. When Monk Fulu appeared in the upper realm, he had always paid attention to all of Monk Fulu's actions with his divine sense. As for the martial saints of the lower realms, he wouldn't dare to use his divine sense to probe the situation at will. It would easily cause misunderstandings. In that case, it is the latecomer who is being abrupt today. After when Rusha heard the other party's words, she arched her hand and performed a Taoist repertoire, turned around and was about to leave. The words had already been said, and the other party was going to go to her master to prove her innocence. So there was no reason for her to press the matter any further. Everything is determined by the master. Cut. Hoping that you were talking so high and mighty just now, I thought you had something. So it was also today that you learned about the taking of the body. Or did you rely on eavesdropping? Shame. What a shame. The sword saint bristled. The words of the sea covering saint just now had indeed caused him to have some self-doubt. Could it be that the other 7 saints already knew? Is he the only one who doesn't know? Now it seems that they don't know either. Although he himself had sensed the aura of Monk Fulu, he did not use his divine sense to keep an eye on Monk Fulu's every move. After all, this guy had already ascended to the upper realms. Could a martial saint be far away? Reckless. It would be fine if you had the skills of a martial saint, but without the skills of a martial saint, you prefer to learn the nature of a martial saint. When the two of them left, the sea covering sage couldn't help but mutter, if you want to be a mangaka, you have to be a mangaka. However, when he thought of the martial saint, the sea covering sage couldn't help but change his gaze a bit. He's not reckless. It's just that on weekdays, there's no need for him to count at all. So why bother with his brain when it's obvious that he can solve the problem with 3 punches? In terms of calculations, the martial saint is the only one in this chaotic sea. I don't know whether to say unlucky or feel grateful. It's just a matter of going to the last meeting for peace of mind. The sea covering saint remembered when the martial saint had just emerged. If he had been in his temper then, and had encountered today's matter, where would he have investigated who had done it? Directly 8 saints are all done. With this thought, he took some heavenly materials with him and his figure disappeared into the Tao Palace. Although this matter has nothing to do with him, the attitude that should be there is still necessary. After all, that guy can't really be offended. When Sage Overwhelming C stepped out of his Tao Palace, he found Sword Saint standing in front of the spatial rift, looking in his direction and pulling out his nostrils obscenely. What are you still staying in this seat for? Before the Overwhelming C Saint's words were finished, he saw that the Sword Saint flicked his index finger, and a booger was directly stained on top of the portal of his Tao Palace. I asterisk and at $. At this moment, the Overwhelming C Saint could no longer tense up. This Sword Tao Saint was a cheapskin. He was willing to become a small follower after being beaten by the Martial Saint in the first place, and now he's actually provoking himself like this. Slipped. The Sword Saint, however, didn't care at all, and directly stepped into the spatial rift after giving the Sea Covering Sage a hard time. The Sea Covering Sage raised his palm and swung it with boundless Tao rhythms, but unfortunately, when that palm fell, the spatial rift had already healed. He was left looking back at the boogers on his Tao Palace portal with a green face. We're all saints with faces. Only this Sword Saint is not the slightest bit shameless. Even street skaters aren't this shameless. Unable to do anything about it now that the Sword Saint had already left, the Sea Covering Saint was too lazy to chase after him specifically because of this point. After all, this guy still had to head to the Tao Palace of the other saints, and really if he went to someone else's Tao Palace to make a scene, it would seem like he was a little too petty. Can only bend the finger a flick? A spiritual fire emerged. Will be that the entire portal to ignite? All the filth on it all burned clean. Nonetheless, I'm afraid that when he passes through this portal in the future, his heart will be a little twisted. After becoming a saint, when have I ever suffered such indignities? But right now, there were still matters at hand, and the sea-covering sage didn't stay for too long, only opening the great formation of his own dojo, and then his figure disappeared as a Dao rhythm, when Rushu and the two of them, after leaving the overwhelming sea sage's dojo, came directly to the dojo where the third sage was located, Hyaka Sage Dojo. Stepping out from within the spatial crack, there was an endless sea of flowers. A light fragrance enters the nose and refreshes the senses. This 100-flower sage is also a spiritual root incarnation, and eventually certified as a saint, which is quite rare among the saints. Cough. This bitch is afraid that this seat won't be able to handle it well. Later on, the two of you will just communicate, and this seat will wait here. After the sword saint arrived here, he looked at the Dao Palace in front of him, but he hesitated a bit. Since Senior is afraid, I'll walk up on my own. When Rusha glanced at the sword saint and casually said it before directly stepping towards the Dao Palace, compared to the overwhelming sea sage's Dao Palace, this place was like a small garden, with beautiful landscapes and only an isolation array, and no portals or halls. Scared? This seat has been running across the chaotic sea for tens of thousands of years. How could there possibly be a time when I'm afraid? The sword saint sniffed, but his two eyes glared and his heart directly followed him. The second disciple of the martial saint lineage, when Rushu seeks an audience. Arriving at the front of the small garden isolated by the formation, when Rushu slightly arched his hand and performed a Taoist repertoire. As her words fell, the formation opened a passageway. When Rushu took a step and then walked in generously. However, when the sword saint approached, the passageway directly healed, not giving the slightest bit of face. Oi oi, fellow Taoist Baixiang, you're going a bit too far. All of them are hanging out in this part of the chaotic sea, looking up and seeing down, so maybe whoever has to beg for it. You open the door for this seat today, and tomorrow this seat may be able to help you hack and slash. That's what you're saying, isn't it? Since you don't object, then this seat will have to come in. The sword saint hangs in front of the formation muttered half a day. See no half response, so directly raised his hand and do sword finger. To that formation a stroke. Taking advantage of the moment the formation was slashed with a gap, he directly drilled into it. Or this seat might as well get out. You're in no danger here anyway. As soon as he came in, the sword saint saw that the 100-fragrant sage was holding one Rushu's small face and bearing 2 kisses. Little Rushu, why haven't you come to see Master Mother for so many years? The 100-fragrant sage's 2 eyes smiled into 2 slits, and as he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped a burst of Dao rhythms at the sword saint. Don't talk nonsense, Senior 100 Fragrance. Master has not taken a wife. Name-calling can't be messed with. When Rusha had a bit of a headache, but still righteously waved her hand and explained. Little Ruechu, you're making Master Auntie so sad with those words. Although he has never taken a wife, this seat is already married to your master. That can't be true. Speaking of which, Xiao Rusha's master is really powerful. You are not aware that day, your master teacher first, the 100-fragrant sage wore a purple Dao robe, which set off her body in a concave and convex manner, and with the lavender tool, she looked very charming. Speaking at the time, is very bold, directly to talk to one Rushu at the time of her master how strong. Stop, Senior 100 Fragrance. If we say any more, Rushu will have to take her leave first. When Rushu's face flushed with shame, not caring about being a saint or not, he directly raised his hand and covered the mouth of the 100-fragrant sage. Unexpectedly, he felt a warmth coming from his fingers. Little Rushu's hands are so sweet. The 100-fragrant sage still narrowed her eyes and smiled, and she licked her lips while when Rushu drew her hand back as if she was electrocuted. However, seeing that when Rushu's face was a bit off, she was always a bit more proper. Never mind, I won't tease you. Speak, what is the matter of the day? Was it without your master around that you were bullied by some ungrateful saint? As long as you, little Rushu, are willing to call this seat your mistress, even if you want any saint to die 3 or 5 times, it's not a problem. The package will get you out of breath. Speaking a turn, will be transformed into pieces of petals, and then appeared has come to the side of the flowers on top of the bushes. A slight lie. Cough. Rushu girl, actually, this seat feels that this matter should have nothing to do with her. After all, she doesn't seem to have gotten out of the Dao Palace much over the years, or else, this seat should take you to the next place. The sword saint on the side cleared his throat and opened his mouth. Why aren't you rolling? The 100-fragrant sage raised an eyebrow at the sword saint to the side and nonchalantly questioned. This seat has to protect Rusha's girl's safety, lest she be scourged by you. And how will this seat explain to the martial saint at that time? Sword saint said righteously. Little Rushu's flavor is indeed tempting. The 100-fragrant sage licked his lips, but continued. But this seed has already smelled a better flavor, so you don't need to worry about that. Senior 100 Fragrant, it's about the master's body being taken over, so please calm down a bit first. When Rusha shook his head helplessly, arched his hand and performed a Taoist album and said, She wasn't too sure whether Master Teacher and this 100 fragrant sage were true or not, but she felt that the odds were that this 100 fragrant sage was talking nonsense. Mostly, it was just one of the members who craved the body of the master. Hearing Wenrushu's words, the 100 fragrant sage was slightly stunned. This time, she finally calmly listened to the reason for Wenrushu's visit. When Wenrushu finished everything, shut up and quietly looked at her. The Hyaka sage's body shook slightly, her legs slightly together. The only flavor in the world. Someone actually dared to covet that flesh. Hateful. Damn it. If I let this seed know who did this, I will surely break them into pieces. The 100 fragrant sage's reaction was really a bit too big, as if she felt that it was a kind of disrespect to her for that body to be reckoned with and taken over. Wenrushu, who was watching, frowned slightly, interrupting. The sword saint suddenly waved his hand at this moment and spoke. Don't you know anything about this matter at all? Fulu that monk but has already left the lower realm. Haven't you ever probed him with your divine sense and wondered what he has said? Hearing his words, the 100 fragrant sage's face instantly darkened quite a bit more. Skimming his mouth disdainfully, he said, that monk's smell. It's even worse than yours. This seed dislikes it all and avoids it, so how could he possibly go and probe him with his divine sense? Are you not suspecting that this seed is the one who took over the body? Unexpectedly after listening to her words, the sword saint but waved his hand repeatedly, laughed a few times, ha ha, non also, naturally will not suspect you because of this. Laozi said, who will be concerned every day that the blessed monk said what? Overlaying the sea that old undead but said it is because Laozi stupid. Sure enough, not every sage knows about this matter, which is proof enough that this seed is actually a normal person. The 100 fragrant sage opened her mouth, cast a puzzled look at Wenrushu, and pointed to the location of her brain. Well, seems like a bit. Wenrushu nodded and muttered very seriously. What do you two mean by that? Get it straight. Don't get into all this nonsense. Are you implying that I'm not in my right mind? The sword saint was laughing happily, but when he saw the two's little action, he couldn't help but glare and question. The two women looked to him and nodded in unison. Yes, the sword saint opened his mouth. The two admitted so decisively that he didn't know what to say instead. After holding his tongue, he only came out with, I'm really not stupid. Can you really keep you safe with a guy like that around? That's just it. You guys have previously been to the overlying sea sage's side, but which other sage's dojo have you been to? The rest of you. I'll just walk up for you. The 100 fragrant sage shook his head helplessly, but the first sentence was obviously a deliberate mockery. Although this sword saint was indeed a bit out of tune, his strength was still online. Having only been to the overwhelming sea sage dojo, senior here is the second. Wenrushu didn't mean to refuse. She also didn't want to run through them one by one. With her eyesight it was also hard to see which saint actually did it. It would be more appropriate if the 100 fragrant sage was willing to make the trip herself. Oh, so the second one just came to the master's wife. How sad for the seat. The Hyaka sage curled her legs up in an aggrieved manner. The corners of Wenrushu's mouth twitched as she watched, and the sword saint's eyelids also jumped wildly. That's just it. I won't tease you guys. The two of you can wait here first, and when this seat goes on a journey, together with you, we will go to the lower realm and seek the martial saint. 100,000 years. An odor that hasn't been smelled in a whole 100,000 years. It's a bit of a rush. The 100 fragrant sage's face flushed a bit abnormally even as she spoke, but without waiting for the two of them to take a closer look, she had already transformed into a sky of flower petals and disappeared. Are we still going? Sword Saint pulled out his ears and asked about Wenrushu's meaning. No go. Just wait here. Wenrushu already knew that he couldn't see anything, so he just sat down directly on his knees and started to run his gong method. In the midst of the saint's dojo, one could more clearly feel the way she practiced, and it was also of no small help to cultivation. Seeing this, the sword saint also stopped talking. Not having to run around, is also happy to be free. Directly lay on the ground, casually folded another grass from the side, into the mouth, and directly slept. De Xian Palace. In the small courtyard of the Empress chambers, Chen Changsheng was cultivating on his knees as usual. He had just broken through to the divine separation realm the other day, and he also happened to take these few days to cultivate a little and break through the minor realm to completion. The two of them, Lu Qinghan and Shangguan Xiaoqiu, accompanied them. Suddenly, Lu Qinghan and Shangguan Shallow Autumn looked violently at the courtyard's entrance position. A figure was already standing there. There was no fluctuation whatsoever, nor could he feel any aura, as if he was already there. Both of them were ready to offer up their magic treasures even though they hadn't yet seen who the visitor was. Don't get excited. Chen Changsheng in cultivation did not open his eyes, but spoke softly. With his words, the two women then put their hearts down and glanced somewhat warily at the man standing in the doorway position. Looks like you've made it. Divine separation realm. It hasn't been a short time since you awakened, has it? 10 years? or 8, or 5. The sea-covering sage, dressed in a gorgeous blue robe, stood in the doorway with his hands in the air, looking at Chen Changsheng, who was in the middle of his cultivation, as if he were an old friend catching up with old times, and asked, "I didn't expect the first one to come was fellow Taoist Overcast. Sit down and talk." Chen Changsheng slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, opened his eyes to look at the figure in the doorway, and said with a light smile, lifting his finger to point to the stone bench in front of him, "Many thanks." The sea-covering sage nodded before taking his seat. Chen Changsheng didn't say anything either. He just poured him a cup of tea and then looked at him quietly with a light smile on his face. This makes the overwhelming sea sage feel very uncomfortable. This seat does not know about your being counted. Eventually, he couldn't help himself and spoke up ahead of time. "Well, I believe it. Fellow Taoist is drinking tea. Don't be in a hurry." Chen Changsheng nodded and pointed at the teacup again. "Thanks a lot." The sea-covering sage thanked him once again, and with both hands, he picked up the teacup and gently took a sip before placing it back down. "Is this tea of mine not good enough?" Chen Changsheng shook his head with some disappointment. Overwhelming sea sage's face skin jumped. Feeling hairy in his heart, he directly picked up the teacup and drank it all in one go, and then put it down with both hands by lifting it up and gesturing the bottom of the cup towards Chen Changsheng. Ever since he came to this small courtyard, he had become coy, no longer having any semblance of being a saint. On the side, Shangguan Xiaoqiu and Lu Qinghan were also constantly observing him. Living saints. Looking at it also seems a bit familiar. Shangguan Shallow Autumn whispered to Lu Qinghan. As the youngest disciple, she had never seen a few saints. The overcast sage was speechless for a while. Could that Thomas still be a dead saint? But if you can't clear yourself of suspicion today, you may not be a dead saint. Hiss. With that, she couldn't be pointing at herself. Could she? Threatening? A naked threat, especially in the overwhelming sea saint's impression. This martial saint in front of him was unrivaled in the way of calculations, and all details were all important in his case. Shangguan Shallow Autumn, these words fell into his ears. A little thought can guess. This is afraid to threaten him. As soon as he thought of this layer, the sea-covering saint's buttocks, which were originally sitting on the stone pier, unconsciously moved a few points forward, only sitting halfway. Chen Changsheng slightly slatted his face. The sea-covering sage was even more flustered, his mind racing with thoughts. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that this small action of his had caused the martial saint to misunderstand something again? It's hard not to feel weak. The Shangguan Shallow Autumn on the side didn't think so much at all. Knowing that her master was dissatisfied with her own nonsense, she hurriedly shrank back sheepishly and retreated behind Lu Qinghan, spitting her tongue out at her master again to alleviate her embarrassment. What's wrong with the heart? Without slanting his eyes, Chen Changsheng picked up the tea in front of himself and took a light sip, casually saying, "Cough, cough." Overwhelming sea sage had just taken a sip from his teacup like a model, and when he heard this, he was so frightened that he directly coughed and nearly choked. It's really just as he guessed, isn't it? Fellow Taoist Overcast, what's wrong with you again? Don't get me wrong. This girl has always been this stubborn and mischievous character. Don't be offended. Fellow Taoist. Chen Changsheng laughed lightly and opened his mouth when he saw this. Only then did the sea-covering saint let out a long sigh of relief. So the party was not directed at himself. Nope. Very much 12% off. With the character of the martial saint, how could he do something meaningless? This clearly appeared to be reprimanding the disciple, but it was actually reprimanding him. Don't dare. The disciples under the martial saint's disciples each have outstanding natural talent, so they naturally have the capital to be proud. Unlike my overwhelming sea lineage, each and every one of them only rely on the identity of a saint's protege to occupy resources outside every day. But in reality, they are not as good as the disciples under the sage of Wushu's disciples by 1/10,000%. The sea-covering sage waved his hand and smiled back, saying that, with a wave of his hand, he took out several heavenly materials from the void, regardless of which one it was. It belonged to the top spiritual roots in the chaotic sea, and he might not be willing to give it even to a personal disciple under his own discipline. But today, he came to the lower world and met with the martial saint, and he could only bleed. What is this for? Fellow Taoist Overcast? Mr. Chen has not yet had the time to go to the dojo one by one to pay homage to all of you for your kindness in helping me in the first place. How can you take such a precious heavenly material from a fellow Taoist? Chen Changsheng shook his head slightly and waved his hand to excuse himself. The more the sea-covering saint listens to is more and more afraid. If under normal circumstances, the martial saint woke up in 1,000 years and everything went well, he would have dared to shamelessly recognize the door to thank him. But what is it now? The martial sage was, however, being counted on to take over his body, and all 8 of them were suspects. I'm afraid it wouldn't be a thank you if I came to your door, delivering 3 punches a man. I'm afraid, some heavenly materials in the district are not worth mentioning. Now that the martial saint has succeeded in cultivating the way of the Yuan Shun, I'm sure he needs something for his cultivation. If the martial saint can't use it, think of it as a meet and greet gift for Junior. The sea-covering sage was also considered to be ironclad. This gift must be sent out today. As long as the martial saint accepted it, it would at least prove that there was less than 50% suspicion of himself. Otherwise, the martial saint could totally just screw himself to death. Wouldn't all the things in one's Tao palace be his? Since you, fellow Daoist, have come to this point in your words, Shallow Autumn, why don't you thank Senior Uncle Overlapping Sea? Chen Shansheng gave a wink to Shangwan Shallow Autumn on the side. Shangwan Shallow Autumn immediately heatedly smiled and took those heavenly treasures into his hands one after another, and took out one jade box to store them separately. Only then did he perform a Tao album to the Overwhelming Sea Saint. Many thanks to Uncle Overwhelming Sea. No need to be polite, we're all on our own. Ha! The stone hanging in the heart of the Overwhelming Sea Sage, at this moment also finally fell half. As long as their own gifts were sent out, at least proved that the martial saint was not too suspicious of himself. Obviously he was giving a gift to someone, but he was the happiest in his heart at the moment. These heavenly materials were kind of out of his blood for him, but it was well worth it. Martial saint, regarding the time when you were counted on to take over your body, do you have a decision in mind? Lowering his heart, he finally dared to open his mouth and ask of his own accord. There's no rush. Fellow Taoists, drink your tea first, later on the rest of the few fellow Taoists should be arriving. Chen Shansheng smiled flatly, and after saying so, his eyes gently closed and he began to operate his gongfu. Taking advantage of this moment was enough time for him to cultivate to the perfection of the divine separation realm. When all the people arrived, there would be no shortage of heavenly materials and treasures, and it was estimated that it would be no problem to use them to break through a few great realms, and he also needed to see what kind of heavenly treasures these people had brought with them. It will be equally about his judgment. He didn't avoid the sea-covering saints present in the slightest, and directly began to operate his everlasting skill. After all, his gong method, even if it is directly unreservedly given to others, no one dares to use. Even for saints, the burning of longevity was only stopped, and as long as they cultivated the longevity skill, they would still frantically consume the incense that represented longevity. When he began to run his gongfu, the aura within the small courtyard was tugged by it. However, without waiting to absorb much, Chen Shanxing's surroundings began to overflow with aura, and those that were too late to be absorbed directly emanated out. This scene Shangguan Xiaoxiu and Lu Qinghan had long since gotten used to it. However, the sea-covering sage stared blankly and opened his mouth to say nothing. As far as his eyes could see, he could detect far more than the two remaining women in the courtyard could. According to the rate of burning life for aura, even if you let yourself, at most 1.5 years, one's longevity would have to be exhausted. If it were a different immortal cultivating, in less than a day at most, he would have to train himself to become a dried-up human. This was not cultivation. This was clearly overdrawing his life. But it's just that. The special longevity of a martial saint would not be affected by this at all. While the side effects are extremely scary, the effects are equally noticeable. The amount of aura that Chen Shanxing needed for each realm was already more than 10,000 times more than what an ordinary living being needed. If he relied on normal absorption, the aura of this entire cultivation world would not be enough for him to break through to the immortal realm. To break through from the immortal realm to the venerable realm, I'm afraid that the aura of the entire upper realm is not enough. That's how he could come up with such an outrageous solution. The sea-covering sage quietly watched for a moment and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. And he could detect a hint of something different. This gong method seems to be more than just so simple on the surface. I'm afraid that there are also some counterintuitive means. According to his speculation, Wu Sheng, this cultivation technique should not only be able to burn their own life for aura, and even through the burning of the life of the bystanders can also get the same effect. Although the exchange of aura is not necessarily as much as he burned himself directly, but this tactic would also be fatal if used on a saint. As soon as he thought of this layer, the sea-covering saint could not help but fear the martial saint a few more points in his heart. In the past, martial saints could rely on their strong strength to beat and kill saints 1,000 times until the saints were too beaten to be reborn. This would always require some effort, and with the many means of the saints, there was still a chance of escape. But once his present-day feats are enough to affect the longevity of bystanders, that would mean that the saint would not have any chance at all in his hands. Either, when the lifespan is exhausted, even saints will be turned into dry bones. The martial sage wouldn't have let me see it on purpose, would he? It's a demonstration that you still don't fully trust me after all this time. The sea-covering saint licked his somewhat dry lips, and his heart was a little scared again. I only hoped that the rest of the saints would arrive earlier, so that they could share the pressure equally with themselves. Facing the martial saint alone, it really made him Who was a saint? Feel sweaty. The best outcome would be for the martial saint to be able to find the person behind the curtain from amongst the crowd and settle the matter on the spot. Others will be able to rest completely at ease. Sea of Chaos? Sage Beikang's dojo. Only a short half-day had passed. A spatial crack then appeared in front of the Tao Palace. The 100 Fragrant Sage had called out the remaining 5 sages besides the sea-covering sage together. Among them, there were even 2 saints who were in a state of seclusion. But as soon as they heard that the matter was about the martial saint being counted on to take over his body, and they were both the ones who were involved in laying the array back then, the closed door is naturally unable to care, forced to interrupt then rushed to follow the 100 Fragrant Sage to come. If this can't prove his innocence, is there any need for a retreat? Wash up and die. With a casual wave of the 100 Fragrant Sage's hand, the Tao Palace barrier dispersed. At the first glance, he saw that sword saint lying dangling with a blade of grass in his mouth, his hands resting behind his head as he slept soundly. This seat is going out for just half a day, and you're hawking this seat's garden. The 100 Fragrant Sage immediately furrowed his brows and raised his hand as a stream of Tao rhythm blasted towards the sword saint. Every flower and grass here was her heart and soul for countless years. Every blade of grass, every tree, and every flower was a smooth object that she had searched for from one small 1,000 worlds or even the middle 1,000 worlds, normally nourished by her with her Tao rhythm. Today she was being carried in her mouth as a weed by this sword saint. Oi oi, what are you doing? Crazy bitch, if you're going to fight, do it head on, no sneak attacks. Even though the sword saint was sleeping, he sensed the danger and instantly raised his hand against it, cancelling out the Tao rhythm. With a dissatisfied face, he yelled at the 100 Fragrant Sage. Seeing that the 2 men's gunpowder flavor was strong, there was quite the intention of a big fight. On the side of the 5 saints also did not say anything. At this time the heart is thinking later to see the Wu Sheng how to prove their innocence, when Rusho could only helplessly get up and arch his hand. Saints seniors, since the people are already together, why don't we go down to the realm to find master? I don't think the seniors want this matter hanging above their heads, do they? If there are any more changes, it will not be possible to explain to the master's side. Hearing when Rusho say this, the 100 Fragrant Sage snorted coldly, and the sword saint also pulled out his ears and stopped there. Ha, Rusho girl, I haven't seen you for many years. The realm has actually reached the exalted realm, worthy of being a personal disciple of the martial saint lineage. Speaking of which, the other day this seat had even met your eldest sister once. Her attainments in the Dan Dao are now comparable to few under the saints. Even the realm has already broken through to the true God realm. It's truly enviable. We don't have the good fortune of the martial saint to receive such a gifted disciple. A saint with white hair and eyebrows, and with long eyebrows hanging down from both sides. A kind-looking saint said with a smile, "Don't get close, you old man. Everything will be revealed when we meet the martial saint." Kensei hemmed and hawed, flicking the hand he'd just pulled out of his ear at a side lawn. This action nearly set the Bacchanalian saint on fire again. Fortunately, the sword saint directly waved a sword chi between his raised hands, cutting through the space. "Let's go. Since all of you have a clear conscience, then go and meet the martial saint at ease." Hearing these words, the several saints present glanced at each other and could tell that there was more or less some tension in each other's eyes. At their current realm, they wouldn't have the slightest worry even when facing other saints. Only facing that martial arts saint, it is a lie to say that you are not afraid. Among the 8 of them, the only one who could be said to be closer to the martial saint was the sword Dao saint. Next was the 100 Fragrant Sage who thought he knew the martial saint well. The other 5 don't really have any friendship with the martial saint at all. If you really want to talk about common ground, it's that they've all been beaten up by the martial saint. When the martial saint came to the door to ask for help in setting up the formation, whoever uttered half a word of no would have to receive a severe beating. Beat it to death a few times and it will naturally be willing. So much so that later on, Wu Sheng only contributed less than 10% of the materials for the grand formation himself, and the other materials were contributed by a few of them. As the sword saint took the lead in stepping into the spatial crack, the other saints also entered without further delay. "Little Rushu, gone. So many years. Still really miss the flavor of your master. If only we could keep him in this 100 Fragrant Mysteries realm of this seat. How about, you persuade your master? If you can get him to nod his head, this seat can follow you in everything in this chaos sea." The 100 Fragrant Sage waved at Rushu, and couldn't help but speak before entering the spatial rift. "Senior, please pay attention to your identity," Rushu said flatly with a smile on her face. "Hey, can't read teasers. Gone gone gone." The 100 Fragrant Sage covered her forehead in a sad gesture, and pulling Rushu's small hand, she entered directly into the spatial rift. However, Rushu activated a jade talisman in her bosom with her spiritual power the moment before she entered the crack. This subtle move was only noticed by the 100 Fragrant Sage, but she only smiled and did not open her mouth to break it down. Immortal Cloud Sect. At this time, Manhwa had stopped chanting. Instead, it was within the main hall of the Immortal Cloud sect. With his status, he did not sit in the main seat of the Great Hall, but stood to the side. Further down, standing on both sides were the old troops of the martial sage who had arrived in the past few days. Above the main seat, sitting is a woman with a dignified appearance and elegant clothes. The message arrived. Great young master, we should get moving. Monk Fulu's drooping eyelids suddenly jumped and opened his eyes to take out a jade talisman from his bosom and present it for a gesture. Good. I'll have Master Flow next. The dignified woman smiled softly and nodded. The great young master is polite. That is, it is just seeking blessings and fortune for all sentient beings as well as doing the Lord's work. Monk Fuck Luck responded cheerfully with his hands clasped together. As she stood up, the experts standing on either side of her, the lowest of which was at the Zunshur realm, but at the same time respectfully bowed and saluted, all the while following the grand young master out of the main hall. Which saint's dojo is the great young lord going to start with? Monk Fulu asked with his hands clasped together and a kind smile on his face. Let's go from near to far. First go to the Sword Dao Sage's dojo. Runmeng backhandedly took out an ordinary-looking wooden hairpin. Staring at the wooden hairpin, she felt very relieved. This was the first gift that her master had given her. Casually putting her hair up with that wooden hairpin, she named a few more Zunshur realms to stay in this immortal cloud sect. Seeing this, Monk Fulu didn't delay and waved the 10,000 soul streamer in his hand, and the ferocious aura tore open a crack in space wherever it crossed. With his strength at the divine sovereign realm, he could almost be called above all beings below the saints in this chaotic sea. This kind of means of crossing space was not difficult for Monk Fulu to defeat. Runmeng nodded slightly at him, and then she herself took the lead in entering the spatial rift, closely followed by the many old martial saint troops that had arrived in these days. Finally, Monk Fulu looked around and shook his head sadly. Not being able to supersede 3 years for this immortal cloud sect, he could only come back again in the future to finish it. Thinking in this way, he also stepped into the spatial rift, and as he entered it, the spatial rift disappeared and healed. When the crowd reappeared, they had already arrived at the Sword Dao Sage's dojo. Do it. After Renmeng spoke to Monk Fulu, she casually took out a jade talisman and crushed the jade talisman. A few of the Sword Saint's disciples had just seen the appearing Monk Fulu as well as Runmeng and the others, and were just about to go forward to inquire. 3 of them, however, suddenly drew their swords and aimed their flying swords at the senior brothers beside them. What are you guys doing? To rebel or not? The Sword Saint's chief great disciple was furious, not knowing why such a turn of events had occurred right now. Although he was the strongest amongst his many brothers and sisters, there was a divine sovereign realm perfection monk blessing right in front of him, emitting a terrifying karmic aura and staring at him with a kind smile on his face, making him not dare to move at all. We are offended, and we have no choice but to do so. The 3 Sword Saint disciples who drew their swords didn't look a bit too good, but they didn't explain too much. Over the years, they had already received many pills from the martial saint's great disciple, and the price was that they had to help her do something today. At first, they only thought that the other party was thinking of the old friendship between the martial saint and the sword saint in the past, but later when they realized the other party's purpose, it was already too late. This great disciple of the martial saint's means of refining pills was unrivaled under the saints, and by slightly tampering with the pills, they were completely restricted. Even apart from the 3 disciples of the Sword Saint, there were also quite a few Zunis as well as true gods who were at the Sword Saint dojo to participate in the flying sword Dao rhythm, and they also exuded their own auras and began to clear the field. What the hell is going on here? The martial saint lineage is trying to turn the tables on the Sword Dao Saint Master? Quite a few cultivators who were in the process of comprehending the Dao rhyme were completely confused at this moment, but with their realm, they couldn't turn any waves at all, and they didn't dare to ask anything more. After all, no matter how, this is also a game between saints. If they intervene in it, I am afraid that they will only be turned into the dust of this game. It didn't take long for those cultivators who came to participate in the enlightenment to be emptied, leaving only the disciples of the Sword Sage, as well as a group of great powers under the Sword Sage's hand. Gentlemen, please also do me a favor. I only came today to explore the Dao Palace. I don't want to hurt anyone. If we were to move, the nature would change, and I don't think Senior Sword Saint would want to completely flip out with my martial saint lineage. Runmeng looked towards those few great powers under the Sword Saint. Even though Monk Fulu had already told her in advance that she could handle it, but it's better to keep your hands to yourself if you can. This honored one asks only one thing. Was this trip today authorized by the martial saint, or was it your own idea? A divine exalt under the Sword Saint's seat stood in the air, holding a flying sword as he questioned Runmeng. Before Master returned to the chaotic sea, I represented the martial saint. Even though Renming's realm was only the true god realm, she didn't have the slightest bit of timidity when facing the divine sovereign, and even had a hidden head of steam in her aura. Speaking without condescension, he looked straight into the other's eyes. Got it. Be my guest, but only you may enter the Tao Palace. The three divine sovereigns under the Sword Saint's seat glanced at each other, then nodded slightly towards Runmeng. I'd like to trouble Master Flo to wait here. Raimu didn't say anything more, and after nodding slightly to Fulu, she directly landed towards the Tao Palace, and those three divine sovereign realm powerhouses from the Sword Saint lineage had opened the door to the Tao Palace for her. Pity. Pity. Monk Fulu saw that everything was going well, but he suddenly shook his head inside. His gaze swept over those three great powers who were also at the divine exaltation realm, but it caused those three to feel their hair stand on end. Monk Fulu was already an old divine sovereign realm powerhouse before they became divine sovereign realm. It was said that if the path he cultivated had not been too special, he would have long since been certified as a half-saint by now. It was all that karmic obstacle that hindered his chances of breaking through to half-saint. Truly, if he were to start a fight, I'm afraid that his strength is only second to that of a half-saint, and he may not even be unable to cross the ranks to arm wrestle with a half-saint. The lineage of martial saints are all monsters. Don't be nervous, poor monks preach compassion. If you are interested, why don't we take this moment to talk to you about Buddhism? Seeing that those three people were looking at themselves with nervous faces, fearing that they would suddenly make a move, Monk Fulu opened his mouth to try to ease the atmosphere, but upon hearing his words, everyone in the room twitched in unison. Compassionate? Where does that karma come from? And you don't even look at what the magic weapon in your hand is. It's a 10,000 soul streamer. Who's a good person to use this as a magic weapon? Let alone a Buddhist cultivator. Even a normal cultivator wouldn't be able to be heartless enough to use a 10,000 soul streamer as an innate magic treasure. Even many evil cultivators also have their own original treasure. 10,000 soul streamers are just a means for them to casually sacrifice, and will not be used as an original treasure at all. Since all the monks have nothing to say, then the poor monk will tell you about this ascetic monk. Just as the poor monk practices is the path of the ascetic. Monk Fulu does not care what they think. Self-centered. Then began to talk about his own evil methods. Everyone in the room was jaw-dropped at the sound of it. Other ascetics are suffering themselves, but you are enjoying your own happiness and letting your enemies suffer and go crazy. He can't find any counterpoints yet. If, as he said, there is a fixed number of sufferings in the world, then isn't he doing this for the sake of all beings in the world to reduce their sufferings? Kind of makes sense, but it's not quite right. About an incense stick later, just as everyone was on the verge of being brainwashed by Monk Fulu's evil method, Raimu had already stepped out from within the Tao Palace. Seeing this, Monk Fulu stopped his sermon and looked at the Grand Young Lord. Seeing that he nodded slightly. This is only hands together to many present experts and good smile. Pity. All the monks are blessed people. Later if there is a chance, poor monk again for all of you detailed preaching. When the eldest young master returned to his side, he directly opened the spatial passage again with a wave of the 10,000 soul streamer. The group didn't stop for a moment and headed directly to the next saint's dojo, like the Sword Dao Sage dojo in general. Over the years, Runmeng, with her attainments in the Tao of alchemy, had her own manpower and eyes in almost every sage power. Coupled with the threat of force from the nearby Monk Fulu, there was little hindrance before Raimu was allowed to enter the Tao Palace. If she was asked what she was doing by entering the Tao Palace, she would advise, knowing about it won't do you any good. Even if my master doesn't care, your family's saints will make you disappear. So much so, that she walked through the Tao Palaces of one saint after another. Yet no one dared to ask her what she actually wanted to do. Daehun country border. When Rushu, as well as the 7 saints, came directly to this lower realm through a crack. The rules of heaven and earth in this realm simply couldn't do anything to ostracize them. After all, the rules of the heavens and earth in this realm were laid down by the 8 of them in the beginning. Even when Rushu, who was following them, was not affected by the rules of heaven and earth because the 100 fragrant sage had attached himself with his own Tao rhythm. 100,000 years have passed. How come the heaven and earth aura of this realm has become even more barren? Kensei pulled out his ears and casually spat out a comment. However, it is also true that after the separation of heaven and earth, most of the blessed caves in heavens are in the upper realm, and there are not many cultivation resources in the lower realm. Coupled with the fact that during these 100,000 years, some cultivators had left this realm after crossing the threshold and ascending. Originally, after the fall of the cultivator, the aura of the body will be collapsed in the sky and the earth, back to the sky and the earth. But what was given back was not as much as what was absorbed, and it became more and more barren over the course of 100,000 years. To them saints, how this realm was irrelevant. It was still imperative to go and interview the martial saint first, since Chen Changsheng did not deliberately hide his aura. Coupled with the powerful divine sense of a sage, when they had just entered the lower realm, they could feel as if there was a sun in the direction of the Grand Xian, which was emanating a terrifying power of chi and blood at all times. It was only they saints who could feel this clearly. That terrifying power of chi and blood was enough to prove that the martial saint's current strength was feared to be even stronger than before. Without much delay, the 7 saints brought Wenrushu directly within the Grand Xian Imperial Palace. This usually strictly forbidden to approach the Empress's chambers, but today is particularly lively. The 8 figures landed outside the door of the small courtyard, each with their own little thoughts in their hearts. Only Wenrushu, at this moment, only wanted to see her master. Without a moment's delay, after sensing a familiar aura within the courtyard, he directly took 2 steps forward and raised his hand to knock on the courtyard door. Disciple Wenrushu, I beg to see master. Wenrushu's voice was hard to hide her excitement, and conversely, the faces of the 7 saints behind her were more or less unnatural. The memories that had been dusted off for 100,000 years also returned at this moment, and although that person was known as a martial saint, and they were all saints, his strength was unique, and the saints simply could not break through his defense. There was no response from the courtyard, but there were footsteps. Soon, the courtyard door was opened from the inside, and the person who opened the door was not Lu Qinghan and Shangguan Shallow Autumn. Instead, it was Chen Changsheng, who was looking towards his own second disciple, Wenrushu, who was standing at the door with a light smile on his face. Seeing that his realm had already reached the Zunshi realm, his heart was also quite pleased. It seemed that during the years of his slumber, his disciples had not put down their cultivation. At this moment, Shangguan Shallow Autumn and Lu Qinghan each stood on one side behind Chen Changsheng. Seeing Wenrushu, they were likewise very pleased, but they were all quiet and didn't say anything. As for the corners of the courtyard, the overwhelming sea sage looked on with his eyes and nose, as if he was a transparent person. Mastermind. Wenrushu's nose was sore as she said master, incomparably serious as she knelt down and kowtowed. Over the years, even though her master was absent, it was clear that she hadn't suffered much, but for some reason, as soon as I saw my master, I felt aggrieved in my heart. The other saints' personal disciples always had their masters by their side to teach them, but they had only been able to survive in the Sea of Chaos all these years by flying their master's banner. Normally, the martial saint lineage was forced to remain strong in the Sea of Chaos, and if they didn't, how would they be able to stand firm without the backing of a saint? So what? We shouldn't have to kneel. The 7 saints behind them also tightened their hearts when they saw the martial saint, especially since this martial saint's second disciple suddenly looked aggrieved. It made them even more flustered. Don't cause any misunderstandings. They haven't bullied anyone from the martial saint lineage. If not because of the crowd, if they were to meet with the martial sage alone, they would really want to kneel down too, at least kneeling for peace of mind. I'm sorry, master didn't expect to sleep for so long. Have you been aggravated all these years? Speak to your master, and everything will be done for you. Seeing his second disciple in this state, Chen Changsheng wore a light smile on his face as he raised his hand to rub her hair and helped her up again. Not aggrieved. It's just that I was a little out of it for a moment when I saw master. Wenrushu looked up and stared at her master teacher, also quickly gathering her complex emotions and smiling extraordinarily well. Come in, catch up with your little sister first. You haven't seen each other for a long time. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly and rubbed her head again before allowing her to enter the courtyard. Behind him, when Shangguan Shallow Autumn heard her master's words, she also hemmed and hawed, and directly then stepped forward to pull her second senior sister's arm and tugged it into the courtyard. For those saints, she didn't care. After Wenrushu entered the courtyard, Chen Changsheng looked at the 7 saints again. Fellow Taoists, during this period of my slumber, have the 3 disciples of my martial saint lineage been wronged? Chen Changsheng's expression was flat as he opened his mouth to the 7 saints and confirmed, this is definitely not a thing. If anyone bullies Rushu Maiden and the others, this seat will be the first to say no. Kensei shook his head decisively to indicate that there was no such thing. Well, that's good. Thanks for taking care of me all these years. Fellow Taoists. Chen Changsheng once again resumed his expression with a light smile on his face as he performed a Daoshua to the crowd. The 7 saints hurriedly also arched their hands and performed a Taoist album, but they lowered their waists significantly. His words, however, are somewhat intriguing. Thanks for taking care of me all these years. It was meant explicitly to take care of his lineage of martial saints. Or do you mean, let him sleep for 100,000 years and want to take over this matter of him? The words of a martial arts saint are never that simple. If you only look at the surface, it's easy to get into trouble. In particular, those present were all saints, which one hadn't lived for endless years, and no one was a fool. But instead, each one had a very deep mind. Before they even entered the courtyard, they were already panicking. It's this familiar feeling, this sweaty feeling. Haven't even walked in the door yet and already the pressure is on. Just as the saints were repeatedly deliberating in their minds, not knowing how to respond to these words, The sword saint, however, heatedly smiled and spoke. All-sended buddy, what are you talking about? I say, we haven't seen each other for 100,000 years, and we're not invited to go in and sit down. It's not appropriate to keep standing here. With the sword saint speaking up, a few others were relieved. This guy's nature was such that it wouldn't cause the martial saint to be displeased. Ha ha, also, please come in, fellow Taoists. Chen Shangsheng was also amused by the sword saint's words, and immediately slightly sidestepped his body and made a gesture of invitation before taking the lead to enter the courtyard himself. Only then did a few saints dare to follow. While the martial saint came to the small stone table and sat down, the 7 saints stood in a row in front of him. It was almost like a student meeting a teacher. With the exception of the sword saint, each one stood straight. Even the sea-covering saint who had been playing dead in the corner had silently joined the row at this moment. They know. Now I'm afraid it's the martial sage who will start questioning what happened back then. However, they obviously could not guess Chen Changqing's intentions at all. What are you standing for? Take a seat? Oh, not enough stools. Changhan, go prepare a few more stone benches with the tea set. Make tea for a few fellow Taoists. Chen Changqing didn't mention what happened back then, and just casually called out Lu Qinghan. Soon, Lu Qinghan prepared everything, brewed a pot of tea for everyone, and poured tea for each sage separately. Even if her true realm was nothing more than a mole cricket in the eyes of all the saints, but due to the status of the Wu sages maid of honor, each saint used both hands when receiving the cup of tea, which was considered to be a sufficient amount of face. The crowd sipped their tea in silence, and the atmosphere was somewhat silent for a while. If the martial saint didn't open his mouth, they didn't dare to take the lead in bringing up the matter of that year. The teacher-sister duo who were catching up on old times on the side even shot a glance at the saints from time to time. Elder sister, you've been up there all these years. Have you ever felt which one is the most suspicious? Shangwan Shallow Autumn whispered in her second senior sister's ear. Even though the sound was minuscule, where could it escape the hearing of the saints present? For a while, each one sat up a few points straighter, perked up his ears to hear what the second disciple of that martial sage had to say. At least don't say his own name to be good. Well, in response to this question, Wenrushu just shook her head, stating that she hadn't even cared about this before. Who would have thought that the fact that Master had not awakened for 100,000 years was because someone wanted to take over Master's body? While everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the sword saint was unimpressed with a casual gesture. There were a dozen flying swords hovering in front of the crowd. There's not much to take away after all these years. With your strength as a martial saint you don't think you're lacking anything. And this seat also happens to have heard that girl Shallow Autumn has her Taoist protector collecting flying swords. These are all things that this seat can't use, but they're all at the level of an emperor's soldier. So let's consider them as a gift for this Shallow Autumn girl. The sword saint laughed, then waved those dozen flying swords into streams of light and inserted them into the ground in front of Shangwan Shallow Autumn. At a glance at the dozen or so emperor soldier grade flying swords in front of him, Shangwan Shallow Autumn was also brightened up. This is all good stuff. She had asked the protector of the Tao to collect flying swords in order to form the set of sword formations that her master had passed down to her in the beginning. If there were these dozen or so emperor soldier flying swords forming the core, the power of the sword formation would be even more terrifying. However, since her master teacher did not open his mouth, she did not dare to accept it directly, and could only turn her gaze to her master teacher. Why don't you thank senior uncle? Chen Changqing turned back with a light smile on his face and nodded slightly. Thank you, sword saint master uncle for the sword. He. It would be nice if senior uncle could teach some more sword art aptitudes sometime. Having received the permission of his master, Shangwan Shallow Autumn also put those flying swords away in a big way, and also joked in a very nonchalant manner. Well said, but if you really want to learn the skills, you might as well have your master tailor them for you. Back then, this seat's 3 swords have become even more powerful today after your master's tutelage, and no one can match the strength of the martial saint's talent. It's just a pity that I couldn't cultivate the way of the Yuanshan before. Ha! Speaking of which, the martial saint already has the Yuanshan realm now. Wouldn't that be even more terrifying? The sword saint spoke, but suddenly his pupil shrank as he looked at Chen Changqing in front of him, realizing that his realm had already reached the perfection of the divine separation realm. If one could achieve sainthood together with one's physical body, how terrifying would that be? Compared to the way of the elemental spirit, it was more than 100 times more difficult to cultivate the physical body to sainthood. Or else it wouldn't be the case that the only person in the entire Chaos Sea who became a saint in the physical body was the martial saint. If one wanted to cultivate the physical body, the chi and blood power alone that was needed was not easy to obtain. And even more so, one had to spend countless amounts of heavenly materials and treasures to fill it. The saints present, if you really want to look at it according to the physical realm alone, I'm afraid that the highest they can go is to the immortal emperor realm. and without using the slightest bit of strength from the Yuan Shenqi, they will be able to suppress an immortal emperor, and won't be able to kill the venerable realm. Speaking of which, I have to thank all of you Taoists as well. The big formation back then was still smooth. Just a few, not so pleasant hiccups is all. Chen Changsheng laughed and said to the crowd, and he was also observing everyone's expressions. Although at the realm of saints, all of them were already old monsters, and it was not very realistic to try to find out from their expressions. Martial saints are polite. I haven't seen you in years, and some small token of appreciation is not enough to honor you. Upon hearing his words, several saints also responded politely, and coupled with the fact that the sword saint had sampled them just now, they all took out the precious heavenly treasures they had prepared to give away. It was a pity that they did not have a deep friendship with the martial sage and did not give it to the martial sage's disciples, but prepared it directly for the martial sage. Chen Changsheng just performed the Taoist repertoire and accepted them one by one with a smile. On the side, Shangwan Shallow Autumn couldn't help but give a thumbs up to her master teacher when she saw this. Sure enough, Master God's wisdom. There was simply no need to go through the trouble of preparing the heavenly materials yourself. Someone would always send them. It's just a pity that what these people sent may not be suitable for Master's breakthrough. Or rather, it was not suitable for Master's current realm to use. The heavenly treasures sent by the saints were all a bit too high class, and should at least be used above the immortal realm. Chen Changsheng swept a glance at those heavenly treasures, then directly stored them into his everlasting seal space. Eyes but a flash of regret. All of these things, which were too high class, rather proved the innocence of these saints. However, this possibility cannot be determined at this time, and confirmation from monk Flo is still awaited. About the matter of taking over the body, the sword saint's tea also bottomed out, and he couldn't help but open his mouth in curiosity and ask, "There's no rush. At this moment I'm sure Dreamchild is already in all of you's Dao Palace. You all might as well do Chen a favor first." Already in the Dao Palace? Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, all of the saints present froze for a moment, feeling somewhat stunned. However, remembering the nature of the martial saint, they also instantly understood. Since the beginning, their coming was not enough to prove their innocence. The martial sage had his own judgment, and he had already had his disciples head to each sage's Dao Palace to look for clues. As saints, they were able to sense what was going on in their Dao Palace even when they were in the lower realms. It was just that in the middle of this small courtyard, in front of the martial saint, they didn't exude their divine sense to check it out, so as not to let the martial saint misunderstand and blame them. If you all are unsure, you can use your divine sense to check your Dao Palace. Chen Changsheng waved his hand and said graciously, "There is no need for this. We trust the martial saint." The 100 Sage narrowed his eyes and smiled, not caring in the slightest. "It's best to take a look at it so there's no misunderstanding." Chen Changsheng shook his head and added casually. Hearing this, the crowd reacted. When they left, they didn't leave any words behind. If a mighty expert from his own Dao Palace were to clash with a great disciple of the martial saint, it would be a bit tricky. In case they injured the martial saint's disciple again, then they were now right in front of the martial saint, and it would be too late for them to run away. In that case, it's also good for us to notify the guards of the Dao Palace so as not to create a conflict. After one of the saints thought through, he also arched his hand at Chen Changsheng, his eyes closing slightly as his divine sense probed directly in the direction of his Dao Palace. Not long after, they each notified their own Dao Palace manpower that as long as the great disciples of the martial saint lineage arrived, they would be directly released to enter within the Dao Palace without any hindrance. However, a few of these saints, after their divine sense was withdrawn, let out a bitter smile. The martial saint's great disciple had long since arrived at their Dao Palace and had already left. Nowadays, 4 of the 8 saints' Dao Palaces had already been walked through. Fortunately, there were no conflicts or accidents. As long as the martial sage great disciple showed his identity, coupled with Monk Fulu standing by, no one dared to make a move. It was also a long relief for them. Truth be told, the person who took over the body is among you all. If you voluntarily confess now, this seat can guarantee not to cut off the inheritance and only execute one person. They had just breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Chen Changsheng look at them with a calm expression and said in an even tone. For a moment, the 8 saints present were on pins and needles. No one questioned the words of the martial sage, especially since it was the 8 of them who had set up the formation together, and it was obviously unlikely that outsiders would want to intervene. Who is it? The 8 saints looked at the person next to them with mutual scorn. If the martial saint had directly told them who had done it, at this moment, the remaining 7 would have inevitably risen up at the first opportunity and joined forces to suppress and take him down. In this way, they have cleared themselves. Chen Changsheng had never left the lower realm before, and had to wait until this moment in order to also gather all 8 people together. In this way, there was no possibility of letting that person escape and endanger those around him again. With him making a move, plus the 7 saints blocking from the side. It was steady as can be. That's just it. Since no one has admitted it, we'll wait for the evidence to be delivered. Before that, fellow Taoists need to do Mr. Chen one more favor. This separation between heaven and earth does not need to be lifted, but I need you all to open up a passageway. If a cultivator in this heaven and earth who is cultivated to the transition realm has no hope of breaking through, they can use the passageway to ascend to the upper realm and seek opportunities in a wider heaven and earth. In addition, the passageway can also deliver spiritual chi to this realm at all times, ensuring that the spiritual chi of this realm will not completely dry up, causing the path of cultivation in this realm to be cut off. As for the rules of heaven and earth, it is sufficient to maintain the status quo. Any cultivator who reaches the immortal realm or above will be ostracized from the upper realm, ensuring that the mundane living beings in this realm will not be affected too much. After Chen Qiansheng said that, he got up and looked at the several saints present, slightly arching his hand and performing a Tao series. Since the martial saint has spoken, there is nothing wrong with it. Martial saint compassion. This is a great merit. Several saints listened to this and immediately got up with serious faces and performed a Taoist album. For the requirements of the martial saint they had no reason to refuse. This matter, for them, was not bad, and they could even get some merit. Soon, several saints after some deliberation, it was decided to set up 4 teleportation channels, distributed in the 4 directions of this realm. Now that everything was figured out, they didn't delay. A figure disappeared into the small courtyard in the form of a Tao rhythm. When it reappears, it is every 2 saints who are in one of the directions of this realm. The silhouettes of a saint emerged from behind them, each and every one of them meritorious and virtuous, and their silhouettes could be clearly seen from any corner of this realm. For a moment, the entire living beings of the lower realms looked up in shock, instinctively wanting to worship in their hearts. They didn't know what kind of existence it was, but they knew that it was by no means a creature of this realm. This is a true immortal, a god, a saint, under the worship of all beings. A sage's silhouette, however, arched its hand in unison towards the direction of the Grand Xian. May we begin? Doubt and tension in the minds of beings. They weren't sure what these terrifying existences were going to do. Will it bless all beings? Or will it destroy this world? And what are they worshipping? What kind of existence would be respectfully worshipped by such a great terror? May. A modest voice came out of Chen Qiansheng's mouth, but it clearly reached the ears of the 8 saints. Many of the ferrying realm cultivators also vaguely seemed to hear the voice of a young man at this moment. In particular, some of the transition realm powerhouses who had seen Chen Qiansheng before had their brows slightly furrowed at the moment, and could not help but feel a sense of familiarity rising in their hearts, but they could not think of exactly where they had heard of him. And no one would have thought that the Chen Qiansheng they had seen in the first place would be the object of worship for these horrifying figures. The only one, Dan Yuanzi, trembling after hearing that imperceptible voice, bowed in the direction of the Empress chambers. What kind of existence is it exactly? Dan Yuanzi's lips trembled. He absolutely could not have heard wrong. With Chen Qiansheng's promise, the 8 saints also made their moves. For a moment, the entire sky of the lower realm began to run fast, and in an instant it was as if several days and nights had passed, with the sun setting and the moon rising, week after week, and the countless forces of rules also formed 4 pillars of light located in the 4 directions of this realm at this moment. The martial sage is merciful and compassionate to all living beings, and has specially created 4 teleportation channels to permit cultivators of the transition realm to travel to the upper realm to seek opportunities, descending endless auras for all beings, blessing all spirits. When enjoying the worship of all beings, a rumbling sound sounded. The saint's words in this realm is simply the words of the general roll of the law. At this moment, regardless of the realm of the beings high and low, even if it is the realm of the transition, but also at this moment instinctively towards the direction of the Grand Xian Palace respectfully bowing, as the beings worshipped, golden auspicious clouds appeared in the sky, and the faint power of merit and virtue fell on top of the 8 saintly silhouettes, and at this moment, in the sky above the Empress' small courtyard, there were similarly auspicious clouds condensing. The power of chi merit and virtue fell from the auspicious clouds until it landed on Chen Qiansheng's body and was absorbed by him. Chen Qiansheng did not feel anything about this, but it was just some power of merit. If there was enough power of merit, it would be possible to condense the golden body of merit. But this point was obviously somewhat insignificant. But he didn't do it to gain merit. As the 4 pillars of light teleportation channels stood in the 4 directions of this realm, Chen Qiansheng gently tapped his eternal life seal with his finger. At once, his divine sense established a connection with Monkfru that enabled him to communicate. Can be rewarding, Chen Qiansheng asked in a voice transmission. Amitabha Buddha, returning to my lord's words, there are things that you want, my lord, but there are only 3 that hold the most. Monkfru's voice rang in his ears. Chen Qiansheng's mind was already set. Once again, he transmitted his voice, Since that's the case, come back through the teleportation channel later, and if Menger wants to travel with her, she can bring her along as well. After saying that, he directly cut off the divine sense communication with Monk Fulu, calmly sweeping a glance at the 8 sage silhouettes at the edge of the sky at this moment. His gaze finally landed on top of the Sword Saint's sage silhouette. Fingers tap rhythmically on the stone table. In the end, he could only sigh and wave at Lu Qinghan. When Lu Qinghan attached his ear, he changed his mind and said, it's better to be on the safe side. Once again, he gently tapped the everlasting seal with his finger. And this time, the one who established the divine sense exchange link was not someone from the upper realm, but the Qilin who had already returned to the middle of the 100,000 Great Mountains. Kuroko. Hey, Master. I happen to have just finished dealing with the affairs of the 100,000 Great Mountains and was about to return to the Great Xian. Do you have something to explain? There is indeed one thing that you need to do. Now head to Kunlun Void and go bring back what I left back then. Just bring it directly back to Xian. Okay, this will go to do. Master, those 8 saints you have seen it, can have seen who it is? Without waiting for the Qilin to pursue the matter further in detail, Chen Changshang had already severed the link of divine sense. From the moment he awoke, from the moment he realized that someone was trying to take over this body of his layout has likewise begun. Phew, troublesome, headache-inducing. Chen Changshang took a long breath and frowned as he rubbed his temples. Is the Lord a little tired? May I take a moment to rest? Seeing this, Lu Qinghan hurried forward and came behind the Lord, letting him lean on his body and rubbing the position of his temples for him. If Master Teacher is tired, why don't you sleep for a while first? When Rushu and Shangguan Shallow Autumn saw the appearance of their master's father, they were also concerned and went up to speak. Chen Changshang did not refuse, and after a slight nod, he got up and walked inside the bedchamber. Anyway, it would take some time until Monk Flo returned, so let's take a break until then. Nodding with the 2 young lords, Lu Qinghan followed suit and walked inside the bedchamber, slowly closing the door from the inside. With the experience of the last time, this time she very skillfully came on top of the bed and took the pillows on the bed directly to one side. Chen Changshang was also really feeling a bit of a headache at the moment, and without saying too much, he directly laid down on top of the leg pillows and slowly fell asleep under Lu Qinghan's gentle pressure. In the small courtyard outside the bedchamber, when Rushu asked with some concern, Junior sister, does Master often get headaches during this period of time? It seems like, is a bit more frequent than before. Shangguan Shallow Autumn pondered for a moment and nodded. Looks like a lot of trouble then. When Rushu murmured softly, feeling somewhat helpless, if only eldest sister was there. The pills that eldest sister refined would be able to help eldest sister alleviate some of it and serve to reassure and calm the mind. Moments later, those 8 saints had already returned to the small courtyard once again. However, the figure of the martial saint was nowhere to be seen. Saints seniors, Master Teacher is a bit tired of waiting, so he'll go take a nap first. I'll trouble you seniors to wait here first. In addition, Master Teacher also said that if Grandmaster Fortune returns, he would ask for your help in covering up the rules of heaven and earth. When Rushu saw the several saints, he said in an unassuming and unobtrusive manner as he performed a Dao album. Good talk, good talk. The evidence hasn't arrived yet at this moment, so it's right for the martial saint to rest for a moment first. When the evidence is delivered later, it's inevitable that we'll have to do something about it. The sword saint laughed, and swept over the other 7 saints present one by one as he spoke. The position was very clear. As long as the martial saint opened his mouth, he would not be polite. But strangely enough, the other saints present similarly did not have any panic. It was obvious that it had come to this, but none of them showed a break. One must know that if one was caught in this place, there would truly be no way to live. Not only would they have to face the martial saints, but they would also have to be blocked by the joint efforts of the 7 saints. It's hard to even fight back to the death. Just like this, the saints each had their own thoughts as they resettled in their own party positions. Since Lu Qinghan was in the bedchamber serving his master in bed, when Rushu simply made tea for them. The sword saint saw this but waved his hand. Rushu girl, you go about your own business. There's no need to be so troublesome. Hearing this, when Rushu also did not polite, to the sword saint arched his hand, and then with the little sister to go to the side to catch up. After all, the teacher and sister also 100,000 years have not seen each other. Even if it is a few days and nights, I'm afraid that the topic of chatting is not finished. On the other hand, the Qilin had originally planned to rush back to the Grand Xian at the first opportunity after settling down the demon clans in the 100,000 mountains, but just now it received another transmission from its master, so it came to Kunlun Void instead. Upon arriving in front of Kunlun Void's mountain protector formation, the Qilin snorted coldly. Old guys, why don't you quickly open the mountain gate for this demon emperor? As its voice fell, the Kunlun Void's mountain protector formation opened a gap, The Qilin burrowed straight into it and met the old guys who had lived for more than 100,000 years. With their heritage and strength, wanting to cross the threshold and ascend was by definition not difficult. Only because of some reasons, they never crossed the threshold to ascend and leave. Without waiting for the Qilin to speak, the two old men who were playing chess in the first place had already taken the lead and said, "The Qilin's sacred beast has come here. I guess it's for the things left behind by the martial sage back then. Oh, now that I know, it's even less trouble. Just give the item directly to this demon emperor." The Qilin looked at the old man with some surprise, not realizing that the other party actually knew where he was coming from. It's better for the holy beast to get it himself. We can't touch the martial saint's things." The old man let out a bitter smile and made a gesture of invitation before leading the Qilin towards the interior of the Kunlun void. "Nice guy. It's no wonder you few old things have never crossed the threshold to ascend." Hoping to be taken for a ride, when the Qilin followed a few old men to the interior of the Kunlun void and saw the scene in front of it, only then did it finally understand why these few old things let go of the opportunity to ascend and always stayed in the lower realm. Inside the mountain of Kunlun void, there was a small coffin made of unknown wood, and on top of that coffin were fine silk threads wrapped around it, and each silk thread faintly emitted an aura of divine consciousness. These silk threads wrapped around the coffin were crafted by pulling out a strand of the yuan-shin of these few transitional succession realm old men. Their yuan-shin was incomplete, so naturally they were unable to cross the threshold and ascend. This, coupled with the fact that there was a faint power of qi and blood on top of that silk thread, made it impossible for them to resolve it on their own, unable to retrieve the remnants of their own yuan-shin. "What the hell did you guys do? Can the master do this to you?" Karen asked, turning her head in confusion. "Ahem, we actually volunteered. Back then, the martial sage said that as long as we could help him guard this place for 1,000 years, we would be allowed to join among the forces associated with the martial sage lineage. It's just that martial saint never woke up after this sleep. There's nothing else we can do but wait 100,000 years. If the martial saint doesn't wake up, I'm afraid we're going to run out of lifespan." The old man let out a bitter smile. They didn't even know what was contained in this coffin. They only knew that they needed to guard this place and wait for the martial saint to wake up to take this item. So, that's true. With the master's character, with just promises, even if he makes a heavenly oath, he may not be able to believe all of you. It would be safer if a sliver of your yuan-shin was extracted. The griffin nodded thoughtfully, but immediately afterward it was in a difficult position. It can't dissolve the power of the Lord's qi and blood. Wouldn't it be better to let yourself pick up the stuff and screw all these old guys? Once this yuan-shin was eroded by the power of the Lord's qi and blood, it wasn't just a loss of that. The power of the Lord's qi and blood would completely sink up to their yuan-shin essence and burn them into Tao dust. Holy beast, you should have an idea, right? Seeing that it never made a move, the old man couldn't help but ask, crap, what kind of existence is this sacred beast? In the chaotic sea even a saint would have to bow respectfully when they see this sacred beast. Still can't solve this little problem? The unicorn grunted coldly and said with his head held high and cheeky, but his words were true, nothing more than incomplete. And those saints who saluted also saluted the master who sat on it. That's good. Although a few old men said this, their words seemed a little bottomless. Half an incense stick later, Karen was still staring at the wooden coffin with a stern face. A few of the old men got even more nervous. So what? Who are you going to start with? After all these years of waiting, it should all be pretty urgent. The Karen finally decided to let go and give it a try. Since his master had asked him to come, he must have already made preparations ahead of time. Rather, there's no rush for this moment. How about, let's wait a little longer. Since the martial saint has now awakened, several people looked at each other, always feeling that this guy was very unreliable. This could be really deadly if something happens. Can't wait. Master is the one who asked this holy beast to come and get something today. Forget it, pick whoever the little cockerel points to. Seeing them in this state, the Qilin simply lifted its small paw directly at the thread of silk that the yuan-shin had transformed into and began to draw. It eventually landed on top of a silk thread, and without waiting for the old man who was the owner of that silk thread to speak, it directly raised its paw and gently touched it. No special means, just a light touch. Seeing this several old men immediately felt scalp numb. So play as to want their lives that is the power of the qi and blood of the martial saint. Cannot touch However, as the Qilin's claws touched the silk thread, the qi and blood power slowly converged inward, turning into nutrients and entering into the silk thread, not causing any danger. I told you, it's easy to solve this problem. The unicorn's confidence also grew at the sight, and straight away he followed suit and touched a few other threads. The power of qi and blood left behind by Qin Changsheng was then transformed into the nutrients of those threads. While there was no longer any threat, several old men looked at each other and bowed respectfully to the Qilin. Many thanks to the holy beast. The one you should thank is the master. This silk thread actually has no intention of destroying you at all. It was always just a chance left for you. With the nourishment of your master's chi and blood power, all you need to do is retake the silk threads back to your yuanshan, and there will be a great benefit after you cross the threshold, Kirin said with her head held high and a very smelly voice. Several Kunlun Void elders naturally saw all of this, and immediately saluted once more in the direction of the Grand Xian. It was only then that one by one, they carefully retrieved the silk threads that their yuanshan had transformed into. Kirin looked at the coffin and asked curiously, "What's in here?" Without waiting for a few people to speak, it smiled to itself again. "This sacred beast is really stupid. Asking you guys about this, you definitely don't know either. Let's go. You guys can pack up and be on your way too." "Oh no, Ascension." After saying that, under the respectful escort of a few old men, Shilin put away the wooden coffin and then rushed towards the Grand Xian Imperial Palace at the first opportunity. Since the Lord had asked it to come and fetch this item, he thought that it was also related to the appearance of those saints. There is no delay, and at this time in the Sea of Chaos, Monk Fulu had already taken the martial sage's own great disciple, Raimu, and traveled through the Tao palaces of the 8 saints. Along the way there were no accidents, but instead, Monk Flo went around preaching his Buddhist teachings, making many people's minds nearly lost. Does the eldest young master want to accompany the old monk to meet the Lord? Monk Fulu looked at the grand young lord and asked. Naturally, without the slightest hesitation, Raimu opened her mouth to respond. The Lord has already opened the passage between the upper and lower realms. Since this is the case, great young master, please follow the old monk on his journey. Without saying anything more, Monk Fulu waved his 10,000 soul streamer and returned to the upper realm immortal cloud sect with his vast old army of martial saints. Ranmeng left a few words of arrangement slightly, telling those people to stay in the immortal cloud sect and wait, or to deal with other things individually. Only then did he follow Monk Blessing to one of the teleportation passages. At this time, the entire upper world is on edge. First of all kinds of unimaginable Chaos Sea powerhouses appeared, and today there are 4 teleportation channels that suddenly opened. They simply don't understand what happened, and one by one, the mountain gate is closed tightly, not daring to mess around. Great young master, please, later on, there will be a saint to cover up the heavenly chances for you and I. We won't be teleported back. Monk Fulu made a gesture of invitation, and without the slightest bit of politeness, Runmeng nodded and stepped inside the spatial passage. Seeing that the grand young lord had already entered it, he also followed suit and stepped into the spatial passageway. The evidence that the Lord needs, they have also tried their best to collect. The next step is to see how the Lord will judge. Maybe, would move against those saints. Kirin rushed back to Deshien at the first opportunity after retrieving his lord's belongings. In order not to attract too much attention, it had very low-profilely transformed into the form of a miniature Qilin after entering the Great Xian country. That is, until it came to the sky above the imperial palace of the Grand Xian Empress. The unicorn, who did not choose to go through the front door, came directly above the small courtyard and plunged downwards. Under his breath, he also unconsciously shouted, "Hey hey hey!" There's a loud bang in the sky and the holy beast shines. Rumble. As the ground shook, the unicorn landed firmly in the center of the courtyard, eyes closed and head held high. Very arrogant. But there's something not quite right about the atmosphere. When Kirin opened one eye in confusion, he found 8 saints sitting on the side, each holding a cup of tea and gazing at him like he was a retard. "It's all here, ha?" Came pretty early. The griffin instantly put away that stance, especially since he didn't see his master when he scanned the area. Facing a saint, it was still a bit terrified. The 8 saints once again cast a look of retardation at it, and then they all withdrew their gazes, each continuing to sip their tea, and no one paid any attention to it. This made Kirin feel quite embarrassed, but it was good to see a familiar figure off to the side. "Second young master, I've missed you. You are unaware of how hard I've been living in this lower realm all these years." The Qilin bumbled over towards the second young lord, but before it got close, it saw that the second young lord had also fished out a wooden stick from somewhere. With a whoosh it was thrown. This holy beast is not a dog. How could it pick up such a thing? The unicorn thought this in his mind, but his body was very honest as he leapt up and took the stick in his mouth with unparalleled precision. After a few moments of silence, Kirin was a bit tearful. How did he get into this bad habit? Shangwan Shallowautumn could not help but be amused at the sight, and with a wave of his hand he told the Qilin to flash farther away. In the end, it had no choice but to shrink into the corner by itself, taking the stick in its tiny paws and viciously drawing a few circles on the ground. For a while, it actually felt like it missed the evil monk a little. At least that evil monk wouldn't treat himself so differently. Instead of treating yourself like a dog, you treat yourself like a human being, as an equal, and talk to yourself about the Dharma, even though that Dharma is obviously not quite right. Good thing it didn't wait too long. After about an hour, several saints suddenly looked toward that teleportation channel in the east. Since they took care of the teleportation channel 3 hours ago, so far no lower realm beings had chosen to teleport into the upper realm to seek their chances. After all, those transition realm cultivators, even if they had the opportunity to travel to the upper realm to take a stab at it, they would always make sufficient preparations or arrange the affairs of their clans and families. This time, the fluctuation in the teleportation channel was also not because the lower realm beings wanted to ascend, but rather there were upper realm beings who wanted to descend through the teleportation array. The realm of the visitors had already exceeded the limitations of the rules of this heaven and earth, and it was reasonable that they would not be able to cross the passageway at all, and they would be rejected back into the upper realm. But it was good that Chen Shangsheng had already explained in advance. The sword saint casually waved his hand in the direction of that teleportation channel and raised his sword finger, and a Saili Dao rhyme belonging to him shot towards the teleportation channel at a speed invisible to the naked eye. A few moments later, Monk Fulu as well as Run Meng successfully descended into this realm under the shelter of the sword saint's Dao rhythm, and this time, Monk Fulu didn't suppress his realm cultivation and retained his strength of the divine sovereign realm perfection. In the blink of an eye, Monk Fulu had brought Raimu to the small courtyard. Facing the 8 saints, Monk Fulu also bowed slightly with his hands folded. The poor monk has met all the saints. Several saints just nodded slightly at this as a greeting. Even though this monk blessing was very strong in the sea of chaos, in front of a saint, it was nothing. In the eyes of a saint, all existences below saints were ants, and only those who were also saints had the qualifications to converse. As for the martial saint, is an exception among saints, already recognized as being above all saints. Asaki, Run Meng appeared in the small courtyard and didn't look at the saint at first, but instead swept her gaze to Shangwan Shallow Autumn, who was sitting with her second senior sister, and called out with some excitement, "Eldest sister, why are you down here too?" Shangwan Shallow Autumn stood up in quite a surprise, and in a few steps, she arrived in front of eldest senior sister, and pounced on her with a head, stuffing her face into eldest senior sister's arms with a familiar feeling of happiness. "What's it called? It's about Master. How can I not come? How is Master now?" Raimo had a gentle light smile on her face, dotingly and gently rubbing the head of the little senior sister in her arms, letting her in his arms and not pushing away. "Master Fong's headache has returned, and he's still sleeping at this moment. Did you bring some pills with you this time when you came down, eldest sister?" When Shangwan Shallow Autumn heard this, she also hurriedly lifted her head up and opened her mouth to ask, "Rather brought some." Run Meng nodded her head slightly. As a heaven-defying talent in the way of alchemy, the last thing that was lacking in her hands on weekdays was all sorts of pills. This time, when he came down to the realm to seek out his master, he naturally also brought along a spare of the peace-restoring and tranquilizing pills that he needed to take on a regular basis in the first place for his master. On top of that, in bits and pieces, the pills she had brought with her were even enough to allow Master Teacher to break through to the immortal realm from today's realm with no problem. Of course, this is just her own speculation. "Great young master, I've missed you so much. You don't know what kind of hard life I've been living in the lower world all these years." The Kirin, who had been crouching in the corner, saw the great young master and once again followed the party's example and tried to rush forward. However, Raimo flung out a few pills between her backhand without looking back. "This sacred beast is not a dog, so how can I just pick up whatever I see? This time this sacred beast won't take it even if I say so," Kirin said with incomparable seriousness after the party. "Immortal rank extreme pill," Run Meng added casually, seeing that the pills were about to fall to the ground. When the Qilin heard this, they had all transformed into residual shadows, swallowing each and every one of the pills with precision at a speed that was not visible to the naked eye. "Don't get me wrong. It's purely because I'm afraid it's inappropriate for such an expensive elixir to land on the ground and get dusty." The unicorn swallowed the elixir while making an excuse for himself. "But a few people present, who can still not understand this little black son of, it's just lip service." Inside the bedchamber, Chen Changsheng felt the aura of Monk Fulu and his eldest disciple, Run Meng, and slowly woke up as well, slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes were that pair of long, rounded legs. Without lingering too much, he then tidied up a little under Lu Qinghan's ministrations. "Trouble na." After murmuring softly, he also walked towards the courtyard. When Chen Changsheng walked out of the chambers, the 8 saints in the courtyard also immediately put down their teacups and turned their gazes towards him. However, he didn't pay attention to those saints, but only looked to his eldest disciple, Raimu. "Disciple Raimu, greetings to Master." Run Meng, who was originally talking and catching up with her junior sister, was also slightly stunned the moment she saw her master, then reacted and hurriedly bent down to pay homage. Compared to Wen Rushu, she was much more stable and did not lose her temper in the slightest. This was also how she should look as the chief great disciple. It was a requirement she had set for herself. Is it okay? Chen Qianxing wore a light smile on his face as he looked at his eldest disciple and asked softly after a moment. Good. Everything's fine. Raimu nodded heavily, then raised her head to meet her master's eyes. Compared to those rules of other saint disciples, the rules were actually not looked at so heavily in front of the master. If they were placed in the hands of other saints, some even disciples were not allowed to look directly at the saint. After all, saints were a one-of-a-kind existence in the chaotic sea, and they had their own condescension, an almost pathological condescension. If you're really suffering from something, just say so. My master has no other skills, only his fists are still hard enough. Chen Qianxing, who was well aware of his eldest disciple's temperament, however, slowly stepped down the steps and helped his eldest disciple to his feet, continuing with a light smile on his face. If it was Shangguan Xiaoqiu, if she had been half aggrieved, she would have approached herself and shouted for her to take charge. If it was Wen Rushu, she would have gone directly to the door herself. Even if she was facing a saint, she wouldn't have half a scruple. She would even be so extreme as to directly threaten the saint with her own life. There wasn't any saint that would dare to let his disciple die in his own dojo. It would definitely be the biggest extermination in the chaotic sea. But Raimu was different. As the chief great disciple, she had everything in mind. He had also learned the general situation from the other party's mouth during his short conversation with Monk Flo earlier. Over these 100,000 years, although he himself had never mentioned any commands to his eldest disciple, Raimu had planted his own eyes under the hands of the 8 saints at the beginning. Shangguan Xiaoqiu learned her own Mang, while Ranmeng learned her own stay a billion hands more in everything. If the master is well, all is well with the disciple. Ranmeng looked at her master teacher who was near her eyes and said very seriously. Hearing this, Chen Qianxing slowly nodded his head. He could understand the deeper meaning of the words. If he never awakens, I'm afraid that this great disciple of hers will one day blame these 8 saints for everything. And even if it's not possible right now, she'll hold back for 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, until the day you can do it. These elixirs, Ranmeng didn't say anything more, but only looked at her master's concerned backhand and took out a few jade bottles. Can't use it for a while. Fru, present what you have for this trip. Chen Qianxing casually put away the several jade bottles, and after nodding slightly to the eldest disciple, he looked at Monk Fulu again and said, yes. Monk Fulu didn't have any nonsense and directly took out 8 spatial rings. It was placed on top of the stone table and greatly lit up in front of those 8 saints. At this moment, he didn't need to worry about whether those 8 saints would destroy the evidence. It would have been less of a hassle to do so. Chen Qianxing slightly raised his hand and said, other than Monk Fulu, the rest of you leave the Grand Xian Imperial Palace by 10,000 miles. The faces of the people present instantly became much more serious when they heard this. Obviously, today is the day when that person who has taken over the body will be poked and prodded. Mastermind. Raimo frowned slightly and called out with some concern. If we fight later, you will take the 2 senior sisters to enter the teleportation channel at the first opportunity and head to the chaotic sea. Chen Qianxing said with an undeniable look at the eldest disciple. Understood. Without further ado, Ranmeng immediately bowed to her master, and afterward, she took her 2 senior sisters and Lu Qinghan to leave the Great Xian country's borders. A full 10,000 miles away near the Kunlun Void, the unicorn weakly raised its paw and asked, Master, do I need to evade it? You're fine. You shouldn't die, Chen Qianxing said casually. Or maybe it's better to recuse yourself. When the Qilin heard its master's words, it immediately followed the direction of the few young lords in a flash. For a time, within the entire small courtyard, only the 8 saints who had participated in laying the formation in the first place remained, as well as Monk Fulu and Chen Qianxing. Each of the 8 saints also had serious faces, watching out for each other. Open it. Chen Qianxing gave the word, and after Monk Fulu folded his hands and saluted, he came to the stone table. The contents of the first spatial ring were removed and placed on top of the stone table. Lord, this was found in the overwhelming sea sage's Dao Palace, Monk Fulu said and stepped aside. Looking at the heavenly spirit flower and earthly whisker grass on the table, the several saints were a bit puzzled. It wasn't any particularly precious heavenly material. Could it be that Monk Blessed Flow had traveled to their Dao Palace just for these worthless things? Martial Saint, what is the meaning of this? The sea-covering sage was the most nervous and asked at the first opportunity. Chen Qianxing's face was as normal as ever as he said nonchalantly, why do you all need these heavenly materials and treasures at your current realm? These 2 kinds of heavenly treasures are things that are needed before the immortal realm. If you have the intention to take over the body, you will prepare what you need to make a breakthrough. Is that not what fellow Taoist Overwhelming Sea thinks? Hearing these words, the 7 saints immediately locked onto the Overwhelming Sea Sage's aura, and were about to make a move at the slightest hint of wrongdoing. The sea-covering sage's 2 eyes glazed over before he realized. Rushing to open his mouth to explain, Martial Saint cannot be misunderstood. These two flavors of heavenly ingredients are what my disciple needed 1,000 years ago, only that they were not used at the beginning, and that's why they're kept until now. Don't be in a hurry to explain. Let's look at the other Taoists first. I'm not so far gone as to think that fellow Taoist Overcast is the one who took over and counted because of this. Chen Shangsheng smiled faintly and gave Monk Fulu a look. Monk Fulu once again stepped forward, opened another spatial ring, and spoke again. This was found in the Tao Palace of the 100 Fragrant Sage. There were enough 3 kinds of heavenly treasures: the underworld flower, the 1,000 illusion fruit, and the smelling immortal root. You know, Martial Saint, I just like the smell of each spirit root. I don't have any other intentions. The 100 Fragrant Sage hurriedly opened his mouth to defend himself at the sight. Chen Shangsheng nodded slightly, allowing Monk Fulu to continue opening the spatial ring. As each spatial ring opened, the heavenly treasures within it were taken out. Those heavenly treasures that were suitable for the immortal realm before the immortal realm. Several saints also had their own reasonable reasons, either for the sake of the disciples, or for the purpose of refining a certain kind of elixir, or even the disciples' harvests from the outside practice, which they themselves could not use and then put away, until the last space ring was left. Hey, it doesn't really matter whether we look at this or not. We never accept the filial piety of our disciples, and our disciples can't use these low-end things. The Sword Saint smiled confidently. He had already understood why the Martial Saint was waiting for Monk Fulu to return, in order to see if there was a pair of heavenly treasures in each saint's Tao palace. If someone among them really wanted to take over the body, they would certainly prepare everything needed for a breakthrough, and after succeeding in taking over the body, they would raise their realm up in the shortest possible time. Regarding the Sword Saint's confidence, the remaining 7 saints, although scared to death, also felt that this was the truth. Any one of them could be the one who took over the body, but the Sword Saint was obviously unlikely. His worship of the Martial Saint was simply too fanatical. Open it. Chen Shangsheng glanced at the Sword Saint thoughtfully and spoke to Monk Fulu. Although the several saints were suspecting each other, they were the least suspicious of the Sword Saint, especially the Sword Saint's look of confidence. However, as Monk Fulu placed the items brought back from the Sword Saint's Tao Palace on the table one by one, the atmosphere instantly froze. All the saints locked the Sword Saint in place with their own Tao rhythms almost immediately. If he made the slightest move, he would not hesitate to make a move to suppress him. Even Chen Shangsheng stood up at this moment, looking straight at the dumbfounded Sword Saint and questioning, how does fellow Taoist explain this? On the table at this moment, dozens of heavenly materials were neatly arranged. It included every one of those previous saints. Even what they didn't have was very complete here at Sword Saint. These heavenly materials were enough to allow him to break through to the immortal realm in the fastest time possible after he succeeded in taking over his body. No. Something dirty is trying to frame the old man. Martial Saint, you believe me. There's no way I'll take over you. There's no chance of that at all. These aren't my things. There's no way I'd have them in that Tao palace of mine. The Sword Saint stared in disbelief at what was on the table for a moment before opening his mouth in a panic to explain. But no matter how much he argued, several saints had already locked his aura. How his explanations pale in the face of evidence. He didn't find this in the palace. Is it possible that Monk Fru set him up? Could it still be the Martial Saint's intention? In comparison, the Sword Saint is the most suspicious of the person who took over the body. There's no hurry. There's another clue. And let the Taoists take a look. Chen Changsheng waved his hand, stared at the Sword Saint and said so, and then winked at Monk Fulu. Monk Blessed Flow bowed with his hands together. Then with a wave of the 10,000 soul streamer, a picture was presented before the eyes of the saints. A delicate figure was rapidly rushing through the sea of chaos. It was the same delicate spirit fox woman who had plotted in the upper realm in the first place. Monk Fulu explained for the saints, and then it was under the watchful eyes of many that the delicate woman went through several changes of route, deliberately detouring, eventually, came to the saintly dojo of the Sword Saint. Until this moment, all the saints no longer had any doubts. What else do you have to say? The sea-covering sage's cold face aura was a few points stronger as he slightly moved his body. The remaining few saints also unconsciously moved their positions to surround the Sword Saint. This seat doesn't know her. How did she come to this seat's dojo? This is not at all at this seat's behest. You guys? Fuck. Who on earth among you is framing this seat? If you have the guts to tell it face to face, I won't cut you. Playing such underhanded tactics. Can you still fool a Martial Saint? The Sword Saint was also completely anxious at this moment. And when a clue all pointed to him, his previous calmness had vanished, but the more he tried to prove himself desperately, instead, the more he couldn't figure out the reason for it and couldn't get to the point. He could only turn his gaze for help to Wu Shang, hoping that he could believe in himself, and that he should at least be a little more cautious, not letting go of the real mastermind behind the scenes. However, as Chen Changsheng opened his mouth, The sword saint's heart completely dropped to the bottom. Fellow Taoists, please also open up the void. Since the murderer has been identified, all you Taoists only need to protect my lineage of martial saints, and I will take care of the rest. Chen Qiansheng looked straight at the sword saint in front of him, similarly locking onto his aura, and as long as he tried to escape, he would have to directly suppress his hand against him. Yes, the remaining 7 saints didn't even wait for the sword saint to react before striking out at the same time, incorporating the sword saint directly into the void battlefield. The martial saint then took a step into it, leaving only the 7 saints to maintain the stability of the void battlefield, and also to avoid the sword saint escaping from within it. When a fight occurred between saints, they would usually choose to open up a void battlefield to do so. In this way it will not cause too many living beings to perish, so as not to cause a sea of karmic obstacles to haunt them. After all, a slight collision between saints would be enough to destroy a small world. Within the void battlefield, the sword saint stood in the air with a bewildered and helpless look on his face. From time to time, star debris flew by his side, but he was not interested in appreciating everything here. Just rushed to the Wu Shang who had just appeared and opened his mouth. Wu Shang, you can see it. This is a setup. This must be a setup, ah. With a mind like yours, there's no way you can't see that. There's no way I'd want to take you over. I wouldn't dare. Martial saint, you must be calm. You must be calm, or I'll die for no reason. At least be cautious and find out who's behind it, or else I'll die here today and the black hand behind it is still at large. Isn't that the biggest threat of all? Listening to the sword saint's constant defense, Chen Qiansheng just walked towards him silently. When he takes a few steps, sword saint instinctively takes a few steps back. Even if he was a saint, he could achieve almost immortality, and could be reborn even if his body died, but in the end, he couldn't achieve the level of infinite rebirth. And within this void battlefield, the martial saints had killed him 1,000 times sooner or later. He would also run out of his origin. Fellow Taoist, don't be nervous. Chen Qiansheng took a few more steps closer as he spoke. Can I not be fucking nervous? Say something. You believe me. The sword saint hastily fell back once again, no longer having the openness and ease of a saint that he had in the past. I know. You were set up. Chen Qiansheng looked at the sword saint's eyes and said softly, really? You really think so? I knew it. There's no way your mind, martial saint, can't see that this is a setup. Then why do you want them to open a void battlefield? The sword saint was also stunned when he heard this. However, he was slightly relieved. As long as the martial saint was not deceived, he still had a chance. Fucking. Just what kind of fucking bastard is setting me up? If I find out, I'll be sure to break him into pieces. At that time, I will personally behead it and hand over the Yuanshan to you. Martial saint. Seeing that there was a turnaround, the sword saint hurriedly began to show his loyalty. There's no need to check. I asked Monk Fru to set you up. Fellow Taoist, don't be nervous, Chen Qiansheng said with a light smile on his face, shaking his head slightly. Ha! For a moment, sword saint wondered if he had heard wrong. What does it mean? Wuxing asked Monk Fru to set himself up? Obviously he understands every word, but when combined, he's lost. What a niche language. Is this all a part of your calculations, martial saint? So what do you need me to do? I get it. You're trying to make the killer behind the scenes think he's safe and let his guard down? Right. That must be it. So what does the martial saint need from me? The sword saint had now slightly eased his emotions for a few moments before he opened his mouth with a glint in his eye. Half right. But there is indeed one thing I need your help with. Fellow Taoist. I need to borrow your life for a while. I wonder if you're willing. Chen Qiansheng spoke in a flat tone that made the sword saint instantly creeped out. No. Wait for me to run through it. Those heavenly treasures in the party. You had Monk Fulu deliberately set them up, didn't you, martial saint? That's right. Chen Qiansheng nodded slightly. Then you, martial saint, are also aware that I am completely innocent and cannot be the one who took over your life, right? Right. Chen Qiansheng still nodded his head. Then did I offend you in any way before? Is the martial saint planning to use this opportunity to do away with me in the process? Not really, and it's just borrowing a life. Borrowing always has to be returned. And it's not to kill you. Chen Qiansheng shook his head and corrected. Sword Saint was a bit confused at the moment. Where is the borrowing of life? How do you pay back what you borrowed? Here, this is one of the backstops I originally left behind, thinking that it would allow me to have a body if something happened to the big formation. This spirit tire is only at the immortal emperor realm now, but it's no worse than the strength of your current body, fellow Taoist. In addition, even though giving up this current body will damage the Yuanshan quite a bit, Taoist friends will also be able to obtain the opportunity to cultivate once more, discarding all the drawbacks left behind from previous cultivation. Not a chance, nah. Chen Qiansheng raised his hand and threw out a wooden coffin, which he had just taken from the Qilin unknowingly. and did not let those saints notice. What does the martial saint mean? To take the life of this saintly body of mine instead of my death? The sword saint then reacted to the other party's meaning, froze for a moment, his eyes lit up and said, "That's it. The only way to prove that I've settled this matter and won't pursue it any further is with the corpse of a saint, so that everyone can be safer. You, on the other hand, you need to be a bit more condescending, and can only temporarily reside with this void until I've resolved everything, but you can rest assured that when it's all over, I'll stand a great chance to help you further, perhaps." Chen Changqing nodded inside with a somewhat complicated gaze. If the people who were counting on him and wanted to take over his body were these saints, he would be happier instead. After all, it would be very easy to solve. But, had it not been for these saints, things are in trouble. Very troubling, at least, with his current strength. He wasn't sure that he could be 10% sure of a safe solution. He needed some time. Enough time for him to cultivate his Yuanshan realm up. And when his Yuanshan realm had also reached a high enough level, he would have absolute certainty that he could solve the problem while ensuring the absolute safety of those around him. This life, the Sword Saint, could help him trade time. Got it. But, is the martial saint serious? The Sword Saint had completely put his heart down after it became clear that he wasn't going to die in his own body, but instead his eyes lit up as he asked rhetorically. Seeing that the martial saint was a bit puzzled, he added, "Even further, truly, if you can discard all the previous drawbacks of the Yuanshan path, I will help you further. A perfect Tao foundation is the most basic condition for moving further above saints. So, fellow Daoist, this life?" Chen Changqing nodded very seriously and said, "Hi, all mail it buddy. It's just a life. Take it, take it. How nice to have been so clear. It's weirdly scary. You just rest assured. With your words, I'll be in this void all these years, cultivating at ease, waiting for your good news, with that chance to go further." The Sword Saint pulled out his ears and resumed his usual casual demeanor, and his speech was completely relaxed. "Then let it begin." Chen Changqing nodded slightly. After about half an hour, the Sword Saint had become a body without any consciousness, while in the wooden coffin, a spirit tire without any facial features sat up, and a few moments later the spirit tire grew naturally according to the Sword Saint's appearance. His Yuanshan realm was also affected quite deeply, and even the Sword Saint took the initiative to let his Yuanshan realm drop again and again, until the Yuanshan realm was forcefully reduced to the Qi condensation realm. But he also possessed a body comparable to the immortal emperor realm at this time. Even though the Yuanshan realm had been lowered, the strength of his divine sense hadn't been affected too much, and if he cultivated it again, the speed would reach a terrifying level. Seeing that everything went well, Chen Changshang was also relieved, then looked to the breathless body. Slowly, he raised his own fist and aimed it at the body's head. Must it be a facepalm? Can't we change it?" The voice of the Sword Saint on the side rang out weakly. Even though that body was no longer relevant to him, it always felt weird to witness the martial arts saint raise his fist to his face with a third perspective. The heart is inexplicably a little hairy. It's not credible enough to play somewhere else, Chen Changsheng said casually, and his fist fell straight down. Boo! With a muffled sound, there was already a headless body in front of the two. Even the body of a saint, in his hands, is too fragile. A little touch is like a watermelon exploded. Hiss. It's fucking scary. The Sword Saint on the side sucked in a breath of cool air and instinctively touched his head. Luckily, the head is still there. What next? The Sword Saint looked at Chen Changsheng and asked. Next, let's wait. After all, it still takes some time to kill a saint. It's a bit unreasonable to go out so quickly. It's just as well that I can help you plan your next path of cultivation. Chen Changsheng shook off his hand and said with a light smile as he turned back. Only a few drops of Sword Saint's blood were still on his face, causing Sword Saint's eyelids to flutter. In his heart, he was even more grateful. Fortunately, he had a good relationship with Wu Shang, and did not have a deep hatred. Otherwise he was afraid that when he was this scapegoat, he would not have these benefits at all, and he would be directly killed by Wu Shang. So why should he need to explain? The Empress' small courtyard. The 7 saints were maintaining that void channel, always fighting. As long as the Sword Saint could escape from the inside, they would strike again to send him back into the void. What a surprise! The one who was calculating behind the scenes to take over the body would actually be that fellow Sword Saint. Indeed, knowing people is not enough. Who says it isn't? This guy's guts are really big too. He even dares to count on martial saints. Fortunately, a few of us are safe now. No more suspicions. And now I feel a few percent better. Several saints have relaxed a lot during the conversation. Just now they were under great pressure to face the Sage of Wu. If they couldn't find out who was behind it, it was hard to guarantee that the Sage of Wu would make some extreme moves. They can't hold back. Endless void. Chen Changsheng briefly analyzed for the Sword Saint what he needed to make up for in his next cultivation. At the same time, He also left him those heavenly materials that he had previously used to trap the sword saint, along with a portion of one of the heavenly materials brought in by the 8 saints in these days. It was also enough for him to cultivate in the void. The sword saint nodded his head repeatedly as he listened, indicating that he had learned. However, there was a question in his mind all along. In the end, he still couldn't hold back his curiosity and opened his mouth to ask, is the person who took over the body among the other saints? It shouldn't be those 7 saints. Could it be other saints? But back then, after we set up the formation, we didn't leave any opportunities to take advantage of it at all. Or was it a large formation that the 8 of us exited together and left behind an isolation formation? If it was another saint who wanted to take over the body, it wouldn't have been possible to hide it from the 8 of us. What's more, who would be able to get through the isolation formation that the 8 of us have jointly laid down without a sound? After hearing the sword saint's doubts, Chen Qiansheng was silent for a moment. It is not in your best interest to know too much. This is not something one should know as a saint. But, since fellow Taoist will be cultivating in this void for the rest of the day, there's no need to worry about safety. Also, since Taoist friendship is curious, let's say something. At first, I thought that the person who took over the body was among the 8 saints, or that the most troublesome situation was nothing more than 8 saints joining forces. But unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case at the moment, since it's not among the 8 saints. At the same time, it means that it won't be done by other saints. They can't do it to this extent yet. So, the only possibility for the person who made the move is an existence above the saints. Chen Qiansheng shook his head inside, before he began to analyze with the sword saint in front of him line by line, both to speak to Kensei and to do a review for himself. Above saints. Has the martial saint ever seen what realm is above a saint? Does that really exist? The sword saint's face also turned serious after hearing this, and he asked cautiously, existence. At least, I have seen the path above the saints. Chen Qiansheng nodded and returned without the slightest concealment. As for seeing it or not seeing it, I can't say. As you know, back when I manifested in the chaotic sea, I was already at the strength of a fleshly saint, and until then, even I have no memory of it. At that time, there was no injury on my body, so the odds are that I didn't flee for my life to this place. Then things are even more troublesome. Why did I arrive at the chaotic sea? Speaking of which, fellow Taoist should have been to the 4-pole border of the chaos sea, right? As Chen Qiansheng spoke, he couldn't help but rub his temples again. Whenever he tried to recall those vanished memories, a bout of headache would hit him. Naturally, I've been there. When I first certified to the Saint Realm, the first thing I did was to travel around in the Sea of Chaos. That place of the 4 poles has the existence of holy beasts that are very terrifying, but as long as they don't actively provoke it, there's no intention of attacking people. Without thinking, Sword Saint then replied, not bad. The same beasts in that 4-pole land are very terrifying. Even I can feel the pressure on them, and I'm afraid that the chance of winning is less than 60% when they move. Don't you think that it's more like they're guarding the chaotic sea, not permitting the cultivators of the chaotic sea to step out, and likewise not permitting any other living beings to enter the chaotic sea? If there really is an existence above the saints attempting to take over their bodies, I think the 4 of them will know something. Chen Qiansheng nodded slightly and spoke his thoughts on those 4 sacred beasts. Those were true saint beasts. Not only did they have the cultivation of the saint realm, even their roots were amazing, being the green dragon, vermilion bird, xuanwu, and white tiger. At the same saint realm, they were sufficient to suppress all saints. Then, martial saint is going to do next? Going to ask for clues from those 4 holy beasts? I'm afraid they won't be so nice. When I first came just a certain distance closer, I suffered a warning and had no choice but to retreat. The sword saint felt that there was indeed some truth in what the martial saint had said, but he still didn't quite understand just how this was related to taking over the body. The focus of his attention, instead, is, the martial saint actually said that he had less than a 60% chance of facing that holy beast. 50-50. It's 50-50 with that horrible thing. Ha? Nope. What the martial saint said in his mouth was whether he was half sure with one of the sacred beasts, or half sure when facing 4 sacred beasts at the same time? The sword saint smacked his lips and had the intention to ask, but seeing that the martial saint was frowning in thought at this moment, he could only swallow this doubt back into his stomach. That's just it. It's about time. It's going to take a little longer than that, rather than seem less real. Fellow Taoist will cultivate in this void chaos next, and if the time comes, I will inform you. I hope that until then, you, Taoist friend, won't slack off on your cultivation either, and maybe you can even help me in the future. The next few days will be hard work. Fellow Taoist. After Chen Qiansheng pondered for a moment, he also stood up and made a solemn Tao album to the sword saint. The sword saint hurriedly got up and returned the same Tao album. The martial saint is not saying that out of the way thing. The 2 of them exchanged glances and without another word, Chen Xiangsheng dragged the headless body of the sword saint and disappeared into the void. When he was gone, Kensei scratched his head. Just now, the martial saint seemed to mean that I'm weak. If you stay too long, people can easily see that something is wrong. It's just a matter of practicing in peace. I only hope that those disciples of ours are not too rash. But with the assurance of the martial saint, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Kensei shook his head, knowing that the rest of the day would be a bit lonely. I'm afraid, in this void, but there was no one to chat with him. And even the martial saint's plan didn't know how long it would last. Maybe he would have to stay here for thousands and thousands of years, or even another 100,000 years. On the other side, fluctuations appeared in the teleportation channel of the empress' small courtyard. The 7 saints were instantly energized. If the person who appeared was a sword saint, they would not hesitate to strike. Luckily, when they saw that the one who walked out was a martial saint, they were relieved. Sage 100 Fragrant and Sage Overwhelming Sea just wanted to open their mouths to ask how the battle was going. But as Chen Xiangsheng stepped out of the spatial rift, the headless body he carried in his hands had proved everything. The eyelids of the saints present twitched a few times. They had never had the guts to question the battle prowess of a martial saint. After more than 100,000 years, this martial saint had finally performed the feat of beheading a saint again. It took some effort, but this guy is quite strong. Chen Xiangsheng looked towards the crowd, a few drops of the sword saint's blood still remaining on his face, and smiled kindly at them, but it sent chills down their backs. Oh, worthy of being a martial saint. Even if the 7 of us were to strike at the same time, it would surely be impossible to completely kill a saint so quickly. This fellow is also not worthy of death. He actually dares to count on the martial saint. What about his Tao Palace? If the martial saint doesn't want to be bothered, this seat can step in and help the martial saint completely destroy his Tao Palace. With all Tao Palace harvests sent here, the overwhelming sea saint looked at the headless corpse of the sword saint that had completely lost its vitality, and his heart was a little hairy. At the first opportunity, they began to show their loyalty. Nice. In this matter, let us go out and serve. It's a strange pity that a martial saint's strike will inevitably destroy those heavenly treasures. Besides, now that the martial saint has been able to cultivate the way of the Yuanshan, it's just the right time to take that guy's heavenly treasures from the Tao Palace and use them. The rest of the saints were also the first to speak up. However, Chen Xiangsheng raised his hand. For a time the saints closed their mouths and dared not speak. I will decide the rest. Since all of you Taoists have nothing to do with this matter, there's no need to continue to get involved in it. Fellow Taoists also know well that I don't like people meddling in my work. Chen Xiangsheng scanned the 7 saints present, who had already closed that spatial rift. Nature. It's natural. The several saints were also relieved to hear this, and with smiles on their faces, they nodded their heads repeatedly in praise of goodness. It doesn't matter if the sword saint is dead or alive, and it doesn't matter if the sword saint Tao Palace is destroyed or extinguished, as long as they can clear their suspicions. Now that it's settled, why don't you all have some more tea? It's just a pity that there's not much good tea to entertain you fellow Taoists. Chen Xiangsheng casually wiped his hands with the sword saint's Tao robe and tossed the corpse aside again, walking over to the stone table and sitting down, saying, since it's good that the matter is resolved, all of us in the Tao Palace still have things to take care of. If the martial sage doesn't have anything else, this seat intends to leave first. Ditto. After the sea-covering sage said that, the other sages also expressed their peers in succession. Good. Then, fellow Taoists, some other day when I return to the chaotic sea, I will thank you one by one. Chen Xiangsheng wore a light smile on his face as he nodded to the crowd. You're welcome. With a burst of polite noises, a sage disappeared into the small courtyard in the form of a Tao rhythm. Monk Blessed Flow, who was 10,000 miles away, also sensed the departure of the saint at this moment, as well as the reappearance of his lord's aura. I didn't think it would be him, Monk Flow murmured with some surprise. The man behind the curtain has been found? Who is it? Shangwan Shallow Autumn couldn't help but ask curiously, even when Rushu and Runmang had cast inquiring gazes at Monk Fulu. We'll know when we go back. Monk Fulu didn't explain too much. Since the crisis had been lifted, he directly brought the 3 young lords as well as Lu Qinghan and Qilin across the void and directly returned to the small courtyard. When they arrived at the small courtyard, those saints had already left. Only Chen Xiangsheng was left alone, still sitting at the stone table, as well as a headless body thrown in a corner not far to the side. This is the man who struck? Look at this attire. Why does it look so familiar? Good as. Shangguan Xiaoqiu suddenly froze in the middle of her sentence. Wasn't this the sword Dao saint from just now, who had given himself a dozen or so emperor soldier level flying swords just now? How? When Rushu also opened her mouth, somewhat stunned. The master had let himself seek out the sword Dao sage, at first saying that he could protect his own safety, but in the blink of an eye, He found out that the Sword Dao Sage was the one who plotted to take over his life. Is this Sword Saint always pretending? So it can be justified. As a saint, the heart naturally will not be without. Can act to this point, it is not impossible. Only Raimu, who only lightly glanced at the corpse, stopped paying attention. She had already learned that the Sword Saint was dead. This was because the Dao rhythm that the Sword Saint had previously attached to her body was already dissipating extremely quickly at this point. In less than an incense stick of time, the Dao rhyme would completely dissipate, and she would be rejected by heaven and earth and leave this realm. What's next for Master? Raimo asked calmly as she came to the stone table. Later, you will return to the upper realm, and Master needs you to prepare something. Now that the trouble has been resolved, Master will probably leave this place within a year or less, and his Yuan Shen will reach the immortal realm. In the meantime, prepare as much as you can. Chen Chongsheng glanced at this great disciple of his with great delight. Compared to the other disciples, Renming's nature was the most calm, and even most like his style of doing things, preferring to leave a billion hands in everything. Perhaps, at this moment, Raimo already knew that the Sword Saint wasn't really the person behind the curtain, but with her nature, if she could think of this layer, she could likewise think of a deeper layer, and he did so in order to make the person behind the curtain not feel the crisis for the time being. He needed some time, not too much, just enough for him to raise his Yuan Shen realm up. Understood. Raimo nodded and didn't say anything more, only asking her master to make a list and she would do her best to prepare it. At the same time, he casually took out about 20 to 30 bottles of pills and placed them on the stone table and said, disciples did not prepare too many things in advance this time when they went down to the realm, and these portable pills should also be of some help for master teacher to use for cultivation. Chen Chongsheng did not refuse, only nodding slightly. Among the several disciples, only the eldest disciple was the most worrying to him, even because of the heaven-defying talent in the way of pills. It could also play a role in helping his cultivation. Soon, he made a list and handed it over to his eldest disciple, Raimu. On the side, Shangguan Shallow Autumn and Wenrusha had only just gotten over the shock of the Sword Saint actually being the person behind the curtain. Master, do you need me to do anything? Wenrusha had also heard that her master would leave the lower realm in a year or so she simply didn't intend to stay. So she might as well go and help her master make some preparations in the chaotic sea in advance, even if it was to gather the old martial saint lineage from back then and wait for the return of master. You can then find a random place and spread the news of my recovery. Those who are due to return will naturally do so without active notification. In addition, the Qilin has retrieved the Kunlun Void, and those guys should be ascending as well, so you can make some arrangements for them in the upper realm as well. Chen Chongsheng methodically made arrangements for Wenrushu as well. Disciple understands. Wenrushu nodded, but then opened his mouth to follow up. Then the Sword Saint's dojo. Does it need to be? Said Wenrushu made a killing gesture on her neck. This matter, Monk Fulu will just do it. You don't need to worry about it. Chen Chongsheng waved his hand. He also had his own arrangements for the Sword Saint lineage. When the Monk Fulu heard that he had come to work, his eyes lit up a little bit. I can work for the welfare of all beings in the world again. And this time it's a big job. The Saint's dojo. After a few more moments of conversation in the small courtyard, Runmeng then bowed to her master. It's almost time for disciple to leave. I will do my best to accomplish the things that master teacher has explained to me. If master teacher remembers anything else that needs to be commanded, he can also notify disciple at any time. She did not intend to wait for the Tao rhythm to completely dissipate to be rejected by heaven and earth, so it would be better to head directly to those 4 passages and head to the upper realm on her own. Well, you just go ahead and do it. And if you run into difficulties, everything will be backed up by master. Chen Chongsheng nodded slightly, although they hadn't seen each other for 100,000 years, and this was only just a short time after meeting before they had to part. Both of them also knew that this was only temporary, since he had already woken up. He would return to the chaotic sea in a year and a half at most, and there would be plenty of time to catch up then. Take care, master. Without further ado, Runmeng looked deeply at her master, then bowed solemnly before heading directly towards that eastern cross-border passage. Eldest sister, wait for me. Wenrusha thought about it and simply shouted out as well. Smiling at the master again, he said, Master can't fall asleep this time. Disciple will wait for you at the chaotic sea. After saying that, he waved his hand at his junior sister and similarly turned into a recluse to pursue the direction of his senior sister, until she watched the two leave. Shangguan Xiaoqiu still felt a bit dazed. It's been 100,000 years. The senior master had also awakened now, and she had also met the eldest sister and the second sister. In just a few short days, it even witnessed the fall of the Sword Saint. At this moment, the body of the Sword Saint was still lying in the corner of the small courtyard. Senior had only just awakened and made such a big commotion that it slowed her down a bit. Suddenly Shangguan Shallow Autumn thought of something and came to her master and blinked. Master, since the Sword Saint was beheaded by you, where is the Sword Saint's magic treasure? Broken, Chen Changsheng casually said without blushing. Shangguan Shallow Autumn immediately covered her heart at the sound of her voice, and her expression was incomparably painful. Hit, broken, master, that's a saint's set of flying swords. You also know that it was a saint. If you had stayed your hand, maybe the one lying in that corner right now would be master, Chen Changsheng said without any good humor. Oh, Shangguan Shallow Autumn didn't dare to say more, just puffed out her mouth and retreated to the side. Originally, she still had a good feeling about the Sword Saint. After all, the Sword Saint party sent her more than a dozen Emperor's soldier flying sword, but now in the blink of an eye has become the real culprit of the plot to take over the master's body. It is really a knower knows the face and does not know the heart. Thinking of this, Shangguan Xiaoqiu also couldn't help but walk to the corner and kick the headless body of the Sword Saint twice to relieve her anger. Dare to lie to your aunt, kicking and muttering over and over again. On the side of Chen Changsheng saw the situation and thought fortunately, the Sword Saint friend of the Taoist is now in the endless void, and simply cannot perceive everything, otherwise it cannot be aggravated to death. Lord, if there is nothing else, the old monk would like to go to the chaotic sea Sword Saint Dao domain first. Monk Fulu, who was waiting on the sidelines, couldn't help himself a long time ago. His eyes were glowing as he finally found a chance to speak at this moment. Chen Changsheng even noticed that his hand holding the 10,000 soul streamer was trembling slightly. It's definitely not in fear, it's in excitement. If he were to directly release him to go forward to the Sword Saint Dojo, he wouldn't be able to kill people empty. Good thing he was prepared. When he was in the void, he had already obtained a list from the Sword Saint, and all those on it were people who could be killed, or should be killed. Among the many saints in the chaotic sea, there weren't many personnel except for his martial saint lineage because it had appeared out of nowhere. Under the hands of the other saints, there were many experts, and likewise, there were many problems that had accumulated over the years. Some of those who were still normal cultivators when they originally worshipped the Sword Saint's dojo inevitably had evil thoughts later, or maybe they were bought off by other saintly forces. Anyone on top of this list, do with them as you please. The rest of the Sword Saint lineage, for the time being, are confined to the Sword Saint dojo and are not allowed to go out, and there is no need to make a move against them. Chen Changsheng casually threw a list on top of the stone table. Available. Monk Fulu was slightly stunned upon hearing this and was just about to open his mouth to inquire. Chen Changsheng spoke again. Do as I say. Got it. It was the old monk who was rash. Please forgive me, my lord. Only then did Monk Fulu react to the fact that he had come close to questioning his lord just now. Immediately, he kneeled down on one knee to the lord with a look of shame on his face. Since the lord had arranged it this way, he must have his own plans, and his own vision could not see that far ahead. Okay, go for it. Also in the chaotic sea, if Menger and the girls encounter any trouble, they can also step in to help them out. As for that fox, for the time being, stay at the Sword Saint Dojo as well. In a year's time, I will seek you out at the Sword Saint Dojo. Chen Changsheng waved his hand to signal him to get up, and after saying so, he stopped speaking, his expression calm but his mind rapidly pondering over everything he was going to do next. Nowadays, it seems to everyone that it is a happy situation for all. Those around them believe that the crisis no longer exists, that the danger is lifted, and that the real culprits have been removed. Those saints thought the same. After all, the Sword Saint's corpse was already in front of them. There was no need to doubt. Besides, they really hadn't done this themselves, and had been very nervous from start to finish, so now they were able to let go. But the only one who knows is himself. The trouble he faced today was more dangerous than facing 8 saints joining forces at the same time. Nope, dangerous or not is uncertain. He always felt that things weren't as general as he presumed them to be nowadays, and that there should be something else that he hadn't detected. Most likely, it has something to do with his missing memories. According to his own speculation, when he came to the chaotic sea back then, he had no previous memories besides, but there were no injuries on his body. 80% of it proves that he didn't run for his life to get here. And why is that? Moreover, the chaotic sea had those 4 holy beasts in it, and when he had entered the chaotic sea in the beginning, hadn't he quarreled with those 4 holy beasts? They would let themselves into the sea of chaos? All this mystery, he can only be pressed in the heart for the time being. The next step is to break through the Yuanshan realm with all his strength, with the fastest speed to reach the immortal realm Yuanshan realm, and go to the Chaos Sea to look for that sacred beast to ask the truth. If the Lord has no other orders, the old monk then went too. Seeing that his lord seemed to have something on his mind, Monk Fulu was not in a position to stay here for long, so he opened his mouth. Aha! Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. With the departure of Monk Fulu, the courtyard returned to its usual situation, leaving only Lu Qinghan, Shangwon shallow autumn, and the Qilin that was like a dog but died without admitting it. And without further delay, Chen Shangxing turned his gaze towards the sage body at the courtyard wall. This stuff, it's a good thing to use for cultivation. It's precious. I think the sword Saint Taoist friend will not mind. Overwhelming Sea Sage Dojo. After several saints left, some returned to their own dojo to retreat at ease, but 2 saints came to his dojo along with the sea covering sage. The 3 saints in the dojo casually seated on top of the futon. The status of the equivalent of them is not too much to talk about. Fellow Daoist Bai Xiang, do you think there's something fishy about this? The sea covering sage looked at the 100 fragrant sage who came with him and said after a moment of silence. Fishy? Heh, what could be so fishy about that? Didn't the martial saint already say that this matter is over? The 100 fragrant sage narrowed his eyes and smiled, casually responding. If you, fellow Daoist, feel that this matter is really as simple as that, why did you come to this Seat's dojo? The sea covering sage raised an eyebrow and asked rhetorically. I haven't seen you for many years. Can't I catch up with fellow Daoist? The 100 fragrant sage said with an unconcerned look. What does Spirit Flame fellow Daoist think? Seeing that she wasn't answering, the sea covering sage simply looked at the other sage who had come with him. Something is indeed fishy. Fellow Daoist sword saint should not have done such a thing. After all, long before the martial saint came to the chaotic sea, he was the current unappealing appearance. Even if it was a deliberate act to try to alleviate suspicion after years of scheming, he couldn't have calculated that the martial saint would appear in the chaotic sea. Could he? After the spirit flame sage was silent for a moment, he nodded slightly and also voiced his opinion. Don't dwell on that. Since the martial saint has already said that the true culprit is the sword saint, then it is the sword saint. Besides, it's over. We had nothing to do with it. Seeing that the two were going to continue analyzing, the 100 fragrant sage directly opened his mouth and interrupted. What if it's not the sword saint? Are we really safe? Martial saints can just find an excuse to sideline a saint today and then strike to kill him. Tomorrow it will be possible to use the same solution for other saints. This seed is rather more dangerous than. The sea covering sage sighed and said somewhat helplessly. The martial saint said he was taken. But who really saw it? The place where the martial saint had closed his doors in the beginning had been completely destroyed, and there were no clues to speak of. They, the saints, could only listen to the words of one of the martial saints, but they did not dare to refute them. Whoever refuted it would have the greatest suspicion and would be ostracized by the other saints at the first opportunity. Shouldn't be. The spirit flame sage whispered with some scorn. Don't worry, this one won't. If he really wanted to tackle any saint, he wouldn't need to use his brain, his fists, his body, his smell. Well, the 100 fragrant sage retorted their words, but then his tone suddenly became strange. Fellow Daoist, calm down. The two aside immediately feel old face a black. This 100 fragrant saint gluttony martial saint body is not a secret, just now is obviously talking about serious things. This is suddenly why alright, this seat still has some things to settle, so I'll return first. I only followed today because I wanted to see what exactly the two fellow Daoists wanted to discuss, whether or not you are going to plan to seek death. Now that it seems that the two fellow Daoists have not gone mad, this seat is relieved. The 100 fragrant sage had originally had her heart set on the martial saint, and with today's close contact, she had long been a bit horny. After saying that, he didn't talk nonsense with the two people anymore, and his body transformed into pieces of petal-like Dao rhythms and disappeared into the Dao palace. Only two people were left to look at each other, the corners of their mouths twitching in unison. Death wish? They don't have that going for them. It was nothing more than some fear. This act of the martial saint gave them a sense of crisis that could happen to them at any time. To say that the sword saint was the one who took over the body, they actually didn't quite believe it. Even if the martial saint took out that so-called heavenly material as evidence, or that vixen, these counted for nothing. Being saints, they can do the same to falsely accuse with the same effect, but none of them would do it, or they would be drawing fire if they were found out. The only one who had the possibility of doing so was the martial saint himself. All of them were old vixens who had lived for countless years, not so old that they would believe it if the martial saint let them take a look. I just hope that this really has nothing to do with us anymore and that it's over. In the end, the spirit flame sage sighed and casually stood up, arching his hand slightly at the sea-covering sage before similarly leaving. As the sage of 100 fragrances said, if he stays here for long, it was inevitable that other saints would wonder if they had any plans. Trouble will inevitably follow when the time comes. The 100 fragrant sage returned to his Dao palace at the first opportunity after leaving the overwhelming sea dojo. An unnatural flush had appeared on his face. Walking feels like stepping on cotton. His feet went limp and he fell forward. So she just lay down in that sea of hundreds of flowers, recalling the martial arts saint she had just seen. For several days, the 100 fragrant sage's dojo had its portals closed tightly. Its great formations open at all times, and no one was allowed to approach. To say that the most clueless and terrified at this moment were the many Sword Saint lineage cronies and disciples of the Sword Saint dojo. That evil monk we saw the other day is back. Originally, they had to come forward to greet the monk due to the fact that they had just seen him. However, with Monk Fulu grinning a kind smile and casually waving his 10,000 soul streamer to block off the entire Sword Saint dojo, they realized that something was wrong. The Sword Dao Saint intended to take over my lord's martial saint, and now he has been put to death and ambushed by my lord. As Monk Blessed Flow blocked off this side of the chaotic sea's heaven and earth void, he slowly pronounced the sentence with his hands folded. All the great powers of the Sword Saint lineage were dumbfounded. Even wondered if I had heard wrong. The Sword Saint intends to take over the martial saint. Already executed and ambushed by the martial sage. Elder, don't be credulous. There's no way my master would do such a thing. What good would seizing a martial saint do to him? The first time, the Sword Saint's eldest disciple opened his mouth with a face of consternation and retorted. But at the same time, the people of the Sword Saint lineage also noticed a phenomenon that forced them to accept reality. The flying sword that has been constantly emitting Tao rhythms for 100,000 years. The flying sword that stands in front of the Sword Saint's Tao palace. It's breaking up by inches. The Tao rhyme collapsed, and the flying sword sculpture turned into dust and drifted away in front of everyone's eyes. Master, he really has fallen. When the few disciples of the Sword Saint saw this, they opened their mouths and murmured incredulously. For a moment, the Sword Saint's personal disciples, as well as several of the Sword Saint's great powers, with red eyes, then sacrificed their flying swords to fight with Monk Fulu. Don't be in a hurry. All the monks. Next, the poor monk will begin the roll call. Monk Fulu was oblivious to their movements, radiating monstrous karmic and ferocious auras, not even bothering to make a move to block their divine abilities and magic treasures. Instead, from his own bosom, he took out the list that the Lord had given him and began his roll call. All beings, have blessings. 3 full days. Monk Flo called out the names one by one to the list. Anyone whose name was called experienced what it meant to be unable to beg for death. As for those great powers in the Sword Saint Tao Palace, they had completely given up their resistance at this moment, only begging not to have their name shouted. This monk, it's too evil. He wasn't even trying to kill, but to torture to the extreme, ultimately not even willing to let go of their souls, and even those whose last request was nothing more than the destruction of their souls. He wasn't willing to give that a chance, and instead, he included the souls in the 10,000 soul streamer for an eternity of torment. Upon resolving the last guy on the list, Monk Fulu looked with some regret at the many Sword Saint lineage experts still remaining in the room. Pity. If it wasn't for his lord's orders, he really couldn't help but want to take all of these in one go. How much must be gained then? Karma. Feeling that the karmic barrier he was carrying had thickened by a few more points, Monk Fulu was then satisfied and put away the 10,000 soul streamer behind him, sweeping his eyes over the remaining people present. Anyone who met the gaze of Monk Fulu lowered their heads. They were completely afraid at this moment. Without the Sword Saint's blessing, they didn't say anything about resisting the martial saint. Even this Master Fulu under the martial saint's seat, they couldn't resist in the slightest. Monks, for the next few days, the poor monk will live here temporarily with you all. If the monks don't mind, the poor monk will also speak to you about Buddhism. Monk Fulu said with a kind smile on his face and folded his hands. Hearing this, the people present were finally relieved. At least this Monk Fulu didn't intend to continue. I don't know if he's killed enough, or if he's keeping himself for another purpose. Anyway, it always feels like it's not a good thing. Besides, the Dharma he preached, the crowd had heard it last time. It wasn't something a normal person could think of at all. What does it mean to be an ascetic? Someone who suffers for the world. But suffering doesn't say you have to suffer yourself. It should be suffered by those who deserve to die. Strange statements like that. But today they had seen it all. Other than that, Monk Blessing really carries out his own path to the end. Every enemy he intended to decapitate had endured inhuman torture. Under the awe-inspiring gazes of the many great powers, Monk Fulu took it upon himself to find a secluded hall and prepared to rest for a moment first. Nowadays, the entire Sword Saint dojo was isolated and blocked by him, and no one could enter or leave unless a saint made a move. And those saints, naturally, would not intervene in this muddy water of the Sword Saint Dao domain at this time. Even they wanted to hide away. Getting involved in even a hint of a relationship would be detrimental to them. Master, may the slave come in? Just as Monk Fulu had just sat down and prepared to recite the sutra, a familiar delicate voice sounded outside the hall. Female monks, please come in, Monk Fulu said casually, raising his eyes. When the door to the hall opened, that spirit fox venerable who had previously plotted in the upper realm entered it and gently brought the portal back up, slowly walking towards Monk Fulu. Her expression was very delicate. Can Senior let my slave leave this place? Slave is not a person of the Sword Saint. Now that it has come to the Sword Saint Dao domain according to Senior's instructions, if Senior wants to do something about it, Slave is also willing to do so. Just ask that you can let Slave go. Venerable Spirit Fox said it again and again in a delicate and incomparable tone, while also probing out her slender white fingers to gently trace over Monk Fulu's arm, slowly sliding down to her chest, and then sliding downward again towards the bottom. Female monks, you are trying to make the old monk me break my fast. Truly evil intentions. Monk Fulu always had a kind smile on his face, but when that Venerable Spirit Fox's finger slid to the position of his stomach, it suddenly stopped moving. Venerable Spirit Fox had a horrified look on his face as he was lifted up by Monk Fulu by the neck. How about, better kill it? Monk Fulu smiled at Venerable Spirit Fox and muttered casually, but master, if you really care about the precepts, how can you kill? Spirit Fox Exalt looked at the other party in awe and couldn't help but ask back. The reason why she dared to come and wanted to offer her body in exchange for freedom was precisely because she felt that this monk was so evil that there were no rules to speak of. Female cultivator, pills can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Old monk, I've lived an open and honest life. I've never killed anyone, not even an ant I'd care to harm. Monk Fulu shook his head slightly, and his hand pushed a little harder. This vixen's words upset him. So just now, outside, although the Spirit Fox Honored One was a little choked, but she could still speak. Only this monk's strength was too great. She felt that her neck was about to be pinched off. Female cultivator, it seems that you have a deep misunderstanding of the old monk me. Those people only chose to sacrifice themselves because they couldn't stand to see the suffering in the world. And I, the old monk, only did so to fulfill them, which is why I endured the pain. Look, isn't it obvious that I'm covered in karma? How much karma have I already carried in order to fulfill them? Old monk, how can you call it murder? Monk Fulu shook his head and said with great regret. The Spirit Fox Venerable One who heard this all felt his brain spinning a bit, not knowing if it was because of suffocation or because his words were too outrageous. Master, dare I ask, this Buddhism of yours, where did you practice it? Seeing that the other party didn't seem to intend to actually kill him, Spirit Fox Venerable asked boldly. Schooled with the Lord. Hey, when I went astray, I even wanted to suffer with my own strength, but the suffering in the world is endless. How much can the old monk alone carry? The Lord's wisdom is unrivaled. To think of such a perfect solution. Hearing Venerable Spirit Fox's words, Monk Fulu's eyes lit up with great emotion. Then which true Buddha are you worshipping? Master. Venerable Spirit Fox was silent for a moment, not realizing that this evil monk's path was actually taught by the martial saint. Monk Fulu once again shook his head and said, Female cultivator, this is where your wisdom roots are lacking. The Lord said that everyone is a Buddha. So why do we need to worship Buddha? Old monk, I am also a Buddha, and the Lord is also a living Buddha. If I really say that I have to worship a Buddha, it would suffice for the old monk to worship the Lord as well. It's just a pity that Lord has no interest in the Buddhist cultivation path. Otherwise one day in the future he would be able to become a Buddhist Lord who enjoys the world's worship. You little vixen, find yourself a place to stay. The Lord still has to see you. So the old monk has no intention of killing you. But if you ever intend to make the old monk break his precepts again, then you'll have to thank the female cultivator on behalf of all beings. After saying that, he casually threw his hand and dropped that Spirit Fox Venerable One directly on top of the gateway of the Great Hall, allowing it to slink away, while he himself resumed sitting on top of the futon in preparation for meditation and chanting sutras. But remembering what happened just now, Monk Fulu looked again at the places on his body that had been touched by that Spirit Fox Venerable, revealing a look of disgust. It's better to find a place to take a bath first. The poor monk is dirty. There was no peace in the chaotic sea either, and aside from the fall of the Sword Saint, which was something that caused the saints to be shocked, the followers of the martial saint back then had all started to become active. The martial saint's great disciple, Ran Meng, had someone spread the news the first time he returned to the Chaos Sea. A year later, the sage of Wushu returned. When this news was released, quite a few of the old martial saints who hadn't originally traveled to the Immortal Cloud sect also showed up, and at the same time, Raimo scattered all the manpower she could muster to find the heavenly materials and treasures that his master needs next. As long as they are available in this chaotic sea, he must get them. There was the old division of martial saints who were responsible for going to the secret realm to fight for it. Likewise there were those who went to various saints' dojos to participate in auctions and transactions. As a talent of the alchemy lineage against the heavens, Runmung's reserves were rich compared to a half-saint's. Plus when she followed her master's side, her master would also give her some precious heavenly materials and magic treasures from time to time. It still wasn't difficult to bid on any heavenly materials, especially since what master teacher needed was actually mainly from the stage of breaking through from the immortal realm to the exalted realm. It's not particularly outrageous in terms of price. In a word, whatever the price, I want it all. As for Raimu and Wonrushu, the two martial saints' personal disciples, they were not idle after returning to the chaotic sea. The news of some heavenly treasures existed in the hands of those saints. The two of them, then, were responsible for going directly to the saint's dojo to seek medicine from the saint. It seemed to be a bit of a stomping ground, but in reality, there was no difficulty at all. When the news of the martial saint's return in a year was released, many saints had already taken the initiative to start preparing all kinds of heavenly materials, wanting to mix up a face. Martial saint that is the true peak of battle power in this chaotic sea. Many saints would never have the chance to meet with him on a normal day, and it would take courage to initiate a conversation. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that naturally cannot be missed. And so, when some saints learned that the martial sage's eldest disciple was searching for heavenly treasures, they themselves took action and began to collect heavenly treasures for the martial sage. It seems that, when Master Teacher comes to the chaotic sea a year from now, the required heavenly materials will at least be collected. Runmang was also quite surprised, not expecting these saints to be so proactive. Originally, according to her estimation, a year's time would be able to collect at most 30% of what her master's father needed. After all, time is too short, but now it seemed that the situation was far more optimistic than she had thought. This is the terrifying prestige of the master in the Sea of Chaos. Before the person even showed up, the saints had already started to think of ways to make friends. In contrast, the empress bedchamber was exceptionally calm at this time. When everyone thought the matter was settled, one was in a much better mood. There are also no more worries or concerns as there were before. On weekdays, Chen Shangshang would solve some cultivation problems for Shangwan Shallow Autumn and the girls. Meanwhile his own cultivation did not stop. Those saints had only left for a few short days before his realm had once again arrived at the perfection of the divine separation realm, and the heavenly materials and treasures he needed for his breakthrough had been prepared long ago. Back then, before he fell into a deep sleep, the wooden coffin he left behind contained a spirit tire. In addition to heavenly materials and treasures that were enough for him to cultivate and break through to the immortal realm, leave a billion hands in everything. Whether he succeeded or failed after his slumber, he had a choice. Giving the sword saint those heavenly treasures was also what he had left in the upper realm in the first place, allowing Monk Fulu to fetch them before placing them in the spatial ring of the sword saint's representative. This was also to ensure that if something went wrong in that place in the lower realm, he would likewise still have heavenly materials to be able to quickly break through to the immortal realm. Beyond that, he had even left two locations in the chaotic sea harboring heavenly treasures. The main one is, well, solid. On the path of cultivation, not a single step could be taken wrongly, or else one would be doomed and die. And Chen Changsheng knew this very well. His master is about to make another breakthrough? Shangwan Shallow Autumn couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when she suddenly noticed that the cultivating master raised his hand and took out a row of heavenly treasures suspended in front of him. It's only been a few days and you're about to break through again? Moreover, the master's breakthrough, the small realm is simply a waterfall, without the slightest obstacle, without realizing that a few days can be perfected. As for the large realm, there is also no bottleneck. It is nothing more than laying down the most perfect Tao foundation with heavenly treasures. Seeing that his lord was preparing to make a breakthrough, Lu Qinghan on the side hurriedly turned on the courtyard's isolation array aura to its strongest. Although no one would come to disturb her chambers on weekdays, she could never be negligent by half. In case she disturbed the Lord's breakthrough, it would be a bad thing. The unicorn lay on its side and raised its eyelids, then closed its eyes again and fell asleep. What a big deal. What a fuss. The master, that is what existence. Not just break through a refining virtual realm, it have a hand on the line. Soon, as the heavenly materials turned into spiritual liquid, Chen Changsheng slightly opened his mouth and inhaled all of the spiritual liquid into his mouth. After thinking about it, he casually took out those pills left to him by his eldest disciple, Run Meng, and opened one of the bottles, directly pouring a brain into his mouth. The Qilin that had just smelled the immortal rank extreme pill slowly opened its eyes again, but what it saw was such a defeated scene. It makes its heart ache. There's no such thing as a whole bottle of elixir. Who dash? A moment later, Chen Changsheng slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as he radiated a Yuanshan realm that had already reached the first sky of void refining realm. At the same time, he felt that he had accumulated a lot of heavenly tribulation origin within his Qi Si. Solely, he didn't end his cultivation either and began to continue refining the heavenly tribulation origin within his body. He was originally running the eternal life technique, and the surface of his body had lines and inscriptions formed by blood Qi. As he began to refine the heavenly tribulation origin, above those lines and inscriptions, there were actually arcs of electricity flickering, and an aura of destroying everything loomed. This time, He directly refined the heavenly tribulation origin that existed within his chi completely. However, he also discovered a phenomenon. While he was refining the heavenly tribulation origin, the enlightenment tea tree sapling within his chi was actually absorbing the heavenly tribulation origin as well. At the same time, whether it was the yuan shun, the body, or the enlightenment tea tree sapling within the chi, all of them were slowly growing under the tempering of the heavenly tribulation origin, until the heavenly tribulation origin within his chi was completely exhausted. His yuan shun realm had already reached the fifth sky of the refined void realm. What made him feel the most incredible was the strength of his body, which could actually feel an increase of almost 10,000%. But he is only breaking through the refined void realm at the moment. What if he breaks through the immortal realm or above the venerable realm? Doesn't it mean that his physical strength? There was still very terrifying room for growth. Sure enough, this is the right path. Chen Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, and the inscriptions and lines on the surface of his body slowly hid themselves from view. Mastermind, why is it that every time you make a breakthrough, the yuan shin power that flows out of you makes me feel very intimidated? Even if your physical body becomes a saint, the way of the yuan shin has only just broken through to the refined void realm after all. On the side, Shangguan Shallow Autumn saw that her master had ended his breakthrough and went up to the front and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask. Lu Qinghan similarly nodded slightly as she felt the same way. But that doesn't make sense. The two of them were actually mortals in their yuan shin realm cultivation, only sealed in the transitional succession realm. Why would the Lord's metaphysical aura make them feel intimidated as well? Maybe have something to do with the fact that I have lived too long. Chen Shangxing shook his head slightly. He couldn't say why his yuan shin was so special. However, according to his speculation, it might be because he had lived for too long, and although he couldn't cultivate the way of the yuan shin during the endless years, his divine soul wasn't as simple as that of an ordinary person. Makes sense, but something doesn't feel right. But master, this breakthrough speed of yours is a bit too outrageous. I'm afraid it won't even take a year to break through to the immortal realm. There are only 7 great realms left even after the void refining realm. With your speed of breaking through once in less than half a month, master, wouldn't 3 or 4 months be enough? Even if it will be a bit slower at the later stages of the Mahayana and transition realms, I'm afraid it won't take half a year. Shangguan Shallow Autumn no longer dwelled on the issue of her master's yuan shin, but instead smacked her lips in envy. To know, when she embarked on the road of cultivation, there is a master at the side of the teaching, as well as the big sister without stinting to give a variety of cultivation pills. So breakthrough to the immortal realm also used a full 20 years. What she enjoyed at that time could be said to be the best cultivation resources in the entire chaotic sea. It's not even remotely worse than the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Master Teacher is using right now. And there are even some pills that are extremely rare and precious. She had broken through from the initiation to the immortal realm in 20 years back then, and had already been called unprecedented by the chaotic sea. But this breakthrough speed of Master Teacher made her feel outrageous to the extreme. This was still the fact that Master Teacher didn't deliberately cultivate at all times. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this time would be shortened to a month. There's no rush. Just go with the flow on the path of cultivation. It's just as well that Qinghan can also take care of Dexian's affairs during this time. It's not too late to travel to the Chaos Sea after a year. Chen Shangsheng wore a light smile on his face. He didn't care about the speed of his breakthrough. If he really wanted to, he was even certain that he could break through his Yuanshin cultivation to the immortal realm in half a month's time. But it's not necessary. Time is important to him now. Though, at least pretend that it was already clear. A year's time was also enough time for him to have the support of heavenly materials to continue his breakthrough after he broke through the immortal realm, lest he startle the snake and draw the attention of the guy who was most likely above the saints. There's nothing in particular that Dexian needs to deal with. It's just that Qing'er can't decide who to use to take charge of Dexian. When Lu Qinghan heard his lord's words, he said with some distress, "In the beginning, she had established the Grand Xian merely so that the place where the lord was in seclusion would not be intruded upon, and at the same time, she would also be able to notice it at the first opportunity after the lord awoke. If you can't decide, you might as well just let this Dexian Wujuan pick some with a decent heart and take charge of Dexian together, and the emperor's seat will be left empty. You can also take care of this Dexian a little bit from the upper realm." Chen Changsheng stroked his chin and casually proposed a solution. "No monarch will suffice." "Wonderful. Then follow the law as the Lord has said, and in that case, there is no need to worry that the person chosen won't work." When Lu Qinghan heard the Lord's solution, he also instantly brightened up. She had only thought about who she should pick to inherit the throne of the Great Xian, but had never thought that there was no need for that at all. Once she had a solution, she was ready to leave the small courtyard at the first opportunity to start implementing it, and before she left, she could also monitor if there were any changes that needed to be made. Pushing the door open, A small figure stood outside the small courtyard door instead. Sister, greetings to Her Majesty the Empress. Seeing the Empress in front of her, Yaya instinctively shouted out, then hurriedly changed her words. At this point in time, under the teachings of Dan Yuanzi, he had already understood a lot of things, and today she also successfully refined her first furnace of elixir. Although only 3 finished. Come to seek me, little one? Chen Changxing came to the doorway and asked with a light smile at the little girl. Aha! Yaha nodded, her little face a little excited as she took out a jade bottle from her bosom. This is the elixir that Yaha just practiced. Give it to Mr. Casually receiving that jade bottle, he opened it and looked at it. It contained 2 yellow rank lower grade pills that could only simply replenish the spiritual qi. They were ordinary to the point of not being able to be ordinary pills. However, looking at Yaya's expectant face, Chen Changxing still smiled and said, that's awesome. How long has it been and you're already able to refine pills? Hey! Yaya was also smiling from ear to ear when she got the compliment from Mr. Are you used to being around your master? Chen Changxing brought him into the courtyard and chatted about his family. It was a bit of a shock at first. There was so much good food and endless meat every day. Every time Yaha can't help but eat with a bulging belly. Hey! Much more used to it now. In the past, she didn't have enough to eat every day, but now that she suddenly lived a life without worrying about food and drink, this little girl could be considered bitter and bad, and she only hated that her stomach wasn't big enough to eat more. Chen Changxing laughed at this. The unicorn on the side sensed the little one's arrival and woke up, quietly preparing to bolt. But before it could slip away, the little girl had pounced on it, taking it in her arms and ravishing it. What a hard life this sacred beast has lived. AI. When can I return to the chaotic sea? The unicorn's heart is suffering. As Lu Qinghan gave an oral message, the entire Grand Xian was astonished. The Empress actually wanted to delegate her authority with 8 transition realms, including those 4 original transition realms of Dixien, and another 4 selected from the previous transition realms of the Great Zhou with the right heart. Let them also keep each other in check. In the following days, Ya would occasionally send in her own practiced pills and receive a word of praise from Chen Changsheng. For her part, Lu Qinghan was busy formulating daily how Dashuan should be maintained after she left. As for Chen Changsheng, on the other hand, he was constantly breaking through the realm at a terrifying speed. There were no years in cultivation, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lu Qinghan had already completely decentralized his Xian to those 8 experts of the transitional realm, and set down the rules in detail, so it was considered that everything was running smoothly, and nothing had gone wrong. As for Chen Changxing, even though he hadn't intentionally raised his realm in the past half a year, he had only followed a smooth breakthrough rate. Nowadays, he also had a sufficient Yuanshan cultivation of the ferrying realm, and was only one final step away from breaking through to the immortal realm. Breaking through so quickly, in addition to having heavenly treasures and the longevity skill, the Sword Saint's Tao body was also considered to have played a not insignificant role. The remains of a saint was not a small amount after it was refined into its essence by the everlasting immortal seal. Master, can't take it anymore. Qinger is also a bit topsy-turvy. Master, I'm going to fail too. In the small courtyard, accompanied by the sound of 3 happy yet revealingly painful and unbearable voices, Chen Changxing's old face darkened. Can you talk properly? What does that make people think they're doing when they hear it? Chen Changxing was somewhat speechless as he looked at the 2 men and a Qilin. During these half a year, in addition to his own realm breakthrough, even the enlightenment tea tree in his Qi Si had once again grown, and was nearing the maturity of its initial stage. And with every growth of the enlightenment tea tree, a mysterious Tao rhythm would appear around him, causing the girls in the small courtyard to fall into a state of enlightenment. Master, if this epiphany continues, I'm afraid that disciple will ascend first. Epiphanies don't come every day. The sealed realms are loosening up. They could break through at any moment. When the Tao rhythm around the master's body dispersed, Shangwan's shallow autumn slowed her mind before speaking. They had originally sealed their true realms to stay in the lower realms, but with a few epiphanies, even the sealed realms began to loosen. No harm done. It's about time. It's time to leave in a few days. Chen Changsheng waved his hand and said casually. His current Yuanshan realm had already reached the transition realm, and he would be able to complete the transition realm in a few days. This power of incense has been growing stronger lately. At the same time, there was also the problem that with the 8 saints joining hands to lay down the passageway through heaven and earth in the first place, the name of his martial saint had also spread thoroughly in this realm. Even ordinary beings knew that there was a martial saint who had opened up the passage between heaven and earth on behalf of the living beings of heaven and earth, giving them the opportunity to pursue further advancement. This, coupled with the fact that the heaven and earth passage was always channeling spiritual energy to the lower realms, also made it easier for the cultivation of the living beings in this realm would be easier. And so, under the leadership of some transition realm powers, The living beings in this realm began to establish martial sage halls to enjoy the incense of worship from all living beings. Even many mortals who have never practiced cultivation have set up the sage of martial arts tablets in their homes and bow sincerely every day to pray that the sage of martial arts can bless them with peace and security. Although Chen Shangsheng hadn't considered this at the time, he had nevertheless reaped a steady stream of incense merit. Speaking of which, in the last few days, a courtier has petitioned to establish a statue of the martial saint in the middle of the Daxian imperial city for protection. That Dan Yuanzi guy is even more strongly supportive. Lord, do you think it needs to be managed? Lu Qinghan also thought of something and opened his mouth to say to the Lord. She now does not care about the affairs of the Great Xian. Those things that are uploaded are also directly looking for the 8 experts of the transitional succession realm. Just this matter related to the martial saint. She just casually asked about it. That Dan Yuanzi guy obviously guessed something. For this matter, it even did the other 7 transition realms, saying that regardless of whether they agreed or not, this matter must be done. No matter. It's time to leave in a few days anyway. Chen Shangsheng shook his head carelessly. These incense merits were nothing to him, and he didn't need the power of merits to raise his realm. At best, later on, after 100,000 or even a million years, when merit has been accumulated to a certain extent, it can be used to mold a golden body of merit, available at. What use is the golden body of merit to him? His body could be much stronger than that merit golden body. Even those demon cubs in the 100,000 great mountains have been worshipping their masters lately. If we let them know that this demon emperor is the mount of a martial saint, TSK, don't dare to think about it. How about, Master, you wait for me to go back to the 100,000 great mountains and put on a show before leaving? Kiran also couldn't help but smack his lips and said, it was only a pity that its offer to pretend was rebuffed by a look from its master. In the blink of an eye, it was another couple of days. Yaya came to say goodbye when she learned that Mr. was leaving, and was especially attached to Kiran. Yaya will cultivate hard and sooner or later, she'll go to the immortal realm to look for Mr. In the end, Yaya left a serious remark and left the small courtyard. After sending this little guy away, Chen Shangsheng sat quietly in the courtyard, sipping the tea that was still considered to be of the highest quality in the cultivation realm, and in his mind, he was also calculating his next plan. After these few short days, he had already reached the perfection of the transition realm. At any time, he could break through the Yuanshan realm to the immortal realm and leave this realm. During these few days, Shilin and Lu Qinghan had also each taken care of all the matters between the 100,000 great mountains and Grand Xian. The good thing is that nowadays the upper and lower realms are already interoperable. So if there is really any situation, it is not without a solution. After all, even Chen Shangsheng had already awakened, and the rest were minor problems. Master, when are you going to break through? Shangwan Shallow Autumn sat on the sidelines, holding her small face in both hands and blinking her eyes as she asked. As long as her master's father broke through, she would be able to leave this lower realm with him. 100,000 years in this lower world had bored her to death. When we go back, we'll be able to explore the secret realm and play happily with senior sister again. All ready? Chen Shangsheng asked without answering, instead looking at Lu Qinghan and Shilin. Everything has been arranged. Just waiting for the Lord to make a breakthrough. Then we can leave. Lu Qinghan slightly saluted. The arrangement is clear, Kiran also said without hesitation. When Shangwan Shallow Autumn saw her master's gaze looking at herself again, she then spread out both her hands. Disciple has no ties in this lower realm. There's nothing that needs to be prepared. Seeing that there were no more problems, Chen Shangsheng then nodded slightly. It is the 15th day of the first month, a good day to travel. The breakthrough to the upper realm will be at this very moment. Chen Shangsheng casually got up and straightened his clothes, and then resumed his seated position to start operating the everlasting skill. People prepare heavenly treasures and pills for breakthroughs. Master's breakthrough depends on the mood, the day, and the yellow calendar. So true. Shangwan Shallow Autumn silently gave a thumbs up to her master. When will she be able to break through so calmly and casually? How nice it should be. As Lu Qinghan pushed the isolation formation to the extreme, Chen Shangsheng's surroundings exuded a dense lingering Tao rhythm and aura, and the breakthrough did not have any bottlenecks to speak of for him. Merely as he began to revolve his gongfu, in less than half an incense stick of time, his Yuanshan realm then began to undergo a transformation towards the immortal realm. An ancient and somewhat ethereal and unique aura blossomed around him. The Shangwan Shallow Autumn girls next to them were all a bit dumbfounded when they felt this particular aura. Isn't it just a breakthrough to the heavenly immortal realm? This, even if the Yuanshan breaks through the immortal emperor realm, should not have this kind of vision. It's dark? Thunderbolt? This time, why didn't Master Teacher directly incorporate the heavenly tribulation into the Qi Si? Shangwan Shallow Autumn had just said that the sky had turned dark, when she looked up to find that the heavenly tribulation had begun to coalesce, and that the tribulation clouds had directly enveloped the entire Grand Xian Emperor. only that only Chen Changsheng was the only one who had been targeted. A moment later, there was rain falling, and Chen Changsheng slowly opened his eyes and said, "Strange, this time, the heavenly tribulation cannot be directly incorporated into the Qi. The genjutsu also always feels a little bit short. It seems that, if you want to completely transform into an immortal realm Yuanshan, you still need to cross the tribulation." After saying that, in order not to affect the people present, he simply stood up, and with a single step, his figure had appeared 10,000 feet in the air. The robbing clouds were converging less than 1,000 feet away from his proper head, and the arcs of electricity that flickered from time to time would all touch his body from time to time, but they were unable to have any effect on him. This heavenly tribulation of the Grand Xian imperial capital was so astonishing that all the great powers within a radius of 10 million miles looked in the direction of Grand Xian in the first moment of alarm. The terrifying sense of oppression emanating from that heavenly calamity could be vaguely sensed from a distance of 10 million miles. It makes you want to run away quickly, as if you will turn into ashes and die at any time. This was by no means an ordinary heavenly calamity. Suppressing the fear in their hearts, quite a few great powers had approached in the direction of Dixien, wanting to observe just what kind of heavenly pride would actually induce such a terrifying heavenly calamity. Could it be that the great Xian Empress was really planning to cross the threshold and ascend? As for the two men and a Qilin who were in the Empress's chambers at this time, they were not the least bit worried. Even if this heavenly calamity was strong, it would be nothing more than that in front of the Lord. Even a saint's full strength strike might not be able to make the Lord break his defense, let alone this heavenly tribulation that broke through the immortal realm. But after waiting for a long time, there was no sign of that heavenly calamity falling at all. Even a full incense stick of time passed, the heavenly calamity was continuously churning. Only the area was continuously shrinking and introverting until it turned into a small piece of calamity cloud. That's, what the hell? In the midst of the robbing clouds, it seems like a figure is moving? Hiss. Rumor has it that in the ancient times, there were once a heavenly pride that couldn't be seen for 10,000 years, and when they were crossing the tribulation, due to the fact that they were not allowed by heaven and earth, there would be heavenly soldiers and heavenly general shadows that would appear in the midst of the tribulation. I didn't expect that this rumor actually exists. Today, the poor Taoist is actually fortunate enough to take a look. But this kind of heavenly tribulation, 10 deaths, no matter what kind of heavenly pride, it's impossible to cross it. Pity, that person. It looks like he even took the initiative to meet it. Only I'm afraid he couldn't have imagined that his heavenly tribulation would be so terrifying. Right? God's jealousy. Those experts of the transition realm who had come to watch, each had a different look on their faces. There was consternation, excitement, and even more regret. In contrast to their worries, the courtyard was only curious and surprised. Master's tribulation actually had the vision of a heavenly tribulation transforming into a spirit? This smash must hurt like old times. But it doesn't really matter if you smash Master's words. Shangwon's shallow Autumn's eyes were wide open. At that time, she had casually said a sentence about whether or not the Master's tribulation would appear as a spirit transformation anomaly, and she did not expect a prophecy to come true. Unfortunately, this kind of heavenly tribulation was originally designed to exterminate living beings with 10 deaths. But on the contrary, Master Teacher, he had already become a saint in the flesh a long time ago, and although the Yuanshan realm had only just started cultivating for less than a year, this kind of heavenly tribulation was not enough to injure him in the slightest. Chen Changshan was also quite surprised as he looked up at the heavenly tribulation. As time slowly passed, he frowned slightly. This isn't a heavenly soldier. In the midst of the heavenly tribulation, he could faintly see a figure, a very terrifying figure that exuded an ancient aura, but the aura was only at the heavenly immortal realm. After all, these heavenly tribulation origins were not enough to condense two powerful spirit transformation creatures. Finally, the figure appeared under the gaze of the beings, with his feet on the robbing clouds, his face calm, and an aura of destroying everything emanating from his body. He was staring at Chen Changsheng, who was not far away from his feet. Although it transformed into a spirit, it didn't have any spiritual intelligence. It just instinctively wanted to exterminate the person who had crossed the threshold. This isn't some kind of heavenly soldier, is it? Distinguished, distinctly, more like an ancient god. The Kirin in the courtyard looked up at the figure and opened his mouth in silence for a moment and said. Others naturally noticed something was wrong, but they were just watching everything with bated breath. It was a once-in-a-million-years occurrence. Even among the ancient rumors, one had never heard of something as outrageous as an ancient god being transformed in the midst of a heavenly tribulation. Something that made them even more dismayed also happened. That ancient god actually opened his mouth to speak. Griffin, perish. The ancient god in the form of the heavenly tribulation seemed to just mechanically spit out 3 words before extending his own palm and slapping it down towards Chen Changsheng. Griffin? Chen Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. He was even in the chaotic C-100,000 years ago. No one had ever dared to call himself this. I did not expect to ferry a heavenly tribulation today. The district Heavenly Immortal Realms Heavenly Tribulation Origin Transforming Spirit can still call himself a mole cricket? Nearly gave him all the gasps of laughter. But when he thought that this thing didn't have much spirit either, there was nothing he could do about it. Standing straight there with his arms folded, he quietly watched as that palm slapped down towards him. Hiding? There's absolutely no need for that. However, this action of his fell in the eyes of those experts of the transition realm, but they shook their heads inside, thinking that he had been scared silly and had no intention of resisting. Boom! As the palm slapped on his body, a sound like thunder resounded through the heavens and earth. Countless arcs of electricity scattered in the sky like thunder snakes, and the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation exploded. It's over. This must be dead through and through even for an immortal. Pity. Pity. No. No. How come he's not a little bit better? While everyone was lamenting, they suddenly glared at each other, and as the arcs of electricity and the power of the apocalypse dispersed, the figure was still standing in the same place, with arcs of electricity still flickering on his body from time to time. There was no semblance of injury at all. Could that strike be an attack on the divine sense? He's now divinely dead and only an empty shell remains? Still not right. The arm of that ancient god's shadow. Gone? TSK. It's no fun. Chen Chongqing couldn't help but TSK. The moment that arm of the party touched him, it directly disintegrated away. Seeing that there was nothing new, he simply sacrificed his Yuanshan directly out of his body and drilled towards the robbing clouds. If it was a normal cultivator, the Yuanshan would inevitably not dare to take the initiative to contact the heavenly tribulation. Once damaged, the light is delirious into a demented person. The heavy is the spirit dissipated, the body reduced to an empty shell. However, in Chen Chongqing's case, he did not care. If he continued to resist the heavenly tribulation with his body, his Yuanshan wouldn't be able to be tempered by the heavenly tribulation at all, and he wouldn't be able to transform into an immortal realm Yuanshan. Thus, under the gaze of everyone's stunned incomprehension, his Yuanshan was directly sacrificed out of his body and headed towards the robbing clouds, directly facing that ancient god's shadow. He has lost his mind. Have you become desperate for death? It's a pity that such a strong body has to use its Yuanshan to die against the heavenly tribulation. Celestial pride always dies from too much arrogance. The onlookers of the transition realm were nodding their heads and discussing, not realizing that the one they were commenting on was the same martial saint that they themselves worshipped on a regular basis. Otherwise, they would inevitably understand at the first opportunity that this mere heavenly calamity was nothing in front of that martial saint. Even the 8 saintly existences were respectful to that martial saint, the one who opened up the path of cultivation for the lower realms and blessed all beings. It's just a pity that the distance is too far away, and they can't clearly feel the difference of that Yuanshan. As Chen Chongqing's Yuanshan stepped into the calamity cloud, he steadily landed in front of that ancient god's shadow, still vaguely a head higher, looking down at the shadow with a flat stare. Accidentally renewable. Chen Chongqing didn't wait for that ancient god shadow to make a move on his Yuanshan to help quench it. However, he saw that the spiritless shadow was actually looking at his Yuanshan and froze. Chen Chongqing raised his eyebrows slightly, not knowing what exactly was going on. But soon, the ancient god's shadow and that heavenly calamity slowly opened its mouth once again, but this time the words have changed. It's not a molehill. It's, my lord's eternal life. As the rumbling sound of the ancient god's silhouette rang out, it even knelt down on one knee towards Chen Chongqing's Yuanshan, and its incomparably tall body began to collapse, turning into stars and dots of heavenly tribulation origin power that converged towards Chen Chongqing's Yuanshan. Chen Chongqing opened his mouth and was also thrown into a daze by this change. This virtual shadow was obviously not spiritually intelligent, and should have mechanically executed his own rules to exterminate the person who had crossed the threshold. But now, what's going on here? Without waiting for him to come back to his senses, the starry heavenly tribulation origin power had already converged around his Yuanshan. At a very gentle pace, it was helping the Yuanshan through the transition from the transition realm to the immortal realm. There is not the slightest discomfort, and even feel very comfortable. Everyone was confused when they saw this scene. What happened? What did he just do? Why did that terrifying heavenly tribulation transformation spirit suddenly kneel down to him? Also, taking the initiative to help him raise his Yuanshan realm and stop launching attacks. What kind of heaven-defying tactic is this? If we can learn it, wouldn't there be no danger in crossing the tribulation? It seems, the body of that heavenly calamity transforming spirit spoke. Holding on to immortality? How do you hold it? It seems like there is this phrase, but how does Nagisa hold it? Did he just hold it? Didn't notice. He's not holding anything. All of the lower realm great powers who had gathered around to watch the tribulation exploded at this moment. They had thought that it was a heavenly tribulation of certain death, but the person who had crossed the tribulation had given them shock after shock. Not only was he unharmed by the heavenly tribulation transformation spirit strike, he also took the initiative to sacrifice his Yuan Shen to break into the tribulation cloud. But they could understand all of this. It could be that the other side was confidently tough, or it could be that the other side was arrogant and looking for death. Preferences. What was that last scene about? Can you hold on to immortality and not need to cross the threshold? How do you hold it? Where do you hold it from? They want to hold it. 2. What kind of tactic is this? That it can directly avoid the suffering of the heavenly tribulation? I don't understand it, but I'm greatly impressed. Including the Shangguan Shallow Autumn girls in the small courtyard at the moment. They also had stunned gazes of confusion. Sister Qinghan, you heard it too, right? Shangguan Shallow Autumn asked with a somewhat uncertain stiff turn of her head. Lu Qinghan nodded and opened his mouth to say with conviction, that heavenly hijacking transformation spirit, just now said, I am the Lord of eternal life. Even the Kirin, who had always been out of tune, didn't open his mouth to interrupt this time, looking up at his master's figure, unable to figure out why this was happening. Those lower realm powers didn't understand the words, but would they not know? The distance is so close that it's heard most clearly. The ancient god silhouette of that heavenly calamity transformation spirit was clearly bowing and kneeling to the Lord. As everyone watched in confusion and shock, the robbing clouds slowly dispersed, while Chen Chongqing's Yuanshan finally transitioned to the heavenly immortal realm. As his realm completed its breakthrough, there were frequent visions in the sky. Purple chi came from the east for 30,000 li, and the beings in the Great Xian looked up in unison, and in the middle of the Grand Xian Imperial Palace, there were even more golden lotuses growing out of thin air. Above Chen Chongqing's head, a pillar of light descended, accompanied by the vision of fairies scattering flowers to welcome him as he ascended to the upper realms. In the midst of the immortal sounds, golden lotuses blossomed, and every time Chen Chongqing's Yuanshan took a step towards his physical body, golden lotuses emerged beneath his feet. When his Yuanshan returned to his original body, the Yuanshan had already completed its metamorphosis from mortal to immortal. At a glance, there is a sense of being out of the ordinary. The Tao rhythm that belonged uniquely to him lingered around his body, as if he could grasp all life and death in the world. This is immortal realm Yuanshan? At this moment, in Chen Chongqing's eyes, the world seemed to have become a few moments clearer. To be precise, it was the rules of heaven and earth that were a few points clearer, and he even had the illusion that those rules of heaven and earth were actively leaning towards him, wanting to get close to him, most satisfying for him. It was this breakthrough into the immortal realm Yuanshan that similarly allowed his physical body strength to be boosted as well. A full 1% increase. This was already an extremely terrifying increase for his body. If he broke through to the exalted realm, or even if his Yuanshan became a saint, he didn't dare to imagine what level his body would reach. Even his Yuanshan realm was equally extraordinary. Even if he was facing his Zunshi realm at this time, he could suppress or even kill him in seconds without using any bodily power, relying only on the means of the Tao of Yuanshan. Across a great realm of pride, although few but still have, can cross 7 or 8 great realms? This is something that is simply unheard of. Even the ancient legends don't dare to pass it on like that. After all, no one would believe it. However, Chen Chongqing could sense that his own Yuanshan strength had definitely been able to suppress the Zunshi realm. There would be no mistake. In the midst of his thoughts, he could feel himself slowly rising, being pulled by the power of the rules of heaven and earth as he made his way into the upper realm. Countless envious and reverent gazes were watching him, witnessing this moment of ascension. However, Chen Chongqing casually raised his hand and slightly pressed downward. The force of the rules of heaven and earth that was pulling him was immediately crushed and shattered, and the ascension was directly terminated. If he wanted to leave, he would also leave with his disciples. Would he be ostracized by this force of the rules of heaven and earth and leave? The rules of heaven and earth in the district were not enough to sway his hallowed martial saint to stay or go. Everyone who was originally paying attention and observing the big brother's ascension were all dumbfounded in unison at this moment. How can you refuse to ascend on your own? Not, then you are in the immortal realm. You don't ascend and stay in this lower realm. Wouldn't it be a direct way to dominate the lower realms? This guy can't be trying to rule the entire lower world. A true immortal, an immortal who had passed through the heavenly tribulation. They didn't have the ability to resist half the time. Even if all the transition realms joined together, they might not be able to injure a true immortal. That's a real difference between immortal and mortal. Even the aura in his body would be transformed into immortal Yuan, and his divine sense would also receive a terrifying boost. Panic. At this moment, the entire lower realm's great powers panicked. For the first time, they desperately wanted one to ascend quickly. If he really stayed, it would be a real trouble. A big trouble for the whole lower world. The means displayed by this person had broken their perceptions time and time again, whether it is a hard resistance to the heavenly tribulation, or letting the heavenly tribulation transform the spirit to kneel down, or nowadays the interruption of the ascension. They didn't dare to think about what kind of impact such a person would have if they stayed in the lower realms. Good thing their fears were redundant. Chen Changsheng also did not care about their thoughts, and it was even more unlikely that he would stay here to rule the lower realms. It's just a bullet point for him. Even the chaotic sea, in his eyes, was nothing more than a cage, not at all a vast expanse as far as his eyes could reach. It was also much less likely that he would find the answers he was looking for here. It's time to go. Chen Changsheng looked down at the Grand Xian Imperial Palace below and casually said, "In the Empress's chambers." Hearing these words, the women came back to their senses from the shock of the party. Only then did they all rush up into the sky as a stream of light and stand beside him. "That's Grand Xian's Empress. I thought it was the Empress ascending, but I didn't realize that it was actually a mysterious high person who knew the Empress. More than that, the one next to him, is that demon emperor in the 100,000 mountains. Strange, how could the demon emperor appear here? Shouldn't he be in the 100,000 mountains? And how could he be with the great Xian Empress? And that human sword immortal Shangguan Shallow Autumn. I had heard that Shangguan Sword Immortal was acquainted with the Grand Xian Empress, but I just didn't expect that even the Qilin Demon Emperor was also acquainted with them. It's just that, how is it that these three terrifying existences are all saluting that person? What exactly is his identity and what kind of existence is he? The many great powers who were nervous about whether or not he would ascend. Seeing those three figures, they also raised their voices in surprise once again. In the eyes of many younger generation cultivators, it was possible that all three of them were only at the transition realm perfection. However, in the hearts of many old monsters of the transition realm, they understood very well. These three were all existences during the ancient times. They became famous before the separation of heaven and earth, and were true immortals. It's just that for some unknown reason, he sealed his own realm and stayed in this lower realm. One of the most popular of the many speculations is that they enjoy this feeling of invincibility in the world with the lower world. There was also a common speculation that they had offended immortal emperor-level existences in the upper realm and could only hide in the lower realm. But today, another conjecture could not help but arise in their hearts. For 100,000 years, they couldn't be specifically waiting for this mysterious being who was crossing the threshold today, could they? Whether it was the earthly sword immortal, the great Xian Empress, or the Kirin demon emperor in the 100,000 mountains, in this lower realm, they could all be one-of-a-kind existences. On the contrary, today, they all bowed to that person in obeisance, and it was obvious that that person's status was above theirs. "Master, can you unseal your cultivation?" Shangguan Shallow Autumn asked in a somewhat agitated tone. Finally, the day has come. Chen Changsheng didn't say much, only lightly smiling and nodding. Having received his promise, Shangguan Shallow Autumn then instantly couldn't wait to dissolve and crack that seal in her yuanshan. Lu Qinghan also lifted his yuanshan seal at the same moment. The two terrifying auras immediately caused all the onlooker great powers to suck in a breath of cold air. This was bound to be no ordinary immortal realm. This terrifying aura was an unknown 1,000 times stronger than having just transited the immortal realm. I'm afraid that a casual finger could crush an immortal who had just crossed the threshold. It feels so good to have the realm return. Shangguan Shallow Autumn felt the return of her immortal monarch realm strength and instantly narrowed her eyes and smiled. And she hadn't been idle in the lower realm for so many years. Her sword Dao had already gained a considerable amount of improvement, and it wouldn't be long before she would be able to rely on the sword Dao's perception to raise her realm to the immortal Zun realm, or even the immortal emperor realm. On the side, Lu Qinghan was also at the same level of immortal monarch realm perfection, just one step away from immortal dignity realm. Over the years in the lower realm, she also had her own way of cultivation, which was to use the imperial dynasty's fortune to strengthen her base. As long as the realm seal was unsealed, it wouldn't take long for the same breakthrough to occur. Cool. The Qilin even exuded the aura of the immortal exalted realm, and the heavenly treasures and blood food it had eaten in the chaotic sea back when it was the Lord's Mount were not a few. As they unsealed their cultivation, they did not cause a heavenly tribulation because they were already in the immortal realm, but the rules of heaven and earth reappeared and began to pull them away from this realm. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng also casually pressed his hand once again, casually crossing in front of him again. The space in front of him was like paper being cut by a sharp blade, and an opening actually appeared. "Go," Chen Changsheng said casually. Without any hesitation, Shangguan Shallow Autumn heatedly smiled and directly stepped inside that void passage. Lu Qinghan, on the other hand, followed his lord's side and waited for him to move first. As for the Qilin, with a twinkle in his eye, he suddenly shouted loudly, "Worshipping the martial saint every day. but today he doesn't know that the martial saint is right in front of his eyes, when it's really laughable. Ouch! Without waiting for it to say more, Chen Changsheng had already blackened his face and kicked it in the ass, directly into the teleportation channel. And he also took a step forward and brought Lu Qinghan into the spatial passageway the moment before the entire lower realm completely exploded. Space rift heals instantly. After about 3 breaths of calm, the entire lower realm completely exploded. He is that martial saint we worship every day. Martial saint. So that's it. It all makes sense. Heavenly tribulation in front of a martial saint is indeed nothing. No wonder even the earthly sword immortal, the demon emperor, and the Grand Xian female emperor all have to respectfully pay their respects. He is that martial sage who blesses all beings. Amidst a cry of shock, everyone also reacted and bowed reverently in the direction where the martial saint had left, and they likewise remembered the appearance of the martial saint, and it would not be long before a statue of the martial saint would be erected in the lower realms and worshipped by all the people, with Chen Changsheng's identity as a martial saint being revealed by Kiran on the occasion of his departure. The lower realm's original speculation that the Grand Xian Empress and the others were hiding in the lower realm to avoid their enemies was not broken. Dashuan Imperial Capital, Forbidden General's Palace. Li Ziqing gazed at the location where Her Majesty the Empress and the others had disappeared just now, still maintaining his bowing posture, but in his heart, it was as if a million horses had raced by. Holy shit! Thought it was a little white boy raised by His Majesty. Together. It's the saint who can't afford to climb high. Luckily, I didn't talk nonsense, or else I'm afraid this old man's head won't be saved. No! Li Ziqing suddenly his pupils shrunk to think of something, and at that moment, he directly found his grandson's courtyard. On that day, the entire Forbidden General's residence resounded with the constant screams of his grandson, as well as Li Ziqing's occasional phrase, "I'll let you practice more if I tell you to dish it out." Dish it out. Dan Yuanzi's residence. At this moment, Dan Yuanzi was also kneeling on the ground, looking at the sky where that martial saint had disappeared from afar, shaking a little with excitement. Sure enough, nah. You are truly no mortal. I just didn't realize that you were so high up, to be instructed by the martial sage. What a great honor for an old man. Dan Yuanzi let out a long sigh, and when he remembered his own condescending mindset when he first met the martial saint, he couldn't help but burst into a bitter laugh. No wonder he was always calm. Even if he had real skills, he didn't get angry because of his underestimation. This is not treating yourself as a human being at all. The gap is really too big. One is a saint, one is a mortal, but even so he is also a burst of fear. If the other party was in a slightly less good mood, I'm afraid that he would be gone. But right now, he had actually received guidance from the martial saint on the Tao of Dan, which was considered a unique chance under the heavens. At that time, when the 8 saints opened up the world passage, he had already guessed that the one might be the martial saint they were talking about, and now it had been confirmed. Master, are we worshipping Mr. Chun? Ya had just entered the Qi condensation realm and could not yet see the scene so far away in the sky just now, only knowing that it was someone ascending. But Mr. had said before that he was about to leave. With a little guess, she could also figure out who the ascended person was. It's a shame I won't be able to play with Blackie in the future. Yeah, you, girl, have quite the immortal fate, actually being introduced to the path of cultivation by a martial saint. I'm afraid that the future is unlimited, and ascension is expected. Dan Yuanzi couldn't help but lament when he heard the question from the disciple beside him. These 2 disciples of his were both looked upon by the martial saint and introduced by the Empress. Thinking of this, Dan Yuanzi also made up his mind that in the future, he would definitely pass on his lifelong learning to the 2 of them, and would also be considered as repaying the grace of the sage of Wushu's preaching. At the same time, all the forces in the lower realm, whether they were the human race or the demon race, all made an unanimous move. Establishment of the statue of the sage of Wushu. There were even forces that started to move at the first moment, wanting to take the lead. It's not just about building fast, it's about building big and building well. Today, the martial sage can be in the lower realm, and in the future, who knows when the martial sage will come back to the lower realm. If the sage of Wushu returns again and sees the statue of the sage of Wushu, will he not bless them? Or perhaps when they reach the realm of martial saints, their pious kowtowing might be able to have a blessing effect? In the past, there might still be immortals who used special means to descend to the earth to wreak havoc, but at that time, there was the Shangguan sword immortal who killed the descending immortals. Now that there were no more earthly sword immortals as such, the statue of the martial saint was their new means of refuge to ensure that they would not be oppressed by those immortals who had descended to earth. In the matter of erecting statues, De Xian's speed deserved the first place. Originally, De Xian had a statue of a female emperor. Nowadays, It is the first time that the statue of the Empress is slightly in front of the statue of the Empress, and the statue of the Holy Saints of War, which is obviously bigger, is built up again. The 8 transitional succession realms had barely discussed it, and had directly acquiesced to this practice. After all, from before the Ascension, Her Majesty the Empress was clearly just one of the followers of the martial saint. Even if they were de Xian's subjects, they wouldn't dare to erect the statue of the martial saint smaller than the statue of the Empress, and they thought that Her Majesty the Empress would also support them. Upper sector. Compared to the commotion in the upper realm at this time, those in the lower realm could only be considered as small spills. When Chen Changsheng's few people stepped out from within the spatial rift, Chen Changsheng once again felt this familiar heaven and earth. Shangguan's shallow autumn breathed heavily several times, and raised the flying sword up with both hands and shouted, "This sword immortal is back again." Lu Qinghan was the first time to sense the location of the 9 phoenixes. I did not expect, actually not far away, not in the Chaos Sea, but in this upper world. Without delay, she then directly strangled and recited the incantation, summoning those 9 immortal Emperor Realm phoenixes to come, which was the palace she normally prepared for the Lord. Previously, in the lower realms, one could only use aura to transform into a phoenix shadow, which really aggravated and humiliated the Lord. As for the Qilin, it even directly revealed its own body, transforming into the size of a small mountain, adding directly with his aura. He shouted, "My Lord Martial Saint has arrived. Why don't all the spirits bow down quickly? How many times have I told you? Keep a low profile, keep a low profile." Chen Changsheng had arrived at the Qilin's head with a single sway of his figure, his voice slightly scolding. He, Master, I also want to keep a low profile, but your strength, he won't allow it. After 100,000 years of suffering, there's finally a day of reckoning, so how can it not be glorious? Dealing with those demon cubs every day. How long has it been since I've been kowtowed by the immortal emperors? Kirin snapped, but very smugly. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled slightly and let it go without further words. This guy is just good at saving face and likes these falsehoods, but it's not a big deal. As the Qilin's voice spread throughout the entire upper realm, all forces were shocked at this moment. Ling Tian Immortal Palace. Martial Saints. How long has it been? Less than a year. And the Martial Saint has already reached the Yuanshan Immortal Realm? Worthy of being a Martial Saint, the power of a saint is beyond our comprehension. Ling Tian Immortal Palace. Listen to the order. Quickly follow this immortal emperor to kneel before the Martial Saint. The Ling Tian Immortal Emperor woke up from his cultivation the first time he heard that sound and summoned everyone up and down the Ling Tian Immortal Palace to head towards the direction where the sound was located in a vast manner. Senju Palace. Not long ago, Immortal Emperor Tsueju had just changed that old peach tree into a personal disciple in front of the entire clan. The peach tree was also competitive, showing a talent for cultivation that made even the Tsueju Immortal Emperor quite amazed. This was also due to the fact that it had changed its natural talent when it cultivated with the help of the Enlightenment tea tree seed. Just Tsueju Immortal Emperor know about the saint. He did not dare to ask more at the beginning of the peach tree is how to tie up with the saint. Knowing too much is not good for him either. Martial Saint, go, quickly follow my master to bow to the Martial Saint. The Tsueju Immortal Emperor was even brighter when he heard the voice. He hadn't had the chance to kowtow to the Martial Sage up close before. This time he had already made a good deal with the Martial Sage, so maybe he would have the chance to kowtow up close and mix things up. One must know that the opportunity to kowtow to a saint at close range would not be available to normal immortal emperors. At the first moment, he summoned the disciples up and down the immortal bamboo palace, and they all moved. On top of that, all the forces in the upper realm didn't delay. It is a blessing to be able to visit a saint who has come to earth. If you turn a blind eye, there is no guarantee that other forces will seize the handle and use it to make an issue, enough to be made to extinguish the door. After all, there were countless forces that wanted to curry favor with saints. And almost every force was eager to curry favor with saints. And even letting a saint take a look at them would be enough for them to change their fate against the heavens. A saint, then, represents heaven and earth. With 9 high phoenix chirps, a traveling palace crossed the sky from the immortal cloud sect, leaving indestructible traces of phoenix flames in the sky very nice to look at, but making people not dare to approach. Soon, the traveling palace had stopped not far in front of Chen Changsheng's group. Not bad, all of them are already in the Zunshi realm. Chen Changsheng looked at the 9 phoenixes and also nodded with considerable satisfaction. When the Qilin saw that the 9 phoenixes had all reached the exalted realm now, it couldn't help but skim its lips. It's just that it lived a while longer than this sacred beast. Otherwise this sacred beast would have already been in the exalted realm long ago. That being said, Kirin's gaze was truly envious. I also don't know if the master will not take himself with him when he walks in the sea of chaos in the future because his cultivation hasn't kept up, but instead he will sit in this traveling palace. If that happens, it's not good. mixed not on the heavenly treasures to eat even if, the key is also cannot be kowtowed, cannot be saint polite talk, think about it is difficult However, these 9 phoenixes did not have a high ceiling, as they had sinned so much in the first place that they were taken away by the monk blessing and shaped by means of simple souls that would only follow orders, so much so, that the press could not speak or take shape, and could only be used to drive, as drudgery for pulling the rows of the palace, or used to clear some low-strength mole crickets for use. Lu Qinghan also didn't expect that even these 9 spiritless phoenixes had broken through to the exalted realm after these 100,000 years. I think it has something to do with the great young master. The great young master refines pills, and from time to time, he would also use these 9 phoenixes to test the effects of the pills. The accumulation of 100,000 years had also piled them up hard on the realm. Lu Qinghan followed behind his lord and stepped onto the palace that was obviously more than 1,000 times more gorgeous than the lower realm. And then he rode the phoenix directly towards the immortal cloud sect. After the girls had sensed a bit, in that immortal cloud sect, there were already quite a few people waiting. There were even people who had already followed the phoenix along, only for Chen Shangxing to not say much, and one by one, they knelt in submission not far away. When the 9 phoenix walking palace once again let out a phoenix sound, it rejoined the immortal cloud sect along the original traces of phoenix flames. Shangwan Shallow Autumn rode her sword and followed on one side, and the Qilin also followed behind in its native form with an imposing presence. Those of the old martial saints troops who had followed the phoenix, then got up and followed 100 feet behind the palace, and they vaguely formed a formation without having to have any conversation at all. Because of Kirin's voice, they encountered quite a few forces on the road, and those forces at the time of seeing such a horrible team, have far from stopping the action, very consciously according to the strength of each force situation, successively followed in the rear of the team. The one who followed behind the traveling palace had the presence of a true god. There were even dozens of people in the exalted realm. These forces in their upper realm were not worthy of approaching the lineage palace for 10,000 feet. This was still their chance to catch up. If it was in the past, when saints traveled, how could immortal emperors be qualified to worship from a distance of 10,000 feet? Even if they wanted to kowtow, they couldn't possibly have this opportunity. This is for them, is simply beggars walked up to the golden palace, can be close to kowtow to the emperor general heavenly chance Soon, the traveling palace then landed steadily in the great hall complex of the immortal cloud sect. One after another of the martial saints' old ministries, regardless of whether they were true gods or exalted realms, all knelt down in excitement at this moment, waiting for the martial saint to appear. Half an incense stick has passed. An incense stick has passed. Finally, a figure stepped out of the palace, but unfortunately it wasn't the martial saint but Lu Qinghan. Where's master? Shangwan Shallow Autumn blinked and asked. At this time, in front of the immortal cloud sect, the vastness has been kneeling all over the great powers. The entire power of the upper realm has almost arrived, and some of the smaller powers have even knelt to 100,000 feet away. No one dared to raise their heads for fear of offending the saint. Saints were not to be looked at directly. This was the default rule of all living beings. If the saint did not open his mouth and promise, they were not qualified to look at the saint's face. The Lord said he was a bit tired and would sleep for a while, just in time to wait for the great young masters and their girls. Lu Qinghan said flatly, although at this moment there were countless great powers kneeling at the back of the palace waiting for their lord, this situation was too normal. Oh, then this sword immortal will also go to sleep first. Shangwan Shallow Autumn didn't feel anything wrong after hearing this, and directly flashed to the top of the palace, but she didn't enter its interior, but directly leaned against the doorway holding her flying sword and squinted her eyes. The conversation between the two of them fell into the ears of many great powers, but none of them dared to say anything. Instead, he knelt more standardly and respectfully. This is the saint. All beings are no different from ants in front of a sage, since the martial saint had already descended here. As long as he didn't show his face for a day, everyone would have to kneel down here for a month, a year, and no one would leave. The saints don't care about that, but there will always be people who do. Kensei Dojo. Monk Fu has received the news of the Lord's ascension. Although the Lord's words had told him to wait at the Sword Saint Dojo, now that the Lord had landed in the Immortal Cloud sect, he naturally couldn't not go. After thinking about it, with a flash, Monk Fulu arrived in front of the several divine sovereign realm powerhouses from the Sword Saint Dao domain. They were also startled and nervous when they saw the sudden appearance of Monk Fulu. They had already seen the terrifying strength of this evil monk. It was simply crushing them, and was even enough to rival the battle power of a half-saint. None of them could escape if they tried to make a move on them. Monks, the poor monk has a favor to ask of you. Monk Fulu wore a kind smile on his face and saluted with folded hands. Master, please say. A few people also rushed back to the Taoist album. The poor monk needs to leave for a while, and I'd like to ask a few monks to help watch over this dojo and not allow anyone to leave. A few monks shouldn't refuse poor monks, right? Monk Fru said with a smile. A few people's heads were nearly spinning when they heard that. What the hell kind of request is that? He had already grounded everyone here for half a year, and now that he was preparing to leave, he actually directly asked a few of them from the Sword Saint Dojo to come and watch over the Sword Saint Dojo's disallowance of people leaving? Can you play like that? Gladly. A few people looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Wouldn't that be an opportunity for them? But it's also inevitable that this monk has some dirty mind and intends to specifically see if they will escape. Don't worry, monks, but all of you monks must not do anything foolish. My lord, the martial sage, has returned, and the poor monk is here to pay his respects to my lord. The next step would be to thank you all for the first time. As if Monk Fulu could see through their thoughts, after smilingly finishing his sentence, he literally waved the 10,000 soul streamer directly, cutting through space and leaving the Sword Saint Dojo without looking back. There's no worry at all that these people will escape. We really want to, pen ourselves in? When Monk Fulu left, a divine sovereign powerhouse couldn't help but ask. A few others were silent. What else? The martial sage had returned. Fleeing now would be really looking for death. Staying might still have a way to live. After all, they were still alive now, proving that the martial sage hadn't ordered the entire dojo to be put to death. Seeing that Monk Flo left without the slightest defense against them, although the Sword Saint Dojo still retained that ferocious aura to isolate heaven and earth, without monk blessing, this isolation could still be broken by a few of them at the divine sovereign realm. After looking at each other, one of them weakly spoke. Are we really not going to escape? The martial sage has returned, and who knows what the purpose of keeping them alive is. Say, it was to keep them alive that the martial saint was going to use it to replenish his chi and blood? Escape? Do you think we have the strength of Master Sword Saint? Even the Sword Saint Master has now fallen at the hands of the martial saint. Running away now is no different from seeking death. In my opinion, why don't we just wait here in peace? The martial saint may not necessarily intend to behead us. Originally, the forces under the martial saint's command didn't have a lot of manpower, and compared to the other saints, the martial saint's subordinates were the fewest. And now that 100,000 years have passed, many of the original martial saint's old ministries have joined the other saints' forces as well. I do think that the martial saint might take us under his wing. A divine sovereign realm sword cultivator stroked his chin and carefully analyzed the current situation. After hearing his words, the crowd first pondered for a moment, and then they too nodded their heads. It does make sense. Since fleeing is a certain death, why not stay and take a gamble? The martial saint may not kill them. After all, they were nothing more than ants in the eyes of a martial saint. Perhaps ants that could be utilized and would leave their lives behind. Chaos C. A terrifying aura awakened. As early as half a year ago, the great disciple of the lineage of martial saints released the news that the martial saints were about to return. Every saint is already waiting for today. They even poked around ahead of time and knew that the martial saint was collecting heavenly materials and treasures, so they took the initiative to collect them for him, in order to be able to deliver it in person today, and to bring about a good result. Between the saints of the Chaos Sea, it's not that there is no fight, it's just that they are usually fought by their disciples down the field, regardless of life and death. Saints seldom make a move on each other. After all, they are all very life-thirsty, and saints wanting to kill saints is equally difficult. The other party will destroy all the power they have accumulated over the years on their deathbed, which is very uneconomical. The biased martial saint was an exception. The martial saint was notoriously protective. If a disciple suffered a loss, he would go straight to the sage dojo. He didn't bully juniors, but he would directly strike heavy blows at the sage. That's a real beating to death. Die several times. When will he be out of breath, satisfied, and pay another sum to end it? You can't beat them. You can't afford to mess with them. What else can you do? Can only have the opportunity to quickly make good. Later really if there is any trouble conflict, or with the help of today's events, from some of the physical pain, but also less loss of face. Soon, a sage in the chaotic sea brought the heavenly treasures they had collected over the past half year and headed towards the immortal cloud sect with their disciples or Dao children. Master is back? Faster than expected. When Rushu also got the news at the first opportunity and hurriedly wanted to go and inform eldest sister, only by the time she had just left the cave, eldest sister Renmang was already at the door. Don't keep master waiting. Even Raimu, who had always been smooth and joyful on weekdays, was also wearing a happy face today, and her gaze was hard to hide her happiness. Other sage disciples relied on their masters to walk in the chaotic sea, but they had only been able to rely on their master's reputation over the years, coupled with their own strength to not be bullied in the chaos sea. But as of today, everything is changed back to the way it was. The chaotic sea, it should be surnamed Shen, and it should be the martial saint lineage alone. What secret realm is not a secret realm? And what chance is not a chance, can only be picked and left by the martial saint lineage? And only others are qualified to get their hands on it. Soon, the two of them were also traveling in the True Dragon Palace, heading directly towards the Immortal Cloud sect. It was a pity that nowadays, the third disciple of the martial saint was still in the secret realm and was not allowed to pay his respects to his master anymore. And at this moment in the middle of the Immortal Cloud sect, as time passed, more and more great powers came, and it looked like the Immortal Cloud sect was almost too big to kneel. However, Chen Changsheng in the middle of the palace never showed his face and slept very peacefully. None dared to make a sound for fear of disturbing the saint's sleep, compared to the people in the front row who were incredibly pious, those who knelt hundreds of thousands of feet away from the immortal sect. However, there were disciples who couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, "This saint is also a bit too much." But soon, the only semblance of dissatisfaction in their hearts also completely dissipated. The sea-covering sage has arrived, and all beings bow down in obeisance. The overwhelming sea sage, who was the closest to this realm, was the first to bring his disciples to the Immortal Cloud sect. Originally, the closest was the Sword Saint Dojo, but unfortunately, the Sword Saint had now fallen at the hands of Chen Changsheng. Hearing that another saint had descended, the spirits had not yet had time to bow again. However, I heard a displeased voice rebuke without mercy. "How dare you?" Lu Qinghan's face was unhappy as he rose up in the air, coming directly to the disciple of the sea-covering sage who had opened his mouth just now, and said with a cold face, "Slap your own mouth for 50. When these words came out, the hearts of the beings present were in an uproar. The same saint, but the other side descends but can't even have a kowtow? You also have to punish the other pro-disciple to slap his own mouth for 50, but you're just a maid of honor. Master, this is too much of a bully." The young disciple of the sea-covering sage who had just been initiated, that is, the one who opened his mouth just now, was a bit shocked and aggravated as he said to the sea-covering sage behind him, "Do it." The sea-covering sage calmly glanced at Lu Qinghan in front of him, and then at the palace that hadn't moved in the slightest, and could only speak helplessly. "Master." That sage progenitor stared with wide eyes, somewhat in disbelief. Every saint was good at saving face, and his own master was no exception. But today, was it really necessary to do what that martial saint's maid had said? The sea-covering sage frowned slightly, and that disciple instantly wimped out. Just like this, in full view of the public, the snapping sound continued to resound, and Lu Qinghan even thoughtfully laid down a barrier to isolate the sound for the palace. Only after he had palmed his mouth for 50 did Lu Qinghan slightly salute the sea-covering sage. "Sage, please enter." That disciple who had just punished himself for slapping his mouth had the presence of mind to open his mouth and say, "Why does your sage not even show his face?" But eventually it pressed on. He had not experienced the era of the martial saint, but he also saw that his master was very jealous of the martial saint. It was not until this moment that all the immortal sects kneeling in the distance finally realized, this martial saint in the lineage palace was not targeting them at all. Rather, they are targeting everyone. Even when saints came, they were treated equally, and it was impossible to give half special treatment. For a time, they actually felt some honor in their hearts. When had they been able to have the same treatment as saints? Soon, a sage descended on the Immortal Cloud sect one after another. They had naturally all seen the situation of the sea-covering sage with their divine sense just now. So much so, that these saints had taken precautions with their disciples in advance before they descended. Tell them to stop talking too much before they lose face. But the words were all rather euphemistic, and an excuse was made for keeping a low profile. Many saints didn't want their disciples to know that they were quite afraid of martial saints. But that's exactly what. When a sage descended, in less than half a day's time, this small place of the Immortal Cloud sect actually already had more than 20 saints sitting high above it. Even the immortal emperors of this realm had never seen such a big scene. More than 20 saints, more than they had seen in their entire living lives. However, Lu Qinghan only slightly bowed to each arriving sage, allowing them to take their seats, and then stopped speaking. In her opinion, this was already giving face. However, in the eyes of the beings in that upper realm, even though many immortal emperors knew that the martial saint was very strong, there were some doubts in their hearts at the moment. This move by the martial saint is a bit too prideful, isn't it? Even if he was strong amongst the saints, he shouldn't take all saints seriously. Ba! As a Buddhist cry rang out, the figure of Monk Fulu also appeared in the sky above the Immortal Cloud sect. Even though he came at the first opportunity, his speed was ultimately inferior to that of the saints. Seeing that Lu Qinghan was planning to go forward to greet him, Monk Fulu shook his head at Lu Qinghan with a kind face. Having only just arrived at the scene, he also understood that with Lu Qinghan's nature, the only thing he respected in his heart was his lord, and he definitely had nothing good to say about those saints. If he were to make a slight bow to himself, it would cause the saint to be displeased. Would those good-faced saints be willing to be held to the same standard as themselves? Although the Lord was not afraid of these saints, as the subordinate, it was better for him to cause less trouble for the Lord. Without too many words, Monk Fulu came to the front of the palace, respectfully folded his hands in obeisance, and then retreated to the side of the palace to recite the sutra on his knees. Those immortal sects that were kneeling in the distance were a bit intimidated at the sight of Monk Fru. That's the main reason why the immortal cloud sect was destroyed. At that time it was this evil Grand Master, who wiped out the immortal cloud sect in a few moments, and also killed all the people who visited. Time rolled by and another half hour passed. A few more saints arrived, and there were already more than 30 saints present. Almost all the saints of the entire Chaos Sea were not absent. The saints who hadn't come were all those who had been in seclusion for many years, and hadn't gotten the news of the martial saint's return at all. After all, at a realm like that of a saint, even tens of thousands of years would be considered normal for each retreat. Time was no longer important to them. The longevity had stopped burning. As long as the 10,000 years of seclusion could make the slightest inch of progress in cultivation, it was all worth it. Jing, along with a high dragon roar, Lu Qinghan took the initiative to meet it first this time. The two figures on the true dragon's palace leapt down, and the palace re-entered with a dragon's roar, returning to the chaotic sea beyond the heavens. First young lord, second young lord. Lu Qinghan took the initiative to salute this time. For the Lord's personal disciple, she was still very respectful. One of our own. No need to be polite. Runmeng spoke with a light smile on her face, while Wen Rushu had already stepped forward to help Lu Qinghan up. However, this scene, which fell in the eyes of the crowd, immediately caused many people to feel discontent. None of their saintly masters had ever been treated with this kind of salute, but now she was bowing so heavily to the disciples of saints. Wasn't the saying that their sage master was no better than a personal disciple of a martial saint? Even many immortal emperors had their hearts trembling when they saw Lu Qinghan acting like this. I'm afraid something is going to happen today. This maid of the martial saint. I'm afraid that she doesn't know much about the human world. To do so would be to slap all the saints in the face. Monk Fulu's eyelids fluttered slightly and he sighed. Hey, today it looks like another saint is going to suffer. But certainly not the Lord. As expected, immediately a sage disciple jumped out. You maid, do you know the rules or not? Has the martial saint never taught you that saints are above all else? To salute a disciple of a saint more than a saint. Does the martial saint know you do that? As the disgruntled voice of the first sage progenitor came out, one after another, the personal disciples of the saints all spoke up in agreement. Not bad. What fellow Taoist said is very true. Saints are not to be insulted. Your behavior like this is simply not taking saints seriously. Please also ask the martial saint to step in and do justice. Let the martial saint show up and give an explanation. One by one, the sage progenitors opened their mouths, but they didn't notice that the sage masters around them had already changed their faces drastically. Those saints wanted to stop them, but it was too late. In a single sentence, it had already made them saints sit on pins and needles. Blame it on the fact that they didn't make it clear when they arrived, only saying that they would keep a low profile, but not expressing their fear of the martial saint. This also made those who hadn't experienced the martial saint era's many saint disciples, a lofty and arrogant saints pro-transmission, couldn't stand this aggravation anymore. When have they ever been treated like this when they were walking around one by one? However, there was another portion of saints who only wanted to watch the show in their hearts. The disciples they brought with them, all of whom had also experienced the martial saint era, looked at those who opened their mouths in pity. TSK. Run Meng sked, her face cold as she scanned those saints present, her gaze blissfully unafraid. Master has now returned. Are these people trying to give Master a hard time? But before Raimu could just think of something to say, she saw Monk Fulu, who had been silent, suddenly stand up. Monk Fulu, who always had a kind smile on his face, had an ugly face at the moment. Stand out. Monk Fulu stared at the direction where a sage was sitting and said in a cold tone. The karmic obstacles were even more uncontrollably emanating from his body. What? Those people in the party were a bit confused. Were all of this martial saint's men so brave? Trying to make trouble in front of a saint? Fawn just now. Which one was it that said for the Lord to give an account? Is that you? Monk Fulu had a black face, and with a flash, he had already arrived in front of a saint, and without even looking at that saint, he directly held up the 10,000 soul streamer and pointed it at the saint-seated pro-disciple. It's me. So what? How dare you make a move? The martial saint lineage has gone too far in bullying people, that sage progenitor said with a stiff neck, and said that he even cast a glance at his master, wanting to see how his master punished this monk, but all he saw was that his sage master sighed and closed his eyes. Do it? No, you can't die. Prime Sage, Please open your eyes and look at this good disciple of yours. The old monk would also like to ask the prime sage, does the sage mean for my lord to give an explanation as well? Monk Fulu narrowed his eyes and instead directly pointed his spear at that sage. The Lord is the only true Buddha in his heart. Let the Lord give an explanation. He, Fulu, even if he is a saint, would dare to ask for an explanation. In front of so many saints and beings, the prime sage was confronted by Monk Fulu with his face. For a moment, he was also disgruntled and frowned slightly. It wasn't true that he was afraid of martial saints, but Monk Fulu was a mere divine exalt who hadn't even set foot on a half-saint yet, and wasn't worthy of questioning himself. Master Fulu, Lu Qinghan stepped forward and opened his mouth to give a reminder. Just as things were getting a bit out of control, a figure inside the palace was stretching its back and walked out. Snorting with his hand over his mouth, he squinted and muttered casually, "Who is it that wants to find someone Chen to give an explanation? Fellow Daoist Prime, what kind of explanation do you think Mr. Chen needs to give you in order for fellow Daoist to be satisfied?" The Prime Sage, who was originally planning to open his mouth to chide Monk Fulu, also unconsciously stood up directly after seeing that familiar figure. The martial saint is mistaken. This is all juniors talking nonsense. Can't do the math. Can't do the math. The Prime Sage compensated with a smile and performed a Taoist album. So, that's good. Otherwise, Chen really doesn't know what to do. We can't just do a battle with Dao Lord Prime in front of so many Dao Lords. Chen Changsheng looked around and said with a smile. He had sensed the descent of these saints just now. Even in his sleep, he could clearly perceive everything. Fulu, don't be rude in front of all the Taoists. Chen Changsheng looked at Monk Fulu and casually beckoned. Since the Lord had already stepped in, Monk Fulu no longer dwelled on it and made a slight Taoist repertoire to that Prime Sage. Turning around, he was about to return to his Lord. Just as he turned around and took 2 steps out, he violently flung his 10,000 soul streamer towards his back. One end of the 10,000 soul streamer directly penetrated the sage disciple who had just opened his mouth to ask the martial saint to give an account. Until his death, he hadn't figured out why Monk Fulu would suddenly strike and actually dare to kill himself in front of his sage master, but he would have plenty of time to think about it later. After all, his divine soul had already been incorporated into the 10,000 soul streamer. Fru has been rude. Please punish me, my lord. Monk Fulu silently retrieved the 10,000 soul streamer, and without even glancing at the Prime Sage, he came directly to his lord's side, kneeling down on one knee and bowing his head. AI, it's a pity for one of Dao Lord Prime's disciples. Chen Changsheng shook his head inside. He also knew Fulu's temperament. It had always been a good temper. Only when it got more serious, he simply wouldn't listen to advice. If he thinks it's time to kill, then it must be killed, even if it costs him for it. After all, he was originally an ascetic, not afraid of suffering. It didn't matter how he was chastised. The corner of the Prime Sage's eyes danced a few times, but he didn't open his mouth to speak. When his own disciple said the wrong thing just now, he already knew the outcome. I just didn't expect that the martial saint had already stepped in and this evil monk still dared to make a move. The other saints were also silent. No one wants to be the outlier. The martial saint is obviously trying to make an example out of him. To make that chaos see 100,000 years do not know him. Understand that this chaos see in the end who talk works. Monk Flo's outing was also extremely effective. One by one, the saint disciples who still had some dissatisfaction in their hearts towards the martial saint at the moment closed their mouths and couldn't help but gulp down their saliva as they looked at the saint disciple whose forehead was left empty and whose divine soul had been drained away. Luckily, none of the things they said in the party were particularly excessive. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't end up any better. At this moment, where could they not see that even if they were both saints, in front of the martial saint, all the other saints were lower? As long as it didn't involve the saints themselves, even if a disciple was decapitated, it was unlikely that they would fight another saint for it. For saints whose longevity was no longer depleted, something like a disciple was as good as dead. Is it still possible to not be able to receive a suitable disciple? It's just a pawn for them to play with each other, and saints are usually fought over by their disciples on weekdays. What does fellow Taoist Prime think the punishment should be? Chen Changsheng did not look at Monk Fulu, who was kneeling in front of him, but only looked at Sage Prime Heaven with a light smile on his face and asked, since his words impugned the martial saint, this fate is also deserved. Punishment is not necessary, the Prime Sage said with an expressionless face. Chen Changsheng wasn't surprised by this reply of his, and only gave him a slight nod before turning to Monk Fulu and saying, don't thank fellow Taoist Prime for his generosity. Thank you, Prime Sage. Monk Fulu stood up and bowed slightly with his hands together in the direction of the Prime Sage. The killing of a saintly disciple had been uncovered so lightly. Those upper realm immortal sects, at this moment, also finally understood something. It turns out that there is a world of difference between saints. Normally if a saint falls a disciple, is a peer competition, then okay, but the blessed monk this divine realm out to bully the small, the saint is bound to not let it go, at least to make the other side to pay enough price. After all, cultivate a disciple, also need to spend a lot of heavenly treasures and thought, but when it came to the martial saint, it was just a light sentence, not even a hint of punishment. When one thought of a martial saint sleeping in more than 30 saints having to wait honestly, they could understand how disparate the difference in status was. It was simply not like saints of the same realm. The martial saint was more like he was above the saints, not putting the other saints in his eyes at all in general. On the contrary, the other saints didn't dare to say anything, much less have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Those saints, no matter which one they were, even if they were even weaker saints, were supreme to other living beings, existences that could not look straight in the face and dominated all living beings. Ahem. Learning of martial saint's return, this seed happens to have prepared something, so martial saint will see if he can use it. The seed-covering sage said this and gave a wink to his disciple, although his disciple had slapped his own mouth for 50 just now. At this moment, after seeing that the other party had directly decapitated a sage disciple, there was no longer any semblance of dissatisfaction left in his heart. Fear, it's true fear. The other party is simply not treating them, the disciples of saints, as human beings. Kill when you say you will, in front of the saints. With the overwhelming saint taking the lead, the other saints also smiled and opened their mouths to indicate that they had similarly prepared something. Over the past half year, they had learned that the martial saint needed some heavenly treasures to cultivate the Yuanshan realm. Early on, they have tried their best to collect. Within a short while, one sage disciple after another presented the heavenly materials and treasures they had brought with them. Lu Qinghan was also nonchalant as he took those heavenly materials one by one and put them inside the palace. Many of the heavenly materials and treasures were duplicated, but it didn't matter. Don't want it for nothing. The Lord didn't even open his mouth to refuse, so she naturally accepted it as it was. Chen Changsheng was also very satisfied in his heart as he looked at those heavenly materials. It seemed that at the moment alone, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed to break through to the exalted realm were already available. It wouldn't take much effort to find some of the rest, incidentally, while practicing. As for those extra duplicated heavenly materials, they could also be given to Manga at that time for her to refine them into elixirs. This return to the chaotic sea was quite rewarding. Seeing that the martial saint had a satisfied look on his face, the group of saints also put their hearts down. You can never go wrong with a gift. Since the martial saint had returned, it was inevitable that they would meet each other in the chaos sea in the future, and striking a good relationship in advance would only have benefits and no harm. After receiving various heavenly materials and treasures, Runmeng recruited people to set up tables for the saints, all of which had spirit fruits placed on them. Today it was not easy for the saints to gather, and many saints also talked. There were those who drank and talked, and there were those who discussed the Tao. Along with the saints beginning to discuss the Tao, visions rose up in the heavens and earth from time to time. Those many forces from the upper realm who had waited here early had pricked up their ears, regardless of whether or not they could understand. They first memorized it. In the future, as long as one can realize some of them, it will be considered a great chance for oneself. That's a saintly argument. There were even quite a few people who had unknowingly broken through the realm while listening to the saints discussing the Tao. The bottleneck that had been stuck for many years, under the influence of the saint's vision, broke naturally. A saintly discourse lasted for 81 days, accompanied by Chen Changsheng's sentence of being tired. The many saints then excused themselves and left. This period of time's discourse had made them saints gain something amongst themselves. Both intend to return to their dojo for a bit of closure and digestion. The saints are also using each other's paths to corroborate each other. It was a pity that, in Chen Changsheng's opinion, they all no longer had a way forward. It is nothing more than how far one can go in the realm of saints. Wanting to go further, they had no chance. When all the saints left the table, Runmeng came to her master's side and asked in a low voice, "What is your master's next plan? Why don't you go back to stay in the middle of Disciples Pill City first?" Runmeng also opened up a small force in the Chaos Sea, called Pill City. The entire Chaos Sea, wherever pills are traded, will go here. And she herself was quite famous in the Chaos Sea. He belonged to the first person of the Dan Dao under the saints. Many great powers wanted to ask her to refine pills, so much so that many Chaos Sea powers owed her a favor. "You guys go back first. There are still some things that Master needs to verify." Chen Changsheng got up and stretched, looking up towards the chaotic sea beyond the heavens. After returning, what he wanted to see most now was the holy beasts at the four poles of the chaotic sea. There might be the answer he was looking for. Seeing that her master had something to take care of, Runmeng also knew better than to ask more questions. Taking his senior sister and Lu Qinghan with him, he left first. "Lord, do you want to make a trip over to the Sword Saint Dojo?" Monk Fulu came to the Lord's side and asked with folded hands. There's no rush. In a few days, I'll walk myself up. Chen Chongqing stroked his chin, but he had almost forgotten about the matter of the Sword Saint Taoist. But in contrast, there was no rush in the matter of the Sword Saint Dojo. Monk Fulu had already arranged the place pretty much as it was, and he was doing nothing more than going for a quick spin to appease those Sword Saint disciples. Now that the Sword Saint had taken the blame for himself, those people from the Sword Saint Dojo could no longer leave. If you stay in the dojo, at least you have your own protection. But once they left the dojo, in the chaotic sea, they were now unable to move an inch. Even other forces would be very happy to cut them down as a way to ingratiate themselves. After all, in the eyes of the others in the chaotic sea today, the Sword Saint was the true culprit who had calculated to take over his life. After making a few slight arrangements, Chen Chongqing did not intend to stay in this immortal cloud sect any longer. With a direct step, his figure disappeared into the sky. Greetings, Master Martial Saint. Those upper realm forces also bowed and knelt once again at this moment. It wasn't until everyone had left and the immortal cloud sect was completely deserted that they dared to get up and return to their respective forces. Listening to the sermon these days has also been very rewarding for them. Several immortal emperors even shook their heads and sighed as they left. If only they could stay by the side of the saints and do their work, they would have a chance to go further and reach the exalted realm. It was a pity that, with the opportunity for so many saints to gather, there was not a single immortal emperor who was looked upon by the saints. Even that Suizhu immortal emperor, who originally wanted to find a chance to strike up a conversation with the martial saint, but there were too many saints this time around, so he also put away his thoughts and could only kneel far away in the back row. In the sea of chaos, Chen Chongqing stroked his chin and thought, which one to meet first? That Xuanwu guy seems to sleep every day and doesn't like to be disturbed. The green dragon is short-tempered and will strike when it gets close. Jubilee, that guy always feels like he's looking at me the wrong way. It's better to go to that white tiger first and ask him about it. After thinking for a moment, Chen Chongqing already had an idea in his mind. Those 4 saint beasts, he had come into contact with them as early as 100,000 years ago. At first, he had felt that there should be a path above saints and wanted to seek a breakthrough. But those 4 holy beasts simply wouldn't let him leave the chaotic sea. If it came down to a fight, he wasn't sure of victory. At the very least, if the 4 sacred beasts were to join forces, it would be difficult for him to do so. Individually against any of them, it's not too much pressure. After all, in the realm of saints, even if one was as strong as the 4 holy beasts, they were still just saints in the end, and he thought that he was not afraid of anyone in the same realm. Now that he had plans, he did not delay any longer. As if strolling idly, he passed through the chaotic sea with his arms folded. One step was a step across millions of miles. From time to time, he would also pass by the saints' dojos, only he did not stay, and those saints were too late to come out to greet him. Instead, he headed directly towards the west, causing many saints to speculate. Seeing that the martial saint is constantly heading towards the west, he should be going to seek out that holy beast, the white tiger, right? I also don't know what the martial saint's plans are for seeking that holy beast. Is it possible that you still haven't let go of the matter of leaving the chaotic sea? If it really moves against a holy beast, this seed can show up to help and mix good karma. When the martial saint returned to the chaotic sea, his every move would attract the attention of other saints. Plus, Chen Chongqing had no intention of hiding himself at all. Many saints were already closely watching his situation, and if he really wanted to make a move against the 4 holy beasts, there would be saints who would take the initiative to show up. This was a rare opportunity to befriend a martial saint, and many saints actually had the idea of leaving the chaotic sea in their hearts. They also knew that it was difficult for them to go further. But what if they could find a wider world by leaving the chaotic sea? Not necessarily without a chance to continue the breakthrough. Not every saint wanted to enjoy supremacy in the chaotic sea. There would always be those who wanted to go further. Chaos Sea, West Pole. Chen Chongqing did not delay along the way, and with his speed, in just less than an hour's time, he had already crossed the chaotic sea and arrived at the western end. Compared to the emptiness of the chaotic sea, when he reached the end, he was able to feel the power of the chaotic rules outside that barrier. Even if a saint wanted to cross the chaotic zone of the chaotic overseas, he would not necessarily be able to preserve himself. And once there was no replenishment of aura, sooner or later, he would be consumed under the rules. However, Chen Chongqing did not have this concern, as he majored in physical body cultivation. Even if he did not rely on his spiritual power, he was still certain that he would be able to get through that zone of strife. The 4 poles of this chaotic sea are all guarded by holy beasts, and no one is allowed to pass through. When he arrived at this west pole, a familiar figure had stopped in front of him. A cool woman in a white dress, wearing a silver hairpin on her head, was quite good looking, but unfortunately, The terrifying aura made people only dare to look at it from afar and not dare to blaspheme. You made it. Without waiting for Chen Changxing to open his mouth, the white tiger transformed woman took the initiative to speak instead. But with your strength today, you still can't leave the chaotic sea. Don't be in a hurry. Wait a little longer. The cool woman lightly opened her vermilion lips and said casually. Her words caused Chen Changxing to frown slightly. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen the four extreme saint beasts before, but every time, they were directly forced back forcefully. Except for that vermilion bird which was somewhat abnormal. This time, the white tiger's words, in turn, made him a bit puzzled. I didn't come here today to leave the chaotic sea. I just have a few questions. Chen Changxing didn't want to make a move this time, and seeing that the white tiger was emotionally stable, he spoke with relief. And the white tiger surprisingly didn't refuse. And with a wave of his hand, he isolated heaven and earth with his own aura. Even those saints couldn't know what the rest of the conversation was about. Only after doing so did she speak again. Are you asking about the realm above the saints? Or are you asking about things beyond the chaotic sea? Chen Changxing looked at the other party and after a moment of silence stretched out a finger and said, the realm above the saints. I will reach it myself, and I will witness it with my own eyes outside of the chaotic sea. I have come today to ask only one question. Who is the one who took me? Since you, the four saint beasts, don't allow any living beings to enter or leave the chaotic sea, why would an existence above the saints appear and try to take over this physical body of mine? Hearing his words, the cool woman froze for a moment. The eyes that looked at him could not help but gain a little more appreciation and indescribable relief. Things may not be as bad as you think. You only need to cultivate your Yuanshan realm at ease, and when your Yuanshan reaches the divine sovereign realm, you will naturally be able to learn everything. But regarding the realm above saints, you still need to know something in advance. At the moment, you're caught in a misconception. The cool woman did not answer his question, but instead took the initiative to chat about the chaotic sea and the realm above the saints. Seeing this, Chen Changxing did not say anything, and although he felt very strange in his heart, he just calmly gazed at the other party, wanting to hear what she had to say. Do you believe that the chaos sea is a prison? I, the four sacred beasts, am merely guarding this cage for a certain powerful person? Seeing her silence, the cool woman took the initiative to ask back. Chen Changxing nodded slightly and did not deny it. He did have this consideration. This chaos sea was more like a cage for saints in his opinion. And if there was a wider world above this chaos sea, the name of the cage would be completely realized. Nonetheless, we are just waiting for a Tao Lord to appear. Including the chaotic sea, there are a total of 108 Tao domains. And the chaotic sea is just one of these 108 Tao domains. Each Tao domain is controlled by a Tao Lord. One step further for a saint is a Tao Lord. When you succeed in advancing to Tao Lord, this chaotic sea will naturally allow you to come and go as you please. But until then, it's impossible for even Tao Lords from other Tao Lord domains to come here. So the one who took you was not an outsider. If you really want to say who is the most likely person to take over your life, it should be yourself. Chen Changxing heard every word of the cool woman, but the more he listened, the deeper his frown became. What does it mean? The person who took over the house, the most likely person is himself? Myself. Take over myself? Do you want to hear what you're saying? Chen Changxing asked with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, yourself. Do you really have no Yuanshan cultivation? Your divine sense can be much stronger than the average saint. Even if you've lived for billions of years without any cultivation of your divine sense, how could it be so strong that it can't even be compared to a saint? The cool woman nodded, not in the least bit joking. It was just that Chen Changxing couldn't figure out what exactly this had to do with him being taken over. According to you, every Tao domain has the existence of a Tao Lord. Where is the Tao Master of this chaotic sea? Or, has the chaotic sea never had a Tao Lord before? Where is the last Taoist master? Again? Chen Changxing was silent for a moment, and simply gave up on the issue of seizing the body for the time being. Chaos Sea, there has never been a Tao Lord, but you will become the Tao Lord of this chaotic sea, and it will only be you. Alright, other issues will be known when your Yuanshan realm breaks through to the divine sovereign realm. Maybe, on the day you are promoted to Tao Lord, you will also figure everything out. The cool woman shook her head, and with that, she turned around and prepared to leave. She had already said too much to Chen Changxing today. Saying more about it might have a bad effect. One last question. Do you, the four holy beasts, know me from a long time ago? Know each other 130,000 years ago? Chen Changxing opened his mouth once again to pursue the question at the white tiger's back. Recognize. As the voice of the cool woman fell, the aura that had blocked off the heavens and earth in that party dispersed, and her figure similarly disappeared before Chen Changxing's eyes. Chen Changxing, who had stood frozen in place for half a day, took a few deep breaths. Today, he came to inquire about the white tiger, and the answer he got really made himself a little beyond expectation. He didn't expect to do anything at all, and it was as if the other man was just waiting for him. But his question, still unanswered, made him think even more. Taking over yourself. What the hell kind of answer is that? And what White Tiger said, did he really not cultivate the Yuanshan? Why was his divine sense so strong? And why was the Yuanshan realm that he cultivated in nowadays very different from other saints? Even if it was done to a perfect degree, it really shouldn't be as strong as he was. Everything. It all seems to make sense. But there are so many coincidences. The consumption required for his realm was enormous. But on the contrary, he had an endless lifespan that could make up for all the consumption of cultivating in the way of the Yuanshan. 108 Tao domains, Tao lords, above the realm of saints? Why only me? And why has the chaotic sea never had a Tao lord? Obviously, he had met the white tiger and she had answered many of his questions. But now Chen Changsheng, on the contrary, had an even bigger mystery in his heart. Before he came, his doubts might just be the identity of a person who had taken over his life, whether it was an existence outside the chaos sea, or whether it was related to the four holy beasts. Now he was getting an answer that even he couldn't figure out. Half a day. It was only then that he finally slowed down and looked deeply at the direction where the white tiger had disappeared. He turned around and headed towards where another sacred beast was, the southern pole where Vermilion Bird is located. Those saints who were always watching had no idea about what he and the white tiger had actually talked about. When he had just left, the white tiger looked away from him in the direction he had left. Pursing her red lips slightly, she pondered for a moment. Directly lifting his hand, he transformed a piece of mirror, on which was a picture of where the other three saint beasts were. He came by. The white tiger's voice was transmitted into the ears of the other three sacred beasts through the mirror flower water moon technique. Why is it going to you first? Vermilion Bird's voice sounded a bit sultry. For his part, Green Dragon asked flatly, what did you say? What else can I say? Say what he told me to say. Just what the hell is he doing this for? The white tiger's voice was equally puzzled. She had just answered Chun Changqing's question, but no one could tell her the answer. And she was also the one who was kept in the dark. Don't ask. Don't guess. Just do it, Xuanwu said calmly and slowly, and then simply cut off his image. He should have gone to find Vermilion Bird. The white tiger looked at the direction Chun Changqing had left and opened his mouth to remind him. Really? Then let's stop chatting for a while and take a bath. Maybe we can be pampered by the young master? The image of a red dress of the Vermilion Bird heard that she had come to find herself. The party's grudge was swept away, and directly cut off the image. The remaining Green Dragon and White Tiger, naturally, had no interest in chatting. Without more words, the White Tiger dispersed that image with a casual wave of his hand. I just hope that Jubilee doesn't go to the top and say something she shouldn't. They didn't know exactly what Chen Changsheng was planning, but they were all just following his orders. About the takeover, they were even more puzzled than Chen Changsheng. The four holy beasts' true place of duty wasn't to guard the chaotic sea at all. It was just to ensure that all of Chen Changsheng's plans would go on smoothly. They were also just the protectors of Chen Changsheng. But there's no such thing as taking a life in the plan. Chaos Sea, South Pole. There was a large hall located in the area of the stirring rule, but there was a large hall located in the middle of it. Those rule forces couldn't affect the Great Hall in the slightest either. And in the Great Hall, a woman slowly removed her red dress, humming a little song. She went to one of the spirit pool rooms in the Great Hall and immersed herself in the spirit liquid. Young master is coming for me, but you must wash and smell good. And this time, you must let young master pamper you. Humbug. What's the plan? It doesn't matter. It's most important that the young master is happy. I don't know what the three of them think, what they care about that for. How many years have gone by? Might as well figure out how to get away with it and have a good time. Jubilee hummed a little tune and muttered under her breath. Suddenly, a ferocious beast's aura faintly surfaced in the chaotic rule zone, coming in the direction of the chaotic sea. Vermilion Bird casually waved her hand, and a curved bow came to her in the Great Hall. From the spirit pond, he lifted a jade foot, his forefoot slightly stepping on top of the curved bow, and then gently hooked the bowstring with 2 fingers. An arrow formed from Tao rhythms then coalesced and took shape on top of the curved bow. As her fingers loosened, the arrow passed through the walls of the Great Hall like nothing, causing no damage. However, it shot straight towards the ferocious beast that was 10 million miles beyond the Chaos Sea. Without even uttering a miserable scream, that terrifying ferocious beast had already been turned into nothingness by the true flame, as if it had never appeared. If Chen Changsheng had witnessed this arrow with his own eyes, he would have inevitably found these 4 holy beasts were not at all in the saint realm. Even, it might not necessarily be a Tao Lord. It might still be in existence further up the line from a Tao Lord. The realms they displayed were simply deliberately suppressed. The reason for doing so was merely to make the saints of this chaotic sea not too desperate. If there were just 4 peak saint realm, invincible saint beasts of the same realm suppressing them, these saints would still be able to accept it. But if 4 existences that were far beyond saints were suppressed at the 4 poles of the chaotic sea, what kind of panic would be caused? What happens when the saints will realize that they too are ants that can be taken at will? However, it was also because of their existence that this chaotic sea was able to be safe and sound, and was never intruded upon by any existence. Hey, there's no end to the misery. When will the young master regain his memory? Vermilion Bird casually resolved that unknown realm's ferocious beast, and with a wave of his hand, that curved bow was transformed into stars and dots to revert back to hang on the wall aside. How about directly showdown with young master? Maybe with a little excitement. It'll get better? Forget it. In case it really spoils young master's plan, the sin is too great. Sorrow. Sorrow. Vermilion Bird sighed and stuck his head into the spirit pool. His whole body curled up. When Chen Changsheng arrived at the southernmost pole of the chaotic sea, a woman in a red dress had obviously been waiting for a long time. Without waiting for him to say anything, the woman in the red dress couldn't wait to come forward and put her arms around him. Chen Changsheng pumped twice. It was wrapped too tightly and could not be drawn out at all. And the woman was so powerful. Brother Changsheng, why haven't you come to look for me for so long? Is it possible that in the lower realms, you have found another confidant to linger over? As the Vermilion Bird spoke, it kept trying to rub against Chen Changsheng's body. Never mind. Farewell. Chen Changsheng blackened his face and was directly about to leave. He knew he shouldn't have come down here to the south to look for Vermilion Bird. This guy, not normal. Don't rush off. I know. Brother Changsheng is the one who has a question he wants to ask. You asked for it. I'll tell you everything I know. Even if it's your life, I can give it to you. Anything can be oh. As soon as the Vermilion Bird heard that Chen Changsheng was going to leave, she immediately let go of his arm, but still wanted to rub up against his body a few times. Suddenly I don't want to ask again. Chen Changsheng felt like she was burning up from looking at him. It's like having ants crawling on your body. God TM lives all to himself. These 4 sacred beasts are not normal. All of them are not normal. Come on. Let's lie down. Sit down and talk slowly. Don't you want to know who tried to take you? Don't you want to know how to break through to Tao Lord? Vermilion Bird pulled his hand and was about to walk in the direction of that great hall. The corner of Chen Changsheng's eyes were wildly jumping, with the feeling that if he entered this great hall, he would lose even his bone crumbs. The question that the white tiger didn't even know the answer to. He didn't believe that the Vermilion Bird, who was also a 4 holy beast, would know, and the reason he came was just to verify it. Chen Changsheng, who was being pulled by Vermilion Bird towards the Grand Hall, had the illusion that he was about to fall deep into the giant mouth of an abyss. The right arm was wrapped tightly, and after a few jerks it still wouldn't budge. The few times he had jerked his arm, he had used some force, but the results had been somewhat surprising. This guy's physical strength, has it also reached the Saint Realm? With this in mind, he simply clenched his left hand and blasted directly at the back of the Vermilion Bird's head. Previously, he had fought with the Green Dragon, but it had always been a feeling of vaguely overwhelming the other party, and ultimately, fearing that the other party had summoned the other 3 sacred beasts to descend, he had only withdrawn his hand and left. But this time, he was skeptical. He didn't hold back the slightest bit with this punch. Even if a saint was hit with this, his head would have to explode like a watermelon. In a flash, the fist had touched Jubilee's hair, but Jubilee sidestepped her head for a split second. The fist passed through the stump while Jubilee rubbed her face against his fist with an infatuated look on her face. I'm afraid that the realm of your 4 holy beasts is more than just saints. Chen Changsheng sighed and withdrew his hand. The test that he had made just now was enough for him to see the signs. If the opponent resisted with aura or Tao rhythms, he could also accept it. However, the other party did not have the slightest fluctuation in aura, and even the Tao rhythm did not show up, so he directly dodged his punch sideways. This was enough to prove that the other party's physical strength, I'm afraid, was also at the saint level. Still so smart. Really, it's not like people are going to hurt you. Why be so guarded? As long as you go back to the middle of the Great Hall with the others, lie down and have a good chat. Any doubts will be solved. Vermilion Bird, seeing that he had been seen through, did not retort. She just looked back at Chen Changsheng with a regretful face, and when she saw that he wanted to draw back his arm, she could only let go of her hand with fondness. I'd rather believe the white tiger. Chen Changsheng looked into her eyes for a moment before shaking his head. Jubilee opened her mouth, having the presence of mind to prove that she was truly willing to tell him everything. But it was only when she returned to the Great Hall that she dared to inform with impunity. She wouldn't dare to reveal what she shouldn't say in this chaos sea. I'll know the answer when I break through the Tao Master realm. Until then, I just need to know one thing. Is it true that there won't be an existence beyond the saint realm that descends into the chaotic sea? Chen Changsheng put his arms behind his back, as if he was afraid of being picked up by the other party again. You don't need to worry about this issue. It's definitely impossible for an existence above a saint to appear in the chaotic sea. The other answers may be false, except for this one, which is the same answer no matter which holy beast you approach. Furthermore, have you ever seen a Downlord realm appear in the Sea of Chaos over the years? Jubilee nodded decisively in the affirmative. I'll trust you 3 times for now. Mr. Chen still has things to do, so there's no need to send him off. Chen Changsheng pondered slightly. Then he turned around to leave this place, but Jubilee suddenly reached out and pulled at his wrist, causing him to almost do it instinctively. But when he turned back, he saw Vermilion Bird handing over a spatial ring. Here, this bit of stuff should help you break through a bit faster. Break through the Downlord realm early. Or, if you figure it out someday, you can always come and rest at someone's place. The Vermilion Bird handed over the spatial ring to his hand, and then it directly turned into a ball of flame and disappeared. Chen Changsheng only faintly probed the spatial ring, and he was stunned. The heavenly materials inside this space ring are so familiar. A whole set. Enough heavenly materials for him to break through from the heavenly immortal realm to the exalted realm. No matter the year or the quality, they were all the most extreme and perfect. It was more complete and more impeccable than what those saints had collected before. At this moment, he even suspected that these heavenly materials were prepared in advance by himself. Otherwise, how could this Vermilion Bird be so well prepared? With doubts in his heart, glancing at the great hall that stood in the midst of the tumultuous rule force, Chen Changsheng turned around and took a step to also disappear in the same place. On the way to the Sword Saint Dojo, he was also analyzing Fong's conversation with the 2 holy beasts a little bit. Their words are a mixture of truth and falsehood, and the most crucial thing was that they weren't even in the saint realm. They had at least reached the Dao Lord realm. At this point, it had already disproved the White Tiger's claim that there had never been a Dao Lord in the chaotic sea. How much of that White Tiger's words are still true and how much are they not? Did he really arrange the taking of his own life on his own? And that Vermilion Bird, every time he sees himself, he is very strange. Can't wait to eat themselves out of house and home. This made even Chen Changsheng a little worried. Did this guy have some special means to suck his essence dry? When Chen Changsheng left, mirrors floated in front of the 4 sacred beasts again, revealing their respective images and voices. Vermilion Bird, do you know what you're doing? Xinglong's voice rang out, very dissatisfied. It's obvious that she's in heat. The White Tiger's face kept coming closer to the image, finally revealing one eye as it stared at the image of Vermilion Bird, and said. The normally silent Xuanwu also nodded in agreement at the right time. Indeed. Why? Don't you just want to get close to the young master? No? Did I say anything I shouldn't have? Not really. As for those heavenly treasures, they were also prepared for the young master a long time ago. Not to mention me. Even you guys, who doesn't have a copy in their hands? Jubilee waved her hand without a care in the world and said in a frivolous tone. Next time you invite the young master to your grand hall, I will strike. Not willing to break up too much with her, Xinglong left a threat and directly cut off the screen. The White Tiger also spoke up and reminded. I say Vermilion Bird, even if you crave the young master's body, don't spoil the young master's plans, or else neither you nor I can afford the consequences. Indeed, Xianwu spoke again in agreement. Got it, 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 got it. Jubilee waved her hand impatiently, directly breaking up that image. Thinking back to the scent of the young master's body just now, she all felt very happy. It's a shame how you just don't trust people. How could people harm you? Vermilion Bird was contentedly humming a little song and returned to his hall, leisurely continuing to soak in the bath. The only images left in the mirror image were those of the White Tiger and Xuanwu. The White Tiger couldn't help but ask, Young Master has obviously found out that our realm is not that of a saint. Is there a need to think of a way to deal with this? No need. Xianwu shook his head. Also, maybe this is what the young master thought of long ago? It's just that I still can't figure out what's going on with the takeover. Obviously no one has ever approached the young master's retreat while he was sleeping. White Tiger's voice sounded suspiciously, only for Xuanwu to have already cut off the screen. Chaos Sea, Kensei Dojo. Chen Changsheng had pretty much run through the doubts in his mind along the way. No other issues matter at the moment. He only needed to first break through his Yuanshen to the Divine Sovereign Realm, or break through to the Saint Realm and step into that Dao Lord Realm. Naturally, he will get the answer he wants. Thinking about it at the moment was just a waste of his energy. Those 4 sacred beasts were obviously hiding their strength, and after so many years, they hadn't caused any impact on the chaotic sea, so they must not be enemies either. And looking at that Vermilion Bird, even though it made it a bit hard to top him, it did have the implication of befriending him. When he came back to his senses, he had already arrived at the Sword Saint Dojo. Monk Fulu had sensed his aura and took the initiative to welcome him. Lord, Monk Fulu clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully. How many people besides those on the list have been solved? Chen Chongqing nodded slightly to signal him to get up, and opened his mouth to ask casually again. He understood that with Monk Fulu's methods, there would definitely be no one missing from the list. But in addition, there will inevitably be some disobedient people. Do not know the truth of the blessed monk will not be merciful to them. In addition to the list, 13 others were solved. Don't worry, Lord. They left in pain and are still suffering for all beings in the old monk's 10,000 souls. Monk Fulu replied with his hands clasped together and a kind smile on his face. You're really doing quite well. Chen Chongqing twitched the corners of his mouth. He also didn't expect that his initial casual remark would be taken as the truth by Monk Fulu, and was now meticulously enforced. It's all because the Lord taught me well. The Lord's wisdom is unique in the world. Monk Fulu quickly waved his hand. He himself could not think of such a good solution. That spirit fox didn't kill it, did it? Chen Chongqing shook his head helplessly. He didn't care too much about those 13 unlucky ones. From the day he stepped onto the road of cultivation, who wasn't going to be chopped up at any time? For the sake of chance, for the sake of magic treasures, for the sake of pills, the number of cultivators who fall every day is countless. And in the scheming of the saints, the lives of living beings are even no different from weeds. A mere 13 people were not enough to make him have any mood swings. The only thing he cared about was that spirit fox venerable. Her, there's still a use for her. That one didn't. As the Lord instructed, my subordinate naturally won't move her. Monk Fulu hurriedly bowed slightly with his hands together. Although that spirit fox venerable had touched his bottom line and wanted to seduce him to break his vow, he didn't dare to disobey his Lord's request. If it were anyone else, they would have confessed in the 10,000 soul streamer by now. Tell her to come to the Dao Palace. Chen Chongqing nodded his head slightly, and with that, his figure moved, directly arriving at the door of the Sword Saint Dao Palace. Looking at the familiar Dao Palace, the Sword Saint had even invited him to come and drink and discuss the Dao many times before. It's a pity that now the Sword Saint Daoist can only cultivate in the void. This favor, on the contrary, is owed. Chen Chongqing shook his head and directly entered the Dao Palace. Many of the great powers of the Sword Saint Dojo also sensed the arrival of the Martial Saint. The sudden arrival of the Martial Saint caused many people in the Sword Saint Dojo to start worrying. It was not known whether the Martial Saint was coming this time to liquidate them or to recruit them. The odds is going to liquidate. After all, with the temperament of the Martial Saint, I'm afraid that those of them, they would not even see eye to eye. And if they had the intention to change their family to follow the Martial Saint would not agree. Thinking like this, many of the experts of the Sword Saint Dojo began to have problems with their Dao hearts. As for Monk Fulu, he didn't care about them that much. He just came to a compound in the first place. Guru, you're looking for me? Venerable Spirit Fox naturally sensed the arrival of the Martial Saint. Seeing Monk Flo, she asked a little nervously. Knowingly, the Lord wants to see you, Monk Fulu said without a trace of humor. Then, slave will clean up first. When Venerable Spirit Fox said that, before she could go back to her room to clean up, she had already been interrupted by Monk Fulu raising his hand and saying, "Are you going to make the Lord wait for you? Don't dare, dare not." Venerable Spirit Fox knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he could only follow behind Monk Fulu and head towards the direction of the Dao Palace. Along the way, there were quite a few Sword Saint Dojo disciples who saw this scene. Seeing that the Martial Saint did not seek trouble from them in the first place also made them a few points more nervous in their hearts. This is not taking them seriously at all. One could only hope that the Martial Saint would keep thinking that way and leave after meeting this Spirit Fox Venerable. On the way, Venerable Spirit Fox couldn't help but ask, "Does the Grandmaster know what the Martial Sage is looking for new plan for?" Monk Fulu glanced at it and did not answer. Venerable Spirit Fox then continued to pursue. "Will be dangerous?" Monk Fulu couldn't help himself and stopped and turned back. "If you ask again, it will be dangerous now." As he spoke, he tightened his 10,000 soul streamer, and Venerable Spirit Fox instantly closed his mouth and dared not speak. Soon, the two of them then arrived at the door of the Dao Palace. Monk Fulu stopped and stepped aside, signaling him to enter it. Although he was scared in his heart, Spirit Fox Venerable could only push the door in. Flo closed the door behind him on the outside, and then sat down directly on the outside. Dao Gong Ni Ai. Venerable Spirit Fox felt his heartbeat speeding up involuntarily. She had never spoken to a saint up close. With her realm and status, even if she were to worship a saint, she would belong to the group that knelt 10,000 feet away. But she was involved in the reckoning of the Sage of Wushu. Today, the martial sage must have been looking for her because of this matter as well. When looking at the scene in front of him, there was only an empty hall, and on the highest seat, There was a handsome youth lazily supporting his chin with his hand, leaning on top of the Taoist seat. My slave worships the sage master of martial arts. Venerable Spirit Fox trembled before kneeling down and submitting to the ground. From Chen Chongqing's viewpoint, it was just enough to see a white blossom on its chest. Obviously it was the Spirit Fox Venerable small mind. It was a pity that to a sage like Chen Chongqing, this kind of small-mindedness was simply useless. Even an earthly beauty like the vermilion bird had failed to successfully lure him on, let alone a Spirit Fox Venerable. Speak for yourself, Chen Chongqing said casually. I don't know what the martial sage master. Want to know? Venerable Spirit Fox asked knowingly. Only instead of getting a response, there was an invisible pressure surging towards her, making it seem as if her roots and bones were going to be crushed. The slave has not seen the face of the person who directed it. Venerable Spirit Fox didn't dare to pretend any longer and hurriedly opened his mouth to reply. Is that her voice? Or maybe, is that the voice? Or is it this one? Is it the one of these four voices? The white tiger's voice, as well as the vermilion bird's voice, and even the voices of the other two sacred beasts, suddenly resounded within the hall. Venerable Spirit Fox prostrated herself on the ground, listening to the four voices of the party, so nervous that she couldn't even recognize them. One can only bravely open his mouth and say, slave. No, didn't hear it. Chen Chongqing wasn't in a hurry and asked softly, what was the content of the voice transmission with you in the first place? Hearing this question, Venerable Spirit Fox thought back for a moment and told word for word. At that time, my slave was searching for a spirit herb, but just as I found it and was about to collect it, a voice rang in my ears. She said, you are the chosen one. As long as you help me do one thing, you will have a great chance to descend. When Venerable Spirit Fox said this, she suddenly defended herself again. At that time, after hearing that she was going to count the saints, my slave rejected it at the first opportunity. But she directly pulled my slave into a void, saying that if I refused, I would be endlessly tortured in that void without dying. The slave can only do as you are told. Martial Saint Master. Slave really did not intend to do it. All was coerced. After listening to her words, Chen Chongqing did not dwell on whether or not she was intentional. This question was not important to him. He spoke again in those four tones, uttering the words, you are the chosen one. Just do one thing for me. The same sentence was repeated by him in four voices and tones. Venerable Spirit Fox visibly froze for a moment when she heard the voice of the green dragon. Is it the third one? Chen Chongqing noticed the change in her mood and immediately opened his mouth to ask, can the martial sage master repeat it again? The slave is not completely sure. Venerable Spirit Fox spoke weakly. Regarding this request, Chen Chongqing naturally did not refuse. In the tone and voice of a green dragon, he repeated the words again. And this time, Venerable Spirit Fox's eyes lit up. Nodding decisively, he spoke, reporting back to Martial Saint Master. This is the person. There's a slight difference in the voice, but the tone and speaking habits match. Having received her affirmative answer, Chen Chongqing said no more, his fingers rhythmically and gently tapping on the armrests of the Dao seat, his gaze deep in thought. Green Dragon, the only four sacred beasts he had fought before. At that time, when he was about to leave the chaotic sea, Qinglong moved against him, but at that time, he had always been vaguely overpowering Qinglong. But now it seemed that it was the other party who had hidden their strength. She should also be a Dao Lord realm existence, but since this was the case, and the other party's strength was already above his own, why would he still compel such a minor character like the Spirit Fox Venerable One to scheme against him? It made no sense at all. The Spirit Fox Exalted One would just be getting killed for nothing even if he did it himself. Instead, he would leave some clues behind. Why didn't Green Dragon do it himself? Is she jealous of something? Or is she plotting something? With a rough understanding of this matter in his mind, Chen Chongqing no longer intended to linger here. Taking a step, he walked towards the outside of the Dao Palace. As he passed by that Spirit Fox Venerable, he casually said, you can stay here at the Sword Saint Dojo and cultivate. For the moment, her life, it was useful. Kowtow to the Martial Saint Elder for forgiveness. It was only at this moment that Venerable Spirit Fox finally breathed a sigh of relief, and when she came back to her senses, she realized that her sarong was soaked with cold sweat. Facing the saints is just too much pressure. As long as the martial saint was slightly displeased, her life would be accounted for here. Even, the greater possibility is to be directly taken into the 10,000 soul streamer by that evil monk outside the door to be tortured for eternity. When Chen Chongqing arrived at the door of the Dao Palace, he found that quite a few disciples and great powers of the Sword Saint lineage were already waiting outside the Dao Palace. It seemed to be waiting for his sentence. At the sight of him appearing, whether it was the divine sovereigns of the Sword Saint lineage or those disciples of the Zunshi realm, they all knelt down and bowed. Kowtow to the martial sage master. Even when the Sword Saint was still around, They needed to kneel and bow when they saw the martial saint. Now that the sword saint had fallen, they were even more fearful of the martial saint. Be excused. Now that the sword saint has fallen, you and others may be unharmed if you stay in this sword saint dojo. If you don't want to stay here, you can also join the forces of the disciples under my door, and you will be safe. As for those who want to leave on their own and head to the Chaos Sea to make a break for it, they can also make themselves at home. My karma with the sword saint has nothing to do with you. Although Chen Changsheng's voice was not loud, it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. He did not decide where these people would stay or go, but instead offered them 3 direct choices. Staying here because the sword saint dojo already belonged to the resources of his martial saint lineage. Other saints naturally didn't dare to intervene. Join his martial saint line of forces. The same reason, other saints still can't control. Moreover, they don't dare to take action against them. After all, even if they take action against these people, the purpose is to curry favor with the martial saint. Have joined the martial saint forces. Other saint forces also have no reason to take action. As for the third way, anyone who is smart will not choose. How could they not think about it during this time? As long as one left the sword saint dojo, one would absolutely be reduced to a street rat that everyone would shout at and kill. Whether you go or stay, decide for yourself. After Chen Changsheng said this, he turned his head to Monk Fulu and casually said, if there is nothing else to do, you can cultivate here within the Dao Palace. Many thanks, Lord. Monk Fulu bowed with his hands together. Chen Changsheng no longer lingered, and with a direct step, he disappeared under everyone's gaze. It wasn't until then that those great powers of the Sword Saint Dojo came back to their senses. They all bowed reverently to the location where Chen Changsheng had just left, kowtow to the mercy of the martial sage elder. Their previous worries were also completely dispersed at this moment. The martial saint had no intention of exterminating them at all, instead leaving them with 2 ways to live. Monk Fulu swept his eyes over everyone present and spoke. If you wish to join the young lord's forces, you can come and seek out the poor monk in January. With those words, he then turned around and directly entered within the Dao Palace. Cultivating in the Sage Dao Palace was naturally much stronger than the outside world. He wasn't going to wander off if the Lord didn't tell him to, leaving behind those many experts of the Sword Saint lineage outside the Dao Palace. They looked at each other in dismay. Most of them had already decided to stay here to cultivate and watch first. However, there were some people, such as those disciples of the Sword Saint and the like, who still intended to continue to break through and climb upwards, were planning to join the forces of the martial saint lineage. Thus, the matter of the Sword Saint Dojo was also perfectly resolved by Chen Changsheng. Just wait until the day he breaks through the Dao Lord realm, and have the Sword Saint Dao Lord return to take back charge of these forces. Chaos Sea, Medicine City. Before Chen Changsheng could arrive, the entire Pill City was ready to welcome the martial saint. Ever since Raimu returned to Pill City, she had already started preparing everything. Grandmaster Fru has sent word that Master has left the Sword Saint Dojo. When Rusha found eldest senior sister, who had just finished refining pills, and reported up the information she had just received. Got it. Raimu wiped the fine sweat on her forehead, turned around, and then she was going to take a brief shower first. Stay for half an hour. The entire Pill City was waiting for that person's figure to appear. Even Raimu, the Pill City Lord, including when Rushu and the others, had already put down what they were doing. Finally, Chen Changsheng's silhouette appeared in the sky above Pill City without any fluctuation or sound. He also nodded with considerable relief as he looked down at the scene before him. Dreamer has done well over the years. To think that it could develop into a Chaos Sea Pill Holy Land, I guess it didn't take much effort. With just a single sweeping glance, he could detect that there were at least 3 Divine Exalted Realm powerhouses in this Pill City, and countless experts below the Divine Exalted Realm as well. Although most of the experts were not based in Pill City, they only came to trade and exchange resources. But, to be able to gather so many powerful people, Pill City was already considered very good. After all, many saintly forces didn't necessarily have 3 divine sovereign realms that they could mobilize on a regular basis. As for Rin Meng, who had long been paying attention to when her master's father would arrive, she naturally greeted them at the first opportunity with her senior sister and the others. Disciple Raimu, kowtow to Greek Master. Disciple Wen Rushu, bow to Master. Disciple Shangwon Shallow Autumn, greetings to Master. Slave Lu Qinghan, kowtow to the Lord. Karen. The 4 men and a Qilin came before Chen Changsheng and bowed respectfully. This was the first time he had descended on Pill City, and Run Meng then needed to make a full gesture. Even the Qilin had its head lowered at the moment, in a prostrate position to pay its respects, and the many great powers of that Pill City. At this moment, seeing this situation also have to the direction of the martial sage above their heads, respectfully and piously kowtowed, we bow to the martial sage master. Originally, after 100,000 years, the name of martial saint had gradually been forgotten by some people in the chaotic sea. Even the rookies during these 100,000 years had no concept of the power of a martial saint. But the first thing that was done on the occasion of the martial saint's return was to first behead the sword saint. It is not the other saints fighting to kill a few times and then lose to give compensation, but really and truly completely cut off the life. The sword saint, among the Chaos Sea saints, his strength could be ranked in the top 10, even hovering around 5th. But even he was easily killed by the martial saint, which was enough to prove how terrifying the martial saint's strength was. With just this one incident, the entire chaotic sea, once again, understood that this chaotic sea was always surnamed Shen. As long as the martial saint existed, the martial saint lineage was the leader of this chaotic sea. Be excused. Chen Shanxing nodded slightly, and under Ring Meng's guidance, he went to the Grand Hall in the very center of the Pill City. It wasn't until he left that the many great powers of Pill City dared to get up. Is that the martial saint? Why does it feel like the Yuanshan cultivation level is only at the heavenly immortal realm? Shoo, don't talk nonsense if you don't know. What do you brats know? Martial saints are the only legends in the Sea of Chaos who have become saints in the flesh. In the past, martial saints were already enough to suppress many saints without having a Yuanshan cultivation at all. Now that the martial saint has begun to cultivate the Yuanshan again, I'm afraid that he has become even more invincible, and might really be able to take that step above the saints. Don't want to die. How dare you even discuss the affairs of a saintly lord? The Taoist reminds. The rookie of nearly 100,000 years didn't know too much about martial saints, but in a few slight words, it was also instantly understood. It was fitting that martial saints didn't cultivate their Yuanshan at all and could suppress the chaotic sea. Now that he had a Yuanshan cultivation, how terrifying must it be? But they didn't dare to talk too much about the saints' matters, and after the scribe opened his mouth to remind them, they were silenced one by one. At the same time, Renmeng's voice resounded within the confines of Pill City. By the grace of the martial sage, transaction draws within the Pill City will be waived for 3 years. The crowd that heard this voice couldn't help but salute once again in the direction of the city center. Worship the grace of the martial saint. There are rules for trading in this Pill City, and no hands are allowed within the Pill City, or else they will be attacked by the group. Plus with the title of chief great disciple of the martial sage lineage, naturally no one dares to offend Renmeng. And each transaction here requires a 10% transaction fee. Just this 10% draw alone allowed Renmeng to create a huge power of her own during these tens of thousands of years. The same also made it possible for her to take down any heavenly material when she needed it for alchemy in an atmospheric manner. For a long time, countless great powers owed her a favor. Even Renmeng could be said to have been able to intervene in every saint's power. And every saint's power had manpower that she could call upon. Inside the main hall, Chen Shanxing sat high on the main seat. Just as she was about to open her mouth, Renmeng took the lead in taking out a few jade bottles and said, "Master, you should be closing down next to continue your breakthrough. These pills should pretty much support you to be able to cultivate to the immortal monarch realm. The remaining ones, disciples will be able to keep up with refining them in the meantime." Chen Shanxing nodded slightly, but he was not polite, and took the elixir into his hands. Casually, he reminded, if the people from the Sword Saint Dojo have recently come to join them, they can be taken in. Ha, master, that Sword Saint is counting on you and you still want to take in people from his dojo? Ah? Shangwan Shallow Autumn opened her mouth somewhat incomprehensibly. Disciple understands. Renmeng, however, didn't ask too many questions. As long as it was her master's orders, she did everything. Having followed her master for the longest time, she knew that her master never made meaningless decisions. I think that the person from the Sword Saint Dojo is still useful. How is your third senior sister's situation now? Chen Shanxing looked towards Renmeng and casually expressed his concern. Still in the secret realm. I think it won't take long to come back. Disciple has already prepared a large hall for master's cultivation, so master can first take a look to see if there are any improvements that need to be made. As the eldest disciple, she understood her master's thoughts the most, and this time when she returned to the chaotic sea, the most important thing was naturally to raise her Yuanshan realm first. Hearing her words, Chen Shanxun really didn't refuse. He went to the cultivation hall that Renmeng had prepared for him. Each 9981 spirit gathering formations was a small formation eye, totaling 9981 formation eyes, forming a large formation. The spiritual chi within the hall was incomparably dense, even compared to those saintly Dao palaces. I think Raimu had gone through a lot of trouble for this as well. Just to create this formation, it would have to be at least a divine sovereign realm powerhouse to set it up, and the materials spent would not be a small amount. Have a heart. Chen Shanxing smiled and nodded slightly to his eldest disciple. Compared to what master teacher has done for his disciples, it's not worth mentioning. Renmeng shook her head slightly and said very seriously. Soon, Renmeng and the others left the main hall. Only various pills were left behind, as well as the heavenly treasures that the saints had prepared for him. Just the heavenly materials used to break through to the Zunshur realm alone. He had 3 sets in his hands at this point, and the extra ones were given to Ren Meng for her to use to refine pills. I didn't realize that after 100,000 years, I would need to retreat and cultivate again. TSK, Tao Lord Realm? I also don't know, with my current strength, what percentage of certainty I have against the Tao Lord Realm. It's just a matter of concentrating on cultivation. Chen Shangsheng looked at the several groups of heavenly materials and various pills in front of him and muttered with some sighs. Ever since he came to the chaotic sea 130,000 years ago, he had not experienced the feeling of cultivation. He, who had become a saint in the flesh, had no more advancement in the fleshly body path at that time, and the Yuan Shen had been unable to cultivate since the beginning. It was also from more than half a year ago that he was able to cultivate the way of the Yuan Shen. Soon, he calmed his mind and sat on top of the futon, and began to operate the eternal life technique. The aura of this spirit-gathering formation alone was still unsatisfactory to him. With the everlasting life skill, he simply didn't have much reliance on the outside world's aura, and he himself was a constant source of aura. As he began to operate the Gong method, a crimson pattern appeared above his body, but after the ascension heavenly tribulation, his pattern was vaguely flushed with a purple gold color again if it was hidden. A terrifying aura spread within the great hall. Pounds of majestic aura began to pour out continuously as he burned his longevity, even to the point of overflowing outside his body. At this moment, if there were mortals in the vicinity of his surroundings, it was feared that they would be able to be directly burst by the aura with a single breath. As he began to operate his gongfu, the realm began to grow at an extremely terrifying speed. Outside the great hall, seeing that the master teacher had already opened the isolation formation from the inside, I think it's already started practicing. What are the plans of the youngest sister? Raimu asked with a slight sideways glance. Well, been holding back too long in the lower realms. I want to hang out in eldest sister's Pill City first. He. However, big senior sister you are aware of. With the master in the lower world this 100,000 years of time, spirit stones and so on have long been used almost. The hand is really somewhat strapped. Shangwan Shallow Autumn also rubbed her fingers at eldest senior sister without any concealment, narrowing her eyes and smiling. I have some things I need to take care of. Just let Rusha show you around Pill City. Whatever you see, it's yours. Just keep track of everything and have them come to the City Lord's mansion to get their divine crystals. Run Meng was also very generous, and immediately waved her hand to indicate that the Lord of Pill City would pay for all consumption. Senior sister atmosphere. Go. Second senior sister. Let's go and spend hard together. Eat big. Shangwan Shallow Autumn immediately pulled second senior sister when Rusha towards the city to wander around aimlessly. What about you Blackie? Raimu asked, looking again at the miniature unicorn off to the side. I'll just wait here for master to finish his seclusion. If the great young lord could reward some spirit roots, it would be even better. The unicorn plopped down directly to the side outside the door of the great hall, blinking to indicate that he only wanted to eat some spirit roots to replenish himself. All these years in the lower realms, he hadn't gotten any good food. Now that he has returned to the chaotic sea with great difficulty, he must not make up for it and raise his realm up at an early date. Good. Then you can wait here. I'll order someone to send some spirit roots later. If it's not enough, you can mention it to him as well. Run Meng nodded slightly, and after saying that, she directly left this place. As the Lord of Pill City, she had quite a few things to deal with during the weekdays, besides being busy with alchemy. Just those divine sovereign realms of the saintly forces at hand. Begging her to refine pills were not even taken care of nowadays. The men didn't dare to rush her, but things always had to be done. During the 100,000 years since her master's departure, she had already created the most massive force in the Chaos Sea for her master. She was the first to be informed of any information about any saintly power. After Raimu left, Kirin also squinted her eyes and slept comfortably. Outside this great hall, close to the entrance, the aura was also quite dense, making it feel very comfortable. Shangwan Shallow Autumn walked with her second senior sister in the middle of Pill City. Whenever he saw something that was slightly interested, he would just wave his hand, take the thing down, and let people go to the city lord's mansion to ask for the bill at any time, and someone would pay for it. Due to the fact that the several of them had paid homage to the martial saint in front of the entire Pill City just now, the great powers of the Pill City also knew that these were the personal disciples of the martial saint's lineage. As for her request, naturally, it was satisfied altogether, and there was no worry at all about reneging on the debt. Even without mentioning the martial saint's name, just the Pill City's lord, Raimu, was enough. She had accumulated much more substance over the years than a divine sovereign realm powerhouse, which was just not as much as a saint's accumulation. Junior sister, you're planning to bag this street, ah? When Rusha watched as her youngest sister passed by every place of sale and made a move to take down something, and couldn't help but cover her forehead and say, "Ha, it's still you, second senior sister. Who's smart? Just have them send it all to the city lord's mansion so we can't just go back and take our time picking it out?" Shangwan Shallow Autumn heard her second senior sister's words, but suddenly brightened up, immediately waved his hand and shouted, "Today, all the things on this street, this sword immortal all packages." "Well, second senior sister, why are you covering my mouth? If I don't cover your mouth, the city lord's mansion will be piled up with all sorts of heavenly treasures later on. You might as well take your time spinning and picking." When Rusha pulled the corner of her mouth and said somewhat breathlessly, "Anyway, eldest sister is now a rich man. It doesn't matter. It's okay to spend billions." Shangwan Shallow Autumn skimmed her lips. It was not easy to return to the chaotic sea, so naturally she wanted to spend with a vengeance. Okay, it's not like eldest sister became a thug in a day. For so many years, without the presence of master teacher, big sister's step-by-step journey to today is not as easy as you think. If it wasn't for eldest senior sister's support, third senior sister and I wouldn't have broken through so quickly, and it's estimated that we would have reached the immortal emperor realm at most. When Rushu couldn't help but knock on her little sister's head, shaking her head and reminding her, "Oh." Shangwan Shallow Autumn calmed down a little. On the way, the master and sister duo also talked a lot. However, Shangwan Shallow Autumn had obviously struck out less often, and unless she saw one she was truly interested in and liked, she had chosen to ignore it. As second senior sister said, right now, even though senior sister was very powerful and had a lot of reserves, but that was an entire 100,000 years, and in the absence of a master teacher, eldest sister had hardened herself and spelled it out by circling amongst the many saintly forces. In the blink of an eye, it was more than half a month. During this period, the many great powers of Pill City realized that although the martial saint had returned, he hadn't affected it too much. Apart from showing up on that day, he has never shown up again. Gradually, Pill City functioned normally as it did in the past. Due to Raimu's words that Pill City was exempt from the transaction tax, it caused many great powers to gather here during this period. Those who originally had a need for elixirs also wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get the elixir they wanted. However, the many great powers during this period also discovered a problem. I don't know if it's an illusion or not. Why do I always feel that the aura of Pill City is a few points denser than before lately? Fellow Taoist, don't be imagining things. I'm sure the Lord of the Pill City has refined some more extremely high-quality pills. It's also true that with the Pill City Lord's alchemy skills, if he were to open a few furnaces of extremely high-quality pills, it would be normal for the aura to become slightly denser. Quite a few people who cultivated had the same feeling. At the Divine Monarch realm and even the Divine Sovereign realm like them, their perception of auras was very sensitive. The slightest change is enough to notice. It's just a shame they didn't guess right. Even if they thought about it, they would definitely not be able to imagine that the reason for the richness of the aura would be caused by Chen Changsheng's uninterrupted half-monthly cultivation. After all, when others cultivated, they consumed aura. Only Chen Changsheng, when he cultivated, he exchanged his longevity for aura, so much so that the aura would overflow to feed the surrounding heaven and earth. It's the only one in the world. But the peace was suddenly interrupted today. In an instant, a group of Pill City's great powers, no matter if they were trading or temporarily residing in Pill City to cultivate, all looked up to the top of their heads in shock at this moment. 100,000 feet above the Pill City, there was actually a 10,000 feet tall Yuanshan silhouette emerging. That Yuanshan revealed an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it had spanned eternity, and at this moment, the Yuanshan slowly opened its eyes, looking down at the beings of the entire Pill City. In his gaze, the entire Pill City, whether they were experts at the exalted or divine exalted realm, were all as if they were ants. Even the top Chaos Sea powerhouses at the Divine Sovereign realm, after meeting that Yuanshan's gaze, cold sweat broke out above their foreheads, and only after they reacted did they realize that they had long since fallen to their knees. It's horrible. This Yuanshan, what kind of existence is it? After just a glance, I didn't dare to look at it again, and instinctively I had already prostrated myself on the ground, not daring to raise my head. It seems kind of like a martial saint, but didn't the martial saint just break through to the heavenly immortal realm at the Yuanshan realm? What the hell is this? That Yuanshan in the sky above them. They only dared to take a mere glance at it, but some recognized that it seemed to be the martial saint that had descended some days ago. Aside from giving off an aura that was very different from the last time, the likenesses were extremely similar. The last time the martial saint descended, it was like a round of sun in their eyes, emitting a thick power of chi and blood, as if it could burn everything in the world. But this time, just a glance at that Yuanshan made them feel as small as a speck of dust, and even if they were saints, it would be difficult for them to bring such a terrifying impact to the divine sovereign realm. After all, this Yuanshan didn't actively emit any pressure and didn't actively target anyone. He just stood there quietly. Soon, the crowd discovered a trick. As long as they didn't look directly at that Yuanshan, they could still look up and notice everything above the sky with their afterglow. In the afterglow of the crowd, purple chi came from the east for 30,000 miles, illuminating the void beyond the heavens behind that Yuanshan. The golden lotuses were even born out of thin air in the middle of the medicine city, emitting faint golden points of light to bless all beings. A law and a great Tao rule that was originally hidden and not visible between heaven and earth also became visible at this moment. But the great roads that were usually obscure and difficult to understand even for enlightenment, and which could not be sought, were all converging towards that Yuanshan at this moment, as if pleasing him, and as if begging the other party to choose itself. Just by choosing an avenue, he would be able to master it directly. There was no need for him to comprehend, no need for him to understand. The great Tao would actively integrate into his Yuanshan. This scene really made all the great powers drop their jaws, and envy was no longer enough to express their feelings. However, whenever one masters a great Tao, one can be in the saint realm, and as long as one can gain a certain understanding of the great Tao, one can invoke the laws of the great Tao to fight against the enemy, which is a half-saint. But even if it was a half-saint, it was equally rare in the Chaos Sea, and the boundless Chaos Sea could break through the half-saints, but only a few hundred people. That was a collection of countless small thousand worlds, middle thousand worlds and even great thousand worlds of pride. But now what? The other party had already caused the 3,000 great Tao to actively submit by merely appearing as a Yuanshan. This meant that he could be in the sage realm at any time as long as his realm was sufficient. There was no need for him to even go through the step of half-saint. Nope. How does it feel? 3,000 great Tao instead, like it was discarded by him? The aura leaking from above that Yuanshan seems to be even more profound and obscure. It's a never-before-seen Tao rhythm. The several divine sovereign realms were observing most carefully, and they also discovered an even more shocking scene. Behind that Yuanshan, a vision actually began to slowly appear. A tea tree slowly stretches out. Every leaf of that tea tree seemed to contain a great Tao rhythm. The Tao rhythm of the 3,000 paths spread outward from the tea tree. It even made the great Tao in heaven and earth submit to it, and the rules of the great Tao, which were transformed into chains, slowly calmed down and submitted to the feet of that Yuanshan. True immortal realm. Success. It was only at this moment that the Yuanshan suddenly opened his mouth, and although his voice was not loud, the great powers of Pill City could hear it clearly. As his voice fell, Chen Changqing's Yuanshan also finally slowly hid itself from view. Of those countless visions, part of them turned into origin power, nourishing his Yuanshan and body, while the rest of the visions dissipated into the heavens and earth, giving back to the beings of heaven and earth. Nope, didn't mishear that, did you? The party, he said. True immortal realm? Is this trampling a vision caused by breaking through the true immortal realm? Even if I say it's a breakthrough to the sage realm, I'll believe it. It's better than saying that breaking through the true immortal realm makes it much easier to accept. It wasn't until that Yuanshan was hidden from view that the many great powers of Pill City were finally able to stand up. The awe in their hearts not yet dispersed, but they murmured in disorientation. At this moment, they could already guess who the person who made the breakthrough was. It had to be the martial saint who had just returned to Pill City. There wouldn't be a second person available at. This vision induced by breaking through the true immortal realm was a bit too outrageous. Pill City. Inside the city lord's mansion, Runmeng and the others looked at the location where their master's Yuanshan had disappeared, and their gazes were also in awe. Is this master's true immortal realm? I'm afraid it's almost as good as a saint? Even if we don't rely on our bodies, we can at least suppress half-saints. Raimu murmured softly, and it was hard to hide the shock in her heart even in her tone. This vision, it's hard not to be a little too outrageous, but if it's coming from the master's words, it all seems to make perfect sense again. When Rushu couldn't help but murmur even as she watched the visions dissipate. But that tea tree among the party's visions, it looks very extraordinary. It seems to contain 3,000 avenues. Could it be that Master has had some new epiphany? Or perhaps, Master's way of the Yuanshan was not meant to be confined to a particular kind, but to encompass all things? Runmeng recalled the tea tree behind her master's back just now, and couldn't help but open her mouth to express her feelings. Hearing this, Shangwan Shallow Autumn on the side blinked and said casually, it should be the effect of the Enlightenment tea tree, right? Enlightenment tea tree. When Rushu couldn't help but exclaim in shock when she heard this term. Even Raimu couldn't help but open her mouth slightly, somewhat surprised. Yes, when Master was in the lower realms, he harvested an Enlightenment tea tree seed from a peach forest secret realm. At that time, it seemed that Master Teacher had planted that seed directly in his chi si. On weekdays when Master Teacher cultivates He will even emit a strange Tao rhythm, causing both Sister Qing Han and I to fall into an epiphany. Shangwan Shallow Autumn put a finger against her lips and said in disbelief. When Rushu and eldest senior sister exchanged glances, each seeing the surprise in the other's gaze, both were silent. The Enlightenment Tea Tree was indeed enough to shock people and make any saint's eyes redden. But the master is equally worthy of such a chance. But the problem is, even the Enlightenment Tea Tree, which hadn't appeared in the Sea of Chaos for many tens of thousands of years, why would the seed appear in the lower realm? That's a bit too much of a coincidence, isn't it? And, Master Teacher actually planted the Enlightenment Tea Tree directly in his Chi Si. This is really a bit appalling for the duo as well. Seeing the expressions of the two senior sisters, Shangwan Shallow Autumn skimmed her mouth and continued. Hey, what is this? You guys don't know. Senior sisters, how outrageous it was when Senior opened up the Chi Si. The very first time I felt the trace of Master Teacher was when Master Teacher had just stepped into the Chi condensation realm, and at that time, he had already attracted the heavenly tribulation. When Master Zun broke through the Sea of Chi realm, the amount of spiritual Chi absorbed was even more immeasurable. If Master Zun had his own original longevity skill, which allows him to convert spiritual Chi with his longevity, I'm afraid that even if the entire lower realm were to be sucked dry, there wouldn't be enough for him to open up a Sea of Chi. You guys don't know, do you? Master's Chi Si vision is an entire world. At that time, as long as Master Teacher unfolded his Sea of Chi vision, he could even achieve the level of words following the law, overriding the rules of the world, and within his vision, he was the sole master. Shangwan Shallow Autumn tilted her head and said in a very arrogant manner. It was as if all the things she had said were not talking about the master, but about herself. It's a bit too appalling, but, it's still acceptable if it's placed on the master. Run Meng was silent for a moment. If this was said by anyone else, or, on any other person, she would not have believed it, but as it happened, she had become accustomed to it no matter how outrageous things happened here at Masters. The longer she followed her Master Teacher, the more she knew about his mysteries and terrifying aspects. The unicorn scratched its ears with its paw on the side and said, Indeed, it is within the realm of normalcy for the master to make these moves. And don't look at that evil monk now, all crippled by his master. Every day, they go around preaching evil. As soon as its words fell, it saw Shangwan Shallow Autumn on the side suddenly arching her hand slightly behind it. Master Fulu, what brings you here? Master, you know me. I am devoted to Buddhism, and I agree with the Dharma that you promote so much. Without turning his head back, the unicorn said, creeping directly toward his back, but after waiting for half a day, there was no movement anywhere. Just realized that I'm being played by the little young master. But master doesn't look like he has any plans to come out of the gate. According to the speed of this closed door breakthrough, it is estimated that, I'm afraid that in a year and a half, I'll be at the exalted realm, right? At that time, this chaotic sea, won't it be completely surnamed Chen? When Rusha looked at her little sister and little Blackie with a faint smile and did not take it to heart. Instead, he had some longing for what kind of scene it should be on the occasion of his master's departure. Wrong. Now, the chaotic sea will be surnamed Chen. Where is the need for master to break through to the exalted realm? Shangwan Xiaoqiu, who was fighting with Qilin, couldn't help but interject. Nope, the chaotic sea, since the beginning, has been named Chen. Run Meng, who was the eldest senior sister, also picked up the conversation in a rare manner. Back when she had once followed her master teacher, the Chaos Sea was already the largest of the martial saints. What saints and unsaints? In front of the master, they all have to bow their heads and behave. I just don't know if those saints would still be able to keep their mouths shut if they learned that master teacher had also obtained such a chance as the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Just as Raimu guessed, the martial saints' breakthrough, with visions that obvious, naturally drew the attention of all the saints in the entire chaotic sea. When the martial sage was in the lower realm, they saints were trying to avoid suspicion amongst themselves, as well as not causing the martial sage to misunderstand. Rather, no one dared to take the initiative to use their divine sense to investigate what was happening in the lower realms. So much so, the visions caused by the martial saints' breakthrough to the true immortal realm this time made them sigh as well. Fellow Daoist Prime, I'm afraid that's all the visions you and I caused when we broke through the sage realm back then? If we look at the extent of the visions, doesn't it mean that even if the martial saint doesn't need to utilize the power of his body at this moment, just by using the Tao of the Yuan spirit, he's still comparable to saints like us? But he is now, has only just broken through the true immortal realm. In the Prime Sage Dojo, a sage sat on top of a futon and couldn't help but open his mouth as he looked in the direction of Pill City. Fellow Taoists, don't stick it in your face. Even when you and I broke through the saint realm, we were only able to cause the sensation of the 3000 great Tao. There is only one great Tao law that can truly be mastered. But didn't fellow Taoists see it just now? 3000 avenues. Medium submits to the feet of the martial saint. It's as if he just needs to reach out his hand, and without even needing to enlighten himself, those great paths will be voluntarily grasped by him. This seat feels, the current martial saint. I'm afraid that you and I will need to look up to just the Yuanshan way, the prime sage said with a bitter smile after a moment of silence. Hearing these words, the saints on the opposite side also fell silent. Yes, they saints, even the veteran saints, had only a few of the laws of the great Tao at their disposal. Those who could master 5 great Tao were enough to stand in the top 10 of saints. But what about the martial saint? 3,000 great avenues, as long as they existed in this world, were all celebrating his breakthrough. It was as if they were waiting for the day when he would break through to sainthood, all of them submitting of their own accord. With Chen Chongqing's breakthrough vision, it was noticed by the other saints in the chaotic sea. At this moment, a sense of powerlessness could not help but rise in the hearts of every sage. Previously, the strength of the martial saints has already suppressed them by a head, or even several heads, but at least, among the many saints, there was still a mutual check and balance. No matter how strong a martial saint was, he was not so strong that he could suppress all the saints joining forces by himself. But now it seems, things don't seem to be going well. He had only just broken through to the true immortal realm, and his attainments in the Tao of Yuanshan already looked like it was almost comparable to a saint. Wouldn't this mean that his talent in the way of the primordial spirit was even higher than his way of the physical body? If he was allowed to cultivate into a Yuanshan sage, coupled with his invincible body, in the midst of this chaotic sea, even if all the sages joined hands, I'm afraid they wouldn't be a match for him, right? Some saints inevitably had a few crises rising in their hearts at the moment, agonizing over whether or not to take advantage of the fact that the martial saint hadn't yet completely made it big to unite with other saints to sanction him first. But this idea, just the moment it appeared in his mind, had already been vetoed by himself, and regardless of whether or not even if they united all the saints now, they could steadily overpower the martial saint. Let's just say that wanting to unite all the saints to go against the martial saints was unattainable in itself. The idea of most saints was by no means to suppress the martial saint, but rather to follow the martial saint and embrace this thigh. Who would offend such a terrifying existence for no reason? At this moment, the chaotic sea overwhelming sage was in the middle of his dojo. There were 10 saints sitting on top of bushes one after another. They had witnessed the vision of Pill City with their own eyes and were silent for a long time at the moment. Eventually, one of the saints sighed. Fellow Taoists, it's better for us to gather less in the future, lest it would not be good to arouse the suspicion of the martial saint. Hearing this, several other saints nodded in agreement. As saints, they were naturally looking at the behavior of the martial saint's great disciples over the years. Among every saintly power, there were eyes and ears of Raimu. As long as she wanted, there was almost no information she could not get other than that of a saint. Coupled with the fact that the martial saint had always been meticulous and was concerned with acting in a steady manner, their gathering in this manner might have caused a misunderstanding, allowing the martial saint to find a reason to lay hands on them. This seat does feel that a few fellow Taoists need not worry so much. The sea-covering sage was silent for a moment, but he shook his head and did not agree with him. Oh, several saints had sideways glances. The martial saint, since the beginning, it has never put the chaotic sea saints in its eyes. It was, it is, and it will be, and so it is. As long as a few fellow Taoists don't actively seek death, I don't think there will be any danger. At the very least, in these 100,000 years or so, it's never been heard that a martial saint has taken the initiative to seek trouble with any sage fellow Taoist. It's just that the martial saint is never willing to suffer, and if a disciple is wronged, he will go straight to the door. So, in the future, all of you Taoist friends, it is better to control their own disciples. Martial saints we naturally do not dare to provoke. I'm afraid that some ungrateful disciples have provoked those ancestors of the martial saint lineage. Among the many saints, the overwhelming sea sage was considered to be the one who had more interactions with martial saints. Or maybe, it's the one that got beat up more by the martial saint in the first place. He also understood that although this person, Wu Shang, was strong and powerful and his character was incomparably strong, he was at least reasonable, though sometimes it's the same quackery as that evil monk. Upon hearing the words of the sea-covering saint, several saints also nodded in agreement. When you think about it, it's true. So, secret realm thing? One of the saints asked tentatively. This seat will go ahead and inform. The sea-covering sage nodded slightly and took this matter over. After some more brief exchanges, the 9 saints departed in the form of Tao rhythms. That sea-covering saint also just left a few words of command before he himself also headed in the direction of the chaotic sea Chinese medicine city. Within a short time, the sea-covering sage had appeared in the sky above Pill City. The saint's appearance naturally caused all the great powers in Pill City to make pilgrimages. It's just that this specification is obviously much smaller than the martial saint at first. At least, Runmeng belongs to the city's main house, for the saint is not the gift of kneeling, just arching and bowing will be considered to do enough face. When the saint arrived, Runmeng was also naturally the first to welcome him. How did Senior Overwhelming C have the time to come to my pill city? Is it some kind of elixir that needs to be made? Runmeng slightly arched her hand, and without changing her color, she stood opposite the saint and opened her mouth to ask. The tone of voice was even more unassuming, without the slightest bit of the awe that other disciples of saints face when they face saints. Before the return of the master, she has such a temper. Now the master has returned. Is still staying in this medicine city? Facing the saint, Runmeng simply cannot feel half a bit of tension. It's time to get nervous. Also saints, little friend Runmeng's cultivation has improved again. Today, this seat has come just to inform the martial saint about the secret realm. I wonder if it's convenient for the martial saint now? The sea-covering sage smiled and nodded slightly. He didn't dare to call himself a great disciple of the martial saint. Not very convenient. Master is in seclusion. Runmeng even shook her head in a silky manner. So, just as well. Little friend Runmeng is namely a great disciple of the martial saint lineage. It would be just as well to leave the matter in the hands of your little friend. 2 months from now, the saints of the chaotic sea will join forces to open up a secret realm for the disciples of saints to travel to and explore the opportunities within it. The sea-covering sage said this and gently threw out another ancient token. Raimu casually took it. Many thanks to Senior Overcast for informing me. If there is nothing else, please leave Senior. Don't disrupt my dealings in this medicine city. Raimu took the token and already knew the purpose of his trip. For saints she was even more unceremonious in directly opening her mouth to drive them away. After all, with the presence of a saint, the many great powers in that pill city had to kneel respectfully, seriously affecting the normal transactions in the pill city. This seat has nothing else to do, so I'll take my leave. The sea-covering sage smiled and nodded slightly, but he wasn't half dissatisfied, and his entire person had already transformed into Tao rhythm and left. Only then did the many great powers of that pill city shout out a respectful farewell to the sage lord, and they all rose to their feet. Raimu returned to the mansion and looked at the token in her hand. Senior sister, do we need to tell the master? When Rushu went up and also recognized the token, knowing that it was used by many saints to open secret realms to enhance their disciples' cultivation. No need to bother. Master is in closed-door cultivation. I'll just go on behalf of my master in this matter. When the time comes, you'll go along with Shallow Autumn. It'll be beneficial for cultivation. It's just as well that Shallow Autumn, with the help of this time, might be able to break through to the immortal emperor realm. Runmeng casually put that token away, even though they were all saints traveling with their disciples. But she, a great disciple of the lineage of martial saints, could likewise sit alongside those saints. Runmeng informed her little sister of the matter of the saints about to open the secret realm together. He then arrived at the grand hall where his master was in seclusion. Although she could also make the call on this matter, it was always necessary to inform her master. Master, today the overwhelming sea saints came to say that they want to join forces to open the secret realm to provide the saints personal transmissions to elevate their realms. Disciple has already taken this matter under his wing, and intends to take senior sister and the girls on the move in the next few days. Outside the main hall, Runmeng performed a disciple's salute and softly reported the matter. There was no sound of the master's voice coming from within the hall, only the rich aura overflowing a bit from time to time. However, Raimu felt a flash of light in front of her eyes. An immortal seal then appeared hovering in front of his body. It was the only magic treasure that Master Teacher usually carried close to him, the seal of the everlasting immortal. If Master Teacher needs anything during this period of time, you can directly command that Divine Exalt Realm in the City Lord's Mansion to do it on your behalf. The disciple excuses himself. Runmeng respectfully received the seal of the everlasting immortal with both hands, which would be enough to represent the master's meaning. Holding the immortal seal of eternal life, she would be able to fully represent her master's lineage of martial saints. Even those saints wouldn't dare not give face. Did the eldest young master make a visit just now? Forget it, it doesn't matter. The master hasn't come out yet anyway. Go back to sleep. Kirin rubbed her eyes, confused and vaguely seeing the eldest young lord leave. After murmuring 2 sentences, he casually stuffed a few mouthfuls of a side of heavenly material into his mouth, and then resumed sleeping on the side of the door. Back in the city lord's mansion, when Rushu and Shangguan's Shallow Autumn had long been ready, Qinghan might as well go with me and others. Many saints joining forces to open up a secret realm is rather a chance that only comes once every 3,000 years in this chaotic sea, Runmeng said as she looked to the side at Lu Qinghan. No, wherever the lord is, Qinger will be there. Lu Qinghan shook her head slightly, casting a thankful glance at the grand young lord, but still refused to travel with her. As the lord's personal attendant, she didn't really have much of a quest for her realm. It was simply that the higher the realm, the more things one could do for the lord, and the better and faster they could be done. But in the end, it was most important for her to stay by the Lord's side. Well, then I'll leave everything in Pill City to you during this time. Runmang also understood Lu Qinghan's character, so she didn't persuade her anymore at that moment. Lu Qinghan, who was the personal maid of his master, was still very capable in handling things. It was a relief to leave the medicine city to her to preside over for the time being. Soon, under the watchful eye of Lu Qinghan, the three Renmengs had left Pill City and headed towards the location set by the saint in the Sea of Chaos. I don't know if those saints intended to or not. The location of this opening of the secret realm was not too far from Pill City. In just less than half a month's time, Runmeng and the others had already arrived at the place of convergence. If it were before, Runmeng and the others would need to hurry at full speed and would just be able to catch up. However, most of the time, it was the Sword Saint who brought Raimu and the others forward to participate. As soon as she thought of the Sword Saint, Runmeng felt that her master must have his own ideas. The Sword Saint may not have really fallen. She didn't believe that the Sword Saint would be the one to take over her master. In fact, the people who had this idea were not only Runmeng. Many saints were similarly skeptical in their hearts about the Sword Saint being the murderer behind the scenes. Especially the more familiar Hundred Fragrant Sage didn't believe that the Sword Saint would do such a thing. But no one would tear down Wusheng. They didn't know what Wusheng wanted to do, but it didn't matter if they just acquiesced. It's a pity that third senior sister hasn't returned yet. Shangwan Shallow Autumn couldn't help but mutter as she looked at the site that had been opened up by many saints in that chaotic sea. Her chances are no less than this secret realm opened up by a saint. Instead, Raima shook her head and didn't explain too much. When the three of them arrived at the grounds opened by the saints, this time there was no sword saint to lead them, and they should have waited on top of the plaza just like those saints' protégés, available at. Instead, Raima walked straight to the seat that had been empty for 100,000 years. That Dao seat. Although it had been empty for 100,000 years, every time a saint opened up a secret realm, it would be kept for the martial saint. It was just that as a great disciple of the martial sage, she was not qualified to go and sit as before. After all, that Dao seat, in the first place, if you sit, can be equivalent to the status higher than other saints. But not this time. She held the seal of everlasting immortality in her hand, under the gaze of those saints and the envious gazes of those saintly protégés. Straight to the top, he settled firmly into the seat to which the master belonged. Little Raimu, quickly let this seat get close and intimate. Hundred Fragrant Sage is even no saint frame to go up to want to stick with it. By Xiang Senior, please also pay attention to your identity. The corner of her eye jumped, and Raimu couldn't help but reach out to stop her intentions. This Hundred Fragrant Sage, craving for master's body is just a matter of course. Even they, the disciples of the martial saint lineage, don't want to let go of them. Ah, really? The child has gotten older, and now he's not even close to this seat. In the past, when you were just initiated, this seat even took you on a trip through the chaotic sea. The Hundred Fragrant Sage covered her heart with a saddened look. Cough. The sea-covering sage on the side lightly coughed a few times to remind. Only then did the Hundred Fragrant Sage return to his Dao seat. Runmeng sat in the position of the master, looking down on those saints' proxies, and even those saints. So is this the perspective of the master? Sure enough, very different. Raimu was a little emotional. The two senior sisters then stood on either side of the Dao seat. Shangwan Shallow Autumn couldn't help but mutter. Senior sister, haven't we come too early? It's still more than 2 months until the secret realm opens. Can't you rush them? Opened up the secret world earlier? Hearing her words, the many saints on the side all looked on with their eyes. Don't be hasty. During this period of time, the saints' progenitors will be sparring with each other, so you can also observe their battles, and you might gain some insights. Raima shook her head slightly. It doesn't feel like much. It's not like it's a saintly battle. Shangwan Shallow Autumn skimmed her mouth without caring. These words made the many sage progenitors feel slighted. But before coming, each sage had already reminded their disciples in advance that they must not provoke the martial saint lineage. Nowadays, the martial saint's intentions were still unclear to them, so they should not be the ones to go out on a limb. Although their hearts were upset, those saint disciples only dared to think about it in their hearts. None of them dared to open their mouths to rebuke. And even more so, no one dared to take the initiative to challenge the lineage of martial saints. However, they did hope that the martial saint lineage would be able to spar with themselves. If they could win against the martial saint lineage, it would be enough to make them famous. During the period of waiting for the opening of the secret realm, the saints laid down the ring and allowed their disciples to exchange ideas with each other. With many saints sitting on the ground, they could also go all out, and they wouldn't have to worry about their lives anyway, and their own saintly masters would step in to save them in an emergency. Compared to the other saint lineages, the Runmeng trio had no intention of going down since the beginning. Shangwon Shallow Autumn stayed in the lower realm for 100,000 years, and the master and sisters also took this opportunity to have a good chat and catch up. It was just that every half a month or so, those saints would coincidentally look in the direction of the chaotic sea pill city. Even if they were saints at heart, the crowd could see consternation and scorn in their gazes. A sage disciple's realm couldn't perceive that far, but saints were able to gain insight into everything in the chaotic sea. Almost every half a month's time, terrifying visions would appear in the pill city. Obviously another breakthrough in the martial saint realm. At this rate, it might not even take a year for the martial saint to break through to the exalted realm. What kind of terrifying speed is that? The many saints present, even the fastest to go from the heavenly immortal realm to the exalted realm, took at least around 10,000 years. To break through to the exalted realm in 10,000 years was already a very appalling speed. But now what? The martial saint was making a crazy breakthrough at a speed that none of them dared to imagine. If it were anyone else, they would only laugh in shame. This breakthrough speed must have practiced some evil method. The foundation was unstable, and even if they broke through to the Zunshi realm, they wouldn't be able to survive for a few days, even if it is an evil method. It's not like it's breaking through so fast. However, if the person who had broken through was a martial saint, such a thing as an unstable foundation was clearly impossible. This is even scarier. The saints were even struggling with one thing in their minds at the moment. From time to time, he cast his gaze on the position of the martial saint lineage. Either, while you're at it, think of a way you can ingratiate yourself to the martial saint's own disciple. Make friends and you might be able to help yourself later. But now in front of all the saint disciples, if you take the initiative to curry favor with the juniors, it is more or less a bit of a disgrace. As saints, before the emergence of martial saints in the chaotic sea, which of them was not an invincible existence? When did they need to lower themselves to please the juniors? Soon, in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. There was also only 1 month left before the opening of the secret realm. Even the saintly disciples present were at least starting at the immortal emperor realm, so this amount of time was nothing to them. There is also no need to eat or drink, much less sleep or rest. All of them were using this opportunity to constantly spar with other saintly disciples to corroborate their own cultivation. On the contrary, it was Shangwon Shallow Autumn, who was somewhat bored looking at that one ring. Every now and then he opened his mouth to mutter something. This swordsmanship, TSK, it's so clumsy, you can't even cut it by standing and letting it cut, right? Ooh, look at this guy. He's in the Zunshi realm and he can't even play with a flying sword. Hey, these disciples of saints, they don't have much either. Watching them compete, this sword immortal don't get affected again and fall in realm. Especially this guy. Sword Dao is not bad, but this guy looks really ugly. Kind of affects the image of us sword cultivators in the eyes of the world. Every now and then, Shangwon Shallow Autumn would pontificate on the sage disciples in that ring. Run Meng and Wen Rishu were also aware of their junior sister's nature, just nodded in agreement with a light smile on his face and didn't comment too much. Quite a few sage disciples had their faces reddened after hearing this, but they didn't dare to say anything. But it wasn't until that saintly disciple who was said to be ugly and affecting the image of the sword cultivator that he completely clammed up. What do you mean? Your sword cultivation is still looking good? It's just too ugly to affect the image of sword cultivators? Fellow Daoist, you're very confident in your sword cultivation. I wonder if I can cut a deal. After that ugly and outstanding sage disciple finished the competition, he directly then arched his hand towards the position of the martial saint lineage and said, even though the master had warned not to offend the martial saint lineage, but if it was just a cut, he figured he should be fine. Okay, Shangwon Shallow Autumn answered directly without even thinking about it, winking at the senior sister beside him. With a hee-haw smile he rose up in the air on his toes and landed on top of that ring. She opened her mouth and taunted half a dozen times for someone to come up and seek out her cut. As a member of the martial saint lineage, she had her own pride. Let her take the initiative to challenge others? Sorry, they're not worthy. However, if they were provoked to challenge themselves, the senior sister wouldn't say anything. My name is Lin Jun, under the tutelage of the Jade Sword Sage. Fellow Daoist is only at the immortal monarch realm now, and Mr. Lin won't bully you. You and I will fight with the strength of the immortal monarch realm. If Lin wins, please take back what you just said. Lin Jun was already in the 9th heaven of the Zunshi realm, and was not far from the true God realm. And this time, as long as the secret realm was opened, he would be able to use this opportunity to break through to the true God realm. Among the many disciples of saints, it was ranked. No problem. If you win, this sword immortal will take back the sentence just now that you guys' sword cultivation is okay. Shangwon Shallow Autumn decisively nodded her head and agreed down. For many years in the lower realm, she had not had the opportunity to strike with all her might, and it was just the right time to take this opportunity to try out the improvements she had made in the Tao of the sword over the years. Fellow Daoist, You know that's not what Mr. Lin was talking about. The corner of Lin Jun's mouth twitched. This fourth disciple of the martial saint lineage was also too abstract. Goddamn it, take back the phrase cultivation is okay. Is that what he said? Oh, that's okay. Truly if you win, this sword immortal will go against his will. Shangwon Shallow Autumn looked as if she had only just figured it out, nodded, and said with some difficulty. The corners of Lin Jun's eyes danced wildly, and he took a few deep breaths, which calmed him down a little, turned and laughed suddenly. Opening his mouth, he said, fellow Daoist is truly a good tactic, a good mind. Before striking out, he first spoils his opponent's state of mind, but it's Lin who almost fell into the path. Shangwon Shallow Autumn looked at him with a shocked expression. Lin Jun also wore an expression that said, sure enough, I guessed it. You, forget it, think what you like. Looking ugly and wanting to look good. What's wrong with your mind? You need all this trouble to beat you? Seeing this, Shangwon Shallow Autumn helplessly waved her hand, and immediately sacrificed her flying sword, not intending to say anything more to it. Please enlighten me. Lin Jun also suppressed his realm to the immortal monarch realm, similarly offering his flying sword, and his entire aura regained its confidence at this moment. Many saints had turned their gazes towards this ring, and they were likewise somewhat interested in the strength of the personal disciples of the martial saint lineage. Above the ring, Lin Jun had already set up his stance, and his entire aura was adjusted to its peak. The cultivation of the immortal monarch realm perfection emanated out, and the flying swords were even more foolish, always on guard against the other party striking out. Facing the personal disciple of the martial saint lineage, Lin Jun was still slightly nervous in his heart, but when he thought about it, the other party was at best an immortal monarch realm, and he was at least a Zunshi realm, so whether it was in terms of battle experience or heritage, it was a solid win. Thinking this way, Lin Jun was quite relieved and prepared to wait and see what would happen first, responding according to his opponent's fighting style. What are you waiting for? Make a move. You won't have a chance if this sword immortal makes a move. Shangwon Shallow Autumn, however, yawned. Her entire body was very relaxed, and she didn't even have the slightest intention of mobilizing her aura. Seeing that he was being underestimated, Lin Jun did not hesitate, and immediately raised his sword fingers, offering a flying sword straight toward the other party's brow, and left hand pinch. A sword chi will be the other party shrouded to form a cage in general, blocking its escape route. Wait! Just as everyone was concentrating on wanting to see how this little disciple of the martial saint planned to respond, however, he heard Shangwon Shallow Autumn suddenly shout out and slow down. Lin Jun's movements then hesitated for a split second. I thought to myself that the other party wasn't already planning to admit defeat before they even fought. Was he? A personal disciple of the lineage of martial saints is nothing more than that. Even the many saints' progenitors who were onlookers could not help but have some doubts in their hearts. How is this going to stop before the fight? But in the moment of everyone's dismay, a sword aura flashed through, piercing out from within that sword energy cage and attacking towards Lin Jun's heart in a backhanded manner. When Lin Jun realized that it was bad, it was already too late. The opponent's flying sword had already pierced through his Dao robe, and with a few more points of advancement, it would pierce through his heart. The flying swords came to a steady stop, and victory or defeat was already divided in a split second. That's a bit too dirty a tactic, isn't it? Lin Jun stopped moving and couldn't help but look at the other party and ask, what does that say? Shangwon Shallow Autumn blinked and asked back, pretending not to understand. Since you, Taoist friend, shouted and slowed down, why did you suddenly take the opportunity to strike? Even though Lin lost, fellow Daoist also won. Lin Jun shook his head, not realizing that martial saint disciples would actually pull these little tricks. Don't get me wrong. This flying sword of this sword immortal is named and slow. Understand? Shangwon Shallow Autumn grinned and said very naturally. At this moment, everyone was silent. It's not wrong to say that she won. After all, if you suddenly shouted and slowed down, your opponent was sure to be confused and stop. Available at. Truly if this flying sword was what was called and slow, there seemed to be no problem with what she was doing. It's entirely the other person's own misunderstanding. That's just it. This sword immortal won't bully you. You might as well let go of your cultivation. At the immortal monarch realm, you're too weak. Shangwon Shallow Autumn waved her hand, signaling that the competition just now didn't count. Lin Jun let out a long breath. At this moment, he also finally understood that this martial saint's young disciple's mind didn't seem to be simple either. At first you want to aggravate yourself and badger yourself. Now it's an easy win with this tactic. Even more so, he said that he would allow himself to use the Zunshi realm to compete. She's eating her heart out that she won't agree. But, in that case, as fellow Daoist wishes, Lin Jun said that and directly lifted the suppression of his cultivation. And in an instant, the aura of the Zunshi realm swept across the ring, The flying sword that was pressed against his heart was directly vibrated away with his aura. That's right. Shangwan Shallow Autumn narrowed her eyes and smiled, finally able to raise her interest slightly. To face the enemy at the same realm, this was simply a disgrace in their martial saint lineage. The various treasures and means given by the master were not something that could be compared to other sage disciples. After all, the lineage of martial saints was sparsely populated, with only 4 personal disciples and not many great powers under their doors. The resources that the other saints' progenitors could share were not on the same level as them. As Lin Jun radiated his cultivation completely, countless sword chi immediately surfaced above the ring. Swordland. Senior brother Lin Jun is truly extraordinary. He actually didn't use his full strength when he competed just now. In the middle of the sword domain, even a venerable realm of the same realm would have to drink hate. It's estimated that senior brother Lin Jun had intended to hide his clumsiness for a few moments, and now he's been angered by this 4th disciple of the martial saint. That's why he wants to make the other party realize that he's not as bad as she said. The saints' proxies under the stage whispered, but that saints were all very calm. Even Lin Jun's saintly master teacher didn't open his mouth to stop him. The reason is also simple. They might not know Shangwan Shallow Autumn very well, but they knew the martial saint very well. This person, the martial saint, wants to protect his disciples? Which one of them is not covered in treasures? Even if they are in the Zunshi realm, it is impossible to injure them in the slightest. As for Rin Mang and Wen Rushu at this moment, they were also very calm and did not open their mouths to stop them. They also wanted to see what step the junior sister's sword Dao realm had reached over the years in the lower realms. Thought there was some kind of undercurrent. Shangwan Shallow Autumn skimmed her lips and raised her hand to snap her fingers. Suddenly, those sword chi above the ring actually shattered in unison, and there were tens of thousands of flying swords floating around, with the lowest grade being immortal grade. Even the emperor's soldiers, there were no less than 10 of them. Tens of thousands of flying swords, each 9,981 handles formed a small sword array, and the 81 small sword arrays could in turn form a large sword array. The other flying swords, on the other hand, hovered around, ready to replace the damaged ones, and also ready to launch surprise attacks. He can also kill people at the Zunshi realm. Her sword Dao realm was clearly already above that Lin Jun, and the sword domain realm was already complete, just one step away from being able to go to the next level. The opponent's sword domain could not be displayed at all. Lin Jun felt the silence within the sword domain deep within himself. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to be more angry than a person. His sword domain was nothing more than being able to condense sword chi, but the other side of enough to condense tens of thousands of flying swords. This meant that all of these flying swords had lost their sword bodies and had been turned into the underpinnings of the sword domain. Is this the heritage of the martial saint lineage? Lin Jun was silent for a moment and simply raised his hand to indicate that there was no need to fight. If he really fought, he would definitely lose. And the fact that the other party was able to be at the immortal monarch realm and have a deeper comprehension of the sword Dao than himself was enough to prove that the other party's talent was far above his own. At once, the saints' progenitors below the ring were in an uproar. Since the beginning, the two had not fought fiercely, and both times were easily won by Shangwan Shallow Autumn. Is this the heritage of the martial saint lineage? But that sword domain is also really a bit terrifying, condensing tens of thousands of flying swords. Who can stand this? Under the gaze of the many saints' protégés, Shangwan Shallow Autumn waved her hand with no interest at all, and gently leapt back to her senior sister's side. Originally I wanted to try my limits. However, it seems that these sage progenitors shouldn't be able to try it out now. Shangwan Shallow Autumn said innocently with both hands. When we return, let eldest sister give you a good try. Wen Rushu said casually with a light smile on her face. Not really necessary. Shangwan Shallow Autumn's little mouth was turned away. She didn't have a penchant for asking for trouble. Feng Kai went down to the field to try. One of itself is to hold one to try their own nowadays strength with these saints pro transmission gap how much. Secondly, she wanted these people to know that even if she, Shangwan Shallow Autumn, had stayed in the lower realm for 100,000 years, she was still not something that they, the disciples of ordinary saints, could underestimate. She wasn't just relying on her master's reputation and wasn't a total vase. Although, she had all these means, and she had them because of her master, but it still wasn't quite the same. After this farce of Shangwan Shallow Autumn, the later cuts between the saints' own biographies all seemed a bit boring. When one thought about the underpinnings of the martial saint lineage, even if they were 2 great realms lower, they could rely on their underpinnings to suppress them. For a while these saint pro-transmitters were somewhat skeptical of life. What was the point of cultivating like this? But still, they are still to be suppressed by the lineage of martial saints? Under the complex emotions of the many saint protégés, time also quickly came to the March period. Ahem. As a sage coughed lightly, the entire room instantly quieted down. The gazes of the saint's progenitors were also a bit agitated at the moment. This time when he came, the sparring was just a passing matter, and the truly great opportunity was the secret realm that the saints had teamed up to open up, regardless of how much was gained. At least it would not be a problem to break through a few minor realms in a short period of time. If one were to obtain a great chance, it might even be possible to break through 2 or 3 great realms in a row. After all, it's not like things like this haven't happened before. Just as soon as they saw Runmeng 3 people, they could not help but laugh bitterly in their hearts. If there really is a great opportunity, I am afraid that they do not have the opportunity to fight. Compared to strength, the 3 Renmengs were enough to suppress the other sage progenitors. Even if you want to rely on the background to talk about the matter of dividing the opportunity, it is even more impossible. The strength of the martial saint is now known throughout the Chaos Sea, and the sword saint has fallen. This time they just want to be able to have soup. That's enough. Fellow Taoists, you may begin. The sea-covering sage slowly opened his eyelids and said softly, "Good." The other saints were also nodding their heads in favor of goodness at this moment. Under the gazes of awe and adoration of the crowd of sage disciples, one sage exuded his own unique Tao rhythm around him. The Tao rhythms of dozens of saints intertwined together to form a special and incomparable portal, and then all the saints even pinched their knots at the same time, pouring endless aura towards that portal. This time the secret realm opens for a period of 3 years. Whatever is gained, it goes to you. In case of danger, you can also escape in advance, but once the 3 years are up, the portal will dissipate and the secret realm will collapse, so don't waste your time. Once you fail to leave in time, your body dies. Remember, the sea-covering sage scanned the many sage progenitors present, his voice flat as he casually instructed the matters that needed attention. Disciple understands. The many saints' progenitors were kneeling on the ground at this moment, rushing to open their mouths to respond. Aside from the saints, the only 3 people who watched quietly were the 3 Renmengs. Even before the return of the master, Runmeng had never performed a great kneeling salute to a saint, and at most, she had only arched her hands and bowed. Today, she even came on behalf of her master, holding the immortal seal of eternal life. And even more so, she didn't need to salute any saints. Even if she dared to make a bow, those saints might not dare to accept it. Good luck to you. After the sea-covering sage had instructed him, he didn't talk much more. Straight away, they exchanged glances with the other saints and opened the portal formed by that Tao rhythm. For a time, a large amount of aura flowed outward from that portal. However, it was blocked back by the saintly Tao rhyme. The aura in the secret realm would collapse prematurely if too much of it drained away. Generally speaking, when the portal was opened, many disciples of saints would enter in an orderly manner, and those of the same sect would even travel in pairs. If you do not enter them at the same time, you will be randomly transported to various places. As for the order of entry, although there is no explicit rule among the disciples of many saints, there is also the original custom. That is, according to the strength of the previous duel to decide who will enter first. Now that the portal was open, all eyes looked towards the 3 Runmeng people. After all, truly speaking, although Shangguan Shallow Autumn Fawn had only been on the field once, and could even almost be said to have not made a move, but it was enough to prove that she was already able to suppress the exalted realm. As for Runmeng, this is an existence that has already reached the true god, and if it is according to the lineage of martial saints that can cross 2 great realms, it is even more of a height that is out of their reach. So the first quota to enter it naturally belonged to the 3 from the martial saint lineage. Naturally, Raimu wouldn't be polite. Immediately, he was about to take his 2 senior sisters into the portal and take the lead in searching for the opportunity. Little Raimu, if you are in danger, you can crush this jade talisman and you will be safe. The 100 fragrant sage suddenly took out a jade talisman from her bosom and threw it over. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the many sage progenitors couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. There was no hiding the envy. The secret realm was already separated from the Chaos Sea itself. Even a saint could not easily intervene. The jade talisman, on the other hand, contained within it a stream of the 100 fragrant sages' Tao rhythm, which would take at least thousands of years of cultivation. Even if they were the personal disciples of saints, very few of them could receive this kind of care. Let's not talk about them. At this time, the most depressed ones were the several disciples of the 100 fragrant sage. They themselves did not get the master's life-preserving jade talisman. At best, some pills and magic treasures and other bottom cards. Many thanks to Senior Hayaka. Runmeng accepted the jade talisman graciously, arched his hand and thanked him before turning around and entering the portal. When Rushu and Shangguan Xiaoqiu also turned around and saluted, rushing to follow closely behind. The jade talisman that the other sage disciples envied was actually of little use to them, almost impossible to use, but there was no reason to refuse it. Only after the 3 entered the portal did the other sage disciples enter it one after another as a stream of light. until only the saints were left on the field. Fellow Taoist is willing to give it up. A few of them couldn't help but look at the 100 fragrant sage and said, "Heh, so what's to give up? It's only 3,000 years of cultivation. You and I saints blink 10,000 years. It's not worth mentioning." The 100 fragrant sage, however, spoke softly without any concern and closed her eyes to rest without further words, as the three of them, Run Meng, stepped into the spatial portal opened by the saint. I only felt a spinning of the sky and a blackness before my eyes. It took about a few breaths before light slowly appeared. When Raimu saw the scene in front of her, it was clear that she had already come from the sea of chaos to an unknown space. It is said that the secret realm opened up by the saints, but in reality, it is those broken thousand worlds or middle thousand worlds. The space is extremely unstable on weekdays, stabilized by the saints to allow them to enter the search for opportunity. But the realm is also the same requirements. If the realm is too high, caused the collapse of space, all will fall here. I just don't know if it's the remains of the great thousand worlds that are open this time, or the middle thousand worlds. Raimu casually swept her eyes around and murmured softly. However, it was imperative that he rejoined his two senior sisters first. Even though the three of them had entered the spatial portal at almost the same time, they were still teleported away separately after entering this secret realm. And in the midst of this unstable world wreckage, the divine thoughts would also be affected, unable to probe out too far. Luckily, the three of them were not too far apart because they entered very close to each other, just a few dozen miles apart. A few moments later, the three had met. Senior sister, did you too often come to this kind of secret realm before? Shangwon Shallow Autumn blinked her eyes and looked around. Everything she looked at felt very new. It's not like I enter it often, but every time it opens, I receive an invitation from the Sword Saint. If there are no other important matters, they have come along with the Sword Saint progenitor. When Rushu wore a light smile on her face and very patiently explained the difference between this secret realm for her senior sister. At first, when the senior sister joined the master's discipleship for about 1,000 years or so, she had already followed the master to the lower realms. There was no time at all to experience the secret realm and the Sea of Chaos. 1,000 worlds? The middle world? So what class are we getting into this time? Shangwon Shallow Autumn listened very attentively, waiting for her second senior sister to finish before opening her mouth to ask. Judging by the aura, it should be the middle thousand world wreckage, but we can't rule out the possibility of the aura collapsing. In short, even if it's the remains of the middle thousand worlds, there are just as many opportunities within them. After all, these world remnants have been precipitated over an unknown number of years, and some of the original spiritual roots and fruits within them have all been more than perhaps 100,000 years old. Of course, this may also be accompanied by danger. So if you do encounter danger, junior sister will just be the first to evacuate. See that pillar of light? That's the portal opened by the saints. As long as you step into it, you'll be able to return to the chaotic sea. Runmang met her little sister's inquisitive gaze, and was also not tired of explaining for her, and he focused on pointing to a pillar of light with a 7-colored glow about 100 miles away from them, which went straight up to the sky and could basically be seen no matter where they were in the secret realm. Moreover, the light pillars also emanated the Tao rhythmic aura of each saint above them, so as not to let the saints' protégés get lost because they couldn't find the exit. Shangwon Shallow Autumn turned her head to look at the pillar of light and wrote it down tightly. It's a matter of life and death. You can't be hasty. In short, don't leave my side too far. Seeing that her little senior sister was already foolishly wanting to go looking around for opportunities, Run Meng immediately raised her hand and knocked on her little brain to remind her. This secret realm did not know how many years of precipitation it had gone through, and some of the spiritual roots within it might have given birth to spiritual wisdom, and there might even be ferocious beasts of extraordinary strength as well. Got it. Just talk. Why knock your head? Shangwon Shallow Autumn drummed her mouth. When Master Teacher was around, Master Teacher liked to knock on her head. Now that Master Teacher wasn't around, eldest sister also liked to knock on her head. As a sword immortal, how can you be bullied like this? But you can't beat it, so you'll just have to endure it. Suddenly, her eyes twinkled again, revealing an impish smile as she looked at eldest sister. Raima was deciding which way to explore when she felt the unsuspecting gaze turn her head suspiciously. Eldest sister, it's so dangerous here. You and second senior sister are both powerful, so I'm sure you won't be able to use that sage treasure art that the 100 fragrant sage gave you just now, right? How about, give it to me to carry? Shangwon Shallow Autumn adjusted her smile and said in a very good and cute manner. No way. Raimu refused directly without even thinking about it, then determined the direction and directly rose up in the air, saying, follow. Seeing that she couldn't ask for the saint's treasure art, Shangwon Shallow Autumn immediately looked dejected. Good thing the second elder sister on the side opened her mouth and laughed. Let's go. Follow first. You also don't think about it. If you were really forced to use the sage treasure art with your realm, would you have the chance to use it? Eldest senior sister is in the highest realm, so naturally it's more secure for her to hold it. Hearing that, it seems to make some sense. Only then did she nod, following closely along with her second senior sister, not daring to fall behind. Meanwhile, Saint's protégés also entered this secret realm through the portal one after another. Either pick a direction to start exploring alone, or find a companion to travel with. It took just under half an hour to get something. After all, the spiritual roots in the chaotic sea had long been discovered and harvested. However, this space, but no one asked, some lower grade spiritual roots, and even the beast guards are not, just like weeds like growing in the spiritual chi convergence place. The three of them, however, were not aiming for those lower grade spiritual roots, and if they passed by and found them, they would pick them up by hand, but their path was to keep exploring deeper and deeper. After a few more hours, Shangguan Shallow Autumn was in the middle of picking an immortal rank herb when she suddenly felt something appear in her afterglow. The two senior sisters beside her, moreover, looked up in shock at the same time. Following their gazes, Shangguan Shallow Autumn skimmed her mouth. Isn't it just that pillar of light at the exit? I thought a ferocious beast had appeared. Worrying for nothing. Well, no, the exit isn't in the north. Hiss, senior sister, why are there two exits? As she said that, she suddenly reacted to the fact that something was wrong. An exit light pillar in the north. But now why is there an exit light pillar in the west as well? Senior sister. When Rushu's face was a bit gloomy at the moment as she looked towards her big senior sister and didn't say much, just called out gently, wanting to ask her what she meant. This is the first time I've come across. As well, let's not explore deeper for now, and lean towards the exit. Runming's brows furrowed as she looked far in the direction of that pillar of light, knowing exactly what it represented. The Chaos Sea is one of the great worlds, and there are other great worlds besides the Chaos Sea. The situation in front of him was clearly a case of saints from other great thousand worlds also opening up secret realm entrances while staring at this world wreckage. Is it a coincidence? Or is it a premeditated act by the other side? Runmang was currently unknown, but it was always right to be cautious. She didn't want to create too many variables and dangers by exploring this secret realm. What's going on? Why has another teleportation portal suddenly appeared? Other than the three Renmangs, the other Chaos Sea Sage's personal disciples were all filled with dismay at the moment as they looked toward the light pillar that had suddenly appeared. This sudden turn of events caused the many sage progenitors to stop their hands. After a few moments, they also understood the current situation. Other thousand worlds besides the Chaotic Sea also looked at this secret realm. It's just that it's a little too much of a coincidence. There were countless shattered middle and great thousand worlds over the course of endless years, and although there was a theoretical possibility of it appearing right now, it was a bit too coincidental. More likely, the other party's goal wasn't the secret realm at all, but these saint pro-disciples of the Chaos Sea. Originally, the saints' progenitors would still fight each other for the chance, but at this moment, they had made decisions. Towards the location of the Chaotic Sea's teleportation exit, they converged. If the other party came prepared, the only way for them not to be taken as prey was to embrace the group. After all, the other great thousand worlds wouldn't give face to the Chaotic Sea because of a saint's personal transmission. There was also no need to give any face to the saints behind them. Just kill them. The saints simply couldn't leave the Sea of Chaos, so what was the point of avenging them? On the other hand, a certain Dao domain that was far away from the Chaotic Sea, dozens of saints stepped forward in unison and opened the teleportation portal of the secret realm. Unlike the situation in the Sea of Chaos, the saints here were not all sitting on high. Instead, they were all sitting on top of a futon, sacrificing their own Dao rhythms to stabilize the portal. And on top of the many saints, there was a middle-aged man wearing a white Dao robe, looking at everything in front of him with a bland face. The aura emitted by the middle-aged man had clearly surpassed that of a saint. It was exactly what the four holy beasts of the Chaotic Sea had said in their mouths. A Dao Lord realm existence. Compared to the Chaotic Sea, all the other Dao domains possessed their own Dao masters, above the saints, who could even take charge of the rules of heaven and earth within their own Dao domains. There were even some powerful Dao domains that had more than one Dao Lord, possibly two or even three, holding each other back. Remember, leave everyone behind. As a sage barked out instructions, those hand-picked experts of the Dao domain bowed to show their understanding. The entire 50 true God realm powerhouses. There isn't even a venerable realm, but there is a divine king realm. Compared to the Chaotic Sea's purpose, which was for the sage progenitor to seek opportunities, their goal was much clearer, which was to leave behind all of the Chaotic Sea's heavenly pride. For this reason, they opened the secret realm this time, not just letting the saints' personal biographies enter it, they even selected great powers of the true God realm perfection. And if they weren't worried that the secret realm wouldn't be able to withstand it, They would even be more willing to use the 10 divine king realms to enter the secret realm. Don't waste time. The Tao Lord, who was high above many saints, opened his mouth expressionlessly and reminded, as he gave the order. Many true gods then entered in batches towards the portal at the first opportunity. In the end, that god king even took the bottom card given by the saint and stepped into the teleportation portal. This time, not only were they strong enough to crush, but they were also fully prepared. It wasn't until all of them entered the gateway that many saints revealed looks of anticipation on their faces. They didn't know that this great world was called the Chaotic Sea, only that it actually didn't have the existence of a Tao Lord realm. This time, the Tao Lord was going to use the secret realm to build a transmission channel with the Chaos Sea and take over this great world. The many forces of their pale blue Tao domain had long ago divided their resources almost to the brim, and if they could take over a new great thousand world and enslave it, it would be exchanged for benefits that would be enough to drive even all the saints, and even the Tao Masters, crazy, ministry within the Secretariat. Within moments, a true God Realm powerhouse was transported to the vicinity of that portal. This sudden appearance of dozens of true God Realm auras instantly caused the sage progenitors of the Chaos Sea to worry. Not caring about anything else, he rushed towards the exit. But, these saints personally transmitted, there are only 3 in the true God Realm besides Raimu. The others were all below the true God Realm, and with dozens of true God Realms targeting them with premeditation. They soon realized that the Chaos Sea's teleportation channel was almost completely blocked. A few hundred miles apart, a true God Realm was situated, and what caused them to feel the most despair was still the aura of the God King Realm. The other party had no intention of concealing their strength at all, and that Divine King began his hunt directly upon entering the secret realm. His target was only the true God Realm of the Chaotic Sea, but if he encountered others such as the Exalted Realm or Immortal Emperor Realm, he would likewise kill them with his hands. Raimu was currently stopping somewhere in the mountains with her 2 senior sisters. The exit was completely blocked off, and the other side was obviously prepared. Not a coincidence. Runmeng frowned, and after scouting a few directions, she collected her aura along with her senior sister and took her to hide here. If she were to face a blockade of 50 true gods, she would also have the confidence to take her senior sister away. Even if that God King realm existed, she was confident that she could preserve herself and leave. But on the contrary, junior sister is by her side. If she is delayed for a moment, the situation will be very difficult. 50 true gods. The battle is a bit big. Senior sister, why don't we use that sage treasure art? It should be enough for us to leave. Shangwan Shallow Autumn looked at the direction of that exit, but she didn't have any nervousness. It's not good. The other party is well prepared, so I'm sure they'll have cards to deal with it as well. Can't take any chances. Without hesitation, Runmeng shook her head and rejected her junior sister's proposal. It's better to go out hard than to wait and see what happens first. Look for the breakout. Trouble. When Rushu sighed, it was a pity that there was no way to contact the outside world within this secret realm. Otherwise, as long as he could notify his master, he would surely be able to easily resolve the predicament in front of him. Although the 3 of them were hiding in the mountains, they were able to see unfamiliar true god realms sweeping through the high skies from time to time, hunting down and killing the saints' progenitors of the Chaotic Sea. In the short time it took to burn incense, a number of saintly protégés perished. There is even a saint's personal biography, but also fell in there about 10 miles away. But unfortunately at this moment the 3 people's self-preservation is important. Simply do not have the heart to help. There can be no delay. Right now there are still those saints' personal biographies to distract them. If another half a day passes, breaking out will be even more difficult. Let's go. Find a safe place for the 2 of you first, and later I'll leave on my own and seek help from my master. After observing Raimu for a few moments, she had realized that the situation at hand could not be delayed any further. It was too risky to leave with the 2 senior sisters, so it would be better to break out and return to the Chaos Sea for help by himself. When Rushu and Shangwan Shallow Autumn naturally didn't have any opinions at this moment, gathering her breath, she followed her eldest senior sister and traveled deeper for about another fast 10,000 miles until she couldn't feel the aura of those true gods before stopping in the valley. The sage treasure technique is reserved for the 2 of you to save your lives. Take this elixir every hour, and even a god king won't be able to detect the breath of the 2 of you. Runmeng instructed while handing over that sage treasure talisman given by the 100 fragrant sage to her second senior sister, in addition to taking out several bottles of pills to ensure that the 2 of them would not have any accidents. Eldest senior sister, it's better for you to take this precious talisman and use it to break out. The 2 of us should be safe here. When Rushu took the treasure talisman and intended to hand it back again, however, eldest senior sister only shook her head slightly, and then directly collected her breath and turned to leave. Only one sentence was left behind. Don't worry, the Divine King realm can't hurt me. After separating from her senior sister, Runmeng did not choose to head directly towards the direction of the exit. Instead, he shifted his orientation first and casually placed isolation formations in several places. In this way, even if that God King realm seeks this place, it will be able to delay it for a bit. Looking at the several locations of the formations she had left behind, Runmeng was then ready to start breaking out. With the pills she had given her, senior sister didn't even need a formation, and it was enough to hide from the searches of those true gods and divine kings. These formations were merely to confuse the other party, and even if they arrived here, they would focus on the formations and think that the person had already fled far away. And just to be on the safe side, she was going to choose to break out in the other direction so as not to draw people in. But just as Ray dreamed everything up, she suddenly frowned. In her perception, that Divine King Realm powerhouse was heading in the direction where the two senior sisters were. The ones being chased were none other than those three saints proxies from the Chaos Sea who were in the same true god realm as themselves. After all, it was a saint's personal disciple, and there were more or less some life-preserving cards in his hands. Even so, the three of them were in a tragic condition, with one losing his arm and the other breaking a leg. They're running down the road. They'll probably pass by where sister's sister is hiding. Raimu made a judgment based on their speed and direction in just a moment. She didn't care if those three were dead or alive, but if she didn't intervene, her senior sister might be in danger. At that moment, she couldn't care too much and could only change her plans temporarily. The originally introverted aura also intentionally leaked out for a moment at this moment. The three true god realms that were fleeing dozens of miles away also had their eyes light up at the same moment. It's the aura of a great disciple under the martial sage. In this direction, without hesitation, one of them bellowed and reversed his forward course. The three of them were already at the end of their strength, and they would be decimated in at most one incense stick of time. This was still something that the other party seemed to be doing intentionally, not going all out on them at all. But it doesn't matter at the moment, since many saints recognized the martial saint as the strongest existence. The great disciple under his door must be extraordinary as well. At least, there would be some life-saving cards in hand. Right. Fellow Daoist Runmeng still has a saint treasure talisman in her hand. When the other two heard this, they also instantly grabbed the straw that saved their lives. Without the slightest hesitation, he headed towards the direction where Runmeng had revealed her scent. Found another one. On the contrary, the Divine King Realm powerhouse that was chasing the three of them was smiling at the moment. The reason why he was hanging on to the lives of the three was merely to see if they could help him find the other true god realms. In hindsight, it seems to have been the right decision. Sure enough, there was a leak. Fellow Daoist Runmeng, help the three of us to defend the enemy together. The voice came before the person arrived. Upon hearing this, Raimu but sneered disdainfully. How can you say such a thing as fighting the enemy together? These three people were simply like ants under that God King realm, and could perish at any time. But it's just a way to stall yourself. But she had her own plans, not to mention the need to break up the trio. Just frowning and pretending to be discovered, he had no choice but to reveal his form. Fellow Daoist, where is that sage treasure talisman? This person is at the Divine King realm, so please quickly sacrifice your precious talisman to kill him. As they approached Runmeng, the leader of the three had shouted in surprise. One was to remind Runmeng, and the other was to deter the people who were pursuing them. The pressure was just too much. They couldn't take it anymore. The effect was naturally there, and when he heard the sage treasure talisman, that God King realm obviously hesitated in his movements a bit. Cautiously, he glanced at Raimu, but turned to be relieved. If she had a card on her, why wouldn't she have one herself? This time, in order to invade this place, it was personally organized by the Tao Lord, and it was impossible for his cards to be weaker than the other parties. As long as a few of you are willing to submit and help this God King take down all the cultivators in this secret realm, it can save lives. The blood release God King stopped in his tracks, but used his divine thoughts to lock the four in a deadlock, so none of them could escape. The existence of the sage treasure talisman also made him slightly more cautious and did not choose to directly fight. Fellow Taoist of Mercy Dreams, the three of them wanted to say something else, but Raimu had no intention of talking to them. Instead, she directly threw out 3 divine rank lower grade healing pills with her hands. Thank you, fellow Taoist. As the Lord of Pill City, Runmeng naturally carried quite a few pills with her. The three of them immediately rejoiced, so they swallowed the elixir. Their injuries were stabilized, and they were finally able to catch their breath. If your excellency stops at this point today, the martial saint lineage can forget about it. Runmeng faced the blood release god king but didn't bow her head at all. Instead, she opened her mouth with a bland expression, as if she was the one on the strong side. Fellow Taoist, all three of them couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled when they heard this and wanted to open their mouths to say something. But after being swept by Runmeng's bland glance, they then realized what the other party meant. One's own death is not seen by the other. There was the intention to open his mouth and say something, but when he thought that the other party not only had the status of the chief disciple of the martial saint lineage, but was also the lord of the Pill City, and I'm afraid that his status in the Sea of Chaos was only second to that of a saint, immediately, they could only shut up, only hoping that this lord of the Medicine City would be willing to save their lives. Past it all? Joke, big joke. This God King is curious as to how you were able to calmly make those remarks. Martial saint, one of the saints of that great world of yours, right? TSK. Uneducated mole crickets. I'm afraid they think that saints are the most supreme existences in this heaven and earth, right? The blood release God King didn't get angry when he heard this, but instead laughed mockingly. There was an inexplicable sense of superiority rising from the bottom of his heart, but he was organizing things for the Tao. What was a saint worth? This city lord is going to leave now. To stop or not to stop? Your Excellency, decide for yourself. It's just that the consequences, Your Excellency, have to think about that as well. Runmang still just flat face. The other side said words to her simply does not have any meaning. In her eyes, the master is the world's highest. Really, if you say, saints in front of the master is also nothing. It is nothing more than giving the master the name of a saint as well. After saying that, Runmang directly turned into a stream of light in the direction of the exit, and her speed was so fast that the ordinary true god realm was simply too late to stop her. The only thing that could create some hindrance to her was this blood release god king. Interesting, but the outcome is already predetermined. The blood release god king grinned, and as he spoke, he was about to raise his hand to slap these three true gods to death. In comparison, the strength and aura displayed by that woman was clearly a different existence in the Sea of Chaos. Such a heavenly pride, even more so, could not be put back. However, he had just raised his hand and was about to slap it down when he saw that the three suddenly swelled up, and each one of them showed a look of horror. It's the elixir from earlier. Not only did the blood release god king not expect it, even the three sage progenitors couldn't have imagined how the pill that Runmang had given them just now had actually left a backhand. At this moment, they were no longer able to control themselves. Their internal aura was reversed, and he had begun to self-detonate without being able to stop it. With the self-explosion of the three true gods, even the blood-released divine king had to delay for a moment and retreat rapidly in the opposite direction first. What a ruthless tactic! With three true god realms simultaneously blowing themselves up, even the blood-released god king could only avoid the front for the time being, especially since this self-explosion came so suddenly and without warning. Even the three themselves were in the dark. The blood-released god king was already slightly late when he retreated. As he watched the terrifying divine power impact, even the space of the secret realm became a little more unstable. The divine king who originally wanted to raise his hand to ward off the aftermath with his divine ability also had his eyes condensed at this moment, and hurriedly stopped his hand movements. If the secret space collapsed, there would be no bones left of their group. In contrast, it would have been better to have carried the shock card, until the blinding light dissipated. The blood-released god king was also slightly distressed at the moment, with blood dripping from above his forehead. The clothes on top of one pair of arms were already broken, and the hands were even a bit bloody. The injuries looked serious, but in reality they were only superficial wounds, only that it made him completely enraged. In this short period of time, Runmang had already vanished 3,000 miles in the direction of the exit. However, as a divine king realm, he was still confident that he could stop it before the exit and suppress it ruthlessly. Bah! The women of this realm are truly ruthless, but this god king likes it very much. Ha ha! Later on, you will eventually fall into the plaything of this god king. The blood-release god king spat out a mouthful of tainted blood, and with a fierce smile, he directly transformed into a recluse light and chased after him. Nowadays, in this secret realm, he was the only god king, the true master. At this moment, he had even begun to fantasize about how pleasurable his life as an Earth Emperor would have been before the Tao Lord and the others descended upon the two realms. It was inevitable that those true gods he had brought in had some forces behind them that he was not willing to offend. But about to invade that great world, no matter how powerful the saints behind them were, he himself didn't need to worry too much. After all, they would all be enslaved by the Tao Lord. Still about 10,000 miles to go. It's a pity that those three were a bit too weak to even manage a light injury. On the other side, Rima shook her head with some regret as she felt the aura of the God King that was about to catch up behind her. The physical deaths of those three were not worth mentioning in her eyes. Chaos Sea for an entire 100,000 years. Without her master's support in these 100,000 years, she was able to build up the Pill City and become the lord of the largest Pill City in the entire Chaos Sea. It's not by any kind of motherly heart or mercy, it's by a thunderbolt. Three true God realm. Dead is dead. The big deal is to go out and make amends to the other party's Saint Master and pay some pills as a price. One's own life is the most important thing at this moment. The thoughts of those three in the party were definitely the same as Runming's, but they wanted to grab her as the last straw. But it was a pity that Runmang did not have the intention of sacrificing herself for the sake of others. At this rate, there's not quite enough distance. Raimo frowned as she felt the speed at which the distance between the two was closing. It would take at least a dozen more breaths of time for her to reach the exit, and those true god realms on the road wouldn't be able to pose any threat to her. But at this rate, in less than 10 breaths of time, that divine king realm would catch up with him, and at that time, if he was delayed, he would face a siege from all the true god realms except the divine king realm. The advantage of one's own speed would be completely gone. Thinking in this way, she has taken out a bottle of pills. Not even think about it, all poured into the mouth. The pills just once the mouth will be transformed into a spiritual liquid, but she is not in a hurry to take it. 3 breaths, 5 breaths, 8 breaths, a blood-red glow, and a terrifying pressure appeared in the afterglow. Runmang instinctively sidestepped and flashed out thousands of meters, and immediately after, he saw a bloody fist shadow with a terrifying might sweeping over his position just now. The shadow of the fist landed on top of the ground, and a huge pit that was too deep to see the bottom appeared immediately. At the same time, the huge commotion drew the attention of all the true god realms. Can you run? Ha! The blood-released god king wore a fierce smile on his face as he raised his hand and strangled, and immediately a monstrous sea of blood enveloped Runmang. In the midst of the monstrous sea of blood, Runmang was as small and powerless as a leaf. Elder Blood Release, we've come to help you. More than a dozen true god realms that were closer had already come to the surroundings at this moment, and were planning to surround and attack. However, he was rebuked by the blood-released God King's displeased voice. Get lost, don't die in this God King's sea of blood. This God King doesn't want more trouble. To be sent into the secret realm, he was likewise a top-notch existence amongst the divine king realm. Confident, incomparably confident, at least when facing the true god realm. It was impossible for him to have any blunders appear. Runmang sensed her own situation, but she just raised her finger without panic and casually pointed it out. Originally, the sea of blood that kept surging and wanted to involve her in it, but at this moment it was as if time had been stopped. But with that, Runmang's own aura was drained of more than 80% in an instant. Fortunately, she had already taken the pills in advance, and with a single finger point she directly swallowed the spiritual liquid contained in her mouth into her abdomen. The aura in his body was also instantly replenished. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was stunned and frozen, he turned into a recluse and had already escaped the scope of the sea of blood and was less than 5,000 miles away from that exit pillar of light. 5 breaths at most would be enough for her to leave. The laws of time? I didn't expect that the true god realm would actually be able to master such a terrifying means as the laws of time. It seems, you can't stay even more. If I let you leave, I'm afraid this god king can't afford the responsibility. The blood-released god king's pupils shrunk violently, and at this moment, he no longer dared to take the other party lightly. Those in the true god realm who could utilize the power of the laws would have been a rarity, and even he was only initially able to utilize the power of the laws when he reached the divine king realm. However, the other party was not only able to use laws in the true god realm, but also the most terrifying types of laws, the laws of time. This kind of genius must not be allowed to go back. Even if one were to leave her behind, the Tao Master might also develop a love of talent and move to take on a disciple. This can't be good for him. If he chased after the other party, in the future, if she became a disciple of the Tao Lord, who could guarantee that she wouldn't find trouble with him? So, it's just a matter of letting her leave her life behind. Even more geniuses must be alive to be worthwhile. Dead, but then no one cares. As soon as he thought of this, the blood-released god king no longer had the slightest other thoughts, and made a killing move. A terrifying divine ability of the divine king realm with an invincible momentum then crazily bombarded the fleeing Runmang. Crazy as he was, he didn't even care anymore if it would spread to those true god realms he had brought with him, and he accelerated his own speed to get to the exit ahead of the others. Although Runmang's speed was fast, after all, she was separated by a large realm, and she was always too fast to be able to complete the divine king realm. Now, how can you escape? The blood-released god king stood on one foot in front of that teleportation light pillar, and the shadow of his own Yuanshan even surfaced behind him. The divine king realm's Yuanshan void was already 10,000 feet tall, standing on top of the sky, and along with the appearance of the shadow, there was also the vision of his blood sea, enveloping 100 miles in a radius. Even if Raimu had mastered the use of some spatial laws, it would certainly be impossible to escape from him. The only thing you need to be wary of was that the 3 people had just said that she had a Saint Treasure talisman. Damn it, those true god realms are surrounding us. Raimu always had a frown on her face, though she spoke to her senior sister with ease. However, if one were to truly face 50 heavenly prides of the same realm, plus a divine king realm perfection, the pressure would still be there. After all, the other party was similarly hand-picked, and it wasn't a surprise that they possessed the ability to face the enemy across realms. At this moment, she could not care so much, but once again took out 2 jade bottles. The left-hand jade bottle of pills poured into the mouth like money. Instead, the jade bottle containing the elixir in her right hand was directly slammed down hard at her feet. Pa! With a crunching sound, the jade bottle split into pieces, and the poison Dan contained within it completely emitted its breath at this moment. A dark green mist filled the air in an instant. She herself hadn't suffered much because she had already taken the coping elixir, but those true god realms that had surrounded her weren't so lucky. Ah! What the hell is this? Begging the God King for help. Help me! Help me! As long as you can save my life. All the rewards this time are willing to pay tribute to Lord God King. In an instant, those true god realms that were contaminated with the green poisonous mist let out heart-rending screams. Once the mist is stained, even if it is the true god realm, it will melt in an instant like a snowflake falling into a blazing fire. In less than a breath of time, those who surrounded the true god realm had already revealed their white bones, and the mist even entered their meridians, corroding all their vitality. As the Pill City's lord, Runmeng had more than a few life-preserving cards. It was just that many of the bottom cards couldn't be used, and the ones that could restrain the God King realm, she herself would end up hurting the enemy, but that would be enough. Without the true God realm involved, Runmeng was confident that she could leave in the hands of a God King realm. Crooked ways are all futile in the face of true strength. The Yuan Shen behind the blood release God King emitted bursts of Dao rhythms, dispersing those poisonous mists with his own sea of blood. It was just that he didn't make a move to aid those true God realms either, and all of his attention was focused on Runmeng's body. What did it matter to him if more true God realms died? If the other party wanted to use this as an exchange for his own brokenness, then he had underestimated himself too much. Without the involvement of the true God realm, Runmeng also arrived not far in front of the blood release God King in 2 breaths, and as long as he could be bypassed, he would be able to step into the pillar of light and teleport back to the chaotic sea. And now, the hardest step of all. Facing the terrifyingly powerful blood release God King, Runmeng charged straight ahead without fear. Her law of time, which could still be utilized once, was where her chances of survival lay. Die! Seeing that the other party was rushing towards the light pillar without any fear, the blood release God King was furious and lifted his hand to strangle the knob, ruthlessly suppressing down towards it. The 10,000-foot Yuan Shen void behind him made the same move. The sea of blood that had originally covered 100 miles in a radius also converged crazily into the Yuan Shen's palm at that moment. Buzz! Along with the terrifying aura, a crimson pinching hand seal had fallen towards Runmeng, and with this strike, it had already locked onto her aura, and no matter what, it could not be dodged. And all of this happened in just an instant. Blood release God King's strike was extremely fast, and by the time Reimer reacted, the blood palm print that covered the sky had already enveloped the sky above her head. It's now! But Reimu not only didn't panic in the slightest, but instead her eyes lit up. That's what she was waiting for. A chance for the opponent to go all out. In an instant, the blood release God King only felt a blur before his eyes, and the figure under the palm imprints suddenly disappeared. And when Reimu's aura reappeared, he had already arrived behind him, a step away from the light pillar. It's the law of time again. Only this time, the other party had apparently utilized the laws of time to span about half a breath into the future. In the half breath of the party, Reimu no longer existed, so the hand seal lost its target and landed heavily on her original position. At this moment, Runmeng saw that the light pillar was close at hand, but suddenly her heart felt a sense of crisis. Boom! There was a sudden deafening bang, and all she could feel was a shaking of the ground and chaos in her head. After reacting, he immediately gritted his teeth and said secretly, "Sage Treasure Art." The other party had actually set up a Sage Treasure Art in advance before the light pillar. At this moment, she was surrounded by a cage made of saintly Dao rhythms, trapping her within it, unable to approach the teleportation light pillar at all. What time is it? Definitely not a party. He was too late. It's a pity. I thought that I couldn't use any of the 3 Sage Treasure Arts and could keep them as a base card for the future. The blood release God King slowly turned around and said softly with a flat face, "Wouldn't he have no backup?" This time, the Dao Lord had personally organized the event, and had given him 3 saintly treasure arts alone. At the first moment he entered the secret realm, he first came to the location of the other party's teleportation exit and ambushed a treasure art. Falling into the cage transformed by the saint's Dao rhythm, the opponent no longer had any chance. Within moments, it would be refined into its source, absorbed by this cage to make up for the energy, as a way to continue functioning, and it would be impossible for all to leave. The Reimu in the cage only felt drowsy, and her Yuanshan seemed to be being drawn away. Even the aura of the body began to produce collapse at this moment, about to be refined by this cage. It's just a pity that, She didn't keep that sage treasure art given by the 100 fragrant sage. Otherwise there might be a silver lining. Mastermind. Confused and somewhat regretful, Raimu murmured in a faintly imperceptible voice the moment she felt she was about to lose consciousness. Master Teacher has only just returned. Finally reunited with Master Chief. How can? Split up so soon. She hasn't been able to become the right hand of her master and share everything for him. This kind of thinking, Runmeng had already lost her strength, and her entire body was about to fall down with a tilt, but it didn't fall to the ground. A drop of purple gold blood slipped from her brow. The drop of violet gold blood then transformed into the figure of a young man wearing a metaphysical long shirt under the stunned gaze of the blood release god king. He stood there casually, gently raising his hand to hold up Raimu, who was about to fall. Raimu, who had almost completely lost consciousness, felt the breath that gave her the most peace of mind, and instinctively drilled in the direction of that breath. He slumped on his master's shoulder, finally unconscious. Raimu, who was no longer conscious, only felt at this moment but was incredibly at ease. The familiar scent and taste made her completely let go of all her previous emotions. The frown that was always tightly furrowed also dispersed at this moment. Under his breath, he also vaguely muttered, "Master." The youth looked towards his eldest disciple, but frowned slightly. On it. A soft response and another pat on the back indicated that all was safe to go. The original cage that was transformed by that saint's Tao rhythm was as if it had failed at this moment. Obviously the youth was just standing there and hadn't done anything yet, but all the saintly Tao rhythms were too insignificant in his case. Although it was only an out-of-body incarnation transformed by a single drop of blood, it could not exist for too long. But unless it was a saint in person, the others were not yet difficult to defeat. Sage incarnation? The blood release god king looked at the young man warily, clearly not emitting a terrifying aura, but when looking at the other party, he would feel a chill running down his back. It's dangerous. Even if it was just a drop of blood transformed into a Tao body, it was not something he could handle. It was a good thing that with this cage controlling the opponent, he couldn't strike at himself. As soon as the essence of this drop of blood is depleted, he will disappear. Your Excellency, even if you are a saint. The blood release god king wanted to say something else, but Chen Changsheng had no intention of talking to an ant. His gaze slowly lifted, and as he looked at that blood release god king, he was already devoid of emotion. With one hand supporting the great disciple beside him, his left hand slowly lifted up and gently pointed out a finger towards the blood release god king. As a finger pointed away, his own figure faded a lot. A purple arc of electricity? The power control is just right. This side of the secret space vaguely appeared cracks, but not yet to the point of collapse. We'll soon be able to repair. Bow dash. It only just touched the cage that was transformed by that saint's Tao rhythm, and it instantly broke it away. The blood release god king, who was still counting on the cage to trap him, didn't even have time to react. The purple arc of electricity had then landed on his brow. He was about to be pierced through the center of his eyebrow, and his body and soul would be annihilated. However, a barrier suddenly appeared around the blood release god king. This was the second of his 3 sage treasure talismans. The sage Tao rhythm transformed into a barrier, stiffly blocking that casual attack from Chen Changsheng. It was only at this moment that the blood release god king had a chance to react, and he hurriedly retreated out backwards in terror. He couldn't care less if he could leave behind that heavenly pride who had mastered the laws of space and time. If he didn't retreat, I'm afraid he would be decapitated by the other party. The barrier in front of himself that was transformed by the saint's Tao rhythm had clearly cracked. As long as the other party made another move, his own result would be his own death. Pity. Chen Changsheng watched as the other party retreated in recluse light, but did not continue to strike. He didn't have much origin that could be wasted with this drop of blood transformed into a Tao body. If he were to strike again, he would indeed be able to kill his opponent on the spot. But likewise, this incarnation of his will also dissipate. Right now it's still important to bring his big disciple back to the Chaos Sea first. As for the true gods and god kings here, he has the means to fix it. After a slight perception, he found the location of the other 2 disciples. It was about 20,000 miles away from this place, and there weren't many other true gods around at the moment, so it was safe for the time being. Casually, he raised his hand and threw out another prohibition, enveloping the valley above where his other 2 disciples were hiding. Even if it was a saint's treasure talisman, it would not be enough to break through one's own forbidden barrier within this secret space. After doing this, his figure was already almost on the verge of dissipating. Only then did he bring his eldest disciple, Raimu, with a single step and disappeared into the pillar of teleportation light. When Raimu reappeared in the Sea of Chaos, the origin of Chen Changsheng's avatar had already dissipated on its way to teleportation. All that was left was for Raimu to suddenly appear out of nowhere. This startled the many saints present. If it was just someone else, Why did the martial saint's chief senior disciple suddenly appear unconscious? With a flash, the 100 fragrant sage directly received it. The sage Tao rhythm enveloped Runmeng, and the soft power was helping her recover. In less than 3 breaths, Raimu's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Mastermind. The first words that came out of his mouth caused the many saints to become even more puzzled. Raimu, what's going on? Could there be an ancient ferocious beast present in the secret realm? How are the others doing? How is the little Ruchu duo doing? The many saints of the chaotic sea were relieved to see it wake up. If something happened to the martial sage's eldest disciple, they didn't dare to think what the martial sage would do. No one can afford that, especially now that no other sage disciples had appeared in the entire secret realm. How long had it just been opened? Wouldn't the martial saint suspect that it was their disciples who had teamed up to injure his eldest disciple? There are other great worlds, the God King realm, and the Saint Treasure Talisman. Although Raimu's brain still felt a bit sluggish, she simply clarified the current situation with the sage. For a while, all the saints frowned. This is not good news. For endless years, it wasn't as if there hadn't been any coincidences like this, but if they did encounter them, both sides would rarely fight. After all, no one knows the other party's bottom line. Are shallow to test some, point to point, the important thing is still to compete for the opportunity in the secret realm. When entering the secret realm, none of these people would carry too many pawned items on them, and it would not be cost-effective to kill each other in a fight to the death. Senior sister is still inside. I have to quickly inform my master. Runmeng shook her head and was about to take out a jade talisman left behind by her master and crush it. Instead, a familiar voice came. No need. Chen Changxing's figure had already stood behind Runmeng at some point. Even though saints did not detect any fluctuations at all, it was as if he was already here. Martial saints. All the saints rose from above the Tao seat at this moment, instinctively arching their hands and saluting. Master. Disciple's strength was not good enough to bring out senior sister. As soon as Runmeng heard her master's voice, she turned her head to look in surprise, and then she looked guilty. Just now, she vaguely seemed to have felt her master's aura, but she didn't know if it was real or a hallucination before she lost consciousness. The master knows all about it. The party has already placed a ban within the secret territory, and the two of them are unharmed. It's you. On the contrary, who fell 2 small realms. Chen Changsheng patted her shoulder to express his reassurance, and then said with a slight frown on his brow and a somewhat displeased voice, Disciple will definitely cultivate hard in the future. Runmeng lowered her head, not daring to meet her master's eyes. No. Where you lose it, double it and get it back. Fellow Taoists, please also reinforce the teleportation channel again. Chen Changxing shook his head. He wasn't blaming the disciples, but because those who had struck out were a bit upset. What the martial saint means is, to personally enter the secret realm? The sea-covering sage frowned and asked with some uncertainty. They, the saintly Yuanshun, can easily affect the solidity of the secret realm, but the martial saint didn't really seem to be the same. He would be able to do it as long as he collected his chi and blood power and didn't use power beyond the limits of the secret realm in the secret realm. Someone counted on it first, and as a teacher, it's only natural to seek justice for the disciple. Chen Changxing said, and then wrapped another blood chi power in a soft manner around Runmeng, causing the original chaotic feeling in her mind to instantly dissipate. Thank you, master. Under the master's means, Raimu's entire being was better. The only thing that was left was that true God realm, perfection realm, which had now fallen to the true God's 7th heavenly layer. But this fell realm, and it won't be thrown away for nothing. The saints were also relieved to see that the martial saint intended to enter the secret realm himself, but they had also sent their disciples into the secret realm. If the martial saint was unwilling to make a move and just brought back his own 3 disciples, the others would probably all have to die in the secret realm without any chance. Now that there was a chance to survive, he only hoped that his disciples hadn't been decimated by the other side's calculating forces for the time being. As it concerned every sage's disciple, they naturally did not hesitate or delay too much. After ascertaining that the martial saint intended to enter the secret realm, they sacrificed their own Tao rhythms and mana together to reinforce the teleportation entrance once more. To ensure that the entrance wouldn't collapse when the martial saint passed through, Chen Changxing took his eldest disciple, Runmeng, and with a single step had disappeared in front of the eyes of all the saints. It didn't even cause half a fluctuation. The realm of martial saints has become even more divine. Nowadays even we are unable to perceive his appearance and departure. I'm afraid it's already going to touch the realm above saints. The saints saw this but could not help but shrink their pupils, muttering darkly in their hearts. The previous martial saint, although his strength was incomparably strong, without the Yuanshan realm, every time he appeared across the void, he would cause a not-so-small spatial fluctuation, which could be clearly detected by saints. But no saint noticed when the martial saint appeared in the party. This could even prove that if the martial saint wanted to kill them now, If he didn't strike head-on, he could take the lives of the saints present at any time. Too late to react. The smell of the body is even more intoxicating. The 100-fragrant sage even licked her lips with a face of intoxication. But it was a pity that the martial Saint Fong didn't even look at her. In the secret realm, about half an incense stick ago, the blood-release god King Fong withdrew 10,000 miles before stopping, his face white as a sheet. The heart was even more fearful. I did not expect that this world would appear such a horrible saint. Sainthood in the flesh. In their Tao domain, the only one who had managed to become a saint in the flesh was the Tao Lord. This is one of the conditions for becoming a Taoist master. But even if all the saints are clear, but only the Lord of the Tao has done it, the physical body to become a saint can be too difficult than the Yuan-Shan cultivation. I didn't expect, actually lose so many people. The blood-release god King's face was somewhat gloomy. The 50 true god realms that had followed him into the secret realm, but at this moment, there were only about 30 left, a loss of nearly half. With such a large loss, it was even more so that a heavenly pride who had mastered the laws of time managed to escape. The current situation should be the first time to go back to the Tao domain to report the situation, but once you go back, you are afraid that you will not be able to bear the responsibility, and directly fall into a body death. Just as he was thinking this, but suddenly the afterglow looked towards a valley. Just now that youth clearly had another chance to strike, but did not choose to behead himself, but instead laid down a prohibition in that valley 10,000 miles away. There must be someone else important there. If we can take down the person hiding there and bring him back to the Tao domain together, we might be able to make up for our mistakes. The blood-release god King had his own thoughts all of a sudden. Since it was an important person that the saint wanted to keep at the expense of sparing himself, he thought that it wouldn't be much worse than the woman who had mastered the laws of time just now. The only thing that can save one's life right now is to make merit. But the situation in the secret realm should still be reported truthfully. On this trip into the secret realm, the saints had already established the rule that every time an incense burned, they needed to have a true god realm return to the Tao domain to report the situation. Thinking of this, the blood-release god King arrived at the exit light pillar that the Tao domain belonged to. The true god, who was preparing to leave to report, looked at the god King somewhat nervously at the moment. Lord God King, it's almost time. If the latecomers don't go back to report the situation, I'm afraid the saintly lords will blame them. That true god said with a coy arch. This god King naturally knows. It will not be difficult for you. This report will tell the saintly lords that one has escaped. But there is no need to say too much. Just say that a Saint Tao body appeared and saved a true god realm. Also, tell the saint that that Saint's Tao body also left behind a forbidden system to protect someone who should be extremely important. Blood Release will immediately go and find a way to break that prohibition and bring the person back to the Sage Lord for interrogation. The Blood Release God King casually raised his hand and patted that true god's shoulder, saying in an unhurried tone, although some information was hidden, such as that fleeing true god's mastery of the laws of time, there was still probably nothing wrong with it. Reporting in this manner, that true god would not be too difficult. The late generation understands. Lord God King, don't worry. What should be said and what shouldn't be said, my juniors can still tell the difference. That true god breathed a sigh of relief, as long as this Blood Release God King didn't intend to silence him. As for whether or not to give a truthful account after going out, that was out of his hands. With the saint backing him up, what was he? The Blood Release God King? The Blood Release God King gave it a deep look before allowing it to enter the teleportation light pillar. He really couldn't trust this person, but if he left any means on this person, how could he hide it from those saints? Right now, he could only take a gamble. No matter how he reported, he only needed to break that prohibition and try to make up for it. When the ripples of the teleportation light pillar calmed down, he did not delay any longer and turned into a recluse and headed straight towards the valley where the ban was located. At this time in the valley, Shangwan Shallow Autumn and Wan Rushu, however, were very pleased with their faces. The master has struck, but it shouldn't be the master himself. Otherwise, where would the need to set up a prohibition be so troublesome? When Rushu judged the situation at hand at the first moment, it was obvious that eldest sister had a backhand left behind by her master. However, with the existence of the prohibition laid down by the current master, the Divine King realm would never be able to break it. Plus, the two of them still had the same treasure talisman given by their big sister in their hands. So even if the other party really had a way to break the prohibition, they were not powerless to fight back. Since master has already stepped in, I'm sure the problem here will be solved soon. Senior sister, should we take advantage of the situation? Make something happen? Let the master be amazed when the time comes. Shangwan Shallow Autumn looked at the saintly treasure talisman in her senior sister's hand and tightened her flying sword with some excitement. Eldest sister is already safe, and master will settle everything soon. So why cower here now? How could this be worthy of the martial saint's personal disciple status? Don't make more trouble. Rushu looked at her little sister somewhat helplessly. This guy's nature hasn't changed after 100,000 years. Master has obviously arranged everything, so why take the risk? It's not like there's anything to gain. Shangwon Shallow Autumn drummed her mouth and wanted to say something, but then she saw a stream of light come to a stop outside the prohibition, and it was none other than that unfamiliar Divine King Realm powerhouse, and in his hands, what was held, however, made both of them shrink their pupils at the same time. Sage Treasure Talisman. This guy has it too. Originally, Rushu only wanted to wait quietly in the middle of this prohibition laid down by her master. However, after seeing the Saint Treasure Talisman in that God King's hand, he frowned. Because of the special reason of the secret realm, the Saint's strikes would also be controlled to a certain extent. The prohibition laid down by Master, even if it reaches the extreme of what this secret realm can withstand, the other party's Saint Treasure Talisman should be able to consume the prohibition almost to the limit. Later on, if the prohibition breaks, you will be the first to leave. When Rusha stared at that God King and tightened the Sage Treasure Amulet in her own hand, Shangwon Shallow Autumn still wanted to retort, but she was glared at by her senior sister, and immediately stopped saying anything more. With her strength at the immortal monarch realm, staying would indeed only distract her senior sister. As for the blood release God King, he was also frowning slightly at this moment. How could he not have expected that there was actually just a venerable realm and a tiny immortal monarch realm in this prohibition? It was just two juniors who weren't even true gods. Will bringing these two back really make up for their mistakes? However, since the other saint was specifically protecting these two juniors, their identity should still be relatively special. With this in mind, he did not hesitate any longer. At the time of entering the secret realm, the three Saint Treasure Talismans he carried, now there was only one left in his hand, or rather, an attack treasure talisman, and the crippled defense treasure talisman. After enduring one of Chun Changxing's fingers, that defensive treasure talisman had already shattered for the most part, but in the face of two juniors who weren't even true gods, he didn't have the need to worry about that. The prohibition in front of him was not something he could easily break. Solemnly, the blood release God King no longer hesitated, and with a lift of his hand, he crushed that last sage treasure symbol. In an instant, a ferocious beast silhouette condensed from sage Dao rhythms appeared with a low roar, carrying a terrifying and incomparable aura. He slammed into that forbidden system. Boom! Between the violent impact sounds and the shaking of the ground, the luster emanating from the forbidden system obviously dimmed by a few points, but the ferocious beast's shadow also dimmed by a few points as well. Immediately after that, there was the sound of constant impact. Each time they charged, the forbidden and ferocious beast silhouettes would fade a few points, until the last impact, the ferocious beast silhouette completely turned into a starry light and dissipated. And that prohibition, although not yet broken, but also has been the origin, is very weak. The light is sometimes bright and sometimes dark. At this point, the blood release God King raised his hand and fiercely struck out two divine abilities. Finally, the restriction completely shattered, and the blood release God King ruthlessly suppressed his aura down, wanting to leave the two behind. Originally, when Rushu had already planned to use the Sage Treasure Talisman hidden in his hand, but then the sudden movement froze. The eyes were visibly pleased. On the side, Shangwon Shallow Autumn was even more surprised without hiding her color. Stared silly? When the blood release God King saw the two of them acting so strangely, they were both a bit puzzled for a moment. But that didn't stop him from taking the two down and having to go back quickly to report to the sages. This time he had only just raised his hand and was just about to pinch the two men down and control them. But suddenly I felt a weight on my shoulders. A hand was resting on top of his shoulder. What? The blood release God King immediately felt a chill at his back, stiffening as he slowly turned his head to look. A familiar figure appeared before his eyes. It was the saintly Dao body of the party. Nope, unlike the Taoist body, a saint in person. But it was only right that a saint would clearly be unable to enter the secret realm and would cause it to collapse. What the hell are you? The blood release God King was terrified and wanted to speak, but he suddenly felt the scene before him blur. Immediately after that, it turned into a stump and smashed straight down. From the middle of the sky, it fell straight down, but strangely didn't smash through the ground too much. It only smashed to the point of missing a head before it suddenly stopped. Twice he met this saint. The other party hadn't said a single word to him, and hadn't even let him utter a complete sentence each time. Escape. All we can do now is run. The blood release God King only had one thought in his mind at the moment. The other party was actually able to enter the secret realm, which was simply beyond his understanding of the secret realm. But when he wanted to cast a recluse to leave, he suddenly laughed miserably and spat out a large mouthful of blood. There's no escape. All the meridians in my body are broken. Even the bones had crumbled. Every joint reduced to bone dust. Now, not to mention escape. Even if you want to drill out from this ground, I'm afraid you can't do it. simply by casually resting a hand on his shoulder. It made him a god king, a complete invalid. Even though there is still an aura, there is no way to use it. No injuries? Chen Shangxing wore a kind and light smile on his face as he slowly fell down with the great disciple beside him. No, but what about eldest sister's realm? When Rush's heart that was hanging in the air at the moment had been completely put down, and after bowing slightly to her master, but then she looked at eldest sister with a complicated gaze. It was clearly said that even the divine king realm couldn't injure him, but now he had fallen 2 small realms. Apparently, that divine king realm had used the sage treasure talisman on eldest sister, but eldest sister had left the treasure talisman for the 2 of them. What happened to eldest sister? Shangguan Shallow Autumn was unable to notice any changes since her realm was only the immortal monarch realm. It was only after hearing this that he came to eldest sister's side with a worried look on his face and asked, "Not much of a problem." Runmeng smiled faintly and shook her head. 2 small realms falling was just nothing. Besides, the master has said that where you lose it, you get it back. While the 3 of them were talking, Chen Changsheng slowly arrived at the place where the blood release god king, who had only shown his head, was. 2 questions for you, Chen Changsheng said as he condescendingly looked down on him. Without waiting for the blood release god king to speak, he directly asked, "Which great thousand world does it belong to?" When he opened his mouth, although his voice was very normal and calm, there was a strange feeling to it. The blood release god king's eyes were clearly a bit disoriented after hearing his question. Woodenly, he replied, "Pale blue Dao domain." Chen Changsheng nodded slightly and continued to open his mouth, asking, "Can there be an existence above the saints? How many are there?" It was still that strange feeling, and the blood release god king didn't even have the ability to think for himself anymore. Just instinctively answered, "There is a Dao Lord." Having gotten the answer he wanted, Chen Changsheng did not look at him any longer, only slowly enveloping his divine sense over the secret realm. His divine sense was very special. Not only was it not affected by the spatial instability, he could even vaguely feel that his divine sense was still able to reinforce the space of the secret realm. In the time it took him to take a single breath, he had already used his divine sense to lock onto every single outsider true god realm here. After determining that there were no leaks, he raised his hand and casually crossed the top of his head, and a modest spatial crack appeared. Immediately afterward, those true god realms whose auras were locked, in front of them or under their feet, suddenly had spatial cracks appear, sucking them in, and then see the scene in front of you, have all landed in that blood release god king's surrounding. What the hell is, what's going on? Lord God King, what happened to you? 30 true gods from the pale blue Dao domain were suddenly transported here by a spatial rift at this moment. One looked at each other still a little confused. However, when they saw the blood release god king on the ground with only his head exposed, they then realized that something was wrong. Aside from the blood release god king, the only ones left present were 3 women and a handsome young man. Realm of the true gods, the realm of the honored, immortal monarch realm? The realm of the 3 women could still be seen through in their eyes, but until his gaze landed on that youth, he did not feel half of his breath. It was as if he didn't exist at all, even when he was right in front of him, and when he felt it with his divine sense. There was nothing in front of him. This is a situation that will only occur in one way. That was because the strength of the other party far exceeded that of everyone present, and the gap was too outrageous for that to be the case. Even if it was the divine king realm, it wasn't so bad that a true god would be in front of them but not be able to perceive them at all with their divine sense, plus the blood release god king's miserable appearance now. It's not hard to figure out who did it. What the hell is this? What's going on? The 30 true god realms looked at the youth with a wary face at the first opportunity, and silently came near the blood release god king as someone tried to rescue him from the ground. However, just as it touched the blood release god king, it elicited a cry of pain. It was only then that they realized, originally the most powerful blood release god king in this secret realm, at this moment has been broken meridians. The whole body joints have been turned into bone powder. Even lift a finger cannot do. Where are the seniors? Today's matter is just a misunderstanding. Please be magnanimous, senior. We will exit the secret realm immediately. For the trouble I've caused senior today, my crowning blue Dao domain will give compensation that will satisfy senior. The late generation's family teacher is the Kanglan Dao domain's misty sage. For a while, the nervous multitude of true gods all began to think of demanding a way out, and the saintly disciples among them began to announce themselves, as if they were trying to seek some security. But sadly, Chen Changsheng simply didn't listen to their words. What saints and unsaints? The only thing he was interested in was that Taoist master. From their mouths, Chen Changsheng did know the name of that Dao domain. Pale Blue Road domain? Got it. Nodding slightly at those true god realms, he indicated that he had memorized the names of their Dao domains. Immediately after that, he moved his mind, and countless forbidden runes appeared in his palm when he raised his hand. the runes in the sky surrounded each other, and in an instant, a sacrificial formation enveloped all the people of the pale blue Dao domain. When they reacted and tried to struggle, they realized that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't shake the rune in the slightest. Countless runes began to faintly shimmer with luster. When else has Senior studied this sacrifice formation? On the side, Shangwan Shallow Autumn blinked her eyes and curiously put her head together to ask with her senior sister. However, the two elder sisters both shook their heads. The master teacher did not cultivate the way of the Yuanshan before, but did not delve much into formations in these. But after all, master teacher had lived for endless years, and I'm afraid that his insights were incomparable to those of any saint. The blood release god king, who endured the pain of being dug out by the true gods, had his mouth open in shock at the moment. This formation, it was clearly the saint's treasure talisman that he had set up at the exit just now. For a person from another Dao realm to perfectly replicate the formation after just a mere moment of contact, even through the roiling runes, he could vaguely feel that this was even more subtle in its effects than the sage treasure talisman he had used. Monsters! How could there be such a monster in the world? But the Supreme Dao Master will eventually exterminate this realm, and all of you will be buried with us. The blood release god king was first terrified, but then his eyes turned red and he laughed madly. Other true gods. There were those who begged for forgiveness and cried out in pain. There were also those like the blood release god king, who roared with unbridled fury knowing that they would surely die. Soon, with the formation completely activated, all the voices were stilled at that moment, their consciousnesses drained out of them in general. The formation would refine their physical bodies, auras, including Dao rhythm, Yuan Shun, everything, into a causal source. Only, compared to that blood release divine king sage treasure talisman, it was using the origin to continue enhancing the formation and keeping it going. What Chen Changsheng had arranged, on the other hand, was to leave behind an origin vent. Come sit here and concentrate on your training. Turning to look at his eldest disciple, Ran Meng, he pointed to the location and said softly, yes. Ran Meng naturally didn't have any kinks in her mind. The words of her master, she only needed to do as she was told. Anyone in the world could be detrimental to her. Only her master she could completely trust. After all, master's father had never asked for anything in return for the goodness he had shown to several of their disciples, and it was true that they didn't have the strength to be able to return anything to master's father nowadays. The only thing I can do is to cultivate hard and grow up early to be able to help my master share some of his chores. When the eldest disciple, Ran Meng, crossed her knees in that position and began to meditate and run her gongfu, Chen Changsheng casually pointed out two more positions and said to Shangwan Shallow Autumn and Wen Rushu beside him respectively, the two of you should also each choose a position to cultivate. 30 true god realms and 1 divine king realm. Refining this source, Ran Meng alone could not exhaust it even if she used it for cultivation. Hearing their master's words, the two naturally didn't have any excuses. One after another, they sat down on the position pointed out by their master and began to meditate and run their gong methods. As for still being in the secret realm, it didn't matter anymore. With their master at their side, could they still be in any danger? Seeing that the disciples had all begun to cultivate, Chen Changsheng casually set up another formation to protect them in. He had a bit of other ideas of his own and had no intention of staying here, within the secret territory of the chaotic sea saints' personal biographies that had entered in the first place. There were only a dozen or so venerable realms left alive today. Some of them were hiding by secret methods, but they were also fearful that they would be discovered. There are a few people, but they were being chased and nearly died. But suddenly a space crack appeared and the people who were chasing them disappeared. What's going on? What happened? A sage progenitor nervously and vigilantly surveyed the surroundings. In their minds, those true god realms were afraid that they wanted to tease themselves. Soon, though, a voice rang out. With the invaders removed, those remaining in the Chaos Sea can continue to explore the secret realm if they want to, and they can leave if they want to. There's something strange about that voice. They couldn't believe for a moment whether it was true or not. Who could get rid of those true gods and even a god king? Could it be the great disciple of the martial sage, Raimu? But the speaker was a man's voice. Dare I ask the name of your predecessor? When we return to the chaotic sea, we can also let our family teacher repay us. Someone shouted tentatively into the air. Chen Changsheng. 3 simple words resounded through the secret realm, not showing their faces since the beginning. The saint's own passages were first a little puzzled. The general enrollment taboo is not to report the present name either. But suddenly, Martial, Master Martial Sage? The name Chen Changsheng. If placed a few years ago, I'm afraid that not a single one of the many sage disciples present would have been able to recognize it. But these last few months, the things that martial saints did after returning to the chaotic sea were all too astonishing. So much so, that there was also a strong curiosity amongst the disciples of the saints about the martial saint. Only then did he write down the name of the martial sage master, Chen Chongsheng. They only knew that martial saints needed to be in awe even of their sage masters. Nowadays, although it was unknown how the martial saint was able to intervene in the affairs of the secret realm to the extent that other saints could not, but since the martial saint had already appeared, they were naturally completely relieved. The late generation kowtows to the martial sage elder. For a while, those 10 or so surviving saints' progenitors bowed down, turning towards the exit light pillar in droves. Although the crisis had been lifted now, and there was still a martial saint personally sitting in the secret realm. However, everything they had experienced in the party had long since made them not have the heart to continue exploring. Even those cards they had brought with them this time around had all been pretty much used up when they were being chased by the party. In addition to a few who had secret methods to hide, the others were even more so, each of them carrying not so light injuries on their bodies. Once you continue exploring and encounter a ferocious beast, you might fall in the secret realm. The martial saint had indeed saved them all now, but he had mainly come to save his own disciples. If they encountered any more danger, the martial saint might not necessarily come to their rescue. After all, in the eyes of a saint, their lives weren't much different from ants. Not long after, those sage disciples had already left the secret space through the teleportation light pillars one after another. Regarding their choices, Chen Chongsheng did not care, and instead glanced at the teleportation light pillar that had opened up in the other great thousand world. TSK. Better wait. He had the intention to try, but when he thought that 3 of his disciples were still in the secret realm today, he also suppressed the impulse. If the other party destroys the secret realm by any means now, his own fleshly body will become a saint even if this place collapses. He will be sure to leave, but his own 3 disciples wouldn't necessarily be able to keep them all safe. However, this secret realm was not yet ready to be explored. Those sage disciples had only just arrived here when the intruders appeared, and the other party's goal was not the opportunities in the secret realm, but only those saints themselves. So much so, that nowadays, throughout the entire secret realm, opportunities are everywhere but no one can take them. As soon as he thought of this, Chen Chongsheng wandered over the secret realm with his arms folded as if he were walking idly. Whenever he saw something useful, he took it with a thought. Take 7 and leave 3. There is always that silver lining left for posterity. However, when he took the spiritual roots and fruits, he took 70% of them, leaving 30% for them to continue to reproduce in this space. This ray of life was reserved for the ferocious beasts of this secret realm, as well as for the later generations who might open this secret realm again in the future. Although many spirit roots of high grade would be guarded by ferocious beasts on the side, but sensing the terrifying nature of the person in the sky, the beasts could only prostrate themselves on the ground and shiver. After about half an hour, Chen Chongsheng had already strolled through the entire secret realm. Behind him, there were heavenly materials of all kinds floating like a river of stars. There were more than 1,000 types of various spiritual roots, immortal fruits, and immortal grasses alone. As for the magic treasures, there were fewer of them, and after endless years, many of them had lost their spirituality or had their origin absorbed by the ferocious beasts of this secret realm. These are things that dreamers should be able to use. Stroking his chin, Chen Chongsheng returned to his disciple's side and slowly fell down. As for those heavenly materials and treasures, they were piled up into a small mountain-like pile on the side. After slightly looking at the situation of his 3 disciples, he also nodded slightly in satisfaction and said, "Almost there." As expected, a few breaths later, Shangguan Shallow Autumn took the lead and let out a light hum. Her realm had also broken through to the immortal exaltation realm with the help of those origins. Due to the subtlety of Chen Chongsheng's formation, they hardly needed to exert too much effort to absorb the origin, and now that there was already a lot of substrate accumulated within their bodies, they just needed some time to digest it. After she completely refined the portion of the origin she had absorbed, it should be enough to reach the immortal emperor realm. Break! With another soft cry, when Rushu also snapped her eyes open, and her aura was also jerked up from the Zunshur realm to the true god realm at this moment. Like her senior sister Shangguan Shallow Autumn, there was still most of the origin energy in her body that hadn't been completely refined as well, but even so, it was enough for her to break through her own bottleneck. Just as when Rushu was reacting to whether it would affect the cultivation of eldest sister and junior sister. However, he saw that a special aura was also emanating from the eldest senior sister on the side. Time seemed to be constantly switching between fast forward and slowing down, as the eldest sister's clothes sometimes swung so fast that they could not be seen, and sometimes fell as slowly as if they were standing still. Phew! Finally, with Raimu slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, everything returned to calm. When he opened his eyes again, his breath had already reached the first sky of the Divine King realm. If she were to face the blood-released Divine King again at this time, without using her undercard, Runmang would have a 10% certainty that she could easily suppress him. Even seconds, within the same realm, Even if she was a first heaven and the other party was perfect, she would still be victorious if she mastered the laws of time. Nice. Chen Chongqing nodded slightly, seeing that the origin in that formation had already been consumed by 99%, so he simply lifted his hand and waved his hand to disperse the roaming forbidden inscriptions, allowing that last bit of origin to return to the heavens and earth. Upon hearing their master's voice, the three of them, Run Meng, also reacted from their surprise and got up and came in front of their master to salute and say, Master, after you guys finish refining the remaining origin, it is estimated that you will be able to break through another great realm. Chen Changsheng swept a glance at the three of them, feeling the condition of the origin within their bodies. The three of them had different realms and could hold different origins, and Run Meng naturally absorbed the most. Also these things, you guys take them out first. What the secret world can take is already here, Chen Chongqing said as he slightly sidestepped again and pointed at the small mountain-like pile of heavenly materials behind him. Run Meng looked at those spiritual roots and various materials needed for alchemy behind her master. She also couldn't help but light up. These many things were not easy to find in the Chaos Sea, before her own into the secret realm, each time although also harvested a lot, but the master of this collection of, it was a lot more than the total sum of her entering the secret realm over the past 100,000 years. Shangwan Shallow Autumn, on the other hand, came forward to survey half a day, a face of disappointment. Here there is no use for flying swords. Aren't you going out now, master? When Rushu, however, heard another meaning from her master's words and asked curiously, Master will take care of a few more minor issues, so you guys just go ahead. Chen Chongqing smiled faintly and did not explain too much, even though the master teacher didn't say what he was going to do by staying behind. As disciples, they instantly guessed what the master teacher was thinking. Although master teacher had a good temper and had always been kind, that was if one didn't provoke master teacher. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to come to the door, master teacher naturally wouldn't let it go easily. Of course, these thoughts are the same ones that they, the disciples, have. If those saints of the chaotic sea knew about it, they would definitely cry out, martial saints are good talkers? Kind? Isn't that because the chaotic sea has all been subdued by him, and no one dares to play hardball with him? Master, can't you stay and watch the fun? Shangwan Shallow Autumn blinked her eyes with some gusto and put on a cute look as she asked. Can't. Chen Chongqing shook his head slightly, directly rejecting the young disciple's proposal. Even if it was against a saint, he didn't care about letting his disciples see the fun. But this time, he was facing a Downlord realm above the saints, and he didn't know just how strong it was. Plus, the secret realm was not stable, and perhaps it would collapse under the conflict. And at that time, he could not guarantee whether he could keep everyone safe. Don't be capricious, junior sister. Let's go. You and I can't interfere in master's affairs yet. When Rushu said with a light smile on her face, rubbing her little sister's head. Seeing that her master had already refused, Shangwan Shallow Autumn naturally wouldn't force anything else. She was just curious about everything, but she wasn't unintelligent. Under the watchful eye of their master, the three disappeared into the pillar of teleportation light. In the entire secret realm, nowadays, apart from those ferocious beasts that already existed, there was only one outsider left, Chen Chongsheng, Dao Master Realm. It still needs to be looked at. Chen Chongqing turned his head to look at the other teleportation light pillar, his countenance bland. Now the four sacred beasts were saying that he only needed to reach the Dao Lord realm to know everything. However, in the chaotic sea, there had never been a Dao Lord realm, and the memories he himself retained likewise contained no information related to the Dao Lord realm. This time, it finally gave him a chance to touch the Dao Lord realm. He also wanted to feel just how strong the Dao Lord realm could be. As soon as he thought of this, he took a step and his figure appeared directly in front of another pillar of light. Before he could try, he saw the light pillar fluctuate, and a true God realm figure was teleported to a place about 30 miles around the light pillar. So much time had passed, and no one had gone back to send a message within the secret territory. The other party was already suspicious. It was a pity that the true God realm that had been teleported out hadn't even gotten a good look at the scene in front of it before it blinked again. It was tackled directly in front of Chen Chongsheng. The true God realm had just seen the young man in front of him and was still puzzled when a force of qi and blood suddenly suppressed towards him. Puff! Under the pressure of the power of qi and blood, the true God didn't even have the qualifications to fight back before he directly fell to his knees. Seniors you, he was just about to open his mouth, but was directly interrupted by Chen Chongsheng, with a casual finger to his brow. In a flash, the soul search was completed. The current situation outside was known instantly. When he searched his soul, he didn't even care about the other party's death. And under the violent soul search, that true God realm's Yuanshan had completely dissipated, leaving only a shell. Chen Chongsheng once again raised his hand a bit and sat himself down in place, and the true God realm, which had become a shell, stood up again, just by looking at the eyes. They had completely turned into the gaze that Chen Changsheng usually had when he was defying everything and not caring about anything. Turning around, he stepped into the light pillar of teleportation. And when he reappeared, he had already arrived at a strange Dao domain that had never existed before. His appearance also caused all the saints to wonder. That fast? What's going on in there now? Kid? Is it possible that the blood release kid has already settled and is wrapping things up? And that's why he didn't report back? Several saints saw the appearance of that true god realm and immediately opened their mouths to ask. That true god realm junior didn't respond to the saint at all, instead casually raising his eyes to look at the middle-aged man who stood high above the saint. Interesting. The Dao Lord, who had gone into a state of shut-eye since the beginning of the plan, felt the gaze as well as suddenly opened his eyes and locked gazes with the other party. Your Excellency is a good tactic, but it's a pity that realm is a bit poor. The Dao Lord smiled indifferently, but did not make a move because even if this true god realm shell was destroyed, the other party would not lose anything. Might as well listen what the other side wants to say. Dao Lord realm? Chen Changsheng, who had already gained Yuanshan control over the true god realm shell, shook his head with a somewhat disappointed gaze and murmured, although using a true god realm shell, the strength of the other party, in his perception, did not bring any pressure. Stronger than a saint, possibly even stronger than your current self as well, but wouldn't be much stronger than himself. His Yuanshan cultivation nowadays has not been cultivated for a long time, and after some time, after his Yuanshan becomes saintly, he can say without any hesitation that it won't take much effort to pinch this Dao Lord to death. Ha ha ha, interesting, your junior is really interesting. The strength of this seat seems to have disappointed you. Ha! Instead of feeling angry, the Kanglan Dao Master laughed. Even those saints chimed in and mocked. It's just a mole. The methods of the Supreme Dao Master are not something you can see? Humph. But it's just some little trick. To actually dare to underestimate the Supreme Dao Master, when it's really a frog in the bottom of a well looking up at the moon. If this seed were to make a move, it would take less than 3 moves to take your life. So why don't you quickly bow down to the Taoist Master and be executed? A single saint of the pale blue Dao domain began to sneer and threaten at Chen Changsheng. However, Chen Changsheng didn't even listen to their words and just couldn't hide his disappointment. Standing with his arms folded, he scanned all the saints present. Obviously just a shell of the true god realm, but his gaze, the kind of gaze that defied everything, as if these saints were simply mole crickets, made a lot of saints feel very strange. It was as if they, the saints, would only show this kind of gaze when looking at a true god realm junior. Let it be said that there was no interest in even making a move to get them killed. In the end, Chen Changsheng's gaze landed on that Dao Lord. I didn't realize that the Taoist Master was no better. Since fellow Taoist wants to invade the chaotic sea, then I will surely come to this Dao domain to take a walk soon. It was clear that he was facing the Dao Lord realm, but he was directly threatening it. No, perhaps to Chen Changsheng, this was not a threat, just a simple piece of information. Soon, he'll make the trip himself. Little one, you won't live to see that. I'm afraid. Seeing that the other party had been acting like this, but San Lan Dao Master was slightly displeased in his heart, so he immediately raised his hand and pinched his finger, and a strand of Dao rhythm went directly towards the teleportation portal. He was going to destroy that secret realm directly, causing the wreckage of that world to collapse, and the other party would remain in nothingness forever. When the wisp of Dao rhythm that the pale blue Dao Master had pointed out passed by Chen Changsheng, the body of that true god realm was turned into stars and dissipated into the heavens and earth in an instant. The ignorant junior. How dare you clamor for a thousand world that hasn't even been able to give birth to a Dao Lord realm? The might of a supreme Dao Master is not something that you can understand? Seeing this scene, the saints of the pale blue Dao realm also revealed smug smiles, as if they were the ones who had struck out at the Dao Lord realm. But immediately after, without waiting for that rhyme to touch the teleportation light pillar, then a crimson orb suddenly appeared from within the pillar of light, right in the path of that rhyme. When the Dao Lord's strike touched the crimson orb, the faces of all the saints changed in an instant. A terrifying power of chi and blood exploded from that orb. In an instant, all of the pale blue Dao domain saints only felt like they were in the middle of an ocean of blood, and the terrifying pressure caused them to unconsciously resist with all their might. But what alarmed them the most was a purple arc of electricity in that sea of blood. Ray penalty. Fortunately, the pale blue Dao Master also reacted and raised his hand to slightly press down. That terrifying sea of blood then instantly evaporated and eventually dissipated into a drop of blood. After this delay, the teleportation portal that the saints had teamed up to set up shattered. Within the secret area, Chen Changsheng had only casually flicked his finger, forcing a drop of the most ordinary blood from his fingertip and shooting it into that teleportation light pillar. After doing this, the pillar of light in front of him was also destroyed by him. there seems to be no need to leave this party's secret realm behind. Although the teleportation portal was destroyed, it wouldn't take long for the other party to rebuild it. Thinking like this, he intended to directly and completely harvest this secret realm once. But just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly froze, a bold idea sprouting in his mind. Since the Yuanshan realm reached the Qi realm, then it always feels like something is missing. Nowadays, even though this Qi Sea of mine is just about comparable to the small thousand worlds, this secret realm is just the withered fragments of the great thousand worlds. Maybe it'll work. After a short period of thought, he made a decisive decision. Ever since he broke through the Qi Sea realm, he could feel that his Qi Sea seemed to be able to hold a small thousand worlds. At that time the Qi Seas in his body might be born with unique rules that could give him unimaginable benefits. It was just that he had been struggling with the fact that if the small thousand worlds were to be included in the Qi Sea within his body, there would certainly be some impact on that small thousand worlds as well. But right now, there was the remains of a great thousand worlds, and it would be unreasonable if they were not utilized. As soon as he thought of this, his figure flickered and reappeared and had already arrived in the sky above the wreckage of this great thousand worlds. Calm your mind and let go of distractions. With a single movement of his mind, the vision of his Qi Sea appeared around him. No, it's not accurate to say it's the circumference. It should be said, his Qi Sea vision directly enveloped this secret realm. Originally, the vision of his Qi Sea was one of chaos, with the existence of many stars, but it lacked vitality, with the only thing that existed being the enlightenment tea tree and those heavenly tribulation origins that he had stored. Right now, as he began to refine this secret realm with his Qi Sea vision, the aura within his Qi Sea was rapidly losing. Wanting to take in a secret realm comparable to the size of a small thousand world into the Qi Sea required 1,000,000,000 times more consumption than refining the heavenly tribulation origin. Even if his Qi Sea aura base was so deep that it was unrivaled, it was still not quite enough in the end. But this, for him, could not be considered a problem. If he was willing, he could rely on absorbing the aura of this secret realm to continue refining it. Only that the secret realm that was eventually incorporated within the Sea of Qi would lose its spirituality and would require countless years of nurturing before it could return to its current form. But he had a better way. As he began to operate his self-created longevity technique, the longevity incense that represented longevity began to burn crazily. In exchange, there is an infinite amount of aura that fills the Sea of Qi. With unlimited use of aura, the speed of refinement was instantly countless times faster. In a dozen or so breaths of time, 1/10 of this secret realm was refined. And it's progressing by leaps and bounds. 3 out of 10. Half. 8 out of 10. Finally, in less than half an incense stick of time, this secret realm had been completely refined by him. The remains of this great thousand worlds had been transformed into a part of his Qi Sea's vision. As he exhaled a long, cloudy breath, he slowly opened his eyes. The stars in the sky and the 10 suns lingering in the sky slowly faded away. And together with them, there was also the entire secret realm that he was looking down on, including all the ferocious beasts and heavenly treasures in this secret realm. And he was in the midst of total nothingness. The terrifying astral winds were everywhere, and even saints couldn't resist them for too long amidst the nothingness. After all, saints still needed to use the heavens and earth in order to achieve infinite aura. And in the land of nothingness, there was no way to get aura replenishment. But he didn't have this worry. With his fleshly body becoming a saint, even when the winds from outside the sky blew on his body, it couldn't cause any damage. Immortal Monarch Realm. Chen Chongsheng slightly raised his hand to feel the realm of his Yuanshan today. At that time, he had only just broken through to the true immortal realm in Pill City, and then reached the immortal king realm during these hours when his disciples had left. I didn't expect that refining this great world would allow myself to step directly into the immortal Monarch Realm, and he could feel that he only needed to settle down for some time, and the speed of his next breakthrough would only be faster. It wouldn't take long to break through to the saintly realm. Maybe 10 years, maybe 5, more even 3 years. It's a speed no one else even thinks about. Which saint has not experienced hundreds of thousands or even millions of years of life and death chances? Sure enough, there will be rules born after the Sea of Qi gets perfected. Since the Void Land was no threat to him to speak of, Chen Chongsheng was in no hurry. Instead, he directly plopped down and felt the changes within his Qi Sea. The Enlightenment Tea Tree was emanating a unique Tao rhythm that had already begun to help give birth to rule prototypes within his Qi Sea. Chaos Sea. Many saints were waiting outside the teleportation light pillar. Those disciples fell in the secret realm of the saints. The surface is also no joy and no sadness. Endless longevity of them. Disciples fell big deal later to collect his. The saints' proxies who had escaped death were even more difficult to calm in their hearts at this moment. Standing behind their masters in silence. Only the 3 of them, Ran Meng, were beside their master's Dao seat, always looking at the teleportation portal, waiting for their master to return. Click. A subtle sound rang out. and suddenly the teleportation portal that the saints had joined forces to lay down actually shattered and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, turning into a chaotic Tao rhythm. What's going on? Master hasn't come out yet, how come this portal shattered? Shangguan Shallow Autumn immediately looked anxiously at eldest senior sister. Runmang was also a bit stunned and turned her gaze towards those saints. Could it be that they wanted to leave their master in the secret realm? But it was only at this moment that those saints were even more puzzled. In a split second, the teleportation portals they had established lost their senses, as if they no longer existed. Did the secret realm collapse? Something came up today, so I'll take a day off on the 24th and make up a chapter update on the 25th. Sorry, little Mercy dreams in no hurry. With the strength of a martial saint, even if the secret realm really collapses, he should be able to remain unharmed. Seeing that all three of them revealed worried expressions, the 100 Fragrant Sage said as her figure shifted and appeared beside them. Then he turned to the group of saints and faintly performed a Taoist repertoire. All of you Taoist friends together will make another attempt to set up the teleportation channel. She hadn't really tried the pleasure of tangling with Wu Shang yet, but she couldn't let Wu Shang really have an accident. The other saints glanced at each other, and none of them refused the 100 Fragrant Sage's offer. Regardless of whether or not the martial saint could return, they were always going to try. After all, if he did not try, would he not be telling the other saints that he did not want the martial saint to return? At that time, if the martial saint returned to the chaotic sea peacefully, he would be dead to the world. At this moment, regardless of what was in their hearts, and regardless of whether they were saints who had been beaten by martial saints or hadn't been beaten by martial saints, all of them had expressed their approval of the 100 Fragrant Sage's proposal. As one sage offered up their Tao rhythms in mana, dozens of sage Tao rhythms intertwined together, but after a few breaths of time passed, every sage couldn't help but frown. Senior 100 Fragrance? When Rushu weakly opened her mouth and shouted. The 100 Fragrant Sage frowned slightly and gently shook her head. Can't feel the secret world anymore. Right now there is only one possibility. The secret realm has collapsed. I'm afraid that the martial saint has already fallen into the endless void space at this moment. But you guys don't have to worry too much. With the martial saint's means and strength of becoming a saint in the flesh, even if he's in the void space, he won't necessarily be in danger. Maybe, it won't take long to get back. Although the words were said, the 100 Fragrant Sage obviously didn't have much confidence either. After all, for countless years, there had indeed been two saints who had forced their way into the secret realm for some reason, ultimately causing it to collapse and fall into the endless void. The result was never to return. It would have been better to come back if he had only broken the void in the chaos sea and fallen into nothingness. However, in the secret realm, it would be difficult to find the direction back to the chaotic sea if one fell into nothingness. And in the endless void, there was even no aura to replenish, in which the martial saint could not need to worry. Doesn't Elder have any other way? Runmang was worried. Her senior sister might not understand the dangers of falling into the void space, but she knew what happened to the two saints before. Right now the most dangerous thing about the master is that he may not always be able to find his way back. We can't do much about it. The 100 Fragrant Sage was silent for a moment and sighed slightly. Nowadays, the chaotic sea had the four sacred beasts guarding each side, not allowing anyone to enter or leave at all, and even saints were not able to leave the chaotic sea at all. In this way, even if one had the intention to leave the Sea of Chaos to look for traces of martial saints, no one would be able to do so. After the many saints tried several more times to no avail, even Raimu couldn't say anything more. After a moment of silence, Runmang bowed to the many saints and said, regardless, many thanks to all the saint seniors. Since the whereabouts of Master is unknown now, if you seniors have something to do, you can also leave first. The three of us can just wait for Master here. Since these saints couldn't be of much use, Runmang didn't continue to request for it, lest it be difficult for them. Moreover, she actually agreed with the words of 100 Fragrant Sage in her heart. With the strength of her master, if she really wanted to come back, she could have come back long before the collapse of the secret realm. Now that they must have their own plans and intentions, she and her senior sister could just wait here. With Runmang's words, the many saints would not stay long. They had done their best. Even if the martial saint returned, they would not say anything. Coupled with the fact that many saints have fallen disciples in the secret realm, even those who escaped are seriously injured, and need to go back as soon as possible to heal, lest they injure their foundations. Within a short time, the saints on the field excused themselves and left. In the end, besides the 100 Fragrant Sage choosing to stay, it was the Sea Covering Sage who similarly chose to stay. He said that if the martial saint returned and needed guidance from the sage's Tao rhythm, he would be able to help in a small way. Compared to their calmness, there were people who were not calm at this moment. The four saint beasts where the four poles of the chaotic sea were located used their secret method to show the mirror and water moon to start contacting each other at the first opportunity after the collapse of the secret realm. The white tiger, who had always been the main killer, had a gloomy expression on his face at the moment and said, "The young lord can't leave the Chaos Sea just yet. I'll go and bring the young lord back." Xinglong, however, frowned a little anxiously and said, "Young master's physique is special. In the endless nothingness, even you and I can hardly feel his aura. I'm afraid it's not easy to find." Xuanwu added slowly, "We are not good at finding. They are equally bad to find." Just as they were discussing it, they were slow to hear Jubilee's voice. As soon as they thought of Vermilion Bird's dead heart for the young master, the three of them instantly guessed. The Vermilion Bird should have already gone on a quest. You and I should still guard the Chaotic Sea until the young master reaches the Tao Master realm. The Chaotic Sea cannot be exposed yet. Xinglong was silent for a moment and could only make a decision. Even though they were in a hurry, they couldn't get away at the moment. A Vermilion Bird had already left, and if another Saint Beast left, the Chaotic Sea might be discovered. When the other two heard Xinglong's words, they all fell silent afterward and disconnected from the Mirror Moon. In the Great Thousand Tao Sea, a stunningly beautiful woman in a feathery red dress was frantically searching for something, constantly shattering the void, entering the void space, and rejoining the Sea of Tao. Damn! I should have left a feather for the young master in the first place. At least I would have been able to feel the young master's presence in the first place. The Vermilion Bird couldn't care about anything else at the moment, and didn't even care if his scent might be exposed. The worst thing is to protect the young master and not return to the Chaos Sea. But the young master must be sent back to the Chaos Sea. 1 day, 5 days, 10 days. The Vermilion Bird had already searched more than 10 Great Thousand Tao realms and had not sensed the slightest hint of the young master's aura in the void space. This made her more anxious as well. Could it be that they had already found out first? In the endless void, Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged. At this moment, he entered a metaphysical state. The Sea of Qi in his body was rapidly perfecting the rules that were uniquely his, and once he was able to succeed, he would not be suppressed by the rules of heaven and earth no matter which Tao domain he was in the future. When he entered the pale blue Tao domain with the help of that true God realm shell, he had a special feeling that although the rules of that heaven and earth were the same as the Chaos Sea, it was difficult for him to invoke them. And I'm afraid that this was the reason why the other party was reluctant to descend directly into the Chaos Sea even though he knew that it didn't have a Tao Lord realm. The same saint, in which side of the Tao domain, will have an overwhelming advantage. Outsiders are afraid that the strength can only be exerted 1/10 as good, and he's going to do it now. It is to derive one's own rules within one's body, and in the future, even if one walks in any Tao domain, one does not need to be subject to such restrictions. Still busy, so make up the chapter you owe before the end of the month. Although only 10 short days had passed in the outside world, Chen Shangsheng's internal Qi world had been rapidly diffusing at 10,000 times the flow of time all this time. 1 day is almost as good as 300 years in the outside world. 10 days is already equivalent to a full 3,000 years of diffusion. Soon, it's just about that last line. Now that he had a sea of Qi within his body, the rules had gradually been perfected, but it was always a hair short. During this period, his longevity technique never stopped functioning, and the endless longevity was turned into aura that surged madly into his Qi sea. Another 3 full days passed. The sea of Qi in the body had once again undergone 1,000 years of diffusion. Buzz. Suddenly, a world suddenly appeared in the endless void. His Sea of Qi visions no longer just stayed at the stage of an imaginary shadow, but were truly worlds that could be presented at any time. And at this moment, his aura also drew up once again. In just a dozen days, he had crossed over from the immortal monarch realm to the immortal Zun realm, directly reaching the immortal emperor realm. The unusual immortal emperor realm only just touched the rules to use, but he was completely different. Chen Changsheng was in a world of rules that was uniquely his own, and it felt very marvelous. Yet it seemed to be taken for granted. He was too lazy to look at the auspicious shadows in the sky. Instead, he casually spread out his palm, while a golden lotus slowly appeared within his palm. It's done. When the golden lotus appeared, he casually threw it into his Qi Sea world, and the golden lotus landed and took root instead. Previously, his Qi Sea vision only stayed at the void stage, and at that time, even though he was in the middle of his own Qi Sea vision, he had the feeling of dominating everything. You can destroy everything with a single thought. But after the Sea of Qi world reached solidity, there was another additional means to transform from emptiness to reality. From being in charge of destroying everything to being able to give birth to everything. But there was no vitality that came out of nowhere, and it all needed to consume the origin power of the Qi Sea world within his body. At this moment, if you go to the previous pale blue road domain, that Tao Lord can't keep me either. If the Yuanshen realm is further advanced, there's no need for the Saint realm. Even if it's only to the God King realm, Tao Lord may not be unkillable. Feeling the increase in his strength, he couldn't help but have a satisfied look on his face. He had gone to great lengths to make it possible for him to cultivate the way of the Yuan Shen, and he had been right. Once upon a time, his fleshly body had already reached the extreme, unable to be elevated a single bit further, and his Yuan Shen was even unable to be initiated. Nowadays, with the cultivation of the Yuan Shen, even the physical body was constantly being increased. Truly counting, his physical realm at this moment was already at least 30 to 40% stronger than when he had awakened. It's an extremely scary boost. What is it? Just as Chen Qiansheng was feeling the changes within his body, he didn't notice that he had just broken through, leaking out a wisp of breath. In the endless void of space, he could vaguely see a black mist that seemed to be approaching him. Are there creatures in the void? And that mist gave him an instinctive sense of crisis at the bottom of his heart. Just as he was considering whether or not to vanish from this place first and return to the chaotic sea, or wait for a few moments to see what that black mist actually was. Whoosh! A red stream of light cut through and shot directly into that mist. Boom! It was as if there was a big heart in the black fog, and when it was directly hit by that red stream of light, it exploded in an instant, and the black fog instantly dissipated, and a familiar figure had come to his side. Without a second thought, he took his wrist, sensing that the aura came from the vermilion bird, the four sacred beasts of the chaotic sea. Chen Qiansheng did not resist it too much. The scene in front of him began to blur, after a brief whistling sound in his ears. When they reappeared, the two figures had already arrived in Vermilion Bird's chaotic overseas divine hall. Chen Qiansheng was just about to speak when Vermilion Bird touched and checked everywhere on his body. It doesn't make him feel like he's being taken advantage of. Every time this Vermilion Bird, it always looks like it's craving for its own body. Okay, it's good that there are no injuries. Vermilion Bird checked that there were no injuries on the young master's body before he finally sighed in relief. But whenever the young master was hurt a little, she didn't care so much. The big deal was that she left the Chaos Sea herself, and it was also necessary to make them pay a heavy price. Chen Qiansheng looked at Zhu Yao with a puzzled expression. It's a lot to worry about. Why are you looking at people like that? Really? Touch it if you don't believe me. Vermilion Bird saw the young master looking at himself with an expression of looking at a fool, and immediately pulled his hand to be put towards his heart, so that he could feel if his heart was racing or not. Ahem! What was that black mist just now? Chen Qiansheng's eyelids jumped slightly. He also did not expect this Vermilion Bird to make such a move. When he withdrew his hand, he also instinctively squeezed it twice. Indeed, quite nervous, but right now, he was still more concerned about what he had just seen, and why the Vermilion Bird had gone to search for himself in the endless void. It's not a good thing anyway. Jubilee blushed slightly with a look of satisfaction. And why did you come looking for me? Do I have to be brought back just because I left the Chaos Sea? Chen Qiansheng shook his head slightly, staring at Vermilion Bird's eyes as he continued to ask. For sure, this chaotic sea, it needs a Tao Lord too much, and you're the only one who can break through the Tao Lord realm. People definitely want you to return safely. Is that a problem? Jubilee narrowed her eyes and pulled a random excuse. That's just it. It doesn't matter if you don't say anything. It won't take much time to break through to the Tao Lord realm. Chen Qiansheng was silent for a moment. Although he could hear that Vermilion Bird was talking nonsense, he was not in a hurry. Since the four sacred beasts had all said that they would only know everything when they broke through the Tao Lord realm, there was no need to pursue the matter too much right now. Now that his Qi Sea space had been upgraded, I'm afraid it wouldn't take long to break through to the Tao Master realm again. Thinking of this, he had no intention of delaying here. After all, after his disappearance, his disciples might be more than a little anxious. After casually sweeping this Vermilion Bird's divine hall, he turned around and headed towards the chaotic sea. That's gone? The Vermilion Bird blinked, having the intention to keep the young master inside his divine temple for a little while longer, to have an in-depth exchange, but he was worried that with the young master's intelligence, he might find some clues in her shrine or get some answers from her. Could only watch him leave. It wasn't until the figure entered the chaotic sea that she finally felt relieved to use her divine ability to contact the other three sacred beasts, solving ahead of. For the time being, the chaotic sea shouldn't be exposed, and the young master's breakthrough speed today should be able to keep up. If necessary, the White Tiger can leave the Chaos Sea and clear them out first. Chen Qiansheng's safe return also made the four sacred beasts breathe a sigh of relief. But if anything happened to him overseas in the Chaos Sea, the four of them would not be enough even if they had to die to thank for their sins. It's good to see that nothing is out of development. After a short deliberation, the four sacred beasts still decided that there was no need to take the risk. The four everlasting ancient breaths slowly enveloped the entire Chaos Sea from the four poles, making the Chaos Sea unchallenged in the endless Tao Sea. The day the young master breaks through the Tao Master realm is the day this heaven and earth is returned to its original owner. The White Tiger said with a voice that revealed killing intent, and then waved his hand to dispel that mirror flower water moon avatar. Pale blue Tao domain. After the incident with Chen Changsheng, many saints were talking about it. I didn't expect to fail this time. It's just 1,000 world that hasn't even given birth to a Tao Lord. And there's actually an existence where a fleshly body has become a saint. But it's rather a disaster for them. Flesh becoming a saint. Give him some more time and he'll have a chance to break through the vastness of the Tao Lord realm. Would the Supreme Tao Master not give him a chance to grow? On the occasion of the sermon, the saints' conversations were also invariably about the secret realm and the chaotic sea. Of course, the one who talked about it the most was still the Chen Changsheng of the unfamiliar great world. Although he didn't know his name, the strength of that fleshly body to become a saint was really a bit of a surprise to them. The saints. The power of qi and blood contained in just one drop of blood pressed down on all the saints present at that time. If it wasn't for Lord Kanglan Dao's intervention, I'm afraid that they, the saints, would have been traumatized by that casual drop of blood. Compared to the power of the Yuan Shen, the power of the physical body in the same realm was yet more terrifying and even had an overwhelming advantage. The Yuan Shen ultimately had to use the rules of heaven and earth, the aura of heaven and earth, but the strength of the flesh and blood of the physical body was its own actual strength. It's strange to say that the Yuan Shen realm but not the God Sovereign realm can't enter the secret realm, and even if they use any special means, at most, they'll be at the God Sovereign realm. The other party has an empty fleshly body to become a saint. But his Yuan Shen is only a divine monarch. It's really rare. I guess it's because there's not much talent in the way of the Yuan Shen, and it's not enough to be feared. Even if we give him another 1,000,000 years, he may not be able to reach the Tao Lord realm. Until then, that world will eventually become our chance. In the eyes of the saints of the Kanglan Dao domain, Chen Changsheng was nothing more than a pitiful person with extremely poor Yuan Shen talent who could only bitterly cultivate his physical body. Otherwise, if one had the time to become a saint in the flesh, would one's Yuan Shen only be at the Divine King realm or the highest Divine Monarch realm? If they knew that Chen Changsheng at this moment, the Yuan Shen realm is only the Immortal Emperor realm, they would not know how to think. If one knew again that he was still sleeping 2 or 3 years ago, and that it only took him a year or two to break through from the mortal primordial spirit to the Immortal Emperor realm, how should one do one's thinking? At this moment on the other side, the Kanglan Dao Master, who had announced a short retreat since the end of the secret realm matter a dozen days ago, sat alone on top of the futon in his dojo, unlike that day in front of all the saints. At this moment, the Kanglan Dao Master's face was sometimes puzzled, sometimes frowning in thought. Without realizing it, there will also be a flash of trepidation. He had been surrounded by a variety of complex emotions for the past 10 days or so. No way. It must not be that being. We watched him fall with our own eyes. And, that person can only cultivate the physical body. It's impossible to cultivate the Yuan Shen. No. It must not be him. The Kanglan Dao Master recalled the tone of the other party that day, as well as his every move. Any small gesture was recalled countless times by him at the moment. In his mind, 2 figures were slowly overlapping. 1. The true master of this endless Tao sees 108 Tao domains. And 1. The true God realm whose body was taken that day. Their every move is so similar. Even the tone of voice was generic. At the time, he didn't think in that direction in detail. After all, he had witnessed his fall long ago. But today, all sorts of details piled up, causing the pale blue Taoist lord to begin to panic. Is it really such a coincidence? A great world without the birth of a Taoist master. A guy who became a saint in the flesh but has an extremely low Yuan Shen realm and resembles that guy. Over the past 10 days or so, he even felt like he was about to give birth to a heart demon. All day long, he was terrified and distracted. Especially, nowadays. The saints of the entire Pale Blue Dao domain were expecting him to lead the Pale Blue Dao domain to take over the Great Thousand World. In this way, more heavenly treasures and heaven and earth auras could be obtained. And there was even a high hope of giving birth to another Dao Lord realm after completely ruling the other side's Great Thousand Worlds. But he's a little freaked out. Though his speculation was simply unlikely to occur, how could someone whose God's soul was destroyed reappear? But, even the possibility of 1 in a billion caused the Kanglan Dao Master to feel incomparably terrified. What happens to him once the guess is right? No matter what, make sure. Thinking about it, it was useless to scare himself. And the Pale Blue Taoist Lord decided that he still needed to personally seek out that great world and take a look. Meet, for a moment, the man of God's likeness. If not, then he would pocket that world and cultivate a new Tao Lord realm. And he himself would be able to advance even further. If that's the case, it wasn't too late to make a decision whether to choose to follow it, or to cut it down before it grew up. In the chaotic sea, a hurried figure appeared at the original secret realm opening, arching his hand slightly at the 100 fragrant sage as well as the sea-covering sage. He didn't wait for any response from the other party before coming directly in front of Renmeng. Bowing, he asked worriedly, "Does the Lord have any news? The old monk just heard the news and is late." Monk Fulu bowed in front of the three young masters with a face of guilt. He was sitting in the Sword Saint dojo, but his lord had even risked his life to fall into the endless void. Elder Fulu doesn't need to worry. Master said at the time that he had to take care of something and should return soon. Runmang shook her head slightly and said, "Hey, it's all because the old monk is incompetent." Monk Fulu sighed and was about to say something else when he was suddenly lifted up by a hand holding his hands. Lord! Monk Fulu, who had just gotten up, met his eyes and was suddenly surprised to pay his respects again. Chen Chongsheng patted his shoulder and laughed. "What's this for?" But it was just a matter of digesting the harvest and returning a few days late. Seeing that the sea-covering saint on the side had already returned, he simply performed a Taoist repertoire, since the martial saint has already returned. This seat will also leave first. The 100 fragrant sage originally wanted to rely on not leaving, but seeing that the overwhelming sea sage had already taken the lead, she could only glare at it and similarly opened her mouth to say goodbye. "If the martial saint is free, he may have to come to my dojo to have a catch-up. Two fellow Taoists are kind." Chen Chongsheng similarly performed the Taoist repertoire with a light smile on his face. "Master, you have been, these past few days." Shangguan Shallow Autumn had just opened her mouth wanting to ask her master why she hadn't returned all these times. However, he was directly interrupted by the master. "Go back and talk about it." As Chen Chongsheng raised his hand and crossed it, a spatial crack appeared. Several people's figures entered the spatial crack and disappeared as well. The originally lively secret realm opening venue once again returned to calm. But the hearts of the many Chaos Sea Saints at this moment cannot be calmed down. This time, the chaotic seaside had suffered heavy losses in the secret realm, and if it wasn't for the martial sage personally striking out in the end, I'm afraid that all of the saintly disciples would have had to die within the secret realm, and those sage disciples, likewise, informed their masters of the situation in the secret realm this time around. Another great world? Having a powerhouse above a saint, could it be the same as a martial saint? Not necessarily. Although martial saints are stronger than us, they are ultimately still stuck in the saint realm. To go one step further, no one in the entire Chaos Sea has been able to do so far, and no one has even been able to see the threshold of that higher level. Maybe, martial saint has seen it. Even this 100,000 year slumber is not necessarily for that higher realm. I only hope that, on the occasion of that great world seeking the chaotic sea, the martial saint can go one step further. After a brief understanding, many saints instantly analyzed the whole picture. At this moment in the chaotic sea, many saints were the strongest, and among the saints, the martial saints were the most powerful. As for the four holy beasts, in their eyes, they were actually just about the same as martial saints, and I'm afraid that they were even inferior to martial saints if they took one out alone. After all, back then, the martial saint had personally challenged the sacred beasts, and at that time, it was the martial saint that was slightly better, but fearing that the other sacred beasts would come out to surround them, he chose to temporarily retreat. As for those three true god realms that had fallen because of Renmeng, their sage masters simply remained silent. At that time, anyone needed to save their lives, whether it was those three trying to lure a strong enemy to Renmeng's side, or Renmeng using the three of them to count on the Divine King realm. It's all extenuating, and you can only blame yourself for being less skilled when you die. Of course, the main reason was still the strength of the martial saint, which made them not dare to ask more questions at all. In the cultivation world, no matter what level one reaches, one also speaks with one's fists. If you can't beat them, you have to learn to shut up, and you're just asking for trouble by going to the door. It was considered lucky for them if the martial saint didn't come after them. The martial saint has returned to the chaotic sea. Notify down the line. Regardless of the martial saint lineage's need for any heavenly materials and treasures, as long as they are available in this seat's dojo, they will all take the initiative to send them to Pill City. Many saints sensed the martial saints return to the chaotic sea and made their first move. Nowadays, the only thing they could rely on was the martial saint. If the martial saint could not break through to a higher realm, it would be a catastrophe for everyone when that great world found its way to the chaotic sea. They were still more willing to invest in a martial saint who was also a saint of the chaotic sea than expecting that the great world would treat them favorably when it invaded. The martial saint's strength, it seems to be stronger. Many saints looked in the direction of Pill City from afar. The previous martial saints would give them a distinct sense of oppression and pressure. But now, it was as if the martial saint didn't exist. The aura began to converge internally, which in turn proved even more that the martial saint's strength was strong. When the gap was large enough, they couldn't even feel any of the martial saint's aura. Chaos Sea, Pill City. Chen Changqing and his group had returned to the Great Hall where he usually closed his eyes. When they came to the door of the Great Hall, the Qilin was still lying there sleeping soundly, cradling a pile of pills in his arms. Its snot bubble broke open with a pop when it sensed a scent arriving. "Master, you're out? What's with coming from the outside?" Kira in a face of confusion. It has been guarded outside the door of this hall, but did not see the master left. How to reappear instead of returning from the outside like. It's okay, go play. Chen Changsheng huffed. Was this guy really escorting himself at the door? I'm afraid it hasn't even woken up once since I've been away for more than half a month, right? However, he himself didn't seem to need much of a protector, and the only thing that could be counted as a threat in the entire Chaos Sea was those 4 sacred beasts. Judging by their behavior so far, they should be well-intentioned. Ha! Hearing his master's words, the unicorn scratched his head with his paw, always feeling that something wasn't quite right, especially with so many people following the master around. It was obvious that something was going on. Although the master said that there was no business of its own, it nevertheless bumbled along behind the crowd and entered the great hall together. After Chen Changxing took his seat, Run Meng was very understanding and began to make tea for her master. However, she had just taken out the tea leaves when she was stopped by her master. Wait, soak this. Chen Changxing gently tapped the table with his fingers, and at some point, a small pile of tea leaves had already appeared on the table. The tea gave off a fresh aroma that made everyone present feel clear-headed and relaxed, so much so that they wanted to take a nap. However, immediately afterward, the crowd felt a mysterious Taoist rhythm emerge, and at first they thought it was the Lord's doing, but Monk Fulu fixed his eyes, but found that the subtle Taoist rhythm is actually then along with the aroma of tea together to fill the hall. This is the Lord taking in that enlightenment tea plant. Monk Fulu reacted and was the first to exclaim. The Gautama tea leaf at the moment has reached its initial maturity. Although the effect is not yet the most perfect situation, but also in this chaotic sea counts on the saints. Also I read heavenly treasures. Just by smelling, it all feels like you're about to enter an epiphany. Shangwan Shallow Autumn even came forward and stared at the enlightenment tea leaves somewhat excitedly. Right now it's not at maturity, but it's ready to be used. Chen Changsheng was very calm, just casually explaining and then letting his eldest disciple continue to make tea. Not long after, under the infusion of the spiritual liquid, the clear fragrance and Tao rhythm of the enlightenment tea became even stronger. Everyone stared at the teapot, even forgetting to ask about the collapse of the secret realm for a moment. When Raimu made tea for her master, all eyes turned back to the tea light. Pour 1 glass for each person, and half a glass for Shallow Fall will do. Chen Changsheng naturally wouldn't be petty. This enlightenment tea tree was now growing in his Qi Sea, and there wouldn't be any shortage of enlightenment tea leaves in the future. Immediately, he let Ren Meng pour a cup of tea for all the people present. Ha! Master is biased. Shangwan Shallow Autumn protested when she heard her master's words. The realm is too low, and it's easy to drink too much and not wake up for a while. Chen Changsheng let out a light laugh and opened his mouth to explain. Shangwan Shallow Autumn now realm. Half a cup of enlightenment tea will be enough to its epiphany for a long time. If you drink more, I'm afraid that the epiphany for a few years cannot wake up. Next, he could plan to start breaking through the realm quickly. A few years was too long and would easily delay things. Compared to a chance like the enlightenment tea, which he could give at any time, he still wanted to bring his disciples to reap more other benefits. Oh, only then did Shangwan Shallow Autumn nod when she heard her master's explanation. Raimu picked up the small tea case on the table and came to the crowd. Seeing that they were all staring closely at the enlightenment tea, with a faint smile he handed a cup to Monk Fu first. Amit Ba Buddha. Thank you great young lord. Thank you lord. Monk Fulu took it carefully with both hands, afraid of spilling a drop. When Rushu and Shangwan Xiaoqiu also each got their own share of enlightenment tea, and both of them were very curious as they examined it. Is this the chance that even a saint can't find? However, if Master possessed an enlightenment tea tree, wouldn't he be able to drink enlightenment tea at any time in the future? Finally Raimu looked at the blear-eyed Qilin and casually placed the other half cup of enlightenment tea in front of it. The griffin, holding up a pair of paws, looked at the cup on the ground and then at his own paws, with a puzzled look on his face. It was a Qilin no less. But it was at least a Qilin that had almost reached the immortal emperor realm. It's a holy beast. Is this feeding the dog? It's got its claws out. Why is it still on the ground? Don't. Raimu, however, was not amused as she pretended to pick up the teacup on the floor again. Not to mention, this holy beast loves to get down on the ground and drink. The unicorn gave a fawning laugh at the sight, and plopped down on his own cup of tea in a protective manner. After each of them had been given a share of the enlightenment tea, they all turned their gazes towards Chen Changsheng, and without a sign from their master, they didn't even dare to drink it. The name of this enlightenment tea was too loud. What are you looking at me for? Drink! Chen Changsheng was somewhat speechless as he held his forehead and waved his hand and said. Only with these words did the people bring their teacups to their mouths and take a gentle sip. Just one bite made the crowd's eyes light up. At that moment, he no longer hesitated and drank the cup of enlightenment tea in one gulp. Monk Fulu chanted the Buddha's name, and with his knees in place, he began to cultivate, and behind him, the Tao rhythm transformed into a half-Buddhist, half-devil shadow, which appeared and disappeared. Runmeng and the others were in a similar situation, and after drinking the enlightenment tea, they cultivated in place, one after another. They entered the marvelous state of epiphany. Various Tao rhythms manifested within the hall, and when Chen Changsheng saw this, he slightly raised his hand and pointed out a finger, then separated the breaths of several people, so as to prevent the state of epiphany from being affected by other people, which would lead to going off the deep end. I also don't know if this enlightenment tea has any effect on me. Seeing that everyone was having an epiphany in place, Chen Changsheng also finally picked up his teacup and drank it in one gulp. The refreshing aroma of the enlightenment tea filled the mouth and nose, and the cooling sensation slowly entered the stomach. After a moment of silence, Chen Changsheng once again picked up the teapot and poured a cup, drinking it in one gulp. Same feeling. It wasn't until 4 or 5 cups of tea were in his stomach that Chen Changsheng was finally sure. Useless. It doesn't seem to have much of an effect other than it tastes good. Rather, it can still replenish some aura, but it's not much use. That's just it. I'm afraid that only the enlightenment tea tree will allow me to enter the state of epiphany every time it matures. Setting the tea down with a slight shake of his head, he wasn't much disappointed. After all, even the enlightenment tea tree was now growing within one's chi-si world, and it wasn't a surprise that the enlightenment tea leaves were ineffective. Anyway, as long as he felt something in his heart every time the enlightenment tea tree matured. However, speaking of which, ever since the enlightenment tea tree was planted in the chi-si inside his body, he was usually clear-headed. Unlike his previous state, at first he only thought it was the effect of cultivating the yuan-shun, but now it seemed that it might be that he was in a state of semi-epiphany at all times. Everyone in the Great Hall was having an epiphany, and he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate for the time being. He just pondered things and waited quietly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The half-Buddha, half-demon silhouette behind Monk Fulu's back during these 3 days was no longer faintly visible, but had almost condensed into substance. This was a projection of his Tao, and right now, he was only one step away from breaking through to the half-saint realm. Feeling his gains, an epiphany in just 3 days but worth thousands of years of hard training. The first thing Monk Fulu did when he opened his eyes was to bow deeply to his lord with his hands folded. Because the young lords were still in the midst of their epiphany, he didn't dare to open his mouth. Luckily, Chen Changsheng was the first to say, "There's no harm in it. I've already laid down in isolation, so I won't wake them up." Fulu pays his respects to the lord. Only then did Monk Fulu once again put his hands together and respectfully said, "It doesn't count for much. Just a cup of tea. This epiphany seems to be quite rewarding. It's almost time to break through to half-saint, isn't it?" Chen Changsheng waved his hand and asked casually with a light smile. The chance of epiphany is truly extraordinary, and in just 3 days of epiphany, many problems that I couldn't figure out before were solved. Although it's only a difference of one thought, but if it's cultivated painstakingly, if it's as fast as a few days, if it's as slow as 10,000 years, it won't bear fruit. Right now, the old monk's breakthrough to half-saint is just one opportunity away. Monk Fukuro was overwhelmed with emotion, and at the same time, he honestly informed his lord of his situation. "Well, take these enlightenment tea leaves and break through to half-saint as soon as possible. It's best to break through to half-saint in less than 3 years, and then we might be able to catch the chance to become a saint." Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, while taking out another jade box with enlightenment tea leaves and tossing it over. Thank you, Lord." Monk Fulu knew his lord's character, and immediately did not say anything more, respectfully receiving the jade box and carefully putting it into his own bosom. Following the lord, he had already received too many opportunities, and he wasn't too far behind this enlightenment tea leaf. However, what he was more concerned about was the chance of becoming a saint that the Lord had spoken of. He had been stuck at the divine exaltation realm perfection for more than 100,000 years, and right now he had only just touched the threshold of a half-saint. But the Lord said that he had a chance to become a saint? This time, the secret realm, the Chaos Sea has been coveted by another great world. Within 3 years, I'll break through to a saint, or further to the Tao Lord realm. At that time, if you can have the half-saint realm, I will take you along to that great world and help you become a saint. Seeing his thoughts, Chen Changsheng casually said, even for a guy like Monk Fulu, who normally had no desires and only wanted to work for the welfare of all living beings, in front of the chance to become a saint, he would likewise be unable to resist his heart. Got it. With the enlightenment tea bestowed by the Lord, within 3 years my subordinate will be able to break through to half-saint. If the Lord has no other orders, my subordinate would like to return to the Sword Saint Dojo for seclusion now. After listening to his lord's words, Monk Fulu folded his hands and said, if he could break through to a saint, he would be able to make the world suffer less and be more capable. Also, it helps the Lord more. Unlike nowadays, although he had the strength to suppress half-saints across realms, he was ultimately no match for saints, and it would be difficult for him to fight for the greatest benefits for the Lord's lineage in front of the many saints if the Lord wasn't there. Go on. Chen Chongqing nodded slightly and watched Monk Fulu leave. When the disciples awoke one by one, it would be time for him to similarly close the door and cultivate Realm of the Saints. No, this time he was going to break through to the Tao Lord realm. Monk Fulu had just left a short while ago, and the Tao rhythms and shadows around the Qilin had also internalized, quickly awakening. The realm of the immortals. Master, 2 more bites. 2 more bites and I'll break through to Immortal Emperor. As soon as the Qilin woke up and felt the immortal exaltation realm first sky he had just broken through, he was also pleasantly surprised. He went up to the front and wanted to ask for some more enlightenment tea. If this stuff works, breakthroughs are going to fly. Go go go. The first time you drink enlightenment tea the effect is the most obvious. Even if I pour this entire pot into your stomach, you won't be able to break through to Immortal Emperor. This time, go back and accumulate well. Eat more pills to replenish your base. There is no shortage of pills in this pill city. It would be good to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm in 3 years. Chen Chongqing waved his hand and pushed it aside, while also opening his mouth to explain. If the enlightenment tea had this obvious effect every time it was taken, it would be too terrifying. Drinking tea every day can turn a mortal into a saint. The first time the effect was noticeable simply because of the depths they had previously accumulated and the many things they couldn't figure out, which were completely resolved in a single epiphany. If one continued to take the enlightenment tea, it was also true that one could continue to maintain the state of epiphany, but in the end, the effect was only tens of times better than normal cultivation, far less than the effect of taking it for the first time. Who dash? Before the Qilin could say anything else, Shangwon Shallow Autumn, who had also only taken half a cup of enlightenment tea, also restrained her breath internally at this moment and slowly opened her eyes. 9th heaven of the immortal exaltation realm, 1 step away from Immortal Emperor. Shangwon Shallow Autumn felt the change in her realm and was also greatly surprised. One must know that only half a month or so ago, she was only at the immortal monarch realm. In the secret realm, her master had turned the many true gods of the pale blue Tao domain into the origin, which had just allowed her to break through to the immortal exaltation realm. This time, when he took the enlightenment tea, he even digested 50% of the origin in that body, only needing to settle down for some more time. It wouldn't take more than a year and a half to break through to the immortal emperor realm. Disciple thanks master teacher. Shangwon Shallow Autumn saw that her master was looking at her with a light smile on her face, and only then did she rush to bow respectfully. In response, Chen Chongqing merely smiled lightly and nodded slightly. Those origins in the secret realm should be enough for this little disciple of his to break through to the exalted realm. At the very least, he would be able to break through to the immortal emperor realm perfection, and a half step to exalted would not be a problem. 3 years is about right. When the time came to head to the Kanglin Dao domain, if Shangwon Shallow Autumn could break through to the exalted realm, she could also bring along her companion. After a few more hours, the eldest disciple, Ren Meng, and the second disciple, Wen Rushu, also woke up almost simultaneously. Both of them had taken a cup of enlightenment tea, and their epiphany took about the same amount of time. During this epiphany, because there was an origin in their bodies that hadn't been fully digested yet, both of them had also received a not-so-small increase in their realms. When Rushu had directly broken through several minor realms in a row from the original True God realm first sky, reaching the True God realm 7th sky, Runmeng had also broken through to the 5th sky of the Divine King realm after digesting about half of the origin in her body. Master, the two of them glanced at each other, both seeing the look of surprise in the other's eyes. Then they all bowed together to the master. Nice. All 3 of you have gained a lot this time. It's kind of a blessing in disguise. Those originals absorbed within the secret territory have all been consumed by about 50% this time with the help of the enlightenment tea. As long as we refine all of the rest, Shallow Autumn will be enough to break through to the half-step exalted realm, and the 2 of you should be able to break through to the next great realm as well. Chen Chongqing swept a glance at the 3 disciples and spoke with satisfaction. Hearing master's praise, Shangwon Shallow Autumn instantly smiled a pair of eyes into a crescent moon and scratched her head with a hefty laugh. Wen Rushu also smiled sweetly. Being able to receive a word of praise from her master is better than the thousands of heavenly treasures in the chaotic sea. Even Raimu, who was usually steady and high-strung, bowed her head slightly, the corners of her mouth unconsciously hooking up a few points. Outside she was the Lord of Pill City, the first person under the saints of the Alchemy Tao, and the chief great disciple of the martial saint lineage who had to shield her senior sister from the wind and rain. But in front of her master, she was always just a little girl who wanted to be praised. Next, master intends to retreat for a period of time. You also hand over the matters at hand to those below you and focus on cultivation, trying to make a breakthrough in 3 years. At that time, master can take you all along to harvest that great opportunity. Chen Changqing slowly stood up and said that he casually took out another jade box filled with enlightenment tea leaves. Walking down the steps he casually handed the jade box to Raimu. You guys split these enlightenment teas. Also send some to Qinghan as well. She's at a critical point in her breakthrough. Runmeng didn't push back and accepted the jade box with both hands. Heavy. These enlightenment teas, if they were to land in the chaotic sea, would be enough to cause all the saints to scramble for them. However, in the master's place, it was just a reward that was too ordinary to be commonplace. In the past, no matter what heavenly treasures Master Zun harvested, because he couldn't use it himself, he would let them share it with a few people. So many years have also been accustomed to the master's benevolence. Only need to remember in the heart. No need to say more, or in turn cause the master unhappy. Sister Qinghan is also making a breakthrough? Also, if it wasn't during the critical period of the breakthrough, when master teacher returned, Sister Qinghan would have definitely sought it out at the first opportunity. But what is this great chance you speak of? Master? Could it be? Hearing the words of his master, Shangwan Shallow Autumn then reacted. Having been so focused on drinking the enlightenment tea before, she always felt that something wasn't quite right. It turned out that it was Lu Qinghan who never showed up. As for the great chance that her master said, the clever and resourceful, her eyes rolled and she guessed it roughly. Since they can invade the chaotic sea, we can naturally seek out the door as well. Whoever has the biggest fist, the chance goes to him. Chen Changsheng met the disciple's eyes and said very naturally with both hands spread out. Got it. When Shangwan Shallow Autumn heard her master's words of certainty, it was like a shot of chicken blood. 100,000 years. It's been 100,000 years since I've been able to follow my master around. It's been a long time since I've been able to go around punishing evil, especially since he had started late. And before that, eldest sister had at least beaten up many saints in the Chaos Sea with her master. But when he was initiated, the many saints of the Chaos Sea had long been respectful to their master, and he had never had the chance to see his master truly strike. This time, the opportunity has finally come. If you can't break through to the exalted realm, you can stay in Pill City and continue your cultivation. Seeing how excited he was, Chen Changsheng immediately poured cold water down. Okay, isn't it just the exalted realm? In 3 years' time, disciple will definitely make a breakthrough and won't disgrace master. Shangwan Shallow Autumn originally wanted to retort, but then with a clench of her teeth and a stamp of her foot, she directly responded. Those origins in her body have not yet been refined. Plus the fact that the master gave the elder sister those enlightenment teas just now. 3 years if she can't break through the venerable realm. What face will she have in the Chaos Sea to call herself the little sword immortal of the martial saint lineage? Seeing that the agitation was useful, Chen Changxing just shrugged his shoulders and said that he would wait and see. Disciple will leave first. If there's anything you need while master teacher is in seclusion, you can summon at any time. Runmeng heard that her master was also going into seclusion, and was not prepared to continue disturbing her master. Taking his senior sister along with him, he saluted and then exited this great hall, with Kiran following suit. It wasn't until Runmeng closed the gateway to the great hall that Chen Changxing's mind reopened the formation isolation of this great hall. I'm afraid the movement of this cultivation will be a bit big. I don't know how many points this isolation formation can isolate, just to be on the safe side. Set up a few more layers. The disciples left. The hall was empty. Chen Changxing stroked his chin, always feeling that this isolation formation was not quite safe. He himself had now broken through to the immortal emperor realm, and I was afraid that breaking through each major realm further on would cause very terrifying visions. If we don't get some control, we may not be able to tell what the impact will be. Thinking about it, since he hadn't specialized in formations before, he could only go out again and set up hundreds of isolation formations that he could complete himself. It was only until the aura needed for the formation to function had reached its upper limit that it stopped. 100 or so isolations should be enough. If we make any more noise, Mr. Chen will have done his best, Chen Changsheng muttered, before casually settling on top of the futon to meditate and adjust. The immortal emperor realm's epiphanies were pretty much digested while he was waiting for his disciples to finish their epiphanies. Plus, he didn't need to consider the problem of unstable foundation when he broke through, and he was afraid that his foundation was 108 Dao domains didn't exist to the extent. After calming his state of mind, he directly began to revolve the eternal life technique. At the same time, in front of him, several small mountains of heavenly treasures were piled up, almost filling up this large hall. As the longevity technique operated, the endless longevity began to be transformed into infinite aura condensed with the sea of qi, and the aura that was too late to be stowed away in the sea of qi was also spreading around the body. Compared to other saints who cultivated with one type of Dao rhythm, the great hall was now filled with countless Dao rhymes intertwining with each other. The 3,000 great Dao seemed to be all around him, appearing and dissipating. In order to make a quick breakthrough, He had no intention of saving the heavenly materials and treasures, constantly raising his hand to beckon a batch of heavenly materials and treasures, using his chi and blood power to melt them into a spiritual liquid, and swallowing them into his abdomen with a slight opening of his mouth. From time to time, he would take out a few more bottles of the pills that senior disciple Run Meng had prepared for him and poured them into his mouth for no money. That immortal emperor realm that had just broken through was also growing at a terrifying rate. At this rate, in almost half a day, one could break through a small realm. Outside the doors of the Great Hall, the Qilin was bumbling and pampering the great young lord. Great young lord, you know, I've lived a hard life since I was a child, and I've never drunk tea before, and up until now, after living for more than 100,000 years, I've only drank the tea that I just drank that one time. Can give more? Upon hearing its words, Shangwan Shallowadam, however, looked surprised and couldn't help but tease from the sidelines. Master just said that he'd let the few of us divide it up, and it seems like he didn't mention you. Ha? No, you can't say that, young master. Surely the master's words can't be interpreted that way. There's definitely me in this, let's split it. The Qilin immediately blew up. He had managed to be a broken demon emperor in the lower realm for 100,000 years. What a poor life he had with those little demon cubs. Now back in the sea of chaos, he hadn't had a chance to gallop around with his master. I can't believe you can't even drink tea anymore? Moreover, if he didn't try to break through the realm again, perhaps the great opportunity in 3 years that the master had spoken of, he himself wouldn't be able to catch up with the heat. Alright, all of it. You can go to the middle of the pill city to take the spiritual liquid, but don't be so foolish as to make tea with ordinary spring water. That would be a waste. Rima shook her head helplessly. These two guys were really something too. He took out a portion of the enlightenment tea from the jade box and filled it with the jade bottle he usually used to contain his own elixirs before tossing it to the Qilin. Hey, yes, great young lord, enough is enough. Hey, just kidding. Kirin got his share of the enlightenment tea and was instantly happy, carefully protecting the bottle under his stomach, and wanted to open his mouth to ask for more, only to wimp out again after meeting the eyes of the eldest young master. And the two of you, the spirit liquid will fetch itself later. Runmeng turned her gaze back to her two senior sisters, similarly handing over the tea leaves to the two of them in jade bottles. For herself, she was left with a portion for two, including the one that needed to be delivered to Lu Qinghan. If there's nothing else, then focus on cultivating. Don't disappoint master. Run Meng, who had left the great hall, regained her usual steadiness and maturity, and barked earnest instructions at them. At the same time, bursts of aura emanated from the great hall, and they realized that their master had begun to cultivate. However, in addition to the aura overflow, they were even more shocked to find that there seems to be a great Dao law hidden, but unfortunately the realm is too low. Some cannot quite see. Dao texts flashed by from time to time, but because of the array's isolation, not much leaked out. Three young masters, I'm going to start cultivating, so I won't see you off. The Qilin saw this and instantly slumped back to its position at the doorway. It had long since discovered this opportunity. As long as it guarded the outside while its master cultivated, its speed would also increase vaguely. On the contrary, it was the Renmeng trio that didn't care too much. They were still more accustomed to seclusion than cultivating here. After they all said their goodbyes and left, Runmeng also went to Lu Qinghan's residence, and seeing that she hadn't yet come out of seclusion, she left the enlightenment tea outside of her seclusion room, and notified the people outside the door that no one could enter it to disturb Lu Qinghan before she came out of seclusion. After resolving the matters at hand, only then could Runmeng return to her great hall to begin adjusting her state and preparing for cultivation. It was 5 days in a row. The unicorn, who was practicing hard, but suddenly woke up with a fright. A face of horror looked at the great hall. It was as if there was an ancient great evil within it that covered the sky and was opening its bloody mouth at it. It seems that the master has made a breakthrough. The power of chi and blood is even stronger, Kirin muttered, unconsciously moving a few feet away from the doorway. It had some doubts at the moment as to whether staying here to cultivate was right or wrong. If the master continues to break through next, it's a matter of whether it can still cultivate or not. Scared the unicorn to death. Inside the grand hall, Chen Qiansheng felt the changes of his elevated realm. In just 5 days of seclusion, he had spent countless heavenly materials and treasures. As for the aura, there was no need to worry. His longevity skill could continuously convert his lifespan into aura, and he simply couldn't run out of it. According to such a level of consumption, these heavenly materials, not to mention the Dao Master realm, are afraid that it will be difficult to even reach the Saint realm. Taking stock of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he had spent to break through from the immortal emperor realm to the exalted realm, Chen Qiansheng couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. His cultivation speed was indeed unprecedented, But the amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures he consumed had likewise reached a staggering level. If it wasn't for his own accumulation over the years, coupled with the accumulated reserves of his eldest disciple, Ran Meng, who had been running the Pill City for 100,000 years, he simply wouldn't have been able to withstand such cultivation going on. Although not with the help of heavenly materials and earth treasures can also slowly cultivate, the time is nothing more than from 3 to 5 years delayed to 180 years. 100 years is but the twinkling of an eye for a saint. But right now it was different. The chaotic sea was being watched by someone. If he couldn't make a breakthrough as soon as possible, he might have to face trouble. As long as he could break through to the sage realm, he would have the certainty of suppressing that so-called Kanglan Dao master. At that time, the entire Kanglan Dao domain would be in his palm, and the heavenly materials and treasures consumed this time would be rewarded 1,000 times over. Thinking about it, he stopped dwelling on it. It's just a big deal. Borrow from the many Taoists first, and return it later. The many saints of the chaotic sea had accumulated quite a lot of reserves over the countless years. It may even be more than the heavenly materials in his hand. After all, he was just a strange saint who suddenly appeared in the chaotic sea. The true resources of the chaotic sea had long been divided up by many saints countless ages ago. After just a moment's pause, the exalted realm was already pretty much familiar to him. After all, it was only a transitional realm between the immortal emperor realm and the true god realm, so it didn't bring him too many surprises. As he began to cultivate once again, the power of the laws within the Great Hall became a little more pronounced. One could even vaguely see the power of the laws transformed into chains, hunched over his feet as if in submission. As long as he reached out, he could grasp the laws that others needed countless years to comprehend. However, Chen Shangshang did not do so. Instead, he slowly refined those law origins and incorporated them into his Qi world, using them to perfect the laws of his Qi. However, the origin of the laws of heaven and earth was limited, and recovery would take a long time and years, and he also intentionally controlled the amount he absorbed. In the chaotic sea, he was still restrained, but when he waited until he reached the pale blue Dao domain, he was afraid that he might not need to worry so much. In less than half an hour's time, the Great Hall was already filled with aura and Dao rhythms. Buzz. There was a faint divine fire burning faintly around Chen Shangsheng's body, using the aura as fuel, and although the divine fire was only a thin wisp, it was never extinguished. When the divine flame ignited, it would already be him transitioning from the exalted realm to the true god realm. Without delay, waving his hand, he once again recruited a large number of heavenly materials and treasures, refining them into a spiritual liquid and then slightly opening his mouth to take them. The divine flame grew slightly larger by a few points. It wasn't until a day had passed that the second divine flame was then ignited. The two divine flames slowly rotated around his circumference, and because of the power of Qi and blood, his divine flames were even more different compared to others. Even if one was in the true god realm, touching his divine fire at this moment would instantly cause them to go up in smoke. The ignition of the second divine flame also meant that he had broken through to the second sky of the exalted realm within a day's time. Too slow. At this rate, 3 years won't be enough to break through to the saint realm. Breaking through one heavens in a day. If it was spread to the chaos sea, even those saints would have to drop their jaws. But this speed made him very dissatisfied. Even though each of those saints were geniuses who had suppressed an era once in 100,000 or even a million years, when they broke through to the exalted realm, it would take at least a few decades to average a heavy heavenly minor realm. One small realm a day already exceeded the breakthrough speed of those saints by more than 10,000 times. Can't be heartbroken about the heavenly material. Chen Shangsheng shook his head inside, and immediately beckoned again, inviting several times the previous number of heavenly materials to his body. The heavenly treasures given to him by that holy beast were only enough for normal cultivation to slowly reach the sage realm, and even if he added his own reserves, it was not enough for him to rapidly consume nowadays. After turning this batch of heavenly materials into spiritual liquid and swallowing it, he even pushed the everlasting skill to the extreme, and for a moment, there was the sound of water dripping in the great hall. The overflowing aura alone had already thickened into a liquid state, turning into a spiritual liquid that dripped down. Not too long after, the ground was covered in spirit liquid, only that those spirit liquids couldn't even stain Chen Shangsheng's body. When the drops fell, it was as if there was an invisible air shield separating them, and the beads of spiritual liquid would slide down to his feet. After about half a day had passed, the spiritual liquid on the ground had accumulated quite a lot. The Tao rhythm inside the hall was also a few points more dense at this moment, and the spiritual liquid became like a vortex and began to frantically try to get closer to the figure sitting in the center of the hall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 divine flames in succession suddenly ignited at this moment. In just the blink of an eye, the 2 divine flames that had originally surrounded his body had increased to 5. In half a day's time, He had broken through from the second sky of the Zunsha realm to the fifth sky of the Zunsha realm. No, gotta start with the feats. Chen Changsheng sighed. Although the cultivation speed was a bit faster this way, he didn't break through as much as he thought. He originally thought that with 5 times the resources, he should at least break through 4 minor realms, but it turned out that he only broke through 3. So he temporarily stopped running his gongfu and calmed down his entire body. The divine sense looked inward and felt his chi-si world. Looking at the enlightenment tea tree that had now initially matured, he simply solidified his divine sense and sat down underneath that enlightenment tea tree. A single Tao text emerged, turning the entirety of his eternal life technique into substance as well, suspended in front of his eyes. Quietly, under the influence of the enlightenment tea tree, he felt his mind clear, and with a violent wave of his hand, the Tao text in front of him was completely disrupted, and then he reorganized it again and again. From time to time, a finger would point out and rub out some of the Tao texts, and from time to time, he would casually outline a new Tao text to be arranged in that gongfu. At the same time, he also accelerated the flow of time within his chi-si world, which was 10,000 times faster than the outside world. The figure sitting under the enlightenment tea tree was as if he had been in meditation by the end of the day. Only every few years would he raise his hand to modify a subtle Taoist text. Finally, after hundreds of years, a brand new everlasting skill was presented in front of his eyes. At this moment he was no longer able to modify anything, and had reached as perfect a state as he could. Nowadays, the everlasting skill grade must already be above the Tao level. The effect of the Gong method has increased by at least tens of times. Inside the Great Hall, although with the Qihai world Chen Changsheng had already deduced the Gongfu for hundreds of years, however, under the 10,000 times flow rate, only 10 days had passed within the original world. As Chen Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, the everlasting skill that had reached the all-new rank solidified in front of him, transforming into a single Tao text. It was only the moment this Tao one appeared that the sky above Pill City was suddenly filled with strange phenomena. He also felt something in his heart and looked up with a slight frown, sensing a hint of danger. This eternal life skill has now exceeded the grade that the chaotic sea deserves. For heaven and earth are no more a technique above the Tao rank. I guess even the Tao masters of those 108 Tao domains might not be able to have it. Chen Changsheng murmured softly while standing up, and with a lift of his hand, he removed the isolation barrier of the Great Hall and slowly walked towards the outside. This time, what he had attracted was not an ordinary thunderbolt, but the divine punishment of the chaotic sea, a great terror that even ordinary saints must fear. However, even if divine punishment came down, there was no way he would give up this brand new everlasting skill that had broken through the Tao level. With a Tao level technique, I'm afraid that if you cultivate it to the extreme, you'll be stuck at the Tao Lord realm. He could sense that the 4 holy beasts of the chaotic sea might be at a realm above the Tao Lord realm. If the Tao Lord realm was not the true highest realm, then naturally his goal would have to change. At this moment, the many great powers in Pill City also looked up in alarm. In the sky above his head, a force of laws gathered and transformed into a humanoid figure, standing on top of the sky, dressed in Taoist robes. His long white hair hung down to his waist, except that he had no face. What's going on? Why is there a divine punishment coming down? Never mind that. Run for your life. When the divine punishment falls, Pill City will be finished. Countless great powers felt the terrifying oppression emanating from the divine punishment, and they could not care less about anything else, putting down everything in their hands, not even caring about the rule of not being able to travel in the air in the Pill City on weekdays. And all of them used the recluse method to turn into a stream of light to escape and go away. The terror of divine punishment was no joke. It could even be said that the number of times divine punishment appeared in the chaotic sea could be much less than the number of times a saint appeared to testify. There were only 2 possibilities for triggering divine punishment. One was the appearance of a living being that heaven and earth did not allow to exist, and the other was the appearance of a heavenly material or divine ability that heaven and earth did not allow to exist. The last time divine punishment appeared was tens of thousands of years ago, when a saint was controlled by a demon in his heart and killed hundreds of millions of living beings, and was extinguished by heaven and earth due to his karma. Even that saint, under divine punishment, ended up in ashes. This medicine city, I'm afraid it needs to be rebuilt. What the hell is happening? Originally, Runmeng and the others who had just closed their doors for a few days had also come out under that terrifying sense of oppression. Looking at the shadow of the world will in the sky above Pill City, he muttered with his mouth open in dismay. Even the Qilin, at this moment, couldn't help but be on the verge of blowing up. Its instincts made it want to leave Pill City at the first opportunity, but its master was still in seclusion, so it could only shiver and wait outside the door. Luckily, they didn't have to wait too long. The door to the Great Hall opened just as the divine punishment appeared. Master, the Qilin was about to speak, but Chen Changsheng raised his hand to stop him. Don't worry, I attracted it. Ha! No! Master, how can you still cause the will of the world to reject you when you close your mind? The Qilin was dumbfounded, but it seemed that in this medicine city, only the master could possibly cause divine punishment. Those other great powers were at most at the half-saint realm, and I'm afraid they couldn't do it even if they wanted to cause divine punishment. Chen Qiansheng did not reply to his words. There was no time to say more to the Qilin at the moment. With a flash of his figure, he headed towards the western part of the Pill City sky. Pill City was something that his eldest disciple, Ran Meng, had painstakingly built up over the past 100,000 years, and he naturally wouldn't let divine punishment descend on Pill City. Even if it could be rebuilt, it would cost a lot of resources. There was no need for that, and he was also very short of heavenly materials at the moment. As he left, the world will condensed by the divine punishment in the sky above Pill City also headed towards the west, and countless forces of law were still converging. Divine punishment was different from heavenly punishment. Only one blow fell. This strike would be enough to blast even saints to death, especially in the face of divine punishment. Saints were simply unable to utilize the power of heaven and earth. Having been rejected by heaven and earth, they can't even manage to be reborn. Several people from Runmang also saw the flickering figure of their master, followed by the divine punishment shifting. Master will be fine, right? Shangguan Shallow Autumn was a bit unimpressed. In her mind, master is invincible. What divine punishment is not divine punishment? Surely easy to take down. However, Ran Meng and Wen Rushu's faces were a bit less pleasant. That time tens of thousands of years ago when saints were blasted to death by divine punishment, little sister was still in the lower realms and wasn't able to witness it with her own eyes. Master should have a handle on it. Raima was silent for a moment and could only say with less confidence, genuinely, the last time he witnessed divine punishment, the shock it brought was too terrifying. In just an instant, that saint completely turned into Tao dust, not even having any room to struggle. But after all, Master Teacher was a saint in the flesh, so I'm sure he was in a different situation than those saints. Is divine punishment terrifying? Shangguan Shallow Autumn noticed that the two senior sisters did not look right, and her heart couldn't help but tense up a few points. A saint was reduced to flying dust in a flash. Do you think it's terrifying? Wen Rushu explained with slight concern. Ha? Not? Then how could Master just close the door and cultivate? How could he have attracted this damn thing? Shangguan Shallow Autumn then realized that divine punishment and heavenly punishment were two completely different concepts. Under the heavenly calamity, there is still a chance of life, but under the divine punishment is 10 deaths. From the history of the Chaos Sea, there is no living creature under the divine punishment to survive. I don't know. Runmeng and Wen Rushu shook their heads. They also couldn't figure out why a closed door would attract divine punishment from their master. Doesn't this heaven and earth still allow the master to be in seclusion? The four holy beasts sensed the appearance of divine punishment and also turned their heads to look across the sky at the same time. Not bad for a young master. I had thought to wait for young master to break through the Tao master realm and guide him slightly before allowing him to comprehend Hongmeng level techniques. Now it seems that it was a waste of worry. At the Zunshi realm, one has already created a Hongmeng grade technique on their own. The small divine punishment is a disaster to others, but to the young master, it's a great gift instead. Vermilion Bird lay in her own bath, her fingers against her red lips, looking across the sky in the direction of Pill City, her gaze full of surprise and a kind of fervent admiration. The other sacred beasts were likewise paying attention to the divine punishment, but their thoughts were the same as the Vermilion Bird's. A mere divine punishment is a danger to others, but it is indeed a chance for the young master. That divine punishment could all be condensed by the power of laws, which could allow the young master's Qi world to be replenished with its origin once again. With Chen Chongqing's departure, the divine punishment that had originally shrouded Pill City also left. This caused a portion of the juniors with lower cultivation levels who hadn't had the chance to flee for their lives to breathe a sigh of relief. As for those great powers who had left Pill City, the east, south, and north, they also breathed a long sigh of relief as they saw the divine punishment gradually moving away. But right now, the divine punishment hadn't fallen, and they didn't dare to hastily return to Pill City. Who knew if the divine punishment would make another U-turn? But right now, however, it was bitter for those great powers who fled towards the west of the Chaos Sea after leaving Pill City. Originally, he had already left the shroud of divine punishment and wanted to see the terror of this divine punishment from a distance. In the blink of an eye, divine punishment was chasing towards them. Who can stand this? Die, 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 die. Why is this divine punishment chasing after old me? Although I can't be considered to have practiced virtue and goodness in my life, I'm not so bad as to incur divine punishment and extermination. You don't want to put gold on your face, old piker. You're a tiny god king realm and you still want to attract divine punishment. Is this the time to talk about this? What's going on with this divine punishment? Why is it coming at us? One by one, The great powers that had just left Pill City were all blowing up at this moment. Just those of them, not to mention the Saint realm. They didn't even have a half-saint, and the highest of them was only at the Divine Monarch realm. What's the point of inviting divine punishment? But looking at it, the divine punishment was coming right at them, and it was too damn scary, not to mention the center of where the divine punishment would fall. Even the vitality of 10,000 miles in a radius would be cut off altogether. Seeing that the divine punishment was getting closer and closer, these great powers who fled to the west of Pill City were on the verge of despairing. This was truly heaven's way of killing them. That is, until they saw a figure, with a calm face, cut past them and instantly overtook them. That's Master Wushu, isn't it? Looks like, didn't quite see it. It's only strange that you, a God King realm, can see it clearly. Hiss, old me understands, the divine punishment is directed at the martial sage lord. It shouldn't be. Although the martial saint has toughened his methods a bit, he hasn't done anything to harm the heavens, much less innocently slaughtered too many living beings. During this period of time, it seems to have been in seclusion in Pill City, right? Don't dwell on these. Divine punishment is clearly headed for Master Martial Saint. Let's quickly turn around and go back. Since it was the Martial Sage Elder who invited the divine punishment, then he wouldn't let it fall on Pill City. It's definitely safe to return to Pill City at this moment. Among all the great powers, only the two Divine Monarch realm parties saw Chun Shanxing's figure. Now that they had determined the target of divine punishment, they were finally relieved. As long as it wasn't directed at them, nothing would be a problem. Immediately, all of them turned around and turned into a stream of light and returned towards Medicine City. The Martial Saint has only just returned to the Sea of Chaos, and has attracted divine punishment. Is there no life under divine punishment? But just now, this divine sovereign vaguely saw the Martial Saint Elder, who seemed to be very calm, probably has his own cards. Also, the Martial Saint has been the sole ruler of the Chaos Sea for more than 100,000 years. It's not something that can be compared to other Saint Lords. Fellow Taoist, be careful what you say. Don't you want to die if you talk about saints? Yes, yes, yes. Fellow Taoist reminded me. That group of great powers, within a short time, had already re-entered Pill City to settle down, and after seeing that the Lord of Pill City, the Martial Saint's great disciple, Run Meng, were all still staying in Pill City, they were also completely relieved. Even if the Martial Saint didn't care about their deaths, or even whether or not Pill City would be safe and sound, he would at least care about his own disciples, right? Not so much as to bring back divine punishment. Seeing those great powers return, Raimo arrived in front of them with a flash. To two of the divine monarchs, he performed a Dao album and opened his mouth to ask, "Two seniors, have you seen where the master has gone?" Senior didn't want to implicate Pill City, but the Raimo several people were still very worried about Senior's safety. Even if Master Teacher had the certainty of resisting the divine punishment, they still had to rush to Master Teacher's side at the first opportunity, lest Master Teacher suffer a serious injury under the divine punishment and be backstabbed by a saint with a heart of gold who took advantage of the situation. Dare I say it? The party did see only Master Martial Saint traveling to the west. Judging from the direction, it should be planning to go to that deadly land. The Martial Saint is compassionate and should be afraid of hurting innocent beings. The two divine monarchs also hastened to return a Dao album when they saw this, truthfully stating their opinions and what they had just seen. Although Runmang was only at the Divine King realm now, she had a special identity. Whether it was the chief great disciple of the Martial Saint lineage or the Lord of Pill City, it was enough to make her status comparable to that of a half-saint. Even, she herself had pulled in 2 or 3 half-saints under her hand over the past 100,000 years, and the half-saints who had received her favors and owed her favors were at least 10. Even a divine monarch wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of her. Many thanks. Runmang knew that they didn't dare to probe too much, so naturally she didn't ask any more questions and casually threw out 2 bottles of pills to count as a thank you gift, not caring if the 2 divine monarchs took it or not. She then directly dashed towards the direction where her master left to chase after him. Seeing this, Shangguan Shallow was also about to turn into a recluse and chase after her, but she heard the voice of her eldest senior sister come through. "You guys stay in Pill City, don't add to the chaos." Since eldest senior sister had already given her word, when Rushu stopped her junior sister, the 2 of them are in a lower realm than elder sister, and elder sister has brought some precious pills with her, so the 2 of them will be of little use if they go, and they might even distract their master. On the other side, Chen Changsheng felt that the divine punishment above his head was on the verge of taking full shape. "I can't reach the deadly land anymore, but there are no living beings for 500,000 miles around here either. It's not a problem, so let's stay here." Stopping in his tracks, he raised his hand and with a wave of his hand, he transformed the everlasting skill into a Taoist text and manifested it in front of him. What that Worlds Will had locked onto was also not him as a person, But the everlasting skill, if he felt that it was dangerous, he could even completely withdraw and go away. And with the eternal life skill Tao text destroyed, he would be fine if he didn't appear again in the future. He was not surprised that the everlasting skill would cause divine punishment. The secret of longevity itself is not quite as unusual as the gongfu. It was a sidetrack of burning longevity, which had been synthesized into one by integrating countless feats by himself. Now that this gong method has been upgraded by him to above the Tao product, it is normal for heaven and earth to be incompatible. Rumble. As the Tao text of the everlasting skill emerged, the will of the world above his head finally had a goal, only to see that the faceless Tao-robed silhouette slowly lifted his right hand towards the sky and held it in a false grip, and countless forces of law began to converge towards the center of his palm. In a matter of moments, the power of the law transformed into a pitch-black spear, and a terrifying aura emanated from that spear, which seemed to be capable of destroying everything in the heavens and earth. At this moment, many saints also had a feeling in their hearts and looked across the sky to where the divine punishment was. Divine punishment appeared, and even saints felt the danger. The appearance of the spear of destruction caused the saints in the entire chaos sea to instantly feel a sense of crisis, like a cold on their backs. For a moment, the divine sense all probed towards the location where the divine punishment had appeared. After seeing that the one enveloped in divine punishment was actually a martial saint, the chaos sea saints also all wore stunned and puzzled faces. Compared to those other juniors, they saints could see more clearly. What that divine punishment enveloped wasn't the martial saint at all, but rather the feats formed by those Tao texts in front of the martial saint's body. Just what kind of technique is it, and how did it attract divine punishment? Hiss. The martial saint is going to fight hard against divine punishment for this technique. It seems that this technique is also very important to the martial saint. It's just that, divine punishment is not a heavenly calamity. Since the birth of the chaotic sea, no living being has survived divine punishment. A single saint also had their own little thoughts at this moment, especially since the martial saint's Tao text was not covered up at all. They could even secretly write that feat down. It is reasonable that the martial sage would not have made such a low-level mistake. Or, is the martial sage intentionally trying to publicize the technique? No matter what, while the current gongfu had not been destroyed by divine punishment, the first reaction of many saints was to keep that gongfu in their hearts. If the merit law and the martial saint were to dissipate under divine punishment together, they would not allow the merit law to be revealed again. However, once the martial saint successfully carried through the divine punishment, this technique would no longer belong to the ranks of heaven and earth's disallowance. After all, even the divine punishment couldn't destroy it, and the world wouldn't continue to waste the law origin. In this way they can likewise cultivate. It's just a pity that they don't know the horror of this gongfu. He seems pretty calm. He should be able to handle it. Forget it, or go on a walk. If he is seriously injured, or to bring back to the seat this 100 fragrant secret realm, when the time comes, properly, help him heal. The 100 fragrant sage had some worry between her brows, but seeing that the martial sage all looked calm, her hanging heart slightly dropped a few points, and immediately disappeared into the secret territory as a Tao rhythm, heading straight to the vicinity of where Chen Shangxing was. At the same time, besides the 100 fragrant sage, there were 3 other sages who had also left their dojo and headed to the direction where the martial saint was. Divine punishment they didn't dare to approach, and could only stay 1,000,000 miles away, but this distance was just a thought for saints. Once a martial saint fell under divine punishment, he might be able to leave something behind. For example, his everlasting seal. That was when the martial sage had poured out all he had and sought out all the accomplished refiners among the saints to jointly refine it. In the sea of chaos when it comes to the first place of magic treasures, the petty thoughts of those saints, Chen Shangxing had no time to care about at the moment. Feeling the terrifying law origin contained in that spear of destruction above his head, he was cloudy on the surface, but he still didn't hold his head high. The everlasting life technique was working crazily at this moment. An aura skyrocketed, and behind him, the Tao rhythm transformed into thousands of shadows, eventually forming the shadow of an entire world, covering a side of heaven and earth, and his own body also jerked up a few points at this moment, and his skin began to faintly glow red. The power of chi and blood was also completely activated at this moment. A lurid crimson vein appeared on the surface of his well-proportioned muscles. The power of chi and blood had even become so dense that it had begun to overflow outside of his body, forming a faint red mist. If there was a half-saint here at this moment, just the breath alone would be able to crush the half-saint's tendons and veins, breaking his bones to pieces. Even those saints who were hiding far away in the shadows to watch, sensing his aura, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. Is this still a saint? Is this the same sage realm as them? What a joke! Even though they were separated by countless stars, they could still feel that terrifying aura. Even the sense of oppression brought to them by the martial saint seemed no smaller than that divine punishment. In the past, It was indeed known by all the saints of the Chaos Sea that martial saints were able to kill saints, but that all takes a lot of means and effort. But now what? They could sense how terrifying the gap between themselves and the martial saint was, and the gap was even so large that they might not be able to resist a single punch from the martial saint. After this fellow began cultivating the Yuan Shun, he had already grown to such a terrifying extent that it had already exceeded the expectations of all the saints. Buzz. Finally, under everyone's worried or shocked gazes, the figure above the martial saint's head moved once again. The spear of destruction in his hand had completely taken shape. The terrifying origin of the laws made space unable to withstand it, and the surroundings of the spear had been transformed into an endless void. Without uttering a word, the figure heaved the spear of destruction in his hand and threw it fiercely towards Chen Changsheng. Even those many saints were unable to see the trajectory of that spear of destruction's movement. It just felt like the heavens and earth were silent for a moment. All rules, all laws failed at this moment, and heaven and earth stood still. Only the spear of destruction fell towards Chen Changsheng's brow with the terrifying might of destroying everything. Wherever the spear passed through, space shattered, revealing an endless void within which terrifying astral winds continuously emanated. Even for a time, the shattered space was not naturally repaired. Master, Raimu was rushing at the moment, but she only came a million miles away, just in time to see the scene of the figure throwing a spear towards her master. There was a tense cry. Lord! Monk Fulu, who had rushed here at the first opportunity upon learning the news, also murmured softly with worry and prayed with his hands folded and eyes closed. Even those many saints were staring intently at the moment, wondering if the martial saint would be able to survive the divine punishment. The strength he displayed was too strong, so strong that it made these saints, all of them, think that even divine punishment might not be able to kill a martial saint. Drink! Chen Changsheng didn't hold his head high either, and with a low gulp, the metaphysical ribbon that was originally binding his long hair instantly collapsed, and all of his long hair was scattered and fluttered in all directions by the impact of the aura. And he didn't use any divine powers. For him, his body was the biggest dependence, and divine powers in turn simplified into complexity. With his left hand holding the seal of eternal life, his right hand fiercely punched towards that spear of destruction. With this punch, he had used the power of his entire body's chi and blood, used all of his aura nowadays, borrowed the power of the everlasting seal, and even used the power of the rules of the chi sea world within his body. As he swung his fist, a topsy-turvy figure even appeared behind him. With the might of a punch that opened up the sky, he similarly swung out a fist. Wherever the fist reached, the space instantly shattered, and the terrifying astral winds were pressed back into the endless void by the force of the fist just as soon as they traveled out. Buzz! The moment a fist and a spear touched, the imagined loud noise did not appear. Instead, space, like water, began to ripple. From where it touched, it began to collapse inch by inch, revealing endless nothingness, and even the sound was swallowed up. In just a split second, 10,000 miles of space in a radius had collapsed, and the shattering was still spreading. Chen Changsheng was now grounded in the endless void. Chen Changsheng swung out a fist, and the moment it collided with the spear of destruction, 10,000 miles of space in a radius collapsed, and it's still spreading at a very fast rate. In order to destroy such a thing that is not allowed to exist in this world, the world's will not hold back, even if it meant destroying some small thousand worlds or even billions of living beings for this reason. It wouldn't matter. After all, when these beings fell, they would also return to the heavens and earth as their origin, and in reality, there was no loss to the will of the world. It was fortunate that the place Chen Changsheng chose, close to the land of the dead, did not have any small thousand worlds in existence. There were no living beings around, and even if there were some great powers above the divine king searching for opportunities here, after feeling the divine punishment, they would have long ago avoided as much as they could at the first time. Only the 100 fragrant sage and those 3 sages with small minds were only a million miles away from Chen Changsheng at the moment, feeling the terrifying might caused by that divine punishment collision. Their faces also changed in unison. Bad. Escape. They also didn't expect the collision between divine punishment and martial saints to be so terrifying. After all, the previous divine punishment that just descended directly turned the saints into Dao ash, and the ripple effect was only about 10,000 miles. But this time, the two sides seemed to be somewhat evenly matched, and the fallout was feared to spread over millions of miles. Although they are saints, but under the destructive power of divine punishment, they also dare not resist. Once they fall, they will not be able to use the power of heaven and earth to be reborn. After all, this is an attack from the will of the world to destroy everything. Even the aftershocks from the martial saint's punch were not something they could resist. With that terrifying power of chi and blood, as well as the special power of the rules, they could sense that once they fell into the hands of a martial saint, they were afraid that even their divine souls would be worn away in an instant, with no chance of rebirth at all. Without any delay, the three saints then transformed into Tao rhythms in unison, and in the blink of an eye had already retreated a full 8 million miles once again. Originally, the 100 Fragrant Sage was also planning to retreat at the first opportunity, but then he suddenly sensed a familiar aura just within a million miles. Little Raimu? The 100 Fragrant Sage hesitated for a split second and then headed directly in the direction of where Raimu was. Saints can avoid, but now only God King Realmren Meng cannot avoid the collision aftermath, and even the saints do not dare to resist the aftermath. Ran Meng slightly affected. It is a body death of the road to extinction of the end, and when she dodged and appeared beside Raimu, grabbing her wrist, she intended to leave without being able to say more. However, a calm voice rang in the ears of the two. It's not a problem. Thanks for being on the ball, fellow Daoist. With the sound of the voice, a small seal on one side appeared above the heads of the two of them. The small seal emitted endless Tao rhythms, and the sun, moon, and stars flickered within it, and the small seal emanated a cover of Tao rhythm, and there were even countless golden lamps, golden lotuses, celluloid, and pendant beads sliding down from above, like water dripping in front of the eaves in a continuous and unceasing stream. It was precisely Chen Changsheng's only magic treasure on weekdays, the everlasting seal that he had carried close to him even when he was in seclusion for 100,000 years. Although the everlasting seal wasn't enough to harden against the divine punishment's spear of destruction, it still didn't have any problem with resisting the aftermath of the collision. Over the years, he had continuously refined it with the power of his chi and blood, and the grade of the seal of eternal life had already exceeded that of a saintly supreme treasure. Mastermind. Run Meng was a little worried and looked at her master's everlasting seal above her head, feeling safe at the moment, but she was even more worried about her master's situation. Master's only magic treasure was now used to protect himself. So wouldn't the pressure Master faced be even greater? Don't worry, since the martial saint gave away the seal of eternal life, he must have his backbone. Besides, to be able to resist the divine punishment while still being distracted to sacrifice the seal of eternal life to protect you and me. I'm afraid that the martial saint still has some power left now. The 100 Fragrant Sage secretly smacked her lips. Compared to Raimu's worries, she felt too terrible instead. Being able to resist divine punishment while being distracted to offer up a magic treasure. This can't be hard to resist. It's more like swimming with ease. Divine punishment. Previously, there were 2 or 3 saints who had faced it, and the result was instant annihilation without exception. This time it really opened her eyes. But right now, where the spear of destruction was enveloped, even she, a saint, couldn't see the specifics. One could only vaguely see a topsy-turvy figure that seemed to have made a move after swinging a punch. In a blur, the figure seemed to probe its empty left hand towards the spear of destruction. At this moment, Chen Changsheng was just as the 100 Fragrant Sage thought. In addition to colliding with the spear of destruction, it caused him to be traumatized as well, some vibrating and spitting blood out. But now it's in full control. While clenching his right hand and wrestling with the spear of destruction, he suddenly realized a problem. Since the spear of destruction was made of law origin, why didn't he refine the spear of destruction? Originally, he hadn't wanted to be good at the endless theft of the chaotic sea origin to use to fill his chi sea world. But right now when the law origin was delivered to the front, it would be a real waste not to refine it. Since the will of the world was able to mobilize these origins to blast himself, it proved that even if he refined these origins, they wouldn't affect the operation of the rules of the chaotic sea and wouldn't cause the world to collapse. After figuring this out, Chen Changsheng no longer hesitated. Fang had sacrificed the seal of eternal life to protect his disciple, and his left hand was already empty. Immediately, he used his empty left hand to grab towards that spear of destruction. Before the palm of his hand could touch the spear of destruction, an intense stinging pain spread through his palm. On the surface of the spear of destruction, the law origin was like an invisible barrier, making it impossible for him to reach it. However, he simply ignored these pains, and instead, the surface of the skin of his palms became a few shades redder, and the power of chi and blood became even thicker. Finally, as he tightened his grip again, the origin barrier on the surface of that spear of destruction was directly pinched and burst apart by him. The space within a radius of 10,000 miles was once again like water waves scattering, and the power that erupted from that grip was enough to pinch any saint. The moment his palm completely gripped the spear of destruction, the original tingling sensation disappeared, and in its place, there was a mysterious feeling. What he was holding in his hand was the origin of the laws of this chaotic sea world, a true handhold of the laws. In the sky above his head, the faceless, Tao-robed figure just watched silently like that, and did not make any new movements. If he could take care of the spear of destruction, then there was no point in him striking out again, but it would just be a flat-out overdraft of the law origin. As for Chen Changsheng at this moment, he had already completely unfolded his Qi-Si vision. It was said to be a vision, and at the moment it was already a real world on one side. For a time, the 10 days were in the air, and the rules of heaven and earth seemed to have changed. The rules of this space no longer belonged to the chaotic sea itself, but were mastered by Chen Changsheng. Refine me. Chen Changsheng let out a low gulp and directly began to refine the origin power of that spear of destruction in his hand with all his might. Refine me. As Chen Changsheng let out a low cry, endless Tao rhythms and law origins emanated from above that spear of destruction, like a chain that wanted to lock him in place. However, when that law transformed into a chain, Chen Changsheng did not make the slightest movement to block it as it wrapped around him. Instead, he allowed those chains of laws to entangle themselves and also took the initiative to exude his own aura and Tao rhythms to touch them. When the law chain sensed his attempt and tried to pull away, it was already too late. A chain transformed by a law was tightly attached to his body at the moment. While refining these law origins, even those crimson lines above his skin began to shimmer as if they were breathing. The 10 suns were in the sky, and the stars in the sky, too, began to flicker madly at this moment, and the flow of time began to change. As he began to refine the power of the law origin, the realm also began to grow rapidly at this moment. The 5 divine flames around his body grew as they surfaced. In just a few breaths of time, the 6th divine flame was ignited. Immediately following, the 7th divine fire ignited. The 8th divine fire ignited. Finally, along with the ignition of the 9th divine flame, his realm also reached the exalted realm perfection at this moment. It was only one step away from the Yuanshan breaking through to the true God realm. With this law origin supplement, this bottleneck of breakthrough was not even the slightest bit difficult. Chen Changsheng's left hand still gripped the spear of destruction, constantly drawing on the law origin contained within it, and his right hand even swung smoothly, stopping the chains that the laws had turned into at his waist. Break! With a soft, low voice, that bottleneck was instantly broken. The 9 divine flames that surrounded his body suddenly drilled into the sea of consciousness in his brow at this moment. It landed on top of the lotus flower Tao platform within his sea of consciousness. True God realm first heaven. I didn't realize that this divine punishment. For me there is such a chance, but it should be in hard to have it later. Chen Changsheng felt the change in his realm that he had just broken through, and his eyes could not help but flash with a hint of surprise. The divine punishment that he had thought would require a lot of effort to resolve was not expected to be his own chance, but there is no second time for this kind of chance. It wasn't easy to want to create another Gong method above the Tao rank, but he could certainly do it. But the problem was, when he was able to resolve the divine punishment, the next time, the world wouldn't send him law origin for nothing. I'm afraid I'll just turn a blind eye. Besides, this chaotic sea, there are not so many law origin for him to refine. Once okay, 2 or 3 times is not to the entire chaotic sea to the law does not exist. The world collapsed? Millions of miles away, looking at the 100 fragrant sage, who only now finally saw a few things, was stunned. This breaks through the Yuanshan to the true God realm? She knew that the martial saint cultivated the Yuanshan very quickly, but she didn't expect it to be as fast as this outrageous degree. As for this moment, those other 3 saints who had already retreated 8 million miles away were still unable to see the current situation of the martial saint. One could only see countless laws transformed into chains, entangled with the martial saint, evenly matched. It seems like, there's a chance. If the martial saint falls, the seal of eternal life this seat will have to fight for it. It's just that Baixiang Taoist friend, who now stays at 1,000,000 miles without leaving, is really strange. Under the shroud of divine punishment, the divine sense of their saints was also greatly restricted, not daring to probe too deeply, compared to the martial saint being able to make a breakthrough. The 3 of them saints were more hopeful that the martial saint would fall, so that they could divide up the martial saint's seal of eternal life as well as all of the resources of the martial saint's lineage when the time came. The value of just one pill city was enough to make saints fight over it. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Changsheng, who they were expecting to fall at this moment, was frantically breaking through the realm without any intention of stopping. The Taoist lotus flower floated above his head, and the 3 flowers gathered together, constantly rotating while refining those law origins in a frantic manner. In just 5 breaths of time, he had broken through a small realm once again, reaching the second sky of the true God realm. If I can completely refine the law origin contained in this spear of destruction, it will at least allow me to break through to the divine monarch realm this time. Chen Changsheng was also overjoyed in his heart as he felt the remaining dense law origin within the spear of destruction. This was much faster than making a breakthrough in closed-door seclusion in Pill City itself. And if he could break through to the divine monarch realm with the help of divine punishment, not only would it greatly shorten the time it would take for him to break through to the Downlord realm, but it would also save a huge amount of heavenly materials and treasures. Nowadays, the remaining heavenly materials he had were enough to allow him to break through from the divine monarch realm to the sage realm with no problem. The origin contained within divine punishment alone would allow him to break through 3 great realms in succession from the exalted realm, true God, divine king, and directly reach divine monarch, which was an unexpected blessing that he hadn't even thought of himself. However, I am afraid that he is the only one in the world who can consume this kind of chance, in the place of other saints. Not to mention refining these origins, merely touching them would directly turn them into Tao ash and cease to exist. Soon, his minor realms broke through one after another, and he had already reached the 8th sky of the true God realm. It wouldn't take more than a moment to break through to the divine king realm, and at this moment, that Tao-robed silhouette that had been standing above his head, the incarnation of the will of the world, also seemed to realize that something was wrong. Not only did this guy not fall under the spear of destruction, he even turned around and started refining the law origin within it. That's not good. Originally, even if that spear of destruction was destroyed, it would be transformed into its origin and returned to the heavens and earth, and the loss to the world was actually not that great. However, if it was refined clean by Chen Changsheng, that would not be an outcome that the world could accept. Immediately, the Tao-robed silhouette beckoned towards the spear of destruction. A chain made of laws was about to break free from Chen Changsheng and retract back into the spear. Come all the way here. It's not that easy to leave, Chen Changsheng murmured softly, and simply gave up on grasping those law chains directly, holding the spear of destruction in both hands in unison, and even pulling it towards his chest of his own accord. He even intended to directly stab that spear of destruction into his chi-si, using his chi-high world to forcefully refine it to stay. Seeing this move of his, the will of the world also understood his intentions. Immediately, with a flash, he appeared in front of Chen Changsheng, lifting his hand and swinging out a palm with the power of endless laws in an attempt to send Chen Changsheng flying, while his other hand was even waved casually, dispersing the spear of destruction directly. Boom! With taking a slap from the world will, Chen Changsheng merely flew backwards for tens of miles before returning to his original spot in a flash. The moment he saw the spear of destruction being dispersed, he was in a real hurry. You want to take away the fat meat in your mouth. Although that spear of destruction dispersed, he directly used his Sea of Chi world to envelop this party, causing those law origins to transform into a chain-like form. A chain was forced around his arm, leaving as much as he could. As for the world will into a Tao-robed figure, he was not even lazy to look at. Anyway, cannot kill himself, at the moment or take more benefits is most important. For a moment, Chen Changsheng wrapped a chain of laws around himself and took the initiative to stop them tightly with both hands to prevent them from detaching. Not being able to care too much, he could only go all out and start refining these law origins to use to fill the rules within his Chi-Si world. This is such a great opportunity. Only this time, waste is simply inexcusable. But in doing so, he made the worlds will sit up and take notice. In the past, when divine punishment came out, no matter if it was a saint or any living being, they were all instantly ashes. But this time it's good. This guy not only hard to carry God's punishment's destruction spear without any damage, but now on the contrary, he started to refine the law origin. This is not something the will of the world can tolerate. The Tao-robed figure couldn't hold back any longer, and with a raised palm, he slapped towards Chen Changsheng once again, a seemingly light palm, but it was as if it carried the power of the entire world, slapping directly on top of Chen Changsheng's left shoulder, trying to make him let go. Boom! There was a loud bang, and even from a million miles away, one could feel the space shaking. On the contrary, Chen Changsheng, this time, he didn't even take half a step back, and a reddish palm print appeared on top of his left shoulder, on which there was still white steam faintly rising in general. Hiss! Chen Changsheng sucked in a breath of cool air, but his eyes brightened a few more points. That world will landed with a palm. Though his bones were somewhat numb from the shock and the chi and blood in his body surged, but it seems that the speed of refining the law origin had instead accelerated by a few points. Once he thought of this, Chen Changsheng simply held back a wisp of blood that slipped from the corner of his own mouth, pretending to fight hard against the injury. How could the will of the world care about that much at this moment? And right away, palm after palm fell towards his body. Left shoulder, right shoulder, even a direct slap down towards the solar plexus. As he watched, Chen Changsheng's figure was already staggering a bit under the Tao-robed figure's palm slaps, and small mouthfuls of blood continued to be spat out. However, he never let go of those law chains. Even his realm, too, broke through one after another in this moment, having long ago broken through the true God realm perfection and reached the third sky of the God King realm. Hard to top. Chen Changsheng couldn't help but let out a bitter smile even as he felt the situation within his body. At first, it was fine to fight hard, and with the residual power of the world's will he was able to refine the law origin more quickly. But nowadays, it was a bit too much for him to bear under the hard shoulder. It was only hoped that this time, if he could break through to the divine monarch realm with the help of the law origin, it would be enough. This scene, however, fell into the eyes of the two Renmengs, who were a million miles away, but it caused both of them to worry. Senior 100 fragrant. This divine punishment, how come it hasn't ended yet? Renming's palms were a little sweaty at the moment as she held the pill bottle, and now that the spear of divine punishment had dispersed, she was able to roughly see the situation at hand. Master Teacher was being trapped by a chain of laws, not having any power to fight back at all, and was being frantically attacked by that mysterious Dao-robed person. I'm not sure about this seat. The 100 fragrant sage was similarly frowning at the moment, and it was true that he had seen the divine punishments before, but they had all just fallen and exterminated people. Is there a follow-up to the divine punishment? Even after carrying the spear of divine punishment, you still need to accept the whacking of the world's will? Then who's going to be able to carry this? Even martial saints, at this moment, didn't seem to have any power to fight back, and were hardened by those law chains. Their thoughts, if the world will were to learn of them, they were afraid that they would be directly infuriated and the chaotic sea would collapse. Was that him fighting by trapping Qin Changsheng with law chains? He had even voluntarily dispersed the spear of destruction. This guy, however, was unwilling to do so, and wanted to refine the law origin as a whole. You can't hit it how you want to hit it. It just won't let go. Would he be happy to go through the trouble? 8 million miles away. Those three saints were also looking at this scene at this moment, dumbfounded. The martial saint looks a bit overwhelmed. I didn't expect. Divine punishment actually has a follow-up. When it's really 10 deaths, 2 fellow Taoists, then the seal of eternal life will not be contested by this seat. But the Pill City, this seat will take 70% of it. Oh, on what basis? Nonsense. Now is not the time to talk about this. Once the martial saint truly falls, you and I can seize the first opportunity. But I'm afraid that other saintly Taoists won't let such opportunities go unattended. First seize the seal of eternal life. It's not too late to discuss the rest. The three saints had already laid down isolation formations to withstand the fallout from that divine punishment. And secondly, they were not afraid of being known by the other saints as they deliberated. Just as they had said, at this moment, every saint in the chaotic sea raised their spirits. Once a martial saint had an accident. That was the time when all the saints stepped in to fight for the opportunity. As for martial saints, if they can carry the divine punishment, then they didn't show up either. And although they missed the opportunity, at least they didn't need to explain anything to the martial saint. If the martial saint carries through the divine punishment, what will happen to the three of us? You and I? At this moment, one of those three saints still asked with some concern. If we carry through, the three of us didn't make a move, and we'll just take the initiative to send some heavenly materials and healing pills. Not bad. When the time comes, we will send some healing pills and explain. It's not a big deal. The remaining two saints were speaking lightly, but it was just a lie to say that they were not afraid in their hearts. Martial saints who could be so firm even under divine punishment. It wasn't a difficult task to kill them. Pity. On Chen Chongqing's side, his body was considered to have endured to its limits. If he continued to carry on hard, he would risk damaging his foundation, and the world would not let him go if he fell to the point of serious injury. Finally, after violently refining the law origin in his arms once, he's not playing. With a scattering of his hands, he allowed the law origin that had been transformed into chains to dissipate into the heavens and earth, and he looked expressionlessly at the slap that came before him. Casually, he raised his hand and went up against it. Buzz. The two palms collided, both carrying the power of a world. After Qin Changsheng had refined many of the origins, his Qi-Si world had become more and more perfect. Even more so, it was already within the sea of Qi world that he could give birth to rule chains that were uniquely his. After a poem, Qin Changsheng was after all beaten for half a day. His heart was more or less depressed, and at that moment, he even took the initiative to pursue the attack, to burst hammer that world will. It's a good thing that the will of the world no longer wants to tangle with him too much after he spills the beans. His fist passed through the Dao-robed figure but did not bring half a bit of damage. Instead, the expressionless Dao-robed figure stood there silently at the moment, looking at Chen Changsheng. Inexplicably, it seems so a billion little bit aggravating. Forget it. You go. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and waved his hand with the repellent and said, the Dao-robed figure didn't move, but it looked a few points more aggravated. However, Chen Changsheng, who did not have the slightest way to face him, could only choose to dissipate and disappear. God King Realm Ninth Heaven. It's a shame it came up short. Rather, it seems like it's not so bad. There are still 3 more Taoists that haven't cleaned up yet. Chen Changsheng stretched his body, feeling the changes in the realm while at the same time using the power of Qi and blood to nourish the injuries he had received just now. Eyes, unconsciously, he then looked at the 3 sage Taoists 8 million miles away. Their hearts are not in the right place. They can't hide it from themselves. Just now, when Chen Changsheng was fighting hard against the divine punishment, since he was able to distract himself and use the everlasting seal to protect his disciple. Naturally, he could also perceive the intentions of those three saints. Although they had placed an isolation formation, it was only capable of isolating ordinary saints, and it was nothing more than an impediment to the present-day Chen Changsheng. Even if he didn't need to use his Yuanshin to probe, just by virtue of his fleshly body's ability to become a saint, he could hear their conversation if he wanted to listen. Not to mention, could staying within 10 million miles of him while he was undergoing divine punishment still be a good idea? At least Taoist 100 Fragrance still seemed a bit worried and remembered his eldest disciple, Run Meng, as he withdrew. Those three saints' Taoist friends, but when they saw him fight hard against divine punishment, their eyes were a little excited. Nah, playing mind games with me? You guys aren't quite there yet, Chen Changsheng muttered in his heart, knowing that right now, whether it was those three saints or the many saints in the shadows, they were definitely keeping an eye on his situation and every move. Solely while using the power of chi and blood to nourish himself, he revealed a hint of his own aura in a hidden manner. Breath disorder, unstable chi and blood, aura overdraft. There was only a momentary leakage of his aura, and then he internalized his aura so that everyone could no longer see any drawbacks. At the same time, he also let his chi and blood power slightly outward, making a strong stance. At this moment, if he pretends to be seriously injured, those saints are not fools, and I am afraid that they may not necessarily dare to make a move. However, if he pretended to be completely fine, with the suspicion of those saints, it was estimated that they would really feel that he was at the end of his strength, and there was a high probability that they would not be able to endure the temptation to make a move. After doing this, he even slightly hooked his finger imperceptibly. The everlasting seal that was millions of miles away then instantly turned into a stream of light and appeared in his palm. With one hand behind his back, he held the seal of eternal life in his hand, not intending to let go at all times in general, as if, only then, would he feel a little more at ease. The expression was also slightly relieved at this moment. Millions of miles away, the 100 Fragrance Sage saw this and directly brought Raimo across a million miles of emptiness to his body. Is it okay? The 100 Fragrance Sage couldn't tell exactly how injured he was, so she could only open her mouth and say with concern, "No harm done. A mere divine punishment can't hurt me." Chen Changsheng smiled bashfully and said truthfully, "This time, the divine punishment, although let his body injury is not light, but is still far from a serious injury, and the reason why the injury, the biggest reason or he is not willing to let go of those law origin, take the initiative to hard against that world will countless attacks. It's safe to say that everything is under his control. Master, I don't know if these pills have any effect on you." In a panic, Runmeng took out bottle after bottle of pills from her bosom, turning them over and over in her hands to find the most suitable pills for her master. She is really panicking a bit. Just now, after Master Teacher was bombarded by that divine punishment, he was trapped by that mysterious Dao-robed shadow with chains of laws, and was slapped around for about a third of an incense burner's worth of time. She wouldn't believe it if she said she wasn't hurt. After all, Master just now, but spit out blood. Right now as for how heavy the injury, I am afraid that only the Master himself knows. Don't worry, let's go. Go back to Pill City and retreat for a few days, and Master will be cured. Seeing his disciple's flustered and worried look, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but shake his head and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Originally, he had the intention of performing another act to seduce those saints, but after making his disciples worry too much, he was a little less inclined to do so. Big deal. More hours of practice and effort. With this thought, he was going to take his disciples back to Pill City, 8 million miles away. Those three saints were also torn. The martial sage had definitely discovered them. Just at this moment, was the martial sage at the end of his strength? Or was he really fine? Not if. We'd better send healing heavenly materials and explain. The martial saint shouldn't be too bothered about this. Confused. Have you forgotten what he was like 100,000 years ago? Even if he doesn't make a move against you and me today, when he recovers from his injuries, will he be able to spare you and me? If you want this seat to say, one way or the other, once we make our move, the other saintly Taoists definitely won't be able to sit still. As long as he loses the wind a little, it's the end of being attacked by the group. The other two saints, however, rejected his feeble offer at the first opportunity. A hard heart, a clenched tooth. After observing for half a day, they were already certain in their hearts that the martial saint was bound to have been injured. All of his behavior in the party was a bit too forceful. Having just been punished by the gods, how could there not be a little something? No matter what, you should take some healing elixir, right? In front of his own disciples, all of them had to pretend that they didn't eat pills, so it seemed that the injuries were far heavier than imagined. These pills, they simply couldn't work on him anymore. Having figured this out, the two of them didn't care if that third saint was willing or not. Immediately, he transformed into two strands of Tao rhythm and disappeared in place, and reappeared again having arrived not far in front of martial Saint Chen Changsheng. Two people face heaps of smiles. Not yet close to the first Taoist album. Congratulations, worthy of being a martial arts saint. Under the divine punishment can also be unharmed. We are really sweaty, incomparable. Yes, extremely. I wonder if the martial saint will be able to use these healing heavenly treasures. As they spoke, the two saints took out heavenly treasures wanting to hand them to the martial saint. The body positions were also getting closer. The 100 fragrant sage frowned slightly and stopped in front of the martial saint without a trace. However, such a move made the two of them saints even more certain of the conjecture in their hearts. Even that third sage who had been entangled in the situation finally gritted his teeth and appeared not far from Chen Changsheng. Fellow Daoist Blood Jade. Fellow Daoist Burialist. Oh, there's also fellow Daoist Lianxin. But you're very concerned about this martial saint. Didn't realize that before. Ha! Chen Changsheng's gaze landed on the three. Somewhat playfully. He hadn't planned on counting. As long as the three didn't take the initiative to do so, he was really too lazy to take the initiative to kill a few Chaos Sea Saints. He didn't want to cause everyone in the Chaotic Sea to be in danger. But taking the initiative to seek them out was a different story. At the current Divine King Realm 9th Heavenly Realm, he was still a bit unsatisfied. If he added 3 saints as sustenance, the Divine Monarch Realm would be out of the question. Before with the Martial Sage may be a little less familiar. In the future we'll certainly visit the Martial Sage friend of the Taoist more often. Also hope that the Taoist friend can point out a few things. The Burialless Saint smilingly delivered the item to the 100 Fragrant Sage. At the same time, he used his divine mind to transmit a voice to the Lotus Heart Sage who had been hesitating. Fellow Daoist, stop the 100 Fragrant Sage. The Martial Sage will be left for the two of us to test. Sage Lotus Heart received his divine transmission and nodded imperceptibly. But not before they were just about to make a move. Wu Xing directly crossed over the 100 Fragrant Saints and his figure appeared beside those 3 saints. With his left hand on the shoulder of the Burialless Saint and his right hand on the Blood Jade Saint's shoulder, he lightly smiled as he looked towards the saint who was preparing to make a move to stop the 100 Fragrant Saint. The tone of voice was relaxed and incomparable with some teasing. Come on, do it, kill me. Come, do it, kill me. Chen Changxing's tone was light, and he even had a few smiles on his face as he spoke. Somewhat playfully, he looked at that Lotus Heart Sage in front of him. As for the other 2 saints, they were currently being pressed by him, one on each side, with their hands on top of their shoulders, and they didn't use much force, but it made both of them instantly sweat and dare not move. Where are these words from the Martial Saint? The 3 of us just want to deliver the sacred medicine for healing injuries, or don't joke about it. Sage Lotus Heart had originally felt that the matter of rounding up martial saints wasn't very reliable, and hadn't made up his mind much. The determination that had been made with great difficulty was immediately shaken again under this light sentence from the Martial Saint. He's really scared. He was also one of the saints who had been beaten by the Martial Saint in the beginning, beaten to death 100 times. If not for his final plea for mercy to satisfy the Martial Saint, he might have really been killed by the Martial Saint as early as 100,000 years ago. The other 2 saints chose to plot with him also because he had been beaten hard enough in the first place, and felt that he definitely had the intention to take revenge. Yeah. Fellow Daoist, this joke is really, makes us somewhat unable to catch it. The Blood Jade Sage felt the palm of the Martial Saint on his shoulder at the moment. The palm wasn't even hard enough for him to take a step forward and break free if he wanted to, but he's really scared. Is the Martial Saint pretending to be tough? Or is he really hurt? Having endured divine punishment and the torture of the world's will, did it really not even do him any harm? At this moment, the 3 saints all had fine sweat faintly surfacing above their foreheads. Joke? The 3 Daoists. You are aware of this. I for one, don't like jokes very much. Chen Changxing shook his head slightly, his expression becoming much more serious, and once again said to that Lotus Heart Sage, if you, fellow Daoist, do not intend to do anything, then Mr. Chen will not be polite. The 3 of them had long ago finalized their ideas, and it would have been fine if they didn't show up, and he would have pretended that he didn't know, but now that they had appeared in front of his eyes, they were running to wrestle him. If we keep 3 more, it doesn't match his Taoist heart. Please also, fellow Daoist Bai Xiang, take my disciple farther away first. Chen Changxing didn't care what the 3 did in their minds, he just looked at the 100 Fragrant Sage and said softly, seeing that he had already made up his mind. The 100 Fragrant Saints knew him quite well, even divine punishment was helpless against him. How could the 3 saints be his opponent? Even if you do get hurt, you may not fall behind, let alone, under this divine punishment, he might have gained much more elevation in his realm. Now in the eyes of the 100 Fragrant Sage, his realm could no longer be seen at all. Without saying too many words, the 100 Fragrant Sage directly brought Run Meng to shatter the void and flash to appear 1,000,000 miles away. The Battle of Saints. once fought. The ripple effects were not as bad as divine punishment, but they were still very terrifying. If the fight went on for a long time and far away, there might have to be many small thousand worlds, middle thousand worlds shattered. Martial saints, the three of us, we really don't mean any harm, even if there were some thoughts before. Right now, the three of us are only here to deliver the healing elixir with you. The burialless saint felt like he was breathing a little fast, and at this moment, it was as if he had reverted back to the era 100,000 years ago when the martial saint alone was above all the saints. Ha, it's fine. Chen understands it all. Seeing that the disciple had already left, Chen Shangxing nodded with a light smile on his face. Hearing these words, the three saints were all slightly relieved, but without waiting for them to answer, they saw Chen Shangxing casually take out his magic treasure, the everlasting seal, and he signaled that burialless saint to take it. Here, take it. Doesn't fellow Taoist want this eternal life seal of Mr. Chen? Why don't you answer it? Chen Shangxing pulled back his right resting hand from the blood jade sage's shoulder and directly took hold of that burialless sage's hand, shoving the seal of eternal life into his hand. At this moment, the burialless saint only felt like he was suffocating a little. The seal of eternal life, which was still on his mind just now, was like a hot potato at this moment. Want to throw, but afraid to throw it. Martial saint, the two of them did want to strike at you just now, but the poor man has always been dissuaded. No matter what conditions you offer, the poor Taoist can accept them all. I only ask that the poor Taoist be let go today. Two fellow Taoists, this muddy water, the poor Taoist will not join together. It was only at this moment that the Lotus Heart Sage let out a bitter smile. Everything they had talked about just now was under the eyes of the martial saint, but since this was the case, the martial sage was bound to know that he was discouraged at first. It was all because Buried Nothing and the Blood Jade Sage were compelling him. From the moment the three fellow Taoists appeared before Chen's eyes, the end is already predetermined. Chen Shangxing shook his head and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Everyone makes choices and likewise pays for their choices. Even if the Lotus Heart Sage ultimately chose to wait on the sidelines for an opportunity, he might not be able to put him to death. But since he had already shown up, there was no need to explain more. Hearing this, the three of them immediately had their hearts sink, knowing that Wu Shang had made up his mind to leave them behind today. The Burialless Saint and the Blood Jade Saint didn't dare to stay by the martial saint's side any longer, and immediately transformed into a stream of Tao rhythm and appeared not far away. The three were in a siege position, trapping him. It was the three of us who were wrong earlier, but it didn't move the needle after all. You resisted the divine punishment hard, and you are always injured. Do you insist on fighting the three of us to the death today? As long as you swear with your Taoist heart not to pursue today's matter, the three of us will voluntarily offer half of the dojo voluntarily. I wonder if the martial saint would like to. The three saints had already sacrificed their magic treasures at this moment. Their aura skyrocketed, and the saint silhouettes that topped the sky behind them were 10,000 feet tall. Their own calculation was to take advantage of the martial saint's trauma to strike, drawing all the saints of the Chaos Sea together to surround them. After all, there were 20 saints who had suffered losses here at Martial Saint, not 30. They were all saints. They all cared about face, and if they really had the chance, would they not want to beat up the dogs? But right now, they're really panicking. Things are going a bit out of left field. Wrong. First, it doesn't matter if you move or not. Showing up is already immortal. Secondly, Mr. Chen has carried the divine punishment and is indeed injured today. But, this does not mean that you have become stronger. And pinching the three fellow Taoists to death will not take much effort yet. As for the third, the three Taoists have fallen today. So why is it necessary to take only half of the stuff? To say something so confused and ridiculous, Chen Shangxing was in no hurry to count down the mistakes made by the three. When the words fell, he didn't give the three of them a chance to continue explaining, and he directly displayed his vision, the world of his Chi-Hai. Include those three saints along with their 10,000 feet tall saintly silhouettes. This side of heaven and earth, although still in the Chaos Sea, was not the Chaos Sea, which had been covered. Saints, in the midst of his heaven and earth, they were just ants that could be destroyed with a thought. When Chen Shangxing's Chi Sea world manifested, it enveloped and covered the heaven and earth around him. At that moment, heaven and earth became quiet, and the stars shone in the sky for 10 days. The 3,000 rules that belonged to him alone were hidden, and those saints had been completely cut off from the Chaos Sea by him at the moment. In the eyes of many saints in the Chaos Sea probing, at this moment a few people as if disappeared in the Chaos Sea in general. If it is to see with the naked eye is there, but with the divine mind to perceive, even with the help of the rules of the Chaos Sea to probe, where they are but empty. It was clearly standing there, but it was not the Chaos Sea, but another world, a world that covered a piece of the Chaos Sea. It was a strange feeling that made many saints feel intimidated. The several people who were in Chen Chang's Angry Sea world at the moment felt it even more deeply. At this moment, the three of them, the saintly phantoms behind them, had all become illusory for a few moments. Severing their connection with the chaotic sea, they were unable to utilize the power of heaven and earth, and at the moment, the saintly phantasm could only use their own spiritual energy to maintain it. If they fell at this moment, they would naturally not be able to sense the chaotic sea rules to be reborn. The thing that made them feel the most fearful was that it was clear that this side of heaven and earth was incomparably full of spiritual chi. However, no matter what, they were unable to obtain half of the aura from this heaven and earth for their own use. These auras were all things that had a master, completely different from the aura that was scattered between heaven and earth and the chaotic sea. Only at this moment did the three finally fully understand that wanting to take on the martial saint was how ridiculous it was. Begging for mercy? At this moment, none of the three saints begged for mercy. They had already lived for endless years and knew that there was no need to do that useless work. What's more, the temperament of the martial saint was not something that would work just by begging for forgiveness and selling out. The three of them, today's end was already doomed. They could only fall. Resistance? Again, there was no chance. They couldn't even draw on the power of heaven and earth today, and had lost the greatest reliance of the saints. To put it bluntly, the three people at this moment, but is just a little stronger than the half-saint, cannot use the power of heaven and earth. Even their strength in the chaos sea Chengchengdu cannot play out. How could a martial saint that could not be defeated even in his heyday talk about resistance at this moment? What's more, at the moment the three, already entangled in countless chains of laws, he could not move. Those chains of laws were greedily sucking up their own origin. Being able to cultivate to the saint realm, the law origin they occupied was not small. With the refining of the law chains, in less than 10 breaths, the saintly silhouettes behind the three saints had shattered and could not be maintained. Millions of miles away, the 100 fragrant sage, who was also in Chen Chang's angry sea world, could not help but lick his somewhat dry lips when he saw this scene. This guy, the strength is a little too scary now. His own party's worries were really too much. The same person who was in this heaven and earth could clearly feel that if the martial saint was willing, she would likewise have no power to resist. It was no exaggeration to say that even if all the saints in the entire chaos sea were to join together to strike at the martial saint at this moment, the result would still be the same. The gap in strength between the two is already immeasurable. It's hard to believe that he has broken through to a new realm. Runmeng watched her master's cloudy and light-hearted standing with his arms folded, never making too many moves, just quietly refining those three saints. For a time she was also in a bit of a trance. Master has always been an invincible existence in her impression, but after all, he has just carried the divine punishment. It wasn't until this moment that she finally realized that she still didn't have enough eyesight. Even if she relied on her imagination, she couldn't imagine an existence like Master. This is no longer the means a saint should have. Appalling. Has the Taoist friend broken through the vastness of saints and reached a higher realm? At this moment, the three saints knew their results, and in turn, they all calmed down. Sage Lotus Heart even looked at Chen Changsheng with complicated eyes and could not help but ask, "Not really, but it's getting close." The origin of the three fellow Taoists will also allow Mr. Chen to break through a great realm. Chen Changsheng looked at Sage Lianxin without joy or sorrow. There was no hostility in his eyes. He simply responded as if he were an ordinary Taoist friend talking. There was no hatred or any anger at all that should come from being mortal enemies of each other. Meh, it's a pity that there's no chance to see the existence above the saints. Hearing this, Sage Lotus Heart let out a bitter smile, the answer making it a few points harder for him. If the martial saint had truly broken through to a higher realm, it would be just as well if they were powerless to resist. But the martial saint remained stuck at saint, yet he already had a strength that made them despair. What kind of great terror would this be if he broke through to a higher realm? Would love to see it in person, but the opportunity is clearly gone. The Tao Lord realm. It's really nothing. Chen is just not quite the same. Chen Shangxing shook his head slightly and stopped speaking too much after saying this. The strong one was not the Tao Lord realm. The strong one was him, Chen Changsheng, the Tsong Lan Dao Master. He had also met him, and according to his estimation, if he could break through to the half-saint realm, he would probably have a 99% chance of winning. That's still according to his inclusion of many of his own guesses that the other party possessed an undercard. If the other party wasn't as terrifying as he thought, he would have a 90% chance of winning if he was around the divine monarch realm. The realm of the gods. Maybe it'll be 50/50. From the beginning, the strong one was only him, not the Tao Lord realm. However, for the sake of caution, he still preferred to break through his realm to the extreme before solving the problem, to avoid any unwanted surprises. During this moment of his pondering, the figures of those three saints had already dissolved into bits of starlight and dissipated in this side of his Chi Sea world. It was completely transformed into an origin power, filling with his Chi Sea world. At this moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared within the Chi Sea world. and those silhouettes were like the phantoms of saints, with each figure either holding a chain of laws or having chains of laws wrapped around their bodies. Chen Changsheng only froze for a moment before his mind knew the reason. After his Qihai world origin reached a certain level, there were already several laws that could materialize into a virtual shadow, and at this moment, his surrounding aura began to change. The primordial spirit realm had finally taken another big step forward after refining the three saintly origins. From the original Divine King realm's ninth heaven, he had directly broken through to the Divine Monarch realm. At one time, purple gas came from the east for 10,000 miles, golden lotuses appeared out of thin air, and subtle Taoist rhythms filled heaven and earth, and there was faintly divine music sounding, and those law-void shadows that had just surfaced within his Qi world also sensed something. At the same time, in the direction of Chen Changsheng, he respectfully bowed on one knee. The scene of countless silhouettes that were like the phantoms of saints saluting the martial sage in unison caused both the 100 fragrant sage and Ren Meng to open their mouths wide as they watched. Chen Changsheng, who was being bowed to by countless dharma phases, was very calm at the moment. Casually, he raised his hand and clenched his fist, feeling the boost in power from his recent breakthrough to the divine sovereign realm. Those 10,000 visions, after lasting for about an incense stick of time, also slowly converged inward. In the end, as he retrieved his Qi world, they dissipated together between heaven and earth. Even though these visions didn't appear for a long time, they caused all the saints in the chaotic sea to boil. In the past, if a martial saint wanted to kill a saint, he would at least need to exert some effort, but nowadays, saints are in front of him but they don't even have the ability to fight back. It was directly refined into the essence. The strength of a martial saint is no longer among the saints. Is this the realm above saints? I also wonder whether the present-day martial saint can succeed in challenging the four sacred beasts once again? If we succeed, won't we be able to leave the chaotic sea and explore the endless void? A saint, at this moment, had a very complicated and thankful heart. It's complicated. This guy, martial saint, how long has he just cultivated the way of the Yuanshan? In full reckoning, it was less than 10 years, but he had already broken through from the mortal realm, all the way to the divine monarch realm one after another. Even divine punishment was absorbed and refined by him, and even when a saint struck out at him, it would become nourishment for his Yuanshan realm. And what about them? Which saint did not spend hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, to step by step reach the position of saint today? Put it on Wushu. At this rate, I'm afraid that the total amount of time it would take to go from mortal to saint wouldn't be more than 100 years. The gap in this made them even feel an overwhelming inferiority complex. It was an emotion that they, the saints, had never felt before. Meanwhile, they were also very glad that they had not struck out blindly, at a time when martial saints were facing divine punishment. It was indeed not just the three Lianqing saints who were foolish enough to move, but the others, no matter how they did think, even if they intended to wait and see what happened and were ready to reap the benefits, at least they didn't show up. They had no doubt that if they had appeared in the party, they would have ended up like that Lotus Heart Sage, becoming stepping stones and sustenance on the path of the martial saint certificate. This guy, how the hell did that happen? The 100 fragrant sage murmured somewhat dully. At this moment, she was also looking at martial saint with complicated eyes. She had felt that although the martial saint was strong, he was also strong in a limited way, and there was always a chance for her to taste it. But now gradually, she realized just how huge the gap between the martial saint and herself really was. It made her despair even. Do you really stand a chance? Just as she was thinking this, Chen Changsheng's figure had already arrived in front of the two of them. Problem solved. Will you return to your own dojo, or will you travel to Pill City together? With a light smile on his face, Chen Changsheng looked at the 100 fragrant sage in front of him and asked, since the martial saint is unhindered, I will return to the dojo first. After a few moments of silence, the 100 fragrant sage shook his head in a somewhat bereft manner, and after slightly arching his hand in farewell, his figure transformed into a stream of Tao rhythms that dissipated in place. If it were any other day, to be invited by the martial saint himself, she would have said anything to go to Pill City to rub her nose in it and get close. Seeing this strange behavior of hers, Chen Changsheng was also a bit puzzled. On weekdays, even if I don't invite them, this 100 fragrant fellow Taoist rushes to come. What's going on today? Could it be that I was frightened by the vision I got just now? Chen Changsheng spread his hands and muttered in some confusion. Master, you really can't tell? Seeing her master's appearance, Ran Meng couldn't help but speak weakly. What? Fellow Taoist Baishan craves for the body of the master, which the master can still see. But what's going on today? Strange. Forget it, master will take you back to Pill City first. The party just invoked divine punishment. I guess those cultivators in Pill City are also scared. It's going to have to go back and be appeased. That's why you're in trouble. Chen Changsheng shrugged his shoulders, speaking even more without fear. These words are even more without any isolation. If the saints have the heart can listen to it. To be able to share my master's worries, disciple is instead very happy. Raimu opened her mouth to say something, but seeing the look on her master's face that she didn't know anything about feelings, she could only hold it back and answer her master's last question. Chen Shangshang did not say anything more. With a casual wave of his hand, he cut through the void and formed a 7-colored bridge out of Tao rhythms. This will be more comfortable across the void, Chen Shangshang said with a light smile, and then walked onto the bridge with his hands in the air, heading towards the other end of the spatial rift. Runmang also followed close behind, following her master's side. However, he couldn't help but mutter a sentence in a low voice. Master is obviously usually a very meticulous person, but when you think about it, it seems okay that Master Chief is so good in every way, so good that no one can match him, that there should always be some shortcomings. Maybe, this is the price you need to pay for cultivation talent that is too unbelievable, right? With this thought, the two had already walked across the bridge and returned to the sky above Pill City. Runmeng couldn't help but sigh. This means of crossing the void that Master Teacher had nowadays wouldn't even make one feel dizzy, not even a blur before their eyes. It was as if he had passed through a corridor, and then he appeared directly in Pill City. Other saints wonder if they can do it? Disciple will first take care of some matters in Pill City. Returning to Pill City, Runmang also greeted her master at the first opportunity and went to get busy. Master! Shangwan Shallow Autumn's figure suddenly rushed in, blocking the master teacher who had intended to return directly to the retreat room. That's awesome, destroying 3 saints with his hands. In this future disciple shall not walk horizontally in the sea of chaos, riding on the heads of saints and shitting on them. As soon as she reached her master, she excitedly waved her fists and yelled. These words caused each and every one of those great powers in Pill City to shrink their necks. If anyone else dared to say these words, then even a saint's personal biography would have to be sanctioned. But it's just, the personal disciple of the lineage of the martial saint can really talk, but they wouldn't dare listen. For a while, those great powers closed their hearing, eyes and nose, doing their own thing, going as far away as they could. The great powers who had wanted to come forward to bow in congratulations were also deterred back by these words. How can a girl speak so vulgarly? Chen Shangsheng raised his hand and then knocked this little disciple's head, saying in a slightly chastising tone. Shangwan Shallow Autumn spat out her tongue and hemmed and hawed. Master! Wen Rushu also came to the side of her little sister at this moment and bowed respectfully to her master. Alright, master still has to digest this breakthrough. If there's nothing else, you guys go and help your eldest sister clean up the situation in Pill City. Chen Shangshang did not say too much, and after nodding slightly to the 2 disciples, he directly returned to his seclusion hall. The windfall was a real treat. The great realm alone had broken through several times. Inside the retreat hall, Chen Shangsheng currently had the everlasting skill, which had reached an unprecedented grade. Floating in front of him, one character was a purple gold color, and a mysterious Tao rhythm surrounded each Tao text. If an ordinary person were to take a look at it, I'm afraid that they would be affected by the Tao rhythm and lose themselves. After crossing the divine punishment, he would no longer be incompatible with heaven and earth if he used the everlasting skill again, because heaven and earth couldn't do anything about it. If it was possible, Chen Shangshang would have loved to have another divine punishment. After all, this divine punishment alone had caused him to break through from the original exalted realm to the true God realm, God King realm, and even the current God Sovereign realm one after another. Of course, this divine monarch realm also has the credit of the 3 saint realm Taoists, and it's not all by absorbing the power of the divine punishment origin. The windfall is really quite a lot. Chen Shangsheng couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions at this moment. He originally only felt that the cultivation speed of the everlasting skill was somewhat less than satisfactory. Only then did he expend his energy to deduce the everlasting skill to the extreme under the 10,000 times time flow enhancement within the Chi-Si world. I didn't expect to cause divine punishment and break through 3 great realms under divine punishment. Gee, should we no longer find a way to deduce the other feats to the extreme? That's just it. I guess even if I create another feat like that, the world will of the chaotic sea won't rain down divine punishment on me. This great chance is only once in this life nah. Chen Shangsheng was also joyful in his heart as he counted his harvest this time. The divine punishment that the saints all avoided had become an unsearchable great opportunity when it came to him. However, this time, not only did he reap the breakthroughs of the 3 great realms, even the everlasting life skill had also received an extreme boost. This time, the speed of cultivation should be enough. In less than 3 years, I will break through to the Tao Lord realm. After only a slight delay in joy, Chen Shangsheng calmed down. Crossing his knees on top of that simple futon, he composed his mind and began to slowly run the eternal life technique. The gong method had just been running, before it had completed a circumference. He then felt that the aura in his body was like boiling, and even the aura, apart from filling up his endless sea of chi space, began to nourish his torso and flesh along his meridians, and his chi and blood power were all vaguely elevated. After he finished running the gong method for a week, the retreat hall was already hazy and resounded with the sound of clanking, not like the previous elixir. At this moment, within the closed hall, the aura had crystallized due to being too dense. There were countless piles of inferior divine crystals above the ground in a matter of moments. Ooh, this is not a lack of divine crystals to use in the future. Chen Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze was all a bit shocked. This time, the enhancement of the everlasting skill was even more terrifying than he had imagined. If the previous longevity technique, which operated for one circumference, consumed roughly 1,000 years of lifespan, the longevity technique at this moment, which operated for one complete circumference, would need to consume a full 120,000 years of lifespan. How much more than 100 times better is this, compared to those divine crystals condensed by the leakage of aura during cultivation? He didn't care. These things, too, were only suitable for juniors at the true god or god king stage. Even his great disciple Ring Meng, if you want divine crystals, you can do with them. After all, the real good things, divine crystals cannot be exchanged. For saints, divine crystals are even more useless. They have long been able to use the power of heaven and earth. No need to take an aura from divine crystals. What really surprised and shocked him, it was still that extra Hongmeng Qi that had appeared in the sea of Qi within his body after running for a week. Although it only just appeared within his Qi Sea world, it was directly absorbed and refined by his own laws. However, the enhancement brought about could be so much more than the normal cultivation of aura. It could even increase his sense of the individual laws. It seems that there is no need to borrow heavenly treasures from other saintly Taoists. These should be enough for me to break through to the Saint realm. As for the Tao Lord realm, there should still be a trip to seek out the 4 sacred beasts. Those 3 saintly Taoists dojo before. I forgot to take a walk. That's just it. That guy, Flo, should take care of it. After trying out the effects of the present-day eternal life technique, he was also satisfied. The original worry of not having enough resources was now solved, and all that was needed was to cultivate without fear. As for those 3 saints from before, their dojo, surely, also had quite a few good things. It was just that he didn't need to do these things personally yet. Even if the blessed monk didn't go, the other saints wouldn't dare to divide what they had. It's just that I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate for this technique to be called the eternal life skill nowadays. From now on, it will be called the Hongmeng eternal life skill. Chen Changsheng muttered in a small voice and suddenly let out another laugh. It didn't really seem to matter what he called this feat. After all, who else could practice it but himself? A single circumference would consume 120,000 years of life. Even a saint would not dare to cultivate it's just that. Shaking his head slightly to empty it of distracting thoughts, he resumed his cultivation, this time in seclusion. He was bound to break through the Yuanshan realm to the Saint realm. At that time, in addition to needing to meet the 4 holy beasts, he also had to make a trip back to the lower world. After all, that bitter fake dead sword Saint Taoist was still waiting alone in the void. As he had guessed, Monk Fu moved at the first opportunity after everything was clear. It's an old rule from years of following the Lord. The Lord takes care of the shots and he takes care of the muckraking. By the way, get rid of those troubles. If there is a true Buddha in the world, it is only the Lord. Monk Fulu glanced at the direction of Pill City from afar, bowed with his hands together, and then turned into a recluse and headed towards the dojo of those 3 fallen saints. And at this moment, the many other chaotic sea saints naturally didn't dare to covet the spoils of that martial saint. Instead, there was one thing that made them a little bit more excited than they could help. It was because at that time, when the martial saint crossed the divine punishment, he revealed his own technique without any concealment. So much so, that many saints had already memorized the gong method in their hearts. This is the martial saint's technique. It is a feat that is incompatible with heaven and earth. If this seat tries to cultivate, I wonder what effect it will have. Perhaps the body of a martial saint was only possible because of this technique? But, how does this technique look like it needs to consume longevity? Whatever. All opportunities are accompanied by crises. A mere longevity, there's no harm in giving some of it. Our saint's longevity is no longer consumed. So as long as we don't exhaust our longevity, it doesn't matter if we only stay for a day. Many saints decided to secretly try the martial saint's technique after doing some mental struggle. However, the only saints who had traveled to the lower interface and seen the martial saints were completely devoid of this idea. They were aware of how outrageous that martial saint's technique was, and how terrifying it was to consume longevity. That's not consuming 10 years and 100 years, but in thousands and thousands of years. Now that the Gongfu grade has reached the point where heaven and earth are incompatible, hell knows how much longevity will be consumed after the cultivation of this Gongfu. So don't directly consume yourself to death again. After the divine punishment ended, those cultivators who had originally left Pill City also returned carefully. Under the pacification of Runmeng, the lord of Pill City, soon Pill City settled down and everything went on as usual. Worthy of being a martial saint, actually able to even resist divine punishment. I just don't know what exactly the martial saint has done that would actually attract divine punishment. It seems, it's because of a gongfu. A gong method? What grade should a gongfu that can attract divine punishment be? Wouldn't it be even more powerful than the gongfu practiced by saintly lords? Fellow Taoists still don't talk about this. If someone hears about it, they might have to take a life. At the moment, not only Pill City, but what the many great powers throughout the chaotic sea were discussing was the matter of martial saints and divine punishment. Among them, there were some half-saint powerhouses who vaguely saw something on the occasion of the divine punishment, knowing that this divine punishment of the martial saint was induced because of the gong method. But nay, their half-saint strength was ultimately still not enough to see the full picture of that feat through divine punishment. However, even if they saw the gongfu, they might not dare to cultivate it. They don't dare, but someone else does. Those saints who had memorized the everlasting skill from afar as the divine punishment descended had already begun their seclusion at this moment. The dozens of saints in the chaotic sea, nowadays, except for the ones who went down to the lower realms in the first place, and some who had a character that didn't compete. All the other saints had already made up their minds. Anyway, they are not alone to practice. Many saints will try, even if the saint of the martial arts blame down. The big thing is that they will no longer practice it. Plus, this technique was not something that they had used any unseemly means to obtain, but rather, the martial saints simply did not have any cover-up at that time. The generous will let them look at it, and if they really cultivate it, the martial saint should not say anything. Hyaka Sage Dojo. At this moment, the few saints from the lower realm were all gathered here. Fellow Taoist, you were close at the time. Why didn't the divine punishment end when it fell, but instead caused the laws to suppress it? A sage looked at the 100 fragrant sage with some confusion and asked, divine punishment did end then, but it seems to be the martial saint himself who was unwilling to let the divine punishment dissipate. The 100 fragrant sage recalled the situation and also spoke greatly of what he had seen. These things, although the other saints did not observe them up close, they could see a general idea, and looking for themselves was nothing more than confirmation. Hearing this, several other saints fell silent. The divine punishment that they feared so much, here at the martial saint, was unwilling to let it dissipate, but instead took the initiative to leave the divine punishment to be refined. From this alone, they could feel how great the gap between themselves and the martial saint was. After a moment of silence, another sage couldn't help but speak. Now that many Taoists seem to want to try out the martial saint's cultivation technique, should we dissuade them? Discouragement? Why dissuade? Since you want the chance, you have to pay the price. It's not like anyone is forcing them to cultivate this technique. It's just that their own greed is not enough to swallow the elephant. Truly, if one were to go and dissuade, how many would give up? The sea-covering saints sneered at this moment. This chaos sea many saints usually seem to be calm and peaceful, but the secret means to compete for the opportunity can never stop. Right now, the martial saint technique was such a great opportunity. How would they give it up? It was just that a few of them had long known the terrifying side effects of the martial saint technique, and no one was willing to try it. Those saints were really asking for trouble when they wanted to cultivate. Hey, just as well. Only, I'm afraid that this time, someone is going to fall due to the exhaustion of their lifespan. As I recall, there were two saintly Taoists who were only able to witness the Tao when they had less than 10,000 years left in their lifespan. I'm afraid that this cultivation will exhaust my lifespan. The martial saint's technique can be different from those unusual techniques that consume longevity. It's countless times the normal consumption of longevity. Saints can't carry it either. Nah. Hearing the words of the sea-covering sage, several people also nodded their heads in agreement. At the same time, there was inevitably some anticipation in their hearts. Wanted to see those saints who practiced the martial saint technique suffer defeat. Two of them were even more likely to fall due to the exhaustion of their lifespan. And then it would be their chance. After all, with this cultivation of the martial saint technique, all the other saints would suffer backlash, and at the very least, they would need some time to recover. And several of them maintained their heyday, only waiting for those two saints to fall and go forward to divide up their dojo caging power. They naturally didn't dare to intervene in the dojo of those three saints who had been decapitated by the martial saint earlier. Several Taoists, when it comes down to it, one is more heart than the other. The 100 fragrant sage rolled his eyes. His heart could not help but think of the martial saint, that invincible strength that could directly kill three saints to take their dojo power. The many saints who covered the sea at the moment needed a lot of calculations before they could accomplish anything. But when she thought that it was the power of two saints' dojo, she no longer said much. This chance, she was going to intervene. 3 days later, The many saints of the chaotic sea were almost ready. He began to try to cultivate the martial saint's powerful technique that caused divine punishment. Void Sage Dojo. The gaze of the Void Saint, who was currently sitting in the retreat room, was inevitably somewhat agitated as well. His strength could also be ranked 10th amongst the saints of the chaotic sea. It was considered the stronger of the saints. If he could improve some more, although catching up with the martial saints which was impossible, he was expected to impact the top 5 of the saints. At that time, with more say in the chaotic sea, the resources that could be shared would naturally be more. After clearing his mind of distracting thoughts, he stopped hesitating and relied on his memory to outline those Tao texts in front of him with his own Tao rhythms. With that, he began to try to run his gongfu and attempt to cultivate. When the gong method had just begun to run, the Void Saint's face changed. The face was suddenly purple and blue. How is this longevity consumed so horribly? It's only just begun to operate, and it's consumed almost 1,000 years of lifespan. If this were to run for a week, 100,000 years wouldn't be enough. At this moment, he was simply more uncomfortable than eating a fly. Once the gong method started to operate, if he forced it to stop without completing a weekly cycle, he would definitely suffer a backlash. However, if he were to run on like this, it would be a consumption of at least 100,000 years of lifespan, causing his jaw to drop a little. After he became a saint, his remaining lifespan was only about 300,000 years, so how could he withstand this kind of consumption? But on second thought, maybe this gong method only consumes more at the beginning of the operation. Later on it will be normal. After all, what kind of gong method is not so much as to consume 100,000 years of longevity in one weekday? Thinking like this, he could only continue to cultivate with a hard head. The divine sense felt the threaded incense that represented his longevity, which was burning madly shorter at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was never any semblance of slowing down the burning of longevity.